Billionaire He Dong was overjoyed to find himself reborn 40 years into the past, back to an era of utter poverty and hardship. In his previous life, had carried too many regrets in now. He was determined to make amends and change everything. Chapter 1. The would-be father-in-law demands marriage. Wah wah. Sobs drifted intermittently into his ears. He Dong's head throbbed. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself staring at the cramped, dilapidated mud brick room he knew all too well. In the corner crouched a woman, clutching her collar, shoulders shaking as she wept silently into her knees. Good heavens! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it. Zhu Qingya actually spent the night in bed with He Dong. Tell me about it. He Dong's the village's most notorious good-for-nothing. When Zhu's father finds out, he'll beat the boy to death. Beat him to death? Nonsense. My son will take responsibility for her. Since they've already shared a bed, she's officially my daughter-in-law. Now Zhang Guiping speaking. Child, get up. Annie will stand by you. Well, arrange your wedding to Dongzi right away. Wedding? Zhu Qingya? Shared a bed? He Dong's memories were jumbled, but one thing was clear. This was his old house from 30 years ago. The year was 1982. Last night, drunk beyond reason, had somehow ended up in bed with Zhu Qingya, and now the whole village knew. Zhu Qingya had been crying nonstop. Her family stormed over, demanding an explanation. Back then, confused and stubbornly defiant as always, He Dong refused to be pressured into marriage. Instead, he spat out something utterly shameless. Uncle Zhu, your Qingya's got a fine pair of legs. She came running to my bed herself last night. Now you want to marry her? Was this your plan all along? What kind of monstrous thing was that to say? Who in their right mind would marry their daughter to him? Everyone avoided him like the plague. But the truth washed simply passed out drunk in his own bed. Zhu Qingya showing up was a complete accident. Still, those words felt like a slap across Zhu Jianjun's Qingya's father face. Zhu Jianjun nearly choked on his own breath, eyes bulging, face purple with rage. Without another word, he yanked his sobbing daughter away and stormed out of the He household never to return. He Dong was relieved and even smug about it. But just over a month later, Zhu Qingya died. When he heard the news, he was stunned. But what shattered him completely was learning Shed died, carrying 2 lives, hers and the unborn child Shed conceived that very night. His parents cursed him. The villagers condemned him. If only Had married her back, then wouldn't both mother and child still be alive? Had been a scoundrel, yes, but never imagined his recklessness could kill someone. Especially not when Had almost become a father. He tried to stay in Shanghe Village, thick-skinned as ever, but that same night, Zhu Qingya's 4 brothers dragged him into the mountains and beat him senseless. He spent over 2 months bedridden. After that, every time he stepped out at night, he swore he saw Zhu Qingya's ghost. Terrified, he fled Shanghe Village. And strangely enough, once he left, he never saw her again. Using his wits, he caught the tide of China's reform and opening up, built a business from nothing, and eventually became a billionaire tycoon. Everyone bowed and scraped before him. Yet in old age, riddled with illness, he had not a single loved one by his side. If there was one regret in his life, it was Zhu Qingya, the child who never got to see the world. Because of that, he developed gynophobia, deep fear of women. Every woman he saw reminded him of her. So he never married. Village elders whispered it was karma. Carrying 2 lives on your conscience, you think you can live well? Retribution always comes. Zhu Qingya and her child cursed you to die childless. At first, he didn't believe it. But as his fear of women never faded, he began to accept it as truth. On his deathbed, he donated his entire fortune to the stadias, if to atone. Is it because of that I'm back? He Dong stared in confusion at his hands, no longer wrinkled, no longer speckled with age spots. These were strong, youthful hands. Wham! A powerful grip seized his collar, yanking him off the bed. A fist slammed into his face. How dare you ruin my daughter? He'll kill you today. The voice boomed like thunder. He Dong's vision swam. His head spun. Everything blurred. Zhu Jianjun raised his fist again. In this era, people said sons were valued over daughters, but Zhu Jianjun had 4 strapping sons before finally getting his precious little girl. Qingya had doted on her like a treasure, once declaring, when my daughter marries, he'll find her the finest husband in the world and give her the grandest dowry. For the past 2 years, every eligible young man in Shanghe Village had come courting, but Zhu Jianjun looked down his nose at them all. And now, his beloved daughter had fallen into the arms of He Dong, the village's worst rogue. Zhu Jianjun wanted to murder him on the spot. He Dong didn't resist. After everything had done in his past life, he deserved this beating. But Zhang Gepingyi's mother called him bear to watch her son suffer. She had hoped this mess could be settled with a marriage. She adored her youngest son, after all. But as a woman, how could she stop the furious Zhu Qingya? He shoved her aside with one sweep of his arm. Zhang Guiping stumbled and fell hard onto the muddy ground. Scrambling up, she glanced toward the weeping Qingya in the corner. Maybe the girl's voice could stop this madness. Child, stop crying. Quick, tell your father to stop. At this rate, he'll beat Dongzi to death. Zhu Qingya lifted her tear-streaked face. Her large eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She, too, had no idea how last night happened. Faced with this chaos, she was lost. If Shed had a choice, Shed never have touched Hidong. She hugged herself tighter and cried harder. Seeing Qingya wouldn't help, Zhang Guiping turned desperately to the crowd outside. Surely someone would intervene. Zhu Jianjun was strong, but 2 or 3 young men could easily pull him off. But the villagers? They were only here for the spectacle. No one moved. After all, Hidong had long been the village's black sheep. Missing chickens? Stolen cattle? Vanished valuables? Always traced back to him. They couldn't wait to see him humiliated. Realizing no help would come, Zhang Guiping collapsed onto the ground, slapped her thighs, and wailed. Zhu Jianjun, don't say I didn't warn you. If you kill my son, your daughter will be a widow for life. Those words struck Zhu Jianjun like ice water. Chapter 2. Since when did I fancy the Zhu girl? He froze, fists still raised. The deed was done. The whole village had witnessed it. His daughter's future was already ruined. If Hidong died, now who would marry her? This wasn't the modern age, where divorce and remarriage were casual affairs. In this time, scandal spread faster than wildfire. Not only would Qingya be shamed forever, so would the entire Zhu family. Hidong had to live. When will you marry my daughter? Zhu Jianjun growled, releasing Hidong's collar, but his tiger-like eyes never left him, burning with menace. Zhang Guiping had spoiled her youngest son rotten. He couldn't carry firewood or lift a hoe, just loafed around, stole chickens, flirted shamelessly. No decent family would ever let their daughter near him. But Hidong, armed with memories of his past, life knew better than to repeat his fatal mistake. He didn't know exactly how they'd ended up together last night, but as a man, he had to take responsibility. Women already had low status in this era. If he acted like last time, Qingya's fate would be the same, and he'd be haunted forever. As long as Qingya agrees, we'll marry in half a month. Half a month, neither too long nor too short. Zhu Jianjun considered it, then nodded grimly. He'll hold you to it. He strode to the corner and gently addressed his daughter. Come home with father. Qingya's eyes were swollen from crying. She tried to stand, but her legs, numb from crouching, gave way instantly. Biting her lip, she struggled again as fresh tears streamed down. The situation was sealed. Hidong was willing to marry her. She had no other choice. But did she want to marry him? Absolutely not. She lowered her head and wept in despair. Take it slow, Hidong said softly, reaching out to help her up. At 18 or 19, she was blooming like a spring flower, her tears like rain on pear blossoms, heartbreakingly beautiful. Her father wouldn't touch her now, but as her fiancé, Hidong could. Qingya glanced at his smooth, pale hand, unlike any villager's. In the countryside, everyone worked the fields. Hands were calloused, rough, weathered. Only a lazy loafer like Hidong had skin softer than a girl's. If I marry him, how will we survive? The thought broke her heart anew. Zhu Jianjun's heart broke too. His precious daughter, apple of his eye, for 19 years, was now being handed to a wastrel like Hidong. Heaven has no mercy. Still, as Qingya approached, he extended a hand. She placed hers in his, leaned on his strength, and walked out with him. The crowd, having seen the drama conclude, began to disperse. But doubt lingered. Would Zhu Jianjun really believe Hidong's promise? That scoundrel had broken vows before. Probably just empty words. Yet Zhu Jianjun didn't look back. A monk may run, but his temple won't move. Once everyone left, Hidong began planning the wedding. He would uncover how last night happened. But Furza had to marry Zhu Qingya properly. In his past life, he hadn't been a real man. He'd let Qingya drown herself and their unborn child. This time, he'd prevent that tragedy at all costs. Not only did Thed give her the most dignified wedding possible, and dignity cost money. In this era, everyone was poor, including the He family. So his immediate mission was clear: earn money. Just as he turned to leave, a rough, warm hand grabbed his wrist. He looked down and saw Zhang Guiping, his mother, her hair already streaked with gray. Does it hurt? She asked, gently touching his bruised, swollen face. Hidong winced, then remembered the beating. But at 22, he was tough. It didn't really hurt. Zhang Guiping, though, was devastated. That Zhu Jianjun treats his daughter like gold. Even if a boy so much as looked at her, head storm over, shouting, How could you actually sleep with her? She couldn't understand it. Dong could have courted any girl except Zhu Qingya. Not only did her father adore her, but she had 4 older brothers who'd skin anyone who hurt her. You didn't happen to fancy the Zhu girl all along, did you? Is that why you kept rejecting every match I arranged? At 22, Dong was long past marrying age. Like parents today, his were anxious, especially since his reputation made local matches impossible. All his prospects came from neighboring villages, and even they gossiped endlessly. The Zhu girl is stunningly beautiful, but her family? Impossible to deal with. But if you truly love her, mother will grit her teeth and make it work. Dong's eyes suddenly burned. He was a scoundrel, a deadbeat, unfit to be any woman's husband knew it. And so did she. Yet while the world shunned him, his mother never stopped loving him. In this era of scarcity, where families barely scraped by, Zhang Ping had pinched pennies just to feed him. Not long after he fled Shanghe Village, she fell ill and died. Guilt-ridden over Zhu Qingya, he hadn't even dared return for her funeral. All Head whispered then was, if there's a next life, will be a good son. And know where he was. Mom, he said firmly, they'll give you the best life imaginable. The very best. With that, he strode out the door back straight, steps resolute. Zhang Ping stood frozen for a moment, absorbing his words. A flicker of comfort crossed her face, then worry creased her brow. Chapter 3. Ascending the mountain. If this were said by any other child, she might have believed it to some extent. Dong, however, decided to let it go. This child still needed her to negotiate with others for a bit of support. Now, as he was about to marry into the Zhu family, it was imperative to properly arrange the house. Every aspect required financial investment. Zhang Ping sighed, realizing that she ought to consult her eldest son. Regardless of Dong's reckless behavior, establishing a family was a significant matter. Once he was married, she would no longer involve herself. In this era, weddings demanded a certain spectacle, yet there were no elaborate car convoys or wedding planning companies, nor were there houses and cars. Those with means emphasized the 4 essentials, which consisted of 3 essentials and a sound system. However, this was more common in county and provincial cities, in rural areas. Managing to acquire 1 or 2 significant items was already commendable. Nevertheless, Dong believed that within half a month, he could procure 2 or 3 essentials. After all, he possessed memories from a past life and had connections. His primary concern was to swiftly earn his first pot of gold. Upon leaving home, Dong ventured into the mountains. The village was named Shanghe Village because a river flowed through it. However, this did not imply that it was solely defined by the river. In the spring of March, after a bout of rain, the treasures within the mountains far exceeded those in the river. Dong yearned to test his luck. Yet, as he entered the mountains, he sensed that someone was following him. It was not mere caution. If he failed to secure his first earnings, his aspirations for acquiring significant items would remain mere illusions. Having returned to life, he was determined to marry Zhu Qingya and ensure the safe birth of their child. Thus, he walked normally for a while before suddenly quickening his pace into a dense thicket, hiding behind a tree to observe. Dong spotted Zhu Qingya's elder brother, Zhu Qingrong. Zhu Qingrong had a dark complexion, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. Years of labor in the fields had endowed him with a muscular physique. He wore a faded tank top and patched trousers, appearing to have just returned from the fields, his pants caked in mud, and his feet clad in straw sandals. As Dong stepped out, Zhu Qingrong noticed him too. However, he was taken aback that Dong had discovered his presence. Zhu Jianjun's intention was that since his sister Zhu Qingya had been wronged by Dong, the latter must not evade his responsibilities now that he had promised to marry her in half a month. After all, Dong had previously borrowed money from the villagers and had disappeared for a month or 2 without a trace. Zhu Jianjun acted out of caution, but more so for Zhu Qingya's sake. As the elder brother, Zhu Qingrong felt the same. Although several of his brothers intended to come, it was the busy farming season, and the fields required manpower, which led him to come alone. Yet, upon being discovered by Dong, he did not retreat. His sister, a delicate flower, had been wronged by Dong, and he was determined that Dong must take responsibility. He must marry her. Such were the futile thoughts of this era. Otherwise, such matters would not arise merely from a night spent together. Dong's actions could not be deemed entirely good or bad, but he would no longer evade his obligations. It is indeed this brother-in-law who in the previous life was dealt the harshest blows. One of his legs was brutally crushed by him. Now, upon encountering others, he cannot help but tremble. However, in his past life, it was his own lack of ambition that led to the demise of 2 lives. Thus, he cannot blame the Zhu family for their ruthlessness. As he aspires to earn his first pot of gold, he must ensure that his intentions remain concealed for the time being. Brother Qingya, are you following me out of fear that I might flee? In his previous life, after uttering that reckless remark, Zhu Jianjun took Zhu Qingya home, severing all ties with him. Hence there was no Zhu Changrong to trail him. Zhu Changrong, whose intentions were easily discerned by Hidong, felt a twinge of panic. Nevertheless, regarding Zhu Qingya, it appeared that Hidong had taken advantage of his sister. His pursuit of Hidong was ostensibly for his sister's sake, and he stood tall and resolute in his conviction. Currently, the rumors surrounding Hidong and his sister have spread like wildfire throughout Shanghe Village. Until Hidong marries his sister, they will remain in a state of unrest. Following him was merely the first step. Should Hidong dare to evade or hesitate, they would bind him by any means necessary to ensure the marriage was fulfilled. Hidong was acutely aware of the gravity of his own misdeeds. The Zhu family's apprehension stemmed from their fear that he might suddenly change his mind. If he were to hide for 2 months, would Zhu Qingya be able to endure in the village? Brother Qingya, since I, Hidong, have pledged to marry your sister, I shall certainly honor my word. At this moment, Hidong exuded an aura of confidence and authority. Zhu Changrong sensed a transformation in him. Yet he wondered who this assertive version of Hidong could possibly be. A man of his word would not evade his debts for 2 months, only for the eldest of the He family to settle them. Nor would he run away for 2 months, inviting a plethora of external debts that would disturb the He family. In truth, the actions of Hidong were indefensible. Yet, when he spoke, no one, save for himself, believed his words. Hidong understood that his assertions held no persuasive power, and voicing them would be futile. Nonetheless, certain actions must be undertaken. I know you may not believe me, but now is the ideal season for planting rice. Your family possesses ample land, and wasting time on me while neglecting the grain tax is truly unwise. Whether it is wise or not, Zhu Changrong held a scale within his mind. In the hearts of the Zhu family, the matter concerning Zhu Qingya was deemed the utmost priority. You should focus on your own affairs. He would assess his own matters. Zhu Changrong had no intention of engaging in further dialogue, stepping aside to observe from a distance. Hidong realized that Zhu Changrong was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. The tasks Hidong wished to undertake could only be executed beneath Zhu Changrong's watchful gaze. So be it. After all, he was his brother-in-law. Coming to this realization, Hidong did not remain idle. He crouched down, brushing aside the fallen leaves on the ground, in pursuit of his desires. Spotting a snow-white mushroom peeking through the earth, his eyes sparkled with delight. Although it was only March, this early batch of mushrooms was undoubtedly the most tender and delectable. Hidong ventured into the mountains solely for this purpose. In a short span of time, he had gathered quite a number. Since he had come empty-handed, he resorted to pulling up his shirt to hold them. However, the confines of one's clothing are limited, and as Hidong observed that he could no longer accommodate any more, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Changrong. Despite the chill of March, Zhu Changrong, having been toiling in the fields, wore only a vest. In contrast, Hidong, who had not engaged in any labor, donned a long-sleeved shirt. Initially, he considered asking Zhu Changrong to do as he did, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he laid the mushrooms he had collected back onto the ground, removed his long-sleeved shirt, spread it out on the earth, and then placed the mushrooms atop it. This way, he could hold considerably more. Hidong, who had been squatting with his back to Zhu Changrong, was unaware that Zhu Changrong had just realized he was foraging for mushrooms. This particular mushroom, when in season, is quite common, and the villagers of Shanghe would also consume it. However, during the busy farming season, no one would venture into the mountains to gather mushrooms. Only those like Hidong, who had leisure, would do so. This was indeed a first for him. Accustomed to a life where meals were served and clothes were provided, he had never considered foraging for mushrooms. Zhu Changrong pondered whether Hidong had undergone some form of transformation. But then he thought perhaps Hidong simply desired mushrooms, prompting his ascent into the mountains. Hidong would only engage in endeavors that he found appealing. Brother Qingya, could you keep an eye on my things for a moment? I wish to gather a few more from deeper within, Hidong requested. His shirt was already filled to capacity. He contemplated setting his bounty down on the ground temporarily before venturing further in, intending to use his vest to carry more on his return. He had discerned that the deeper he went into the mountains, the more mushrooms there were. However, leaving the gathered mushrooms behind posed a risk. Should someone else come along, they might take them. Noticing that Zhu Changrong was following closely, he decided to make use of the situation. Chapter 4. Consumed by the elixir of life, I 1t stray far. You'll be able to see me. The mountains were not as accessible as in later times. The undergrowth had thickened, making passage difficult. Zhu Qingya, who was tall, could see for several miles while standing. It was unlikely that a living person could simply vanish. Zhu Qingya initially assumed Hidong was merely gathering mushrooms for a meal. Their families lived adjacent to one another, and he was quite familiar with Hidong's habits. He was uninterested in labor, yet when it came to food, he was particular and averse to repetition. The mushrooms he had gathered could suffice for 3 to 5 days. Hidong was not one to share. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Qingya could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "What do you intend to do with so many mushrooms?" "Guess," Hidong teased, deliberately withholding the answer. Zhu Qingya clenched his fists. Had he been able to guess? He wouldn't have asked. When Hidong noticed the silence from Zhu Qingya, he inferred that Zhu might be irritated. However, his intention was not to play coy. The truth was, he himself was uncertain of the outcome and did not dare to speak freely. Now was the time for him to redeem himself. Boasting was ill-advised. This cautious disposition, cultivated through his business endeavors, was certainly not driven by hunger, remarked Hidong. Zhu Qingya felt he had surmised a portion of the truth. With such an abundance of mushrooms, one individual would require several days to consume them. His heart eased slightly, only to observe Hidong preparing to descend the mountain with mushrooms cradled in his clothing. "Aren't you going to pick more?" Hidong simply acknowledged with a sound, carefully navigating the path as he made his way down. Zhu Qingya hastily followed suit, recalling Zhu Jianjun's words to closely trail Hidong without a misstep. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Hidong headed home. By that time, Zhang Guiping was no longer present, leaving the courtyard desolate. After searching for a while, Hidong finally unearthed a vegetable basket, placing a cloth at the bottom before carefully arranging the mushrooms within. He then draped another cloth over them to prevent moisture loss. "Let us go," Hidong called out as he exited. Zhu Qingya had resolved to accompany him, ensuring he kept Hidong within his line of sight. However, he had not anticipated that Hidong would venture out again so soon. "Where are you off to? Do you have a bullock cart at home?" Zhu Qingya nodded, aware that Zhu Jianjun was concerned for Zhu Qingya, making the bull and cart indispensable for their ventures. The rice planting was in full swing, and with the fields plowed, the bull and cart were currently idle. He was uncertain of the purpose behind Hidong's inquiry, yet Hidong offered no explanation and instead proceeded towards the Zhu household. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Qingya pondered, knowing that his sister was at home. Had it not been for the unexpected events of the previous night, Zhu Qingya would not have had any connection with Hidong. Thus, if any revelations regarding last night were to surface, they would undoubtedly implicate Hidong in some manner. Should Hidong harbor any intentions towards Zhu Qingya, he would not acquiesce. Hidong belatedly recalled that Zhu Qingya, the treasured gem of the Zhu family, was not required to toil in the fields. Zhu Jianjun had kept her sheltered within their home, never letting her venture beyond the threshold. Claiming ignorance of how last night's events transpired was likely a facade, for there must be a trail to follow. However, he remained a mere ne'er-do-well, and inquiries would only yield answers if others were willing to speak. Hence, he chose to suppress these matters for the time being, directing his focus solely on earning money. "I will not enter. You bring out your bullock cart, and we shall make a trip to the county town." Hidong had contemplated the situation. Walking was indeed a waste of time. Furthermore, he could not expect his brother-in-law, who had toiled all morning in the fields, to accompany him on foot. The journey to the county town spanned 20 miles, requiring over an hour of travel. With the day still early and not excessively warm, he was eager to head to the county town to ascertain a particular matter. Once confirmed, he would feel at ease. As Zhu Qingya headed home, a thought suddenly struck him. Why should I heed your request? Indeed, what did Hidong's affairs have to do with him? Why should he provide a bullock cart? Moreover, if Hidong intended to go to the county town, was he merely attempting to evade something? Carrying goods could suggest he was delivering gifts. Realizing this, Zhu Qingya widened his eyes, relieved to have come to this understanding. Hidong could forget about the bull and cart. Hidong recognized that he had been misunderstood. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "If you choose not to listen, that is your prerogative, but you must keep up with me." Having returned to life anew, Hidong felt rejuvenated by over 20 years, brimming with boundless energy. A round trip to the county town was certainly within his capabilities. It was likely that Zhu Qingya was equally capable. Having grown accustomed to farm labor, his physical stamina would undoubtedly match Hidong's. Observing that Hidong had indeed discarded the ox cart and set off at once, Zhu Qingya, filled with curiosity, decided to follow. It seemed implausible that a man as indolent as Hidong would genuinely walk such a distance to the county town. In essence, if Hidong chose not to journey to the county, Zhu Qingya could easily keep pace with him. However, Hidong suddenly accelerated beyond his own speed. Where was he in such a hurry to go? Zhu Qingya urged his horse to catch up to Hidong, attempting to prevent any significant distance from forming between them. Yet he soon realized that Hidong appeared remarkably different today. Even a humble farmer like himself struggled to keep up. Had he consumed some miraculous elixir? 2 hours later, Hidong arrived at the county town. Gazing upon the familiar streets, reminiscent of his past life, he felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous incarnation, he had departed from Shanghe Village due to the shadow cast by Zhu Qingya, eventually arriving in the county town. Having grown accustomed to a life of leisure, he found it challenging to secure employment in a factory. By a stroke of fate, he ended up as a temporary worker in a state-owned restaurant. Subsequently, when he left the restaurant as a formal employee, he should have moved on, yet the head chef, recognizing his diligence, retained him for several months. It was during this time that he earned his first substantial income. Later, he ventured into business with others and ultimately achieved prosperity. The state-owned restaurant should still be in operation. Relying on his memories, Hidong made his way through the throngs of people, searching for the establishment. As Zhu Qingya had slowed his pace to keep near him, he had just caught his breath when he noticed Hidong moving again and had no choice but to hasten after him. Throughout the journey to the county town, Zhu Qingya had made several attempts to catch up to Hidong and thwart his plans, but Hidong's stamina surpassed all expectations. It was simply impossible to keep pace. This was, of course, intentional on Hidong's part. Zhu Qingya believed that Hidong had come to the county town to evade his obligations to Zhu Qingya, and since he had no choice but to follow him, he had to resort to such measures to prevent Zhu Qingya from interfering. After all, following someone was a most exhausting endeavor, requiring constant vigilance over both the target and one's own footing, a true exercise in divided attention. Yet, upon entering the county town, Hidong's pace noticeably slowed. Since Zhu Qingya's intent was to observe him, Hidong could not allow himself to be entirely out of sight. He ensured that his movements remained within Zhu Qingya's line of vision. "This is it," Hidong exclaimed with joy upon locating the restaurant, eagerly making his way toward the back entrance with his basket of vegetables. However, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, forcing him to halt. Chapter 5. Hidong. "You cannot escape," Zhu Qingya gasped, clutching Hidong's hand with a breathless urgency, fearful that Hidong might vanish from sight. Now in the county town, he was even more focused on Hidong's every move, nearly losing track of him in the bustling crowd. At this moment, he clutched onto the person unwilling to let go. Hidong chuckled and pried his hand away. "Why are you running? Your sister is to marry me. I must think about earning a living for her. She is accustomed to a life of comfort, and you surely do not wish for her to endure hardship with me, do you?" These words struck a chord deep within Zhu Qingya. The youngest sister, cherished and pampered by the family, undoubtedly enjoyed the finest living conditions. To put it plainly, even if the entire family subsisted on mere scraps, Zhu Qingya's bowl must always contain meat, and a daily egg was absolutely essential. Zhu Jianjun held high aspirations, all in hopes that Zhu Qingya would lead a prosperous life after marriage, at the very least not worse than in her parental home. Yet, who could have foreseen that Zhu Qingya would choose to wed the most unremarkable person in Shanghe Village? Just then, Hidong released Zhu Qingya's hand and rapped against the restaurant door. Zhu Qingya dared not ponder further and fixed his gaze on Hidong. He found himself utterly bewildered by what Hidong meant by making money. The notoriously lazy and aimless Hidong was unlikely to even manage borrowing money from others. Now he was claiming to be able to earn a living? Who would believe such a statement? Zhu Qingya felt as though he had misheard. Hidong, oblivious to Zhu Qingya's thoughts, was solely focused on swiftly resolving matters at the restaurant. In a short while, a young man in a simple shirt emerged from within, donning a white chef's hat. He appeared to be busy, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon unlocking the door and spotting Hidong, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Hidong and Zhu Qingya hardly resembled patrons here for a meal. For dining, one would typically enter through the main entrance where someone would greet them. This side was reserved for those with business or family members visiting, or perhaps for deliveries. Having worked here for 2 years, he was quite familiar with the staff and could easily distinguish between family members and others. Hidong, Recognizing the young man, smiled. Although he did not know him personally, he was acquainted with someone else. May I ask if Chef Zhou is available? I am his friend, here to deliver something for him. Chef Zhou Bingley was the chef at this state-run restaurant. The young man, having been an apprentice under him, saw him daily and was quite familiar with him. What friend? I have never seen you before, the young man questioned. With so many friends of Zhou's, it was impossible to have met them all. Not every friend needed to come to the restaurant seeking Zhou. After all, He Dong's words were quite reasonable. Just because Zhou Bingley worked as a chef at the restaurant, it did not mean everyone had to come here to find him. They could be elsewhere. Furthermore, since Zhou Bingley was his mentor and superior, the young man naturally felt a sense of respect. To slight a friend of Zhou Bingley would be a grave offense. Please wait, I will fetch my master. The young man closed the 2 glass doors, locked them, and went inside. Before long, a short man clad in a white chef's uniform emerged. He had a considerable belly, a clear indication that he had enjoyed fine food in this establishment. A mole adorned his cheek, and his complexion was rosy. He should be busy cooking, sleeves rolled up high, wielding a gleaming spatula in hand. Do you know me? Stepping outside, Zhou Bingley cast a glance at He Dong, yet could not recall if they were acquainted. He Dong smiled and took a step forward, stating that while they had not met before, they were now introduced. He lifted the cloth covering the basket of vegetables, revealing clusters of mushrooms, white and round, resembling tiny umbrellas. This delicacy had surged in popularity at restaurants over the past 2 years, where dishes often followed a singular style, repeating the same few recipes. Unlike the eateries of later generations, which benefit from greenhouses offering seasonal dishes year-round, the options here remained exceedingly limited. The treasures of the mountains were indeed rare commodities. In his previous life, He Dong transitioned from a temporary worker to a steady job, largely due to Zhou Bingley's influence. This man was pragmatic and kind-hearted, noticing He Dong's struggles and intentionally providing him with sustenance. During his time as a helper, He Dong had also seized the opportunity to learn his craft, enabling him to venture into the culinary world and earn his first pot of gold. Eventually, he opened a restaurant and thrived in business. With elderly parents in declining health needing nutritious food, he sought ways to sell these goods in the county town, hoping to earn some money to buy meat for them. He Dong wore a simple, endearing smile. Zhou Bingley, being a family man himself, understood the challenges involved and was respectful of He Dong's filial piety. The man before him, though appearing delicate and not like a farmer, had a robust figure behind him. Thus, regardless of the truth in He Dong's words, Zhou Bingley was inclined to purchase the mushrooms he offered, primarily for their freshness. He beckoned the young man from earlier, requesting the price list, which He Dong reviewed. In front of He Dong, the young man weighed a basket of mushrooms, deducting the weight of the basket itself. The total came to 13 pounds and 7 ounces. According to the price list, the mushrooms were priced at 70 cents per pound, totaling 9 yuan and 6 jiao. This meant that He Dong's trip to the county town yielded a profit of 9 yuan and 6 jiao. Witnessing He Dong receive the money from the young man, Zhu Qinya's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it truly possible to earn such a sum from those few mushrooms? Mushrooms that were currently sprouting in the mountains? Zhu Qingya could hardly believe it, so much so that he failed to notice He Dong's departure until He Dong called out to him, bringing him back to reality as he left the restaurant. After exiting, He Dong headed to the supply and marketing cooperative, intending to purchase some meat. The words he exchanged with Zhou Bingley were not spoken in vain. Zhang Guiping and his father, He Deshang, were indeed in poor health. To be precise, the people of this era generally suffered from health issues, primarily due to the low quality of life. If the young were faring poorly, the elderly were in even worse condition. It was rare to find anyone on the streets, like Zhou Bingley, who appeared well-fed and well-off. Qingya, brother. After purchasing the meat, He Dong's gaze suddenly fell upon Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya found himself somewhat bewildered, unsure of why He Dong had suddenly called out to him. He had witnessed He Dong purchasing meat earlier. It was a testament to his ability to earn money, and indulging in meat was his prerogative. Zhu paid little attention to it. However, He Dong's sudden summons left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon entering, He Dong beckoned him. Zhu Qingya hesitated, inquiring, "What is it?" In Chapter 6, He Dong remarked, "That is your future son-in-law." He then pulled Zhu Qingya into the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative in the county was incomparable to modern stores, yet it was currently the most comprehensive place for purchasing goods. Furthermore, it was sufficiently clean. For someone like Zhu Qingya, who seldom ventured into such establishments, stepping in with muddy shoes was daunting. Nevertheless, Hidong urged him further inside, leading him to the daily necessities section. He retrieved a brand new pair of liberation shoes, held them up to Zhu Qinya's feet, and ultimately selected a size 42. Try them on, he advised Zhu Qingya. Alarmed, Zhu Qingya thought, Hidong intends to buy shoes for me? Is he serious? I have shoes at home. After a moment of contemplation, his face flushed with embarrassment. Hidong observed the bloodied state of Zhu Qingya's feet. The rough texture of the straw sandals provided some grip, but they were hardly suitable for long walks, which could prove perilous. Given that Zhu Qingya had not anticipated a long journey and was not wearing socks, even the toughest of feet would suffer blisters. Though 3 yuan for a pair was rather expensive, Hidong deemed it worthwhile, especially as Zhu Qingya was his future brother-in-law. However, for Zhu Qingya, 3 yuan felt exorbitantly costly. Were the handmade cloth shoes from his mother and wife not appealing? Or was it not wiser to save the money? Thus, he was adamant about not trying on the liberation shoes. Brother, don't forget, we still need to walk back. Your feet are already bleeding. If we walk back now, they will surely become severely infected. Let us not even consider the long term. You won't be able to work for several days. As a farmer, the worst fear is being unable to toil in the fields. However, 3 yuan a pair, and it's Hidong's money. Let us opt for a cheaper pair. Those cloth shoes look quite good. Compared to the liberation shoes, the cloth shoes were indeed more affordable at just 1 yuan. Zhu Qingya remained resolute, prompting Hidong to refrain from further persuasion. The cloth shoes would certainly be an improvement over the straw sandals. I'll repay you as soon as we return. Save your money for marrying my sister, Hidong assured him. Upon exiting the cooperative, Zhu Qingya donned the cloth shoes, cradling the liberation shoes as if they were a treasured possession. The anti-slip straw sandals were suitable for working the fields, while the cloth shoes would serve for leisurely occasions. Hidong had initially intended to downplay the cost, but witnessing Zhu Qingya's steadfastness, he chose to remain silent. He envisioned a future where he would proudly marry Zhu Qingya. As the pair made their way back to Shanghe Village, the sun was directly overhead. Zhu Qingya walked, deep in thought about various matters, the most perplexing of which was the undeniable transformation he perceived in Hidong. He did not consider fleeing, and moreover, he was aware that someone had purchased shoes for him. Several times, he gazed at Hidong, seemingly wanting to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Watching Hidong enter his home, he turned back towards his own abode. It was now lunchtime, and once again, Hidong found himself alone. Nonetheless, he held a quiet conviction that Hidong would not run away, although he could not articulate the reason behind this belief. Upon returning to his yard, Hidong busied himself, drawing water from the well to wash the meat, then ventured into the fields to gather some chili peppers, preparing to stir-fry them with the meat. The peppers were not his own cultivation, but belonged to Shanghe Village. In his younger years, he had been reckless, neglecting familial duties and accumulating debts. His 2 brothers were unwilling to share meals with him, leading to a division of the household. Shanghe Village and he Shang now resided with their elder brother, Higui, yet they still held him in their thoughts. After Hidong finished cooking, he noticed several sweet potatoes remaining in the kitchen, so he set them to steam. The stir-fried dish was divided into 3 portions, one for himself, and the other 2 prepared to be taken to the neighboring Zhu family for Zhu Qingya to enjoy. Zhu Qingya had accompanied him for most of the day and was aware that he had procured meat. Though he claimed to have no feelings for Zhu Qingya at present, he felt it necessary to remind the Zhu family that he intended to marry her. He could not allow Zhu Qingya to follow him indefinitely. Though he was not particularly concerned about Zhu Qingya knowing, he dreaded the thought of it being shared with others. When he knocked on the door, the entire Zhu household was stirred. They were about to have their meal, with a plate of sweet potatoes and 2 boiled eggs set upon the rickety wooden table. As Hidong knocked, not everyone was oblivious to the sound. Tang Mei, not yet seated, heard the commotion and pondered who would visit at such an hour. Upon seeing Hidong standing at the door, her expression immediately soured. Although she had not visited He's family that morning, she had heard about the earlier events from Zhu Qingya. The weather, though not sweltering, prompted their family to rise early to tend to farm work before returning for lunch. They had set out before dawn, only to be interrupted by villagers who approached their fields with alarming news about Zhu Qingya. Their little darling, usually found either studying or quietly at home, could hardly be involved in any trouble. Yet the villagers offered no explanation, only urging them to return and see for themselves. Sensing something amiss, Zhu Jianjun made a swift decision to return home. Then they learned of the situation between Zhu Qingya and Hidong. With a prime catch lost to a pig, who could be in high spirits. Dong, observing Tang Mei's displeased countenance, greeted her with a smile and raised his hand, intending to offer the dish he was holding. However, Tang Mei seized a broom and swung it in Dong's direction. Had it not been for Zhu Jianjun's intervention that morning, she would have surely dealt a severe blow to this aimless scoundrel. Dong, terrified, was ready to flee. "Oh, Tang Mei, this is your future son-in-law. If you frighten him away, what will become of your precious daughter?" A passerby, witnessing the scene at the Zhu family's doorstep, couldn't help but laugh. As Zhu Jianjun sought a son-in-law, he seemed to have elevated his gaze to heights unachievable by most, a fact well known among the villagers, some of whom had even experienced it firsthand. With his exceptional son in tow, many approached to propose. Yet Zhu Jianjun would dismiss them with a mere wave of his hand. How many endured this humiliation, all eyes now on Zhu Qingya, and whom she might ultimately marry. After much deliberation, Zhu Jianjun settled on a second-rate suitor, leaving many to eagerly await the ensuing spectacle. Tang Mei was seething with frustration, yearning for an escape, yet unwilling to concede defeat so readily. The affair between Dong and Zhu Qingya was entirely unforeseen, akin to a bolt from the blue. Their family felt a deep sense of pity for Zhu Qingya, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Now that events had unfolded, only one outcome remained. Dong was to marry Zhu Qingya. Should he be scared off by the threats, it would mean jeopardizing their daughter's future. Chapter 7. Adults do not hold grudges against the inconsiderate Tang. Mei was compelled to lower her hands, her gaze fixated fiercely upon Dong. "I would give him 10 lives, yet I wonder if he dares to refuse my daughter." She could not afford to appear weak. Those nearby, having heard of the unfolding drama, paused in anticipation of the spectacle. Tang Mei struggled to catch her breath, nearly choking in her frustration. Dong was acutely aware that the villagers of Shanghe were abuzz with gossip regarding him and Zhu Qingya, all waiting for the inevitable misfortune to befall both families. He approached cautiously, fully aware of the stakes. Tang Mei, taken aback, recognized Dong's cleverness in aligning with her. "Last night was entirely my fault. My aunt's reprimands were warranted, as long as she permits me to marry Qingya." Dong did not wish to be seen as servile, but in this era, a girl's reputation held immense significance. Otherwise, Zhu Qingya would not have faced such dire consequences in her previous life. In this life, as long as mother and child remained safe, he was willing to bear any scorn. He set the dish aside securely before returning to stand before Tang Mei, glancing at the broom in her grasp, indicating that she could proceed. Tang Mei was flustered. She had seen Dong flee from trouble quicker than a rabbit, but never had she witnessed him voluntarily present himself for punishment. "Aunt, please do not hold back. I acknowledge my mistakes, but after this, let us put aside any grudges." Tang Mei was taken aback by his newfound eloquence. "Since you've invited the punishment, would it not be a loss if I did not strike?" Her heart ached for her daughter, and she felt compelled to teach Dong a lesson. Raising the broom, she struck him 4 or 5 times. The broom, made of thin twigs, stung, and Dong, dressed lightly, quickly bore the marks of her chastisement upon his calves. Yet, he wore a smile, seemingly unaffected by the pain. Tang Mei suddenly found it difficult to continue. Though Dong was not a model citizen, had he resisted, she might have struck him harder. Yet, there he stood, willingly accepting the blows with a smile, making it impossible for her to continue her assault. Tang Mei struck, then continued to strike. How could such a precious daughter be mistreated by him? He deserved a severe beating to understand the gravity of his actions. "Strike! Go away, all of you!" Tang Mei brandished the broom and approached. Seeing her throw a tantrum and prepare to hit, the man, carrying a hoe, hurriedly departed. Once he was gone, Tang Mei set down the broom and returned. "Do not think that just because of last night's incident, you can come to my home whenever you please. My daughter is not to be touched again until her wedding day." Zhu Qingya and Dong suddenly found themselves together. She had intended to clarify things with Zhu Qingya, but her daughter was genuinely hurt. Asking her would only lead to tears. They all knew it was not Zhu Qingya's fault. She was not that foolish. They unanimously believed that Zhu Qingya's presence in Dong's home must have been due to some temptation from him that led her astray. Perhaps he had long desired their Qingya, engaging in such clandestine acts merely to obtain their daughter. Now that he had admitted it, did he think he could come and go as he pleased? What a delusion! Dong understood her misinterpretation. In this era, even holding hands could be deemed as lewd behavior. He was aware of his past flirtations and knew better than to cross boundaries. It was merely playful banter. Last night was an accident. He dared not entertain further thoughts. I merely came to bring Qingya some food. Hidong glanced at the little table with a chipped corner. Tang Mei noticed the bowl of stir-fried green peppers and pork that he had just carried. It was likely cooked with fatty meat, rich and fragrant. She swallowed hard. Looking back at Hidong, her expression cold. We will not deprive Qingya of a single bite. Take it back. Tang Mei was resolute. Hidong realized that altering his image in the eyes of Zhu's family was not a matter of days. He could only return the dish. The freshly cooked stir-fried green peppers and pork was taken away, leaving a lingering aroma in the air. Tang Mei waved the broom in the air a few times in frustration before tossing it aside and heading indoors to eat. Zhu Jianjun, seeing her return, set down the sweet potato. Who was that? Out for so long. Who else could it be? Tang Mei glanced towards the table where Zhu Qingya was delicately eating noodles. Her heart aching once more. The entire table immediately deduced that the visitor was Hidong. Zhu Qingya, belatedly aware, put down her chopsticks with reddened eyes and retreated to her room, shutting the door. Zhu Jianjun sighed, choosing not to inquire further, and furrowed his brow as he picked up the nearby tobacco pipe and stepped outside. The others continued their meal, and Zhu Changrong, ever inquisitive, asked what he had come for. Tang Mei looked towards Zhu Qingya's room and lowered her voice, saying he was merely delivering food for Qingya. She was uncertain where he had procured the meat. Remembering the aroma from earlier, Tang Mei swallowed again. Despite Hidong's lack of achievement in recent years, it seemed that his cooking was commendable in both appearance and flavor. Yet, it surely was not acquired honestly. Tang Mei suddenly felt disheartened. Such a person, how could he ever be worthy of their Qingya? After Qingya married Hidong, how would she live? Putting down the bowl in her hand, Tang Mei could no longer eat and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. Zhu Changrong looked at his mother, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Hidong emerged from the Zhu family home, the stir-fried green peppers and pork still warm in his hands, and walked towards the west of the village where his elder brother, Higui, resided. However, upon his arrival, he found the house empty, likely due to the family being busy with farm work, uncertain when they would return for their meal. The courtyard was unlocked, and Hidong entered, heading straight for the kitchen. Lifting the lid of the pot, he discovered only a few sweet potatoes and potatoes inside, nothing more. He placed his 2 bowls of stir-fried green peppers and pork into the pot and secured the lid before departing, planning to continue his mushroom-picking expedition after lunch. He did not expect to encounter Zhu Changrong just outside. He had promised to always follow him. Though Hidong felt speechless, he understood that the frost did not form overnight. Hurrying back home, Hidong opened the pot, and the sweet potatoes were already steamed to perfection, releasing a rich, sweet aroma as he lifted the lid. He took one, peeling off the skin to reveal the bright red flesh, visually appetizing yet too hot to handle. He filled a bowl with it and retrieved the stir-fried green peppers and pork he had prepared earlier, heading to the outdoor square table to dine. Would you like some? Hidong sincerely invited, but Zhu Changrong ignored him. Hidong quickly finished his meal, consuming 2 sweet potatoes given the physical exertion from his trip to the county, and left half of the stir-fried dish for later. Chapter 8. This is money, not to be discarded for someone who rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year. This dish was a true delicacy, yet to him, it was merely an ordinary side. He aspired for better, unlike his previous unprepared ascent. This time Hidong had brought 2 nylon bags and a cloth bag for his outing. The afternoon in the mountains was filled with the sounds of birds, and with nature's growth, numerous small white and purple flowers adorned the grassy fields, creating a symphony of birdsong and floral fragrance. Hidong arrived at his destination and immediately set to work picking mushrooms. Since mushrooms thrive in shady environments, he had donned a thick jacket this time, avoiding the chill he experienced in the morning after removing his clothing. As dusk approached, Hidong had filled both nylon bags and prepared to descend the mountain. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound and looked up to see a snake hanging halfway down from a tree. He stood still, and Zhu Changrong bent down to pick up a branch, intending to drive the snake away from Hidong's head, but Hidong gestured for him to stop. He had forgotten that spring had arrived, and the snakes were no longer hibernating, slowly emerging. Zhu Changrong, feeling a bit anxious, observed that the snake was thicker than a thumb, adorned with circular patterns, and appeared to be about a meter long, flicking its tongue at Hidong as if ready to strike. Yet, Hidong did not want it chased away. Zhu Changrong disregarded all caution and directly reached for the snake. Don't crush it, he urged, aware of the farmer's strength and the fact that such snakes could be found in the fields. Had he possessed a hoe, he would have swiftly struck at its vital spot. But Hidong insisted, don't crush it. Zhu Qingya was momentarily taken aback as he felt a sharp sting on the back of his hand. Oh no! The villagers had warned that snakes were venomous. He hastily loosened his grip and began to suck the wound, trying to expel the toxic blood. Hidong contemplated mentioning that the snake was non-venomous and that there was no need for such actions, yet with the prospect of immediate cash at hand, he was reluctant to let it slip away. If his memory served him right, that restaurant would pay handsomely for such a snake. If he could capture it alive and deliver it, it would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Are you not afraid it will bite you? Zhu Qingya asked, watching in anxiety as Hidong seized the snake by the neck and placed it into a cloth bag. In this village, any snake encountered would be killed and discarded by the locals. The fact that Hidong had caught one and was taking it away was astonishing. Hidong chuckled. This creature may bite, but it is also highly nutritious. If you wish to taste it, I can arrange that. Zhu Qingya waved his hand repeatedly, insisting that addressing the wound was of utmost importance. It then dawned on Hidong that the snake was indeed harmless, and there was no need for Zhu Qingya to suck the wound. A simple wash with saline water upon returning home would suffice. As Zhu Qingya's sucking slowed, he recalled the village chief's admonition about the snake being poisonous and that it should not be consumed. The implication was clear. Could Hidong claim to know better than the village chief? In the rigidity of modern thought, changing one's mindset is no easy feat, and thus Hidong deemed it unnecessary to exert further effort. However, discarding the snake was out of the question. He secured the bag with a length of nylon rope and continued his descent down the mountain. That snake is indeed venomous, Zhu Qingya asserted. Hidong opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent, continuing down the path. Zhu Qingya became somewhat irate. If not for the fact that Hidong was soon to be his brother-in-law, he might have wished for the snake to bite him without concern. Shouldn't you just discard the snake? Zhu Qingya suddenly asserted with determination, making it clear that he was genuinely upset. Glancing at the bag in his hand, Hidong smiled. Brother, this is money. I cannot simply throw it away. Zhu Qingya was perplexed. How could he possibly see this snake as a source of income? I understand your eagerness to earn, but this is a snake, not a mushroom. Grant me an opportunity, and I shall prove my point tomorrow, Hidong proclaimed, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Zhu Qingya felt as though he had been shaken from within, momentarily frozen in place. There was an inexplicable trust in Hidong's words. It wasn't he out of the question to observe the situation further. The two descended the mountain, and as Zhu Qingya watched Hidong enter the courtyard, he returned home himself. Zhu Qingya, with her almond-shaped eyes, looked at her elder brother as he stepped through the door. She knew that throughout the day, he had not toiled in the fields, but had instead followed Hidong to prevent him from reneging on their engagement. She offered him a bowl of clear water. The entire family had been troubled by their own matters throughout the day. Zhu Qingya said nothing, accepting the bowl and gulping down the water before retreating inside. As night fell, the temperature dropped, prompting him to fetch a warmer garment. Zhu Qingya peered over the half-height courtyard wall, glancing in the direction across the way. With her brother's return, Hidong was certainly at home as well. The thought of spending a lifetime with such a person sent a chill through her heart. Upon returning home, Hidong first placed the mushrooms from the 2 nylon bags in a cool spot before drawing water from the well. He set aside the cloth bag containing the snake. Having washed his face and hands, he prepared to cook. In truth, there was no need for extensive cooking. A simple reheating of the sweet potatoes and vegetables from lunch would suffice. At this stage of entrepreneurship, he felt it unnecessary to be overly particular, as mere sustenance was all that mattered. However, as he departed from the well, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if someone were observing his every move. Instinctively, he glanced towards the courtyard wall, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a white figure, swiftly vanishing with 2 braided pigtails. Could it be Zhu Qingya? Among the Zhu family, only she possessed such a youthful and radiant beauty. Yet he was acutely aware that, at present, Zhu Qingya held him in disdain. Once again, he reclined on his makeshift bed of straw, feeling the stark simplicity and darkness of his abode. In this era, every household was connected to electricity, yet few truly utilized it due to the associated costs. Consequently, the majority opted to dine before dusk and retire to bed immediately. Any matters could be addressed come the light of day. Tossing and turning restlessly, Hidong resolved that he must hasten to alter his circumstances before drifting into a troubled slumber. At the break of dawn, Hidong rose. He first sprinkled some water on the mushrooms in the nylon bag, making them appear as if freshly picked that very morning. He then checked the snake by the water's edge, confirming it was still alive, ready for his departure. The mushrooms could not wait until the heat of the day arrived. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a tall, slender figure standing at the gate of the Zhu household. It was none other than Zhu Qingya, clutching the smoking pipe of his father, Zhu Jianjun, which was clearly well used, as he coughed violently. Though Zhu Qingya did not particularly enjoy smoking, he found it necessary to invigorate himself. The previous night, he had determined that Dong would not venture out again, allowing him to sleep soundly. Yet, with the crowing of the rooster heralding dawn, he rose once more. When occupied, fatigue seemed to elude him, but in moments of idleness, sleep would creep upon him unawares. For the sake of his sister's matrimonial prospects, he could not afford to succumb to slumber. Thus, he took up Zhu Jianjun's smoking pipe and seated himself on the ground, awaiting Dong's awakening. Dong was well aware of Zhu Qingya's intentions, rendering further explanation unnecessary. He walked ahead, with Zhu Qingya trailing behind. Having awaited Dong's arrival, Zhu Qingya felt no need to continue smoking, placing the pipe at the entrance of his home. This item would remain untouched, as it was well known not to be trifled with. When Zhu Jianjun awoke that morning, he quickly grasped the situation. With the dawn's light, Dong and Zhu Qingya made their way to the county town. Chapter 9. Eat what you desire. The young man, a lie. Upon seeing Dong and Zhu Qingya once more, recognized their purpose as they carried their goods. He called over Zhou Bingli. Dong had brought an abundance of items today, and he was uncertain whether Zhou Bingli would want them all. Upon emerging and surveying the offerings, Zhou Bingli deemed them acceptable and requested to acquire the entire lot. As for the snake, he had not anticipated its inclusion. The price was set at 2 yuan and 2 jiao per pound, significantly more than the mushrooms, which were 1 yuan and 50 cents cheaper. It was at this moment that Zhu Qingya realized the snake could indeed be converted into currency, affirming that Dong had not deceived him. This was information he should have gleaned from the price list the day before, had he been literate. In the end, Dong's 43 pounds and 4 ounces of mushrooms were sold for 30 yuan and 36 jiao. The snake, weighing exactly 1 pound, commanded a price of 2 yuan and 2 jiao. Together, they totaled 32 yuan and 36 jiao. As Dong counted the money, Zhu Qingya's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a substantial sum, one he had not encountered in many years. However, there was no envy in his heart, for it was all earned through Dong's own efforts. Are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Dong thought eagerly of his esteemed brother-in-law. Yet, Zhu Qingya simply replied, I've already eaten, and began to walk away. Dong called out to him, prompting Zhu Qingya to pause. I wish to purchase a few items. It is a rare occasion to be in the city, and to sell goods without bringing something back would be a waste. The sweet potatoes, though delectable, are not filling enough. I plan to buy some rice. Moreover, we only have chili peppers from the garden at home. I ought to buy some meat as well. After all, at 80 cents a pound, it is quite a bargain. Dong considered what vegetables to buy, reflecting on how monotonous it could be to eat just one type of dish. What are you doing? Dong asked as he pressed a bag of flour into Zhu Qingya's hands. He had managed to find a few ration tickets from home to purchase it. Zhu Qingya hesitated, unwilling to accept something for nothing. However, upon hearing Dong mention it was for Qingya, he found himself at a loss. Zhu Qingya was still living at home, but in half a month, she would be Dong's bride. It was customary for a fiancé to buy gifts for his fiancée. Yet Dong's gesture surprised him. Just yesterday, Dong had brought vegetables for Qingya, indicating that he held her in his thoughts, contemplating their future together. Logically, Zhu Qingya ought to accept the offering, but he had to consider Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun's perspectives as well. The family was preoccupied with the idea of Zhu Qingya and Dong getting married. Dong's willingness to cooperate was commendable, yet Zhu Qingya still felt inclined to refuse. Qingya has been accustomed to these things since childhood. We shall not deprive her. As for your gift, let us wait until she is married, he insisted, returning the cloth bag to Dong. Given the circumstances, Zhu Qingya felt a sense of comfort. This was sufficient. Dong did not press the matter further. Zhu Qingya was stubborn and preferred gentle persuasion over forceful insistence. Dong carried the meat, rice, and flour back home, finding the return journey much lighter than his arrival, as he had fewer items. However, there was a matter he wished to discuss with Zhu Qingya. Brother, the ox cart at home is currently unused. Could you lend it to me? Or perhaps rent it? What do you think of a daily rate of $1.30? I will ensure to pay you accordingly, or we could arrange a monthly rental. He contemplated the mushrooms in the mountains, aware that they would not last long after the season. Although he could purchase a donkey cart, his current funds were somewhat limited. If Zhu Qingya agreed, it would save him a considerable amount. Since the Zhu family had no use for the ox and cart, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, turning waste into value. He was hopeful that Zhu Qingya would acquiesce. Initially, Zhu Qingya had only asked out of curiosity, as no one had approached him in such a manner before, and he was unsure of the situation. Upon Hidong's explanation, he grasped the situation. Although he was illiterate, he had a rudimentary understanding of arithmetic. Earning $1.30 a day would amount to $39 over the course of a month, a considerable sum. Do not follow me any longer. Simply assist me with the cart, he instructed. While Hidong was competent in driving a sedan, he was utterly inexperienced with ox carts. He had never done so in his previous life, and with professionals available, why not let them handle it? Zhu Qingya was genuinely astonished to realize that in just a matter of moments, he could potentially earn $39 in a month. Had fortune smiled upon him, making money suddenly so easy to come by? He intended to discuss this with his family. Although he was the eldest son, he had elder siblings, Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei, to consider. It was necessary to inform them. Walking to the county town on foot was manageable, but carrying too many items was quite burdensome. Particularly, if Hidong could manage to sell more mushrooms each day, he could earn a little extra. In the future, if Zhu Qingya married Hidong, they could indeed lead a comfortable life. It was a promising prospect. Suddenly, Hidong called out to him. Zhu Qingya turned back. Is there more to say? Hidong smiled and leaned in slightly. He could discuss the matter of renting a cart, but the selling of mushrooms and snakes was a topic best kept discreet. For the more people knew, the more likely it was to spread. Hidong understood that secrets could not be contained indefinitely. However, he needed to secure some earnings first. If it could be delayed until later, so be it. Zhu Qingya understood his unspoken words. Rest assured, I have not uttered a single word about your endeavors. As for those shoes, I merely stated that I borrowed money to purchase them, without mentioning you. Although Tang Mei and his wife were displeased, believing him to be frivolous with money, he maintained that it was indeed a loan. He would find a way to repay it. Now that Hidong spoke of it, it seemed he had found a method to return the money. As for the mushroom selling, he could not divulge that he could earn a substantial sum, for it would serve as a safeguard for his sister's future. No one should attempt to encroach upon that. Feeling reassured, Hidong urged Zhu Qingya to join him for noodles. Having hurried over to sell his goods without partaking in breakfast, Zhu Qingya was in a similar predicament. If you do not eat this bowl of noodles, how can I be at ease? He remarked. One must not bite the hand that feeds. Zhu Qingya, gazing at the steaming, aromatic noodles before him, ultimately acquiesced. Hidong had undergone a transformation. He still could not completely trust him, given their lack of close ties. It was only natural for him to be cautious. Eating this bowl would bring Hidong some comfort, and so it was settled. Hidong ordered 2 bowls of scallion noodles, adding a fried egg on top, accompanied by a sprinkling of minced meat he had brought himself. The aroma was genuinely delightful. Zhu Qingya swiftly finished his bowl. Would you like another? Hidong inquired, as he set down his chopsticks. Zhu Qingya had left his bowl utterly clean, devoid of any broth, and was eyeing the vendor's pot. Hidong suspected he might still be hungry. Zhu Qingya shook his head. Why waste the money? I am merely curious about how this noodle is made, how it can be so delicious. Besides, you already generously added an egg for me. That is sufficient. If you wish to eat more, go ahead, but I am satisfied. To demonstrate his resolve, Zhu Qingya stood up and departed, unwilling to ask Hidong to expend any more money. Chapter 10. Let your father break his legs. Hidong also chose not to linger, handing a coin to the vendor before following closely behind Zhu Qingya as they left. Having visited the county town early in the day and not having wasted much time, they returned before noon. Hidong spontaneously decided to cook, yearning to prepare some braised pork. Unlike yesterday's impromptu decision, he had purchased salt and an array of spices, sufficient for crafting the dish. Upon completion, he divided it into 3 portions, one for himself, one intended for Zhang Guiping and He Deshang, and the remaining portion he contemplated giving to Zhu Qingya. When he inquired if Zhu Qingya desired a share, Zhu Qingya shook his head in refusal, prompting Hidong to relent. Zhu Qingya's temperament largely epitomized that of the entire Zhu family. If he truly desired something, he would not hesitate to reclaim the bag of flour from the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. Hidong combined the 2 portions into one, placing it in a large enamel dish, covering it with a cloth before heading westward to the village. His elder brother's family, comprising 4 members, along with Zhang Guiping and He Deshang, made for a total of 6. A little extra would suffice for all to enjoy a better meal. However, at that moment, his elder brother was not home. As he entered the courtyard and lifted the cover to place the meat inside, a sudden exclamation startled him. Who is there? Turning around, he saw his sister-in-law, Fong Lan, regarding him warily, as if she had encountered a thief. Fong Lan had not anticipated the arrival of her brother-in-law in her home, particularly in her kitchen. Was he so starved that he resorted to sneaking food? She would willingly give him sweet potatoes if he asked. Yet, taking without permission was indeed inappropriate. Fong Lan retreated indoors during these times of food scarcity. All grains were locked away after the autumn harvest. She packed half a bag of sweet potatoes in a nylon sack and handed it to Hidong. You'd best leave while your brother is still away. For years, Higuei had followed in Hidong's shadow, cleaning up after him. A year ago, he finally erupted, resolving to no longer involve himself in Hidong's affairs, and resolutely insisted on separating their households, intending to cut ties completely. Hidong was aware that he had been remiss, failing to heed Higuei's counsel to cultivate the land and live a good life, which ultimately left Higuei thoroughly disappointed and estranged. However, now that he had returned, he could no longer afford to act foolishly and burden Higuei. On the contrary, he aimed to ensure they all led better lives. Sister-in-law, I did not come to ask for sweet potatoes. I brought you meat. Hidong unveiled the cloth covering the enamel dish, revealing the glistening, ruby-red braised pork within. Fong Lan's mouth instantly watered. This braised pork was a delicacy she had only savored during the new year when she returned to her maternal home with her children. Seeing it now, she felt an overwhelming craving. Yet, having lived together for several years, Fong Lan had come to know Hidong somewhat. This brother-in-law had always been indulgent and lazy. One could easily believe he would resort to stealing if necessary. It is said that one should not trust those who bring gifts of meat. Behind such gestures may lie ulterior motives, perhaps even misdeeds, designed to placate others with delectable offerings. Naturally, there are those who will shield them from repercussions. Dongzi, I heard from mother that you and that girl from the Zhu family are soon to be wed. Perhaps it is time to refrain from past indiscretions. Take this meat back with you, and the sweet potatoes as well. Fong Lan understands the goodwill behind Hidong's actions. However, he must demonstrate that he is genuinely changing. Sister-in-law, this meat is intended for father and mother. Furthermore, I truly did not come to ask for food. With that, Hidong placed the enamel plate on the stove and departed. Since it was not intended for himself, the notions of acceptance or rejection were rendered moot. Fong Lan could only acquiesce to his decision. She would wait to see how Zhang Guiping and He Deshang would respond. Wait, Fong Lan suddenly called out to Hidong. He turned back. Sister-in-law, is there something else? She recalled the 2 bowls of green pepper stir-fried meat she had prepared yesterday, having returned home late. She had been startled to find meat in the pot, momentarily fearing a thief had broken in. However, upon reflection, she realized that a thief would hardly deliver food to her. Higuei had scolded her harshly for her extravagant spending, and ultimately, those 2 bowls of food were consumed by He Deshang and Zhang Guiping, leaving her with nothing to taste. Consequently, Higuei had grown reluctant to speak with her. This morning, she had inquired with the neighbors, learning that Hidong had visited yesterday. She had intended to ask him about it today, but in the flurry of farm work, she had completely forgotten. Now, with Hidong present, she seized the opportunity to inquire. The food in that pot yesterday was also brought by me. Sister-in-law, I truly have changed. In the future, what I bring will be fit for you to enjoy, without the need for any forced smiles or financial burdens. Hidong smiled brightly, radiating positivity. Fong Lan felt somewhat disoriented, sensing a change in Hidong. By the time she regained her composure, he had already walked away. She gazed at the enamel basin on the stove, lost in thought. Had he truly matured and become more considerate? She felt it was unwise to make hasty judgments. Everything would be discussed once Higuei, He Deshang, and Zhang Guiping returned. After leaving his elder brother, Higuei's home, Hidong headed directly into the mountains, hoping to procure some game. He had taken note of the restaurant's price list, which included wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild boars, all at considerable prices. With the villagers preoccupied with their farming duties, this presented a lucrative opportunity for him. Once the hustle and bustle subsided, more people would frequent the mountains. However, he needed to prepare for his expedition. Hidong took a machete into the woods and cut down a bamboo stalk, stripping it of its branches before returning home. In the yard, he split it into several arrowhead-shaped pieces, each about 20 centimeters long, producing a dozen or so in total. Why is the neighbor not going out at this hour? Tang Mei returned from her field work to find Zhu Qingya at home, feeling somewhat surprised. Zhu Qingya glanced toward the neighboring courtyard, silently indicating to her. Tang Mei looked over and was astonished to see the usually indolent Hidong industriously engaged in work in his yard. He meticulously sliced the bamboo into thin sheets and then cut them into strips approximately 20 centimeters in length, sharpening one end without revealing his intent. Over the past few days, you have accompanied him. Has he engaged in any dubious activities? Tang Mei, setting down her hoe in the corner, wore a skeptical expression. In her eyes, Hidong was hardly a trustworthy individual. Otherwise, there would be no need to assign Zhu Qingya to follow him. The earnest Zhu Qingya replied, no. Initially, he had feared that Hidong might be untrustworthy himself, which prompted his vigilance. However, these past 2 days had proven unexpectedly reassuring. That's good. If he dares to flee, I shall have your father break his legs, Tang Mei asserted, casting a disapproving glance at her. Zhu Qingya felt her words were rather severe. But upon reflection, while Hidong appeared somewhat civilized now, who could predict whether he might revert to his former self in just a matter of days? He chose to remain silent, tacitly acknowledging this uncertainty. Time reveals a horse's strength, and the heart of a person is revealed over time. Zhu Qingya sincerely hoped not to be disappointed. Goodness, what is that delightful aroma? Is someone next door indulging in meat? Tang Mei inhaled deeply, realizing the savory scent wafted from the neighboring house. Zhu Qingya had been savoring the fragrance in the courtyard for quite some time. Chapter 11. We too cannot compete with him. The scent of Hidong's braised pork lingered enticingly in the air, refusing to dissipate. Although he was tempted, Zhu Qingya understood that Hidong's fortunes were improving. Not only was he thriving, but he also demonstrated generosity by sharing with his elder brother's family. Perhaps, he mused, Hidong had truly transformed. After spending 2 hours in the courtyard, Hidong deemed it time to conclude his work, observing the increasing number of bamboo strips. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal, relishing the white rice, which provided a sense of fullness far superior to that of sweet potatoes. He consumed 2 generous bowls. He had anticipated that his braised pork would entice the neighbors with its aroma. After finishing his meal, he felt invigorated. He carefully placed the bamboo strips into a nylon bag and took 2 small knives and the hoe up the mountain. His first task was to find a shaded patch of grass where he sprinkled white lime in a circle to mark the area, then began to dig with the hoe. In this era, there were no shotguns, so Hidong resorted to the most rudimentary of methods, digging traps, whether for wild rabbits, pheasants, or wild boars. Having traps in place was certainly preferable, especially since he had no helpers, only himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the hoe struck the ground near his foot. Turning to look, he saw Zhu Qingya, who had spat into his palm. Without uttering a word, Zhu Qingya bent down to assist in the digging, executing it with far greater expertise than Hidong. Hidong was taken aback. He had not seen Zhu Qingya since leaving the house that day and assumed he had ceased his surveillance. Yet here he was. It seemed that Zhu Qingya, having spent 2 days idly, was eager to lend a hand, despite not knowing Hidong's true intentions for digging. Brother, what are you doing? He asked. I'm helping you dig. You go pick mushrooms. Through these past 2 days of observation, tracking, Zhu Qingya had grasped the secret to Hidong's rise to wealth. Although he was unaware of the purpose behind the digging, he was willing to assist. Moreover, having done nothing for 2 days, he was truly itching to get involved. However, his family did not allow him to work in the fields, insisting he accompany Hidong instead. Doubting Hidong's assertion that he was unable to run, he decided to come to Hidong's side to see if he could offer assistance. Thus, when Hidong set out, he mimicked his actions, gathering the same items Hidong had taken. Hidong soon noticed that beside Zhu Qingya's feet lay 2 nylon bags filled with contents. Brother, are you here to help me? Hidong inquired. How about this? If you assist me with my work, I will pay you. I do not want your money. Zhu Qingya replied firmly. My parents have said that we do not require payment for the ox cart, as long as you work diligently. Brother, what do you expect me to do? Zhu Qingya exclaimed, brandishing his hoe with wide, earnest eyes. I simply mean for you to consider how to marry Qingya and ensure she lives a good life, Hidong responded. Having toiled in the fields their entire lives, Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei believed Hidong unworthy of marrying Zhu Qingya. However, witnessing their future son-in-law's willingness to strive for their family's betterment was another matter entirely. Who would not wish for their daughter to marry into a secure and prosperous household? They had unwavering faith in their eldest son's words. For Zhu Qingya had never been one to lie. They understood He Dong's dedication to earning money and recognized that there was no reason to take advantage of him. He Dong felt deeply touched by the sincerity of this family. In his previous life, had he married Zhu Qingya, they likely would have ensured a decent life for them. He realized now that he had been foolish. He could not merely take advantage without reciprocating. Furthermore, after years in business, he comprehended that only through cooperation could relationships endure and flourish. Brother, while I can provide a good life for Qingya, you are aware that this endeavor cannot be achieved overnight. I cannot continually work for free. Otherwise, I might as well rent from someone else. You wouldn't dare? Zhu Qingya retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Then I cannot proceed without compensation. Your family's reluctance to pay me leaves me uneasy, He Dong stated. Then, I will pay. Zhu Qingya reluctantly managed to utter those 3 words. Though He Dong found humor in the situation, he understood the significance of reciprocity. He would not allow Zhu Qingya to assist him without some form of compensation. Operating a business alone was not a sustainable strategy. It was far more advantageous to have help. Brother, you continue digging, and I shall gather mushrooms, Zhu Qingya declared. This task required finesse and was typically performed by the women of the village. Initially, Zhu Qingya had intended to help He Dong collect mushrooms, believing that 2 would certainly gather more than 1. However, it soon became apparent that physical labor like digging suited him better. With each strike of the hoe, the earth was turned, and he tossed it aside with satisfaction. Before long, a sizable pit was visible. When He Dong chose this patch of land, he had specifically sought a place where he had not previously collected mushrooms, intending to begin harvesting immediately after digging. Now, with Zhu Qingya assisting in the excavation, He Dong could focus solely on mushroom picking, saving a significant amount of time. The task became more invigorating. Turning back to check on Zhu Qingya, he was astonished to see that the hole was already nearly half his height. The farmer is indeed a farmer, effortlessly tilling the soil. He does not linger, continuing instead to gather mushrooms. In the tranquil forest, the occasional chirp of a bird serves as the perfect accompaniment for He Dong and Zhu Qingya. What purpose do you have for this digging? As dusk falls behind the mountains, He Dong pauses his work. Zhu Qingya has also finished his digging and inserted the bamboo strips He Dong prepared in the afternoon into the trap. Others in the village have dug traps, yet none are as large or deep as He Dong's. Moreover, they have used forks and knives instead of bamboo. When prey falls into their traps, it is either dead or injured. Although He Dong's bamboo strips are sharpened, they are not sharp in the conventional sense. They retain a certain bluntness, making them incapable of inflicting significant harm on the prey. Hence, Zhu Qingya feels compelled to inquire about it. He Dong, glancing at Zhu Qingya, who is drenched in sweat, is candid, stating his intention to catch wild boars. Wild boars are formidable creatures, swift in their movement, and few are capable of capturing them. When He Dong first mentions capturing a wild boar, Zhu Qingya gazes at him, contemplating that perhaps He Dong might succeed. Let us go. Wild boars often roam in groups. And now that night has fallen, it is the perfect time for their emergence. It would be unwise for just the 2 of us to confront them. He Dong shares this sentiment, which is why he refrained from staying in the mountains after dark. However, he cannot leave the trap unattended. Who knows? It might yield a surprise overnight. He Dong ventures into the woods to gather branches, laying a layer across the trap's width. To hunt effectively, one must have bait. He Dong collects a fresh bundle of tender grass from the forest, thickly layering it atop the trap. Zhu Qingya observes, realizing that the seemingly lazy He Dong is not as inept as he once thought. Chapter 12. Coming and going with He Dong beams, declaring that they can indeed leave now. The 2 of them shoulder a bag and carry 2 more as they descend the mountain. At this hour, everyone has returned from the fields, busy preparing dinner, leaving the path devoid of onlookers who might notice He Dong and Zhu Qingya's endeavors. Upon returning to the courtyard, He Dong sets down his burden, intending to invite Zhu Qingya to dine with him. Zhu Qingya declines, neatly placing his nylon bag down before heading home. He Dong finds himself quite fond of this individual, efficient and straightforward, without any hesitation. Once they become a family, cohabitation will be effortless. What have you 2 been up to all day? Zhu Qingya, with his face smeared with dirt, returns home to find his wife, Wang Yu, wielding a stick to chastise him for the mess. Zhu Qingya says nothing as he enters the house. Why are you silent? Inside, Tang Mei is busy cooking while Zhu Jianjun lounges at home, smoking. Seeing his daughter-in-law, Wang Yu, enter with Zhu Qingya. He is displeased. In the future, do not meddle in men's affairs. Focus on your own responsibilities. Zhu Qingya mentions that he Dong is devising ways for Qingya to live a better life. Yet he does not divulge the specifics of their plans. Zhu Jianjun refrains from questioning further. While he may doubt he Dong's character, he trusts his son. Since he chooses not to inquire, others should refrain as well. Wang Yu is left feeling discontented. At present, it is the busy farming season, with every household laboring diligently in the fields in hopes of a bountiful harvest come autumn. However, things have taken an unfortunate turn. Zhu Qingya has ceased working in the fields due to matters concerning Zhu Qingya, leaving her to shoulder the agricultural burdens meant for both of them. Zhu Jianjun, though standing idly by, is not one to understand her plight, yet she is genuinely suffering from back pain. All of this turmoil is instigated by Zhu Qingya, who is nothing but a liability, yet the Zhu family cherishes her like a precious gem. Even now, they have unwittingly handed a favor to his 3 sons. This family's peculiar behavior is truly disconcerting. And then there's he Dong next door. If he intends to marry Zhu Qingya, why not do so sooner rather than later? Why must he wait an additional fortnight while the Zhu family revolves around Zhu Qingya? When will this endless cycle conclude? Achoo! While he Dong was busy preparing the meal, he couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was murmuring about him, resulting in a series of sneezes. Observing the steam wafting from the pot's edge, he struck a match and marked 2 bold lines on the wall behind him. With 2 days already passed, he now has merely 13 days left to arrange a respectable wedding for Zhu Qingya. Although he currently possesses some funds, time is of the essence, and certain matters must be organized in advance. With the ox cart at his disposal, he can gather more mushrooms to sell. This venture demands little capital but requires considerable physical effort, something he, in his 20s, has in abundance. Additionally, with traps set, he may even encounter unexpected fortune. Though the pressure is immense, it is merely temporary. That night, he Dong did not toss and turn in bed, but rather fell into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, he awoke with the crowing of roosters. Using a match, he kindled a fire in the stove with leaves and prepared to fry the leftover rice from the previous evening, adding some lard and an egg for a simple yet satisfying fried rice dish. In this era, ingredients are not as plentiful as they are in later times. After cooking, he settled at the kitchen door to enjoy his meal. When someone knocked, he went to answer the door. Outside stood Zhu Qingya, who had already harnessed the ox cart. Due to yesterday's events, he was aware of he Dong's schedule. "Have you had breakfast?" he Dong inquired. Zhu Qingya nodded, having warmed 2 large sweet potatoes for himself that morning. He certainly could not afford to repeat yesterday's mistake of spending money on meals outside. Little did he know, he Dong shared the same sentiment and had chosen to prepare his own food instead of departing immediately. The egg mixed with the white rice was visually appealing and fragrant. Zhu Qingya often enjoyed such meals. White rice is a refined staple, and when cooked with lard and an egg, the flavor is greatly enhanced. Zhu Qingya swallowed hard, moving to the corner of the courtyard to load the 6 large bags of mushrooms from the mud dragon bag onto the cart. "Wait," he Dong called out, prompting Zhu Qingya to halt and look back. He Dong set down his bowl, filled it with water, and sprinkled a few drops inside. Mushrooms must be stored in a cool place with adequate moisture to appear fresh. Zhu Qingya may not comprehend these nuances, but he did not inquire further as he Dong carried out his actions. He is merely a tool for loading. He Dong, aware of his efficiency, gave him a thumbs up as he finished loading the cart. Once Zhu Qingya completed his task, he Dong had also finished his meal. He climbed onto the cart, and Zhu Qingya followed suit, driving the oxen towards the county town. Early risers spotted the 2 seated together on the ox cart. Their curiosity piqued. Just days prior, the Zhu family had wished to strike he Dong with a shovel. How could they now be seen leaving together? Am I seeing things? Being from Shanghe Village, the affair between he Dong and Zhu Qingya was already common knowledge. It was only because he Dong had pledged to marry her that they had refrained from uttering harsh words. Yet, they were well aware of Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Qingya's temperaments. Just days earlier, they had wished him dead, and now they were departing together. Something was amiss. "Qingya, where are you headed?" Unable to contain himself, someone carrying a hoe called out. Upon hearing the words county town, Zhu Qingya hastened the ox cart's pace. He Dong deemed him clever. Knowing that they belonged to the same village, if someone asked, they would undoubtedly inquire further about their purpose in the county town. Zhu Qingya, unwilling to fabricate a tale, found that departing was the best course of action. The ox cart was relatively swift compared to foot travel. However, upon reaching the half-immortal mountain of Shanghe Village, Dong instructed Zhu Qingya to halt the cart and wait for him. He swiftly ascended the mountain, intending to check the traps he had set the previous day. Should there be any prey, he would take it to the county town to sell. If not, it would serve as mere exercise. The closer he approached the trap, the more his eyes sparkled with anticipation, ultimately quickening his pace. Lo and behold, there were indeed 2 gray rabbits, approximately 2 pounds each, trembling in the trap, motionless. It was evident they had struggled all night, only to abandon their efforts. Dong retrieved a nylon bag and descended to collect the rabbits. The bamboo strips he fashioned were intentionally not sharpened to ensure that the captured prey would be either dead or severely injured, thereby facilitating their storage and arrangement at the restaurant. After all, any that had perished would need to be consumed immediately, resulting in poor flavor and a diminished market value. As Dong emerged with the rabbits, he noticed a few bamboo rats lurking in the corner. These rodents, which typically dwell in the woods, occasionally wreak havoc on crops, growing quite plump in the process. Without hesitation, Dong captured them and placed them into the nylon bag as well. However, upon descending the mountain, he was surprised not to find Zhu Qingya seated on the cart. Instead, he was making his way up the hill. Chapter 13. The plight of the farmer. Is my brother worried about me, coming to look for me? Zhu Qingya thought silently, though he would not voice it. Upon seeing Dong in good health, he turned to head back. Dong felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, at the end of his days, he had yearned for the affection of his loved ones. Wiping the corner of his eye, he climbed onto the ox cart. As the two arrived at the county town, dawn was just breaking. The restaurant had yet to open, prompting Dong to suggest that Zhu Qingya drive the cart to a more distant family compound. On his way, he noticed a considerable amount of wild vegetables sprouting along the roadside, contemplating selling them. At this time of year, wild vegetables were just beginning to emerge, and there might be those yearning for a taste of the fresh. By 7 or 8 o'clock, housewives from the neighborhood had begun their foraging for groceries. Dong called out to passers-by, "Sister, would you like some fresh wild vegetables? Just picked from the fields this morning, still glistening with dew." A middle-aged woman, initially merely listening, glanced down at the nylon bag filled with wild vegetables and was instantly intrigued. Having moved to the county with her child just a few years ago, she longed for the flavors of these wild greens from her village during this season. After searching in vain for them nearby, she inquired, "Young man, how much are these wild vegetables per pound?" 60 cents, he replied. "Isn't that rather steep? If I could just pick them from the village, they would be free." Dong lifted his muddy leg, remarking, "These were hand-picked from the fields. Look at this dirt. Farming is not easy." The woman, having toiled in agriculture herself, understood the hardship involved. Though the price seemed high, such vegetables were not available at the supply store. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to indulge herself. "I'll take a pound." "Zhao Jia, what are you buying here?" A familiar woman approached with her basket, curiosity evident in her eyes. Zhao Jia smiled. "Wild vegetables. I used to eat them often when I lived in the countryside, but I haven't had any since moving to the county. I thought I would buy some to enjoy today. Are they delicious?" "Absolutely. Then I shall purchase a little as well, though I haven't tried it." "If you say it's good, it must be." Being acquaintances, the woman readily requested a pound and paid him. Holding the money, Dong mused that while it wasn't much, it was another transaction completed. Fresh wild vegetables for sale, just picked from the fields, truly fresh. Watching a group of women pass by, Dong raised his voice, calling out. In this era, people tended to be shy, and his loud proclamation drew attention. The women, indeed, were intrigued and approached him. "Is that really wild vegetables? I haven't had those in ages. How much per pound?" "I'll take a pound. I want 2 pounds. Before long, Dong had sold out of the wild vegetables in his possession. It was unexpected that such a product, which had only just begun to surface, could sell so well. He contemplated picking more the next day. Observing a few latecomers leaving in disappointment, Dong calculated that he would need to work harder to meet demand. Zhu Qingya also hadn't anticipated that the once worthless wild vegetables from Shanghe Village could transform into currency in Dong's hands. Was this truly the same Dong, who was once lazy and aimless? It seemed as if the god of wealth had descended, turning everything into profit. "Brother, we should head to the restaurant now." Glancing at the sun, it was almost 8 o'clock. The mushrooms in the cart needed to be kept from drying out. Remembering the mushrooms, Zhu Qingya hurried the ox cart towards the restaurant. At the restaurant, Eli had become quite familiar with Dong. With Zhou Bingley having made it clear that Dong could sell his goods without needing to be called, Eli proceeded to weigh the mushrooms and settle the account. The mushrooms weighed 120 pounds, totaling 84 yuan. 2 rabbits weigh 6 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at $1.50 per pound. 3 bamboo rats weigh 5 pounds and 2 ounces, with a price of $1.30 per pound. Dong's remaining money amounts to 100 yuan and 21 cents. He holds 10 large unity notes in his hand, heavy and satisfying. He carefully stows them away and departs the restaurant with Zhu Qingya. Brother, please wait for me at the village entrance on your way back. I have some matters to attend to. Zhu Qingya remained silent and halted the car at the intersection. Dong exited the vehicle and made his way towards the most crowded area. With the money in his hand, combined with the 50 yuan from yesterday, he now possesses 150 yuan and 21 cents. In the realm of trade, sewing machines and bicycles are not merely obtainable with wealth. One must also possess tickets. However, tickets for sewing machines and bicycles are exceedingly rare. Thus, Dong intends to act swiftly. Upon noticing a young man standing at the entrance of the video hall, exhaling clouds of smoke, Dong approached directly. An intriguing occurrence transpired. Upon seeing Dong approach, the young man instinctively stepped aside, as if to clear the path. It wasn't until he realized that Dong was indeed heading towards him that he became curious. Do you know me, brother? Dong thought of saying no, but he recognized the half-exposed ticket in the young man's pocket. It was evident what they were involved in. The young man glanced at his own pocket, feeling quite pleased with himself, his floral shirt swaying gracefully, exuding a sense of quality. He exhaled a puff of smoke towards Dong. Dong waved his hand dismissively. What is up? Are you looking for me? The young man, eyeing his pocket, realized they were on the same wavelength. Such matters were not to be discussed openly. Those who understood, understood. Dong nodded without hesitation. I would like 2 tickets, one for a bicycle and one for a sewing machine. Wow, you certainly have some audacity. Others struggle to obtain even a single ticket. And you boldly request 2. Do you have the money? Taking a drag from his cigarette, the young man scrutinized Dong, who appeared plain and unassuming. After years of business, he had never seen a peasant afford tickets for bicycles and sewing machines. Hence, when he saw Dong approaching, he instinctively stepped aside. Recognizing that Dong was not a typical business associate, he seemed more like someone merely visiting for a show. Can you actually procure them? Dong was aware that in the young man's eyes, he did not appear wealthy, thus he was looked down upon. However, in this era, peasants often dressed similarly. If he were to don a more refined appearance, no one would believe he was changing. Moreover, it was money that resolved this matter, not his appearance. Feeling questioned, the young man extinguished his cigarette and produced a sewing machine ticket from his pocket. Brother, I stand here every day. Do you think I'm idle? Look, see if it's genuine. Dong had indeed seen a sewing machine ticket before. A friend had once sought to purchase one, claiming they were the most difficult to acquire, often requiring industrial vouchers. He had spent a considerable amount and leveraged numerous connections before finally obtaining one through intermediaries like this young man. This one is sold alongside industrial vouchers. 1 sewing machine ticket for 10 industrial vouchers. Ah, a connoisseur are we? The young man was pleasantly surprised. After years of conducting business, he was unaware of the intricacies of the trade until he encountered a novice who not only discerned the genuine from the counterfeit, but also possessed knowledge about industrial coupons. This truly exemplified the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Instantly, he could no longer underestimate Dong. Straightening his posture as he noted the prices, 10 yuan for a sewing machine ticket and 1 yuan for an industrial coupon. Dong promptly produced 20 yuan. The young man, cigarette pinched between his fingers, accepted the money with a grin, assuring Dong to return tomorrow at the same time for the tickets and coupons. Don't you have them already? Chapter 14. Your son did not deceive you, isn't this a storefront? Without this ticket, how would someone knowledgeable recognize my trade? He assured, brother, I promise to keep my word. Dong extracted a large denomination note, placing 10 yuan with the young man, and stating he would return with the tickets and coupons the following day. It wasn't that Dong lacked caution as a fellow businessman. He understood the inherent cunning within trade and recognized the necessity of vigilance. The young man intended to speak further, but found himself at a loss, lacking items to authenticate his claims. Besides, he still possessed 10 yuan, and he was confident Dong would not renege on their agreement. All right, I'll heed your words. But do you truly want the bicycle ticket? Yes, Dong confirmed. Brother, I must say, it's rather difficult to procure. and it will cost an additional 5 yuan compared to the sewing machine ticket. Just arrange it. I want it, Hidong replied with candor. The young man realized that Hidong was indeed financially secure, prompting a broad grin to spread across his face. Very well. I will first provide you with the sewing machine ticket and industrial coupon tomorrow. As for the bicycle ticket, I will inform you once I have acquired it. With that, Hidong agreed and departed from the video hall. At this moment, Zhu Qingya must have been growing anxious waiting for Hidong's return. He needed to hasten to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some vegetables before heading home. After Hidong left, Zhu Qingya remained at the entrance on his ox cart, awaiting his return. Unlike the fog-laden mountains of the early morning, he felt no apprehension about Hidong encountering any trouble in the bustling town. However, he worried that with Hidong's increased wealth, he might become a target for theft. This thought led Zhu Qingya to seek out Hidong, riding high on his cart, confident Hidong would spot him easily. Losing the hard-earned money would be a lamentable misfortune. Upon hearing a voice, Zhu Qingya exhaled in relief and halted the cart. Hidong approached, carrying vegetables and a new bag securely tied to his waist, clearly indicating he had purchased some insurance for his money. Zhu Qingya felt reassured as he watched Hidong board the cart, steering it back home. The sun was high in the sky, casting warmth. Yet the fields were filled with industrious laborers. By the time Hidong and Zhu Qingya returned to Shanghe Village, it was already noon. Alighting at Zhu's doorstep, Hidong watched as Zhu Qingya led the ox into the yard and walked towards his own home. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. In the cool shade of the yard, his father, Shanghe, sat on a stool, quietly smoking a pipe, the tendrils of smoke curling into the air. Hidong's eyes grew misty. In his previous life, he had prospered yet had never dared to return to Shanghe Village. Cheng's 70th birthday was marked only by the arrival of gifts from others. In a fit of anger, he severed his father-son relationship, and he passed away without ever informing his son. It was 5 years after Cheng's demise that his son learned of his father's death. Memories flooded his mind, all of them filled with scenes of playful childhood moments spent at Cheng's knee. At the heart of it all lay a single erroneous choice. Father, why have you come? Hidong's voice trembled slightly, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Stand there, do not move. Cheng raised his gaze, pointing his smoking pipe with a stern expression that forbade Hidong from approaching. Hidong complied, remaining still. Cheng scrutinized the nylon bag that Hidong held, wondering what it contained. His demeanor suggested he had stumbled upon contraband. Quickly, Hidong opened the bag and revealed the assortment of vegetables within. The meat and soup bones captured Cheng's attention. It was already a rare occasion to have meat, and to splurge on soup bones for broth was an extraordinary indulgence. They were merely bones. Was it worth the expense? The villagers deemed them worthless and never purchased them. Yet here was his third son, not only buying them, but in considerable quantity, which infuriated him. Rumors circulated that Hidong had come into money and was improving his diet, but such extravagant consumption was unsustainable. Furthermore, with a marriage to prepare for and no dowry yet in place, it was imprudent. The eldest son needed to support 2 children, both of whom were still in school. He and Zhang Guiping also required sustenance. While it was customary to provide for a bride, Cheng believed Hidong should contribute significantly through his own efforts. However, Hidong had long been averse to industrious living, having squandered years in idleness and saved little. Throughout these years, he had relied on Zhang Guiping's support. Gui's sentiment was to disregard the situation, yet he could not overlook that his son was embroiled in a scandal with Zhu Qingya. If the He family did not resolve this matter properly, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Shanghe village. Regrettably, this son remained as disappointing as ever. How did you acquire these items, along with the meat you sent to your brother just days ago? Cheng set down his smoking pipe. Awaiting an explanation from Hidong, his voice slightly raised. Zhang Guiping, busy in the kitchen preparing a meal for Hidong, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Could you not lower your voice? Regardless of your son's actions, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. For years, Cheng had harbored disappointment in Hidong, ultimately adopting a let-it-be attitude. Now, he was solely focused on Hidong, waiting for a truthful confession. Hidong had no intention of deceiving his father and stepped forward to recount his recent ventures of foraging mushrooms in the mountains and selling them. He spoke softly enough to ensure that no one else could overhear. Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could those mushrooms truly be exchanged for meat? Father, I swear I am not lying, Hidong insisted, almost raising his hand in a vow. Deep down, He Cheng remained skeptical. For years, the people of Shanghe Village knew that the mushrooms on the mountain were edible, yet no one had ever attempted to sell them, let alone discovered that they could be converted into currency. At this juncture, the local customs had yet to evolve significantly, and many remained unaware of the concept of commerce, laboring solely for sustenance in the fields. He Shang's disbelief was understandable to He Dong. "Father, wait a moment." He Dong turned and exited the courtyard, heading next door. The door to the Zhu family's yard was closed, so he knocked and called out, "Zhu Qingya, brother Zhu." Zhu Qingya, who was about to have a meal, emerged upon hearing the commotion. "He Dong, brother, I need your help," He Dong earnestly requested, prompting Zhu Qingya to follow him into the adjacent yard. "Father, if you do not trust me, you must believe in brother Qingya. He has been with me these past few days, and no one knows my actions better than he does." He Shang glanced at the tall and upright Zhu Qingya before furrowing his brows in resignation. "Regarding your sister, our family has wronged yours, but rest assured, He Dong will marry her and treat her well. Due to this matter, the He family's reputation in the village had further deteriorated." He took a puff of his cigarette, feeling more resigned than anything else. "If he dares treat her poorly, I shall break his legs myself. No need for you to intervene." "That's right, he is the child's father," Zhang Guiping protested. He Shang shot her a glare, urging her to remain silent, and turned back to Zhu Qingya. "Dongzi just informed me he is engaged in the mushroom business, and you know more about it than anyone else. Is that true?" Zhu Qingya nodded. He did not lie. He Shang was puzzled. "And he has made quite a bit of money?" "Yes, he mentioned it is for marrying my sister," Zhu Qingya replied, exuding integrity. He Shang chuckled, realizing he might be concerned about them spending He Dong's money. "If that is the case, I can rest easy. Dongzi, you must not exert yourself too much. Engaging in business is not a bad thing, but be cautious not to engage in unscrupulous practices that might land you in trouble. Rest assured, father, we spoke with your brother last night regarding the matter of marriage. We shall assist you." "Father, I do not require your help. I will marry this wife myself." He Shang was displeased. "What do you mean you will marry her yourself? Your parents are still alive." He Shang and Zhang Guiping both insisted on their position. He Dong refrained from further argument. "Some sentiments are rooted in the belief that parents know what their children need. We have already engaged a matchmaker for you. We will visit the Zhu family to propose in 3 days. Do not wander about that day." "Isn't 3 days too soon?" He Dong interjected. Hearing the cracking of knuckles beside him, he turned to see Zhu Qingya, fists clenched, visibly agitated as if ready to fight. He Dong quickly realized the misunderstanding. "That is not what I meant. It is about the bride price. There is insufficient time to prepare. In this era, the bride price could be monetary, but a higher amount was more favorable. Of course, a few significant gifts would further enhance the offering." He Dong's intention was to provide both. In this age, marriage was a serious commitment, and one could not divorce lightly. Weddings were singular events, and one should strive to offer the best. The items needed would require time for preparation. "What items need to be purchased? 3 days will not suffice," Zhang Guiping retorted. "We have already prepared everything necessary for you." She understood her son well enough. Do not harbor any ill intentions in your heart. Suddenly having second thoughts and seeking an excuse is unwise. It would be prudent to hasten the marriage, even if it requires borrowing money from various sources, to ensure that He Dong's family is prepared, just in case. He Dong believes that certain matters cannot be concealed any longer. "I wish to present Qingya with a set of exquisite gifts." "What? A set of exquisite gifts? Dongzi, do you even know what that entails? How many people can afford such a luxury? You intend to purchase a set for Qingya? The 4 essential items?" Zhang Guiping is taken aback by He Dong's audacity. Last year, the village chief's son could only afford a sewing machine for his wedding, and even that nearly depleted their savings. "Dongzi, one must remain grounded and consider practical matters." Earlier, He Dong merely mentioned his mushroom business to He Shang, but did not disclose his earnings. Zhang Guiping and He Shang are unaware of the details, thinking their son is merely daydreaming. A set of exquisite gifts is a rarity in the entire Shanghe village. He Dong's ambition, while admirable, can also be perceived as fanciful dreaming. He Shang wishes to offer some counsel, but Zhu Qingya interrupts him. "Are you truly planning to buy a set of exquisite gifts for my sister?" There is a peculiar glimmer in Zhu Qingya's eyes. "Do you know what I was up to in the county?" Zhu Qingya believes he can guess correctly. Indeed, he was searching for a way to acquire a sewing machine. He Dong then speaks candidly, acknowledging that 3 days is insufficient to gather such items. Zhu Qingya is unexpectedly moved and falls silent. He Deshang is equally astonished, rising from his seat in excitement. Are you really going to make this purchase? Do you have the means? Hidong nods solemnly. He Deshang feels that his son is indulging in fanciful thoughts, but the seriousness in his demeanor suggests no jest. This leaves him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his son truly has potential? I will surely acquire the sewing machine by tomorrow, Hidong asserts confidently. A sudden silence envelopes the courtyard. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping remain skeptical. They depart from Hidong's home, contemplating that tomorrow will reveal the truth. In the past, Hidong had deceived them, and this could well be another false alarm. Yet, deep down, they hope it is true. That way, their son would indeed have achieved something. From this day forth, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am willing to help in any way I can, Zhu Qingya states. Hidong is taken aback by this sudden display of support. Prepare the 4 essential items for my sister. Others may doubt you, but I do not. Hidong observes the light in Zhu Qingya's eyes, which shines brilliantly. Gradually, a similar light ignites in Hidong's eyes. The feeling of being believed in is truly delightful. He Deshang returns to his elder son He Gui's home, sighing heavily. Hidong's words echo in his mind, filling him with worry. When Fanglan returns, she persistently gestures toward He Gui. Only then does He Gui notice that his father's demeanor is rather unusual. Upon reflection, he quickly grasps the situation. Father, did you and mother not visit Dongzi today? What did he say? Regarding his unambitious and idle younger brother, He Gui found himself utterly powerless. He had initially hoped that by separating their households, his brother would learn to fend for himself. Yet, to his dismay, nothing had changed. His once warm heart had grown cold, leading him to relinquish any oversight. However, He Deshang and Zhang Guiping still held him in their thoughts. If Dong was determined to remain irresponsible, so be it. The Zhu family was not easily deceived. Should he mistreat Qingya, they would not hesitate to retaliate without his prompting. This year, he had not changed in the slightest. If there had been a glimmer of hope regarding Hidong, it had now completely extinguished. He Deshang was also acutely aware of the helplessness surrounding his eldest son, but affection for one's children runs deep. Despite Hidong's continual disappointments, he remained a member of the He family. Let him marry first. Once he is wed, I shall no longer concern myself. He Gui had no objections to this plan. When he wed, He Deshang and Zhang Guiping had both contributed significantly, and thus, it was only fitting they do so again. Do not linger in the sun. Let us move indoors, He Gui reminded He Deshang, who then realized he was standing under the sun and feeling somewhat overheated. He tapped his pipe and lowered his head as he sought the shade. The 4 essentials, those were indeed the 4 essentials. How could Hidong even dare to entertain such thoughts? He could not afford them even if he sold all he owned. That reckless youth was always thinking on a whim. To utter such words in front of his future in-laws, did he not care about his own dignity? Upon entering the kitchen, Hidong discovered that his mother, Zhang Guiping, had steamed 2 large sweet potatoes, seemingly concerned that he might go hungry. Beside them, a bowl of braised pork was still warm. If his memory served him correctly, he had finished his portion of braised pork just the previous day. This bowl must have been procured from his elder brother. This raised a question. Had they hardly touched the braised pork he had sent to his brother's house yesterday? Was it due to uncertainty about the source of the meat that they had chosen not to partake? Hidong pondered that he needed to swiftly make Zhang Guiping and He Deshang realize his current situation. Purchasing a sewing machine tomorrow would serve as the most direct proof of his intentions. Chapter 16. A time of need. With this thought, Hidong felt invigorated. As he savored the sweet potatoes alongside the braised pork, he quickly filled his stomach, grabbed 3 or 5 nylon bags, and stepped outside. Coincidentally, just as he passed by the Zhu family's doorstep, Zhu Qingya emerged with an ox cart. Let me hop on, he called out. The ox cart was moving slowly, and even without stopping, it was easy for someone to jump aboard. Hidong leaped onto the cart and noticed several nylon bags inside. Was this assistance being offered? With the ox cart, he could carry back even more mushrooms. Brother, I just remembered that you helped me dig traps yesterday, and I haven't settled the payment yet. You worked hard for quite some time. Would you accept 10 yuan? If you think that's too little, we can negotiate. From now on, I'll work for you for free, unless you have no desire to marry my sister. Zhu Qingya was uncertain about the costs associated with procuring the 4 essential items or the procedures involved. However, he was well aware of Hidong's endeavors in this regard, which he found quite agreeable. This sentiment was shared by all members of the Zhu family. My father stated that should monetary constraints arise, we would be able to assist, provided that he vocalized his needs. The matter of the betrothal gifts, which amounted to 3 significant items, was something Zhu Qingya had relayed to his family upon his return. Although the Zhu family had not anticipated this development, they were nonetheless thrilled and delighted by the prospect. Firstly, it indicated that the future son-in-law possessed ambition. Secondly, it demonstrated that he valued Qingya, willing to present such lavish betrothal gifts. Thirdly, if Hidong truly accomplished this, the entirety of Shanghe Village would think twice before belittling the man Qingya would marry. Thus, even for the sake of reputation, Zhu Jianjun was resolute in his decision to support Hidong. Upon hearing this, Hidong understood that he was indeed expected to provide the betrothal gifts for Zhu Qingya, and that the Zhu family was supportive of this arrangement. The phrase regarding assistance particularly underscored their determination. Hidong was deeply moved by this gesture. Brother, since the betrothal gifts are for Qingya, it is my responsibility to earn them myself. Utilizing your funds would be inappropriate, Hidong gently declined. Zhu Qingya was displeased, insisting, my father has been saving for Qingya's dowry. What I give to her is not merely for your family, but is intended to ensure that Qingya has a promising future. Hidong cared for and valued his sister, which was commendable. It was rare for Hidong to witness Zhu Qingya in such high spirits. It was far more pleasing than the usual stern demeanor. All right then, if the need arises, I shall inform you. The Zhu family's earnestness made Hidong cautious in his words, preferring to leave room for flexibility. Zhu Qingya nodded, a smile illuminating his face. Hidong recognized that the Zhu family was unlike many others in the village, being perhaps the first to boldly challenge the antiquated notions of gender bias. Consistently cherishing Zhu Qingya, this realization filled him with admiration. In this era, the concept of gender equality was merely a facade. The realities had scarcely shifted. Zhu Jianjun's affection for his daughter had been met with ridicule from the villagers for many years. Yet, he remained undeterred and moving forward. He would ensure that everyone understood that Zhu Qingya was the golden phoenix amidst the henhouse, elevating the Zhu family's status. As the two ventured into the mountains, they did not allow themselves a moment's respite. Hidong first inspected the traps, noting that the grass he had laid down earlier had begun to curl at the edges. Yet no prey had fallen victim. He took up his sickle and reapplied a fresh layer of grass. The dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the vibrant and tender grass that completely concealed the traps beneath. Having already foraged all the mushrooms in this area, Hidong realized that to gather more, he would need to venture further. Deep within the dense forest, where the foliage was lush and the branches entwined, not a single ray of sunlight penetrated. During the day, it was manageable, but at night, it would be utterly shrouded in darkness. Zhu Qingya found a patch to stop and began to bend down to pick mushrooms, while Hidong busied himself on the opposite side. Due to the early entry into the mountains and the simultaneous labor of 2 individuals, today's yield far surpasses that of yesterday. Although Zhu Qingya appears rather rustic, he exhibits remarkable efficiency when it comes to work, outpacing Hidong by more than half a bag. As Hidong contemplated compensating him, the words Zhu had spoken at noon echoed in his mind, causing him to swallow his intentions. He now comprehended the sentiment of the Zhu family, desiring to orchestrate a splendid wedding for Zhu Qingya, thus repaying this favor in the future. The following day, just as the rooster crowed for the second time, Hidong rose early. Having tasted the sweetness of selling wild vegetables the previous day, he was determined to set out early again, allocating time to forage for more wild greens. He had prepared nylon bags and cooked porridge, accompanied by a bit of the pickled vegetables that Zhang Guiping had brought over yesterday. In his memories, Zhang Guiping never visited empty-handed. In his past life, he had dismissed such offerings, often leaving them untouched or pouring them out in front of her, vowing never to consume them. Truly, the past is fraught with regret. Suppressing his tears, Hidong focused on finishing his porridge before stepping outside. Zhu Qingya was watching from next door and saw him open the door and bring over the ox cart, just as he had done yesterday, loading it up. However, this time he had sprinkled a bit of water inside to preserve the freshness. Zhu Qingya's ability to learn was commendable, and Hidong felt a sense of joy. Yet, the increasing quantity of mushrooms being sent over was concerning. It seemed unlikely that a single restaurant could consume them all. In an era without refrigeration, preservation was a challenge. If they spoiled, they would lose their value. Nevertheless, Hidong resolved to assess the situation further. If necessary, he would seek alternative avenues. At dawn, Dong entered the county town. As before, he first sold his wild vegetables at the family compound. The initial wave of buyers included those who had waited until the end the previous day, only to find the vegetables sold out. They had made arrangements to return today. Since Dong was unfamiliar with the timing of their arrival, they had specifically waited for him. Upon seeing Dong and purchasing their goods, their worries dissipated, and joy filled the air. Zhu Qingya observed from a distance, aware that in this era, men and women were expected to maintain a certain distance. Had Dong been merely jesting with the women, he would have intervened, but knowing he was selling wild vegetables, he remained silent, patiently awaiting the completion of the sales. However, as the crowd grew, Dong found himself overwhelmed and called upon Zhu Qingya for assistance. Zhu was reluctant, as his interactions with women in Shanghe Village were limited to his mother, wife, and sister. Faced suddenly with a group of strangers, he felt intimidated, especially as he was not accustomed to the county town. Dong, recognizing Zhu Qingya's shyness, did not press him further. He swiftly weighed the customers' requests, addressing them with a friendly demeanor. "Excuse me, ladies, did you all coordinate your plans to come buy my wild vegetables at once?" he inquired. "What coordination?" "It was just our neighbor, Sister Zhao, who cooked a plate of wild vegetables yesterday and shared it with us. We had never tasted anything like it before. It was quite delicious. When we learned that you were coming, we hurried over, fearing we would miss out." Dong soon realized that it was Sister Zhao from yesterday who had helped promote his venture. Chapter 17. Just a dime off for you, sister. Oh, please don't jostle. I will leave once I've made my purchases. As he observed the crowd spiraling out of control, Dong hurriedly assisted a woman who had been knocked over in the throng. "Everyone, please remain calm. There are plenty of wild vegetables available. I have enough for everyone," Dong shouted, fearing that the urgency of those behind might lead to a stampede. He had not anticipated that selling wild vegetables could attract such excitement. "Come over here. I have more to sell." Nearby, Zhu Qingya brought over a scale, carrying a nylon bag filled with wild vegetables. Seeing multiple individuals selling, the crowd quickly dispersed, alleviating the pressure on Dong significantly. Observing Zhu Qingya take this step, Dong felt it was not an easy feat, however. He recognized the potential in him as a promising candidate for growth, despite his perpetually cold demeanor. Without Dong's guidance, it was unlikely he would manage to sell the vegetables. But change comes gradually, and Dong was in no rush. Today, Dong and Zhu Qingya had gathered 36 pounds of wild vegetables for sale. Priced at 60 cents per pound, they earned a total of 21 yuan and 60 cents. Holding a stack of bills in his hand, Dong felt that the morning's labor was well worth it. Yet, the most significant prize remained a cart full of mushrooms. As Zhu Qingya finished organizing the scale and nylon bags, Dong climbed onto the ox cart, instructing Zhu Qingya to head to the supply and marketing cooperative. Now that it was open, he needed to bring a gift along. Zhu Qingya did not wait long outside before he emerged with 2 parcels wrapped in oiled paper, one large and one small. The contents were not discernible due to the secure wrapping. Dong directed Zhu Qingya to the restaurant. When he knocked on the door, it was Ale who answered. "You're here so early today?" Dong had arrived just as the restaurant opened. With a smile, Dong entered and led Ale to a corner, presenting him with one of the parcels. "This is for you, a little extra dish." Ale chuckled. "You're too kind, brother." Dong did not perceive his gesture as excessive. After all, he had addressed him as brother. Though townsfolk might not value meat as highly as those in the village, they understood that this was a significant token of goodwill. Knowing that Dong earned money to honor his parents, they would not wish for him to overspend. Ale carefully placed the meat in a secure spot and returned to inspect the ox cart. "So much. Indeed. I thought I should gather a bit more while I have the chance, as soon I'll be too busy with work in the fields. Can you sell all this here?" Ale remarked. "This town is quite large. You can sell as much as you have." His words eased Dong's worries. One restaurant would hardly consume such a large quantity of mushrooms, but with additional channels, the scenario would change. In his previous life, Dong had only worked here for about half a year, focusing solely on learning the culinary arts and neglecting this aspect. Now, however, he felt reassured. "I come from the countryside and possess little of value. I only know that meat is a prized commodity. Please deliver this portion to Brother Zhou and tell him it is a token of gratitude from me, Dong." For the residents of a county town, meat is hardly a rare commodity. Nevertheless, Ali did not decline the offer. Zhou Bingley, amiable as he was, held a fondness for those who expressed gratitude, much like himself, who, while honing his culinary skills, would occasionally show filial piety, thus earning a favorable disposition from Zhou Bingley. Considering He Dong's circumstances, they understood and naturally did not hold this minor detail against him. He Dong felt reassured. He Dong, alongside Zhu Qingya, brought the mushrooms inside and weighed them. The mushrooms harvested this time weighed an impressive 284 jin and 8 liang, amounting to 199 yuan and 36 fun. During the checkout, He Dong was filled with joy, as was Zhu Qingya. He Dong had never encountered such a substantial sum of money in his life. After pocketing the money, he and Zhu Qingya departed from the restaurant. In high spirits due to the joyful occasion, He Dong felt elated. After purchasing the essentials, he anticipated a considerable surplus. Once the mushroom season had passed, he could delve into other ventures. In short, he still had the opportunity to earn more. "Brother, park in front of the video hall," He Dong remarked upon spotting a young lad from the previous day. The young man waved enthusiastically upon seeing He Dong, his face beaming with joy. He Dong felt his warmth, but also recognized that the arrival of someone bearing gifts could only bring delight. Observing the young man's demeanor, it was likely he bore good news. "Brother, you're here. I've been waiting for you for ages. We sold quite a bit of mushrooms today. Weighing them took some time. However, I didn't dare delay my journey here." He Dong got straight to the point, eager to hear the news. The young man, brimming with excitement, replied, "For that large banknote, I had to procure something for you. Here are 10 sewing machine tickets and industrial coupons." The young lad, with his slick short hair, presented the items with confidence. "Do not be too pleased with yourself," He Dong said, accepting the items and handing over a large banknote. Finally receiving his share of the money, the young man joyfully kissed the banknotes, thoroughly satisfied. "Brother, you still owe me another large banknote," the young man suddenly exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What? Is there news about the bicycle tickets?" He Dong responded with equal excitement. "I inquired, and I can secure the bicycle tickets. But it will take 3 to 5 days." The young man, twirling his fingers, found the notion of paying half in advance and settling the remainder upon receiving the goods rather appealing. It instilled a sense of anticipation and motivation. This was, in fact, the standard procedure for substantial transactions in state-owned enterprises. However, in these small businesses, a straightforward exchange of money for goods was still paramount, a nuance they had yet to experience. Without hesitation, He Dong decisively handed Zhu Gooden another large banknote. "We agreed on 3 to 5 days. I will come looking for you then." "All right, brother, rest easy," He Dong said, engaging in light conversation with the young lad. Learning that his name was Zhu Gooden and that he was the 5th child in his family. "Do you know anyone selling cigarettes? I'm looking to buy." He Dong abruptly changed the subject. Zhu Gooden instantly smiled. "You've come to the right person. Look over there." As Zhu Gooden pointed, He Dong caught sight of a young man with the cap of a cigarette peeking out from his pocket. He Dong had noticed him upon arrival. "If you mention my name, I might get a discount," Zhu Gooden boasted with pride. He Dong thought to himself that saving even a little was worthwhile. He approached the young man, asking, "Brother, are you selling cigarettes?" The young man recognized He Dong, recalling that he had conversed with Zhu Gooden for quite some time. "My brother Gooden sent me," he said. "I can offer you a pack at a dime off." The sum may not have been substantial, but cigarettes, being consumables, were a steady drain on resources. He Dong understood this. "I'll take 3 packs," he stated. The young man was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Customers who came from Zhu Gooden were typically not short of funds, yet such a request was rather excessive. His expression mirrored that of Zhu Gooden when He Dong mentioned he needed tickets for a sewing machine and a bicycle. "Are you serious?" He Dong, not pausing to explain, pressed on. "Do you have Hongmei? The soft pack?" "Yes, yes, yes." The young man quickly realized He Dong's urgency. "I have just 1 pack ready." Although the video hall appeared crowded, most patrons bought in smaller quantities, 1 box or just a few sticks. He Dong's request for 3 packs was unexpected. He Dong was aware that business was often conducted discreetly. Few dared to carry too much stock, as being caught could lead to dire consequences. "Then I'll take 1 pack for now, and you can prepare the rest for me. I'll come back tomorrow." The young man appreciated this straightforward customer. A man of few words, yet decisive. "All right, I will have it ready for you by tomorrow." After acquiring the cigarettes, He Dong left the video hall and climbed onto the cart. "Brother, we're heading to the department store to buy a sewing machine." Zhu Qingya, who had just dismissed the cart, suddenly halted. "Can we really buy it now?" He Dong nodded, presenting his sewing machine ticket and industrial coupon. "With these 2, we can proceed." Zhu Qingya examined the tickets and coupons, the characters somewhat unfamiliar to him, yet he trusted He Dong's words. with a flick of the whip. He urged the cart forward, glancing back at Hidong. How do we get to the department store? The two arrived at the department store after a short while. The place was bustling with people. Zhu Qingya, having spent most of his life in Shanghe Village, was awestruck by the grandeur of the department store. Standing still for a moment, overwhelmed, Hidong nudged his arm. There's nothing to see out here. The real spectacle is inside. Zhu Qingya, aware of his limited exposure to the world, felt a flush of embarrassment on his dark face. Lowering his head, he followed Hidong inside. Along the way, Hidong intentionally slowed his pace, eager to introduce Zhu Qingya to the wonders of the world. In his previous life, having worked in a restaurant for over half a year, he was no stranger to the department store. Naturally, everyone is aware that the first floor is filled with clothing, shoes, and daily necessities. The more substantial items are located on the upper floors. However, Zhu Qingya, having never encountered such things before, felt a sense of novelty and curiosity. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by the plethora of choices before him. Where can we purchase a sewing machine? Let us go buy one. Zhu Qingya hesitated to continue looking. The items here appeared to be of high quality, and the prices were surely steep. He could not afford them, so he decided to refrain from further inspection. Hidong, with a confident posture, remarked, "Your brother-in-law is now wealthy. Whatever catches your eye, I shall buy for you." Despite his bravado, Zhu Qingya felt it unwise to spend frivolously. Ever since Hidong had expressed his intention to marry Zhu Qingya and provide her with a substantial dowry, every penny of Hidong's seemed to belong to Zhu's sister. There was no justification for spending on himself. Where can we find a sewing machine? Zhu Qingya, unfamiliar with the layout of the department store, felt lost. His urgency to leave made his speech falter. Hidong, recognizing his discomfort, chose not to tease him further. Expanding one's horizons is not easily accomplished for a farmer. Hidong ascended to the second floor. At that time, the only way up was by stairway, as there were no elevators. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere was markedly quieter than the bustling first floor, which was filled with an array of dazzling merchandise and throngs of people. The second floor, however, was more subdued, with significantly fewer items on display. Yet, the products available were of considerable value. Those who could not afford them would not venture up, and those who could afford them still needed to ensure they had tickets and coupons, both of which were not easily obtained. Here, this is it. Having seen a sewing machine at the village chief's house, Zhu Qingya immediately recognized it upon ascending the stairs. His excitement rendered him somewhat stammering. When Hidong glanced over, he indeed spotted the gleaming new sewing machine. However, the sales attendant, upon observing the attire of Zhu Qingya and Hidong, did not perceive them as potential buyers for such an item. Furthermore, given the era, the service attitude of attendants tended to be rather indifferent, so she had no intention of approaching them. Hidong took the initiative to step forward. The word beauty almost slipped from his lips, but realizing that such a remark might be deemed inappropriate in the current context, he hastily rephrased his inquiry. How much is this sewing machine? Which brand are you interested in? The best one, of course. The butterfly brand is priced at 138 yuan. Hidong inspected the butterfly sewing machine and found it satisfactory. He then presented his tickets, coupons, and cash. 138 yuan. The attendant was taken aback. Many had inquired about the sewing machine, but few had made a purchase. To have someone express intent to buy immediately was indeed surprising. At that moment, her demeanor brightened as she took the items to consult with the manager for payment. While waiting, Zhu Qingya gazed at the butterfly sewing machine. Other brands were also displayed, but he felt, as Hidong had said, that this particular sewing machine was the most aesthetically pleasing. After all, it was intended for his sister. It had to be the best. Meanwhile, Hidong wandered to other service counters. Bicycles, radios, watches. Previously, he had not paid attention to such items as he had not been married in his past life. Later, when he acquired wealth, he purchased a watch and a radio, but he had never bought a bicycle. He was unaware of the prices of these items in this era, but he suspected they were not inexpensive. However, one cannot procure all good things at once, for it would be too ostentatious. Hidong noted down the prices, all reflecting the costs he would incur. A young waitress approached, announcing that everything was ready, accompanied by two tall attendants. Here are your tickets. These gentlemen have come to assist you with the sewing machine. This service was indeed commendable. Hidong produced cigarettes, offering one to each of them. The two men, quite taken aback by this unexpected generosity, accepted without hesitation. Yet, Zhu Qingya swiftly snatched the cigarettes back, his expression grave. No need for them. We can manage just fine with the two of us." The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. As the sun set, those laboring in the fields began their journey home. With darkness looming, navigating the path became perilous, making evening meals and restful sleep all the more desirable. Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei returned home early as well. Yet they harbored an anticipation that set them apart from others. Could it be true that He Dong would indeed bring back the sewing machine? Zhu Changrong had returned the previous day, sharing that He Dong intended to present the sewing machine as a betrothal gift for Qingya. Such a gesture would carry immense prestige and honor. Notably, no one from Shanghe Village had ever approached with a sewing machine to propose. Would the Zhu family be able to bask in such glory? Zhu Jianjun pondered this as he heard a commotion at the gate, instantly lifting his gaze. Chapter 19. Not a holiday. Tang Mei had just checked next door and shook her head. The person had likely not yet returned. They were indeed anxious. Upon their return, they had not seen their eldest son, Changrong. He Dong was certainly still out. "Dad, Mom, I must say, everyone in Shanghe Village knows what kind of person He Dong is. How can you genuinely believe he will bring back the sewing machine today?" Wang Yu had just peered over from the wall and confirmed that He Dong was not back. It seemed unlikely that he would return with the sewing machine, perhaps too embarrassed to show his face. She felt quite pleased, calling the Zhu family a worthless bunch. Now, not only had He Dong failed to deliver on his promise, but he would also bring them great shame. Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei's expressions darkened immediately. They were more familiar with He Dong's nature than those who lived next door. Yet, after wandering aimlessly for over 20 years, surely there should be some glimmer of hope? They could not allow disappointment to prevail. However, Zhu Jianjun chose not to dwell on uncertainties and retreated into the house. "Dad, I'm not trying to be harsh, but given the current situation, it would be wise to marry Qingya off to He Dong sooner rather than later. If he continues to deceive us, when will we truly believe him? If he abandons us, who will want Qingya then? Indeed, Dad, I've also heard that a sewing machine is not simply purchased with money. There are tickets required as well. He Dong is not a civil servant. He might struggle to procure those. What do you all know?" Silence. As night fell, there was no urgency to prepare dinner. "Tang Mei, are you planning to let the family go hungry?" Zhu Jianjun shouted angrily at Tang Mei, feeling unjustly accused. Tang Mei thought the words were uttered by Wang Yu and Tian Mimi. Why was he directing his ire at her? Instantly, Wang Yu and Tian Mimi fell silent and retreated to the kitchen. Observing her husband's dark expression, Tang Mei realized that entering the kitchen was indeed the wisest choice. Yet, her gaze fell upon Zhu Qingya standing at the doorway, tears glistening in her eyes, and her heart ached with compassion. If the situation truly mirrored what Wang Yu and Tian Mimi had described, then yesterday's joy was all in vain. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly Zhu Qingya, who had just begun to glimpse a hopeful future only to have it vanish in an instant. Tang Mei approached and embraced her, drawing her into the room. "Why cry? This is just fate." Zhu Jianjun stood at the threshold, lighting a cigarette with a match. Sometimes, one simply cannot contend with destiny. His daughter, cherished since birth, was now fated to marry a man like He Dong, a mere second-rate fellow. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, crackling in the night. Zhu Jianjun, who had only just settled down, immediately sprang to his feet. Tang Mei, curious about the noise, stepped outside. It was unusual for anyone to set off firecrackers at such a time. She wiped Zhu Qingya's tears and hurriedly made her way outside, where she spotted a bullock cart approaching. "Ah, it's Changrong," she exclaimed, recognizing her family's cart. A string of firecrackers hung from a bamboo pole, creating a raucous noise as it dragged along the ground. Zhu Jianjun quickly reached the door, seeing Zhu Changrong driving the cart toward He Dong's yard. Behind the cart, a number of children followed, eagerly collecting candies. He Dong trailed behind with a cloth bag, tossing out a handful of sweets for the children to scramble for joyfully. "Old Zhu, what are your son and He Dong up to? It's neither a festival nor a holiday. Why are they letting off firecrackers? And those candies, in all those colors, are they free?" Neighbors, drawn by the commotion, gathered at their doorsteps to witness the spectacle. Zhu Jianjun ignored the inquiries and headed directly for He Dong's home. If he wasn't mistaken, there was something large covered with red cloth on the cart. Obscured from view, he speculated it might be the very item he was thinking of. Tang Mei followed suit. In the kitchen, Wang Yu, having heard the commotion, expressed her desire to investigate further, instructing Tian Mimi to tend to the pot while she went to see what was happening. As a sister-in-law, Tian Mimi, seeing the pot had yet to steam, had no choice but to comply with Wang Yu's request, suppressing her own curiosity. Upon reaching the doorway, Wang Yu was met with a throng of onlookers, all drawn by the unexpected display of firecrackers and candies. The object concealed beneath the red cloth on the cart only heightened their intrigue. "Dongzi, what is on that cart?" they clamored. "Quick, unveil it. What could that large item be? Surely it must be something valuable." The crowd, fueled by curiosity, buzzed with excitement. Zhu Jianjun, most animated of all, gazed at Hidong and his son with eyes gleaming in the darkness. "The object on the cart is precisely what you imagined." Hidong stepped down from the vehicle, grinning widely as he glanced at the sewing machine concealed beneath a red cloth. "Would you care to unveil it? After all, it is destined for your home." At this moment, Hidong felt no need for formalities. After all, he was eager to impress his future father-in-law. Similarly, Zhu Jianjun was not inclined toward pleasantries either. Everyone had been mocking the Zhu and He families in recent days. While waiting for Hidong to flee, he would ensure that his daughter would not be left unmarried. He intended to demonstrate to everyone that Hidong not only stayed, but was also prepared to purchase a sewing machine as a betrothal gift for marrying his daughter, Qingya. With a confident stride, Zhu Jianjun approached, taking great care to wipe his hands vigorously on his clothing, lest he soil the red cloth. All eyes were fixed intently on the object beneath the cover, eagerly anticipating the reveal. Zhu Jianjun felt a surge of anxiety, but how splendid it was. Soon, these onlookers would realize they had misjudged his son-in-law. "Changrong, that truly is a sewing machine, isn't it?" Tang Mei whispered to her son, ensuring no one else could hear. Zhu Changrong nodded vigorously. With the machine now in their possession, Tang Mei could harbor no doubts. Her heart eased as she observed Zhu Jianjun's hand. With a sewing machine in their midst, those who had privately mocked the Zhu family would soon find their laughter stifled. "Ah, a sewing machine. Can it really be a sewing machine?" "Indeed, I have used one at the village head's house. It looks precisely like this." "Hidong, where did you acquire such fortune to afford a sewing machine?" "Indeed, Dongzi, you've been so quiet. How did you come to thrive?" Was this a question one could answer? Zhu Jianjun stepped forward to disperse the crowd, wishing to quell the spectacle. After all, his own son had not divulged much, only asserting that Hidong had neither stolen nor committed any crime. What business was it of theirs if he engaged in lawful endeavors? "Old Zhu, don't shoo us away. We've only just laid eyes on this. Are you worried we might covet it?" "Hidong, your father-in-law is rather ungracious. This is your home, and before you even speak, he is ushering us away. Uncle Tian, please refrain from meddling. This is my future father-in-law, and your words are unwelcome. I might take offense. Well then, they are indeed family, and he, an outsider, had no right to speak." Zhu Jianjun was in high spirits. His adversaries sought to sow discord, but Hidong was no fool. He understood the importance of standing with his allies. Just as he was about to dismiss the crowd, he found himself unable to do so, for the newcomers were none other than Hidong's parents. Chapter 20. A lifetime of prosperity upon returning home. Shang had just heard that something had transpired with his third son. Anxious and without clear information, he abandoned his hoe and hurried over. Upon entering, he beheld the object placed upon the ox cart. What else could it be but a sewing machine? "You truly bought it back?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hidong. The latter nodded affirmatively. "It's right here. It cannot be false." "Father, feel it." Hidong encouraged him. Shang extended his hand, touching the cold yet sufficiently rigid object. "It feels icy. How did he actually manage to bring it back?" Zhang Guiping was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Yesterday, after hearing Hidong's intentions to purchase a sewing machine, she spent a sleepless night, consumed by worry. During lunch, she glanced over but saw no sign of Hidong's return, leading her to believe he was merely boasting. However, as dusk fell, he appeared, triumphantly carrying the sewing machine. It now sat proudly in her son's courtyard. "Mother, please do not cry. This is a wonderful event," Hidong gently reassured. Unable to bear the sight of Zhang Guiping's tears, she quickly wiped her eyes and nodded in agreement. After all, the acquisition of the sewing machine was indeed a cause for celebration. Witnessing Shang and Zhang Guiping's arrival, Zhu Jianjun discreetly excused himself from Hidong's courtyard, aware that as the parents, they had much to discuss. He, after all, was merely a father-in-law. How had Hidong truly managed to buy the sewing machine? Wang Yu, observing from the crowd, could scarcely believe it. Yet, confronted with the tangible object, she realized she had underestimated him once again. "Father, mother," she greeted as she noticed Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei returning. Zhu Jianjun shot her a cold glance. "Did you see? The tone carried an air of defiance. Wang Yu recalled her earlier jest directed at Hidong in the courtyard, her face flushed with embarrassment. Father, I was merely joking. Hidong will fare well in the future. Qingya will marry him and enjoy a lifetime of happiness. As night fully descended, the onlookers began to disperse. Shang stood in the courtyard, gazing intently at the newly acquired sewing machine, seemingly unable to tear his eyes away. It was one thing to have purchased it, but why the extravagant display of firecrackers to draw attention, as if he feared others were unaware? Though he spoke thus, the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true delight. Meanwhile, Hidong busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner. After acquiring the sewing machine, Zhu Qingya eagerly volunteered to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. He was reluctant to spare 2 cigarettes, but willingly spent 80 cents on a large bunch of firecrackers. However, after passing the candy counter, he found himself unable to resist. The candies of that era, while not as varied as in later years, held a nostalgic charm. For instance, the pagoda candy, which children consumed due to roundworm infections, or the diamond-shaped sugar rings that little girls adored wearing on their fingers. Hidong, amused, pretended not to notice as Zhu Qingya pointed excitedly at a pile of candies, childlike in his request, "I want these." Hidong finally recognized his brother-in-law's comedic potential. While he hesitated to spare 2 cigarettes, he was more than willing to buy the candies priced at 2 to 3 yuan per pound. Yet, he refrained from teasing him further, fearing it might hurt his pride. After making various requests to the shop attendant, he gathered a selection. "These are for your children." Hidong clarified. "They're not for my children," Zhu Qingya replied, taking the bag and shaking it, causing the colorful assortment of candies to jingle together. A vibrant mix of hues and shapes. As they approached the village, he declared earnestly, "I'll set off some firecrackers when we see the children." Hidong finally comprehended the intention behind Zhu Qingya's actions. He wanted everyone in Shanghe Village to be aware of his return with the sewing machine. It was something he had not considered before. When the village head's son had brought back a sewing machine, it had been celebrated with firecrackers and sweets. Listening to Shang speak, Hidong found himself both amused and exasperated. "If father disapproves, we shall refrain from such displays in the future." "You rascal! That was not my intention at all," Shang retorted, glaring at his son. Was he truly unable to discern the sarcasm in his words? Hidong merely wished to tease him. The lively demeanor of Shang made life feel so tangible. "We must celebrate. After all these years. Who in the village hasn't mentioned you? Now that we have finally made it, everyone should know." Hidong noticed that beneath the exterior of these farmers lay a hint of vanity. They simply lacked anything to boast about, forcing them to suppress it. But now, with something to flaunt, should they not revel in it? Indeed, they could, for he was genuinely wealthy now and would become even wealthier. It was time for the He family to hold their heads high in Shanghe Village. "What are you cooking? It smells delightful." Shang suddenly sniffed the air. Zhang Guiping, who was by the stove, chuckled. "How long have you been here that you've only just noticed? I thought your eyes were solely on that sewing machine. And you had forgotten about hunger." Shang shot her a look. "It's sweet and sour pork, father. I'm also preparing to scramble a few eggs with chives. Would you like some?" The meat and eggs were purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, while the chives were freshly picked from the field. Zhang Guiping had planted them at the entrance last year, fertilizing them multiple times, and come spring, their growth was remarkable and tender. It had been a long time since Shang had enjoyed scrambled eggs with chives, so he nodded in agreement. As for sweet and sour pork, he had never heard of it. What is sweet and sour pork? Shang curiously approached the pot. Having toiled in the fields all his life, he had never tasted such a dish. Hidong presented the beautifully plated sweet and sour pork to Shang. The pork, coated in starch and glistening with a caramelized hue, was cut into evenly sized pieces, exuding an enticing aroma. Shang's stomach growled in response. "Would you like to try a piece first?" Shang shook his head, forcing himself to look away and return to admire the sewing machine in the yard, thinking they could eat together later. Good food is worth the wait. Hidong set aside the sweet and sour pork and proceeded to scramble the eggs with chives. With Zhang Guiping assisting in preparing the meal, it was completed much more swiftly than before. Once the dishes were ready, Hidong called for Shang and Zhang Guiping to join him for dinner. As they sat down, they were greeted by a generous serving of sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with chives. The sweet aroma of the pork mingled with the fresh taste of the eggs. Unlike in the past when there were many chives and few eggs, this time, the dish was predominantly eggs, with hardly any chives in sight. Zhang Guiping and Shang, upon seeing such a delightful spread, hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Chapter 21. Come live with me once. The family of Higuei would gather around the same table for meals, but now, only the three of them remained, casting a rather desolate atmosphere. Hidong had always been accustomed to dining together as a family, and he rarely experienced such moments with just Zhang Guiping and He Deshang. Gazing at his lively parents under the moonlight, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped him. In his previous life, he had achieved success and dreamt of bringing them to the city to enjoy a life of comfort. However, they always insisted on staying in their village, claiming they were too old to leave. Eventually, illness took them, and he was left with regrets, never having been able to bid them farewell. He vowed that while they were still youthful, he would ensure they enjoyed a prosperous life. Mother and father, I've saved some for my elder brother. The three of us shall finish what's left. Do not hold back for me. Your son has succeeded and has the means now. A good life awaits us. With clean chopsticks in hand, Hidong felt his eyes warm as he served meat and eggs to He Deshang and Zhang Guiping. The moonlight, pure and radiant, cast a silvery glow on the courtyard, illuminating it brightly. He Deshang savored the fragrant rice and meat while gazing at the sewing machine, feeling as if he were in a dream. Zhang Guiping was especially joyful, recognizing that her son had indeed made something of himself. Look, the sewing machine we bought today is real. Let us see if our neighbors dare to gossip about Hidong now. Father, once I am married, you and mother should come live with me. I get along well with my brother, Hidong suggested. Indeed, living with your brother suits us well, Zhang Guiping replied. But what about when you have grandchildren? Will you not want to hold them? Hidong felt a twinge of displeasure. Elder brother is elder brother. But as the youngest son, I too must fulfill my filial duties. He Deshang remained silent, yet Zhang Guiping chuckled. You little rascal. Already thinking of grandchildren before you are even married? Rest assured, when you have children, I will certainly hold them. This made Hidong happy. Then it's settled. When I have children, you and father will come live with me. Hidong felt that day was not far off. Zhang Guiping, slightly exasperated, responded. Are you really concerned that we wouldn't come? Hidong retorted. Ever since childhood, you have favored my elder brother. Now that his children are grown, why shouldn't you come help me? Zhang Guiping found it amusing. Hidong seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. Hidong indeed was expressing the sentiments he had not articulated in his previous life. Being the son of He Deshang and Zhang Guiping, he could not escape comparison. For every virtue Higuei possessed, he was deemed lacking. Higuei was filial, while he was seen as wayward. Higuei was industrious, while he was labeled as lazy. Thus, it was settled. He Deshang may not have spoken, but internally, he was in agreement, for Hidong's words held truth. Higuei's two children have grown up, and they cannot help but support the young and inexperienced Hidong in his parenting endeavors. A child poorly nurtured may become lost. They are seasoned individuals and understand this well. That evening, Hidong, Zhang Guiping, and He Deshang shared a meal and engaged in conversation for a while before escorting the others back with a kerosene lamp. Upon seeing the elderly couple return, Fong Lan took the initiative to greet them. Higuei observed Hidong from a distance, noticing his discomfort, and thus refrained from approaching. Hidong did not enter the house, but handed the food stored in the enamel pot to Fong Lan, watching them enter the courtyard. After the division of their family estate in a past life, Higuei declared he would sever ties with his elder brother. Yet how could Zhang Guiping's provisions reach his household without Higuei's consent? Moreover, his sister-in-law Fong Lan had often wished to mend the rift between the brothers in their previous life, but alas, Hidong failed to cherish this opportunity. Believing their bond was severed after the division. Even in his newfound success, he did not consider Higuei. Presently, Higuei, still unaware of Hidong's transformation and harboring some concern for him, chose not to provoke any displeasure. As Hidong made his way home, the wind began to rise. Halfway along, the kerosene lamp was extinguished and darkness enveloped the path. Hidong adjusted to the dimness, relying on the moonlight to navigate the rocky trail, which was neither paved with asphalt nor concrete, but rather strewn with pebbles, making it arduous to traverse. He proceeded slowly. Approaching his own courtyard, he noticed someone within and hurried inside. His caution was warranted, for there were indeed those who engaged in petty theft. Inside the courtyard stood a brand new sewing machine. Brother, this sewing machine is truly exquisite, even more so than the one at the village chief's house. Hidong had purchased the finest model, and its beauty was undeniable. Voices emerged from within, belonging to Zhu Qingya and a young girl. Hidong paused. observing that beside Zhu Qingya stood a girl with 2 braided pigtails, her complexion fairer than that of other peasant girls, her features delicate under the moonlight. The girl's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the sewing machine, seemingly captivated by its novelty, her outstretched hand hesitating to touch it. Hidong slowed his breathing, fearful that any noise might startle her. Zhu Qingya, the mother of his child. In his memory, Zhu Qingya had been sheltered by the Zhu family, rarely stepping beyond their gates, embodying an air of refinement. Few villagers had the fortune to encounter her, most only heard tales. Stories circulated about Zhu Qingya's beauty and her impending marriage to a public servant, as well as her literacy and accomplishments. Many legends surrounded her. Yet Hidong remained unaware of her true nature. All he knew was that in this life, he must treat her well as the child she carried. The Zhu family, nurturing her with fine grains, ensured that Zhu Qingya was not frail like other girls. She possessed what others had, and even surpassed them, particularly with her youthful, radiant face, deserving of the title of village beauty. In his previous life, Hidong had encountered numerous young girls, many of whom approached him with an inflated sense of self-worth. Yet, none could compare to the present-day Zhu Qingya. She embodied the essence of youthful exuberance, radiating purity. Suddenly, Hidong sidled away towards the courtyard wall, as someone from the neighboring Zhu household had arrived. Indeed, it was a sewing machine, pristine and new. It was Tian Mimi. During the earlier bustling moments, she had been preoccupied with cooking and had not come to visit. Now that dinner was finished and everything was done, she finally had the leisure to come over. Having heard that Zhu Qingya was here, she wouldn't have dared to enter another man's courtyard otherwise. Qingya, you are truly fortunate. Hidong actually bought it for you. Tian Mimi exclaimed, admiring the machine as she touched it, genuinely impressed. Zhu Qingya felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, responding playfully, sister-in-law, you're teasing me. I shall ignore you. With that, she dashed towards the door. However, she stumbled, almost losing her balance. Be careful. Chapter 22. His talent, Hidong stepped out from the wall as shadow, swiftly grasping Zhu Qingya's hand and pulling her into an embrace. Startled by the sudden appearance of someone who held her so closely, Zhu Qingya let out a cry. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Qingya and Tian Mimi rushed over, Zhu Qingya even wielding a nearby hoe. It's me, Hidong quickly announced. The moonlight was no match for the brightness of lanterns, but the trio soon recognized his voice. Let go of me, Zhu Qingya exclaimed first, prompting Hidong to realize that his hands were on a young girl, and he quickly withdrew them. I want to go back, Zhu Qingya muttered, unable to meet his gaze as she adjusted her clothing and hurried next door. I merely brought Qingya to have a look, Zhu Qingya explained. The villagers had already learned that Hidong had returned with the sewing machine. Zhu Qingya had wished to see it, but due to the crowd, she had refrained from coming, not wanting to be the subject of gossip. After witnessing Hidong escorting Zhang Guiping and he to Shang away, Zhu Qingya suggested they quietly bring Zhu Qingya to see it. The sewing machine was placed in the courtyard, and they wouldn't steal it. It was merely for a glance. Hidong was acutely aware of the constraints placed upon girls in this era, given their past interactions. He knew the village gossiped about them after dinner, and any casual listener would connect them. However, after tonight, things would change. The discussions would likely revolve more around his acquisition of the sewing machine. His vanity as a brother-in-law today had not been in vain. This sewing machine cannot remain in the courtyard. If you're not going to look at it, brother, shall we carry it inside? Zhu Qingya had no objections, while Tian Mimi pondered lending a hand. However, Hidong remained an outsider, so she returned to the Zhu household. The sewing machine was now securely in their possession. Zhu Qingya exhaled a sigh of relief. Hidong understood his concerns lay with the subsequent purchases. Everything I promised to Qingya will be fulfilled, Hidong assured. And Zhu Qingya found himself inexplicably inclined to believe him. Get some rest. I shall return now. Wait. Hidong recalled that he still had some leftover candies from earlier when he was distributing them. Take these candies home for the children. Zhu Qingya has been married for some years now, blessed with 2 sons and a daughter. Yet, he has not accepted any gifts. He insists that if the children need to eat, he will provide, but the rest is reserved for his marriage to Qingya. There are numerous items to purchase for a wedding. Is he truly trying to save money for him? Hidong chuckled, revealing a row of white teeth. Marriage is a joyous occasion, and one ought to procure new items for such celebrations, as it brings about festivity. Who would use old belongings for a celebration? Though it may seem only a few days away, there are still 10 days remaining, which makes them old. Zhu Qingya found himself somewhat bewildered by Hidong's twisted logic, standing there unmoving. Hidong then stuffed a bag of candies into Zhu Qingya's arms. You've done so much for me without accepting any payment. From now on, we are family and want to speak as separate households. Zhu Qingya had no desire for money, but he found the latter part of Hidong's statement far more appealing. His sister would soon enter Hidong's home. They would indeed be family. Then we shall buy it when the time comes. With the candies in hand, Zhu Qingya departed. Suddenly, the entire courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. Hidong gazed at the sewing machine before him, envisioning Zhu Qingya's fair and delicate visage. He imagined her sitting there, pedaling the sewing machine. In his previous life, he had wronged Zhu Qingya and her children, leading to their unjust demise. In this life, he vowed to make amends. He picked up a piece of red cloth from the ground and draped it over the sewing machine once more. He fetched water from the courtyard, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Today, he had returned with a bar of white cat soap, perfect for a thorough cleansing. Father, what exactly has Hidong been up to? He has bought a sewing machine and has been eating meat. Have you inquired about it? In the He family home. Taking advantage of the children's slumber, He Gui visited He Deshang's quarters. Zhang Guiping was tidying the bedding and turned to look upon hearing his voice. He went to sell mushrooms. He Deshang held a smoking pipe, but had yet to light it. The eldest of the Zhu family was also aware of this matter. He Gui was quite clear about the kind of person Zhu Qingya was, so he felt reassured. As long as Hidong conducts himself properly, avoiding theft and robbery, and engages in honest endeavors, he would be content. He chose not to inquire further and returned to his room. Fong Lan watched him return, glancing at the sleeping children, and lowered her voice. So, what did your parents say? They said he was selling mushrooms. There are plenty of mushrooms in Xianshan Mountain right now. If he can truly exchange them for some money, it shows his capability. It's far better than resorting to thievery. And I must say, the sweet and sour pork that Dongzi sent over tonight was quite delicious. The two children devoured quite a bit and are clamoring for more. Mother mentioned that Dongzi made it himself. I must ask him how he did it. Ask what? Do we have the means to buy meat? He Gui tossed the blanket aside and made for the bed. Fong Lan fell silent. Indeed, given their circumstances, they couldn't afford such fine meat. Let me think. Can't we manage that? Sleep now. In dreams, one can have anything. He Gui lay down, turning his back to Fong Lan. She felt somewhat speechless. Compared to dreams, the meat they had consumed today was a tangible reality. Yet, there was nothing to be done. They truly could not afford it. Why not sell some mushrooms ourselves? After all, the two children are growing and need to eat well. Fong Lan gently nudged He Gui's back, and though He Gui opened his mouth, only a snore emerged. Fong Lan understood that he wasn't truly asleep. He simply wished to avoid the topic. With a sigh, she extinguished the oil lamp and succumbed to slumber. This evening, He Deshang and Zhang Guiping had gone to visit Hidong, returning late. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to light the lamp. Throughout the night, Hidong found himself unexpectedly restless in bed. Rumors of a deal for the 3-turn-1 sound were circulating, but perhaps it was time to tidy up the house as well. It hadn't rained, and the few holes in the roof allowed glimpses of the stars above. The night sky was far from the obscured view of later years. It was a spectacle of countless stars. With the late hour, it would not be an exaggeration to say the sky was filled with stars. The sounds of insects chirping in the grass outside were quite pronounced. Hidong closed his eyes, planning to carve out some time the next day to find someone to repair the house and a painter. If a celebration was to be held, it must be done with the proper decorum. He could not simply bring Zhu Qingya into the household without preparation. With thoughts weighing on his mind, Hidong tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into slumber. He did not hear the rooster crow a second time and thus remained in bed. On the other hand, Zhu Qingya rose early, sitting on the ox cart awaiting Hidong's emergence. Due to the sewing machine incident, they had not ventured into the mountains the previous day, but today, they were determined to go. A few empty nylon bags lay on the cart, prepared for mushroom gathering, and perhaps their traps would yield some success. However, on this day, even after the sun had risen, Hidong still did not emerge. Chapter 23. I go to find someone for matters unable to resist any longer. Zhu Qingya knocked on the door. Hidong was startled awake by the knocking, sitting up to gaze at the now brightening sky, feeling a sense of disorientation. His biological clock had accustomed him to rising before dawn, and now, to sleep in so late felt rather foolish. After shaking off the drowsiness, Hidong opened the door to find Zhu Qingya waiting. Brother, are we going to the county today? Zhu Qingya inquired, aware that Hidong had slept late the previous night. Otherwise, he would have come to wake him sooner. Hidong shook his head and yawned. Yes, of course. Turning back to load the cart, he discovered that there were no nylon bags for the mushrooms in the yard. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had truly been muddled in his sleep. Zhu Qingya shared the sentiment. We haven't even picked any mushrooms. How could there be anything to load? Go wash up. I'll wait for you outside, Zhu Qingya said as he stepped out. Hidong also felt he should freshen up, as it would help clear his mind. Having leftover food from the night before, Hidong heated it for breakfast. Afterward, he stepped outside to find Zhu Qingya waiting at the door. Brother, you go into the mountains first. I need to take care of some matters, Hidong stated. Zhu Qingya remained silent, halting the ox cart at the entrance to the mountains. After Hidong disembarked, he walked ahead while Zhu Qingya ventured into the woods, a nylon bag in hand. By this time, the sun was high in the sky. Hidong walked eastward, observing numerous children playing along the roadside. It dawned on him that it was the weekend. The children were joyfully engaged in play, though their clothing was tattered and patched, with some garments even bearing fresh rips, as if snagged by branches. In this era, unlike the future, the number of children born is scarce, each one treated like a treasured gem. Clad from head to toe in designer labels, they are the epitome of luxury. Nowadays, it is a blessing if a child can merely have a meal and grow up, given the prevailing poverty. Yet, poverty is a condition that can be transformed, provided one is willing to labor with their hands. Suddenly, Hidong was struck by an idea. He approached a group of children and, with a flourish, produced a handful of colorful candies. I have sweets here. Would you like to have some? These were the treats he had saved for himself the previous night. Some recognized the pyramid-shaped candies from prior experience, but the others were so rare that mere sight was a luxury. Thus, none dared to reach for them. Hidong reassured them, they are all edible. If you don't believe me, I shall eat one before your eyes. He unwrapped a large white rabbit milk candy and popped it into his mouth, giving a thumbs up afterward. Some children tentatively reached out for the candies, unwrapping them and placing them in their mouths. Hey, Dongzi brother, why didn't you call me if you had something delicious? A lanky boy, about 11 or 12 years old, approached and snatched the candies from Hidong's hand. His large hands, coupled with his eagerness, made him grasp a considerable amount. However, Hidong did not express anger. He merely watched the boy. Ermao, he called. The boy put a white rabbit milk candy in his mouth, grinning widely, and hid his hands behind his back, fearing that Hidong might demand the candies be returned. Hidong stood up and said, Since you call me brother, shall we make some money together? The children of this era were exceedingly thin, dressed in oversized clothes that were clearly hand-me-downs from adults, hanging loosely on their small frames, while children in later generations might reach heights of 1.56 meters. Ermao appeared to be merely 1.34 meters tall. This discrepancy ultimately stemmed from inadequate nutrition. Absolutely. If you say so, Dongzi brother, I will do it. Hidong then laid out his plan. Currently, Zhu Qingya was alone in the mountains foraging for mushrooms, and neither his efficiency nor yield could compare to that of two individuals working together. However, with these children, the outcome would be different. You all will help me gather mushrooms in the mountains, and I shall pay you 30 cents per gene, settled in cash. 30 cents per gene? Ermao's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. It's 30 cents, not 3 cents. Hidong nodded. So will you do it? Can you afford this candy? Although Ermao had never tasted the white rabbit milk candy, he believed it to be delicious. Hidong smiled. This candy costs 2 yuan per gene. If you wish to have it, bring me 8 genes of mushrooms, and I will give you 1 gene of this candy along with 4 dimes. The deal was struck. Ermao, filled with joy, raised his hand and led the children home to fetch nylon bags for their work. As the leader of the group and the oldest among them, he was followed by a gaggle of little legs. The scene was filled with childlike charm. Hidong couldn't help but muse that had he been reborn 10 years earlier, he might also command such influence as Ermao did, conjuring excitement at will. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful dreams. One must learn to be content. The mere fact of being reborn was already a significant blessing. Hidong quickened his pace towards the east side of the village. In terms of the sun, it was still before 8 o'clock. He aimed to finalize the renovations on his house before 9. Old Xiao had resided in Shanghe Village for many years. However, since he had moved to Shanghe Village later, he possessed no land. For many years, he made a living by assisting others in repairing and constructing houses. In his youth, he was considered one of the more affluent individuals in the village. Yet, Wealth often breeds arrogance. He squandered his days drinking excessively, which ultimately took a toll on his health. Upon returning home, he would resort to violence, leading to the dissolution of his family. Now, in his old age, fewer people sought his help with housing, resulting in diminished earnings. His wife and children, harboring memories of past abuse, were unwilling to engage with him, choosing instead to live separately. He appeared to be utterly alone. 6 months ago, Old Man Xiao had gone to the village committee, employing unscrupulous tactics to acquire an acre of land, which he cultivated to sustain himself. On this particular day, as he was about to step out with his sickle, he noticed a young man approaching him. Uncle Xiao, the young man greeted politely. It was Hedong, a familiar face, though Xiao struggled to recall his name. I am Hedong, the third son of the He family. Upon hearing this, Old Man Xiao suddenly remembered him, slapping his forehead in recognition. Do you need something from me? He inquired, preparing to leave. Hedong walked toward the gate behind Xiao, realizing the young man had a genuine purpose. Xiao opened the door and let him in. Old Man Xiao, living alone, did not maintain high standards. His home was rather disorganized. Hedong entered the house, seizing the opportunity. May I have a drink of water? He glanced at a cup coated with limescale, but decided to drink from it nonetheless. Uncle Xiao, I wish to properly repair my house, and since you are an expert in this area, would you accept $5 for your labor, provided you help me with the repairs? Hedong had learned that the cost of house repairs was not insignificant. People were typically reluctant to spend money unless they were building new homes, so when houses aged and deteriorated, they tended to refrain from hiring help, opting instead to make do with rudimentary fixes. Originally, Hedong could have managed the repairs himself, but that would impede his ability to earn money. Old Man Xiao was taken aback by Hedong's offer of $6, which was equivalent to his food expenses for the coming months. He never anticipated that he could once again make a living with his skills, as it had been many years since anyone had approached him for assistance. Chapter 24. She also wanted to stand up for herself given my age. Do you truly believe I can still perform well? Old Man Xiao questioned. If I didn't believe in you, I wouldn't have come all this way, Hedong replied candidly. Old Man Xiao had indeed acted foolishly for a time, leading his wife and children to distance themselves from him. However, his craftsmanship was well known throughout the village. Tears of sorrow welled in his eyes as he felt a long-lost sense of trust from another. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Since you trust me, I assure you that your house will be in good hands. Would you prefer to start today or tomorrow? The sooner, the better, Hedong replied. Once the house was repaired, it would soon require painting. Families preparing for weddings, if they had the means, would often undertake such projects. You must have heard about my situation with the Zhu family. I am quite anxious. Old Man Xiao understood. Hedong's intention to repair the house was linked to the preparations for a celebration. With a faint smile, he remarked, All right, let me tidy up here, and I shall attend to you shortly. Uncle Xiao was free to proceed, as he had other matters to attend to and might not be home later. Rest assured. I understand, he replied. Having settled the matter, Hedong conversed with the Old Man Xiao for a while, discussing the necessary materials and supplies he could procure without concern for frugality. That morning, Zhu Qingya was alone in the mountains, foraging for mushrooms. He spoke of the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, the air crisp and invigorating. However, it wasn't long before he heard a rustling sound. Turning to look, he found nothing amiss, yet a peculiar feeling stirred within him. He continued to gather mushrooms, filling his nylon bag to the brim. The deeper he ventured, the more mushrooms he discovered. Suddenly, a shout broke through his reverie, drawing his attention. He set down his nylon bag and rushed over, only to find a girl in a white blouse and black pants sprawled on the ground, her complexion fair and delicate. Qingya? Zhu Qingya herself was taken aback. Despite her careful steps, she had still fallen. She rarely visited these mountains, and the recent fallen leaves had caused her to slip. Noticing Zhu Qingya's outstretched hand offering assistance, she placed her hand in his palm, using it for leverage to rise. What brings you to the mountains? Zhu Qingya inquired, perplexed. While he often bore a stern demeanor in front of others, he softened considerably in the presence of Zhu Qingya. She brushed off the dirt from her backside and replied, I wanted to help you. I saw that Hedong wasn't here, and you mustn't be able to gather many mushrooms alone. How many have you picked, brother? Return home, Zhu Qingya said, his tone unusually stern as he grasped her hand, preventing her from moving. Zhu Qingya, bewildered, protested, I am capable, as you know. Though household chores were typically left to Tang Mei and her two sisters-in-law, keeping her hands clean, she was, in fact, quite adept at various tasks. Zhu Qingya had witnessed her capabilities on numerous occasions. After all, what rural child was devoid of skills? Yet, despite his awareness, he did not wish for Zhu Qingya to partake in this particular endeavor. Firstly, it was a task meant to assist Hidong. As an unmarried woman, such labor was unbecoming. Secondly, the work was far from the cleanliness of household chores and left one's hands sullied after a day's toil. For a young lady like Zhu Qingya, having soiled hands was unseemly. They were the hands that had been nurtured for over a decade by their family. Obey and return home. It would not reflect well on us if others found out. He added that Hidong might arrive at any moment. Zhu Qingya was reluctant to leave, her head bowed in defiance. The entire village was gossiping about her idleness, and she wished to assert herself. Understanding her sentiments, Zhu Qingya softened his tone. Consider it a plea from your brother. The mere word plea struck a chord within her, and with a sorrowful glance, she turned away and departed. Zhu Qingya, feeling uneasy, watched her as she descended the mountain before returning to his mushroom gathering. However, something felt amiss. Where was the bag of mushrooms he had set down? With a sudden thud, several mushrooms tumbled from above. Zhu Qingya looked up to see a monkey clutching his nylon bag, rummaging through it as if searching for something. In a moment of urgency, he seized a stone from the ground and hurled it towards the monkey. The creature was struck, causing the nylon bag it held to fall from its grasp. The monkey bared its teeth at Zhu Qingya, displaying an extreme ferocity. Yet, it seemed to harbor a fear of the wooden stick in Zhu's hand, prompting it to flee. Zhu Qingya then examined the mushrooms that had been ravaged by the monkey. Fortunately, grass had sprouted on the ground, softening the blow. Otherwise, everything would have been ruined. He carefully gathered the mushrooms and placed them back in the nylon bag, pondering why Hidong had not yet arrived. With the weather warming, the animals in the mountains had begun to emerge. It was indeed a precarious time. Lost in thought, he was startled by a noise behind him. Turning around, he initially believed it to be Hidong, only to find Mao and a few half-grown children instead. Brother Qingya, they greeted him, all hailing from the same village. And Mao was well acquainted with them. Zhu Qingya recognized them too. Given the unrest in the mountains, what compelled them to bring the children here? Mao and the children had frequently ventured into the hills. Otherwise, their clothes would not be tattered from branches. Yet, they were still just children. Brother Qingya, we have come to assist you. Assist him? Zhu Qingya could hardly fathom how they intended to help him. Had he ever requested their aid? It was Hidong who had mentioned Zhu's presence in these mountains and encouraged them to seek him out, promising they could earn some money. In the months of March and April, the mountains blossomed with life. Lacking adult supervision, Hidong was reluctant to allow the children into the woods. However, with Zhu Qingya present, the situation was different. Yet, Zhu still did not fully grasp Mao's intentions until he learned that Hidong had offered them 3 Mao for a kilogram of mushrooms. Only then did he begin to comprehend. The people of Shanghe Village lived in poverty, seldom enjoying sweets throughout the year. The children in his household had tasted candy just last night and yearned for more, wishing they could devour it all in one sitting. He found it amusing yet understood that sweets were universally adored by children. Once Hidong opened this door, word would spread, and more would learn of his mushroom business. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Qingya refrained from saying much to the group of children, merely advising them to stay safe and remain within his sight. They collectively set to work gathering mushrooms. The children were not strangers to mushroom picking. Once the busy farming season concluded, many would come up the mountain to collect mushrooms for their own consumption. However, such endeavors often required effort, and many were reluctant to indulge. Now, the circumstances had changed. Picking mushrooms could earn them money for sweets. Each child, envisioning the delightful taste of the candies provided by Hidong, was imbued with newfound enthusiasm. They busily toiled, lying on their stomachs with their backs to the sky. This was a group of chatty children, yet they were curiously quiet at that moment, absorbed in their task. After a while of mushroom picking, Zhu Qingya would rise to check on them, counting heads to ensure no one was missing. Chapter 25. There were still paper and ink at home, primarily because a monkey had appeared earlier. The monkeys, which had previously roamed the neighboring village, astonishingly made their way to their sacred mountain this year. In the past, there were incidents where monkeys took away infants, specifically those who were merely 1 or 2 years old. Now, however, the children in question are at least 4 or 5 years old. Yet, he himself has children, and since they are all together, he feels a sense of responsibility towards them. Nevertheless, his sense of duty was short-lived, for Hidong also arrived in the mountains. With 2 adults present, the children's safety was afforded an additional layer of assurance. Zhu Qingya felt considerably relieved. However, there were some words he could not bring himself to utter. Brother Dongzi, my nylon bag is nearly full. How much do you think it weighs? Mao, following Hidong, was busy picking mushrooms, his face beaming with joy as he glanced at the nearly filled nylon bag. He was uncertain about its weight, but he could feel its heft. Hidong cast a glance at the nylon bag. Is Mao truly that skilled? You're almost done already? Indeed, replied Mao. When we get home, I will weigh it, and then we shall know the exact weight. Ah, Brother Mao, mine is still quite light. Could you help me gather a bit more? A small child scampered over, gazing at Mao's nearly full nylon bag, then at his own, which was barely half full. Being the youngest among the group, he had small hands and short legs, and he felt hampered by the large nylon bag. Mao patted his head reassuringly. All right, once I fill mine, I will assist you. Brother Mao, mine is also lacking. You must help me too. I saw Dogshing's bag, and it's obviously full as well. Don't shout nonsense. Hee, I'm just joining in the fun. As the children chattered among themselves, the atmosphere grew lively, and the birds in the mountains seemed to sing even more cheerfully. As noon approached, Hidong and Zhu Qingya decided it was time to descend the mountain. If possible, they still wished to make a trip to the county town. Hidong had come to realize that if the restaurant truly could not accommodate all these mushrooms, they would have long since declared them spoiled and unwanted. Since they were willing to accept them, they would simply deliver them. In the afternoon, they could still gather another batch. A gaggle of children trailed behind them, chattering animatedly, creating a vibrant ambience. The adults laboring in the surrounding fields were puzzled by the sight of the children trailing behind Hidong and Zhu Qingya with their nylon bags. However, as long as the children were safe, that was all that mattered. The seedlings in the fields needed to be planted promptly. Upon entering Hidong's courtyard, the children's excitement soared. Mao was the first to carry the nylon bag, urging Hidong to weigh it immediately. He was eager to discover how many mushrooms he had gathered and how much money he would earn. Although he was supposed to let the younger children go first, he had carried it all the way and could not afford to wait. Hidong recognized Mao's impatience and hastily retrieved the scale to weigh the mushrooms alongside Zhu Qingya. 11 Jin, he announced. Young children do not pack their nylon bags as tightly as adults do, and a gentle shake revealed some remaining space. Nevertheless, for Mao, this 11 Jin was significant. He calculated in his head how much money that would amount to, his eyes glimmering as he looked at Hidong, who understood that he was waiting for his payment. With 11 Jin of mushrooms at 3 Mao per Jin, that would be a total of 3 yuan and 30 cents. Count it carefully, Hidong instructed. As Mao gazed at the money offered by Hidong, his eyes widened in astonishment, unable to accept it. Had he truly earned over 3 yuan? Hidong chuckled, suggesting it was insufficient and that they would continue their endeavors later in the afternoon when his brother returned. Mao, however, did not intend to imply such a notion. It was merely the first time he had encountered several 1 yuan notes, especially those he had earned himself. The excitement was overwhelming. Yet, with Hidong mentioning that they could earn more in the afternoon, he eagerly agreed to the plan. Brother Dongzi, you promised me candy. Hidong suddenly recalled Mao's request for sweets. You want a pound of white rabbit milk candies, which costs 2 yuan. I will give you 1 yuan and 3 jiao. Mao's face lit up with joy as he accepted the offer, for such a sum was indeed a small fortune in these times. The other children, witnessing Mao's acquisition of money and candy, rushed forward, eager to weigh their own nylon bags. One small child was jostled and toppled over, rubbing his eyes in tears. Hidong reached out to help him up, saying, You are the youngest, you go first. The little one immediately cheered, stopped crying, wiped his tears, and handed his nylon bag to Hidong. Due to its lighter weight, Hidong was able to weigh it alone. 3 Jin and 4 liang, he announced, equating to 1 yuan and 2 jiao. As he weighed each child's bag, he meticulously calculated their amounts. Mao had the highest total, while this little one had the least. The others ranged from 5 to 9 Jin. Brother Dongzi, I want candy too, exclaimed a boy of 7 or 8, blinking eagerly at Hidong. However, his request differed from Mao's. I want bubble gum. Brother Dongzi, I want some too. I want pagoda candy. As soon as candy was mentioned, the children's eyes sparkled with delight. Hidong understood that these children had endured hardships, lacking in food and play. Candy was a rarity, seldom seen throughout the year. Since they desired it, he decided to take responsibility for procuring it all. How much do you want? I need to keep track, he stated. Aware that with so many children and varying requests, it it would be challenging to remember everything. A mistake in purchasing would break the children's hearts. The dilemma lay in how to record their requests, as his years of idleness had rendered him incapable of easily finding paper and pen. However, he soon thought of someone. Brother Changrong, I remember that Qingya has been to school. Do you have any paper and pen at home? Naturally. Zhu Changrong was aware of the supplies, but was a bit slow to respond. Do you need them? Hidong nodded. Zhu Changrong promptly went home and returned with paper and a pen, school notebooks, and a ballpoint pen. Watching Hidong, Zhu Changrong suddenly appeared contemplative. Can Hidong write? It was as if he had inadvertently underestimated him. In his past life, Hidong had indeed led a carefree existence, but later, he had to learn to keep accounts in business, honing his penmanship. He even learned foreign languages. Taking a stool beside the square table, Hidong seized the opportunity. With the children present, to showcase his skills. One by one, he called out names to record their requests and waits. The children were enthusiastic and cooperative, each repeating their orders, handing over money, and leaving Hidong's home with their sweet desires fulfilled. Zhu Changrong looked at the page filled with writing, genuinely surprised. Sister Zhu Qingya's calligraphy is quite exquisite, yet it seems that Hidong's is not lacking in charm either. Is it acceptable? Hidong is being deliberate. Zhu Changrong scratched his head in contemplation and nodded. He never anticipated that Hidong, who used to be chased through the streets during their school days, would possess such writing skills. Hidong tore off a page from his notebook, tidied up, and prepared to step outside. The restaurant must be bustling at this hour, but it would soon quiet down in about an hour. Just then, Zhu Changrong glanced up to see a shadow on Hidong's rooftop, startling him. Was that not old man Xiao from the east of the village? What was he doing on your roof? It dawned on him that he had not seen the author's note, so his previous comments had gone unnoticed. Allow me to reiterate, there are 3 chapters updated daily, consistently. Chapter 26. This is something I can handle too. Hidong had noticed this upon returning. Zhu Changrong finally comprehended. He chuckled, remarking that the weather was about to change, and he was concerned about the roof leaking, requesting Uncle Qiao's assistance in repairs. Zhu Changrong then recalled that Hidong's house was quite old, with many areas in disrepair. There were indeed several small holes in the roof that needed attention, especially since he was soon to welcome his sister into the home. Zhu Qingya could not reside in such a place. How much are you paying him? His elder brother inquired. Why does it matter? Zhu Changrong retorted. This is something I can manage. He had originally intended to find time to repair it himself, but he had been too occupied recently with Hidong in the county, foraging for mushrooms, and had not found the opportunity. Hiring old man Xiao would incur costs. Yet his brother believed that the sum involved was negligible compared to the profits from a cart full of mushrooms. A businessman must understand the cost differentials. This is all profit. Zhu Changrong had gathered at least 30 to 40 pounds of mushrooms that morning, amounting to 20 or 30 yuan. Old man Xiao's labor would cost only a few yuan. If one were to consider profitability, mushroom foraging was indeed more advantageous. Brother, we should leave specialized tasks to the professionals. We are heading to the county now. Are we going now? Brother Zhou is waiting. We must go. Besides, with the weather turning, tomorrow we may not have the chance to venture out. Zhu Changrong nodded, saying, All right, I will inform them, and then we shall depart. Hidong nodded in agreement and walked over to the ox cart, carefully placing the nylon bags inside. Since the mushrooms had just been harvested, there was no need for watering. It was best to cover them with a layer of plastic film. The sun was shining brilliantly at this moment. After an hour, they would likely dry out. When Zhu Changrong returned, he held 3 or 5 sweet potatoes in his hands. He kept one for himself and offered the rest for Hidong to choose. Hidong selected the largest one. These sweet potatoes are steamed excellently. Who prepared them? Take a guess, Zhu Changrong teased playfully. Hidong noticed that, unlike before when Zhu Changrong was reticent, he was now more loquacious. At this time, their aunt and sister-in-law were working in the fields. Only Qingya remained at home. Zhu Changrong was astonished. He turned to Hidong and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming that Zhu Qingya could steam sweet potatoes and cook. Hidong was genuinely surprised. He had indeed guessed correctly. Before me, the image of encountering Zhu Qingya last night reappears. Zhu Qingya, with her head bowed, blinks her curled lashes like a fan. A sense of confusion and unease envelopes me as I recall the scene of her in my embrace. It seems that the Zhu family has not entirely squandered her upbringing. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Hidong and Zhu Changrong sold the 193 pounds of mushrooms they brought, earning 115 yuan and 80 cents. After deducting the 48 yuan cost for the children, Hidong's profit from the mushrooms amounts to 67 yuan and 80 cents. Trapped within their snares were 5 gray rabbits and 3 bamboo rats, yielding an additional 60 yuan. Thus, during this trip to the city, Hidong has accrued a total of 127 yuan and 80 cents. Coupled with the 199 yuan from yesterday and the 100 yuan from the day before, Hidong now possesses nearly 500 yuan. A considerable sum in these times. However, money is meant to be spent. Hidong sought out the young lad Wu San'er from the previous day to procure some cigarettes, handing over 50 yuan. Although he claimed each pack was discounted by a dime, Hidong generously opted not to take the discount. Wu San'er was elated, noting that while the discount amounted to 2 yuan for the 20 packs he purchased, Hidong's generosity was commendable. Today, Dogdan had not come. As he was busy acquiring tickets, Wu San'er pointed out the spot where Zhu Godin had stood the day before, prompting Hidong to appreciate the boy's keen perception. It was no wonder he had managed to sell cigarettes here without ever being caught. Hidong offered him a cigarette, saying, "I see you have the red pack cigarettes. Set aside a few boxes for me, as I shall return in a few days." Many patrons visited Wu San'er for cigarettes, yet few returned to offer him a gift afterward. Most merely bought and departed, too eager to enjoy their purchase. Not only did Hidong provide him with cigarettes, but he also placed an order for the red packs, recognizing him as a truly valuable customer. "Rest assured, I shall keep them for you. As long as you come by," Wu San'er assured him with a smile, watching Hidong's departing figure with satisfaction. If only more customers like him would come by. Hidong placed the cigarettes on the ox cart, instructing Zhu Qingya to drive to the supply and marketing cooperative. He must not forget to buy the candies he promised the children, as he had a small list with him. He also needed to purchase something for himself. Furthermore, he planned to buy 2 pigs to raise. Should he marry now, he would certainly not be able to slaughter pigs. But what about when the child is born? If the memories from his past life are accurate, Zhu Qingya is already nurturing a small life within her womb. In these times, it is customary for families to celebrate significant joyous events by slaughtering their own pigs for a festive gathering. Hidong intends to rear 2 small pigs first. However, this requires an application to the village production team. As Hidong prepared to return, he resolved to seek out the team leader for the necessary application. "Brother, are pigs easy to raise?" Hidong, having never raised pigs in either of his lives, sought advice from Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya turned back, his face reflecting a moment of existential doubt. After a long pause, he finally uttered 2 words, "easy to raise," before turning away and ignoring him. Do not be deceived by Hidong's current financial success. He has indeed never raised pigs. "Are you planning to?" Hidong inquired. "Absolutely. There is nothing quite as delightful as having pork during the New Year festivities." As for the matter concerning the children, Hidong preferred to keep it discreet to avoid any misunderstandings. In the village, the New Year is a time of great merriment, and those with means typically slaughter pigs, not only for sustenance, but also for sale. Therefore, Hidong's thoughts on the matter are hardly revolutionary. "I will teach you when the time comes," said Zhu Qingya, cracking his whip as he guided the ox cart homeward. Hidong felt reassured by his words. Though he could consult Zhang Guiping and he Shang about it, their distance from him was a hindrance, unlike the Zhu family, who lived just next door. If anything arose, a simple call would suffice. Upon reaching the village entrance, Hidong and Zhu Qingya spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Zhu Qingya, with her braided hair and clad in a long-sleeved cotton shirt, paced anxiously at the intersection, glancing up intermittently. The moment she caught sight of her brother Zhu Qingya and Hidong approaching in the ox cart, her face lit up, and she hurried towards them. "Hurry," Zhu Qingya urged, bringing the cart to a halt as he regarded his younger sister. "What brings you to the village entrance? The sun is still blazing." The Zhu family had a habit of shielding Zhu Qingya, treating her as if she were a delicate doll. Even a little sun exposure was deemed harmful. Yet, Zhu Qingya, in her agitation, cast a wary glance at Hidong. "Something has happened at your home." Chapter 27. Mao has already paid her serious tone, sent a wave of unease through Hidong. However, Zhu Qingya's decision to dash all the way to the village entrance to wait for him clearly reflected her concern. "It's nothing. I can handle it. You needn't worry." Zhu Qingya felt no apprehension, for she was well aware of Hidong's character. It was only that the uproar caused by numerous individuals outside Hidong's home had caught her attention. The sister-in-law had remarked that Hidong would never change his ways and that he must have done something dubious to afford a sewing machine, prompting her to voice her discontent and rush out. "Brother, I'll return home a bit later." Hearing that Zhu Qingya was reluctant to go back, Zhu Changrong jumped off the cart in a flurry. If you're not going home, where will you go? I'll accompany you. Brother, you should check on sister-in-law. With our parents away, she can be quite formidable. I'll head to the fields to find mother. Zhu Qingya was unwilling to confront Wang Yu. Zhu Changrong fell silent, fully aware of the nature of Wang Yu as his wife. When their parents were home, she refrained from speaking out of turn, but in their absence, her words could be quite harsh before Zhu Qingya. At that moment, Zhu Qingya's mention of the situation made it clear to him. Go on. Remember to seek shade and avoid the sun. Understood, brother, Zhu Qingya replied, tossing her braid as she departed. Returning to the ox cart, Zhu Changrong asked, You haven't been up to any mischief lately, have you? Dong, having heard Zhu Qingya's earlier mention, shared the same concern. He shook his head, puzzled. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by a gathering of women and children. He recognized the children. They were the same ones who had gone mushroom picking in the mountains that very morning. The adults were also familiar. Dong is back. Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice called out, instantly directing the gazes of all towards Dong on the ox cart. Zhu Changrong was still driving the cart, yet he found himself encircled by onlookers. Dong, the money for my heir Mao was given to you, wasn't it? A woman approached, gripping heir Mao's ear. The child appeared to have been crying, his eyes swollen and red. Brother Dongzi, I'm truly sorry. I told my mother that I earned this money by picking mushrooms, but she refuses to believe me. It was then that Dong grasped the situation. The mushrooms in the mountains were abundant. Yet who had ever heard of them being sold for money, especially not for such a sum? Heir Mao's mother displayed the single yuan he possessed, her face etched with skepticism. You may engage in petty theft and deceit, but you mustn't lead my son astray. He is still in school. Indeed, the parents collectively believed that the money in their children's hands must have come from some dubious dealings instigated by Dong, given his past offenses, which they had not forgotten. The children lowered their heads, uncertain of what to do. They had merely wanted to share their joy of earning money with their parents. But this happiness had led to trouble. They were not only subjected to a beating, but were also dragged to Dong's home to seek an explanation. Sadly, they still did not understand what wrong they had committed. Some children were even preoccupied with thoughts of food. Brother Dongzi, did you buy the candy I wanted? A little one with eyes like dark grapes looked up at Dong. He had been waiting there since early morning, anticipating Dong's return to receive his candy. However, his mother had anxiously come searching for him, resolutely refusing to let him stay, despite his insistence on waiting for Dong to return with the candy. His mother, angered, inquired about the source of the candy, to which he replied it was purchased. And where did you get the money? I earned it. How? By picking mushrooms. Yet, no one believed him. Soon after, heir Mao was brought over by the adults. Following him were Go Sheng and Xiao Niu, all of whom echoed the same claim. The money was exchanged for mushrooms, given by Dong. However, having lived in Shanghe Village for so many years, who had ever sold mushrooms? Dong had to concede that he had set a precedent in Shanghe Village, but it was certainly not an isolated incident. The prevailing simple-mindedness of the villagers, coupled with their long-standing reliance on the whims of nature for sustenance, had not yet led them to realize that commerce could indeed be profitable, immensely so. The money in the hands of heir Mao's mother and Go Sheng's father was indeed earned by them. Furthermore, Dong had neither stolen nor led them astray. A pound of mushrooms is 3 jiao. I even keep a ledger. Dong stepped into his home to fetch his account book, opening it for them to see. Adults who could read hurried over to take a look. Dong's handwriting was neat, his strokes complete and easily recognizable. Not only did his own son, but also the other children meticulously recorded how many mushrooms they had picked and the money they had earned. It was all crystal clear. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Were these mushrooms truly so valuable, or were they merely worth 30 cents per pound? Dong nodded. Since you can read, you must also be able to count, right? You understand that I calculated this money based on the weight for the children, without any tricks. The man recalculated and found that it was indeed accurate. 30 cents per pound of mushrooms. Dong, if we adults were to pick, would you also pay us? Some in the crowd began to entertain this notion. Initially, Dong felt sympathy for the children, wanting them to enjoy something good, and he had considered this. However, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He nodded. Others were now somewhat intrigued. If that's true, I'm heading to the mountains right now. Heir Mao, you must come too. Heir Mao's mother grabbed him, eager to leave. But Dong called out to them. Heir Mao's mother turned back in surprise. What's the matter? Am I not allowed? Dong reassured her. What I said earlier was merely in jest. You mustn't take it to heart. Mao's mother felt a bit embarrassed, for she had been the loudest in the conversation. Dong smiled. I'm not here to argue, but Mao asked me to buy a big white rabbit for him. And I need you to help him weigh it to see if it's a pound. A big white rabbit? Mao's mother was puzzled, glancing at her child. Why did you buy a rabbit? Not a rabbit, Mom. Mao was nearly at a loss for words. He wanted to explain, but ultimately decided that presenting the actual item would be more straightforward. He pulled out a large piece of white rabbit milk candy that he had been saving in his pocket. This is the big white rabbit candy. It's delicious. Mao's mother still didn't quite comprehend. Being illiterate, she needed assistance. Mao unwrapped the candy and offered it to his mother. Upon tasting the sweet, milky flavor, she finally understood. How delightful. How much does this candy cost per pound? $2. So expensive? Chapter 28. One must have the ability. Revised. Mao had already paid for it. Dong handed the candy to Mao's mother while holding a scale in his other hand. Although it's tasty, moderation is key. Otherwise, your teeth will suffer. I know, Dongzi Gu. Upon learning that the payment had been made, Mao's mother weighed the candy, discovering it was precisely a pound. Mao, having received his candy, took a handful and stuffed it into his pocket, planning to save the rest to enjoy gradually at home. The other children, who had also recorded their earnings, came over to collect their candy. The accompanying adults were somewhat moved. These kids are truly remarkable. They can earn their own money and buy candy for themselves. They felt compelled to earn as well. Thus, after leaving Dong's home, everyone returned to gather nylon bags and headed up the mountain. Fearing that Dong might change his mind, some picked about a pound and quickly returned to exchange for money. Dong cheerfully weighed and settled the accounts. The individuals felt reassured and continued their ascent, determined to gather a greater harvest. Don't let me spill the beans, they had said, yet now, everyone was aware. Zhu Qingya was troubled. Once the number of mushroom pickers increases, Dong will no longer profit from the prices. However, Zhu Qingya remains oblivious. This model, while seemingly allowing for concessions and reduced earnings, still promises substantial gains in the near future. Once the mushroom season concludes, they must wait until autumn and winter. Though he feels for the children, he understands that if the adults struggle, the children's wealth is of little use. Their sustenance ultimately relies on the care of grown-ups. Sugar cannot serve as a meal. This venture, with their repeated excursions into the mountains, will inevitably draw attention. Had everyone departed? Wang Yu, having merely sautéed a dish, emerged to find that Mao's mother and the others had vanished. Initially, she intended to witness the commotion, yet now it seemed everyone had left. And what of Dong? Did that group not demand accountability from him, seeking to chastise him? What transpired that caused them to disperse? Clarifying the source of the children's money and Dong's funds. Were they acquired through theft or robbery? Zhu Qingya furrowed his brow and took Wang Yu's hand. Leading her home, Wang Yu sensed her husband's rising anger. It was Dong who had engaged in unsavory conduct, leading the village children astray. If there was anger to be directed, it should be aimed at Dong, not at her. Dong soon heard the commotion from next door, followed by a woman's weeping, yet he chose to disregard it, particularly upon seeing the figure in white at the door. Zhu Qingya also observed him. Initially concerned that Dong would mishandle the situation, she was surprised when he resolved it with just a few words. She truly did not anticipate such a turn of events. Upon noticing Dong had spotted her, she quickly retreated to the Zhu household. Dong recognized that his past of debauchery had caused the village girls, including Zhu Qingya, to keep their distance from him. However, he would prove to her that he had indeed reformed and could treat her well. Having subsisted mainly on 2 sweet potatoes for lunch, Dong felt hunger gnawing at him again after making the round trip to the county town. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, generously adding some minced meat, creating a dish that was utterly enticing. This was particularly true for old man Xiao, who was busy repairing the roof above. As he worked, Xiao nearly slipped and fell. Dong emerged with his bowl of noodles, glancing up at the state of the ceiling. Old man Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in his repairs that upon hearing the clattering of pots and pans, he realized Dong was cooking. However, the alluring aroma of meat soon drew him to peek at what Dong was preparing, causing him to lose his footing. It's nothing, just a little slip. Old man Xiao muttered, avoiding Dong's gaze as he hurriedly returned to his work. Dong heard a rumble in his stomach. Uncle Xiao, you haven't eaten, have you? Have this bowl of noodles before you continue. Dong climbed the ladder, extending the bowl toward old man Xiao. Although Xiao wished to decline, The enticing scent of the noodles was irresistible, and he genuinely had not eaten. Considering the distance from his dwelling, he thought it best to wait until Hidong completed the roof repair before heading back to prepare his meal. Who knows that Hidong not only can afford fine grains, but also meat. In his youth, he also indulged in exquisite delicacies. Now, as he ages and moves less, he finds himself eating only sporadically, just enough to satiate his hunger. Gazing at the bowl of noodles before him, he reflects on the past with a sense of nostalgia. Uncle Xiao, please continue. It will clump together soon, and that greatly affects the flavor. Hidong is aware, and so is the old man Xiao. Then I shall partake. He replies. Old man Xiao takes the bowl and sits atop the roof to eat. Going up and down is rather troublesome. Hidong heads to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl and steps outside to enjoy his meal. The third son of the He family. Your culinary skills are wasted if you don't set up a noodle stall, praises old man Xiao, not as flattery, but as genuine admiration. Given Hidong's experience running restaurants, he feels deserving of such commendation. Otherwise, he would not have successfully managed several branches in his previous life. Uncle Xiao, do you have a good painter to recommend once you're done here? Hidong shifts the topic. Old man Xiao ponders for a moment and responds, there are indeed some, but they tend to be pricier. Old Wang from the neighboring village. Hidong mentally notes this. Uncle Xiao, do you still want more? There's more in the pot. Old man Xiao quickly shakes his head. This bowl is sufficient. With the minced meat and eggs, it's quite filling. Hidong climbs the ladder to retrieve a bowl. Do be careful. Rest assured, I've had my fill. I won't slip again. Old man Xiao chuckles. Hidong descends, takes the bowl to the kitchen, and prepares to head out. Zhu Qingya waits for him at the door, recalling Hidong's mention of mushroom picking in the afternoon. The two set off again. Along the way, they encounter a couple of adults carrying nylon bags heading toward his home. The bags contain only a meager amount of mushrooms, clearly intended to verify if they could exchange them for money at his place. Hidong smiles. Aunt Nyo, Dad Goshing. We're also heading up the mountain to pick mushrooms. If you're not in a hurry, we'll weigh them for you when we return. However, do gather more. I'll pay for it all. Upon hearing this, Aunt Nyo and Dad Goshing realize their bags are rather light, just 1 or 2 pounds, which isn't worth much. Moreover, since Hidong himself is going to pick mushrooms, it's evident he is doing it for profit. They promptly swap their mushrooms for larger bags and continue their ascent. Hidong and Zhu Qingya have been frequently visiting Banshan Mountain these days, and many are aware of it. After the busy farming season, Banshan Mountain is particularly tranquil, yet this afternoon it is unusually lively, with adults and children alike foraging for mushrooms. With your presence, the entire Shanghe Village will soon know you're selling mushrooms, Zhu Qingya remarks. Having held this thought for quite some time, his face turning a shade of displeasure. Hidong understands the implication. Some matters are difficult to conceal. Now that word is out, competitors will inevitably emerge to vie for business. Indeed, one must possess the capability. Chapter 29. Truly two little gluttons, brother. Now we can speak and act. Our business expansion will surely yield considerable profits. Just wait and see, Hidong asserts confidently. Zhu Qingya is puzzled by his thoughts, but is unsure of what to say in response. As he observed Hidong continuing to gather mushrooms, he felt compelled to keep pace. Business ought to be pursued whenever possible. He had contemplated that mushrooms are a seasonal product, not available throughout the entire year. With an increasing number of individuals harvesting them now, the season would likely come to a swift conclusion. His sister, in following Hidong, would inevitably rely on the land for sustenance. However, that was acceptable. He would offer his assistance. He was proficient in plowing fields, nurturing seedlings, transplanting rice, and harvesting. As he watched Hidong, it was evident that he was no longer the indolent troublemaker he once was. He was industrious and diligent, though he also had a propensity to spend. As dusk fell, Hidong and Zhu Qingya sat atop a bullock cart, making their way home. At that moment, a long queue of villagers had formed in front of his house, each clutching nylon bags, consisting of both adults and children. They had refrained from entering the yard, having noted that Hidong had yet to return and the gate remained closed. They waited outside. Hidong, feeling the urgency, urged Zhu Qingya to hasten into the yard. He promptly retrieved the scale and ledger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult to discern the numbers on the scale. He recalled the light bulb he had purchased in the city. In this era, every household had access to electricity, though few were willing to use it liberally. He had previously desired to fully immerse himself in the experience of life, thus neglecting to buy a bulb. However, the events of the previous night had imparted a valuable lesson. Electric light could sometimes be a matter of life and death. Once the bulb was installed and the switch flipped, the once dim yard transformed into a much brighter space. The villagers rejoiced, and so did Hidong. Together with Zhu Qingya, he weighed the mushrooms, recorded the accounts, and calculated the earnings. The villagers who had sold mushrooms to Hidong were astonished to find themselves with money in hand, a prospect they had never envisioned, earning a few or even a dozen yuan right at their doorstep. This was equivalent to a month's income for many. Mao's mother was particularly elated. She and Mao had gathered over 30 pounds of mushrooms that afternoon, earning just over 10 yuan, a rare bounty indeed. She had not seen such a sum throughout the year. Now, she was determined to take Mao to Banxian Mountain at dawn the following day to gather more. This sentiment was shared among the villagers who had left Hidong's home. Who could it be at the door? After weighing all the mushrooms, Hidong and Zhu Qingya tidied up the yard, placing the mushrooms in a cool corner. As Zhu Qingya led the bullock cart back, he sensed a couple of small figures flitting about near the entrance of Hidong's yard. Alert, he widened his eyes and set down the whip to investigate. He discovered two little ones, children from the He family. Hidong, Zhu Qingya called out. Hidong then saw his two nephews, He Jiabao and He Jiadong, their eyes resembling dark grapes as they gazed at him timidly. Hidong beckoned them into the yard. The outside was dimmer than within, obscuring their features, but their bright eyes shone through the darkness. The clothes adorning their bodies were tattered, with slender arms and legs, and the cuffs of their trousers hung loosely. Hidong felt a pang of sympathy deep within him. Should he seek out third uncle? He Jiabao and He Jiadong nodded in agreement. Hidong invited them to step in further to converse. The two children were twins, strikingly similar in appearance, with little difference in height and weight. However, upon hearing Hidong's words, they remained motionless. Hidong had no choice but to stay behind. I will take my leave now. Zhu Qingya realized he was an outsider, and the children might be hesitant to speak. He led the ox cart back home. As he rounded the corner, he noticed two nylon bags resting on the ground. Yet, he said nothing and entered his own yard. Hidong gazed at his two little nephews, both children of Shanghe Village, visibly thin, a fact he could easily discern. Being the children of his elder brother, they tugged at his heartstrings even more. He affectionately ruffled their little heads and turned to Jiabao. Jiabao, you are the elder brother. If there is anything you wish to say, please speak on behalf of Jiadong. What brings you to seek out third uncle? After a moment of hesitation, Jiadong, ever the clever one, dashed outside to retrieve a nylon bag, opening it before Hidong. Hidong recognized the familiar contents inside, a small half-bag of mushrooms. Third uncle, we too wish to exchange this for money. It was only in the afternoon. While seeking playmates, that Jiabao and Jiadong realized none of their friends were in the village. Instead, they had ventured up the mountain to forage for mushrooms. When they approached some older boys, they were told that those boys were not interested in playing, but rather in collecting mushrooms to trade for money to buy food. They recalled the delectable sweet and sour pork that Hidong had delivered to their home the previous night. They had inquired about how it was made, and their mother had informed them that it was indeed made from meat. Hence, they resolved to earn money to buy meat. Hidong was taken aback, realizing that these two little rascals were indeed here to conduct business with him. Pray tell, what do you intend to purchase with the money you earn? Meat. Both Jiabao and Jiadong chimed in unison, their voices filled with eagerness. This was the sole motivation behind their mushroom foraging, to buy meat and enjoy the sweet and sour pork prepared by their dear third uncle. Hidong chuckled. So, you truly enjoy eating meat? Do you particularly relish the sweet and sour pork I make? It is a delicacy beyond mere meat. Jiadong licked his lips, and Hidong realized that it was his sweet and sour pork that had tantalized their taste buds. Truly, they were two little gluttons. He playfully pinched their noses and fetched a scale to weigh their mushrooms. The small half-bag weighed approximately 3 pounds, fetching 1 yuan. Suddenly, Jiabao dashed out again, returning with another bag. The two had collaborated in the afternoon, using 2 nylon bags. This one weighed slightly more, at 4 pounds, equating to 1 yuan and 20 cents. Thus, their total earnings for the afternoon amounted to 2 yuan and 20 cents, a respectable sum. Third uncle, I heard that you can help bring items back from the county town. Is that true? Jiadong's eager eyes sparkled as he looked up at Hidong, bubbling with anticipation. We want to buy meat. The two little ones fixed their gaze on Hidong, anxious that he might decline. Hidong smiled and affectionately ruffled their little heads once more. Do you wish to savor the sweet and sour pork? The little ones nodded eagerly. Dong set down the scale in his hand, stating that they should stay put while their third uncle prepared a meal for them. Really? He Jiabao and He Jiadong exclaimed with excitement as He Dong made his way into the kitchen, followed closely by the two children. Standing by the stove, their curiosity piqued. They wondered how He Dong could possibly create such delectable sweet and sour pork. Their mother had mentioned that she couldn't even manage it. Meanwhile, as night fell, the two children had yet to return home, causing a sense of unease in Fong Lan and He Gui. Zhang Guiping and He Deshang had already gone out to search for them. Fong Lan wanted to join the search, but He Gui insisted she prepare dinner while he went out, claiming that everyone in Shanghe Village was familiar to him. However, the darkness of the night, combined with their absence, left her feeling anxious. While cooking, she pondered where the children could be, burning her hands several times on the pot. On their way, Zhang Guiping and He Deshang inquired with neighbors and learned that their two grandsons had gone out to play after finishing their homework. They had not returned for the entire afternoon. A sense of foreboding settled in both Zhang Guiping and He Deshang's hearts. Fortunately, when they reached the home of Ermao, they received uplifting news. Both children had spent the afternoon in the mountains gathering mushrooms, intending to sell them to their third uncle for meat. Earlier, a minor revision had been made to the previous chapter, which now felt disconnected. Additionally, today was Women's Day, a celebration unrelated to the brothers, but nonetheless a perfect opportunity to wish their mother a happy Women's Day. Chapter 30. A distended stomach isn't this easy to find? Zhang Guiping and He Deshang headed towards He Dong's home. The spacious courtyard was illuminated, yet there was no sign of anyone. Dongzi, Dongzi, Zhang Guiping called out anxiously as she opened the courtyard gate, fearing that Jiabao and Jiadong were not present. Are Jiabao and Jiadong here with you? Upon hearing their grandmother's voice, He Jiabao and He Jiadong rushed out from the kitchen. Grandma, they called out. Zhang Guiping, upon seeing them, sighed in relief, while He Deshang followed behind, his expression still stern but relieved nonetheless. Why didn't you return home when it got dark? Third uncle said he would make us sweet and sour pork. He Jiadong exclaimed joyfully. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Last night, as they savored the sweet and sour pork, the children had been unable to stop talking about how delicious it was. They lived frugally, and purchasing such delicacies was out of the question. Asking He Dong for it felt inappropriate. Yet today, the children had approached their third uncle on their own. Usually, they would hide upon seeing him, but now it seemed it was simply for the sake of a treat. Grandparents, we just watched third uncle make it, and it smelled amazing. He Jiadong tugged at Zhang Guiping, eager to show her how the delicious dish was prepared. At that moment, He Dong emerged, standing at the doorway. Mom, Dad, since you are here, why not stay for dinner? I bought several extra dishes today, and will stir-fry them shortly. Zhang Guiping had no objections, while He Deshang remained silent. Their grandson seemed unwilling to leave. Well then, let us not go. He Dong's culinary skills are truly remarkable. One can smell the sweet aroma from afar. As the sweet and sour pork is served, the two children are already salivating in anticipation. He Dong, not wishing to tease them, asks Zhang Guiping to serve rice, allowing the children to eat first. He has prepared plenty today, ensuring they are well fed. He Jiabao and He Jiadong, initially only craving the sweet and sour pork, are now also tempted by the bowls of white rice that Zhang Guiping brings forth. The rice is so white, so fragrant, and undeniably delicious. Zhang Guiping, having savored a meal yesterday, knows just how delightful it is and smiles brightly as she places a bowl in front of each child. With both rice and meat before them, the children's mouths water uncontrollably. Brother, am I dreaming? Eat up, He Jiabao says as he serves sweet and sour pork to He Jiadong, now even hungrier than before. Watching the children enjoy their meal fills Zhang Guiping with joy. After days of eating sweet potatoes, the children have grown weary. It is time for something better. He Deshang observes this scene with a sense of wonder. Not only does Jiadong feel as if he is dreaming, but He Deshang himself feels as though he is trapped in a dream, as if he has never truly awakened. He glances at the sewing machine He Dong bought yesterday, feeling an odd sense of unreality, as if everything could vanish like a wisp of smoke at any moment. You say you can't use it, yet you just keep staring at it. What are you thinking? Zhang Guiping muses, somewhat perplexed by her husband. It's merely a sewing machine. How can you find it so fascinating? He Deshang glares at her. What do you understand? Well, it seems Zhang Guiping does not comprehend, so she decides to leave it be. He Deshang runs his fingers over the cold, smooth surface of the sewing machine. contemplating how delightful it would be if this dream could continue indefinitely. Pulling out a match from his pocket, He Deshang lights a cigarette, and through the faint haze of smoke, he gazes at the sewing machine, finding it even more beautiful. Zhang Guiping notices that He Dong's roof has been repaired and no longer leaks light, and there are lights on in the courtyard, which is certainly better than darkness. However, upon turning her head, she sees He Gui standing at the door. She considers inviting him in, but He Gui turns and walks away. Zhang Guiping understands that He Gui harbors inner turmoil. Looking at the children eating, she feels a twinge of helplessness. Back at his home, He Gui finally finds some peace. "So how are the children?" he asks, looking into Fong Lan's eyes with little expression. "He Dong?" Fong Lan feels reassured. There is no cause for concern regarding her brother-in-law. "Why didn't you bring them back? What about your parents? Are they eating? Is our meal ready? I'm starving." Fong Lan quickly nods and heads to the kitchen for the food. "Sweet potatoes and pickled vegetables. Dongzi has invited our parents to dinner again. Did you not stay? Why are you so talkative tonight?" He Gui, lacking patience, continues the conversation. Fong Lan refrains from asking further questions, thinking that the children at He Dong's are surely eating better than at home, especially last night's sweet and sour pork, which the children genuinely relished and are likely to remember fondly. She merely hopes they can enjoy it once more. In addition to the sweet and sour pork, He Dong has also stir-fried a dish of wild greens, freshly picked from the mountains, along with a platter of bamboo rat, which belongs to the realm of wild delicacies. He intentionally encouraged He Deshang and Zhang Guiping to indulge themselves. Currently, without a flashlight, it is inconvenient to venture into the mountains. Otherwise, catching a few snakes to stew would have been a splendid feast. 5 individuals shared 3 dishes, each presented in generous portions. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping savored their meals to their heart's content. Meanwhile, He Jiabao and He Jiadong set aside their bowls and chopsticks. "Grandpa, Jiadong's belly is quite round," one remarked. "What about my belly?" "Yours is just as big," Jiadong retorted, wiping his greasy mouth. He Jiabao glanced at his own belly, at a loss for words. How peculiar that his stomach was also so distended. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping chuckled, as did He Dong. Children at the tender age of 5 or 6 are truly delightful. Having devoured a substantial portion of the sweet and sour pork, it was hardly in vain. If Jiabao and Jiadong wished for more in the future, they knew to seek out their third uncle. They nodded vigorously in agreement. He Dong recognized that his sweet and sour pork was indeed a favorite among the children. "Is it all right to take the leftovers home?" "Yes, I can have it tomorrow," He Dong replied with a smile, fetching an enamel jar to fill and hand over to the 2 little ones. However, He Jiabao showed no intention of leaving. "Third uncle, I want to buy some meat," he declared, producing money. "How much do you need?" He Deshang and Zhang Guiping were taken aback, while He Jiadong, realizing the situation, hurriedly pulled out his own money. The adults had always said that meat was quite expensive and Jiabao's funds might not suffice. "Jiabao, Jiadong, where did you get the money in your hands?" Zhang Guiping asked, her anxious gaze sweeping over the 2 thin boys, her concern palpable. He Deshang's expression grew serious. After all, Jiabao and Jiadong were just in preschool. How could they not learn well and resort to taking money from home? "Don't worry, Auntie. Jiabao and Jiadong earned their money themselves," He Dong interjected quickly. Zhang Guiping and He Deshang were once again astonished, looking at their son in disbelief. How could such young boys have made money? This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 31. Jiadong has what Jiabao also possesses. He Dong hurriedly clarified that Jiabao and Jiadong had exchanged their money for mushrooms they picked in the mountains. "So that is how it is," Zhang Guiping said. Glancing at the pile of nylon bags resting in the shade of the shed, her worries alleviated. He Dong looked at the 2 little ones, who were now proudly holding their money. "Take good care of it. When you want something, just tell your parents to buy it for you. As for the sweet and sour pork, whenever you want it, just let me know, and your third uncle will whip it up for you." "Really?" He Dong nodded affirmatively. "If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise." Jiadong extended his hand, and so did Jiabao. However, He Dong extended his own hand. And for a moment, it seemed they could not complete the promise. Yet, in the next moment, he joyfully resolved it by extending his other hand. Pinky promise. 100 years without changing. Such an innocent and playful moment. In his previous life, much of He Dong's charitable work was related to these children. Perhaps he felt a sense of regret for not having children of his own. Yet now, he genuinely cherished these youngsters. He Jiabao and He Jiadong have developed a fondness for He Dong, at least more than before. In the past, whenever He Dong met them, he would pinch their faces. holding on even when it hurt, causing them to run away upon his approach. Tonight, however, they braved his company solely for a morsel of food. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seems that Uncle San is not as disagreeable as he once was. Jiadong has taken a liking to Uncle San, and he is quite sweet-tongued. Hidong was thrilled, promising them that Uncle San would buy them sweets tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle San. Do I get any? He Jiabao, being somewhat less eloquent, felt apprehensive. All along, Jiadong has been the more endearing one. Hidong looked at this sensitive little fellow and patted his small head. There must be, if Jiadong gets some, then Jiabao shall too. Fairness must be maintained. In his previous life, he seldom returned to Shanghe Village, yet he had heard tales of these two little rascals. Jiadong's charm won over Fong Lan and He Gui, leading the family to prioritize him for money and treats. However, when it came to filial duties, Jiabao bore the burden alone, suffering from his lack of eloquence. Eventually, Jiadong purchased a house in the county, while Jiabao remained in the village tending to the fields. Fong Lan and He Gui often criticized Jiabao's lack of ambition, yet they never ventured to the county to live with Jiadong. Of course, Jiadong preferred it that way, only taking advantage and avoiding any loss. This situation, after all, stemmed from a flaw in their upbringing. The second child is inherently more astute than the first, and the family indulged him, leaving the eldest to bear the hardship. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping were unaware of the need for balance, yet they found comfort in Hidong's approach. Two sons must be treated equally, unlike He Gui, who favored Jiadong. Thank you, Uncle San. Jiabao's eyes sparkled with sincerity and childlike innocence. Hidong went into the house to fetch 2 kerosene lamps, preparing to escort them to the west of the village. Back home, Mom, you carry one and lead the way. Zhang Guiping took a lamp and walked ahead, while Hidong followed closely behind. He Deshang, He Jiabao, and He Jiadong walked in the middle, illuminated from both ends, making the path clearer. Occasionally, a breeze would cause the flames to flicker, lacking the stability of electric lights. Yet, with laughter and chatter, they swiftly arrived at He Gui's home. This time, Hidong again refrained from entering He Gui's house. Standing at the door to watch Zhang Guiping and the others go inside, Fong Lan, eager to invite him in for a drink or a word, looked at He Gui. He would enter if he softened. The two brothers faced each other from a distance. Ultimately, He Gui remained silent and entered the house with He Deshang. Sister-in-law, I'm heading back too. Dongzi, Fong Lan called after his retreating figure, unable to resist. I wanted to ask, how do you make that sweet and sour pork? She claimed to lack the funds to purchase meat, yet her desire to learn the recipe remained fervent. Hidong turned back, recalling that the eldest sister could read. I'll write you a note tomorrow, he promised, and Fong Lan found this arrangement most agreeable. Spoken words are often easily forgotten, whereas written ones hold a different weight. Just as she was about to enter the house, Fong Lan suddenly heard Hidong calling her and hurriedly turned back. What is it? She inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Hidong ultimately shook his head. Some matters, he surmised, would not be approved by He Gui, rendering them implausible. Fong Lan was somewhat perplexed by his hesitance, wishing to inquire further, yet Hidong had already turned away and departed. She had no choice but to relinquish the matter. In the ensuing 2 days, Hidong was preoccupied with selling mushrooms. Knowing that he could sell the mushrooms for a profit motivated many in the village of Shanghe to join the foraging endeavor. Some parents even forbade their children from attending school, solely to maximize their earnings through mushroom picking. Hidong could not condone such behavior. Mao's mother, your son has not attended school for 2 days. This cannot continue. If I see him again tomorrow, I shall cease purchasing your mushrooms. Please, Hidong. I've finally earned some money and intended to buy him something nice to eat, she pleaded. Although the child was young, he was quite adept at work. Indeed, brother Dongzi, working with you is far more profitable than school. It is dreadfully boring there. Mao patted his head, speaking his true feelings. In the past 2 days, he and his mother had earned significantly, and she often praised him. Hidong glared at him, emphasizing that ultimately, knowledge and degrees are essential for sustenance in life. Many individuals, unwilling to pursue education during such times, later regretted their choices in society. In his previous life, he had been able to support countless children in their studies. It was unreasonable to witness the youth of Shanghe Village squander their potential. Mao's mother, here's the deal. I will offer you 4 Mao per gene, an additional Mao per gene, if you ensure your child attends school. Mao is still young and should acquire more knowledge. In the future, he can earn a living to support you. To every family present with children in school, he extended the same offer of 4 mao per jean. Upon hearing the increased price of an additional mao per jean, the villagers felt a surge of joy, though it quickly morphed into doubt. Hidong, while you offer an extra mao per jean, if the child picks an extra jean, that amounts to 3 mao. How does that add up? It seems more beneficial for the child to skip school. This revelation awakened many from their reverie, prompting agreement among them. Indeed, this arrangement is not advantageous. Very well then. I shall no longer accept the mushrooms you pick. I am withdrawing from this. Hidong stood up, preparing to sever ties. The villagers were alarmed. Hidong, you cannot do this. We are neighbors. Let us discuss this amicably. You cannot simply abandon your commitments over a disagreement. Hidong was well aware that these villagers had limited perspectives, focused solely on the immediate, without consideration for the future. Thus, a firm stance was necessary. He retrieved the scale and ledger, entered his house, and closed the door. Business is closed. They spent the better part of the day on the mountain. And if the mushrooms they painstakingly gathered were unsold, it would all be for naught. Wasn't the purpose to enable the children to attend school? Surely they could agree to that. Hidong, come out. We will send the children to school if you purchase our mushrooms. Indeed. They promised that the children would not pick mushrooms again tomorrow. They would go to school instead. With a creak, the door swung open, and Hidong emerged, returning to the table to resume weighing and accounting. Should I discover that you have not fulfilled your promise, you shall be removed from my ledger. His voice carried, and almost everyone present heard him. Those without children felt somewhat disadvantaged, as they received a dime less per pound of mushrooms compared to those with children. Observing the scene from behind a wall, Zhu Qingya felt that this was perhaps Hidong's finest moment. Years ago, they had hosted an educated youth in their home, whose grace and demeanor were unmatched in Shanghe Village. From him, she learned much about the world beyond Shanghe, understanding its vastness and the importance of education in broadening one's horizons. Knowledge, she realized, could alter one's fate. At that time, she was diligently pursuing her studies. And even now, she continued to strive. Yet, she was soon to marry and become just another farmer's wife in Shanghe Village, unable to pursue her ambitions any longer. With a heavy heart, Zhu Qingya lowered her gaze and retreated indoors. What's wrong? You seem downcast, Zhu Jianjun remarked. Emerging from the house after finishing lunch and noticing his daughter's troubled expression, Zhu Qingya merely shook her head and entered her room. Zhu Jianjun assumed it was just the whims of a young girl and stepped outside. Observing the bustling activity at Hidong's home, he felt uplifted. Indeed, things had been going well for the past few days. Zhu Changrong had mentioned that Hidong was making money. With Hidong's newfound wealth, wouldn't that ensure a better life for Zhu Qingya? He was optimistic about it. With little work to be done at home, and seeing that Hidong was unable to venture out, he said to Tang Mei, "Take Mei Mei and Wang Yu up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Father, we've only just had 2 days of rest. Moreover, Changrong has been in and out with Hidong, leaving all the field work to me. Can I not skip this?" "You talk too much," Zhu Jianjun retorted, although she had a point. "Mei Mei, you should go with your mother." Mei Mei was reluctant. Everyone in Shanghe Village knew that picking mushrooms could earn money. However, when Zhu Jianjun requested her assistance, it felt like a mere obligation. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was delighted. She had no desire to engage in such unremunerated work. "I'm heading to the fields now, Father," Wang Yu announced as she departed, intending to visit her maternal home. Zhu Jianjun remained silent, observing Tian Mei Mei. "Mother, shall we go as well?" The entire family then set out. Zhu Jianjun went to see if Hidong needed any assistance, though he was illiterate and not much help in weighing. Thus, he decided to observe the few painters in the yard, diligently working on the house. With less than half a month remaining, Hidong felt it imperative to ensure that the house was well prepared for his daughter's comfort. "You ought to execute your work with precision, after all. You are being compensated by my son-in-law." Zhu Jianjun surveyed the surroundings. Having witnessed similar endeavors in his early years, he possessed a modicum of understanding. The tricks these workers might employ would not escape his notice. "This hasn't been leveled, has it? Ah, you are indeed an expert." Upon hearing Zhu Jianjun's observation, the foreman promptly offered him a cigarette. Zhu Jianjun accepted it, tucking it behind his ear. "Expert? Not quite. I merely know a little." Thus, he insisted, "You must paint this house thoroughly. Otherwise, I shall inform my son-in-law to withhold your wages. Your son-in-law seems quite capable. Running such a substantial business with so many patrons daily, he must be earning quite a bit, wouldn't you say?" Zhu Jianjun, eager to flaunt his connections, refrained from disclosing too much. Just enough for a decent meal. Why do you inquire about that? Merely curious. The foreman lit a cigarette for himself, remarking, "The dust here is quite thick. Let us step outside." He subtly signaled to the workers to be meticulous. Zhu Jianjun feigned ignorance of the gesture. He understood the youthful antics well. Presently, the cement was being applied. An additional layer of white lime would enhance its appearance. Imagining a wall adorned with red double happiness characters was quite delightful. He thought to himself, who in Shanghe Village would dare to claim that Qingya had not married into a good family? Such misfortune. That day, Hidong was busily occupied in the yard. The current situation was that not only villagers from Shanghe were selling mushrooms to him, but also from several neighboring villages, drawn like cats to fish. He conducted cash transactions, ensuring the prospect of future business. He feared not the abundance of mushrooms, but rather the scarcity. A single ox cart was evidently insufficient. In the afternoon, Hidong planned to purchase a donkey cart, but he needed someone to watch over the house. With Zhu Jianjun present, he felt at ease. Yet, the mushroom business attracted sporadic sellers. Without someone there, they might leave. If they lingered, it would merely waste time. Hidong contemplated seeking assistance and glanced in the direction of the Zhu family. However, since Zhu Qingya had yet to be married, calling her over for help might invite gossip about her being eager to ingratiate herself, with the fields not as demanding at that moment. He resolved to visit his elder brother, perhaps requesting him to buy an ox cart. Zhu Changrong was a practical man. Keeping him there to help felt unprofitable, and he preferred to continue foraging mushrooms in the mountains. My own brother-in-law, Hidong mused with a wry smile. Zhu uncle, I shall step out for a moment. If someone comes to sell mushrooms, kindly tell them to wait for me. I will be back shortly. To his surprise, Zhu Jianjun glared discontentedly. What do you mean by that in front of others? Hidong glanced at the foreman and others, realizing the predicament. His surname was He, while Zhu Jianjun's was Zhu. The connection sounded tenuous at best. It was a matter of propriety. However, calling him by another name was entirely different. Father. This is indeed correct. Zhu Jianjun had never contemplated how pleasing Hidong found it to be addressed in such a manner. Go ahead. I shall keep watch for you here. Hidong had been eagerly awaiting this affirmation, and with a joyful heart, he ventured into the kitchen before making his way out. He had discerned that since his transformation, Zhu Jianjun's impression and attitude towards him had notably improved, especially upon learning of his intention to present a betrothal gift to Zhu Qingya. Reflecting on this, Hidong recalled his own betrothal gift. Realizing he still needed 2 more gifts to complete it, he resolved to expedite the process in the coming days. Chapter 33. The family's rations are in the fields. As the fortnight drew nearer, numerous preparations remained to be made. The mushroom business, of course, required attention. Thus, it was imperative to find someone to assist with bookkeeping. Hidong approached this task with genuine intent. Together with Zhu Changrong, he journeyed to the county town in the morning, returning with a substantial amount of meat. Now, he carried 3 pounds to He Gui's residence. With the farming season nearing its end, every household had more leisure time. He Gui and Fong Lan were no exception. Observing the 2 industriously weaving bamboo baskets in the courtyard, Hidong knocked on the door. Farmers are restless, devoid of field work. They turned to handicrafts to earn a little extra for household expenses. The abundant bamboo on Half-Immortal Mountain provided ample resources for their endeavors. Presently, as he collected mushrooms daily at a favorable price, the villagers of Shanghe were increasingly eager to gather mushrooms for trade. Hidong was not inclined to believe that He Gui and Fong Lan were oblivious to this. Simply put, He Gui harbored some reservations towards him, reluctant to seek his assistance. Yet, if he did not approach him, could Hidong not take the initiative himself? His transformation was not a fleeting endeavor, but a lifelong commitment. Despite He Gui's long-standing disappointment, Hidong was determined to reveal his renewed self. Upon hearing the knock, He Gui unexpectedly looked up to see Hidong, momentarily taken aback and rendered speechless. Fong Lan was the first to rush over, opening the courtyard door and inviting him in. She was surprised to see Hidong carrying meat. You come to visit, yet you bring gifts? I prepared some sweet and sour pork for my 2 nephews this morning. Please, sister-in-law, decide how you'd like to use this meat. There's quite a lot, Fong Lan noted, estimating it to be around 3 to 5 pounds. Did you keep any for yourself, or will you take it back home? I am here to seek assistance, so of course, I must bring more. There is still plenty at home. Upon hearing the word assistance, Fong Lan's demeanor shifted, her expression becoming somewhat rigid. He Gui also involuntarily furrowed his brow. Rising, he retreated into the house. He knew Hidong's nature all too well. Whenever he came knocking, it rarely boded well. All this recent goodwill might merely be a means for Hidong to seek his help. Fanglan shared this sentiment. However, now that he had been allowed entry, it seemed inappropriate to expel him. In recent days, many had frequented Hidong's home, suggesting his business was thriving. But had he inadvertently stirred up trouble? Had he incurred debts? Dongzi, Fanglan pondered for a long while, contemplating whether to voice her grievances about their financial struggles. Hoping to dissuade Hidong from pursuing his request, Hidong did not give her a chance and directly went upstairs with the meat to find Higuei. Higuei was smoking, and those who knew him understood that he only resorted to this habit when troubled. "Elder brother," Hidong called out. But Higuei did not respond. Hidong placed the meat on the table, aware that it was best to address matters directly at this juncture. "Elder brother, I believe it's quite commendable that Dasa can read and perform arithmetic." Higuei was somewhat bewildered. He had expected Hidong to either request a sum of money or seek assistance with some trouble. What was this praise for Fanglan all about? Fanglan stepped in, taken aback to overhear such words. Indeed, she could read and do arithmetic, having attended a few years of elementary school. She typically managed the household's accounting needs, yet no one had ever commended her for it. What was Hidong's intention? Hesitant, she lingered at the doorway, listening. Higuei also looked at Hidong, waiting for him to continue. "Elder brother, I wish to hire her to assist me with certain tasks. You are aware that Zhu Qingya and I are soon to marry, and there are numerous matters to attend to. I have yet to gather the promised wedding gifts. Currently, many people are coming to sell mushrooms at my place, and I cannot afford to neglect my mushroom business due to the wedding." At this point, Higuei realized that Hidong genuinely required assistance, rather than asking him to clean up some mess. The wedding was indeed of utmost importance. "I would like Dasa to help me with the accounts. When someone comes to sell mushrooms, weighing, settling payments, and bookkeeping, I can truly handle this." Fanglan confidently stepped forward, uncertain whether her husband would allow her to take on the task. Hidong observed Higuei's expression and assured, "We are family. But I will not have Dasa work for free. She will be compensated." Fanglan was even more surprised. She had thought it would merely be a favor, yet it could also earn her money. Was it not a win-win situation? However, it seemed inappropriate to accept her brother-in-law's money. "Elder brother, even siblings should keep accounts clear. How much do you wish to earn each day?" This was something Fanglan genuinely did not understand. She looked at Higuei. Hidong replied, "Currently, accountants in the county earn $20 a month. How about I offer you 25? Isn't it just a favor?" Higuei interjected, asserting that if it was merely a favor, she should not take any money. He set down his pipe, making a decisive statement. "Qingya is also educated and can manage accounts. Once she marries, the two of you can handle it together. Dasa can manage this for these few days." Higuei was reluctant about the money aspect. Moreover, since they were brothers, discussing financial matters for assistance seemed laughable. Hidong understood that obtaining such a statement from Higuei was quite a feat. It was best to let his sister-in-law step forward before discussing anything further. "Dasa, what do you think?" "I will listen to my brother," Fanglan replied, feeling that Higuei's perspective was quite reasonable. After all, it was just family helping each other for a few days. How could one demand payment? That is acceptable. However, you must accept this meat today. Higuei and Fanglan listened, their hearts racing at the prospect of what else he might say. "Do we still need the cow and cart at home?" Higuei sensed that Hidong was like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, harboring ulterior motives. Having acquired a person and an ox cart, now that the busy farming season has passed, every household's ox and cart are left idle. "Just this one, you must not sell it. Rest assured, brother, I no longer regard such a trifling sum with any esteem." Higuei left the house, led the ox out, harnessed it to the cart, and then handed it over to Hidong, feeling quite reluctant. After the last ox was sold by Hidong, he had scrimped and saved for 2 or 3 years to buy this one back. The shadow of that experience was indelible. Hidong snatched the rope away. "If you truly feel uneasy, I shall accompany you. You know I am not adept at handling such creatures, and I cannot guarantee that the person I find will treat it well. A scrape or a bruise could easily occur." Hidong also entered the yard, recalling how Higuei cherished this ox. For a farmer, lacking an ox means the land cannot be tilled. Without tilling, crops cannot be sown. Otherwise, he would not have raised a hoe against him in frustration. He too bore his own scars from past experiences. Yet, a brother remains a brother. Upon hearing of potential injuries, Higuei furrowed his brow. His affection for the ox stemmed not only from its value but from the reliance on it for plowing the fields. The family's sustenance depended on the land. However, while he treasured his own, Others might not share the same sentiment. Observing Higua's tightening brow, Hidong sensed an opportunity. Others would demand money to drive the ox, but surely his brother would not. Chapter 34. Where has your son-in-law gone? In this day and age, earning money is a most arduous task. Higue was more aware of this than anyone. Certainly, he would not demand anything. Very well, I shall provide you with meals. This is not something you can refuse. Higue remained silent, contemplating something as he gazed at him. When will you need it? Since he would be driving the cart, there was no need to send the ox and cart to Higue's place. When needed, he could simply go over. In the morning. I shall come by in the morning. That won't do. My sister-in-law must come to my place now. We are going to the production team. I wish to raise 2 pigs. Higue was aware of the production team and nodded, leading the ox cart outside. After a few steps, he turned back to look at Fonglan. You should tidy up and hurry over. Fonglan nodded, preparing to change into clean clothes. Having just worked, her attire had become soiled. Hidong jumped onto the ox cart. Brother, it has been a long time since I sat in your ox cart. Since I began to remember, he had not had such an experience again, as he did not enjoy manual labor, nor did he relish working in the fields. Now sitting on the cart, watching the figure of the ox being led ahead, he felt a warmth in his eyes. In his childhood, he often sat like this in the cart, while Higue, reluctant to whip the ox, would always lead it by hand. He would lie on the cart, gazing at the blue skies and white clouds. Brother, are you still angry with me? Regarding the matter of the previous ox, I was in the wrong. Higue, who had remained silent, suddenly stopped. The thought of the previous ox filled him with sorrow. However, Hidong understood that if this matter were not addressed, his brother would remember it for a lifetime. I am sorry for you, and for the He family as a whole. If the ox had not been sold, what could Higue not have purchased with the money he saved? Higue sighed deeply. It is all in the past, let us not speak of it. Leading the ox, he continued onward. Fonglan arrived at Hidong's courtyard and noticed a considerable queue at the entrance. However, the faces in line were unfamiliar, not resembling those from Shanghe Village. Zhu Jianjun was directing the crowd up ahead, instructing them to queue properly, assuring them that her son-in-law would return shortly to weigh the mushrooms and settle the accounts. His tone and demeanor exuded an air of pride, making it clear to everyone that the man dealing in mushrooms was indeed the esteemed son-in-law before them. Rumor had it that the mushroom trade was quite lucrative. Just days prior, Hidong had managed to purchase a sewing machine with the profits from his sales. The entire village was aware of this, and the residents of Shanghe Village, positioned advantageously, had already earned enough to buy a sewing machine themselves. However, they were uncertain about how to procure the necessary industrial coupons. Thus, even with money in hand, they found themselves unable to make a purchase. They recognized Hidong as a formidable figure, one who had acquired what others could not, and he had secured the finest brand available. Many gazed upon him with envy, realizing that while they had only just discovered the profitability of mushroom picking, they were unsure if they could earn enough to afford a sewing machine in the first place. Having traveled a great distance, if they were indeed from Shanghe Village, they would have simply returned home. They could have picked more mushrooms and awaited Hidong's return to claim their share. Now, standing idly, they were left to ponder how many mushrooms they might lose out on. Some felt anxious, yet feared departing only to have Hidong come back in their absence, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Uncle, do you know when your son-in-law will return? One inquired. Yes, uncle, where has your son-in-law gone? How long will it take for him to come back? Please let us know. They were merely waiting in vain. Some astute individuals considered asking for clarification, intending to return at a more opportune time. Just as Zhu Jianjun was about to respond, Fonglan approached him. Seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. Since the separation of Higue and Hidong, the two brothers had scarcely interacted. Even Hidong's former creditors would create disturbances at Higue's home when they could not locate him. Zhu Jianjun had not anticipated Fonglan's arrival. What brings you here from the He family? He asked. Fonglan relayed to Zhu Jianjun the words Hidong had shared with her, and it became clear that she was there to assist Hidong. At that moment, the crowd was growing impatient. Zhu Jianjun handed Fonglan a pouch, which she opened to reveal a bundle of cash. This is the cash Hidong will use to settle accounts with them. I feared someone might steal it, so I kept it in the pouch, Zhu Jianjun explained. Fonglan quickly realized that this was indeed Hidong's money. The substantial amount of cash was astonishing to her. She rarely encountered such sums. However, she soon understood that this money could not solely be classified as Hidong's, for the sellers were only bringing in mushrooms worth a few dollars or a dozen at most. Before long, Half of the money in the pouch had vanished, pocketed by others. Yet, in business, there are always ins and outs. She found it difficult to discern anything from Hidong's ledger, as it only contained records of purchases, lacking any entries for sales. However, it seems that Hidong has been busy recently with home repairs and painting, which suggests that he is indeed earning a considerable income. Zhu Qingya, having observed much, has grown indifferent. Over the past few days, he has been privy to Hidong's mushroom buying endeavors, becoming accustomed to the sight. As for He Gui's family, with Zhu Qingya marrying Hidong, you and your spouse will certainly attend. One to you? Zhu Qingya, noticing the absence of others, engaged in casual conversation with Feng Lan. She recalled that He Gui had already left with Hidong, nodding in agreement. She thought it fitting that a brother should attend his younger sibling's wedding. It would be inappropriate for an elder brother to be absent. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Zhu Qingya felt reassured. It must be noted that Hidong had not previously enjoyed a favorable reputation within the He family or even in Shanghe Village. He Gui, as an elder brother, had distanced himself after their separation, leading to a lack of communication. Should He Gui choose not to attend, it would be understandable. But it would indeed be a source of embarrassment for Hidong. This embarrassment would extend to his daughter, reflecting poorly on the Zhu family as well. Feng Lan pondered this notion. He Gui had not visited Hidong since their separation, and their encounters had been marked by silence. However, a wedding is a significant occasion. Even if He Gui were to refrain from attending, it would be inconceivable for He Deshang and Zhang Guiping to remain absent. Yet, unbeknownst to others, she was aware that upon hearing of Hidong's impending marriage, he had contributed a considerable sum towards the wedding gifts. Today, it seemed that the brothers might truly engage in conversation. Just then, a commotion at the entrance signaled the return of Hidong and He Gui, who were pulling a cart laden with two piglets, one black and one white, their coats gleaming and smooth. Confined within the pig pen, they squealed joyfully, exuding vitality. Zhu Qingya was slightly taken aback. So, you intend to raise pigs? Hidong nodded in affirmation. For the new year. It's important to celebrate the first year of marriage with festivity. Zhu Qingya contemplated this. Very well, but two may be a bit excessive. In Shanghe Village, every household raises pigs, but typically only one. It is only those with significant events that would consider raising two or three. When the time comes for slaughter, people will come to buy or simply to witness the occasion, and word will spread naturally, revealing the family's joyous events. It would certainly add to the festive atmosphere. It is unfortunate, however, that Hidong's pigs would not be consumed during the wedding feast. Zhu Qingya quickly recalled the two pigs his family had not slaughtered last year for the new year. Chapter 35. He appreciates this father-in-law Zhu Qingya's impending marriage was an unexpected turn of events. Originally, they had planned to use one pig for the marriage of their third son and to sell the other for money. Now, they were pressed to reserve one for Zhu Qingya. They could always raise another for the New Year festivities. He pulled Hidong aside to a secluded corner. He Gui, noticing the intention for a private conversation, turned his back and lifted the piglets down. Hidong, later you can come to my place to help with the pigs. We'll slaughter them when you marry Qingya. If anyone inquires, just say you purchased them. Isn't that inappropriate, Uncle Zhu? Call me father. Zhu Qingya shot him a stern glance. Visibly displeased, he had no intention of allowing Hidong to evade the request today. Father, Hidong readily acquiesced. Let us proceed with that arrangement, understood? Zhu Qingya's sudden firmness brooked no refusal. Hidong recognized the warmth and kindness that the Zhu family now extended toward him. Even the concepts of care, protection, and maintenance were experiences he had never encountered in his previous life. He held a fondness for his father-in-law. Alas, what his father said was absolute. Regardless, he resolved not to let this family suffer any deprivation in the future. He wished for Zhu Qingya's happiness. When night fell, he would go home for a couple of days of rest, and the slaughter would be carried out on the day of the wedding. Hidong acquiesced, and Zhu Qingya resumed his role as overseer. The cement walls were nearly finished, but they had to wait until they were dry before applying the finishing coat. Thus, the workers were set to return home. Hidong accompanied them, agreeing to their return in 3 days. As for watering and other daily tasks, he would have to manage those himself. However, Zhu Qingya willingly took on that responsibility, as Hidong was quite busy. He had little time to spare. Meanwhile, Feng Lan had new buyers for mushrooms, necessitating weighing, counting, and calculating payment. The weighing was handled by 2 individuals Hidong had hired, each earning a modest daily wage. Hidong and Higui placed the piglets in the adjoining pigsty, which had been constructed after the old man Xiao repaired the house, for which he was additionally compensated. Old man Xiao was skilled. The structure was robust. The bricks were purchased at 2 cents each for the red bricks. In Xiao's words, it was a pity to use such quality bricks for housing pigs. Hidong mused that had it not been for the haste of his wedding, he would have commissioned him to build a grand red-tiled house for himself. Xiao, knowing Hidong was no longer financially constrained, said nothing further. Hidong believed that at this juncture, many could not afford pork, making pigs a valuable asset. Earthen bricks could not compare to red bricks. As the pigs grew, their rooting would diminish. There had been instances of pigs escaping from the village. With these red brick walls, such concerns were alleviated. Thus, in the long run, it was indeed a worthy investment. Yet Higui was astonished that Hidong would utilize such quality bricks for a pigsty. The bricks, priced at a dime each, meant the pigsty alone had cost around $200, equating to over $20. The combined value of the 2 piglets did not even reach that amount. A loss. However, observing Higui's expression, Hidong refrained from voicing his thoughts. A farmer, accustomed to frugality, could not be deemed short-sighted. It was merely a consequence of financial constraints. Brother, you know someone who slaughters pigs. Please help me arrange for one on my wedding day. He seemed to have a plethora of tasks for him, from arranging transportation to enlisting his sister-in-law for bookkeeping, and now to summon a pig butcher. Such demands were rather presumptuous. Yet Hidong felt no qualms. After all, he was his own brother. Had he heard such words in the past, Higui would have clenched his fists, ready to strike. Even now, the impulse lingered, but it dissipated swiftly. The Hidong before him was no longer the troublemaker who had once prompted him to intervene, dismissing his contributions as mere obligations. He had harbored resentment towards Hidong. Yet now, with the impending marriage, many tasks indeed required attention. He nodded in agreement. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Hidong did not attempt to retain him. Today, the opportunity to accompany Higui to retrieve the piglets signifies a substantial advancement in their relationship. Higui engaged in considerable conversation, and Fong Lan, observing from the side, felt a sense of relief. For the past 2 years, Higui had been reluctant to speak with Hidong, yet today seemed to mark a transformation. Dongzi, you should fetch some pig fodder for them, he instructed. All right, Hidong replied, taking a basket and heading out. The 2 little pigs, upon entering their new environment, leapt joyfully and squealed with delight. Meanwhile, the people in the courtyard were bustling energetically. As dusk approached, Zhu Jianjun arrived at Hidong's home with an ox cart. The number of mushroom sellers had gradually diminished. Fong Lan called out upon seeing him, Zhu, big brother, let me help you keep the accounts. The cart was laden with 4 or 5 bags of mushrooms, likely worth a considerable sum. Zhu Qingya glanced at Fong Lan, then, with a straightforward demeanor, unloaded the mushrooms onto the chilly ground. No need for accounts here. These are gifts from my gathering today with Tian Mimi and Tang Mei. Fong Lan was taken aback. How could such a bounty not be accounted for? Big brother Zhu, surely you don't think I am not Hidong, and that's why you refuse payment? Today, Hidong asked me to assist with selling mushrooms. I am responsible for the accounts, and I assure you, there will be no errors. Fong Lan assumed Zhu Qingya doubted her integrity. Zhu Qingya brushed off the dirt from his clothes, glaring at her in annoyance. How can you be so dense? He retorted, leading the ox cart away. Left alone, Fong Lan stared at the bags of mushrooms, perplexed. Throughout this time, she had consistently heard that Zhu Qingya and Hidong were partners in the mushroom business. If Hidong was earning, Zhu Qingya must be as well. Was it truly a charitable act? Big sister, there's no one left, right? Please call big brother, father, mother, and Jia Bao and Jia Dong to come for dinner. I will prepare it now. Hidong returned from outside to find the courtyard empty. He settled accounts with 2 young men who had come to weigh their goods and sent them home. Fong Lan snapped back to reality. That won't be necessary. You brought over so much food at noon, and we haven't even eaten yet. How can we accept more from you? Why doesn't big sister understand? I actually wanted to share a meal with big brother, Hidong replied. Fong Lan laughed at this. Hidong had become quite astute, making him somewhat inscrutable to her. I will return home now, but I cannot guarantee if I can summon them. Very well, go ahead. Hidong proceeded next door to remind Zhu Qingya and Zhu Jianjun not to eat yet, as he would be hosting dinner shortly. However, since Tang Mei and the others returned early, the family had already begun their meal and informed him they would not be joining. Hidong had no choice but to return home to prepare the meal himself. Fong Lan had just returned from her earlier tasks while gathering pig fodder. She had encountered He Desheng and Zhang Guiping and invited them over for dinner. The elderly couple had agreed, so tonight, he would not be dining alone. He hastened his cooking, hoping they would arrive in time for the meal. Father, Hidong is quite amiable now. He knows we helped today and has invited us for dinner. I've heard that his meals are now quite splendid. We should have gone to eat with him earlier. Chapter 36. The third transformation and the unreturned purchase as she savored the sweet potato in her hand. Wang Yu contemplated that had it not been for Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changrong's earlier declarations of disinterest, she would have eagerly ventured to Hidong's place for a delightful meal. Zhu Jianjun wore a stern expression, while Zhu Changrong's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, "Do you think our family cannot survive without you?" This silenced Wang Yu, who had long perceived the Zhu family as somewhat eccentric since her marriage. Their sole affection seemed reserved for Zhu Qingya. At this moment, they all munched on sweet potatoes accompanied by pickled vegetables, while Zhu Qingya enjoyed a bowl brimming with white rice and meat. To top it off, Tang Mei had even fried 2 eggs to nestle beneath the rice. The family appeared to be acting rather peculiarly, a precious yet burdensome asset. However, this burden would soon find itself cast out, and she would no longer endure such indignities, eventually relishing better fare. As she contemplated this, she hoped that the meager rations of grain and fabric coupons that Tang Mei possessed might fall into her hands. Why should a mere sister-in-law monopolize all the good fortune at home? It was also Hidong's fault for being ineffectual, persisting in his mushroom-selling venture instead of leveraging his previous successes. How the Zhu family had become so audacious, once unable to lift their heads, now walking tall. Mother, Qingya is about to marry, and Mei Mei and I were discussing what to gift her. The thought of Zhu Qingya's impending marriage did evoke a twinge of reluctance in Tang Mei. Yet now that Hidong was thriving, perhaps it was not entirely unfavorable, which provided some solace. Whatever you choose to give is your sentiment. I shall not interfere. I wish to gift Qingya some fabric. But could you spare me some of the fabric coupons? Having those would indeed reduce the costs. Eldest sister-in-law, if you need fabric coupons, I have a few. Tian Mimi blurted out. Wang Yu shot her a glare. Did she not realize her intentions? How dare she speak up? It was no wonder she endured hardships in the Zhu household. Tang Mei grasped the situation. Wang Yu intended to offer Zhu Qingya a gift while seeking to acquire fabric coupons from her. Those coupons are reserved for Qingya's dowry. Are you suggesting I relinquish them entirely? Mother, without the fabric coupons, it is truly expensive. Expensive? Find a way yourself. I have already stated that they are for Qingya's dowry. Zhu Changrong's eyes widened in fury, as if he could devour Wang Yu whole. No one was to touch Zhu Qingya's dowry. In a huff, Wang Yu cast aside her chopsticks, declaring her meal over, and retreated to her room. Her desire for fabric coupons bore a selfish intent, yet was it not ultimately for their benefit? Why should a sister-in-law, merely by virtue of her marriage, be allowed to take away all the treasures of the household? Every little bit counted. Yet, Zhu Changrong simply could not fathom this rationale. It was not that Zhu Changrong was ignorant. Rather, he understood all too well. Zhu Qingya had always been the jewel of their family, cherished by both Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun, as well as by her brothers. Yet, they had failed to secure a suitable match for her, leading to her unfortunate entanglement with someone like Hidong. Their family owed her a better fate, ensuring that all the finest things were reserved for her. With Hidong now showing signs of reform, their family felt a sense of obligation to Zhu Qingya. Zhu Changrong saw through Wang Yu's intentions clearly, though he chose not to confront her. Yet, some individuals always seem to assume others are fools. Dear parents, please disregard Wang Yu's recent remarks. You should provide everything due to Qingya without considering anything else. With my elder brother's assurance, the second brother, Zhu Changyao, expresses the same sentiment. Indeed, Tian Mimi has been aware of Zhu Qingya's esteemed status within the Zhu family over the past 2 years. Yet, she harbors no jealousy, only admiration. Now that Zhu Qingya is about to wed, the Zhu family's reactions are entirely understandable. She looks forward to a future where she and Zhu Changqing can lead their own lives. With the third and fourth brothers yet to marry, they express ambivalence about their sister's impending nuptials. On one hand, they are relieved that Zhu Qingya will not suffer disgrace or gossip. On the other, they lament that their shared meals with her will become less frequent. Fortunately, her new home is merely next door. In the coming days, we should work in the county to purchase ample bedding for our sister, as it is customary for the family to provide such gifts. Zhu Changmin and Zhu Changmei hope for her to live a fulfilling life in the He household. Witnessing her brother's earnest wishes, Zhu Qingya's eyes glisten with tears. Her throat constricted, and she finds it difficult to eat. I shall always remember my brother's kindness. There is no need for you to worry. As long as Qingya thrives in the He household, that is enough. Zhu Changmei gently caressed Zhu Qingya's head, sincerely wishing her well. Zhu Qingya felt that perhaps she would indeed have a good life there. Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun felt a sense of relief, having lived for half a lifetime. They were well aware of Wang Yu's underlying motives. They merely maintained a semblance of courtesy. With the wedding just days away, shouldn't the He family engage a matchmaker to formalize the proposal? It would be quite improper for a couple to marry without one. Speaking of which, I almost forgot that He Dong has yet to express any intention to propose. I have already mentioned the pig at home to him. Zhu Jianjun, belatedly realizing this, pondered whether he was perhaps too eager to marry off his daughter. Proposals are no trivial matter. Tang Mei chided him. You haven't even mentioned this important matter to He Dong? He Dong hasn't yet purchased the dowry items, the 3-turn radio, and other essentials. Zhu Changrong suddenly recalled this detail, prompting Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun to remember that He Dong had mentioned he would acquire a dowry for Zhu Qingya. Currently, they possess only a sewing machine at home. The bicycle, radio, and watch are still absent. Changrong, didn't you say that He Dong had gathered sufficient funds for these purchases? Surely he wouldn't back out now? Tang Mei expressed her genuine concern. Having spent recent days accompanying He Dong in the county, Zhu Changrong was acutely aware of his financial situation and the worth of the items in the department store. However, he could not decipher He Dong's intentions. To him, He Dong displayed far less enthusiasm for these purchases than he did when he was eager to buy the sewing machine. Surely, he wouldn't change his mind now. Holding a sweet potato, Zhu Changrong stepped outside, gazing towards He Dong's home. Recently, among those selling mushrooms to He Dong in anticipation of the wedding, an audacious individual had emerged. How audacious? He Dong, I hear you are still unmarried? My daughter is no less attractive than Zhu Qingya. Would you care to take a look? Now, He Dong is busy purchasing sewing machines and renovating his house, and today he has even begun raising pigs in the pigsty. Each day, he buys mushrooms, handling hundreds of yuan that flows in and out of his hands. It is evident to all that he has become affluent and successful. Naturally, those with no familial ties cannot bask in his glory, but what if one were to marry their daughter to him? That would make him their very own son-in-law. The only consolation is that He Dong has remained silent about his intentions, neither expressing nor denying anything. This is precisely why he prefers foraging for mushrooms rather than assisting him with weighing tasks for a meager sum of 1 yuan and 50 cents daily. Some individuals simply irk him, and he does not wish to see them. Moreover, if He Dong were to change his mind, he would not be forgiven. Zhu Changrong clenched his hands tightly, producing a crisp sound. Strangely, this book has yet to receive a single comment. Brothers, I implore you for a breakthrough. Chapter 37. Invited to dinner by the Wei family. Meanwhile, He Dong is preoccupied with preparing a meal. After delivering sweet and sour pork for lunch, he has decided against repeating this dish for dinner and aims to offer a different flavor to the 2 little ones. He prepares steamed eggs with meat, cracking 7 or 8 eggs into a large bowl and whisking them together. He then adds a pinch of salt and a generous amount of warm water, mixing thoroughly before steaming for 2 minutes. As the egg custard nears completion, he layers the chopped meat on top and continues steaming for another 3 minutes. Once it is finished, he garnishes it with chopped scallions before serving. At this moment, He Jiabao and He Jiadong stand at the kitchen door, inhaling deeply. The aroma is delightful. He Dong, hearing their presence, realizes the 2 little ones have arrived and decides to tease them. Do you want to eat? The 2 eagerly nod in agreement. He Dong fetches 2 small bowls, ladles several spoonfuls into them, and steps into the courtyard to place them on the table. Allowing them to cool, he warns them that they are hot. He Jiabao and He Jiadong sit obediently on the bench, gazing at the egg and meat dish. The scent becoming increasingly tantalizing. It must be delicious. Impatient, He Jiadong takes a spoonful and hastily puts it in his mouth, only to quickly spit it out as it is scalding hot. Is it too hot? He Dong asks, pouring him a glass of water. He Jiadong shakes his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. He Dong gently pats his head. Take your time eating with your brother. I will go back to cooking. He Jiadong nods in understanding. He Jiabao soon realizes that everything He Dong makes is exceptionally tasty, from the previous sweet and sour pork to the steamed eggs with meat. In the kitchen, He Dong observes He Jiabao and He Jiadong, who are focused on their meal in the courtyard. He plans to stir-fry a dish of green peppers and meat, Prepare mapo tofu, pan-sear river fish, and make a mushroom soup. These are tasks he has mastered during his years running a restaurant. Yet, now that he must both tend the stove and cook, he finds it difficult to manage everything at once. But he is thoroughly enjoying the hustle and bustle. Third uncle, let me help you, he Jiabao offers, having finished his bowl and wishing for more, though he sees his uncle is quite busy. The children of the poor learn responsibility early. He Jiabao knows how to cook, but he Dong is unaware of this. You can cook? Yes, my brother really can. He Jiadong clarifies, though he himself prefers not to cook due to the heat. He Dong chuckles. Then, I truly must see your skills. He Jiabao sat on a small stool, expertly tending to the cooking pot. He Dong was aware that he indeed possessed the skill. With someone else managing the pot, his own cooking was expedited considerably. Oh dear, why are you at it again? Be careful not to singe your clothes. Zhang Guiping remarked as she entered the courtyard and hastened her steps upon seeing He Jiabao at the stove. Step aside, let Grandma handle it. Mom, it's fine. I'm keeping an eye on things, He Dong replied, busy plating a dish of mapo tofu. The aroma wafted enticingly, and Zhang Guiping realized she had never tasted anything quite like it. Dongzi, what have you cooked this time? The enticing scent compelled her to inhale deeply. It's mapo tofu, Grandma. He Jiabao had already inquired about it while preparing the dish. Now he was eagerly sharing information. It's made with tofu by third uncle. It's the same kind we had before, but I assure you, third uncle's version is far superior. He Jiabao exuded confidence in his assertion. Upon hearing that such a fragrant dish was made from tofu, Zhang Guiping was initially incredulous. The tofu was enveloped in a vibrant red oil and peppercorns. Its appearance a far cry from the usual pale hue. Is that so? He Dadong nodded. After contemplating for a moment, his desire to taste the dish grew stronger as he fixated on the platter in He Dong's hands. He Dong understood his craving, but noted that only a mushroom soup remained. Don't rush, there's one more dish, then we shall dine. He Dadong, why not check if your parents have arrived? The prospect of a delectable meal spurred He Dadong to dash into the courtyard. However, to his dismay, there was no one there. Where could they be? And what about Grandpa? The food at third uncle's is exquisite. I shall go fetch my parents and Grandpa, he declared. Be a good boy and go, He Dong replied as he placed the mapo tofu on the table and retreated to the kitchen to prepare the mushroom soup. In the kitchen, it was just He Dong and Zhang Guiping. Mom, why hasn't He Dad come? And what about my brother? Zhang Guiping, reflecting on He Gui, found his stubborn nature rather vexing. Whatever your sister-in-law says, he refuses to come. He is probably getting a meal prepared for him right now. And Dad? He came with me, but he was pulled away midway by that eldest Wei son for a meal. It's quite strange. The Wei family hasn't spoken to us in years, and suddenly tonight they insist on dragging your father to dinner. Zhang Guiping mused, perplexed. He Dong's expression darkened slightly, though he concealed his feelings. They're likely indulging in drinks now, he thought, knowing that they would not return for dinner. He remained silent. He could not force his elder brother to come. It was probable that his sister-in-law was also unable to join. As he watched the water in the pot come to a boil, He Dong added the sliced mushrooms and minced meat. Mom, once the soup boils, turn off the heat, but do not lift the lid until I return. I'll go fetch Jiabao and Dadong. He resolved not to let He Gui keep Jiabao and Dadong at home for dinner, for otherwise, the abundance of dishes would be too much for just him and Zhang Guiping to consume. However, halfway there, he spotted a small figure stumbling toward him. He Dong recognized the familiar silhouette and reached out to assist. Under the moonlight, He Jiabao ran breathlessly. Upon lifting his head, he spotted He Dong and called out, Uncle? What is the matter? Where's Jiadong? Uncle, Grandpa has gotten into a quarrel with Grandpa Wei. Jiadong is with him. He Dong was somewhat surprised upon hearing of the argument. His father was known for his temperance, having never lost his composure in half a lifetime. At most, he would respond with a cold demeanor. The idea of him engaging in a dispute with the Wei family was previously unthinkable. However, recalling something, he hurried towards the Wei residence. Due to the commotion, there were many onlookers gathered outside the Wei house. Yet by the time He Dong arrived, the excitement had clearly subsided. He Deshang was walking towards him with his head lowered. Father, upon hearing the call, He Deshang lifted his gaze momentarily, but continued walking in silence. He Dong followed closely behind. The gate of the Wei family was closed, and they were left in the dark about the events that had transpired. But since He Deshang chose not to speak, He Dong refrained from asking. The father and son walked beneath the moonlight, their shadows elongated on the ground. It was the 16th day of the lunar month, and the moon was particularly round and bright. Soon, He Jiabao and He Jiadong caught up to them. The atmosphere felt heavy, and no one dared to break the silence, quietly trailing behind He Dong and He Deshang. Why are you back again? Were you not going to the Wei family for dinner? At the sound of Zhang Guiping's voice, He Deshang glanced at her with a sullen expression. Chapter 38. To marry your daughter off to you, Zhang Guiping sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Was the meal at the Wei family not as good as here? He Deshang remained silent, avoiding the dishes laid out on the table, and retreated indoors. Zhang Guiping wanted to say more, but He Dong took her hand, silently signaling her to refrain from speaking. Although she felt something was off, she understood and complied. He Dong went to the kitchen to serve mushroom soup, instructing Zhang Guiping to tend to He Jiabao and He Jiadong for dinner while he sought out He Deshang. Inside, He Deshang sat staring at the sewing machine again. The room was undergoing repairs, and the machine was covered with a white cloth and a layer of plastic film to protect it from dust and debris, sealed tightly. With no work being done at the moment, He Dong approached and lifted the film and red cloth, revealing a brand new sewing machine. What do you intend to do with it? You'll get it dirty, He Dong remarked. If it gets dirty, it's still a purchase of the He family. He Deshang replied, wanting to take a good look. He remained silent, continuing to gaze at the machine, taking intermittent puffs from his pipe. He Dong sensed his father's gloom. It's all because of you, you know. If you hadn't been so flamboyant. The Wei family wouldn't have harbored thoughts of wanting to marry their daughter to you, He Dong surmised. He understood this was the crux of the matter. A few days prior, a relative from the Wei family had approached him to sell mushrooms and had subtly mentioned the intention of marrying off her daughter to him. He had dismissed it at the time, never anticipating that tonight they would approach He Deshang directly. Wei family, what do they think of us? Are we not worthy? He Deshang scoffed disdainfully. You and the girl from the Zhu family are in such a predicament, stating that if you do not wish to proceed, you will not. Will you still be able to live in Shanghe Village? What a nuisance. How could one speak so? I perceive that the Zhu girl is far superior to the Wei girl. At the very least, the Zhu family's parental standing is stronger than that of the Wei family. Tomorrow, we shall take a matchmaker to propose. Let us settle this matter and see who would dare suggest marrying their daughter to you. He Deshang was genuinely infuriated. Taking a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, He Dong shared the same sentiment. With over half of the 15 days already elapsed, it is indeed time to finalize the marriage arrangements. Although it is said that they have already shared intimate moments, the essential customs must not be overlooked. Zhu Qingya must be brought home in a dignified manner. The day after tomorrow, we shall go bright and early. Upon hearing this, He Deshang was displeased. This matter should be settled sooner rather than later. Father insists that I return with a few strings of firecrackers. If we are to announce it, let it be heard resoundingly. He Deshang acquiesced. The He family has always been accustomed to discretion. Occasionally being a bit ostentatious isn't necessarily detrimental. Observing his father calming down, He Dong remarked, Now, can you go out for a meal, father? I have prepared some new dishes for you to sample. He Deshang, pleased by this flattery, readily agreed and rose to head outside. Just by the door, he encountered Zhang Guiping. At that moment, Zhang Guiping sensed something amiss as she saw He Deshang enter. She called out to her two grandsons to enjoy their meal, yet noticed that He Dong was absent, originally intending to check in on them. She instead overheard the earlier conversation. She thought to herself, how could the Wei family be so suddenly benevolent as to invite He Deshang for a meal? It was clearly to do with their daughter-in-law's status. Was this not forcing He Dong into a corner? It was perplexing indeed. Fortunately, both He Dong and He Deshang were sensible individuals. Let us eat, Zhang Guiping said succinctly, turning to the kitchen to serve rice for He Deshang and He Dong. With his heart unburdened, He Deshang gazed at the fragrant white rice and the two little grandsons happily engrossed in their meal, appreciating the beauty of life. Father, have some of this, mapo tofu, He Dong said, scooping a spoonful with a clean spoon into He Deshang's bowl. He Deshang lowered his head to eat. When did you become so skilled, my boy? He remarked, savoring the delicious food. Yet, the once indolent He Dong had never even washed his hands for cooking before. Zhang Guiping also wore a puzzled expression. Not only had her son changed dramatically in recent days, but particularly this dish was exceptionally well prepared, something one could hardly find elsewhere. He Dong sensed their suspicions and explained, Father, Mother, I have a friend who works as a chef at a state-run restaurant. When I have the chance, I learn a few techniques from him. I aspire to open a restaurant one day. For now, you are my taste testers. If you find anything unsatisfactory, do let me know so I can refine it. When I eventually open the restaurant, It should garner popularity. He Shang and Zhang Guiping had been dining at Hidong's place for several days and felt somewhat embarrassed. However, upon hearing that it was all in preparation for opening a restaurant, they were quite taken aback, especially considering he knew a chef from a state-run eatery. It is hardly surprising that the meals prepared differ from those of others. Can one truly establish a restaurant? He Chung lacks understanding. Yet he has visited the county town and is aware of the nature of state-run establishments. Presently, all restaurants in the county town are state-owned. As a farmer, one could only affiliate with a patron. Hidong recalls the customs of this era. Although he Chung does not grasp these intricacies, he is clear on one point. Hidong's decision to open a restaurant is not mere idle chatter, but a well-considered plan. Thus, the concept of affiliation is understood, though he remains oblivious to it. We have not experienced fine cuisine, yet your dishes are truly delectable. I fear I may not be of assistance to you. Suddenly, Zhang Guiping became anxious. As a parent, one should assist their child in times of need, but she felt powerless. A sense of unease enveloped her. Hidong chuckled. Mother, your words alone are already a form of assistance to me. With the restaurant open, anyone can come and dine. Your endorsement signifies much to many. Zhang Guiping pondered this as well. Once the restaurant opens, surely there will be patrons among their kind. In an instant, her frown dissipated. He Chung observed Hidong and found him increasingly remarkable. That evening, after escorting people back to Higui, Hidong returned home, having arranged to set off for the county town early the following morning. He also intended to retire early, although his room was currently undergoing repairs, with the walls soon to be painted white. Thus, he had been sleeping in the pigsty for the past few days. However, the two piglets had already settled in, leaving Hidong to lean against the wall for a makeshift slumber. The next day, as the rooster crowed for the second time, he rose to freshen up. After preparing a meal for 7, only 5 had dined, leaving a significant amount of rice in the pot. Hidong fried a large plate of egg-fried rice, drank considerable water, and prepared to set off. Upon opening the door, he spotted Zhu Qingya and Higui already seated on the ox cart. Had they arrived early? Seeing Hidong emerge, they dismounted and led the ox inside. Zhu Qingya busied himself with the mushrooms. Having gained experience, he performed the task with ease. It was Higui's first time doing so, yet he was clever enough to follow suit. Chapter 39. The 2-cent fare. Zhu Qingya sprinkled water, and Higui mirrored his actions with care. While Hidong intended to lend a hand, his 2 companions would not allow him to intervene. In no time, they had loaded a couple of 1,000 pounds of mushrooms. I'll be off, Zhu Qingya announced succinctly, driving the ox cart away with a stoic expression. Hidong sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. Meanwhile, Higui awaited Hidong to tidy up before beckoning him to the cart. Zhu Qingya departed swiftly, and although Hidong knew the route to the county town, the way beyond remained unknown. He reasoned that keeping pace with Zhu Qingya would be the simpler option. Hidong secured his waist pouch and hopped onto the ox cart. The only disadvantage of this era is that one cannot deposit money in a bank. A single mobile phone suffices for all transactions. Thus, he could only carry cash. Due to the recent surge in mushroom volume, he was accruing daily earnings of 1 or 2,000 yuan. His waist pouch felt nearly bursting with the load. Along the way, he encountered early rising villagers. Are you heading to the county town? Could you carry something for me? I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival since early morning. As mere laborers from the fields, it hardly seems worthwhile to spend a couple of hours traveling to the county seat merely to procure groceries. In the past, it was indeed a bargain, but now, the allure of foraging for mushrooms in the mountains during that same span of time is undeniably more tempting. Since Hidong is bound for the county anyway, he might as well bring back some items as an additional favor. Aunt Qian, simply tell me what you desire, and I shall make a note of it. However, we must adhere to the customary 2 jiao for transportation costs. It is but a trifling amount, and I am willing to cover it. Aunt Qian immediately retrieved her purse and extracted the fare. Thanks to you, my family has recently enjoyed a significant increase in earnings, she said with evident pride. Though her sentiments were predominantly rooted in gratitude towards Hidong. My husband is craving some meat and wishes to indulge in a bit of wine. Kindly procure a few items for us. No problem, rest assured, Hidong replied as he accepted the money and made a note before setting off again with Higui. Due to the mushroom trade, many villagers in Shanghe have improved their diets in recent days. Several people along the way asked Hidong to assist in purchasing meat on their behalf. Since they were all from the same village, Hidong did not mind helping. It was merely a matter of convenience. By the end of the trip, Higuei calculated that Hidong could earn around 5 or 6 yuan. However, he was taken aback to see Zhu Qingya ahead of him, as he had not anticipated this encounter. Upon approaching, he realized that Zhu was being held back by someone. I said, Zhu, you were able to help me carry vegetables yesterday. Why is it not possible today? I am offering you money, after all. Uncle Chun, I truly cannot assist with this, Hidong explained from behind, clarifying that it was Zhu who was helping, not himself. If you would just wait a moment. He will be here shortly. I cannot delay. I must ascend the mountain to gather mushrooms soon. What difference does it make whether you or he carries them? I will pay you. Just bring me back 5 pounds of meat. Elder Chun, well into his years, grasped Zhu Qinya's arm firmly, refusing to let go. While Zhu hesitated to pull away with force, his brow furrowed with consternation. He heard many calls from passers-by, yet he remained resolute in his refusal to comply. Hearing the sound of wheels approaching from behind, he reluctantly turned to see Hidong on the ox cart. Higuei halted the cart, and Hidong jumped down with a smile. Uncle Chun, you arrived just in time. I wish to buy 5 pounds of meat, yet your brother-in-law is quite reluctant. It was perfectly fine yesterday. We are both heading to the county. What difference does it make who carries it? Uncle Chun could not comprehend. Hidong knew that Zhu Qingya was an honest man who would not take on tasks he deemed unfeasible, unlike himself, who would undertake anything. He chuckled softly. 5 pounds of meat, is it? I shall make a note of that. Do you require anything else? Hidong produced his notebook, prepared especially for purchasing items for these villagers. Elder Chin's focus was successfully diverted. I would also like some tofu. At my age, I can only consume softer foods. Very well, I shall procure that and return to you. Elder Chin nodded and then turned to enter his home. Hidong climbed back onto the ox cart, and Zhu Qingya had already driven the cart ahead. However, this time he did not hasten, wary of a repeat of the earlier incident. Once they had exited the village, Higuei and Zhu Qingya's ox cart continued on without pause, heading resolutely towards the county seat. The weather has become increasingly warm, making it difficult to carry too many vegetables. Hidong has been assisting the people of his village. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the state-run restaurant, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Numerous pairs of eyes were fixed upon him in the vicinity of the back door of the restaurant. Yet, their scrutiny was in vain. His mushroom business had been flourishing recently, inciting envy among many. Some forward-thinking individuals were already contemplating usurping his position and competing for his business. Nevertheless, the 2 packets of Hongmei cigarettes he offered were not given freely to Ali. It was impossible for them to emulate his methods to achieve wealth. Currently, this restaurant recognized only him and Zhu Qingya. Hey, Higu, you finally decided to spend some money and hire someone. Ali remarked upon opening the door and spotting the unfamiliar face of Higuei. Hidong smiled. My dear elder brother. Good day, Ali, Higuei replied with respect. Hidong was adept at handling such interactions, and they managed to get along quite well. Higuei, naturally, was just as taciturn as Zhu Qingya. Higu, could you deliver a bit more in the next couple of days? My master mentioned that the day after tomorrow, he needs a truckload sent to the city. Many restaurants there are eagerly awaiting this fresh produce. It cannot be stored for long. Could you make a few more trips? The business was knocking at their door, and Hidong had no reason to decline. All right, how much do you need from this side? Ali extended 6 fingers. 6,000 jin. This quantity was equivalent to what Hidong could supply in just 2 to 3 days, yet they required it within 2. Clearly, their manpower and resources were insufficient. Moreover, with the recent surge in villagers from Shanghe Village harvesting mushrooms, the supply had dwindled significantly. This situation was bound to continue, so 6,000 jin was no trivial amount. The money was substantial, and one could not afford to be reckless with it. At 70 cents per jin, if he were to harvest it himself, it would yield a pure profit of 4,200 yuan. Of course, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat alone. Thus, they could only purchase from others. Sometimes, one should not be overly greedy. Had Hidong been covetous, he would not have disclosed to the villagers of Shanghe that mushrooms could be exchanged for money. It was best for both parties to fulfill their needs. Just 2 days, right? We must clarify the timing. Ali smiled. Naturally, the sooner, the better. Additionally, do send over more wild game. We can collect it all. This statement undoubtedly communicated to Hidong that, aside from mushrooms, their demand for wild game was also substantial. It was only logical, at that time. Bureaucratic tendencies had already emerged in the city. Having grown accustomed to home-cooked meals, people sought something novel to indulge in, all while ensuring that the authorities remained oblivious. As a city with better economic conditions, the county's demand was far less than that of the city. Thus, another business opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 40. Relishing the feeling of being a deity, Hidong felt that today must surely be his lucky day, as someone was eagerly bringing money to him. Ali, being familiar with him, spoke candidly. Zhu Qingya and Higui both overheard the exchange. Higui had heard that Hidong not only sold mushrooms, but also procured various wild delicacies. However, unlike mushrooms that grew from the ground, hunting for these delicacies was not a simple task. Nevertheless, it seemed that some individuals managed to earn a decent income, reportedly making dozens of yuan in a single day. This information had, of course, come from Feng Lan. Had it not been for her assistance to Hidong the previous afternoon, she would never have seen such a significant amount of money. She was astonished to discover that this business was thriving. Tempted by the prospect, she contemplated suggesting to Hidong that they too wished to engage in this trade. However, as Hidong's elder brother, could he partake in such endeavors? Higui declined, which left Feng Lan rather displeased. Last night, she had to squeeze in with her two sons to share a bed with him. Fortunately, the weather was not excessively cold, and sleeping alone was not unbearable. That's splendid. With a quantity of 6,000 jin, I can deliver more frequently over the next few days. Hidong remarked as he passed a cigarette to Ali. Ali joyfully accepted it. It wasn't that the cigarette held great value. Rather, the act of being offered one signified respect. In simpler terms, it conferred a sense of prestige. He mused that his two elder brothers would also receive the same treatment in the future. What is the matter? Does he go have other matters to attend to? Hidong offered another cigarette. My family has arranged a marriage proposal for me, he added. What wonderful news! Ali exclaimed, genuinely delighted as he took the cigarette. I am soon to have a sister-in-law. May your words bring you luck. What luck? Our Higui is so exceptional. The other party cannot possibly refuse. When the time comes, I shall invite you and Zhou Gu to celebrate my wedding. That would be splendid. Hidong then engaged Ali in further conversation before addressing the main topic, weighing and settling accounts for the mushrooms. Due to the considerable quantity, the four of them worked diligently for quite some time. Ultimately, Hidong earned over 2,000 yuan. After deducting the cost of the mushrooms, he still had around 1,000 yuan remaining. However, since all transactions were conducted in cash, this could indeed be regarded as his net profit. With no further expenses to account for, as Hidong stepped out of the restaurant, he called out brother, prompting both Zhu Qingya and Higui to look over. Hidong realized that his call had left them somewhat bewildered. Which brother are you addressing? Qingya, I am currently in your vehicle. Please follow us. Compared to Higui, Zhu Qingya was more familiar with the roads of the county seat. Hidong was on his way to find Zhu Godin, who had taken a large sum of money and had not been seen for 2 or 3 days. It was time for answers. The watch and radio could be retrieved today. Initially, he had considered repairing them at home, but since he had agreed with He Shang to propose to Zhu's family tomorrow, he needed to bring them back today. After that, he would prepare for the various wedding arrangements. At this juncture, the ox cart halted in front of the video hall, where Hidong instructed Zhu Qingya to stop the vehicle. Zhu Godin spotted Hidong, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother He, you've finally come. I've heard from Wusaner that you have been looking for me quite a bit. Were you afraid I might run away? Hidong chuckled, not at all. However, my brother is getting married, and I am in a bit of a hurry. He offered him a cigarette. You're not married yet? Zhu Godin remarked, observing that Hidong was not particularly young as he took the cigarette. This has always been a life of poverty, a sentiment deeply felt by Zhu Godin. Were it not for the business he eventually ventured into, earning a modest sum, he would not have been able to marry his current wife. I have already procured the bicycle tickets and industrial vouchers for you. Quietly revealing the items, Zhu Godin allowed Hidong a glimpse. Recently, the atmosphere has grown tense, and those in the trade are exercising caution. Hidong handed over the remaining 15 yuan to Zhu Godin, then discreetly accepted the items, placing them in his pocket. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhu Godin has taken quite a liking to this prominent client. Hidong nodded in agreement. These recent transactions have revealed to him that Zhu Godin is indeed a straightforward individual, devoid of any trickery. A comforting realization. With the tickets and vouchers in hand, Hidong directed Zhu Qingya straight to the department store. It was only at this moment that Zhu Qingrong's previously sullen expression began to soften. The last time they visited the department store was during their attempt to purchase a sewing machine. Now, Hidong must recall that he had yet to acquire the complete set of 3 turns and 1 sound. He had mentioned to Ali about going to propose, which would be at their home, correct? As they approached, he noticed two ox carts parked nearby, and an unsettling sense of insecurity washed over him. I shall remain here to keep watch, he insisted. Allow me to stay. Although Higuei had never entered the department store, he had heard tales of the extravagant prices within, which rendered entry unnecessary. Hidong did not press the matter further. If Higuei wished to enter, would he not fear future opportunities might be fleeting? Together, he and Zhu Qingya ventured into the department store. The saleswoman on the second floor recognized both Hidong and Zhu Qingya. The sewing machine tickets were allocated per individual, unlike the fabric and grain tickets, with only a few issued each month. Thus, since the day Hidong and Zhu Qingya moved a sewing machine, no other customers had come, leaving a lasting impression on the saleswoman. Seeing them approach, she pondered whether they were considering another sewing machine purchase. Hidong took the bicycle ticket and proceeded to the bicycle section. In comparison to watches and radios, the 28-inch bicycle was a significant item. It was prudent to select the larger items first. Having grown accustomed to the indifference of sales staff in this era, Hidong, after selecting a bicycle, directly approached the counter to settle the payment. He chose the finest model, the permanent brand, priced at 188 yuan, a number deemed auspicious. Brother Qingya, let us agree beforehand that we will have the store staff assist us with the delivery. I shall refrain from offering cigarettes. Let us relish the feeling of being esteemed customers. The concept of being an esteemed customer was somewhat lost on Zhu Qingya. However, upon hearing Hidong's assertion about not providing cigarettes, he found it agreeable. A single cigarette costs 0.25 yuan, two would amount to 0.50 yuan, not a worthwhile expenditure. Hidong, having heard no objection, understood that Zhu Qingya was in agreement. He then proceeded to purchase a radio. In the future, such items would be forsaken, relics of a bygone era. Yet, in the present, they were entirely novel, unprecedented, and unparalleled. Hence, it became one of the 3 turns and 1 sound. The price was set at a more affordable 158 yuan, while the finest steel watch was merely 168 yuan. Hidong, seeking auspiciousness, decided to acquire all items priced at 8. However, in terms of size, he felt slightly overwhelmed. Brother Qingya, do you know the size of Qingya's wrist? Zhu Qingya gestured, and, scratching his head, ultimately shook it in uncertainty. Zhu Qingya's hands are often seen, yet he cannot precisely describe their size. Hidong requested the staff to provide a women's model. Such items ought to have been brought along with Zhu Qingya. Yet the constraints of this era prevail. Although it is said that a marriage is to take place, no wedding has been conducted, and the engagement remains unformalized. Thus, the situation lacks legitimacy. This is the only way to manage it. If it proves unsuitable, they can wait until the engagement is made official and both families meet to exchange it together. If it is uncomfortable or ill-fitting, a return or exchange is indeed possible. Hidong accepted the receipt and took the items. 2 individuals had already been arranged to assist in carrying the bicycle down the stairs. Chapter 41. By whatever you desire, good things are never light. Hidong led the way, handing the radio and watch to Zhu Qingya to carry. Observing the pristine bicycle being lifted onto his cart, Higuei was taken aback. Such bicycles are seldom seen in rural areas and are quite rare even in the county town. Yet now, he had one, loaded onto his cart. Thus, when Hidong mentioned he intended to present Zhu's family with a bicycle as a betrothal gift, he spoke with sincerity. He truly intended to purchase and deliver it. Concerned that the department store staff might damage it, he hurried to lend a hand. The cart had limited space, necessitating a horizontal placement. Beneath the sun, the sleek black frame reflected dazzling light. The He family now possessed a bicycle. Was this not a dream? Brother, the sun is high. If you do not return first, I will accompany Qingya to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some items for the villagers. Higuei was aware that the villagers he referred to were those who had entrusted them with purchasing goods earlier that morning. However, since this bicycle was not purchased by himself, he felt it inappropriate to hurry back. Previously, when Hidong and Zhu Qingya bought a sewing machine, they had returned together, waiting until nightfall. Now that they had acquired 3 significant items, they would likely have to wait until dark again, right? The He family was about to become the first household in Shanghe Village to possess all 4 major items. I will wait for you at the intersection ahead. There stood a large banyan tree at the intersection, conveniently blocking the sun. Hidong found this agreeable and remained silent. Zhu Qingya drove the cart toward the cooperative. Hidong sensed that Zhu Qingya's mood had inexplicably brightened. The morning's chill had dissipated, and a smile graced his face. What had transpired to elicit such joy? Hidong belatedly recalled that he had just purchased a radio and the bicycle, and Zhu Qingya had shown little excitement. It was only when he inquired about Zhu Qingya's hand size during the watch purchase that Zhu Qingya had appeared pleased. Was this not a perfectly natural reaction? Promising to gift Zhu Qingya a bicycle, it was only fitting that it was intended for her. Thus, he found himself puzzled by his brother-in-law's sentiments. Upon arriving at the cooperative, Hidong first referred to his notes, purchasing the necessary groceries in the stipulated quantities. As the villagers of Shanghe were no longer financially constrained, meat tickets were no longer in circulation. As for the ration tickets, it seems that this month's supply has been entirely spent. Remember, it has indeed been exhausted. In previous years, villagers would typically conserve them, only utilizing a portion during festive occasions. However, times have changed. Now they boldly expend their resources without hesitation, even indulging in a few extra coins. Naturally, wealthy individuals like Hidong are even less concerned about expenditures. He returned with an abundance of items, leaving Zhu Qingya at a loss for words, though Hidong perceptively sensed his thoughts. Brother Qingya, I shall visit your home tomorrow to propose. Shouldn't there be a token gift for each member of the Zhu family? It is an undeniable fact that the Zhu family is numerous, and Hidong would not be stingy. Zhu Qingya came to terms with this, realizing that Hidong was indeed going to visit his home to propose. As for the daughter of the Wei family, Hidong had no interest. He felt free to purchase whatever he desired, and Zhu Qingya had given him the green light, allowing Hidong to act without restraint. After completing his shopping, he turned around to find Zhu Qingya had vanished. After a brief wait, Zhu Qingya emerged from the supply and marketing cooperative, holding several strings of firecrackers. He planned to set them off when Hidong made his proposal the next day, so he paid for them himself. Hidong also recalled his intention to buy some and entered to procure a few strings as well. Thus, the two departed the cooperative together. Higuei sat on the ox cart for quite some time before noticing Hidong and Zhu Qingya approaching. At that moment, Zhu Qingya was driving the ox cart, his face radiating joy, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor he had displayed earlier in the morning. Upon seeing Higuei, he called out, "Brother Guei," acknowledging his seniority. Originally, Zhang Guiping and He Desheng had many children, but sadly, several had not survived, resulting in a smaller family compared to the flourishing Zhu household. A glance at the cart revealed a substantial load of goods, indicating that considerable money had been spent. Unable to bear the sight of such expenditure, Higuei hurried the cart along to avoid obstructing the path. Compared to his previous purchase of a sewing machine, Hidong was notably discreet this time, covering the items with cloth, showing no intention of unveiling their contents. Due to the lengthy shopping excursion, the trio returned home around midday. Those who had ventured out early were already back, resting at the entrance. Upon seeing Hidong, they immediately rose to greet him, as they had entrusted him with their grocery orders earlier in the morning. Hidong took out his notebook, locating the items purchased for each household, and collected the payments. Since this was not their first transaction, everyone was familiar with the routine. Before long, the produce from the ox cart was distributed to the respective households listed in his notebook. "Oh, Higuei, what have you got on your ox cart? It's wrapped so tightly." A curious villager, wielding a hoe, inquired as she passed by. Higuei continued to drive the ox cart without responding. Strangely, Hidong had no intention of lighting firecrackers or scattering sugar today, instructing Higuei to keep the contents well covered to avoid drawing attention. He did not comprehend, yet he did not oppose. What is Higuei's silence about? The village woman was perplexed. However, realizing that Higuei was also a man of few words, she decided not to dwell on it. Upon seeing Hidong and Zhu Qingya approaching, her face lit up with wrinkles of joy. "Has Dongzi gone out again this morning?" Hidong nodded in affirmation. "Did Aunt Qin gather mushrooms today to sell at my place?" "Yes, indeed. She earned several coins from it. Enough to cover your uncle's medical expenses at the hospital. My son just left. Dongzi, if your uncle's illness can be cured, I must treat you to a meal. If it were not for your mushroom business, my husband would not have been able to return." As Aunt Qin spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. Hidong felt both surprised and touched. "Aunt Qin, I haven't done much. The money was earned through your hard work and that of Qin Huai in gathering mushrooms. Don't cry. Everything will turn out well." Aunt Qin understood this perfectly, yet had it not been for Hidong's mushroom collection and his generous pricing, they would never have managed to earn 80 coins in just a few days. They had no other means to sell. Therefore, Aunt Qin regarded Hidong as her savior. This was indeed the most moving experience for Hidong over the past few days. He had not anticipated that his small act of kindness would aid not only the children, but also those tormented by illness. Stop crying. It will only invite ridicule. Aunt Chin vented her emotions, wiped her tears, and smiled. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Hurry back. She waved her hand, urging He Dong to move ahead. He Dong could imagine her feelings at that moment, as he urged Zhu Qingya to drive the ox cart away. Let us head home. Hold on tight. Zhu Qingya seemed to be in good spirits, driving the cart at great speed. He Dong bounced about on top, but remained cheerful. In this era, people's hearts were not inherently bad. They might gossip, yet they also knew how to show gratitude. He actually found this quite endearing. Eldest brother, what have you brought back? Such a large item on the cart. Chapter 42. It wasn't me who bought it, as He Deshang sat smoking in the shade of the courtyard. He noticed his son driving the ox cart into the yard. The cart bore a sizable object, yet its nature remained obscured. Curious, he rose from his low stool to take a closer look. It wasn't me who bought it, father. He Gui replied as he guided the ox cart into the courtyard. Many people have gone mushroom picking in the mountains all morning, anxious to sell their haul. I cannot block their way. He glanced at Fong Lan, who was busy with her accounts, and noted that she ignored him. Was she still upset? If it wasn't you who bought it, then it must be Dongzi. He Deshang followed him inside. He Dong had become quite successful, bringing home many things. The sewing machine was one such item. He reached out to lift the red cloth covering the object, eager to see what lay beneath. He Gui restrained his hand, hinting at the many people in the courtyard. Did he wish to keep it hidden from others? He Deshang withdrew his hand, deciding to wait. Turning around, he saw He Dong enter as well, his hands busy carrying numerous items. Zhu Qingya was also present. Upon observing the throngs of people at the entrance, he decided against driving the ox cart inside. Instead, he assisted in carrying the items into the house. Why have you bought so much today? He Decheng remarked, surveying the cramped single room, now brimming with colorful new acquisitions. Dongzi, while you may claim to have earned a fortune, you ought not to spend it so extravagantly. This generation had grown accustomed to frugality and could hardly bear to witness He Dong's lavishness. He Dong understood well. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Qingya was somewhat displeased. Dad, have you forgotten what tomorrow signifies? Is it appropriate for me to visit my fiancée empty-handed? He Decheng smacked his forehead in realization, breaking into a broad smile. How could one go to the in-laws' home for an engagement without bringing something? In the past, their family, being impoverished, could only offer a borrowed 200 yuan as a betrothal gift, along with some sweets and cigarettes. But now, He Dong was no longer lacking in funds. It was unthinkable to arrive empty-handed, especially in front of his prospective in-laws. However, He Decheng recalled that the ox cart only had one turntable now, whereas before it had three. He Dong cast a glance outside at the ox cart. Are you not confident in your son's ability to manage? At this moment, He Decheng comprehended that He Dong had indeed made the purchases, all of which were loaded onto He Gui's ox cart. I said the eldest wouldn't let me see. He mused. He Dong's business was thriving, and after previously acquiring a sewing machine, he knew he must refrain from being overly ostentatious this time. If he were to display his success, it would be best reserved for tomorrow's proposal, allowing everyone to witness that their Dongzi had truly prospered. The girl who would marry him was indeed precious. Have you purchased the firecrackers? He Decheng inquired, lowering his voice as he approached He Dong. He Dong smiled knowingly. Would I forget such a matter? He lifted his hand, revealing it wrapped carefully in oil paper. He Decheng was thoroughly pleased. They would wait until nightfall to move the items inside. He Dong nodded in agreement. Zhang Guiping had prepared lunch and called them to eat. He Dong intended to invite Zhu Qingya to dine with them, but Zhu Qingya declined, and he had to acquiesce. The family gathered around the table for their meal. He Jiaobao and He Jiadong were at school for lunch and would not return until evening. Zhang Guiping cooked a simple yet satisfying meal, taking heed of He Dong's request to add more meat and less salt. The flavors were agreeable. Nonetheless, He Dong planned to cook for himself that evening, though he worried about finding the time, as he had pressing responsibilities. He had the task of delivering 6,000 pounds of mushrooms and an unlimited quantity of wild delicacies to the restaurant within 2 days. Preoccupied with these thoughts, He Dong found it difficult to eat. After the meal, he went to inspect the mushrooms collected by Fong Lan that morning. There were 1,200 pounds, 200 pounds less than the previous day. By nightfall, he expected the total to be around 2,000 pounds, possibly even less tomorrow. Thus, it was imperative to expand the market further. He set out for the Zhu household to speak with Zhu Qingya. who had already finished his meal and came out to greet him. Hidong had matters to discuss. Do you have any plans this afternoon? We should go out for a while. Zhu Qingya has now become nothing less than Hidong's personal chauffeur. Whenever he speaks, there is no request left unfulfilled. Is it the same now? Hidong nods. Some matters are best resolved swiftly. For tomorrow, he must carve out time to propose. Watching Zhu Qingya enter the house, he waits at the doorstep. Qingya, what brings Hidong to seek you? Zhu Qingya dons his attire, having shed his outer coat due to the heat, now clad only in a vest. When Wang Yu assists him, her eyes sparkle with curiosity. You've been shadowing Hidong for days. Do you not wonder how much he earns? With all this help you've offered, does he never consider compensating you? Why do you have so much to say? Zhu Qingya retorts, pulling on his clothes with disdain before stepping outside. Wang Yu, frustrated, feels the urge to stomp her feet. With the fields now devoid of labor, Zhu Changmin, Zhu Changmei, and Zhu Changqing are all contemplating jobs in the county to supplement the household income, while Zhu Qingya persists in his futile endeavors. No money, no food, nothing at all. Yet, he works with such fervor. Clenching her fists, she gazes at Zhu Qingya, who dines with the family, and feels all this turmoil stems from this financial burden. The resentment in her heart is vividly reflected in her eyes, glowing with intensity. However, she soon releases her grip and approaches them. Qingya, you and Hidong are to be wed soon. I remember he mentioned preparing 3 turns and 1 ring as your dowry. Do you know how that is progressing? I hope it isn't just a sewing machine. Have you inquired? Wouldn't it be better to ask Qingya about this? Tang Mei recognizes Wang Yu's intent to stir trouble. Are you so unconcerned about your dignity? Wang Yu, feeling helpless, responds, I just didn't have the chance earlier. I heard Hidong is coming to propose tomorrow. Mother, father, aren't you worried there might be no 3 turns and 1 ring as he claimed? Was that all just to please our family? Whether or not it exists, Qingya is already set to marry. Why trouble yourself? Zhu Jianjun rises and exits, feeling a weight in his chest, unable to remain inside. Tang Mei casts a glance at Wang Yu, feeling uneasy. Yet, her greater concern lies with her beloved daughter. Zhu Qingya had returned only to eat, saying nothing else, leaving them uncertain about Hidong's preparations. Knowing that Hidong intends to present 3 turns and 1 ring as a dowry, Zhu Jianjun has often used this to silence those who gossip about Qingya. If the promised dowry does not materialize, the Zhu family's reputation may suffer greatly, and Zhu Qingya could be the subject of ridicule. Why bring up matters best left unsaid? Tang Mei pulls Zhu Qingya up, preparing to leave. Wang Yu, though scolded, feels a sense of delight. For years, she has watched the Zhu family dote on the burden that is Zhu Qingya, eagerly awaiting the day this financial liability would become a source of amusement. It would be best if Hidong had not prepared the 3 turns and 1 ring at all. Chapter 43. The first to eat crab. Big sister-in-law. I'm not insinuating anything, but the entire family is elated about Qingya's upcoming marriage. Why must you bring up topics they'd rather not hear? Tian Mimi munches on a sweet potato, her appetite waning as she notices the room emptying. What do you understand? Focus on your meal. Wang Yu considered herself far more astute than Tian Mimi. She peeled and consumed a sweet potato. Hidong and Zhu Qingya emerged from Shanghe Village, sensing an unusual presence. It felt as though someone was shadowing them. However, Hidong chose not to draw attention to it, nor did he allow Zhu Qingya to be concerned. With the mushrooms on Half-Sage Mountain dwindling, villagers from nearby mountains were now also foraging for them. Hidong deliberately urged Zhu Qingya to drive the cart to a more distant village, preferably one where there were no rumors about exchanging mushrooms for money. This way, the yield of mushrooms would be substantial. He aimed to gather 6,000 pounds of mushrooms within these 2 days. Once this venture commenced, future harvests would surely increase. As they approached the entrance of Shanghe Village, Hidong recalled that the villagers had yet to venture to Shanghe Village to sell mushrooms. Despite his previous preoccupations with weighing and accounting, he occasionally engaged in casual conversations to gather information. However, he had never spoken with anyone from Shanghe Village. Upon entering the village, Hidong observed farmers diligently digging ditches to irrigate their fields. To capture their attention, he called out, "Mushrooms for sale, 3 dons per pound." His loud voice attracted the gaze of several laborers, although some, from a distance, could not hear him clearly. "Hey, what did you say? Could you repeat that?" Came a voice from a nearby ox cart. "I am buying mushrooms at 3 dons a pound," Hidong replied, addressing the inquirer. "What kind of mushrooms?" "The ones from the mountains that everyone has tasted. They are non-toxic." "Is what you say true, sister?" Do you want to pick a pound to sell to me and see if it's real? The woman who spoke hesitated to agree. You make it sound easy. But if I pick some and you have left, wouldn't I be toiling for nothing? It is better to tend to my own crops for a good harvest. Hidong chuckled. If you dare to pick, I shall wait for you. Hidong reasoned that since the villagers were unaware that mushrooms could be sold for money, he would establish that fact. In doing so, he would also promote his venture. Once they realized the financial potential of mushrooms, the villagers of Tongjiao would surely not be less astute than those of Shanghe. Upon hearing his words, the woman felt somewhat cornered, as if her refusal would imply fear. 3 dimes a pound is no small sum. You all must keep an eye on him. If he runs off, I won't be able to find him. Everyone was busy in the fields and could not leave immediately, so they naturally agreed to keep watch. Moreover, they were genuinely curious to see if selling a pound of mushrooms to Hidong would indeed yield 3 dimes. You better not deceive me, young man. The whole of Shanghe Village will remember you. The woman set down her hoe, rolled up her sleeves, and ascended the mountain. Hidong recognized that this brave woman would be the first to take the plunge, while everyone else in the field would follow suit. The wait was always tedious. Hidong reclined on the ox cart, preparing to rest his eyes. He removed his coat and draped it over his head. Zhu Qingya, also seeking refuge from the sun, urged the horse-drawn cart forward. Hey, what's the rush? Trying to sneak away while we're not looking? Stop right there. An old man from the nearby fields exclaimed, making to step into the mud in an attempt to halt them. Zhu Qingya felt a genuine apprehension towards him. I won't leave. I'll rest here under the tree for a while. If it comes to work, I don't mind the sun. No one is foolish enough to linger under the scorching heat for no reason. He had rushed out earlier, forgetting his straw hat. The old man kept his gaze fixed on Zhu Qingya's cart. Upon noticing that he had indeed stopped beneath the large tree and showed no intent to move, the old man relaxed. Yet, he soon lifted his head to glance around, evidently anxious that they might seize the opportunity to flee when he wasn't paying attention. The others, alerted by his vigilance, also occasionally looked up. If a pound of mushrooms were truly worth 30 cents, they too would be eager to partake. They just feared that the man might be deceiving them for sport. The women, accustomed to farm labor, embodied the hard-working and simple nature of the times. Before long, one of them had gathered about 3 pounds of mushrooms and was making her way down the mountain, having not ventured into the mountains for some time. She was astonished to see that they were now abundant. Thus, picking a pound of mushrooms required little effort. Still, she wondered if the man had left. With that thought, she quickened her pace. By the time the others noticed her, she was already on the path. Sister Tang, have you really gathered a pound of mushrooms so quickly? Indeed. The mountains are teeming with them now. Just a pound, what's the rush? Sister Tang spoke with her eyes gleaming. Additionally, she thought that mushrooms prepared without oil were rather unpalatable. Otherwise, she would have wished to gather enough to last her 10 or 8 days. Hearing Sister Tang's voice, the other laborers turned their attention towards her. Some, fearing they might miss her words, moved closer to the field's edge to gauge Hidong's intentions. Upon hearing the commotion, Hidong sat up. Seeing Sister Tang approach, her clothing cradling several mushrooms, he understood that his wait had not been in vain. He donned his coat, retrieved a scale and a nylon bag. Sister, let us put them in the bag first. It's impossible to weigh them while they're in your clothing, he instructed. Sister Tang complied, realizing she hadn't considered how to carry them when she hastily ascended the mountain. As someone well-versed in farm work, she could estimate a pound's weight with ease. Now, it was a matter of whether this young man would honor his word. Hidong observed the scales reading, wanting to demonstrate his honesty. He invited Sister Tang to take a look as well. 1 pound and 3 ounces. Sister Tang nodded in agreement. I'll give you 40 cents, no change necessary. Opening his wallet, Hidong produced the 4 dimes. Gazing at the tangible money in his palm, Sister Tang was utterly astonished. She had truly earned money. And from just over a pound of mushrooms? She could hardly believe it. She glanced towards her fellow villagers in the fields, but there was no one in sight. Off in the distance, however, she could discern 4 or 5 figures. They had comprehended the situation after witnessing Hidong weigh the mushrooms and hand over the money to Sister Tang. Indeed, gathering mushrooms could truly yield monetary rewards. 1 pound and 3 taels can fetch 4 dimes. Should we not rush to gather them? Sister Tang suddenly felt anxious. Being from the same village, she was well aware of the unfolding events. Hence, she could not lag behind and needed to hurry. However, there was something she needed to inquire about. Chapter 44. Do you know who I am? Little brother, are you still leaving? If you choose not to depart, I can return to fetch a nylon bag and gather more to sell to you. As the first to venture into this endeavor, Sister Tang felt it necessary to prepare adequately. Hidong handed over one of his nylon bags. The sister took it and said, "I want to leave Shanghe Village until after dark. That would be quite embarrassing. This is yours. When you sell the mushrooms, you may consider the bag as repayment." "Then I shall not be courteous." Hidong nodded, as Sister Tang aimed to save time by not returning. With the nylon bag in hand, she made her way up the mountain. Hidong instructed Zhu Qingya to drive the cart, intending to promote their venture further in Shanghe Village. The more people who heard, the better. The more who ventured to gather mushrooms, the better. Yet, his voice had its limitations. A shout could only summon a wave of people at a time. But if one were to observe closely, the number of villagers leaving their tasks to ascend the mountain grew steadily throughout the day. By dusk, the ox cart was filled to capacity. "Dear villagers, my cart truly cannot accommodate any more. Thus, you may head to Shanghe Village to sell to Hidong. Take as much as you have." "Hidong? Who is Hidong?" Hidong pointed to himself. Only then did the villagers comprehend. It turned out that the one collecting mushrooms was Hidong from Shanghe Village. They regretted arriving late, realizing it was a pity they could not sell to him as his cart was full. "Little brother, I have a cart. If you cannot fit everything, I can help you deliver it." As far as he knew, Shanghe Village was quite a distance away. Indeed, if one were to walk, it would be midnight by the time they returned. "Little brother, please lend a hand. These mushrooms cannot be left unattended. They are worth money, and I hope to gather more tomorrow morning." Many villagers, unwilling to leave their gathered mushrooms without compensation, approached. Hidong contemplated that this might be a viable solution. Moreover, if 3 carts were filled with goods, he would still need an additional cart for delivery tomorrow. "That can be arranged, but you must be certain you cannot return tonight. Tomorrow, help transport the goods, and I shall give you $8. What do you think?" The man, originally seeking to exchange his mushrooms for money, found himself in a win-win situation, gaining an extra $8. He nodded in agreement, while others could only envy his fortune. $8 equated to the price of 20 to 30 pounds of mushrooms. Hidong and Zhu Qingya busily assisted others in weighing and loading their carts. The one who volunteered to help deliver the cart was Tang Si, the 4th child in his family. Tall and slender, he had not gathered many mushrooms, but was delighted to have earned $5, especially now that he could potentially gain another 8. Their village was impoverished, relying solely on the land for sustenance throughout the year, with no income to speak of. Thus, he must earn back that 8 yuan. As night fell, the 3 men with 2 ox carts headed towards Shanghe Village. Zhu Qingya's cart was full, but Tang Si's was only half loaded. However, it was estimated that he could collect the rest by tomorrow morning. Zhu Qingya led the way while Tang Si followed. Suddenly, 2 tall and slender figures emerged from the darkness, blocking the path ahead. "Whoa!" Zhu Qingya halted his cart. Hidong widened his eyes to look. In the dim moonlight, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were vaguely discernible, their faces dark yet their eyes bright, glinting like knives as they gazed at him. "What do you want?" Zhu Qingya, robust in stature, felt little fear towards these 2 intruders. They disregarded Zhu Qingya entirely, focusing solely on Hidong. "We wish to discuss a business proposition with you." Hidong sensed that today might indeed be fortuitous, as numerous individuals seemed eager to engage in commerce with him. "Go on, what business?" The taller man tilted his head to glance at the shorter one. The shorter man retrieved a nylon bag from the side and approached Hidong. In the night, no one could discern what lay within that bag, yet it drew nearer to Hidong. Out of curiosity, Tang Si dismounted from his cart to see what was unfolding. What business could this man possibly want to conduct with Hidong at such an hour? "Take a look," the shorter man said as he drew closer to Hidong, opening the bag just enough for Hidong to see inside. It was reminiscent of a clandestine transaction. Upon closer inspection, Hidong noticed a knife scar on the shorter man's face, stretching from his eyebrow to the corner of his mouth, a grotesque sight even in the darkness. "We have plenty of these," he said, closing the bag with swift precision. Why was the action so decisive? Hidong had merely caught a glimpse, yet it sufficed. He saw rabbits, bamboo rats, pheasants, and snakes. "You know who I am, right?" Hidong thought that if it weren't for this, they wouldn't have sought him out. The shorter man returned to the taller one. "If we didn't know, we wouldn't have approached. So, has the recent decrease in people selling wild game to me anything to do with you?" Hidong inquired further. Undoubtedly, this was the case. The tall man had not anticipated that the wild game he had collected could not be sold to the restaurant that Hidong supplied. He and the shorter man had previously navigated the underworld, contemplating various methods to coerce the restaurant into compliance. However, after enduring a severe thrashing, they realized that not only would the restaurant refuse their wild game, but they also rejected any offerings from individuals other than Hedong. As their stock of wild game continued to accumulate, yet remained unsellable, they had no choice but to approach Hedong. However, they dared not consider any hostile actions against him. That state-owned restaurant was formidable. How could Hedong be anything less? Name your price, and I shall consider it. We acquire our goods at the prices you provide them, the taller man replied. Then forget it. Sell to whomever you wish. Hedong instructed Zhu Qingya to steer the cart away from them. The taller man grew agitated. What do you mean? You won't buy from us? Wasn't the matter already clear from the outset? According to the price he acquired it for? That fierce demeanor, he does not believe it. Moreover, this time, Zhou Bingley desires mushrooms more than anything else. The game meat is merely an additional item. He is not in a hurry. However, the tall man is quite anxious. The wild game in his hands has been piling up for several days. Caring for and feeding them incurs costs. Despite this, they have lost quite a bit of weight. He contemplates raising the price here, which might help recoup some losses. Yet, the other party is unwilling. Hedong allows Zhu Qingya to leave without obstruction. Zhu Qingya furrows his brow slightly. In truth, the wild game they received today is not abundant. The restaurant desires a large quantity. Yet what they currently possess is merely a fraction. It pales in comparison to the quantity mentioned by Ali. If the price were right, it could indeed be purchased. Hedong is well aware of this. In recent days, fewer and fewer people have come to sell wild game to him, and he has begun to suspect this possibility. Now is the time for both parties to negotiate. He cannot afford to yield. Of course, if they can buy, that would be splendid. What will it take for you to purchase from us? The tall man, unable to contain his impatience, rushes forward to halt the vehicle. What price are you paying? Chapter 45. Following Hedong day and night, Hedong seeks the truth. You have added a dime to the price you offered them. Those hunters were initially reluctant to sell to him. However, with the short man present, they dared not refuse. Hedong chuckles. Brother, you may seek profit, but you must not bully others. Thus, I will add a dime to what I pay you for what you currently have, and in the future, you will purchase at my price, and I will add another dime to every transaction you make. Just a dime? The tall man finds it insufficient. The short man also clenches his fists. Raise it a bit more. Being close, the sound of his knuckles cracking is quite loud. Hedong perceives that he is attempting to intimidate him. However, if they truly had no means, they would not have come to him in the first place. If it is too little, so be it. I will raise the price first thing tomorrow morning, and there will still be people willing to sell to me. Zhu Qingya has been listening to their conversation all along. He prepares to leave. However, he departs at a slow pace. The tall man is thoroughly agitated, his eyes reddening. The advantage of a dime is not substantial. If Hedong raises the price, fewer people will come to him. He observes the short man, who quickly exchanges glances. The wild game in their hands must be disposed of promptly. I will sell. The tall man exclaims loudly. Hedong knows that he has achieved his objective. Competing for business with someone reborn is truly a naive endeavor. Trust me, with this price, many will be eager to assist me in acquiring goods. Hedong has considered that business cannot be conducted alone. It is about multi-party cooperation and mutual benefit. Moreover, he needs to venture further along the path. The tall man furrows his brow and leads Hedong and the others to his residence. During the journey, in casual conversation, Hedong learns that the tall man's surname is Yu, and his name is Yufeng. The short man's surname is Jiang, and he is known as Jiang Lai. Hedong believes in Yufeng's name. However, Jiang Lai, his name does not refer to a rogue, but rather to a mangy dog. It is unlikely that any family would choose such a name for their child, thus he doubts its authenticity. Upon arriving at Yufeng's residence, Hedong's gaze fell upon a myriad of wild rabbits, pheasants, bamboo rats, and even 2 monkeys, all confined within intricately woven bamboo cages. In a few decades, the consumption of monkey brain may become a lucrative endeavor, yet presently, it remains untouched. What purpose does one have in capturing monkeys? Restaurants refuse to accept them, and naturally, Hedong does as well. Jiang Lai chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth. Under the bright moonlight, the scar on his face was particularly conspicuous. Just for fun, Hedong discerned a hint of sinister intent in his tone, sending an icy chill down his spine. However, he refrained from probing further. Some matters are best left unspoken. With time slipping away, it was prudent to conclude their dealings and return home. After some bustling, the wild delicacies from Yufeng were accounted for. The wild rabbit weighed around 80 jin, the pheasant 30 jin, and the bamboo, rat 100 jing. At Hedong's purchasing prices of 1 yuan 50, 1 yuan 20, and 1 yuan respectively, the total amounted to over 200 yuan in cash. A substantial stack of bills. Had the wild creatures not recently lost weight due to hunger, the yield would have likely been greater. As this was their inaugural transaction, Yufeng meticulously counted the bills 4 or 5 times. Jiang Lai, fixated on the process, did not dare to blink. Is everything in order? Shall we load it onto the vehicle? Hedong intentionally sought Yufeng and Jiang Lai's assistance. Together with Zhu Qingya and Tang Si, they hoisted cage after cage of wild game onto the truck. However, one matter needed clarification. You must come by tomorrow at noon to retrieve the cages. Hedong had not brought any cages when he arrived, as his nylon bags were already filled with mushrooms, leaving him no choice but to use Yufeng's. Yufeng replied, I will have ample opportunities to visit you in the future. There is no rush. Hedong understood that Yufeng had resolved to heed his advice and assist in gathering wild game. Although he promised a mere 10 fun profit, at 1 jin per 10 fun, the total would still yield over 20 yuan, nearly equaling half a month's wages for factory workers. Where could this fellow be? As the darkness enveloped the surroundings, Hedong had yet to return, and Zhang Guiping stood at the entrance of the courtyard, anxiously scanning the road. The winding dirt path obscured visibility at the bends, prompting her to step outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of his return. In all the days of trading, Hedong had never been this late. Just as she prepared to venture further, a small hand slipped into hers. Looking down, she saw her grandsons, He Jiabao and He Jiadong, gazing up at her expectantly. Grandma, we want to see if third uncle is back. After indulging in a variety of delectable treats and candies over these past few days, the boys had grown fond of Hedong. As Feng Lan remarked, her 2 sons had become closer to Hedong than to He Gui. Upon returning from school, they always sought to be near him. Zhang Guiping grasped her grandson's hands. Walking along the roadside, the moon illuminated the path, making it easier to see. He Deshang lingered in the courtyard, smoking, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. He Gui, moving swiftly, was likely already at the village's edge. The child has yet to return at such a late hour. One cannot help but worry that something may have occurred. Rising from his seat, he finds it impossible to remain still and decides to step outside for a moment. Perhaps they are already at the doorstep. At the entrance of the Zhu family home, Wang Yu awaits anxiously. She knows that Zhu Qingya had gone out with Hedong and is aware that their outings have not previously led to any issues. However, the situation is different now. It is the first time he has returned so late. While her overarching concerns are minimal, she cannot shake off the smaller worries. Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun are also in the yard. They had just sent Zhu Qingyao and Zhu Chongmin to the village entrance, and they should be arriving shortly. The eldest son has always been prudent and surely would not encounter any trouble. Zhu Jianjun remarks as he heads toward the entrance. Wang Yu, observing his retreating figure, speaks up, Father, it's not that I'm complaining, but Changrong has been with Hedong day and night these past few days. I've heard that Hedong is making a fortune now. Zhu Jianjun senses the undertone in her words and turns back. Wang Yu continues, daily travels aside. During these days he has even helped with mushroom picking. I recall others selling to Hedong for as much as $1.70. This matter, of course, Zhu Jianjun has heard about. He turns and walks away. Wang Yu, momentarily taken aback, ponders the implications of his silence. Is it truly the case that Zhu Changrong's efforts during these days have been in vain? Mother, she calls out, noticing Zhu Jianjun has walked far, and turns to look at Tang Mei, who is weaving a bamboo basket. Once completed, the basket could be sold. Yet Wang Yu has never engaged in such tasks. Mother, Zhu Mian is growing up and will soon be entering primary school. Expenses for food, clothing, and other necessities are mounting. Her request for money from Hedong is not for her own benefit. Tang Mei glances up, narrowing her eyes at her, then sets down her bamboo weaving and retreats indoors. Originally, she had intended to postpone certain discussions until after Zhu Qingya's marriage, but now she cannot wait any longer. Wang Yu, do you truly believe your actions go unnoticed? You scrimp on your monthly grain and fabric rations, only to give them to your brothers. Your brothers indulge in revelry while still asking you for money. Just look at your dear son Zhu Mian. He wears tattered clothes. And had it not been for the 2 new sets I made, he would be left bare. Chapter 46. Always indulging them, Tang Mei emerges with her grandson Zhu Mian, scolding him fiercely. Is this how a mother behaves? Wang Yu's face flushes with shame. Tang Mei asserts her role in managing all household affairs. Yet she has never withheld their due share. She had not anticipated that her actions would be so well known to Tang Mei. While others prepare joyful dowries for their sisters-in-law, you, on the other hand, are incessantly demanding money and rations. If you were spending it on yourself or my son and grandson, I could accept it, but you simply take from your natal family. In my opinion, keep my grandson with me. You may return to your family, as our Zhu family will not support a daughter who feasts at home while starving her own kin. Closing the door, Tang Mei takes Zhu Mian back inside to sleep. Wang Yu stands there, stunned, her head bowed as tears begin to fall. She contemplates returning to her family, yet the thought of her parents inevitably asking her for money causes her to hesitate. She truly has no funds remaining. And Zhu Changrong seems indifferent to this matter as well. Despite her efforts, He Dong remained unyielding in offering financial assistance. Her brother, Wang Hao, had just become engaged and required a pair of 288 big bars as a dowry. She contemplated devising a strategy to request funds from He Dong. The agricultural tasks that Zhu Changrong had postponed needed compensation from He Dong for the time expended. "Mother, please leave Zhu Mian to me," Tang Mei expressed. Having never encountered such audacity, how could he remain? It was disgraceful for him to return indoors. Yet, when her grandson called for his mother, she had no choice but to hand the child over to her. Venturing outside, He Dong faced a challenging journey in the absence of streetlights. The ox cart swayed perilously, a consequence of the uneven terrain. The undulations made traversing the path arduous, as daylight offered the chance to navigate around obstacles that night did not. Fortunately, they had arrived at the village entrance. Zhu Changrong spotted his brother's silhouette at the village's edge. He Dong confirmed the sighting, and indeed, standing beside him were Zhu Changmin and He Gui. "Brother," He Gui responded, his heart lightening at the recognition. Zhu Changrong and Zhu Changmin also exhaled in relief. "Brother." Zhu Changrong nodded in acknowledgement. "What are we doing standing around? Let us return." He urged the ox cart forward into the village, with Tang Si trailing behind. Zhu Changrong and Zhu Changmin, being youthful, hurried to catch up, while He Gui ambled along, now unhurried with his kin back home. As they reached a bend, He Dong heard two bright, cheerful voices. It was He Jiabao and He Jiadong, breaking free from Zhang Guiping's grasp to greet him. "Don't run. Be careful of the ox." Zhang Guiping anxiously followed. He Dong leaped from the cart, bending down to embrace his two nephews. "Uncle, where did you go today? Why did you return so late?" He Jiabao, now more talkative, inquired. He Dong chuckled, playfully nudging him with his nose. "I visited Shanghe Village, which is quite far. Hence my late return. Are those mushrooms on the cart? Did you buy them, uncle?" He Dong nodded. "Uncle, was the person with Uncle Changrong also with you?" "I saw a rabbit, a really big one." He Jiadong's lively imagination was already racing ahead, eager to investigate. He Dong took He Jiabao by the hand and headed home. "Slow down," Zhang Guiping cautioned. "Mother," she nodded, relieved to see He Dong return safely. "Let us go back." The two ox carts entered the yard, making it feel less desolate, especially with the presence of a stranger. Fong Lan, noticing the unfamiliar face, contemplated inquiring if he was there to sell mushrooms and wild rabbits, just as He Jiadong dashed inside. With eyes as dark and round as grapes, he gazed at the wild rabbits, mountain chickens, and bamboo rats on the cart, seemingly unable to contain his excitement. "Uncle, can I touch them?" Tang Si interjected. "You must ask your third uncle. He is currently responsible for bringing them over. The items do not concern him." He Jiadong hurried back to find He Dong, feeling he was moving too slowly, and tugged at him to proceed. Fong Lan observed the situation with a sense of helplessness. It was almost mealtime, and she urged, "Jiadong, Uncle San has been busy all day. Do not trouble him any further. Come here." However, He Jiadong was not inclined to heed her words. He was intent on petting the rabbit. He Jiabao, on the other hand, showed less enthusiasm. He approached Fong Lan to assist in setting the table. He Dong retrieved a rabbit from the bamboo cage, presenting it to He Jiadong to play with. The innocence of childhood shone through as he delighted in the soft, furry creature. At first, He Jiadong hesitated to take it, but upon noticing the animal's docility, he mustered the courage to embrace it. The plush texture was undeniably comforting. With its two bright eyes and three-parted mouth. "Uncle San, may I keep one?" he asked eagerly. "Of course, but you must take responsibility for its care, just as your mother cares for you by providing food daily." He Jiadong found this manageable and nodded, seeking out He Jiabao. "Brother, Uncle San said I could keep a rabbit. Will you help me take care of it?" He Jiabao's eyes lit up. "How do we care for it?" "We feed it every day." He Jiabao agreed, nodding in approval. The two little ones set out to find a new bamboo cage to house the rabbit, distinguishing it from the others that were intended for sale. Higuei entered the courtyard and witnessed this scene. You always indulge them, he remarked, glancing at Hidong. Though lacking any reprimanding tone, Hidong smiled. With guests joining for dinner, Fanglan busied herself by preparing 2 additional dishes. Zhang Guiping was tending to the stove. The 2 women urged the men to eat first, claiming they were fine and could eat later. Nevertheless, Hidong wished for everyone to dine together. Hence, no one was invited to the table. This had been his routine over the past few days. The status of women remained generally low, yet in their household, they aspired to promote gender equality. However, this only deepened Fanglan's resentment. Having lived with Higuei for 6 or 7 years, she had never been invited to join the table when guests arrived. Typically, they finished eating, leaving little behind for her, forcing her to make do with scraps. In this regard, Hidong was far superior to Higuei. Additionally, Higuei's obstinacy and reluctance to engage in business with Hidong only fueled her frustration. Thus, throughout the dinner, she chose to ignore Higuei, even when they were clearly a married couple, sitting apart. Tangxi experienced white rice for the first time, marveling at the assortment of unfamiliar meat dishes laid before him. Consequently, when the meal commenced, he eagerly dug in. Zhu Qingya, as was his custom, refused to stay for dinner and left, displaying his stubborn disposition. Hidong quickly sensed the subtle tension between Higuei and Fanglan, yet with outsiders present, he refrained from inquiring further. Seizing the opportunity to clear the table after the meal, he approached Fanglan. What is the matter? Is my brother unwilling? Fanglan hesitated before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it was Hidong who wished for Higuei to join him in business endeavors. Naturally, he had contemplated this outcome. No worries, there will be future opportunities. Chapter 47. I can rely on you. He is destined to venture further afield in the future. Thus, the modest business in hand must be entrusted to others. The best choice would be Higuei, for Fanglan excels at bookkeeping. A partnership between husband and wife makes labor less burdensome. However, it seems that a firm approach may be necessary. Zhu Qingya is now expecting a child, and upon marrying, it is inconceivable for him to burden her with any responsibilities. She should focus solely on her health and the forthcoming birth. Tomorrow, you are to propose to the Zhu family, so retire early tonight. Hidong shares this sentiment, yet the proposal is likely to occur around midday. In the morning, he must accompany Zhu Qingya to the county town. The mushrooms he currently possesses are insufficient, necessitating perhaps 2 trips. Time is of the essence. He must also demonstrate diligence to Alai and Zhou Bingli. Upon entering the courtyard, the sight of 210 pounds of game is indeed a pleasant surprise. Hidong prefers solitude at night, a habit ingrained from his previous life. Therefore, he arranged for a straw mat to be laid in the courtyard for Tangxi to spend the night, while he himself reclined on a small bed near the pig pen. He contemplated the arrival of the plasterer to paint the walls the following day. In a few days, the lingering odor would dissipate, allowing them to move in comfortably. Although his finances have improved, he wishes to keep the money close, as the fear of awakening to poverty still haunts him. This is merely a product of his current living conditions, which easily fosters such illusions. The next morning, Hidong, along with Zhu Qingya, Higuei, and Tangxi, entered the county town. 2 carts of mushrooms, plus half a cart, amounted to a total of 5,100 pounds. The restaurant simply could not accommodate them. So Alai led them to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. A striking red Dongfeng truck stood there, poised for action, exuding an air of authority. Hidong had not seen this vehicle in many years, and its appearance brought a sense of familiarity. After unloading, weighing, and settling the account, Hidong was astonished to discover the enormity of the state-run restaurant's warehouse, indicative of a vast supply chain behind it. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Brother the total is 4,015 yuan and 80 cents, Alai calculated, opening a drawer to reveal a substantial stack of cash. Hidong instructed Zhu Qingya to give Tangxi 80 yuan, allowing him to return home. Brother, please carry some of this for me, he requested, gesturing towards the large bundle, which amounted to over 4,000 yuan, consisting of 400 bills. You must count it carefully, brother Alai jested. Hidong chuckled, acknowledging the need for meticulous counting. He took it upon himself to count, with Higuei assisting him. It was only through this counting that he realized the significant profit he had made. How much? He inquired, having received the money. Gue revealed the amount he had counted, which matched Alai's figure. Dong collected the money, handing it to Zhu Qingya for further verification. Meanwhile, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Alai. Alai accepted with a smile. Dong now possessed an additional pack of Hongmei cigarettes and 10 large bills. Just as Alai was about to decline, Dong urged, "Do not let them find out. They are quite stingy." Alai remained silent. As their interactions grew, he recognized that Dong was unlike anyone else, possessing a remarkable knack for navigating social dynamics. Conducting business with such individuals is indeed a comfort. Higa should certainly take good care of these two brothers. Dong shares this sentiment. It pertains to the sum involved. Zhu Qingya, upon finishing the count of money, glanced over. Then they departed. Dong produced 2 military green waste bags, each containing over 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, one would not suffice for all that needed to be carried. And he was also curious about their true thoughts. Gue and Zhu Qingya were venturing out with a waste bag for the first time. And a considerable sum at that. Leaving the warehouse, an unsettling sense of insecurity enveloped them. It felt as if an extra hand should be on guard, with their eyes scanning their surroundings for any unforeseen circumstances, ready to defend their treasure to the death. Do not be anxious. Maintain a calm demeanor. Your behavior may arouse suspicion, Dong advised. Their attire was rather unremarkable, and seated in the ox cart with their waste bags concealed beneath their clothing. Who would suspect anything? Dong sent Zhu Qingya to the supply and marketing cooperative, since he would be returning to propose marriage. He did not assist in transporting goods back to the village today. Just buy what you need and leave, he instructed. Brother Qingya, don't you think I ought to buy a new outfit? He inquired, noting that while his clothes were clean, they were also quite worn. When one goes to propose, one should present themselves with dignity. Zhu Qingya felt it unnecessary. Their family recognized Dong for who he was, not for his attire. However, Gue believed it was indeed important. He recalled how, years ago, when he went to propose to Fong Lan, Zhang Guiping had prepared a new garment. Indeed, Zhang Guiping had prepared clothing. There's no need. Mother has already made something for you. This statement left Dong in disbelief. After a year of not sharing meals with Gue, he was unaware if Zhang Guiping had indeed crafted anything. Recently, she had been busy in her own yard. Couldn't he see if she had made clothing? Brother, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? If today, Qingya and my father-in-law are displeased, I will hold you accountable. Gue rolled his eyes. You're speaking of yourself, aren't you? The only one capable of deception in the He family is Dong. In truth, Dong merely wished to engage in more conversation. If you say there is clothing, then there must be. In these times, it is said that hard work leads to prosperity, reliant on one's own labor. Crafting a garment is a necessity for women. Thus, the three of them conversed as they made their way back to Shanghe Village. In Shanghe Village, many had already set out to pick mushrooms before the sun had risen. By the time the sun grew warm, their nylon bags were nearly full, and they carried them to Dong's home, eager to see how much they could earn from their morning's labor. Fong Lan was not idle either. Seizing the moment when no one was around, she returned home with pig grass to help feed the 2 piglets in the pen. Just as she returned, a wave of mushroom sellers arrived. Without pausing for water, Fong Lan hurried over to keep the accounts. However, those who had come to sell mushrooms over the past few days had left, but today, they remained gathered at the Zhu family's doorstep. Their mouths were moving, but she could not discern their words. Fong Lan, preoccupied with her tasks, did not approach. She merely observed the increasing number of people at the Zhu family's entrance. Mother, could you go see what is happening at the Zhu family? Fong Lan called out, her concern prompting her to summon Zhang Guiping. Zhang Guiping emerged from her dwelling and noticed a throng gathered at the entrance of the Zhu family home, engaged in animated discussions. She approached the crowd, eavesdropping on their conversations. Do you believe what the Zhu family claims? Dong is supposedly offering the 3 turns and 1 ring as a bride price for Zhu Qingya. How fortunate Zhu Qingya is. Previously, no one was willing to marry Dong, but now, as far as I know, many in the village are contemplating marrying their daughters to him. The 3 turns and 1 ring. No household in Shanghe Village has ever received such a bride price. They say it. But who knows if it's true? Chapter 48. Is this bullying? I just checked Dong's yard. He hasn't returned yet. Who knows if he'll visit today? Remarked someone from the Wei family. It seems you are hoping Dong stays away, yet I've heard you wish to marry your daughter, Wei Xia, to him. You even had your husband ask to Shang to dinner at your home. Chui Min, the wife of the Wei family, glared with displeasure. What nonsense are you spouting? If my daughter were to marry, it must be with someone willing to wed her. Our Xia is not like some others who resort to coercion when it comes to marriage. I wonder how the Zhu family educates their daughters. Perhaps they are aware that Hidong is on the verge of prosperity, prompting them to encourage their daughter to pursue him? Fearing that those in the Zhu household might overhear, Cui Min raised her voice. Everyone admired her audacity. They dared to gossip behind closed doors. But who would confront the Zhu family directly? From Hidong's demeanor, it seemed he genuinely wished to marry Zhu Qingya. They feared offending the Zhu family. But even more so, they dreaded incurring Hidong's wrath. The good fortune they now enjoyed, with ample food, was thanks to Hidong's influence. However, Cui Min harbored a different perspective. With Hidong's newfound wealth, it was evident that Zhu Changrong, being in his company, had also profited. If she were to marry her daughter to Hidong, her son would undoubtedly reap the benefits as well. With money, he could eventually attract a fine daughter-in-law. She was no fool. Yet, within moments, darkness enveloped her vision as she was suddenly doused with water. Though it was nearly May, the water drawn fresh from the well was still chillingly cold. The Wei family trembled, turning to face the assailant. Tang Mei, what are you doing? What am I doing? Tang Mei retorted, discarding the enamel plate in her hand and rolling up her sleeves as she exited the courtyard. The Wei family, sensing her fierce demeanor, attempted to flee. But Tang Mei seized her hair and yanked her back. The Wei family winced in pain, realizing she was serious about her intent, and began to fight back recklessly. When women brawl, it typically involves hair pulling, face scratching, and tearing at clothing. Given their robust physicality from years of labor, neither dared to intervene. Zhang Guiping was taken aback. On this otherwise splendid day, Tang Mei had engaged in a brawl. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. For the remarks made by the Wei family had been exceedingly harsh. In matters of marrying off daughters, the Wei family was indeed at a disadvantage. Fully aware that Hidong had already agreed to wed Zhu Qingya, yet they still attempted to intervene. Not only was he Shang furious, but so was she. Oh, I can't bear this any longer. Tang Mei, are you bullying others? The Wei family crumpled to the ground, refusing to rise, and began to weep. In contrast to the meticulously arranged hair and neatly pressed attire from earlier, the Wei family now appeared disheveled and unkempt, resembling a madman. Tang Mei paused for breath after her tirade, and upon observing the scene, her anger subsided. How dare they speak ill of my daughter? My husband will not spare you. Do not speak of me. Mother, on this splendid day, how could you present yourself in such a manner, inviting ridicule? Wang Yu emerged upon hearing the commotion, and upon witnessing her normally composed mother-in-law now resembling a frenzied woman, she lowered her voice to offer a caution. Tang Mei retaliated with a sharp slap. Ridicule? The Zhu family has cherished their daughter for over a decade. If they were concerned about others' mockery, they would not have reached this point. A daughter-in-law siding with outsiders. Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, yet Tang Mei refused to acknowledge her. The Wei family should vacate my doorstep immediately. Or else. Tang Mei brandished the large broom at the entrance, advancing menacingly. The Wei family, terrified, scrambled to their feet and fled. Do not be upset, Tang Mei. The Wei family is simply that way. But today Hidong is indeed coming to propose, correct? Tang Mei tidied her hair and attire. Her face still marked by residual anger. Her eyes were fierce, her nose flared. Of course, nowadays, families no longer live in such tight constraints, and conversations abound. The notion of witnessing the Zhu family's misfortunes was laughable. Everyone, stop lingering here, the sun is high. Come inside. Tang Mei called as she opened the gates to the courtyard. If they wished to observe, they should do so openly. Some, upon her invitation, claimed they had matters to attend to and, not wanting to cause trouble, departed. Others felt it odd to decline the host's invitation after coming so far, especially since they were curious to see the much-discussed sewing machine. Until now, all they knew was what a sewing machine looked like, particularly for those with daughters. Knowing what to seek in a son-in-law would be invaluable. Come, enjoy some sweets, Tang Mei said, turning to fetch a colorful platter of candies. The neighbors, no longer holding back, eagerly reached for the treats, unwrapping the candies as they chatted. Tian Mimi picked up the enamel plate from the ground and placed it in the kitchen. Only Wang Yu remained at the door, caught in indecision. She pondered how amusing it would be if Hidong brought a sewing machine as his proposal gift, truly embarrassing the Zhu family. Mother, what has transpired with the Zhu family? Feng Lan, now at leisure, inquired of Zhang Guiping. Zhang Guiping shook her head in silence. Although Tang Mei and Zhu Changrong treasured their daughter Zhu Qingya, She had once failed to comprehend this. Now, however, she felt there was nothing wrong with it. After all, if someone spoke ill of her daughter, she too would retaliate. Some people's words are truly venomous. Zhang Guiping remained silent, and Feng Lan observed that the Zhu family's entrance was empty, leading to conversation in the courtyard. She felt reassured that perhaps there was no significant issue. Yet, Hidong had promised to return early, and now it seemed rather late, approaching noon. As the day progressed, more individuals came to sell mushrooms, and Feng Lan was preoccupied with weighing them, hardly paying attention to the time. Finally, she heard the rumbling of an ox cart and looked up to see Higui, who had arrived earlier. Instantly, she averted her gaze, wishing she had not looked up at all. Higui noticed her reaction, yet he could not comprehend why Feng Lan insisted that he mention their business dealings to Hidong. The atmosphere outside was still tense, and Hidong's frequent comings and goings left him feeling anxious. However, his wife had not allowed him to share a bed for 2 days. "Brother," Hidong suddenly called out to him. Higui assumed Hidong was asking for money and promptly unfastened his waist pouch. To his surprise, Hidong handed him a black hairpin adorned with green beads, a refreshing and attractive gift. "This is for my sister-in-law," Hidong said. Higui was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Hidong thought the men in their family lacked emotional intelligence, reflecting on how, in future times, they might struggle to attract any woman's attention. "Wives need to be pampered. I noticed last night that you and your sister-in-law had a quarrel. What? Are you planning to sleep on the floor forever? You rascal." Higui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, standing there in stunned silence. Hidong, being a few years younger and still unmarried, surprisingly grasped such nuances. Hidong blinked, took Higui's hand, placed the hairpin into his palm, and walked away. Chapter 49, Trouble at the Door. "Mom, brother says you made me a new outfit. Hurry and bring it out for me to try on. It's been ages since I wore anything you made." Hidong cheerfully entered the house. Zhang Guiping, hearing his voice, went to fetch the clothes. The outfit had been made 2 years ago when her eyesight was still good. Having outgrown the age for rapid growth, as long as the clothes remained intact, they could still be worn. Knowing that Hidong would be proposing to the Zhu family today, she had wrapped the outfit in cloth and brought it out that morning. During the days without a sewing machine, Zhang Guiping had painstakingly stitched it together, opting for a classic Zhongshan suit rather than the trendy styles of the time. However, the fabric was of excellent quality, likely acquired through careful saving of fabric coupons. When Hidong tried it on, it fit perfectly. In his previous life, he had always thought it looked old-fashioned, inferior to suits, lacking in style. He would wear it briefly before discarding it, seeking ways to con and swindle money to buy fashionable suits and leather shoes in the county town. Now, however, his heart swelled with warmth. The clothes made by his mother carried her scent, a comforting reminder. "Not bad at all. My son looks quite handsome, and dressed well. He looks even better." Without a full-length mirror, he could not see himself entirely, but he trusted Zhang Guiping's words. "Of course, you don't consider who my mother is. She knows how to create beauty. Have you dipped your tongue in honey? You're becoming quite the flatterer," Zhang Guiping remarked, her joy evident. And Hidong shared in her happiness. In his previous life, Zhang Guiping had worried about him constantly. Now, he wished to ensure her comfort. "Just speaking the truth. By the way, where's Dad? Why isn't he around? He's gone to see the matchmaker. Also, with such a significant event as your marriage, he needs to inform your grandparents." Upon mentioning his grandfather He Jiangwo and grandmother Shindakui, Hidong's expression darkened slightly. His grandparents have always favored his uncle's family since childhood, claiming that they are dutiful and have raised several sons who embody filial piety, and even aspire to pursue higher education after the restoration of the college entrance examination. In contrast, what has emerged from He Desheng's lineage is nothing of worth. The He family's reputation in Shanghe Village has been thoroughly tarnished by Hidong. Henceforth, He Desheng should refrain from asserting his identity as He Jiangwo's son. Whenever they meet, the atmosphere is invariably tense. Hidong is acutely aware of his past misdeeds, which have sullied his own reputation and adversely affected his family. With He Desheng's impending visit, he is likely to face scrutiny from both He Jiangwo and his uncle, He Datian. "I shall go and observe." Zhang Guiping wishes to dissuade Hidong, arguing that he has recently acquired wealth, and many in the village now speak favorably of him. However, He Jiangwo and Shun Dakui still regard her and He Desheng with disdain. He Desheng is well aware of this, which is why he chose to visit before Hidong's return, pondering whether He Jiangwo and Shin Dakui might have any intentions regarding marriage proposals. If they truly intended to approach, they would have done so by now. Their family is evidently not held in high regard by his in-laws. Yet, blood ties bind He Desheng to them, leaving him with little to say. The distance from He Dong's residence to his uncle He Datian's home is not great. Recently, villagers have been foraging for mushrooms and trading game for money, creating a lively atmosphere. He Dong cannot fathom how his uncle's family could remain oblivious to this. However, they have never brought even a single mushroom or piece of game to sell to him. Eventually, one day, villagers informed him that they had seen his uncle's family selling to others at the village entrance, and at a price lower than what he offered. What a shame to forego even a few dimes in profit. To put it plainly, his uncle's family has always looked down upon them, and thus, how could they ever bow their heads in submission? Nevertheless, He Dong did not come today to submit. He is not one to present his warm face to receive cold treatment. Within He Datian's courtyard, sunlight cascades onto the ground. He Jiangwo, Shindakwi, He Datian, and He Desheng each occupy their respective corners, sitting in the shade where the sun cannot penetrate, creating a tense and concentrated atmosphere. Dad, He Dong calls out to his father. He Desheng, taken aback by his arrival, instinctively hides the candy he was keeping at his feet. Since their family division, he has never visited He Datian empty-handed. However, both He Dong and He Gue harbor strong opinions about this. He Dong is unperturbed. It is quite normal for a son to bring food to his parents. Yet, the ambience is decidedly uncomfortable. He Desheng, with his head bowed, puffs on his pipe, a haze of blue smoke enveloping him, indicating an unpleasant discussion. What brings you here? After a prolonged silence, He Desheng inquires. He Dong smiles, revealing a set of white teeth. I returned and saw you were not home. Mother mentioned you were here, so I came to pay a visit. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle. He Dong greets each in turn. He Jiangwo and Shun Dakwi respond with sullen faces, while He Datian merely nods in acknowledgement. Dad, have you agreed to my proposal to the Zhu family? Time is running late, and I had intended to leave earlier. He Decheng glanced up at him, puzzled. This lad possesses no perceptiveness. Can he not see that his grandparents are displeased? Your grandparents have expressed disapproval of this union. He Decheng is troubled. Presently, this matter has become the talk of the entire Shanghe Village. He Jiangua and Shun Dechui have stepped forward in opposition. It is not news to anyone. Why bring it up now that the proposal has been made? He Decheng, somewhat foolishly filial, thinks that despite He Jiangua and Shun Dechui's faults, they are still his parents who raised him. It is impossible to disregard their feelings entirely. He Dong chuckled. Grandma, why do you think it is unfavorable? Zhu Qingya is elegant and charming, well-versed in literature. Which family in the region does not wish to have her as a bride? Bah! Shun Dechui suddenly spat, disregarding her dignity. In her old age, she still bound her feet, adorned with a headscarf and dressed in a late Qing jacket, her eyes sunken, her frame frail, bearing a look of sharpness. Does that signify anything? A well-bred girl sneaks into a man's bed at night or runs off to spend the night at his home. Her cane struck the ground with force, as if to vent her feelings. He Dong understood that discussing this matter was indeed unpleasant. However, the situation has unfolded, and what can they do but accept it? That night, Zhu Qingya had left traces on his sheets. Yet, this is a private matter that cannot be disclosed. Those who refuse to believe can always find a way to counter the truth. If rumors spread, it would ultimately harm Zhu Qingya. Grandma, you must not speak of this outside the home. I was the one who first took a liking to Qingya, and that night, I intentionally drank to excess. The implications were clear without needing to elaborate. Nonetheless, Shun Dechui remained obstinate. That cannot be allowed. Premarital loss of virtue is a grave matter. Once inside the door, complications will arise. The old woman was significantly influenced by feudal beliefs. Seeing He Dong unresponsive, she turned to her son. Decheng, I say this because you are my son. That bride truly cannot be accepted. The old lady, frustrated, felt He Decheng's pressure, yet he remained silent. It was He Dong who first adopted a serious demeanor. The deed has been done, Grandma. What should we do now? Ignoring her, they would carry on with their lives. Such a reckless woman. How many men must she have been with? She could be sullied beyond redemption. I am her first man. He Dong's voice boomed, startling the old lady. She raised her cane to strike He Dong, but found the distance too great. She then looked at her son. He could not control He Dong, but could manage He Decheng. Is this the good grandson you raised for me? Dongzi. He Decheng signaled for He Dong to temper his demeanor. After all, she was family. However, Shun Dechui's words not only disregarded Zhu Qingya's fate, but also threatened the dignity of the He family. Has Grandma considered the consequences? You are accustomed to being reckless. What consequences are there to fear? Words can be flung about, but a bride cannot be chosen carelessly, even if you are unwilling. Shanghe Village has its own opinions. Hidong has come to the realization that, in Shun Daqui's eyes, he remains the same wayward rogue, a scoundrel, a ne'er-do-well. Thus, his reputation holds little significance. After all, he has already descended into such depths of depravity. Grandfather, do you think so too? He Jiangwo fidgeted with his smoking pipe, inserting some tobacco from his pocket, indicating his unwillingness to speak. Among his descendants, Hidong was the one he regarded with the least favor. Even after hearing numerous praises for Hidong from Shanghe Village, he remained utterly unconvinced. Hidong smiled. You believe I have grown accustomed to my debauchery and have no concern for reputation. Yet, what of the He family? It is your shame that reflects upon me. And now it is also you who causes me embarrassment. Your stance leaves me at a loss regarding how to conduct myself. What nonsense are you spouting? Have your grandparents taught you this waywardness? He Daitian could no longer contain himself and leapt up. Your son, Deshang, is truly being raised without any semblance of decorum. What kind of way is this to speak to your elders? My He Jin and He would never behave so disrespectfully. At the mention of He Jin and He Yu, visions of his past life surfaced for Hidong, recalling how they had approached him like eager lapdogs, fawning and flattering. Uncle, when you have the time, do check on my two brothers. Are they truly studying for the university? Hidong lowered his head, gently adjusting his sleeve, maintaining an air of composure. He Daitian felt a pang of discomfort. What do you mean by that? Aren't your two sons in the county studying to take exams? Why would they squander the family's resources? Do not speak such nonsense. Hidong merely smiled silently. Some matters are best left unspoken. So, you are indeed set on marrying Zhu Qingya. Shen Daqui leaned on her cane, casting a cold glance. Hidong had no desire to engage with her further. Father, let us go. It is getting late, and the Zhu family must be waiting anxiously. Deshang, do you even acknowledge me as your mother? Shen Daqui trembled with indignation at being so disregarded by Hidong. With her words, He Daitian shot a glare at Hidong. Dongzi, when your grandparents divided the family, everything was given to my uncle, leaving you with nothing. Were it not for your diligence, perhaps neither I nor my brother would have been able to survive. And my little sister, if only our grandparents had given us 2 coins back then, her illness could have been treated, and she would not have. Hidong's gaze swept coldly over the 3 individuals in the courtyard. Died that stormy night. As soon as Rong was mentioned, the old lady's heart fluttered with guilt. At that time, He Daitian and Zhang Guiping had come at midnight, carrying their daughter, pleading for money to seek medical treatment. There was indeed 2 coins available. However, none of them responded. When they left, no one could have anticipated that such a worthless life would be so fragile. In an instant, she was gone. Yet, once a life is lost, what further words hold any meaning? A moment passed with faces alternating between shades of pale and blue, finally resting upon He Daitian. Still with an accusatory tone. Second son, this is all you're doing, isn't it? The words you failed to express now find voice through Hidong. Do you still remember that incident? Shen Daqui lamented deeply. Yet, it was He Daitian who truly bore the heartache, mourning the loss of his little roamer. They are all our children. At that moment, in his and Zhang Guiping's embrace, they gradually became cold and stiff. Setting aside the cigarette he held, He Deshang fell silent and rose to leave, not forgetting to take the pound of white sugar he had brought along. Upon witnessing this, Hidong felt that his words had not been in vain. After all, they were simply living their own lives. There was no need for him to seek the opinions of Shun Daqui and He Jiangwo now that he was getting married. Father, from now on, let us live our own lives, Hidong declared. He Deshang frowned slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they are still your grandparents. Hidong understood that this was a gentle reminder. Respect for one's elders must be upheld, yet it also depended on the nature of the elders in question. He had initially considered asking his uncle's 2 sons to assist in transporting some items to the Zhu family, but it appeared that would not come to pass. On the road, He Deshang sighed. Hidong chuckled. Nowadays, with so many people coming and going, finding someone to lend a hand is not difficult at all. This remark enlightened He Deshang. The villagers, when encountered, were genuinely warm and eager to help with any task. Indeed, let us seek assistance. What does it matter about relatives? I no longer care for such distinctions. Oh, let me take a look. Let me see who this young man is. Humepa was conversing with Zhang Guiping at the door. Upon seeing Hidong return, she scrutinized him from head to toe. Isn't this Hidong? The third son of Hilaire from our Shanghe Village? Dongzi, didn't your aunt say that you're a tire? Humepa raised her thumb in commendation. Absolutely splendid. If you go to the Zhu family like this, you will undoubtedly captivate their daughter. Hidong had received his fair share of flattery in his previous life, yet this time felt distinctly different. Especially as he gazed upon these familiar faces from his memories, a myriad of recollections surfaced, blurring the line between dream and reality. And who? If you say so, I must take it seriously. Indeed, you should. Within the younger generation of the He family, none can match your handsomeness. Humepa's words were best taken lightly. They should not be taken too seriously. Hidong recalled that the He family had once produced a male star, He Shuo, his third uncle's son, who had disappeared long ago, abducted in the 70s. However, his third uncle and aunt had promised to assist today. Do you truly doubt my words? Dear nephew, I speak only truth. Fine, I believe you. Hidong sensed that if he feigned disbelief, she would continue to extol him. Yet, nothing was more pressing than the matter of the betrothal. You are right. Everything is prepared, isn't it? Ready? Then shall we depart? Hidong and Zhang Guiping awaited this very affirmation. All items had been arranged the previous day, and new garments were donned. Outside, He Deshang had summoned several young men. They unveiled the covered 3-in-1 set, revealing its true form. Oh, this is a radio, a watch, and a bicycle? Like the other villagers of Shanghe, Humepa was familiar only with sewing machines. She had borrowed the village chief's son's machine previously. Yet, to see a family gather all three essentials for a household was truly a first. It appears that what I have heard is indeed true. You have genuinely prepared a 3-turn-1 sound to propose to the Zhu family. Heard it from whom, aunt? From the wife of the eldest son of the Zhu family. However, her account differs somewhat, claiming that while you spoke eloquently about presenting them with the 3-turn-1 sound as a bridal gift, you merely procured a sewing machine. Chapter 51. The face swollen from strikes now. Seeing the 3-turn-1 sound neatly arranged before me, it is evident that Wang Yu's words were rather inflated. She nearly believed that Hidong only intended to gift a single sewing machine. How does one operate this radio? And what of this watch? How does it function independently? The matchmaker, who genuinely appeared intrigued. Curiously, Hidong chuckled, suggesting that aunt should inquire with those selling these items. I cannot provide clarity on the matter. In truth, he simply wished to avoid wasting time. Who the matchmaker gazed at the 280 bicycle. This is the fabled bicycle. My heavens, what a grand contraption. How is it even used? No one spoke, and who did not feel awkward? She was merely marveling. Soon, she instructed someone to hastily carry it outside. In a while, they would lead the way, while others followed behind. It was imperative to be seen. Several young men procured 3 red lacquered boards to separate the sewing machine, the bicycle, the radio, and the watch. Each board was lifted by 2 individuals. The sewing machine was easily placed, while the bicycle, being quite large, could only be positioned horizontally, with its 2 wheels suspended in the air for balance. Red paper adorned the items. In my opinion, these splendid items ought to be paraded around He River Village, allowing everyone to admire them. Brother Deshang, I must say, those who present the 3-turn-1 sound for a proposal are undoubtedly the most notable trio in He River Village. The matchmaker who raised her thumb once more, a woman seasoned in social dealings, she naturally navigated through various connections. Yet this time, she brought with her a genuine 7-part sincerity. He Deshang was well aware of the circumstances in He River Village. He understood that her words held truth. However, to carry these items around in a circle before returning would tire those bearing the load, and others might perceive it as deliberate ostentation. They were not like the village head's family, who felt a sense of pride in simply acquiring a sewing machine and insisted on making it known throughout He River Village. His son still needed to conduct business properly. It was getting late. Had it been earlier, I would have followed your suggestion. He Deshang subtly declined. The matchmaker who remained silent, her gaze fixated on the 3-turn-1 sound, filled with envy. She too had a daughter and envisioned a future suitor who could present a 3-turn-1 sound as a bridal gift, a prospect that would undoubtedly satisfy her. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Higuei ignited them at the entrance. Blue smoke wafted through the air, while red paper scraps flew about. Gradually, more onlookers gathered. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Hidong had gone to propose to the Zhu family. Relatives of the Zhu family had also arrived, filling the courtyard. However, at this moment, the He family entered, and everyone made way for them. The sound of firecrackers was deafening, causing many to cover their ears. Yet, aside from the sewing machine, the bicycle, the radio, and the watch genuinely sparked wonder among the crowd. The news from the Zhu family regarding He Dong's intention to propose with the gift of the coveted 3 turns and 1 ring is indeed true. Has he truly brought it? Yes, I have seen it with my own eyes. He Dong has genuinely presented the 3 turns and 1 ring for his proposal. Tian Mimi rushed into Zhu Qingya's room, bursting with excitement. Zhu Qingya had been inside, unaware of the happenings outside. Upon hearing Tian Mimi's revelation, she opened the window to take a look. Although she had claimed she could not afford the 3 turns and 1 ring, the villagers had known about its significance over the past 2 years, even if they had never seen it in person. The yard was now crowded with people, obscuring her view. Just wait a moment. Once they come inside, it will be fine, Zhu Qingya thought to herself. She had been anxious these past few days, not out of doubt about He Dong's ability to bring the gift, but rather from concern that he might not show up at all. Qingya, are you feeling particularly joyful now? Tian Mimi inquired. The 3 turns and 1 ring had yet to be presented as a bridal gift in all of Shanghe Village. It seemed He Dong had truly begun to prosper. However, it remained a mystery as to what had prompted this sudden change in him. Even your second brother remarked on how strange it was. Tian Mimi couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Zhu Qingya scratching his head in confusion. A smile crept across her face, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. The noisy sounds from outside brought joy to Zhu Qingya's heart. She had already resolved to marry him, even if it meant having only a sewing machine. She accepted her fate. Little did she know that He Dong was indeed true to his word, presenting the 3 turns and 1 ring, which stirred gentle ripples in her heart. Jianjun, does this mean you have accepted? He Dong quickly called for his future father-in-law, stating that although it had already been agreed upon, formalities must be observed in front of family and friends. He Dong called out Dad, a term he had used before, but today it sounded particularly sweet. Zhu Jianjun was all smiles. Those who claimed that He Dong would merely offer a sewing machine as a bridal gift ought to open their eyes and take a good look. In the main hall, not only was there the 3 turns and 1 ring, but also an abundance of meat and sweets, alongside the auspicious gift of 888 yuan in cash, all neatly arranged and undeniably eye-catching. In other households, a mere 200 or 600 would suffice. He Dong not only provided the 4 essential gifts, but also the remarkably fortunate sum of 888 yuan. This was a source of pride for all of Shanghe Village. Jianjun, you are truly fortunate, the matchmaker exclaimed, and others echoed her sentiments. My goodness, both the 3 turns and 1 ring and the 888 yuan, having attended numerous weddings. I have never heard of such a thing. What a substantial fortune Zhu family's son-in-law must have. Truly extravagant. Yet, in the end, it is Zhu Qingya who is blessed to have found such a commendable suitor. Qingya, I just went out to see. Not only did He Dong bring the 3 turns and 1 ring, but he also provided 888 yuan as a gift, Tian Mimi would frequently report upon entering. Zhu Qingya was genuinely astonished. Despite her lack of marital experience, she had heard tales of the considerable sum involved. In the village, many had never received such a hefty betrothal gift. Wang Yu was astonished that He Dong had come today, bearing the auspicious 3 turns and 1 sound, along with a remarkable 888 in cash for his proposal. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Previously, relatives and friends, who had only heard of her owning a single sewing machine, had inquired about the situation. Naturally, she deflected, claiming that Changrong had not informed her. Otherwise, if the news reached Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun, she would face their ire once again. The atmosphere in the main hall was filled with warmth and joy, since the marriage proposal had been exchanged. Wouldn't it be appropriate for the young couple to meet, allowing both families to select an auspicious date for the wedding? In the hall, the matchmaker, who radiated delight. She remarked that although the beginning of He Dong and Zhu Qingya's relationship was not entirely perfect, the outcome was promising. It could be considered a blossoming romance. Zhu Jianjun had no objections and instructed Wang Yu to summon Zhu Qingya. Wang Yu had only just entered, having been previously preoccupied with the He family's arrival. She had anticipated merely witnessing the spectacle, unaware that He Dong would indeed come bearing gifts to the Zhu household. At that moment, she felt compelled to heed her father-in-law's words. He Dong, my daughter Qingya has endured quite a life at the Zhu family. You must ensure her happiness moving forward. As a father, Zhu Jianjun could not help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Chapter 52. Stepping outside for some sunshine. Especially as he observed Zhu Qingya emerging from the room, a delicate, youthful girl, blossoming into her prime. Having cherished her since childhood, he wished to nurture her forever. Yet now, he found himself asserting his authority for the first time. Zhu Qingya's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The proximity of their families eased her sadness somewhat. She hoped her father would not be too heartbroken. The matchmaker, observing her demeanor, felt truly pleased. With Hidong, they are a suitable match. Jianjun, do not cause Qingya any sorrow. The two families are merely separated by a wall. Did Jianjun not see how well Hidong treated Qingya? Realizing this detail, Zhu Jianjun felt a sense of relief wash over him, who urged Zhu Qingya to join them in the hall. Today, she and Hidong were the focal point. The matter of marriage required their mutual consent. It was only then that Zhu Qingya dared to glance at Hidong. Usually busy, he wore old clothes. But today he donned a brand new black Zhongshan suit. It was somewhat heavy, yet it conveyed a sense of gravitas. Particularly, his hair was slick and shiny, likely oiled. Beneath thick brows, his dark eyes sparkled. A prominent nose and thin lips framed his face. Wait, was there sweat on his forehead? Although it was warm under the sun, it was cooler in the shade. Wearing a coat wouldn't be stifling. Was he nervous? When Hidong's gaze met hers, Zhu Qingya quickly averted her eyes. Her heart racing, fearful of being discovered. Hidong noticed Zhu Qingya looking at him, prompting him to return the gaze. His palms were already clammy with anxiety, though he remained unaware of the perspiration on his forehead. In his rebirth, he discovered that his fear of women had diminished significantly. However, the scene before him felt like a dream. In the final days of his previous life, he often dreamt of such moments. Yearning for a chance to rectify his past mistakes, he contemplated how different everything would have been had he married Zhu Qingya. He pondered why he had lived so recklessly, unable to empathize with others. As dreams and reality intertwined, he found himself uncertain of what was genuine and what was illusory. Dongzi, what has happened to you? You're sweating profusely. Who? The matchmaker turned to see Hidong with a glistening forehead, startled by the sight. Hidong rose from his chair and stepped outside. The warm sunlight enveloped him, infusing his cool body with a touch of warmth. He paused, feeling like a drowning man. Finally, he could breathe again. What is going on? Surely, you're not having second thoughts about the marriage? Zhu Jianjun, who had just relaxed, felt his heart sink again. Moments ago, when discussing the wedding date and inquiring about Hidong's opinion, Hidong had suddenly turned pale, silent, and walked out. It led others to believe he was unwilling. Hideshang tapped his smoking pipe on the table, his face stern. He better not. Zhang Guiping shared the same sentiment. The boy had come in high spirits. Now, his sudden change left everyone perplexed. They had come this far, and there was no room for retreat. A figure swept past, and Zhang Guiping looked up to see Zhu Changrong standing and walking out. Hidong, brother Changrong, I wish to marry Qingya as soon as possible, Hidong declared, gazing at the familiar Zhu family courtyard, the distant rice paddies, the green hills, and the white clouds. He saw his sister-in-law in their yard collecting mushrooms and the villagers selling mushrooms. He had resurrected himself. This was no dream. He had truly returned to this moment. His mushroom business was real, and his visit to propose to the Zhu family was equally real. Turning around, he resolutely looked at Zhu Changrong. Zhu Changrong exhaled a sigh of relief. Moments ago, his fists had been clenched. If Hidong dared to back out, he would not hesitate to intervene. Not just him, but Zhu Changyao, Zhu Changmen, and Zhu Changmei were all at the door, fists clenched and teeth gritted. One even grasped a hoe. The atmosphere felt tense. However, their emotions soon lightened. His declaration to marry Qingya had salvaged the situation. Indeed, there was a reason why no one dared to marry a daughter-in-law in a family with many brothers across any era. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hidong walked back inside. Since that's the case, why did you rush outside? Who? The matchmaker had overheard Hidong's earlier words. Witnessing the Zhu family's sons in such a state had nearly made her break into a sweat. After years of matchmaking, she had never encountered such a situation. It's cold. I just needed to step outside to warm up, he said with a slight smile, uttering a half-truth. You rascal, Qingya, a girl. Isn't dressed as warmly as you, and she hasn't complained of the cold. The wedding date hasn't even been set yet. You should hurry. Just move it forward by a day or two. The room breathed a collective sigh of relief, and the atmosphere turned harmonious as they eagerly discussed the wedding plans. The date was ultimately set for 6 days hence. Although there was a desire to expedite matters, Hidong's residence had yet to undergo necessary renovations, requiring a few days of grace. There was no need for haste. Firecrackers erupted once more, signaling to the outside world that the engagement had been finalized. Indeed, the daughter of the Zhu family was fortunate. After all, by aligning with Dongzi, she was destined for endless blessings. The Zhu family would likewise enjoy a prosperous life. It is curious, however, one might ponder how Dong suddenly conceived the idea of venturing into the mushroom trade. He was not the type to lead a dissolute life, greeting everyone with a smile and laboring without complaint. Yet, this enigma seems to be one that only Dong himself could unravel. At noon, Shanghe, Zhang Guiping, Dong, Gui, and the matchmaker who remained at the Zhu residence for a meal. The meat and vegetables had been procured the previous day, and preparations commenced. The quantity was modest, just 10 bowls, more than the villagers of Shanghe would typically indulge in, save for the New Year celebrations. The portions were generous. Both Zhu Jianjun and Shanghe partook of wine, accompanied by Zhu Qingya and Zhu Chongmen. Gui also drank his fair share, while Dong refrained from alcohol, his mind occupied with thoughts of mushroom harvesting. The previous day's yield from Shanghe Village had been satisfactory, and he planned to return in the afternoon. Drinking would be a distraction. The women did not join the table. As they departed, Shanghe and Zhu Jianjun were both inebriated. "Brother do not leave. Let us share a couple more cups. Today is a joyous occasion. My daughter is betrothed to your son. What a splendid day it would be to drink a bit more." At the entrance, Zhu Jianjun broke free from the support of Tang Mei and Zhu Chongrong, grasping Shanghe's hand, unwilling to let him depart. Shanghe shared this sentiment. Yet his two sons held him firmly, rendering him immobile. "Brother Zhu, we must drink. Brother please, do not leave. Uncle Zhu, my father is truly intoxicated," interjected Dong. "Indeed, father, you are also drunk. Perhaps we should save the drinking for another time." "Drunk? Can you not see that I am still coherent?" protested Shanghe, attempting to depart. However, Zhu Jianjun clung to his hand, intent on keeping him there. Chapter 53. I do not wish for this money. As Shanghe began to sway, Jianjun exclaimed, "You truly intend to get our in-law intoxicated? There will be another opportunity, when my daughter marries. I shall ensure you are thoroughly inebriated. Who gave you permission to speak, my wife?" Silence. Tang Mei seized Zhu Jianjun by the ear, dragging him into the house. "I shall have to discipline you properly." Zhu Jianjun yelped in pain, but dared not resist Tang Mei's grip. Thus, he was pulled into the house. Dong observed with a mix of concern and amusement, realizing the formidable nature of his mother-in-law, though he had not anticipated it to this extent. Dong and Gui supported Shanghe on either side as they made their way home, where Dong would rest. Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping prepared the bed and tucked him in. "Now that the date is set, I shall return. When you and Qingya marry, I will officiate," announced the matchmaker who, only after ensuring that Shanghe was comfortably settled. Zhang Guiping and Dong accompanied her to the door, where Zhang Guiping presented her with a red envelope, adhering to the village's customary practices, a gesture of goodwill. Humeipa opened a corner of the package, her face breaking into an uncontainable smile. "Your family is indeed prosperous now. This is my first time receiving such a commission. You will be the one to officiate the wedding." As Zhang Guiping saw the guests off, Humeipa, after taking just a few steps, insisted that she could manage on her own. She paused to admire her son, who had dressed himself impeccably. "My son has truly grown up. He is about to marry." Dong felt he had matured long ago. In fact, he considered himself an adult the moment he turned 18. However, in this era, one remained a child until marriage. This notion, too, would not differ much in the years to come. "Mother, soon there will be another daughter-in-law to honor you. Aren't you pleased?" Zhang Guiping beamed, responding, "A daughter-in-law who is dutiful. How could I not be happy?" Dong concurred with her sentiment. In the afternoon, Dong and Zhu Chongrong ventured to Shanghe Village once more. It was uncertain whether the previous day's promotions had been effective, but as they entered the village, they were promptly approached by someone eager to sell them mushrooms. To his surprise, the first person was none other than Sister Tang, who had been the first to venture out the day before. "I knew you would return today, so I kept an eye out for you. It's simply too far to go to Shanghe Village. It's much more convenient for you to come here." Dong recognized her astuteness. Fong Lan had also mentioned that many from Shanghe Village would be heading to Shanghe Village that day. Conversely, the number of mushrooms collected by the residents of Shanghe Village was dwindling. After all, Shanghe Village was quite small. The neighboring villagers, having learned of the lucrative exchange for mushrooms, were quick to gather their own, leaving little for those from Shanghe Village. They had begun to station a few individuals in the mountains to monitor the situation, which led to a significant decrease in mushroom availability from Shanghe Village. Unaware of this development, the residents of Shanghe Village had only just begun their harvest and had more mushrooms to spare. However, with the rainy season approaching, they needed to collect as much as possible in the coming days. They planned to deliver the harvested goods to the market the following morning. He had seen the large Dongfeng truck, which could accommodate a substantial load. Naturally, they also aimed to gather more wild game, though it did not yield as much as the mushrooms. As night fell, Yufeng and Jiang Lai delivered a batch of wild game. Hidong instructed Feng Lan to purchase it at the original price, plus an additional dime. The next morning, they would send it to the restaurant's warehouse. At that moment, Alai was calling people to load the truck. "Brother He, you've arrived just in time. Had you come a bit later, the Dongfeng would have already departed." Alai was exceedingly relieved to see Hidong. In these times, there were no convenient means of communication. Any changes could not be relayed as swiftly as in later years using mobile devices. Yet Hidong believed that he was destined for prosperity. In their eagerness to set off, they all worked swiftly, weighing and recording the products, leaving the settlement for later. 4 of them collaborated to load the truck, wiping the sweat from their brows only after watching the Dongfeng drive away. "Brother He, over here," Alai called out to Hidong, retrieving a paper bag from a drawer. Without needing to say a word, it was clear that it contained cash. Hidong took it, counted the money, and noted that today's earnings were not as substantial as yesterday's due to supply constraints. However, the addition of wild game ensured they still made a decent profit. Hidong counted twice and had Zhu Qingya and Higuei do the same, which puzzled Alai. "Higu, you never used to act this way. What's the matter? Do you no longer trust me?" Hidong offered a cigarette. "Isn't this just a way to train them? The farmers lack the motivation to earn money. I'm merely trying to stimulate them a bit." Alai understood. With such a substantial amount of money, it was hard not to be tempted, even if he only glanced at it. Counting the bills in hand would surely heighten that urge. Yet, he realized he wasn't destined for such fortune. "If only you were my real brother." Accepting the cigarette, Alai lit it and took a puff. Hidong chuckled. "Your blessings are yet to come." Although uncertain of its truth, Alai felt that perhaps a stroke of good luck awaited him. He relished hearing those words. Upon leaving the warehouse, the trio prepared to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some items before returning. They were unsure if it was because they left early today or if the villagers of Shanghe had earned less in the past few days. But there were hardly any customers buying vegetables to take home. Hidong observed their purchases while Zhu Qingya opted not to buy anything, as there were still plenty of leftover vegetables from yesterday. Tang Mei suggested that they need not buy anything today. Higuei was entirely reluctant to enter that establishment, having grown accustomed to frugality and unwilling to spend money. After relying on Hidong's generosity for the past few days, he felt somewhat guilty. He contemplated giving Hidong and Zhu Qingya a gift for his wedding. "Brother, let us have a bottle of soda." Hidong tossed one over, and Higuei instinctively caught it. It was Bei Binjiang soda in a glass bottle. Not catching it would have meant it shattered. Why spend this money? After a tiring morning, don't I deserve a treat? "Brother, now that we have money, we must treat ourselves well." Hidong jumped onto the ox cart. Zhu Qingya had a bottle as well. It wasn't his desire. He was simply parched. "Do either of you have any thoughts lately?" Hidong patted his waist pouch. Taking advantage of the moment before they set off, he inquired of his 2 brothers. Higuei and Zhu Qingya immediately recalled the money Hidong had stowed in his pouch. Over 1,000 yuan, not just 1 or 10. They hadn't dared to close their eyes these past few days. "Hidong, you must keep this for yourself now. I really can't safeguard it," Zhu Qingya insisted, unfastening the pouch to return it to Hidong. He had wanted to give it to Hidong since the night they returned from the county town. Hidong had asked him to hold on to it for now, as his house wasn't yet secure. Reluctantly, he accepted. Little did he know that this arrangement would last 2 days, preventing him from bathing or sleeping soundly, fearing that Wang Yu would discover it. Higuei felt the same. He hadn't yet presented the hairpin Hidong had given him, while he didn't have to worry about Feng Lan finding out. Having so much money on him truly kept him awake at night. Changrong is right. You should take it back and manage it yourself. It wasn't he merely carrying money. It felt akin to bearing a bundle of dynamite. Hidong was somewhat resigned. He accepted the pouch, opened it, and counted the bills. Not a single cent was missing. "I say, don't you have any ambition? Don't you desire this money?" Chapter 54. Bringing a few bamboo rats back to raise. If one wishes to become a merchant, how could they lack ambition for wealth? The 2 farmers collectively shook their heads. Hidong realized that some matters required directness. There was no room for obfuscation. Allow me to be candid with you. I am on the verge of opening a restaurant. Consequently, I will be unable to attend to matters here, and I intend to entrust the preparation of mushrooms and game to you. Each of you will be responsible for one task. Aside from my daily restaurant needs, everything else will be sent to the state-run establishment. It is impossible for me to manage 3 tasks simultaneously. After you return, please ponder this matter thoroughly. He Dong articulated a multitude of points in one breath. He Gui and Zhu Qingya then comprehended the underlying reason for He Dong's actions. He was not merely asking them to safeguard the money. Rather, he was testing their resolve. Are you truly opening a restaurant? He Gui expressed skepticism. Currently, only state-run establishments exist. He Dong nodded affirmatively. Do you require assistance? Zhu Qingya, being straightforward, immediately thought of offering help, albeit in a rather unproductive manner. If you handle one task, you are indeed assisting me. In addition to the standard compensation, I shall provide you with an extra 30 cents. Brother, you too. Although the season is nearing its end, the work in the fields cannot be neglected, thus achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. Entrusting this to outsiders leaves me feeling uneasy. He Dong's words were met with agreement from He Gui and Zhu Qingya, who promised to consider the proposition. However, they truly could not continue to manage the funds. They claimed their inaction was due to the fact that this money belonged to He Dong. The former was his younger brother, and the latter was his brother-in-law. Were it not for this bond, they would never have been entrusted with such a substantial sum. In recent days, He Dong had been preoccupied with plans for the restaurant. In his previous life, he had built his career from the ground up in the restaurant industry, beginning as a kitchen apprentice. To speak of opening a restaurant now was a matter to be realized in the next 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, the timeline seemed to align well. And with the memories of his past life, he felt confident in his ability to succeed. However, there was a matter that needed resolution beforehand. Is Dongzi at home? When Aunt Qin arrived, she feared she would once again miss seeing He Dong. Recently, the mushrooms on Immortal Mountain had become increasingly elusive, causing her great concern. Since her husband returned from the hospital, he required a considerable amount of medication and nutritional supplements daily. In the preceding days, she and her son had worked hard to earn some extra money. However, now the mountains in the neighboring village were under strict surveillance, and local supplies could not meet demand, forcing many to return from the mountains empty-handed or with only a meager yield of 1 or 2 kilograms. This was a stark contrast to the past. You mentioned there were other ways to earn money. Is that true? As a woman, I am truly incapable of hunting. My son is still young, and I cannot risk sending him into the mountains. Thus, relying on hunting game for income is not a viable option. With the mushrooms gone, many have turned to this avenue, and my son and I have fallen behind. He Dong was acutely aware of her predicament. Aunt Qin, why not take a few bamboo rats back to race? Upon seeing the 2 dark bamboo rats in his hands, Aunt Qin was momentarily taken aback. Dongzi, I was discussing ways to earn money, and you suggest I raise bamboo rats? He Dong smiled. If you raise them well, they will yield profit. If not, it will merely be a waste of effort. Take them back. I will not charge you. Aunt Qin was stunned, reconsidering the bamboo rats in his hands. Can raising these creatures truly be profitable? Are you certain? The condition is that you must care for them properly. Aunt Qin was indeed in need of money. However, when it comes to the potential profitability of bamboo rats, she is convinced. This is because He Dong offers a price of 90 cents per pound for those sold at his place. It is no longer a matter of catching them. Rather, it is about raising them. Dongzi, I believe you. Taking the bamboo rat from He Dong's hands, Aunt Qin resolved to rear it at home. He Dong gazed down at the enclosure he had partitioned in half for the pigs, where the bamboo rats nibbled on bamboo leaves and grass. Initially, these were intended for sale, but he had decided to keep them for breeding just a few days prior, inspired by the wild rabbits that He Jiadong was raising. Those rabbits appeared quite large, and he had not anticipated that one was pregnant, giving birth to 2 little bunnies just a few days ago, which delighted He Jiadong immensely. He had invited him to see them several times, reminding him that the breeding industry could indeed be lucrative. Not only could he profit, but everyone in Shanghe Village could benefit as well. Of course, he was not being altruistic, nor was he driven by a desire for collective prosperity. Rather, he was aware that more and more people were becoming cognizant of his business dealings, and he suspected that soon someone would come to investigate. If he were to operate alone, he might face consequences, but if the entire village engaged in this endeavor, the law does not penalize the multitude. He was merely ensuring a safety net for himself. With his impending marriage, he needed to exercise caution. The official documents had yet to be issued, and the permissions for individual businesses had not been universally granted. Only a certain province in Zhejiang had initiated this as early as the 1980s, and even then, it was under immense pressure. "Dongzi, do you still have bamboo rats to spare?" The voice of Mao's mother suddenly echoed. Dong was startled. "What's the matter?" Mao's mother recounted her earlier encounter with Aunt Qin, noting that she had seen her leaving Dong's home. Aunt Qin mentioned that Dong had claimed there was profit to be made from raising bamboo rats, and she was interested in this venture. With the mushroom season over, she found herself restless. She hoped to consult Dong about other profitable opportunities. This sentiment was not limited to Aunt Qin and Mao's mother. The entirety of Shanghe Village, comprised of families that had previously foraged for mushrooms, shared this mindset. Before long, 3 to 5 more women arrived, all eager to discuss ways to earn money. The men, conscious of their pride, were too embarrassed to inquire and sent their wives instead. However, Dong had not anticipated their urgency. He had only been breeding bamboo rats for 2 days himself, while there were a couple of pregnant ones. None had given birth yet, and he was uncertain about their care after they did. He had previously slaughtered many in his past life. Discussing their rearing was a first for him. Therefore, he needed to clarify this point with them, emphasizing that he could not guarantee their survival. If they were determined to raise them, they could send their husbands to the mountains to catch some. He still needed to retain a few for his own experiments. As for Aunt Qin's household, her husband was currently unable to get out of bed. It would be unreasonable to send someone to the mountains to catch bamboo rats. Young Qin Huai was merely 13 or 14 and preoccupied with his studies. Every family faced its own challenges. If you manage to rear them successfully, selling them to me at 90 cents will yield more profit than mushrooms. Compared to mushrooms, these bamboo rats do not require daily foraging in the mountains. It's much more convenient. Upon the pronouncement of Dong, many individuals urged their men to take action. Initially, they were merely idlers at home, having accumulated some spare cash from selling mushrooms, basking in the sun. Upon hearing of a lucrative opportunity, they immediately became invigorated. Armed with nylon bags and forks, they ventured into the mountains to capture bamboo rats. Dong was aware that this would undoubtedly lead to a significant depletion of the bamboo rat population. Chapter 55. A brief respite, however. These farmers could not remain idle, persistently seeking his counsel, which proved to be quite taxing for him. A brief respite was welcomed. In the afternoon, Dong intended to stroll into the county town, but the heavens opened, unleashing a thunderous downpour. The village paths, already treacherous, became even more challenging to navigate in the rain. He particularly detested the sensation of muddy feet, as if they were weighted down with lead. Thus, he found himself confined to his home, lying on his bed and gazing at the 4 white walls. The wedding date with Zhu Qingya was fast approaching. Dong contemplated what additional items he needed to purchase. The auspicious red characters must be affixed, and red cloth should be draped. Sweet treats were also essential. He aimed to ensure that his second marriage was conducted with decorum. The thought excited him. Consequently, on the clear day 2 days later, Dong ventured out. With the wedding date nearing, Dasheng summoned Dong early in the morning to visit various relatives, discussing the marriage and inviting them to celebrate the occasion. Essentially, it was an invitation to partake in the joyous feast. Some relatives resided in distant villages nearby, which consumed a considerable portion of their day. Fortunately, Gui and Zhu Changrong were tasked with delivering mushrooms and game to the restaurant, allowing Dong to avoid any delays. In the afternoon, Dong, Zhang Guiping, and Dasheng rode a bullock cart to the county town. Their purpose was simple: shopping. The house had been renovated, and the items they purchased would not sully the premises. They required new quilts, comforters, pillows, and bed linens, preferably in red. Sweet confections were also indispensable. Additionally, Fong Lan intended to buy gifts for Dong and Zhu Qingya. By the time they emerged from the supply store, the bullock cart was laden with their purchases. Indeed, they appeared to be a thrifty group, as Dasheng jested, though he bore no ill humor on his face. Zhang Guiping and Fong Lan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, weddings necessitate expenditure. Dong had already acquired many items, so what was a little more? Dasheng fell silent, the smile at the corners of his mouth betraying his satisfaction. His son, Dong, had become successful and financially stable. He now walked with his head held high, no longer resembling the past, when he would shuffle with his gaze fixed on the ground. The villagers, upon hearing the name Dong, would light up with admiration. There was something inexplicably different about Dong. He not only aspired for his success, but also encouraged the villagers to thrive alongside him. He Deshang felt elated, as did Zhang Guiping. Fong Lan was particularly joyful, her lustrous black hair adorned with a black hairpin featuring green tassels, accentuating her fair and delicate neck. Her eyes sparkling with vitality. Despite her years of labor in the fields, which had darkened her complexion slightly, she radiated health. Higuei drove the ox cart with remarkable agility. It was indeed the first time for the whole family to embark on an outing together, and also the first time he felt such joy in their togetherness. Is Jianjun heading to the county town? On the way, they spotted Zhu Jianjun also taking an ox cart out. He Deshang greeted him warmly, to which Zhu Jianjun replied, mentioning he was off to purchase some fabric and other items. As they were in-laws, a conversation was inevitable upon seeing each other. Have you just returned from the county town? He Deshang nodded, stating they had set off after lunch. At this hour, you probably haven't bought everything yet. You should hurry. The supply and marketing cooperative is bustling with people. You head back. We will go first, said the two in-laws. After exchanging pleasantries, He Deshang and Zhu Changrong continued on their way, one heading west and the other east. Upon reaching home, the family busied themselves tidying up every corner of the house. Next, they began to prepare for the occasion. Red cloth was hoisted and draped around the beams, encircling the entire courtyard. Large red lanterns were hung up, and red double happiness characters adorned every wall of the room. The bedding was changed to red, and Zhang Guiping sprinkled peanuts, red dates, and longan, symbolizing the wish for early progeny. The quilt was laid over, hidden from view until lifted. It looked truly splendid. Hidong turned on the lights, illuminating the stark white walls against the vibrant red bedding, a striking yet harmonious contrast. Fong Lan was quite pleased. When she married Higuei, it was not this splendid. Uncle Qiao's workers did an exceptional job. With just a few repairs, the house looked as good as new. Speaking of Uncle Qiao, Hidong suddenly remembered someone. He had been contemplating the necessity of visiting the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to open a shop. Wasn't Xiao Lai working there? How could he be so foolish? Tomorrow, he was to be married. Fong Lan teased him, serving as a gentle reminder. Hidong's face flushed slightly as he lowered his gaze. Truth be told, being a groom for the first time was rather nerve-wracking. He had heard tales of the past, but he had never been married before. Rubbing his hands together, he stepped outside. Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping also went out to prepare the meal. Uncle, come quickly. The bamboo rats you raised have given birth. He Jiadong rushed over, grabbing Hidong's hand and pulling him toward the pigsty. Indeed, they had given birth. He Jiabao had been watching closely, reminiscent of the rabbits they raised. The newborns were tiny, and Hidong turned on the light he had previously installed for observing the bamboo rats. The 5-watt bulb illuminated the scene, causing the bamboo rats, which had been huddled together, to scatter in all directions. However, the mother rat stood still, her beady eyes darting. A few tiny bamboo rats were nursing. Hidong felt a surge of delight. If they could eat right after being born, there was no need to worry about feeding them. Uncle, may I go in? I want to touch them. He Jiadong pleaded as he reached for the door, but Hidong stopped him. They had just been born and should not be touched for a couple of days. Though they had arrived into the world, their survival remained uncertain. To successfully raise them, one must first accumulate experience in various aspects, ensuring the feasibility of large-scale breeding in the future. He Jiadong noticed that Hidong's expression had turned quite serious. Thus, he withdrew his hand, hesitant to enter. He simply stood there, watching. Throughout that night, the lights in Hidong's household remained brightly illuminated. Sleep eluded him, not only due to the anxiety, but also because the pigs from the Zhu family had been slaughtered and were now left in the courtyard, accompanied by an abundance of vegetables, meat, and poultry. They were also wary of potential visits from rats or weasels. Higuei had not returned home, nor had he Deshang. The three men kept watch in the courtyard, allowing Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping to take their children home to sleep. Next door, the Zhu family was equally restless. Zhu Qingya was to be married the following day. From Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei down to Zhu Changmei, none could find solace in sleep, including Zhu Qingya herself. However, Tian Mimi stayed in the room with Zhu Qingya, engaging her in conversation. Are you still unable to sleep? Zhu Qingya nodded, her hands resting on the neatly folded quilt. Her face clouded with worry. She lamented that if she could not marry Hidong, her reputation in the village would be ruined. Yet, the prospect of marrying Hidong filled her with unease. She was uncertain about what life would be like in the He household and what her future held in store. Confusion enveloped her. Yes, it was indeed confusion. Sister-in-law, when you married my second brother, did you feel like this? unable to sleep? Tian Mimi pondered for a moment, recalling that she had felt the same way during the early hours of her own wedding night, though she eventually fell asleep later on. How did you manage to sleep? She wondered, noting that it was already the latter part of the night. A smile crossed Tian Mimi's face. I have never regarded you as an outsider, so please don't laugh at me for saying this. I was different from you. At home, I was well-fed and well-dressed, and everyone doted on me. My parents were overjoyed to hear that your family had offered 200 as a bride price. They never even considered asking me if I was willing. Marriages in this era are mostly like that, especially for girls, as parents often arrange everything. Zhu Qingya understood, and it was indeed her greatest fear. Having received an education, she had envisioned her future and her partner, but no amount of daydreaming matched the reality of marrying someone like Hidong. Yet, harsh as it was, this was her fate. She must marry Hidong. Fortunately, her second brother had treated her well, never once raising a hand against her or being harsh. Tears welled up in Tian Mimi's eyes, moved by the sentiment. Zhu Qingya recognized that Tian Mimi had likely not been treated kindly at home. In truth, girls in this era rarely fared well, as society was steeped in a patriarchal mindset. Those who bore several sons walked with an air of superiority in the village, their voices loud and commanding. Conversely, those who bore daughters faced ridicule for their inability to produce sons. Your second brother is indeed a good man. Hidong is also decent. He has become one of the wealthier families in the village, capable and shrewd. Once you marry him, you are certain to live well. Tian Mimi said, her eyes glimmering with hope. In these times, wealth was a rare and treasured commodity. However, Zhu Qingya placed greater value on character than on riches. Everyone was well aware of Hidong's past. What if his current demeanor was merely a facade? And then there was the incident from that fateful night. She has been unable to recall how it all transpired. She distinctly remembers sleeping soundly in her own home. Could it be true, as some have suggested, that she was schemed against by Hidong? Yet, she chooses not to dwell on it. At this moment, Zhu Qingya is feeling somewhat drowsy. Observing her friend close her eyes, Tian Mimi refrains from speaking. A bride-to-be must rest. As Zhu Qingya drifted into slumber, Tian Mimi quietly exited the room, turning off the light. The Zhu family is frugal in many respects, but never when it comes to Zhu Qingya's needs. The lights were left on, ensuring she wouldn't stumble in the dark should she wake. Additionally, Zhu Qingya sometimes needed to do her homework or read. Other rooms had lights, but they were reluctant to use them. Once outside, the light dimmed considerably, and she lit an oil lamp. However, upon seeing her emerge, Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Has she slept? Tian Mimi nodded in response to their eager gazes, feeling a pang of sadness. When she was married, no one had cared whether she could sleep at night. Mom and Dad, you should rest too. And you, elder brothers. There's much to be done tomorrow. They spoke in hushed tones, mindful not to disturb Zhu Qingya. Zhang Jianjun and Tang Mei understood this well, retreating to their room. The sons naturally followed suit. Before dawn, villagers arrived to lend a hand. Chickens were slaughtered, ducks were dispatched, all by the women of the village. Amidst the bustle, they gathered and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. The wedding feast was being prepared by seasoned villagers. For robust men wielded their knives skillfully, separating flesh from bone. In no time, a substantial quantity of meat was ready, while a large batch of scallions, ginger, and garlic was washed nearby. And this was merely the preparatory stage. The real cooking would take some time. Yet, the energy was undeniably vibrant. Hidong awoke early, observing the scene around him, feeling a sense of disorientation, as if it were not entirely real. Having lived a carefree life in his past, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle in his own home. A sense of unreality lingered. However, when he saw Zhang Guiping approaching to adjust his attire, her gray-white hair brought a sense of grounding to his heart. All right, Dongzi, you look quite the part today. The busy women, upon noticing Hidong, genuinely admired his appearance. He donned a new outfit crafted by Zhang Guiping. She had made 2 sets for him. Aunt Zhao, I'll take it seriously, he remarked. Aunt Zhao chuckled. I'm just afraid you want tea. With your look today, the village girls will surely be left speechless. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, the atmosphere warmed even further. Zhang Guiping felt immense pride as she listened to others praise her son. He Shang was equally elated. He distributed the hometown mountain cigarettes Hidong had brought home to the menfolk, something he usually hesitated to do. However, on his son's wedding day, he felt it necessary to share. Those attending the festivities had surely enjoyed this fine smoke. One word, excellent. He also praised Hidong, proclaiming that Shang had a wonderful son. Today's dishes are both fresh and delectable. The relatives here are sure to have a splendid time. In good times, one should indulge in delightful melodies. Shang, brimming with exuberance, donned a new attire today. Hidong initially intended to procure new fabric, but having seldom worn the garments from his eldest son's wedding, he deemed it unnecessary to be so fastidious. Old habits of frugality linger. Zhang Guiping, too, was clad in the outfit from Higui's wedding, which appeared nearly as pristine as new. Third uncle, you look remarkably different today. Mother said you must dress this way for your wedding. Is that true? He Jiabao inquired with childlike curiosity, gazing at Hidong. Fong Lan felt a tinge of embarrassment as the entire courtyard listened intently. However, Hidong showed no inclination to refute, bowing his head and affirming, "Indeed, it is true. Jiabao, just wait. You will also don such attire when you grow up." The women, jesting, raised their voices in laughter. Confused, He Jiabao scratched his head, pondering the implications. Would he truly look amusing dressed like that in the future? He Jiadong, upon entering, immediately sought out the bamboo rats. Just days prior, the rabbit he had been nurturing gave birth to 2 little ones, and he eagerly checked on them each morning and after school. The bamboo rat's offspring also occupied his thoughts. Hidong followed him, having kept watch until the early hours of the previous night, diligently recording observations. Upon waking, he had checked on the bamboo rat family, finding both mother and babies unharmed. However, the adult bamboo rats had a penchant for running, and fearing for the little one's safety, he carefully relocated them to a separate bamboo cage. They were delightfully small. Seeing the tiny creatures, He Jiadong exclaimed, "Third uncle, my rabbit babies have grown a bit. Will this bamboo rat grow quickly too?" Hidong observed attentively, but surmised it would not grow as rapidly as the rabbits. "Yes, but when can I touch it?" "In a couple of days. But what you said today is the same as yesterday. Yesterday was 2 days. And saying 2 days today means 3 days. The precocious child's insistence was quite vexing. "How many days, really?" Hidong replied, Chapter 57, 2 Steamed Buns. "Dongzi, it's time to prepare for the wedding procession," Higui called out. The He and Zhu families lived close by, just a few paces apart. Yet the elders insisted that taking a few extra turns was beneficial. Thus, they decided to approach from a different direction and return the same way, ensuring they took a few more steps. Otherwise, the joyous occasion might go unnoticed. With no sedan chair or other means of transport, they relied solely on their legs. Hidong felt a swell of excitement. A dream nurtured for 2 lifetimes was finally on the verge of realization. How could he not feel exhilarated? The sound of firecrackers filled the air. Zhu Qingya, seated in her room, felt her heart race as her wedding approached. It was indeed real. Gazing into the mirror at her reflection, hair elegantly styled, adorned with red velvet flowers, her complexion as fair as snow, she found solace in the red suit jacket crafted by Tang Mei. Each stitch was meticulously handmade. She wore a shirt adorned with georgette, for a wedding is meant to be festive. Numerous relatives had arrived, and children stood at the entrance, insisting on a door-blocking gift. The sound of firecrackers erupted. It must be Hidong's arrival. Her heart raced even faster. Laughter from outside came in waves, though she could not discern the cause, as both men and women mingled. The red envelopes had been prepared in advance, not by Hidong, but by Higui and several young villagers, akin to modern-day groomsmen. Hidong led the procession. "Qingya, Qingya, Hidong is here. You should hurry and get ready to leave," exclaimed Tang Mei, brimming with excitement. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed at her daughter. Zhu Qingya understood that her mother was overwhelmed with joy. The entire family had awaited this day for so long, anticipating her marriage to Hidong. Now, it had finally come to fruition. "Remember what I told you, my dear. Once you are with the He family, live well, and if you face any hardship, come back and tell me. You have 4 brothers to support you." She lovingly tucked away Zhu Qingya's stray hair. Tang Mei was in tears. Zhu Qingya nodded. "I will remember." Tang Mei signaled to 2 young women from the village, who would accompany her daughter outside. At the door, all 4 brothers stood tall, displaying their strong backs. It was customary for the bride to be carried out, but with 4 brothers eager to do so, Zhu Qingya was allowed to choose. "How wonderful, Qingya, to have so many brothers," someone remarked. "Why not let each carry you a few steps, so they all get a taste of the experience?" The 2 young women were close friends of Zhu Qingya, and upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You just love to tease me," she replied. Huang Ying chuckled, eyeing the sturdy back of Zhu's 4th brother. Come on, make your choice. Zhu Qingya approached her eldest brother, while the others voiced their opinions on her choice. The eldest brother remained supportive. Zhu Changrong was equally delighted to carry his only sister. He bent down, preparing to lift her. My dear, you must thrive in the He household. Tang Mei cried out behind them, tears streaming down Zhu Qingya's face. Turning to her mother, she said, Mama, today is a joyous day. Zhu Changrong stepped in to console her, patting her back. Tang Mei turned to him, holding back her own voice. Not wanting to provoke Zhu Qingya's tears. Today was her daughter's momentous day. She must not ruin her makeup with tears. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhu Qingya leaped onto her brother Zhu Changrong's back. The courtyard was filled with people, the sounds of firecrackers and chatter blending together, creating a cacophony. Yet, the smiles on everyone's faces were unrestrained, especially when they saw Zhu Qingya emerge. The atmosphere reached a crescendo. The bride is so beautiful, someone exclaimed. Indeed, she had always been stunning, the cherished jewel of the Zhu family. Hidong too found her enchanting. At that moment, she wore no wedding gown, no veil, nor the extravagant jewels that would adorn brides in future generations. A visage of porcelain white, suffused with a delicate rosy hue, resembles the peach blossoms that unfurl upon the branches in the month of April, both exquisite and ethereal. Adorning her chest is a crimson flower, identical to that of Hidong's. Hidong, you must treat my sister with utmost kindness. Zhu Changrong stands at the doorway, gazing at Hidong, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nearby, a sedan chair designated for the bride awaits, lowered to facilitate Zhu Qingya's ascent. This chair, unlike those of antiquity, is akin to a human-powered litter, fashioned with two long bamboo poles interlinked beneath the seat. Two robust young men lift it from the front and back, allowing a glimpse of the bride's visage. Hidong nods, understanding this sentiment without the need for Zhu Changrong's words. The sun blazes outside. Huang Ying assists Zhu Qingya in unfurling a vibrant red oil paper umbrella, a common sight in these times. The canopy, soaked in tung oil, bears a muted hue reminiscent of paper, yet possesses superior flexibility. It serves well in both sunny and rainy weather, with a wooden frame supporting it. A procession emerges from the Zhu family home, making their way to the He family residence, unburdened by financial constraints. Firecrackers resound without pause along the route. The wedding entourage from the Zhu family carries bedding, buckets, enamel plates, and jars, all adorned with large red paper symbols of joy. The group is a grand assembly. Within the He family's courtyard, numerous relatives and friends have already gathered. In this era, the contributions at weddings are not merely monetary, but consist of steamed buns, flour, meat, and rice, meticulously recorded in weights and measures. However, due to the recent prosperity brought by Hidong, the offerings of meat far surpass those of other families, as many in the village are related by kinship. Yet, distant relatives have stayed away. He Datian had initially intended to abstain from attending. He Jiangua and Shun Dakui disapproved of this marriage. Following the words exchanged between Hidong and He Deshang, Shun Dakui had become bedridden with illness. Initially, he had intended to send someone to inquire about Shun Dakui's health, a veiled apology for past transgressions. However, the acknowledgement was met with indifference, and he found no inclination to visit. Logically, he could have saved face. Now, Hidong lacks for nothing, but He Datian does. Nonetheless, the villagers have rallied around Hidong, inquiring with pointed remarks. Oh, Datian, your nephew Hidong is marrying today. Will you not come to witness it? I recall that you attended He Deshang's son's wedding. He could have easily remained indoors, perhaps smoking a cigarette in his courtyard. Yet, villagers passing by his home felt compelled to peer in and comment, making it seem as though he deliberately evaded attendance. Ultimately, valuing his reputation, he came, albeit in secret, defying He Jiangua and Shun Dakui, bringing nothing but 4 tails of steamed buns. Those recording the contributions found it peculiar, as relatives from the village typically brought meat. Yet, this uncle merely offered 2 buns as his token. Even He Lao San, who had lost a son in his youth and suffered from ill health and poverty, managed to contribute 2 pounds of meat. I said, Old Hidong is indeed your dear nephew. Just look at this gift list. He has taken 2 pounds of sugar from you. He Datian initially failed to grasp the meaning, but upon reviewing the list of gifts from the guests, he understood the implication. You, Tang Laoda, should merely record what you need to. Why concern yourself with what others bestow? That third brother is in dire straits. Yet He Deshang has not refrained from offering assistance, has he? What has their family received? Their business is flourishing, purchasing sewing machines and extravagant bridal gifts. 888 yuan was delivered to their doorstep. With such wealth, when did they ever consider honoring their elder uncle and grandparents? They even desire mead. How absurd. Merely attending is already a privilege. At such a tender age, he displays a lack of respect for his elders. When he arrives, I shall observe closely and later relay my observations to He Jiangwo and Shin Dakui. He Lauer has prospered, yet forgotten his roots, neglecting his own parents. He is solely concerned with creating a spectacle for his son. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, he collided with someone. His cigarette fell from his hand, and he nearly twisted his ankle. Looking down, he saw it was that little rascal, He Jiadong. Grabbing his ear, he scolded him. Have you no eyes? He Jiadong was terrified and began to wail. Mom, Mom. His cries were so alarming that everyone in the courtyard turned to look. I say, old He, why are you striking the child on such a joyous occasion? Today is your nephew He Dong's wedding. There must be no weeping. Indeed. He Datian was aware of this custom, but his mood had soured moments before, especially after the collision with Jiadong. Yet, in front of the crowd, he dared not lose his temper. Releasing his grip, he bent down to pick the child up. Jiadong, your granduncle did not mean it. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall fetch it for you. Upon entering, he beheld the grand wedding feast prepared for He Dong. The table was laden with an abundance of meat and fish, and colorful candies were displayed everywhere. He Jiadong wriggled free from He Datian's grasp and fled. That hurt. Uncle, my ear aches. I don't like this. Seeing Jiadong escape, He Datian felt a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he ventured further inside, seeking conversation while discreetly filling his pockets with candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts to appease his grandson later. As the firecrackers crackled from afar, He Dong led his bride, Zhu Qingya, through the door. Indeed, Qingya was exceptionally beautiful, with fair and tender skin, unlike our dark and unremarkable appearances. The Zhu family has raised her well, shielding her from arduous labor and the harsh sun. She is a truly delicate girl. Today, she looked even more radiant. But what good is beauty? I have yet to see her toil in the fields. Tang Mei has always indulged her. She does not even need to wash clothes or cook. Just wait and see. He Dong will face hardships ahead. The speaker bore no ill will, merely expressing concern for He Dong's future. They say he has wealth. But when it comes to finding a wife, she must be capable of managing the household. Otherwise, who will tend to the chores? The men. Please welcome the bride and groom. Before long, the matchmaker, who, began to call out in the main hall. Everyone set aside their tasks to witness the unfolding spectacle. Huang Ying lowered the umbrella in her hand, subtly indicating for Zhu Qingya to stand beside He Dong. Although they had shared a night together, an air of unfamiliarity lingered between them, leaving Zhu Qingya feeling somewhat bashful. Ultimately, Huang Ying gave her a gentle push, and unprepared, Zhu Qingya collided directly with the groom. He Dong, taken by surprise, instinctively steadied her with his hand, preventing her from stumbling. Thank you, Zhu Qingya murmured, lowering her gaze. He Dong retracted his hand, urging her not to be anxious. He had not realized that Zhu Qingya had been pushed, assuming her nervousness was akin to his own. Just moments ago, he had nearly tripped while crossing the threshold. Yet, the way Zhu Qingya looked at him caused his cheeks to flush, leaving him uncertain if he had misspoken. Together, He Dong and Zhu Qingya indeed appeared to be a perfect match. After all, Zhu Qingya was beautiful, and He Dong was not lacking either. A bow to heaven and earth. The matchmaker who suddenly called out, silencing the crowd. The abrupt stillness made Zhu Qingya and He Dong acutely aware of their surroundings. Directing their attention to the matchmaker who and the prominent figures, He Desheng and Zhang Guiping, seated at the front. Bewildered and at a loss, they both stood there. A bow to heaven and earth, Huang Ying quietly reminded. It was only then that Zhu Qingya grasped what the matchmaker had just announced. However, prior to the wedding, Tang Mei had cautioned her that the man should move first. This implied that she was to wait for He Dong's action before responding. But He Dong remained still, seemingly oblivious, just like her. Bow to heaven and earth, she whispered to him. He Dong, in a daze, couldn't catch her soft words. Assuming he hadn't heard her clearly, Zhu Qingya raised her voice. A bow to heaven and earth. What did you say? Please speak more clearly. A bow to heaven and earth. Zhu Qingya, feeling anxious, raised her voice even more. As a result, everyone heard her, and embarrassment flushed her face crimson. He Dong chuckled, realizing he had been teasing her. He promptly turned around and bowed to heaven and earth. A second bow to the esteemed elders. A couple's bow. Enter the bridal chamber. Petals cascaded down, showering He Dong and Zhu Qingya. The handsome groom and beautiful bride, surrounded by well-wishers, made their way to the bridal chamber. Huang Ying and Song Lu chatted with Zhu Qingya, while He Dong stepped outside. After the earlier jest, Zhu Qingya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Filled with regret, Dongzi, Zhang Guiping called out, prompting He Dong to hurry over. Your father just observed that your grandparents didn't attend. It seems he wants you to invite them again. After all, they are family. It is rather inappropriate for the groom's grandparents to miss their grandson's wedding. However, if they refuse to come, that is their business. It is better than others saying they lack respect for their elders. Where's Dad? He Dong inquired. Waiting by the door, came the reply. He Dong promptly headed to the entrance, searching for He Deshang, who was standing there with a cigarette in hand, exhaling clouds of smoke, lost in thought. He had left He Daiyan's house without uttering a word, and although he had heard of Shun Daqui's illness, he had not gone to visit her. Reflecting on it now, it was likely that she had fallen ill out of distress caused by him. After all, he was aging, and one could never tell when. Why did he need to remember so many things? He Rong had departed long ago. Those who are alive must continue to live. It was merely 2 pounds of sugar taken from you, nothing more. Upon seeing He Dong emerge, He Deshang raised his hand slightly. Naturally, He Dong would not hold this against him. Indeed, as for He Jiangwo and Shin Daqui, it is likely they will not fare well. Those who bully others tend to pick on the soft and vulnerable. To them, He Deshang is nothing more than a soft target, one who cannot discern the truth. Father, it is not my intention to speak ill of Grandma and Grandpa. Rather, if you were aware that your son intended to marry a woman he could not marry, would you rush to prevent it, or wait until the proposal to voice your objections? He Deshang believed he would belong to the former group, after all. It pertains to his child's lifelong commitment. To voice concerns only at the time of the proposal would be too late, would it not? Yet he quickly realized that He Dong was not indicating a choice for him to make. You, young man, have taken to speaking in riddles. He Deshang helplessly glanced at his son, who merely smiled back. Chapter 59. Who is snacking on sunflower seeds with others? He could accompany He Deshang on this journey. However, one must discern the sincerity of others, and He Deshang must be able to differentiate genuine intentions from deceitful ones. His relationship with Zhu Qingya is akin to his dealings in the mushroom and wild game business. He Jiangwo and Shun Daqui are oblivious. They merely feign ignorance. Do you hear the sound of firecrackers? They have not ceased from morning until now. Deshang's youngest son has truly begun to earn money. In He Daitian's courtyard, Shin Daqui sat on a low stool, assisting with the vegetable preparation. Although she claimed to be of advancing age, her hands moved with a speed rivaling that of the young. Yet, her tone was laced with the usual bitterness. She had no intention of showing filial respect to me or you. Beside her, He Jiangwo seethed with frustration. For he could never have imagined that the He Deshang who had always been willing to fight and scold would turn into the rebellious figure he is today. Despite claiming to be ill, he did not even bother to check in. On such an important occasion as He Dong's wedding, he had no intention of coming. Clearly, they were not in his thoughts. Mother, that boy has always been a troublemaker. While others labor in the fields, he is busy climbing mountains to gather bird eggs and catch rabbits. When has he ever cared for the well-being of his family? Now that Deshang and Guiping see their youngest son earning money, they naturally gravitate towards him, becoming more like him. Is this not a case of an unsteady upper beam leading to a crooked lower one? There is wisdom in this saying. Nearby, Tang Guizhi, He Daitian's wife, scoffed repeatedly. Shin Daqui and He Jiangwo felt an even greater discomfort in their hearts, particularly Shin Daqui. She rose to go outside, wanting to see just how reckless He Deshang had become. At that moment, her granddaughter He Nuan rushed in. Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle is here. This second uncle could only be He Deshang, could it not? Shin Daqui immediately froze, contemplating how she would unleash a torrent of scolding upon He Deshang's arrival. Tang Guizhi hurried over to assist her. Mother, should we lie down inside? Shin Daqui instantly remembered her claim of being ill. He Deshang's refusal to acknowledge his mistake today, and his expectation for He Dong to do the same, left her feeling quite unsettled. She stepped carefully, her small feet making their way inside. He Jiangwo followed her in as well. Consider your offspring, who have caused me such distress that I find myself unable to rise from this bed. It would be better if I were to succumb to my ailments. My ungrateful son, who has reared a family yet neglects to acknowledge me, has drained my lifeblood for years. Mother, what words are these? One of the newcomers interjects. A look of concern etched across his brow. What brings you here? Retorts the elderly woman, clutching her chest in anguish. I am in pain. Do not let me see you. Perhaps it is best if I simply perish. The despair in her gaze is palpable as she regards the two who have entered. The first, with a furrowed brow, appears troubled, while the second maintains a more composed demeanor. Who else could they be but he Shang and he Dong? Mother, I have come as you see, he Shang replies. It has been a hectic few days with Dongzi's wedding. I did not intend to cause you distress. Your wedding is of utmost importance. I am but a mother who is no longer of consequence. Spare me your concern and leave, she commands. But mother, blood is thicker than water, he Shang implores, guilt and sorrow swelling within him. Do not call me mother. I am no longer your mother. All of you wish for my demise. I am too old and of no use now. Father, please speak to her, he Shang pleads in a panic. He Jiangwo rises to depart, stating, I have said my piece. Now it is up to you to manage the situation. The weight of despair bears heavily upon he Shang. Mother, no, he Dong interrupts. Father, I believe grandmother is gravely ill. If she cannot attend the wedding, it is of no consequence. Uncle has already gone. He can represent her. Who has gone? The elderly woman's eyes widen in disbelief. Uncle, my uncle. He Dong raises his voice, fearing she cannot hear clearly. It is said that he Datian has gone, but the matriarch cannot fathom this. How could he? He is dining with his father-in-law and will not return until the afternoon. Oh, then who is it I saw in the courtyard, engaged in conversation and eating seeds? He Dong is taken aback, perplexed. Suddenly, she remembers. He Datian's father-in-law summoned him for a meal. Surely he would not neglect to invite Tanguaji? With 3 granddaughters-in-law managing affairs at home, how could she possibly be unable to attend? Throwing off the covers, she rises from the bed, determined to uncover the truth. Yet he Dong notices that the meticulous woman had been lying in bed still wearing her shoes, a sign that she had not prepared for their arrival. Armed with her cane, the elderly lady moves with surprising speed. Outside, Tanguaji and he Jiangwo are startled to see her emerge. Is she feigning illness to elicit an apology from he Shang and he Dong? How can she rise and walk so briskly, ignoring their conversation? The matriarch strides directly towards he Dong's courtyard. He Shang realizes with dawning clarity that his mother is not only well, but thriving. He Jiangwo and Tanguaji, unaware of the unfolding drama, decide to follow her to see what transpires. The banquet is about to commence, and all await the festivities with eager anticipation. The atmosphere is lively, filled with laughter and cheer, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Especially he Datian, whose joy amplifies with each passing moment as the meal approaches. What a grand occasion this is. As he toasts, he muses on the absence of the grandparents and wonders how he Shang and he Dong will manage the embarrassment of their family's absence. Especially that scoundrel he Dong, daring to speak ill of his son. Let him witness how today unfolds for him. Just now, he Dong and he Shang left, and he must have seen them. They are certainly off to find he Jiangwo and Shindakui. However, they could never have anticipated that although he claimed to be visiting his father-in-law, he had repeatedly admonished that he Dong's household must not be visited. Both Shindakui and he Jiangwo had agreed to this. It is indeed peculiar that they have come now. Datian, I can't help but notice that your parents haven't arrived. Today is a momentous occasion for he Dong. It seems inappropriate for the grandparents to be absent. It's not that they don't wish to come. He Shang earnestly lowered his voice. Just days ago, my second brother took Dongzi there to inform them about today's celebration. Why then, are they still not here? Dongzi has become quite successful now. He Shang cracked some sunflower seeds, gazing skyward, as he recalled how his grandparents had cautioned him not to be too ostentatious. Alas, when one is discontent, they might declare, "Come if you wish. My parents are still upset." His words left the listeners in disbelief. Had this been the old he Dong, they would have believed him. Yet now, the transformation in he Dong is evident before their eyes. It seems implausible, to put it plainly, in this day and age. Who with money in their pockets does not seek to flaunt it, to boast a little? Yet he Dong has never been one to do so, not even raising his voice in conversation. He Shang feared they might not believe him. But you must consider, if it were not so, would my parents truly refrain from attending? They claim Dongzi has amounted to nothing over the years, yet he remains their own grandson. With this, his credibility increased. However, just as everyone contemplated this, someone suddenly shouted, "Datian, look over there. Is that your mother coming?" Chapter 60. The pot contains hot water. What do you mean by saying she was angry and wouldn't he come? Here she is, and her demeanor seems rather off. Upon entering, Shun Dakui cast a lifeless gaze around the seated guests, finally locking onto He Deshang. She approached and, raising her cane, began to strike at him. He Deshang, munching on sunflower seeds, only realized what was happening when the cane made contact with his shoulder. Could it be that Shun Dakui had come to He Dong's place? This must be a hallucination. She had been so amiable upon her arrival. It seemed impossible. Mother, mother! As Shun Dakui's cane continued to swing towards him, He Deshang rushed to intervene. There are so many people watching. Of course, Shun Dakui was aware of the onlookers. Yet the fury within her chest needed an outlet. She had promised not to come, asserting she would visit her father-in-law instead. How she wished He Dong's words were untrue. Mother, father, sister-in-law, you all have come. Dongzi quickly instructed the kitchen to commence the feast. Zhang Guiping, upon seeing the group arrive, joyfully exclaimed, "In rural life, face matters greatly." It would indeed be unreasonable for Shun Dakui and He Jiangwo to be absent. However, He Jiangwo and Tang Guizhi were left bewildered. They were not there to partake in the joyous feast, but rather to understand what had suddenly transpired with Shun Dakui. Furthermore, why was He Deshang seated at He Dong's place when he claimed to be visiting his father-in-law? Were they merely waiting to eat? At this moment, none of them dared to assert that they were not there to celebrate the joyous occasion. Shun Dakui, in particular, found it difficult to voice her thoughts, fully aware that she had fallen victim to He Dong's scheme. This little rascal was certainly up to no good. The festivities did not cease due to Zhang Guizhi and He Jiangwo's bewilderment, nor did they halt because Shun Dakui's resentful gaze was fixed upon He Dong. The lively celebration continued well into the night. Yet, many guests lingered, eager to partake in the revelry. But who was He Dong? He had long been prepared for such antics. After a day of merriment, he could not endure more chaos in the late hours. Each person received a pack of the red-cased Hometown Mountain cigarettes. Brother, I am eager for the bridal chamber, he thought, feeling that unspoken understanding among them. The daughter of the Zhu family was indeed striking, with delicate skin that any man would desire to claim as his own. As a fellow man, He Dong bore no ill will towards his kin. Moreover, this pack of Hometown Mountain was not inexpensive. He Dong's sincerity was apparent, and they were mindful of that. It was at this moment that the raucous courtyard, which had been lively all day, finally quieted down. Only the moonlight remained scattered across the ground. He Dong mused that were it not for the warm glow of the lights in the newlyweds' room, one might think nothing had transpired at all. Such is the practicality of rural folk. After a day filled with decorations, tables, and chairs, the once chaotic courtyard was restored to order in under an hour. Borrowed items were returned as the wedding concluded, and the litter was swept away. Everything was spotless. He Dong contemplated that even as they pursued shared prosperity in the future, it would not be a bad thing. He relished this atmosphere. However, upon entering the room, he discovered Zhu Qingya slumped over the table in slumber. During the toast, the young lady had succumbed to the polite entreaties of the older gentleman and had taken a few sips of alcohol. It was clear that Zhu Qingya had a low tolerance for liquor. Now, her cheeks were flushed as she rested her head on the table, clad entirely in red, adorned with a crimson flower in her hair and at her chest. Her long, curled eyelashes resembled willow leaves, enhancing her fair and lovely visage. If she continued to sleep like this, she might catch a cold. Qingya, He Dong attempted to call her name, recalling their previous conversations. Yet, in truth, they had hardly exchanged more than a few words, let alone addressed each other by name. Qingya, he struggled to articulate. Zhu Qingya remained unresponsive. He called her name once more. Qingya, wake up, Qingya. After the initial attempt, subsequent calls felt easier. However, it appeared that Zhu Qingya was truly in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. He Dong, compelled by a sudden boldness, gently lifted her from the table and carried her to the bed. He was careful and tender in his movements, yet the sensation of being lifted startled Zhu Qingya awake. As she opened her drowsy eyes, she found herself face to face with the man, causing her to panic and struggle. He Dong had intended to place her gently on the bed, not daring to exert too much force. However, her sudden movement startled him as well, and in the ensuing struggle, he almost dropped her. Yet the consequence of his grip tightening was that he inadvertently pulled Zhu Qingya closer to him. The sound of a heartbeat resonated, thumping steadily. He Dong was cautious, while Zhu Qingya was equally apprehensive. Just moments ago, He Dong had embraced her tightly, fearing she might fall, and Zhu Qingya, terrified of losing her balance, clung to his arm. The scent of Hidong enveloped her, filling her senses. "Let me down," she murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper. Anxious that Hidong might hear her, yet equally worried he might not. Hidong, being somewhat impulsive, hastily set her down, concerned about causing any offense. For a few minutes, the atmosphere grew tranquil, devoid of the external clamor, allowing the soft sound of their breathing to fill the room. Hidong's throat bobbed. His lips parched. "It's getting late. Shall you wash up before bed?" Initially, it would have been easier if she had simply remained asleep. However, Zhu Qingya had mentioned that his sister had a habit of washing up before sleeping. Habits, once formed, are not easily altered. Zhu Qingya recalled that she had indeed fallen asleep without completing her evening routine. Yet, what surprised her most was that Hidong had held her. Tang Mei had spoken of what men might do on their wedding night, and perhaps this was the reason. She felt quite nervous, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "I'll go wash up," she declared. Spotting a porcelain basin in the room, Zhu Qingya hurriedly carried it outside. "Do not use cold water. There is hot water in the pot," Hidong advised, lifting the lid from the cooking pot, steam wafting forth. Zhu Qingya had not anticipated his presence. Upon seeing him preparing hot water for the basin, she instinctively withdrew her hand. The rising steam intensified the vibrant red of the double happiness characters at the bottom of the basin. "Shall I check the water temperature?" Hidong inquired as he ladled in a second scoop, wary that the water might become too hot. Holding the pot lid, his hands were otherwise occupied. Zhu Qingya reached out to test the water. "It's fine, thank you," she replied, carrying the basin to the laundry table beside the water well to wash her face. This laundry table was a recent addition, unlike anything seen in other homes. Hidong had insisted on it, reasoning that it would be better for the back, as bending over to wash clothes could lead to injury. The table featured rough lines akin to a washboard, effectively eliminating the need for one. After much deliberation, Old Man Qiao had finally agreed to its construction. Naturally, the new house was equipped with a washstand, but at that moment, she felt hesitant to enter. Thus, she chose to wash outside. In those times, young women often went about their daily routines without the elaborate makeup removal processes of today, making the task swift. However, the thought of soon sharing a marital chamber with Hidong made her apprehensive, causing her movements to slow considerably. Recently, there had been some adjustments. The price of mushrooms had been deemed excessive, so she altered it to 1.2 per pound, while selling it externally for 0.6 per pound. Additionally, she hoped her favored patrons would show more enthusiasm for updates and free content. "I'm exhausted, I wish to sleep." Chapter 61, Not Intentional, Revised. Hidong gazed at the lithe silhouette against the night sky. With their marriage, her hair was no longer fashioned into two braided pigtails, but was elegantly coiled atop her head, secured with a red velvet flower clip. The evening breeze stirred the crimson fibers, imparting a delicate grace. After washing her face, Zhu Qingya poured out the water and began her return, only to inadvertently collide with Hidong. Hidong let out a low grunt, his expression shifting slightly. The enamel basin was inherently cold and hard. Unexpectedly colliding against his abdomen was rather disconcerting. It was not intentional, was it? Zhu Qingya had not anticipated Hidong's presence behind her, her face flushed with urgency. Hidong shook his head, assuring her it was nothing. In truth, he longed to rub his belly, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol at the gathering earlier. "I shall bring this to you," he declared, holding an enamel jar purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, which contained toothpaste and a toothbrush. Such items, being for marriage, were naturally brand new, adorned in festive red. Zhu Qingya had initially intended to retrieve them herself shortly, but upon seeing them, she expressed her gratitude. Hidong took the enamel basin from her hands and proceeded towards the well to fetch water. "Wait," Hidong called out anxiously, realizing that drawing water was a labor-intensive task. "Let me handle it." He adeptly took the bucket from Zhu Qingya's grasp, skillfully lowering it into the well. As he drew the water up, he reflected on the inadequacies of his planning. In this day and age, water wells were already commonplace. Perhaps he should procure several large jars, fill them with water, and cover them for Zhu Qingya's use. Yet, that seemed rather unsanitary. Water, if left stagnant, could easily breed bacteria. Prolonged bending and exertion could undoubtedly be detrimental to her pregnancy. In his previous life, a subordinate of his had seen his wife cease working during her pregnancy, refraining from any physical labor to nurture the unborn child, only for tragedy to strike one fateful day. Now, having altered the course of his existence, He wished to prevent such misfortunes from befalling him again. His greatest debts across 2 lifetimes were owed to Zhu Qingya and their child. "What are you staring at my belly for?" Zhu Qingya, after brushing her teeth, noticed the direction of Hidong's gaze, feeling peculiar. Hidong realized, to his embarrassment, that while lost in thought, his eyes had been fixed on her belly. An awkward silence settled between them. Hidong felt compelled to voice something. Observing her vibrant red attire, which contrasted beautifully with her fair complexion illuminated by the moonlight, he remarked, "That outfit suits you wonderfully." Zhu Qingya had not expected his attention to be drawn to her clothing. Lowering her head, she retreated indoors. Tang Mei had remarked that at her age, she looked splendid in anything. She knew from her own reflection that she indeed appeared well. "Thank you, Hidong," she said, turning back to shake her enamel jar, recalling that the water she had just used for brushing her teeth was drawn by him. Hidong smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "There is no need for such formalities between us." Zhu Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Did he refer to us? Hidong only realized the inappropriateness of his words after they escaped his lips. He possessed memories of 2 lifetimes concerning Zhu Qingya. While she did not share the same history, he quickly sought to avoid alarming her. "It is getting late. You should retire early." "But you..." Zhu Qingya bit her lip, regretting her words. "I have some matters to attend to, and will sleep later." Hidong then made his way to the pig pen, retrieved a nylon bag, and pulled out fresh, succulent tender grass, scattering it within the bamboo rad's habitat. Observing his evident busyness, Zhu Qingya entered the house, instinctively locking the door behind her. A moment later, she unlocked it again, leaving a narrow gap. She no longer resides at home. However, without Hidong entering, she dares not retire to bed. The bedding is adorned with numerous red double happiness characters, and beneath the quilt lie longan, peanuts, and red dates. Hidong has fed the bamboo rat and covered it with fabric, for this creature thrives in the darkness of the earth and is ill-suited to excessive light. Tonight's moon is exceptionally large and round. He secures the courtyard gate and prepares to take a bath. Drawing water, he bathes outdoors using white cat soap before returning to his room to change clothes. This arrangement is entirely reasonable. Yet he forgets that this evening marks his wedding night with Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya, taken by surprise, never anticipated Hidong would enter wrapped in a towel, covering only half of himself. Instinctively, she turns away, prompting Hidong to awkwardly close the door. Indeed, living alone differs greatly from sharing one's life with another. He hastily dons the clothes he had just changed out of and knocks on the door. Although startled, Zhu Qingya acknowledges the significance of their wedding night and cautiously opens the door, initially just a crack. Upon seeing Hidong properly dressed, she feels emboldened to open it wider. Hidong stands there, embarrassed and tense, his body rigid. It was unintentional. He is eager to explain himself, determined not to let Zhu Qingya think ill of him. Zhu Qingya remains silent as she enters the room, and Hidong retrieves his nightwear. Not the kind from modern times, but rather something he had chosen for sleeping. He had this habit from his previous life. "I'll step out now," he says, taking the clothes as if he has intruded upon someone else's domain. Zhu Qingya is momentarily confused. "Aren't you sleeping here?" Hidong is taken aback. With a child on the way, the first thing he must enforce is abstinence from intimacy. This was emphasized by one of his subordinates. In his last life, he remained a solitary figure, accustomed to silence. Having a loquacious secretary seemed beneficial, as it provided insights into many aspects he had never previously understood. Initially, it was merely a means to pass the time. Who would have guessed it would become so relevant? Thus, he must adhere to this. But isn't it customary for newlyweds to share a bed? Even if nothing else occurs, they should simply sleep together. "Let us sleep," he states. Zhu Qingya suddenly feels a wave of anxiety. At home, she has always slept alone and is uncertain about sharing a bed with another, especially a man. She hesitates to respond. Hidong takes the initiative to spread the bedding. From this day onward, he must learn to care for his woman. Yet, the abundance of longan and peanuts beneath the quilt is somewhat excessive. Though they symbolize early offspring, they cannot remain on the bed. It would be impossible to sleep. Zhu Qingya wants to assert that she can manage these tasks herself, but the thought of sharing a bed with Hidong makes her blush, leaving her speechless. In truth, Hidong has undergone significant changes during this time, so much so that she perceives him as a genuinely good person, having turned over a new leaf. However, as far as sleeping arrangements are concerned, they have yet to reach that level of intimacy. As for Hidong, could he refuse if he had something to do in the evening? She felt bewildered. Hidong had prepared the blanket and came over to urge her to sleep. He had not rested well the previous night and had been busy all day. He had just enjoyed a round of drinks. And to claim he was not tired would be disingenuous. He yawned at that moment. Zhu Qingya, feeling stiff, suggested, "Why don't you sleep first?" Hidong, sensing her nervousness, did not hesitate and lay down on the bed to sleep. He thought that if he fell asleep, perhaps Zhu Qingya would feel brave enough to join him on the bed. It was the only way he could endure it, wasn't it? Zhu Qingya sat on the chair for a while, eventually hearing Hidong's familiar snoring. She was well acquainted with that sound, having grown up with 5 men in her family, including her father, Zhu Jianjun. She had heard it often in her childhood, but did not expect Hidong to fall asleep so quickly. Yet, she still wished to wait a bit longer. What if she went to bed and he woke up? That would be awkward. She picked up a book to read. The next morning, before dawn, Hidong woke up. The light in the room was still on. Turning his head, he saw Zhu Qingya, fully dressed, slumped over the table, fast asleep. To his surprise, she hadn't gotten into bed last night. As he got out of bed, he noticed a book lying on the floor, a remnant of her reading before dozing off. He treaded softly, barefoot, as he approached and lifted her. Zhu Qingya had not slept long. She was in a deep slumber and did not notice. As Hidong held her, she instinctively snuggled closer, seeking warmth. Hidong felt a stirring within him, but, seeing her sleeping so peacefully, he did not wish to wake her. Moreover, this was a matter he needed to consult someone more experienced about. In the past, he had refrained from such matters, feeling it was not the right time and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Now, things were different. Having a wife meant that he could no longer pretend to know everything. In Shanghe Village, many were married and had children. It was not all as straightforward as the assistant had suggested. He quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Hidong headed to the storage room next door, where the gifts from relatives and friends were stored. There were steamed buns, dumplings, flour, and meat. After examining the contents, he noted that most gifts for weddings were buns. While he had received meat, he sensed that if not processed soon, the meat would spoil. Although it was said to be inexpensive now, it would indeed be a pity if it went bad. In this day and age, without a refrigerator, it was genuinely challenging to keep food fresh. Hidong primarily intended to consume the food himself, and after preparing meals for his family, he planned to share some with the villagers, perhaps by making some cured meats. So, when Zhu Qingya woke up, she heard the sound of Hidong chopping meat in the kitchen. Realizing the time was already late, she hurried to the kitchen, but she was a step behind. To her surprise, Hidong, after marrying her, was still willing to cook for himself, which she had not anticipated. Upon seeing Zhu Qingya, Hidong greeted her amid his busyness. Zhu Qingya momentarily paused before responding, "Good morning." This greeting was reminiscent of how the previous educated youth would acknowledge one another. In contrast, villagers typically exchanged smiles or trivial remarks upon meeting. In the next moment, Hidong's gaze fell upon her. "Are you hungry? I can prepare some dumplings for you." After he had risen earlier, he had made some dumplings for Zhu Qingya, but he was unsure when she would wake. Hence he refrained from cooking. Now that the water was boiling, it was the perfect moment to drop them into the pot. Zhu Qingya shook her head, attempting to convey that she wasn't hungry, yet her stomach betrayed her, alerting Hidong. He set aside his tasks and promptly approached the stove to boil the water. Using a match, he ignited some pine branches to start the fire. Zhu Qingya felt a touch of embarrassment. Tang Mei had once remarked that once a woman marries, she must think of caring for her husband. Yet, here she was, seemingly expecting a feast without lifting a finger. He was eager to assist her, but she insisted, "No need. The water was already heated. It's just that you hadn't gotten up. This fire will boil it in no time. You needn't come in." It was then that Zhu Qingya noticed the 2 large plates of dumplings beneath the pot lid that Hidong had opened. If they weren't taken out soon, they would likely be overcooked. These dumplings were unlike any she had seen before. Each one was large and shaped like a golden ingot, some swollen in the middle with decorative edges resembling centipedes, quite a sight to behold. "Qingya, Qingya," came Tang Mei's voice from outside the kitchen. Instinctively, Zhu Qingya turned to step outside and caught sight of Tang Mei on the other side of the wall, holding 2 bowls of noodles, whispering her name. "Your mother got up early to make the noodles. You and Hidong each take a bowl. Hurry." As if afraid of being overheard, Tang Mei glanced around furtively. "Mom, didn't you promise me that once I'm married, I would handle my own cooking and not trouble you?" Zhu Qingya reminded her. Tang Mei certainly recalled her daughter's words. Yet today marked the first day of Zhu Qingya's marriage to Hidong. She simply could not shake the habit of asking her daughter what she wanted for breakfast. Not seeing her daughter around left her feeling oddly empty, as if something was missing. After a moment of sadness, she went to the kitchen, determined to make Zhu Qingya's favorite breakfast to soothe her own heart. Realizing that Zhu Qingya had merely married next door to Hidong, separated only by a wall, she decided that since she had prepared the meal, she might as well make a bowl for her son-in-law as well. Sneaking it over would go unnoticed. There were also 2 fried eggs nestled beneath the noodles. You didn't tea rest well last night. You should eat quickly and get some more sleep. It's still early. Having been through this herself, Tang Mei understood. However, Zhu Qingya truly felt embarrassed. A faint blush crept onto her earlobes as she looked at her mother, feeling somewhat helpless. Tang Mei chose not to comment further. After last night, it was clear that her daughter had grown up. If you're shy, so be it. Just take the noodles. As Tang Mei urged her on, Zhu Qingya reached out to accept the offering, but then recalled something. Hidong is making dumplings for me. Hidong can make dumplings? Did you wake him up early to prepare those? She thought to herself, what a rascal. I'll see how I deal with him. Tang Mei, in her haste, carried the noodles toward Hidong's courtyard. After all, they had stayed up late celebrating their wedding, and Hidong had not allowed Zhu Qingya to sleep in. It seemed he was in a hurry to get things moving. Once again, she faced the tasks of kneading dough, rolling out pastry, and chopping filling. Hidong's solitary involvement was hard for her to believe. Claims of treating Qingya well seemed insincere. However, as she stepped out of her courtyard to head towards Hidong's, she gasped in astonishment. Zhu Qingya, who had been eager to explain, also rushed out, startled by the unexpected scene. Who is this? At the entrance of the courtyard lay a man dressed in a faded top and black trousers, motionless on the ground. His exposed face, arms, and calves bore injuries. Yet, it was evident that he was quite young, with well-defined features and black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, unlike someone accustomed to laboring in the fields. And certainly not a villager from their community. What could have happened? Hidong dashed over from the kitchen, sensing something was amiss upon hearing Tang Mei's startled cry. He had left the boiling water for dumplings unattended to investigate. Zhu Qingya turned to point at the ground, prompting Hidong to notice the man for the first time. What happened here? He approached and gently lifted the man, checking for breath. There was still life in him. Tang Mei sighed in relief. She had feared the worst upon seeing someone lying there. The sight was somewhat comical, with her holding a bowl of noodles in one hand. Hidong nodded, scrutinizing the man's fair complexion. In their village, individuals rarely possessed such a clean appearance unless they were like him, previously idling about. This man was clearly not from their village, nor a farmer. Yet, Hidong felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. First, they needed to help him. Hidong assisted the man to his feet and led him to the room where he had stayed the previous night. Tang Mei followed, balancing 2 bowls of noodles. Zhu Qingya fetched her first aid kit, which was more of a precaution taken by Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei during their childhood to protect her from scrapes and bruises. It contained iodine, cotton swabs, and gauze, meant for basic first aid. If one had minor wounds, applying iodine would expedite healing. The man bore numerous injuries, both large and small. This looks like it was caused by a dog bite, Tang Mei observed, noticing a wound on the man's ankle. Hidong noticed as well, but was more concerned about the man's chapped lips. Let us give him some water first. Zhu Qingya began to pour water, but Tang Mei intervened, insisting on fetching it herself. She approached a ceramic basin. Hidong had the man lean against the headboard as he offered him water. He must be feeling quite panicked. Sensing the moisture, the man began to drink eagerly, his throat ablaze with thirst. However, he had no time to spare. Gulping it down hastily. Slow down, Hidong cautioned him. There was plenty of water available. The man gradually regained consciousness, opening his eyes to see Hidong before him, along with Tang Mei and Zhu Qingya. Comrade, where am I? The room before him was far more pleasant than any he had encountered in recent days, adorned with numerous festive characters, as if a joyous occasion had just taken place. The room was filled with numerous items covered in red paper. Hidong gazed at him. Tang Mei nodded, confirming, yes, you are at my son-in-law's home. Zhu Qingya remained silent, observing the man, who seemed increasingly unlike a villager. What is your name? And where do you reside? Chapter 63. Comrade, where do you come from? Seeing someone she thought was dead truly come back to life, Tang Mei was filled with curiosity. Shall we escort you back? Where exactly are we? The man did not look at Tang Mei but fixed his gaze on Hidong. Shanghe Village, Hidong replied. Nearby are Lingnan Village and Dazhuang Village. Comrade, where do you come from? The man responded, Dazhuang Village. My name is Zhuang Baihu. Hidong, upon hearing his accent, chose not to comment. He noticed the sound of Zhuang Baihu swallowing hard and followed his gaze. Hidong stood up and approached the table, picking up a bowl of noodles. Mom, can this bowl of noodles be given to this comrade? At first glance, it was clear that Tang Mei had prepared this meal for Zhu Qingya and herself. Zhuang Bai's eyes turned toward Tang Mei. This family was quite peculiar. Although he was at his son-in-law's house, he had to ask his mother-in-law if he could eat. Was he perhaps a live-in son-in-law? Zhuang Baihu suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Hidong, who appeared tall, handsome, and in excellent spirits, yet was living under someone else's roof. Hidong understood the misunderstanding in Zhuang Bai's gaze, but chose not to clarify it. Some things are better left unsaid. It is only when spoken that they become awkward. Tang Mei did not refuse, stating that the noodles were prepared for her son-in-law and Zhu Qingya. However, saving a life took precedence. Hidong handed the noodles to Zhuang Baihu. Zhuang Baihu inquired about the fragrant scallion noodles and, bowing his head, began to eat heartily. The three of them noticed his hunger. However, Zhuang Baihu suddenly slowed down. Beneath the noodles, there was a fried egg. Is it delicious? Tang Mei asked with a beaming smile. Once this man could eat and drink, he would indeed thrive. Zhuang Baihu nodded. In the villages he had visited over the past few days, he had never eaten so well. The noodles were made from fine flour, and the fried egg was a delightful addition. Life was truly splendid. Compared to Dazhuang Village, Shanghe Village seemed far better. He had not tasted such noodles in a long time. Zhuang Baihu felt a wave of nostalgia. The authorities had sent him to conduct visits, and he had approached this task with sincere dedication. Yet, his standard of living was far removed from that of these rural areas. It took him considerable time to adapt. Today's bowl of noodles not only satisfied his hunger, but also reminded him of the days gone by, which felt like a distant past. Dazhuang Village is very poor. Our Shanghe Village has only recently begun to improve, Tang Mei remarked. In the past, this kind of noodle was reserved for Zhu Qingya and my grandson. Now, every household can buy something to eat from time to time. This is all thanks to my son-in-law. It all depends on him. Zhuang Baihu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that a live-in son-in-law had such capabilities? One person could influence the quality of life for the entire village? Hidong looked at his mother-in-law and teased. Aren't you afraid this comrade might think you're selling melons? I am not selling melons. I speak the truth, Tang Mei replied, filled with pride. Hidong smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. My mother is just like that. Comrade, please do not stand on ceremony. Zhuang Bihua shook his head. During these past few months in the countryside, he had encountered many people, yet most were preoccupied with the struggles of making a living and securing food. This family, however, was different. Although labeled as a son-in-law, they exuded a sense of comfort. Comrade, would you like to take a break after your meal? Hidong inquired as he noticed Zhuang Bihua was nearing the end of his meal, having just sipped water and devoured a steaming bowl of noodles. Zhuang Bihua felt pleasantly full and warm. He shook his head. Then I shall go prepare dumplings for my wife. She must be quite hungry by now. This implied that he would prefer to be alone for a while. Zhuang Bihua, who had just come to admire Hidong, thought to himself, indeed, all sons-in-law are alike. Instead of venturing outside, they busy themselves with trivial matters at home. He nodded, watching the man depart. Hidong did not forget the remaining bowl of noodles. Mom, leave that bowl of noodles. I will eat it later. You can have a bowl as well while you prepare dumplings for Qingya. No, I must return now. She had initially planned to secretly prepare breakfast for Zhu Qingya. Now that the sun was bright, she could not let anyone see her at Hidong's place. Hidong wished to keep her, but Tang Mei was already on her way out. Zhu Qingya observed her familiar silhouette with a sense of helplessness. When would she ever grow up in Tang Mei's eyes? She turned back to the previous room, considering serving the noodles to Hidong while they were still warm. She found Zhuang Bihua leaning against the headboard, asleep. She treaded lightly, holding the noodles. The water in the kitchen had long since boiled. However, a slight delay had extinguished the fire in the stove, necessitating a restart. You eat the noodles first. I will prepare the dumplings. As Hidong busied himself with rekindling the fire, Zhu Qingya placed the noodles on the table, ready to assist him. Overcooked noodles are truly unpalatable. Yet Hidong insisted. I will tend to the fire. You prepare the dumplings. He was indeed quite stubborn. Zhu Qingya watched as the water reached a boil and proceeded to drop in the dumplings. Each dumpling resembled a golden ingot, round and plump. Once they hit the boiling water, they became quite lively. Zhu Qingya covered the pot. Now, may I take over? Just a bit more fire, and the dumplings will be ready. Observing the sparkle in her almond-shaped eyes, which seemed almost animated, Hidong found himself unable to refuse. Zhu Qingya could do everything at home, yet Tang Mei had deprived her of the opportunity. She understood that this was Tang Mei's affection and love for her. After countless discussions yielded no change, she had resigned herself to it. However, in Hidong's presence, she yearned for respect. Thus, when she saw him rise, her spirits lifted. She had gone to stoke the fire. Hidong truly did not comprehend the merits of tending to the fire, as it could easily result in a noseful of smoke. Yet, Zhu Qingya insisted on taking charge. Unlike many girls of later generations who would shy away from the kitchen, the smile gracing Zhu Qingya's lips made him think that perhaps it was all right. Eat your noodles. Noticing his dazed gaze fixed upon her, she did not forget to remind him. Her tender, fair face was tinged with a rosy hue. Hidong quickly nodded. Yes, eat the noodles, eat the noodles. Before long, the dumplings were ready. Hidong intended to serve them to Zhu Qingya, but she seized the opportunity, grabbing a bowl and a spoon to help herself. Are you still eating? Zhu Qingya typically did not consume much. There was still a bowl left in the pot. She had been so preoccupied with the dumplings that she hadn't considered the quantity. To put it plainly, it was a matter of inexperience. Blushing, she glanced at Hidong, unsure of what to do. Hidong, captivated by her almond-shaped eyes, felt a stirring in his heart. This girl, in a future era, would epitomize both innocence and desire, utterly enchanting, yet silent. First, let us take some out. I'll make pan-fried dumplings for lunch. Hidong had already filled his stomach with a bowl of noodles and 2 eggs, courtesy of his generous mother-in-law. Zhu Qingya complied with his suggestion, though she was uncertain about what pan-fried dumplings entailed. Did it simply involve frying the dumplings? What would they taste like? Nevertheless, she would find out by noon. She carried the dumplings outside to enjoy them under the warm morning sun. Excuse me, do you collect mushrooms here? A gaunt young man peeked in from outside the courtyard to inquire. Zhu Qingya turned to glance back at Hidong in the kitchen. Hidong, observing the young man, surmised that he was not from their village. Otherwise, he would not disturb them on their first day of marriage. After exchanging a few words outside, it became evident that he was indeed from Dezhuang Village. Brother, coming from Dezhuang Village to here is quite a trek, I assented. Indeed. I made my way here in the latter half of the night and just arrived. Did you encounter anything particularly noteworthy along the way? Hidong offered the young man a cigarette. The lad, looking pale and frail, declined with a wave of his hand. Hidong retracted the cigarette. Then tell me about your journey. The young man pondered for a moment. At the west end of your village, there's a household with a rather fierce dog. I was frightened by its barking and took a long detour. Anything else? The young man shook his head. What has been happening in Dezhuang Village? The young man looked at Hidong with curiosity, puzzled by his inquiry. Hidong chuckled. I have a friend who recently visited Dezhuang Village and mentioned it was quite interesting. I was just inquiring out of curiosity. Interesting? You must not believe that. Our Dezhuang Village is impoverished. Otherwise, why would I come all this way to sell mushrooms? The young man felt a surge of emotion, as if he might cry. Hidong decided to take a look at the west side of the village, but first directed the young man to his brother, Higui's home. Now, the people of Shanghe Village knew that Higui was the one collecting mushrooms. If one sought wild game, they would approach Zhu Qingya. I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly, Hidong called to Zhu Qingya, who nodded in response, though she was uncertain about his purpose. After finishing her dumplings, she intended to tidy up the house. What are you eating? Wang Yu emerged from the neighboring courtyard, combing her hair, and noticed Zhu Qingya eating in Hidong's yard. Since leaving the Zhu family, she was curious about what Zhu Qingya had for breakfast. She had just seen that Tang Mei had not risen early to prepare a delightful breakfast for Zhu Qingya. A married daughter is indeed akin to spilled water. Not even a mention of it in the morning. If there were no decent food, that would be truly discomforting. Zhu Qingya was not particularly inclined to engage with her elder sister-in-law. Among the 2 sisters-in-law, she held a preference for the second one. However, out of courtesy, she still felt compelled to converse. What does the elder sister-in-law think I am eating? It cannot possibly be mere noodles, can it? Something she made herself? Given the distance, one you could not see. At this moment, Hidong was absent from the courtyard, perhaps having ventured out. If he is not at the Zhu residence, who would prepare her meals? Is that not the very purpose of a man marrying a wife? No matter how cherished Zhu Qingya was, she could not evade this fate. It was not noodles, but dumplings. I have finished my dumplings. I shall go wash the dishes, she declared. That wretched girl. Watching Zhu Qingya enter the kitchen infuriated Wang Yu. Dumplings? What is the occasion? Why would one eat dumplings without a festival? Egg and chive filling? Wang Yu called for dinner. Inside, Zhu Qingya shouted. Wang Yu hurried in. Now Zhu Qingya has found his calling. He has embarked on a venture of hunting wild game from home. Each day, he earns quite a sum. It seems his desire to purchase a bicycle as a betrothal gift may indeed materialize. Mama, Zhu Mian, with his little short legs, came over but stumbled and fell. Wang Yu quickly scooped him up and brushed off the dirt. Can't you watch where you're going? You're already this big. Why scold a mere 2-year-old? Hearing her tone, Tang Mei felt displeased. Wang Yu quickly smiled and led the child inside. Zhu Mian's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Tang Mei bent down to lift him, checking for any injuries. Let me blow on it. It won't hurt anymore. Mom, please keep an eye on Zhu Mian today. I wish to assist Qingya more. Tang Mei glanced at Zhu Qingya. No need. I can manage alone, he replied. What do you mean manage? I have recently started learning to write. I hardly earn anything and yet have to pay someone. From now on, let me try handling this. Wang Yu responded enthusiastically. Zhu Qingya did not agree. Qingya, Wang Yu's mood soured. We are a couple, and we have Zhu Mian. I genuinely want to help you save money. Zhu Qingya was illiterate and not very adept at writing. Thus, he had to enlist someone from the village to aid with bookkeeping, charging $10 a day. Over a month, that accumulated to quite a bit. Would it not be better if she managed it for her brother? Moreover, keeping accounts would ultimately benefit her. Zhu Qingya remained silent. Wang Yu continued to pester him until he finally nodded. Tang Mei observed disapprovingly. As for this daughter-in-law, she was all too aware of her little schemes. Since it was a trial management, the daily accounts should be shown to your younger sister. She is literate and must not make any errors. Every penny counts and is hard-earned. Tang Mei did not address Wang Yu directly, but rather spoke to Zhu Qingya. Before Zhu Qingya was married, it was she who kept the accounts. Wang Yu wished to object, but realized that persuading Zhu Qingya was no easy feat. One step at a time. Zhu Qingya's money is ultimately Wang Yu's money. Hidong arrived at the western edge of the village and spotted the large black dog mentioned by the young man. It belonged to Huang Dasan. The morning was still quiet, with few signs of activity. On the ground lay a piece of torn black cloth, clearly the remnant of Zhuang Baihu's pants leg. As he bent down to pick it up, he heard a voice. Dongzi, what brings you to my doorstep so early? Just married and not spending time with your wife? Huang Dasan had grown up with Hidong, both having donned open-crotch pants as children. However, they had never been close, often clashing in their youth. As adults, neither yielded to the other, and their encounters were typically devoid of conversation. Yet, due to the recent profitable mushroom venture and Hidong's transformation, Huang Dashuan's impression of him had improved significantly, making his presence more agreeable. Hidong chose to disregard Huang Dashuan's lewd remarks. Did you not sleep well last night? That dog was barking, wasn't it? Huang Dasan was taken aback. How do you know about that? The small black dog had indeed been quite vocal, prompting him to rise several times, but he had seen no one. The diligent farmers of the village were just now beginning to stir. Hidong chuckled and began to walk away. Huang Dasan, feeling displeased, ran after him, grasping his arm. Dongzi, let us talk. You can't just leave mid-conversation. Your dog bit someone last night. You need to take responsibility. Hidong's expression turned grave. Huang Dasan quickly scanned the area. Where? Hidong pointed to the black cloth on the ground. Here. Huang Dasan picked it up, looking bewildered. This alone doesn't tell me who it was. The person is at my home. Hidong began to walk off. Huang Dasan knew his dog had indeed bitten someone and hurried to follow. The sky brightened completely, revealing a clear blue expanse dotted with wispy white clouds. The sunlight was splendid, casting a picturesque view over the verdant mountains and white clouds, a scene beautiful both up close and afar. The villagers of Shanghe were starting their day in earnest. Chapter 65. A day of joy, a day of discontent. Zhu Qingya washed the clothes she had changed out of yesterday, hanging them on the clothesline in the courtyard. Next door, the Zhu family was bustling with activity as many people had come to sell game, freshly hunted the day before. However, she was not at home, leaving her eldest brother to manage the accounts. May I have some water? Zhuang Baihu awoke feeling parched. Upon stepping outside, he saw Zhu Qingya standing in the sun, her youthful figure radiating freshness. The courtyard was spotless. When Zhu Qingya turned to look at him, she realized he had just woken up. Nodding, she went to the kitchen and poured a tin of water, handing it to him. Zhuang Baihu gulped it down eagerly. He had eaten noodles and gone straight to sleep, and now his throat felt as if it were on fire. This is much better, he said, adjusting his black-framed glasses before returning the tin to Zhu Qingya. Where's your husband? Zhu Qingya took a moment to recall that Hidong was indeed her husband, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was the first time someone had inquired about that phrase. "He has gone out," she replied, and with that, she hurried back into the kitchen. Zhuang Baihu turned and headed back inside, feeling a sharp pain in his leg. Upon the arrival of Hidong and Huang Dasan, they discovered that Zhuang Bihai had awakened. "It is he," Hidong remarked, glancing at Huang Dasan, who then realized this was not a familiar face, but rather an outsider. In matters such as these, Hidong deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Dongzi quietly beckoned Hidong to step outside for a conversation, though Hidong was reluctant. "Comrade, the dog that bit you last night belongs to him. He has come to apologize and to take you to the clinic for a vaccination," Dongzi explained. Huang Dasan was not readily agreeable. Apologize and get vaccinated? The locals might accept it, but as for outsiders, that is of no concern. Zhuang Bihai was taken aback by the enlightened demeanor of the people from Shanghe Village. It was rare for those from other villages to acknowledge wrongdoing and offer an apology, much less take someone for a vaccination. In other villages, he had encountered cold indifference from those who recognized him as an outsider. Hidong quickly called someone to enter. Huang Dasan realized he could not escape and had to re-enter and face the situation. "I, Huang Dasan, sincerely apologize for my dog biting you." He bowed respectfully, adhering to his principle of doing things properly if he were to do them at all. Zhuang Bihai was not only surprised, but also felt a sense of comfort. "It is all right, comrade. Are you able to walk now? I will take you for your vaccination." Nodding at his legs, Zhuang Bihai agreed. With Hidong and Huang Dasan supporting him, they made their way to the clinic. Upon exiting, they spotted Zhu Qingya, and Hidong greeted her. Zhu Qingya nodded, having overheard their earlier conversation. In the village, anyone bitten by a dog was required to receive a vaccination. The clinic was a bit of a distance away, prompting Hidong to borrow an ox cart from Huang Dasan. "Comrade, please take a seat. This will be quicker. Dasan, you pull the cart." Huang Dasan was puzzled by the necessity of such kindness towards an outsider, but given that his dog had caused the trouble, he felt obliged to see it through. Hidong chose not to ride in the cart, but walked alongside Huang Dasan. After receiving the vaccination at the clinic, the three returned in the same manner. With Zhuang Bihai observing the scenery and the spirited demeanor of Shanghe Village, which he found more vibrant than the other villages he had traversed. As they walked, villagers greeted them warmly. "Where have you been, Hidong?" They inquired with genuine interest. Hidong smiled, explaining, "My friend was feeling unwell, so we took him to the clinic." "Is that so? This friend of yours looks unfamiliar. I don't believe I have met him before." Hidong nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries. Huang Dasan then realized that the person in the cart was indeed Hidong's friend, which explained the borrowing of the ox cart and the vaccination. Despite wearing ordinary clothing, Zhuang Bihai exuded an air of refinement, distinguished by an intellectual demeanor. "You are Hidong?" Zhuang Bihai suddenly exclaimed, astonished at the revelation. His tone startled both Huang Dasan and the villagers. Didn't Tiwi just establish he was a friend? Why the sudden uncertainty about who Hidong is? Hidong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why is the future mayor of Shing City so inept at social interactions? Why resort to slapping him? Zhuang Bihai felt the repercussions of his words. A fleeting sense of embarrassment crossed his face. Fortunately, Hidong diverted the conversation to other matters, and the three of them walked back together. If Hidong recalled correctly, the individual named Zhuang Bihai had not disclosed his true name. His real name was Yuan Yongming. He worked in a government agency and, due to his outstanding performance and exceptional capabilities, was promoted to the mayor of Shang City after a few years. It was during a time when he needed to establish connections that Hidong took note of him, having carefully reviewed his resume. On the way to Huang Dashuan's residence, Hidong meticulously sifted through his memories. Upon arriving home, Hidong still placed the individual in his original room. When Huang Dasan departed, he remained perplexed by Hidong's demeanor. From the moment he left his house, he sensed something amiss with Hidong. He was unusually serious and spoke little, which was quite atypical. He wished to inquire what was wrong, but Hidong was preoccupied in the kitchen. "How do you plan to prepare the meat in your kitchen?" Zhu Qingya asked, standing at the kitchen door, observing him. Hidong had cut a considerable amount of meat that morning, but had not touched it since. "I doubt the two of us can finish it. Perhaps we should put some in the well or in oil. The oil can separate from the water, preserving it for a few days, and the low temperature of the well is akin to that of a refrigerator." However, Hidong showed no inclination to do so. He intended to prepare a proper meal. As he entered the kitchen, Zhu Qingya found his behavior peculiar. She passed by him without uttering a word. If you need help, just call me, she offered. Hidong shook his head, insisting it was unnecessary. Yet, Zhu Qingya lingered, saying, "You don't look well." After returning from outside, Hidong's countenance had darkened. He was unaware of his own demeanor. But now that there was someone in the house capable of determining whether he would sleep in comfort or behind bars, he felt a sense of unease. "No need to worry," he said after a moment of reflection, attempting to appear nonchalant. Zhu Qingya understood he was reluctant to speak further and refrained from pressing him. But she showed no intentions of leaving. Hidong realized that she might genuinely be concerned. Well, one must face challenges as they come. A day of happiness or a day of melancholy is still merely a day. He forced a smile and looked at Zhu Qingya. "Do you truly wish to help?" Zhu Qingya instinctively nodded. "You've cut so much meat on the chopping board. You intend to cook it, right?" Hidong glanced at the strips of meat on the board before turning his gaze back to her. Zhu Qingya quickly lowered her head, her earlobes turning slightly red. She had noticed that Hidong's knife skills surpassed even those of her mother, Tang Mei. Each piece of meat was cut with precision, as if measured with a ruler. Seizing the opportunity while Hidong was preoccupied, she had practiced a bit herself. Alas, her attempts were not as uniform. "I apologize," she sincerely said, having ruined a few pieces. Chapter 66. It wouldn't do to spoil the dish. Hidong hardly cared about such trifles. Not at all. "If you wish to learn to cut, I shall teach you." Mastering knife skills is no simple task. It requires relentless practice. Zhu Qingya did not decline the offer. For her, departing from the Zhu family was not entirely a negative affair. Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei had always sheltered her with utmost care. Even her fellow sent-down youth, Su Wenyu, echoed this sentiment. Girls, in truth, are capable of numerous endeavors. Women constitute half the sky. What should I do now? Hidong was slicing meat, and she stood there, seemingly unperturbed. Hidong perceived that she was growing restless. "I recall you brought a few books for me to read aloud," he remarked. Zhu Qingya momentarily froze. Those books lay forgotten in the corner of the cabinet. Had Hidong noticed? "Wait for me," she replied, exiting the kitchen to search for the books in her room. Hidong's hands moved swiftly, and before long, he had finished cutting all the meat, filling a large enamel basin to the brim. Such relatives are quite ruthless. Wouldn't it be more delightful to save some money? How generous they are. Zhu Qingya observed him finishing up, preparing for the next steps, and setting down the books. Hidong was now kneading dough. The chopped meat was destined for sweet and sour pork, a dish that withstands the test of time. As for the uneaten food, delivering it to families with children would likely result in it vanishing in an instant, a win-win situation. "I remember there's a live fish by the well. Could you fetch it for me?" Hidong intended to prepare a pine nut fish. It would be remiss of the future mayor not to whip up something delectable. However, the quality of ingredients could not compare to future times. He had to make do with what was available, opting for the bluefish instead. Though bluefish can be dry, it certainly wouldn't lack flavor in these times. Hidong also caught a bamboo rat and a rabbit, and returned with a pot full of wild greens. A meal must include some vegetables. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. Hidong pan-fried the dumplings from the morning and cracked an egg over them. The golden liquid solidified in the pan, while the dumplings gleamed with a rich yellow hue, the fragrant aroma of pork wafting through the air. He sprinkled some chopped scallions over them, presenting a beautiful dish. The wild greens were blanched and topped with garlic sauce. The exquisite pine nut fish and spicy rabbit meat made Zhu Qingya feel as though she had never laid eyes on such dishes before. As if she were woefully uneducated in culinary matters. She watched Hidong's diligent figure, feeling a stir of unease within her. "Hidong, when did you become such a skilled cook? Dongzi, what are you making? It smells divine." The workers returning from the yard caught a whiff of the delightful aroma emanating from Hidong's home and called out loudly. Upon hearing the voice, Hidong stepped outside to find Aunt Zhao standing by the wall. "Just making a simple meal," he replied. Aunt Zhao was well aware that Hidong's living conditions were quite favorable now. Passing by daily, the enticing scents made it difficult for anyone to walk past. "Is this what you call simple? The sweet and sour pork you sent home at noon was devoured by my grandson. You ought to cook more next time." "All right," she said, and with that, Aunt Zhao took her leave. Hidong continued with his tasks, while Zhu Qingya observed the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. She instinctively took out her handkerchief to wipe it for him. This instinctive gesture caught Hidong's attention, prompting him to halt his movements and look over. His dark eyes reflected Zhu Qingya's delicate features. Zhu Qingya was momentarily lost in thought, her gaze locked with Hidong's. and it was only then that she became acutely aware of her actions. As she attempted to withdraw her hand, Hidong leaned in closer, realizing that if it dripped into the dish, it would be undesirable. The man's heated breath enveloped her, tinged with a hint of urgency. A faint blush crept onto Zhu Qingya's cheeks as she used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Hidong savored the delicacy and tenderness of her touch, contemplating that even for this moment, he must successfully navigate the challenge posed by Yuan Ming. "Are we hosting a dinner this evening? How sumptuous," Zhu Qingya remarked as she tidied the handkerchief, voicing the confusion that had lingered throughout the day. Hidong chuckled. "Isn't the guest already here?" Zhu Qingya blinked in surprise, and after a moment's reflection, she recalled someone. Was it him? Hidong merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Zhu Qingya's certainty solidified. She felt the meal might be too much to consume. However, she reassured herself that any leftovers could be savored over the next few days. Hidong busied himself with the final touches on the Yangzhou fried rice, while Zhu Qingya tended to the fire. In no time, the dish was ready. Although Tang Mei had previously prepared fried rice for Zhu Qingya, Hidong's version seemed to possess a more enticing aroma, enriched with an abundance of ingredients: red, green, white, and yellow, intertwined harmoniously. When stirred, it resembled a vibrant bouquet of spring blossoms, yet its fragrance surpassed that of flowers, igniting an appetite. "Don't you come over just yet. I intend to share a few more drinks with Zhuang Bihai. If guests arrive, we shall remain unseen," Hidong instructed in the kitchen. He had set aside a small bowl of each dish for Zhu Qingya, mindful of her modest appetite. She felt an inkling that Hidong was acquainted with Zhuang Bihai. Hidong fetched some wine and entered the room where Zhuang Bihai rested, his leg injured, and he preferred to minimize any unnecessary movement. A table was arranged beside the bed, and Zhuang Bihai gazed at the array of unfamiliar dishes before him, disbelief etched on his face. Hidong informed him that these were culinary creations of his own making, likening them to works of art. How can someone prepare food so aesthetically pleasing? He mused, especially noting the white radish, which, despite its simplicity, was arranged like a Tianshan snow lotus, evoking a sense of unattainability. "My friend, your cooking surpasses even that of the municipal bureau," Zhuang Bihai praised, giving a thumbs up. He admitted he had never encountered anything so remarkable. Hidong understood this well. In an era just emerging from the shadows of reform and opening up, the living conditions were still far from the flourishing abundance of later years. Culinary practices were still in their infancy. By introducing the refined and matured cuisine of the future to this era, he not only surprised but also innovated. This served as his greatest confidence in pursuing the restaurant business. Having lived 2 lives, how could he falter in such a backward time? Yet, Zhuang Bihai suddenly realized he might have misspoken, inadvertently revealing his own circumstances. In his current identity as an ordinary farmer, how could he possibly have tasted the fare of the municipal bureau? It was unfathomable. "I merely whipped this up casually. How about you, my friend? Have you ever tasted the food from the municipal bureau?" Hidong inquired with curiosity, his expression revealing a hint of disbelief. Zhuang Bihai, feeling a pang of guilt, shook his head. Hidong muttered to himself, calling someone an old fox, thinking that even now, they were reluctant to confront the issue directly. Yet, he could not voice the truth either. "You must have noticed, right? I have just celebrated a joyous occasion and given my culinary skills. The abundance of vegetables at home is overwhelming. I must hurry to prepare them lest they spoil." Zhuang Bihai found this hard to believe. Some vegetables were indeed fresh, but he had seen others that had been freshly slaughtered by Hidong. Freshly killed ones are not prone to spoilage. Could it be that Hidong had discerned his true identity? As far as he knew, Hidong was a native of Shanghe Village, having spent these days either in the county seat or the village. "Fate brought us together. Let us not leave without indulging ourselves today." Hidong poured him a glass of wine, using a new enamel cup, filling it generously. Zhuang Bihai genuinely felt inclined to drink. Chapter 67. Neither Hidong nor Zhuang Bihai had a choice. Revised. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a proper meal. His father had been right. Life in the countryside was far from pleasant. Now he believed it. "However, I just received a vaccination in my foot, so I cannot indulge in alcohol." Hidong shook his wine flask. "Water." Zhuang Bihai was truly surprised. "I see now. You intend to substitute water for wine." Hidong smiled, his eyes sparkling under the warm yellow light. "My wife does not drink, and I cannot force her. Thus, I can only seek you to pretend to drink a little." Zhuang Bihai acquiesced. The two of them feasted on 8 dishes, sipping water in place of wine. Hidong spoke of recent events in Shanghe Village, while Zhuang Bihai shared his observations from other villages over the past few days. In summary, Shanghe Village had become the most aesthetically pleasing among the nearby villages. Although he had yet to see it with his own eyes, Hidong remarked that all things share commonalities. Originally, the village had been impoverished in a stark manner, with everyone's faces etched in worry, gaunt and haggard. Only recently had things begun to improve. Zhuang Bihai listened intently. If one village could achieve such progress, might it not be possible to replicate this success and allow more villages to join in? Wouldn't that lead to a better life for everyone? The two of them parted ways in the early hours of the morning. Hidong tidied up the table and urged Zhuang Bihai to rest. As he stepped outside, he took a drag from his cigarette. Zhuang Bihai was rather reticent. He could not extract many words from him. Once Zhuang Bihai felt better, they would drink again. Wine is preferable to water. Aren't you the one who doesn't smoke? Under the moonlight, Zhu Qingya donned a jacket and stepped outside. Having been awakened by the noise, she looked around, noticing the lights in the adjacent room were out and could not find Hidong. After searching, she spotted him by the well. Hidong hastily extinguished his cigarette, aware of the admonitions about secondhand smoke he had seen. "I'll brush my teeth," Hidong quickly replied, fearing that uttering another word would taint the air. Zhu Qingya also disliked the smell and walked away. Upon returning, Hidong saw Zhu Qingya still standing by the well and could not help but pause. "Why aren't you asleep?" Zhu Qingya glanced at the darkened room next door, now occupied by Zhuang Bihai. The other rooms held her dowry, leaving Hidong without a place to rest. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she had not succumbed to sleep. The weather has warmed, yet the nights remain cool. Hidong finally comprehended her concerns. He had never been accustomed to sharing a bed, making the idea of squeezing in with Zhuang utterly implausible. If such a thing transpired, rumors would undoubtedly spread, questioning his capabilities. However, he had not contemplated sleeping in the same room until now. He mused about squeezing in at the pigsty instead, but with an outsider now in the house, that was also out of the question. "You go back inside. I will join you after my shower," he said. Zhu Qingya entered the room, unable to bear the thought of watching Hidong bathe. Even lying back on the bed, her heart raced, and sleep eluded her. The overhead light illuminated the space, and a moth fluttered in, circling incessantly. The light flickered in response. Zhu Qingya rose from the bed to fetch a fan to shoo it away, only to realize her height was insufficient, prompting her to retrieve a chair to stand on. The moth remained obstinate, refusing to depart. In her fervor, she neglected her footing, the chair teetering dangerously on the edge. With a startled cry, she grasped the doorframe, but stability eluded her, and she braced for a fall. Just then, strong hands encircled her waist, steadying her. "Be careful." Hidong's back was slick with sweat. Zhu Qingya, still shaken, turned pale, clearly frightened. Hidong held her securely, lowering her to the ground. "I noticed movement in the room earlier. I am fortunate to have come." Zhu Qingya clung to his neck as she descended. He took the fan from her hand and proceeded to chase the moth. It flapped wildly, causing the light to flicker even more, but it was a brief struggle. Hidong managed to swat the moth dead and tossed it aside. It was only then that Zhu Qingya noticed Hidong was bare-chested. "You mustn't climb like that anymore." Hidong turned to see her head lowered, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "It's dangerous." "I understand," he replied. Zhu Qingya felt a sense of grievance. It was not her intention to cause trouble. Besides, she had experienced similar situations at home without consequence. However, Hidong's seriousness intimidated her. Little did she know, he was aware of much more than she realized. He might not know her past, but presently, she was carrying his child. A fall could not be taken lightly. In this new life, both Zhu Qingya and the child were irreplaceable. Seeing her distressed expression softened his tone. "In the future, just call on me for such matters. You have a man now." It was a promise and a responsibility. Zhu Qingya's anxious heart felt as if it had been struck by a wave of immense strength, inexplicably calming her. "I understand," she murmured, her head lowered, her cheeks reddening further. Hidong resumed his shower, having just lathered himself with soap and donned his trousers. The following day, when Zhu Qingya awoke, she found Hidong absent from the bed. She had waited for him the previous night, yet it seemed he had never entered the room. Eventually, she dozed off in a haze. After changing her clothes, Zhu Qingya exited the room to freshen up. In the courtyard, Hidong was feeding the bamboo rats, a nylon bag in hand. Fresh bamboo leaves and tender grass are their favorites. The two little piglets are also inclined to munch on some pigweed. Before dawn, Hidong ventured out to the fields to gather them. He has largely withdrawn from the business of wild game and mushrooms, thus avoiding early trips to the county town. However, he had just asked Zhu Qingya to help procure some vegetables, saving him a trip. After tending to these matters, Hidong turned around and noticed Zhu Qingya, who had emerged from her room unbeknownst to him. She stood there with her toiletries, gazing at him, motionless. Hidong observed that the door was closed and assumed she had not yet awakened. "Where did you sleep last night?" If Zhu Qingya had not inquired, Hidong would have kept silent. At this moment, he glanced toward the kitchen. "I was afraid I might disturb your sleep. The night before last, I did not intentionally stay up. I merely lost track of time while reading and fell asleep. And thank you for carrying me to bed." Zhu Qingya speculated that Hidong's absence from the room the previous night might be linked to her own decision not to go to bed that evening. Hidong was taken aback by her explanation. Zhu Qingya, feeling shy, averted her gaze and retreated inside to wash her face with a basin. While cleansing her face, she also washed her clothes, all the while refraining from speaking to Hidong. Hidong prepared noodles for breakfast and called her when they were ready. She came to have a bowl, yet the silence lingered. Meanwhile, Zhuang Bihai felt that Hidong was truly enjoying a splendid life. Even something as ordinary as shredded meat noodles, when prepared by him, tasted remarkably better than others. He felt a bit overwhelmed by the meal. Chapter 68. The Fields of Shanghe Village. Hidong was more than happy to serve him another bowl, though the cost of indulging in an extra serving weighed heavily on Zhuang Bihai's stomach. He contemplated taking a stroll to aid digestion, and naturally, Hidong accompanied him. Despite being of a similar age, Zhuang Bihai was a few years older than Hidong, and his presence radiated a certain steadiness. Even clad in rustic attire, he did not resemble the typical villager. Upon stepping outside, they noticed villagers lining up to sell wild game at the Zhu family entrance, with Wang Yu cheerfully conducting business. Zhuang Bihai furrowed his brow. For years, the foundation of people's livelihoods has been the land. If everyone were to pursue opportunistic gains, how would they sustain themselves when resources become scarce? Merchants often focus solely on profit, and when hunger strikes, they offer no charity. Thus, one must rely on their own hands to cultivate the land and secure their sustenance. "Dongzi, who is this person? I don't believe I've seen him before." "My friend, Zhuang Bihai." "Oh, I see." Along the way, Zhuang Bihai piqued the curiosity of many early risers who inquired about him. Hidong introduced him as his friend. Zhuang Bihai was aware that this was not entirely true. Nevertheless, Hidong was genuinely well-liked among the villagers of Shanghe, which was evident. Not only did peers and younger villagers greet him warmly, but even the elders were equally enthusiastic. This mirrored the camaraderie found in his workplace. The distance between people was quite short. Throughout their journey, Zhuang Bihai had indeed heard much about Hidong, though he had never encountered him in person. Make way, be careful not to bump into anyone." Hidong walked to the front, observing a group of children frolicking in the middle of the road, and reminded them to be mindful of their surroundings. Zhuang Bihai, currently nursing injuries, could not afford to sustain further harm. "Uncle Dongzi, candy. My father bought me some candy again. Would you like some?" Go Sheng exclaimed, raising his small hand and offering a piece of tower candy. Hidong accepted it and took a bite. "Sweet. Please give one to this uncle," he instructed. Go Sheng promptly retrieved another piece of tower candy from his pocket and handed it to Zhuang Bihai. Though he claimed not to know him, he would heed Uncle Hidong's words. Zhuang Bihai noticed that this child appeared different from others in the village. His face was plump, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, unlike the emaciated, listless children he was accustomed to seeing. "Thank you," Zhuang Bihai said as he accepted the candy and took a bite. "Is it delicious, uncle?" Go Sheng inquired, his eyes gleaming like black grapes, eagerly awaiting a response. Zhuang Bihai nodded and gave a thumbs up. In the city, children seldom indulged in such sweets, but in other villages, they often longed for them, as food was a luxury beyond their reach. "Uncle Dongzi, my parents mentioned that there aren't many mushrooms in the mountains anymore. They also want to raise bamboo rats. Would you be interested in purchasing them?" Zhuang Bihai asked. "Certainly. They can simply reach out to my brother Changrong," Hidong replied. It was quite burdensome to worry about children's affairs. Upon hearing this, Go Sheng beamed with delight. "Great. Bamboo rats can be sold for money, and my parents can buy me more candy." Though he spoke of candy, the child's joy was infectious. Hidong felt uplifted. Zhuang Bihai shared in the happiness, believing that engaging in trade to earn money was not a heinous act. The nation required development, society needed progress, and the populace deserved to afford sustenance. Ultimately, if they could earn money, It would ensure a better life for the nation's future generations, a long-term strategy indeed. Zhuang Bihai's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Hidong, take me to see the fields in your village, Zhuang Bihai suggested. Hidong understood the implication of his request and nodded in agreement, leading Zhuang Bihai toward the fields outside the village. Is that you, Dongzi? A voice called from a nearby courtyard. Hidong turned to see Aunt Qin standing at her doorstep. Dongzi, it truly is you, Aunt Qin exclaimed, having recognized his familiar silhouette. Your uncle has improved significantly in the past few days and is now able to work in the fields. I was hoping to invite you over for a meal soon. When would you be available? Aunt Qin's husband, Qin Jiandang, had been stricken with a sudden illness a month prior, leading to a dire hospital visit. They had feared he might not return home due to a lack of funds for treatment, but after managing to pay for his care, they had managed to save his life. Aunt Qin's face brightened with gratitude. He mentioned wanting to share a few drinks with you. Qin Jiandang is back in the fields now. As Aunt Qin prepared to leave, she noticed Zhuang Bihai standing beside Hidong, looking puzzled, and felt compelled to share more. You may not know, but my husband was hospitalized last month due to a sudden illness. We couldn't afford the treatment, and I feared he might not survive. Thanks to Dongzi, we were able to pull through. He invited us to pick mushrooms for money, and with the earnings, we were finally able to cure my husband. Aunt Qin spoke with a face full of gratitude and comfort. Zhuang Bihai listened attentively, grasping the situation. So it was like this. Aunt Qin then noticed he was unfamiliar to her. Who is he? Hidong introduced him as a friend, surnamed Zhuang, from Dazhuang Village. This person looked quite different. Almost as if he hailed from the city, Aunt Qin whispered to Hidong. A few years ago, someone from Shanghe Village had come down, and the feeling was not dissimilar to Zhuang Bihai. Hidong smiled, but said little more. Since Aunt Qin invited me for a meal, I truly came. Come, bring your Qingya along. Am I not allowed to join? Zhuang Bihai protested. Hidong chuckled, as did Aunt Qin. Since he is Dongzi's friend, let him come too. Farmers are hospitable, especially when it's a good occasion. One more person is no burden. Zhuang Bihai was finally satisfied, though he didn't genuinely wish to go. He was merely indulging the moment. After traversing so many villages, Shanghe Village felt the most comfortable. Hidong led Zhuang Bihai further east. Upon exiting the village, they were greeted by vibrant green fields, which plots belonged to Shanghe Village. Hidong pointed, and Zhuang Bihai headed in that direction. At that moment, there were people weeding along the ridges in the fields. Zhuang Bihai inquired, and confirmed they were indeed from Shanghe Village. The land belonged to Shanghe Village, where it was said that the villagers and those from nearby were picking mushrooms and hunting for money, neglecting their fields. Yet, looking at the scene, it seemed otherwise. The crops in Shanghe Village flourished as well as those in any other village. He could not help but glance at Hidong again, finding this man not entirely detestable. At the same time, his desire to visit other villages grew stronger. Hidong had no objections. Well, your leg is healed, Zhuang Bihai remarked, patting his leg. Hidong decided not to interfere. A high-ranking official was to inspect the countryside. It was only logical for him to accompany. Furthermore, he had taken numerous precautions. He wouldn't allow himself to be captured and become a typical case. In this day and age, the fear was not merely being apprehended, but rather being showcased as an example, publicly criticized, and reported in the newspapers. Chapter 69. A letter of introduction from you would indeed be the end. Walking slowly. I'll go find someone to fetch an ox cart from my brother, so wait for me. Zhuang Bihai did not refuse. He turned to gaze at the lush green mountains and waters, the verdant rice fields, and the clear river. For the first time, he felt that the countryside was not only picturesque, but also remarkably pleasant. Hidong, unable to drive the ox cart himself, sought help from the village's old man Xiao. This elder, despite his age, still ventured into the mountains to pick mushrooms. After selling his harvest, he heard that Hidong was offering 3 yuan for the cart fare, so he agreed to come. Today, you can go wherever you wish, Hidong smiled at Zhuang Bihai. Zhuang Bihai perceived something subtly different in Hidong's gaze. Yet he did not inquire further. The three of them traveled to Tongjia Village, Lijiakan, and finally, Dazhuang Village. If it weren't for the ox cart, Zhuang Bihai felt overwhelmed by the multitude of villages he had traversed in a single day. The further he ventured from Shanghe Village, the more he observed the diminished vitality of both the adults and children in the villages. Some women, at mealtime, would sit on the threshold in tears, lamenting the scarcity of food. Children tugged at their sleeves, persistently crying out in hunger. Others, toiling in the fields, were so famished that they resorted to gnawing on tree leaves. Without a point of comparison, one cannot appreciate the merits of Shanghe Village. This was precisely what Hidong wished for Zhuang Bihai to comprehend. Current policies may fluctuate, yet the underlying intention remains the same: to enhance the well-being of the populace. Engaging in commerce to generate profit is fraught with trepidation, as there exists a fear of sacrificing the essential for the trivial. However, if both can flourish in harmony, the outcome would be even more favorable, contributing to the progressive development of the economy in the future. Enabling a portion of the population to prosper first is crucial in the battle against poverty. The foundation lies with the people. On his return journey, Zhuang Bihai bore a heavy heart, a sentiment that Hidong readily perceived. Alas, reality often proves to be far more brutal than one's imagination. Some villages are impoverished beyond what one might expect. The psychological disparity is most pronounced when one transitions abruptly from a place of abundance to one of scarcity, leaving an indelible mark on the mind. This was not the perspective Hidong intended for Zhuang Bihai to witness. He sought only to draw a simple comparison to illustrate the advantages of commerce. Instead, Zhuang Bihai seemed determined to burden himself further, which in turn soured his own disposition. Upon returning home that night, Zhuang Bihai isolated himself in his room, neglecting dinner. The light illuminated his chamber, yet he toiled away in silence. With no indication of his endeavors, Hidong refrained from intruding, recognizing that any significant change requires time, planning, and careful calculation. As Hidong settled into a moment of tranquility, he discerned a change in Zhu Qingya. What was different? She remained silent, avoiding eye contact. And hadn't he even inquired where he would sleep that night? Would he be relegated to the kitchen once again, gazing at the closed door? Hidong felt he had no choice. After a bath, he lay on a haystack, pondering the thoughts that occupied Zhuang Bihai's mind, albeit only partially grasping them. However, he was uncertain about how to proceed. The scale of his recent business ventures had attracted significant attention, drawing in high-ranking officials. He could only hope to avoid becoming an emblematic case. That would be akin to a public execution, should he wish to navigate the commercial landscape in the future. Such a fate would be detrimental. The night swiftly passed, with Zhuang Bihai unable to find rest, scribbling and sketching at the table, his brow furrowed with worry. As dawn broke, he felt he had nearly completed his tasks. With a sense of joy, he opened the door to seek out Hidong. Oblivious to the fact that his friend was newly wed and in a blissful state of marital intimacy, he knocked loudly on the door, exuding excitement. However, the sound of the knocking startled Hidong awake, just as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the sky. Who could be at the door? What could they want? He hurriedly threw on his clothes and headed outside. Zhu Qingya, too, had been roused by the persistent knocking. Dressed and opening the door, I encountered Zhuang Baihu. Is there something you need? Zhuang Baihu was visibly excited, peering inside. Hidong, where is Hidong? The next moment, his expression turned solemn. Where could Hidong be? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Zhu Qingya, flustered, was at a loss for words. Zhuang Baihu, keenly sensing something amiss, inquired, "Did you two not sleep together last night?" It was indeed surprising for newlyweds to be unaware of each other's whereabouts. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he added, "What does Hidong want with me?" Hidong emerged from the room, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "I just arrived in the kitchen to prepare breakfast. You knocked so loudly that you woke my wife." His displeasure was evident. Zhuang Baihu realized that Hidong had, in fact, gone to the kitchen early. Now aware of Hidong's true character, he dismissed any thoughts of him being a mere son-in-law, for that notion was untenable. Hidong was indeed caring for his wife. "Comrade, please follow me," Zhuang Baihu said, retreating to his own room. As Hidong followed, he couldn't help but glance at Zhu Qingya. "It's fine, sleep a little longer. I'll handle breakfast," he assured her. Zhu Qingya remained silent, closing the door and ignoring him. Hidong sensed something was amiss with her mood. Upon entering the room, Hidong noticed a multitude of papers strewn across the table, adorned with numerous straight and curved lines. Yet, all these lines seemed to converge towards a single direction, marked by a character that signified upward. "I contemplated throughout the night, and believe your initiative to engage everyone in the mushroom and game trade is excellent. However, since you have successfully improved the lives of the villagers in Shanghe and the surrounding areas, I would like to request another favor." Zhuang Baihu's eyes sparkled with a fervent light, and Hidong felt an ominous premonition. "You want me to bring in the more distant villages for trade, to achieve mutual prosperity?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Baihu nodded. "This is a matter of national and communal benefit. Hidong turned towards the door. Zhuang Baihu anxiously grasped his arm. Are you unwilling? I am but a small figure, focused solely on my little household. Comrade Hidong, do you not truly understand yourself? If you were merely concerned with your own family, how could you care for Aunt Qin from Shanghe Village and those children? He added, if you seek benefits, I can provide them. Zhuang Baihu spoke earnestly, gazing at Hidong's tall and upright silhouette. Hidong turned back. Is this what it comes down to? Who believes they can gain without giving anything in return? Just express your needs. I require a letter of introduction from you, Zhuang Baihu stated. Before dawn the following day, Zhuang Baihu departed from Shanghe Village, taking He Gui's ox cart to the county and then back to the city. To Hidong's surprise, not only had he avoided being arrested or imprisoned for education, but he had also been assigned a task. This task could also be considered a business venture, set to commence in just a few days. Zhuang Baihu's intention was for him to act as a guide for the overall communal prosperity, essentially a pathfinder. Because Zhuang Bihai had witnessed the favorable outcome of Shanghe Village, he now placed his complete trust in Hidong. Thus, this significant responsibility was entrusted to him, urging him to act with sincerity. In Chapter 70, the starting point determines everything. Zhuang Bihai returned to the city, intending to promptly facilitate the connections between the supply and marketing cooperative of Tongan County and other sales channels, with Hidong mobilizing multiple fronts for a singular purpose. This matter was primarily the concern of the village and the county. However, with Zhuang Bihai's letter of introduction, Hidong deemed it worthwhile to engage, especially since there was potential for personal profit. Furthermore, the living conditions in the more distant villages were indeed dire. He would take the lead in this endeavor, while the subsequent tasks would follow the model of Shanghe Village, handing over what could be managed. The key lay in personnel management, which meant that the restaurant project would have to be postponed. He needed to carefully deliberate whether to leverage Zhuang Bihai's connection to establish a restaurant in the county seat or to venture into the city of Shang. Many matters hinge upon the initial conditions, necessitating cautious contemplation. After a meal, Zhu Qingya called out as Hidong entered the courtyard, her head lowered in thought. It was only then that Hidong realized he had returned home. That morning, he had personally escorted Zhuang Bihai, no, Yuan Yongming, to his elder brother's residence. Now, observing Zhu Qingya as she brought the dishes to the table, he felt a twinge of guilt. He thought of helping to set the table, but Zhu Qingya insisted otherwise. With Zhuang Bihai's recent stay, there were plenty of leftovers at home. Zhu Qingya had warmed them and cooked rice for their meal. I'm in a hurry. I still want to buy some things in the county, she stated. What? Hidong asked in surprise. It was the first time since her arrival that Zhu Qingya expressed a desire to go out. She gazed intently at him. You truly don't know what today is? Hidong pondered for a moment, then widened his eyes and glanced towards the neighboring Zhu family. After we eat, we shall go, he replied. Zhu Qingya, somewhat skeptical, asked, You really know what today is? The third day of returning home. Hidong stated succinctly. Zhu Qingya recognized that he genuinely remembered. He contemplated what to bring for his mother-in-law's house. There was still plenty of sugar at home, but today, whatever Zhu Qingya suggested buying, he would comply. Upon stepping outside, he was somewhat taken aback to find Zhu Changrong waiting at the doorstep. Weren't you supposed to go to the county early? Qingya said she wanted to take my ox cart to buy some things. I'll go tomorrow, he replied. The wild game collected yesterday was minimal, and he planned to deliver it all together the next day. Qingya, Dongzi, let us head into the city together today, Wang Yu announced as she emerged from her home. Donned in a brand new outfit, a black suit jacket over a white shirt, complemented by black trousers. Her hair was elegantly styled, her face radiating vitality. With Zhu Changrong now earning money, she had taken to dressing up. At that moment, she observed Hidong and Zhu Qingya joyfully together, harboring a sense of disdain within. Presently, Hidong was neither engaged in the mushroom business nor the wild game trade. She was uncertain whether their future days would be any better. She climbed onto the ox cart, embracing her husband's waist with intimacy. Zhu Changrong, feeling uncomfortable, reached out to pull it open. Wang Yu, under the bright azure sky, hesitated and withdrew her hand. Hidong assisted Zhu Qingya onto the ox cart. At present, Wang Yu appeared somewhat ethereal, yet fortunately, Zhu Changrong remained grounded. The trust he placed in Zhu Changrong to manage a business stemmed from his reliability. Women often possess an abundance of hair, yet a scarcity of wisdom. Hence he remained unfazed. What's the matter, Qingya? Now that you're married, you can't even address me properly? Wang Yu remarked, playfully adjusting her hair, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction towards Zhu Qingya. With a sense of formality, Zhu Qingya called out, sister-in-law. She recalled Zhu Changrong mentioning that only the three of them would be entering the county town. Wang Yu was an unexpected addition. Wang Yu acknowledged her. Glancing at Hidong, the title of sister-in-law carried weight, and there was no loss in addressing her as such, especially considering Zhu Changrong's presence, which brought Wang Yu joy. Previously, the villagers had extolled Hidong's virtues, yet now, they were compelled to call her sister-in-law. Even those who came to sell wild game would have to consider her feelings. Qingya, have you reviewed my accounts these past few days? Do you find them satisfactory? Zhu Qingya nodded, recalling the account books. Recently, Wang Yu seemed to have acquired a knack for meticulous bookkeeping, growing increasingly adept. So, shall we forego further scrutiny? I believe I've grasped it well enough to assist your brother, she said, entwining her arm with Zhu Changrong's, her smile sweet and affectionate. After all, this business was a joint venture between her and Changrong. Zhu Qingya looked at her elder brother, Zhu Changrong, and nodded. As long as he was content, it was acceptable. Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. With Zhu Qingya's endorsement, persuading Zhu Changrong would prove easier. Zhu Changrong opened her hand, indicating it was time to drive the cart. He had never been one to indulge in excessive displays of affection, and today, it was particularly bothersome. Noticing Zhu Changrong's displeasure, Wang Yu quickly settled down, reassured now that Zhu Qingya was on her side. Moving forward, she could write the accounts as she pleased. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, Hidong and Zhu Qingya entered together, with Zhu Qingya leading the way and Hidong following closely. The young girl, fair and lovely, quickly attracted attention as they entered, and naturally, Hidong, trailing behind her, did as well. Zhu Qingya intended to purchase items. Since she was returning home, each person needed to bring something. Having surveyed her household supplies, she found them insufficient. Hidong followed, pondering what Zhu Qingya might buy, ready to assist her. Zhu Qingya sensed peculiar glances from those around her and lifted her gaze, only to discover Hidong closely trailing her like a shadow, perhaps unaware of their relationship. Others speculated that Hidong might be acting inappropriately, whispering among themselves. Clearing her throat deliberately, she coughed twice to draw Hidong's attention, signaling him to be mindful of his proximity. Hidong, noticing the scrutinizing stares and hushed conversations, felt a twinge of disdain. In this era, the downside was that staying close to one's wife could lead to unwarranted speculation. In later times, who wouldn't wish for their husband to remain by their side? He took a step back, maintaining a respectful distance, conforming to local customs. The gazes of those around her finally felt normal. Zhu Qingya was shopping. This was not her first visit to the supply and marketing cooperative. She had already contemplated what to purchase beforehand. Thus, in no time, she had gathered all the items in her hands. Give them all to me, she said. Hidong silently took the items from her, wishing to spare her the effort. Zhu Qingya initially believed she could manage it herself, but with the crowd in the cooperative, she thought it best not to overexert herself. She watched him take the items to the checkout. The two exited the cooperative, and Wang Yu had yet to emerge. Hidong intended to retrieve a few things. Heading toward the video hall. Upon his return, he had several packs of Hongmei cigarettes in a nylon bag. This was a promise made to Wu San'er before their wedding. He planned to give 2 packs to Zhu Jianjun and 1 pack to each of his brothers, totaling 6 packs. Wu San'er was thrilled, repeatedly expressing his desire for more customers like him. Where's Qingya? Hidong wondered, noticing she was not among those waiting on the bus. Zhu Changrong pointed to the department store across the street. Brothers, do lend a hand and leave more comments to urge updates, or it might feel like it's cooling down. Chapter 71. What I buy for you is different. Zhu Qingya had visited the department store a few times. It was filled with an extensive array of goods. Though the prices were not modest, Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei always hoped she would buy something, yet she was reluctant to spend frivolously. More often than not, she would purchase fabric to sew her own clothes. Thus, when she found a style she liked, she would make a matching set for herself. However, now that she was married, she could no longer dress with the same spirited flair as before, resembling a student from the county town. She could only admire from afar. This dress is truly beautiful. I wish to buy it. I want one too. 2 girl students, clutching books, gazed at a long, pale yellow dress adorned with tiny flowers hanging on the wall. The vibrant color was striking, especially under the spotlight. The girls noticed it almost immediately, enchanted by the charming Peter Pan collar. Excuse me, how much is this dress? They eagerly inquired of a shop assistant, who responded in a rather indifferent tone, 14. Is it really that expensive? The girls had heard it was pricey, Yet the assistant's lack of engagement did not surprise them. They had grown accustomed to it. As the two girls contemplated leaving, Zhu Qingya also resolved to depart. She had seen enough styles and could always buy fabric to make a dress herself. After all, 14 was quite a sum. "I want this one," a man's voice called out. Zhu Qingya, recognizing the voice, turned to see He Dong, who had entered without her noticing. He looked at her, assessing, "Does it fit well?" Zhu Qingya hesitated for a moment, then firmly grasped his hand and pulled him outside. "I have clothes to wear," she asserted confidently. Yet He Dong recalled a saying, "A woman's wardrobe is always missing a piece. I will buy it for you. It is unlike what others would." Zhu Qingya was taken aback once more. Indeed, he was different from the others. "Look at her figure. What size would suit her best?" As Zhu Qingya remained silent, He Dong inquired with the shop assistant. His demeanor, though somewhat aloof, revealed a world of experiences in his gaze. It felt appropriate. "Wrap it up," he instructed. The shop assistant encased the garments in plastic film. He Dong paid and took the clothes, contemplating if there was anything else that caught his fancy. He presented the attire to Zhu Qingya, asking her opinion. He mentioned the expenses incurred for their wedding, noting that the profits from the wild game and mushroom business had been generous. However, he still possessed over 6,000 yuan. As long as there were earnings from He Gui and Zhu Changrong, he would have funds at his disposal, albeit the amount remained uncertain. "I truly have the means," he asserted. Zhu Qingya attempted to decline once more. "I wish to purchase this for you." He Dong, resolute in his decision, prompted Zhu Qingya to accept the garments as she walked outside. She had little else that appealed to her. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a group of female students entering the store, drawn to the books they clutched in their arms. Quickly, she averted her eyes and exited the department store. He Dong pondered various matters in silence as he exited the department store alongside Zhu Qingya, searching for Zhu Changrong. Upon seeing the pair emerge, Wang Yu scrutinized them, eager to discern what Zhu Qingya held. Has He Dong stopped earning? Yet he dares to enter the department store for purchases? Zhu Qingya, feeling uneasy under Wang Yu's gaze, discreetly attempted to hide behind. However, Wang Yu continued to stare intently. Ultimately, Zhu Qingya chose to stand her ground. "He Dong, you spent a considerable amount to marry our Qingya, and now you continue to spend. Will there still be money left for the future?" "Certainly," He Dong replied with unwavering certainty. Wang Yu remained skeptical, unaware of He Dong's actual earnings. She knew that Zhu Changrong would not divulge such information. Nevertheless, money had a tendency to diminish the more it was spent. Yet, she relished this situation, eager to witness Zhu Qingya endure hardships. "Our Qingya has always enjoyed the finest in life. You cannot skimp on her, He Dong." He Dong smiled in silence. The four of them rode back in a bullock cart, aware that today marked Zhu Qingya's return to her parental home. The Zhu family had long prepared firecrackers and a hearty lunch. With Wang Yu absent, the kitchen bustled with activity, helmed by Tang Mei and Tian Mimi. Wang Yu had departed early to avoid the commotion. Returning with so many items? Tang Mei exclaimed joyfully, accepting the belongings from Zhu Qingya while casting a glance at He Dong. He Dong smiled, replying, "It is only right." He remembered well how the Zhu family treated him. After lunch, He Dong and Zhu Qingya departed from the Zhu residence. Given that the two families lived in close proximity, they could easily call out to one another. Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei could see their daughter with a mere shout. Should He Dong and Zhu Qingya have any matters to discuss, a call would suffice for them to hear. However, Zhu Qingya had not idled upon her return. Upon entering her room, she began to organize her belongings, primarily focusing on the sewing machine, needing a bit of oil and lubrication after several days of disuse. She then tidied up the room and searched for her fabrics, some of which were purchased by Tang Mei before her wedding, while others were gifts from relatives, her dowry. Since they were merely lying idle, she harbored intentions for them in her heart. Uncertain of the outcome, Zhu Qingya took out the dress that He Dong had purchased and hung it on a wooden hanger. She then hammered a nail into the wall to display it. With a measuring tape in hand, she recorded the measurements in her notebook. Everything flowed with an effortless familiarity. He Dong observed her actions, realizing she was preparing to create clothing. Operating the sewing machine was indeed a labor-intensive task. Just as he contemplated speaking, the voice of He Gui echoed from the entrance. "Brother." He Dong stepped outside to see He Gui driving in with an ox cart. "I have brought back the water while you requested." Having taken original Yongming to the station and sold mushrooms to the restaurant, he had just returned. He Dong's heart swelled with joy upon seeing the water well on the cart. "Thank you, brother." He Gui shot him a glare. "We are not outsiders. He Dong nodded in agreement, and together they unloaded the water well from the cart. Zhu Qingya, drawn by the commotion, emerged to see what was happening. Though she had never encountered such an item before, curiosity led her to investigate. A water well. You know about this? Zhu Qingya nodded. I have seen one at a classmate's house. That's good. You know how to use it. Our family will utilize this for our water supply from now on. He Dong gazed at the well in their yard. Zhu Qingya appeared eager to try it out. When she had first seen it, she had inquired with her classmates and learned it was quite expensive. However, its utility was undeniable. Brother, you haven't eaten yet. Let me prepare something for you. Higuei waved his hand dismissively. Your sister-in-law is keeping lunch at home for me. I'll eat when I return. With that, he turned to leave, and He Dong accompanied him to the door. He chose not to send the ox cart away, intending to use it shortly. Chapter 72. The bed is indeed small now that the water well had been acquired. They needed to call Old Man Xiao for assistance. In addition to purchasing cement and red bricks, all of which would require a cart, he began to consider the necessity of having their own cart as well. Zhu Changrong and Higuei both needed the ox cart for their endeavors. Can you drive it? He Dong suddenly inquired of Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya looked at the oxen and shook her head helplessly. Then we are in trouble. A mere water well cannot function without the proper installation. He Dong felt a sense of frustration. Zhu Qingya glanced at her family home, realizing she could not rely on her older brother for everything. I'll give it a try. She had indeed witnessed her brother driving the ox cart numerous times and had even attempted it herself, though the ox had always been uncooperative. After several attempts, her brother had forbidden her from driving it again. He Dong, however, found her determination commendable and climbed onto the cart, urging her to join him. Zhu Qingya took the makeshift whip from his hands, which was merely a branch, and sat on the cart, calling for the ox to move. The ox seemed oblivious to her commands, remaining still. She mimicked her brother's actions, tapping the ox with the branch. When her touch was too gentle, the ox swished its tail, as if indifferent. Zhu Qingya had no choice but to apply more force. The water buffalo, in pain, suddenly bolted. Zhu Qingya swayed but remained silent. He Dong reached out, cradling her, and took the branch from her hand. Tightening the reins, he let out a sigh. The buffalo seemed to calm down, its pace slowing. He Dong grasped the rope, guiding it towards the gate. In recent days, he had observed Zhu Changrong and Higuei driving the cart, learning a few essentials along the way. Thus, he wasn't entirely inept. Yet, Zhu Qingya felt somewhat frustrated. Clearly, he possessed the skill, while she was comparatively inexperienced. He Dong chuckled, reassuring her, I'm afraid, but seeing you scared makes me unafraid. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Qingya retorted, you rogue, let go. He Dong was merely teasing her. Over the past few days, he had noticed how the Zhu family cherished their daughter. Yet they did not genuinely respect her wishes. The young girl had a penchant for trying what others forbade, even when she was capable of it. He Dong drove the cart eastward, stopping by Old Man Xiao's house to ask him to come by the next morning for assistance, promising to pay him. Then, he and Zhu Qingya headed to buy cement and red bricks. To utilize the water well, it needed to be sealed properly, otherwise, it would leak. The place selling red bricks was a few villages away from Shanghe Village. He Dong purchased 80 bricks for $9.60, deciding it better to buy a little extra rather than risk making a second trip. After all, excess could be used later, while a shortage would necessitate another journey. Cement would have to be bought in the county town, so he planned to go with Zhu Changrong early the next day. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. He unloaded the bricks from the cart, and although Zhu Qingya intended to help, he did not call for her assistance. You've walked so far. Go rest in the room for a while. I can manage, he said. Zhu Qingya found his behavior peculiar. You invite me out yet refuse to let me help. What are your intentions? He Dong laughed, lifting his forehead. Come, help me by wiping off the sweat. The evening sun cast a slanting light, bathing the ground in an orange glow. Beads of sweat glistened on He Dong's forehead. Ultimately, Zhu Qingya had no choice but to take out a handkerchief to wipe his brow. After finishing, He Dong still did not ask her to assist further. Even though he called for her to wipe his sweat frequently, Zhu Qingya realized he simply did not want her to do heavy labor. The 80 bricks were soon neatly arranged on the open ground beside the well. Zhu Qingya headed to the kitchen, contemplating preparing dinner. Qingya, don't bother cooking. Come eat at our house, called Tang Mei from the wall. She had seen Zhu Qingya busy since returning in the evening. What is the point of cooking? There's plenty of food left at home. She even had steamed buns ready for Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya wished to decline, but Tang Mei insisted, bringing her the food. Hidong truly appreciated this mother-in-law's goodwill. "Thank you for your kindness, but please don't do this next time, Mom," Zhu Qingya said. Tang Mei smiled. "Eat while it's hot," and then she went to have her meal. You see, even now, as Zhu Qingya has married, we, as her mother-in-law, feel as though we are invisible, still preoccupied with thoughts of her and what delectable dishes we could prepare. At the kitchen entrance, Wang Yu observed her sister-in-law, Tian Mimi, who was heading into the dining room. Tian Mimi noticed her as well, but found nothing peculiar about the situation. It had become quite customary for her. However, the presence of Hidong was a new addition. She took her bowl and chopsticks and proceeded to eat. Wang Yu extended her foot to block her path. "Have you never considered living separately?" Tian Mimi had entertained the notion, but she was all too aware that Zhu Qingya would never consent to such a thing. "I shall not involve myself in matters concerning my sister-in-law," she declared, stepping over Wang Yu's foot and continuing on her way. Wang Yu gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she were merely a soft target, destined to be bullied. Zhu Qingya, after her meal, had no intention of resting. She turned on the lights and began to draw white lines on a piece of pure cotton blue fabric. Then, with scissors in hand, she meticulously cut along the lines. This required precision, as any misstep would result in wasted material. She was wholly absorbed in her task. When Hidong returned from his shower, he found her hunched over, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet he did not dare to interrupt her. It was nearly half an hour later when Zhu Qingya finally finished with the cutting and sat down at the sewing machine, preparing the fabric for stitching. The rhythmic sound of the machine echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. "When do you plan to sleep?" Hidong had been standing there for some time, completely unnoticed. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Qingya looked up and finally acknowledged his presence. She glanced at the bed behind her, wondering if he intended to sleep there tonight, especially now that Zhuang Baihu had departed, leaving the adjoining room vacant. She swiftly changed the used sheets and blankets. A flush crept onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, resuming her work at the sewing machine. However, the stitches came out slightly crooked, prompting her to halt and cut the thread, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. Hidong entered the room and closed the door behind him. Zhu Qingya could only tidy her things, reasoning that it was better not to attempt something if she could not do it well. When Hidong climbed into bed, he felt the bed was indeed quite small. In his previous life, he had claimed to live alone, with a bed measuring 2 meters and 20 centimeters. The current bed was sturdy, and he thought it would be better not to change it. Zhu Qingya held the fabric in her hands, feeling a mix of reluctance and urgency, her palms growing warm and her heartbeat quickening. "Do you need assistance?" Hidong inquired, noticing the fabric she had been holding for quite some time. Zhu Qingya shook her head and placed the fabric back in the cabinet by the wall before turning her back to him, becoming still once more. As a pregnant woman, Qingya knew she should not stay up late. "Qingya," Hidong called, and she lowered her head, moving closer to him while turning off the light. She climbed into bed without removing her clothes. In the darkness, her heart raced wildly. She had envisioned this day ever since she learned she was to marry Hidong. Yet she had not anticipated it would arrive so abruptly. Su Wenyu had suggested pursuing freedom and love and chasing one's dreams, but she was not Su Wenyu. "Why are you trembling? Brothers, let us indulge in a wave of complimentary gifts." Chapter 73. Can you comprehend? The bed is indeed small. The two individuals can distinctly sense each other's presence. Zhu Qingya closed her eyes, striving to remain steady. Yet, before long, she heard the sound of snoring emanating from beside her. Hidong had fallen asleep. A pang of anxiety surged within Zhu Qingya, causing her heart to plummet. In the darkness of the room, she exhaled a long breath. Her thick, curled eyelashes gradually descended. When the rooster crowed for the first time, Hidong awoke. He hadn't slept well the previous night, and now that he was awake, slumber eluded him. The bed felt too cramped, and he hesitated to move. Feeling confined to the same spot, an uncomfortable sensation enveloped him. He quietly slipped out of bed, preparing to make breakfast. Moreover, Zhu Changrong would soon be departing. He had already delivered He Gui's ox cart the night before, intending to ride with Zhu Changrong in the morning. He prepared a thin meat porridge and a vegetable porridge, along with 4 boiled eggs. He consumed 2 for himself and saved 2 for Zhu Qingya. He also finished a substantial portion of the porridge. Over the past few days, he had discerned the amount of food Zhu Qingya typically consumed. Intentionally, he set aside a bit more for her. When Zhu Changrong called from outside, Hidong stepped out. Zhu Changrong, as usual, was rather taciturn while driving the cart. Conversely, Dong had a plethora of inquiries he wished to pose to Zhu Qingya, yet he hesitated to voice them. After all, Zhu Qingya was Zhu Qingya's elder brother. He wanted to ask about his wife's pregnancy and whether certain matters were permissible. Would he be inclined to reprimand him? Perhaps it would be better to consult his own brother about such matters. Zhu Qingya had an abundance of brothers. The walk from Shanghe Village to Tongan County took an hour, but a ride on the ox cart would only take 30 to 40 minutes. The cart contained 3 or 4 cages filled with various game, which appeared plentiful and weighed significantly. Thus, their progress was somewhat slowed. Villagers awaited Zhu Qingya at the front of his home to assist in purchasing some vegetables. Zhu Qingya remembered everything himself and never kept accounts. The act of writing remained a challenge for him. However, his memory was sharp, and he had never forgotten. Earning a little money each day sufficed for him. Upon entering the city, Zhu Qingya headed to the restaurant and the supply cooperative, while Dong ventured to the market, as it was a market day. There was an abundance of agricultural tools and bamboo implements, yet these were not what Dong sought. His gaze quickly fixed upon a farmer leading an ox. An ox could not only pull a cart, but also plow the fields, serving dual purposes. Previously, his land had been cultivated by Zhang Guiping and He Shang, but now he would have to tend to it himself. Although the price was steep, for the same cost, he could purchase 2 donkeys. Nevertheless, he was in need. Observing the ox's teeth meticulously, Dong scrutinized the farmer. In this era, unless one was in dire straits or, like him, wished to forego farming in favor of cash, there was hardly anyone willing to part with their ox, fully aware of its value. Farming was inextricably linked to oxen. Could I not offer you money? My family is in need of this. However, I wish to exchange for 2 donkeys, as they can turn the mill. What is the meaning of you giving me money? I do not require your money. The middle-aged man, dressed in patched clothing, was reluctant to engage with Dong any further. He led his cow away. Brother, I will give you money. Can you purchase the 2 donkeys? Dong thought there was nothing fundamentally wrong with this line of reasoning. The man with the cow scratched his tattered straw hat, seemingly taken aback. Indeed, old son, he speaks truthfully. 2 donkeys would cost merely 100 or so. If he gives you 200, you could buy the donkeys and even have some left over. What is there to complain about? A familiar acquaintance nearby, who was shopping, reminded the middle-aged man. Lao Chen calculated the figures and found it feasible. Thus, he consented. Dong led the cow away, only to discover that the cow was rather obstinate. He exerted some effort, yet the cow's temperament was truly combative, refusing to budge. Brother, you must assist me. Lao Chen, who was in the midst of purchasing donkeys, promptly struck the cow's rear with a branch. The cow began to move. Dong led it away, uncertain if he had misjudged, as the cow's large, soulful eyes appeared moist, as if on the verge of tears. He paused to stroke the cow's head. Do not worry. I shall treat you well. The large black cow mooed, and Dong felt a sense of amusement. What's wrong? Can you understand me? He led the cow back toward the construction materials market, where Zhu Qingya awaited him. Upon seeing the cow he was leading, Zhu pulled it closer and tied its rope to his own cow. Why didn't you buy a cart? It's too expensive. I'll do it back in the village. Zhu Qingya agreed with this sentiment. Dong finally understood the essence of frugality. He located the cement vendor, paid, and each shouldered a bag to return home. With pigs, bamboo rats, and now a cow, Dong's household livestock was multiplying. Old Xiao was waiting at the entrance early in the morning, only entering the yard upon seeing Dong return. Uncle Xiao, shall we get started? Old Xiao set down his smoking pipe, indicating he had no objections. Dong delivered the blueprints for the house, which old Xiao reviewed. It was not a difficult matter. After a brief rest, Zhu Qingya also came to lend a hand. As for the wild game, Wang Yu could manage it alone, especially with Zhu Jianjun at home. Such work should not require his assistance. Dong had not initially intended for him to help, yet he could not refuse the earnest offer. In half a morning, the 3 of them completed the task. Next, they simply needed to water the plants and wait for them to dry. Dong gave old Xiao 3 yuan. During lunch, he wished to invite them to stay, but they declined and returned home. There was not much work to do anyway. Old Xiao was not inclined to take advantage of others. Zhu Qingya was even more straightforward, returning home in just 2 steps. Both Dong and Zhu Qingya felt a sense of helplessness. Zhu Qingya never sought anything in return for his assistance. What are you having for lunch? I bought some meat and vegetables in the county today. Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at Zhu Qingya. After all, they had been engaged in laborious work, and now he was drenched in sweat. You rest. I will take over. You have been busy all morning. Zhu Qingya headed to the kitchen. Dong disagreed, insisting, "You should rest. You have also worked hard all morning." Her gaze was fixed upon the sewing machine in the room. It had been clattering away all morning, only now coming to a halt. Zhu Qingya smiled. Her dress was complete. Indeed, the sewing machine was far swifter than hand sewing. Wasn't it worth the investment? This was beyond dispute. Furthermore, she would no longer need to visit the village chief's home. With fabric at her disposal, she could create quite a bit. Moreover, she harbored an audacious thought. I wish to seek an elderly seamstress to learn the craft of garment making, eventually crafting attire for others, an endeavor that could yield a livelihood. Dong paused in his steps. Zhu Qingya felt a weight in her heart. Was it not permissible? Dong remained silent, retreating to the kitchen to prepare their meal. Zhu Qingya did not leave, standing at the doorway. The midday sun was scorching. Ordinarily, she would have returned indoors by now. Yet today she awaited an answer from Dong. It was said that he had land as well, and the busy farming season had long since passed. She wished to find something to occupy her time. Without school, her hours stretched too long. Learning to sew would grant her a valuable skill. Chapter 74. Not lacking hands to earn money, do you truly wish to become a seamstress, not something else? After a long pause, Dong's voice resonated from within, imbued with its characteristic magnetism. Zhu Qingya felt her heart lift, and with newfound courage, she responded affirmatively, as they were now husband and wife. There were matters he ought to be informed of, and his consent sought. However, Dong had other considerations. Follow me. Exiting the kitchen, Dong made his way directly to the Zhu residence. The Zhu family was preparing for lunch when they spotted Dong and Zhu Qingya entering together. Wang Yu was the first to express discontent. Were they arriving just in time to scrounge a meal? The downside of marrying nearby, indeed. However, Tang Mei was pleased. Although Zhu Qingya had wed, she was still flesh of their flesh. Was it not entirely normal for her to return for a meal? Their household certainly did not lack for the two of them. Zhang Yao, Qingya, and Dongzi have come for lunch. Bring out a few more bowls and chopsticks. With Zhu Changrong's newfound wealth, the family could now enjoy a bowl of white rice every few days and even indulge in meat on occasion. Today was one of those days. It was indeed thanks to Dong that Zhu Changrong had acquired this livelihood. Yet, Dong's expression remained inscrutable as he headed straight for the room where Zhu Qingya resided, surprising them all. Tang Mei grasped Zhu Qingya's hand. Have you two had a quarrel? Zhu Qingya shook her head in confusion. Even now, she had no inkling of Dong's intentions. Tang Mei's curiosity deepened. Just as Dongzi was about to speak, Dong stood at the doorway, looking at Zhu Qingya. Come in. His countenance was serious, causing the family to tense with apprehension, fearing he was about to reprimand someone. Zhu Qingya felt the same trepidation. She walked in slowly, her unease palpable. Take a good look around. Dong surveyed the space, noting the small bed and the walls lined with books. On the desk lay her utilized materials and exercises, elements of Zhu Qingya's life she had engaged with daily, investing her time and energy. Yet, at the time of their marriage, she had brought only a few novels procured from the scrap yard, some left behind by the educated youth who had not returned to the city. Are you willing to forsake all this? To abandon your dreams forever? Listening to Dong's resounding words, Zhu Qingya felt her eyes welling up. She was reluctant, truly. If she were to give up, everything should simply vanish, be discarded, or sold. Yet she could not bear to part with it. Qingya, hold on to what you wish to pursue. I, Dong, do not require your hands to earn a living. Tears streamed down her face like a fountain, quickly soaking her cheeks. She gazed at Dong in disbelief, his powerful voice echoing in her ears. So, take everything home. The college entrance examination is approaching, and you must study diligently. Dong's hands were somewhat rough, a testament to the labor he had recently endured, brushing against Zhu Qingya's delicate face, causing a slight sting. Yet, she found it so warm, so comforting. Her heart swelled with emotion, and tears fell uncontrollably. Choking back her words, she declared, if I don't succeed, I won't allow myself to cry. I can pass. I must be able to pass. Zhu Qingya refused to believe that she could fail, her excitement causing her to grasp his hand tightly. Dong trembled slightly. I believe in you. Zhu Qingya's cheeks flushed a bit as she released his hand. She was not entirely confident in her success, but she was determined to devote all her efforts to the examination. With all her might, she believed that where there is a will, there is a way. Have you stopped crying? Shall we return to prepare a meal? Zhu Qingya lowered her gaze, her fan-like eyelashes fluttering as she nodded. What shall we cook? Let's eat here. Tang Mei intended to keep the two of them. Zhu Jianjun felt the same. Yet, once Tang Mei spoke, he fell silent. He Dong looked at the elderly couple and took Zhu Qingya's hand. We just dined with you yesterday. It's our turn to cook today. At the thought of yesterday's visit, Tang Mei smiled. Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Mom, Zhu Qingya knew that Tang Mei was simply concerned about them exerting themselves. However, they had to live their own lives. All right, I want to keep you. Hurry back. I'll have your brothers bring your books and things over shortly. No need. Mom, after we eat, we will come to fetch them ourselves, He Dong interjected. Tang Mei had no further objections. The children had grown up, and they had their own thoughts. Whatever you decide is fine. Watching He Dong and Zhu Qingya leave, Wang Yu sighed in relief. Finally, they hadn't taken advantage of her hospitality. She had hoped to indulge in a few more pieces of meat. With so many people in the household, one had to be proactive, or there would be nothing left. Upon returning to their own yard, He Dong and Zhu Qingya entered the kitchen. What do you feel like eating now? The kitchen table was laden with the meat and vegetables they had purchased. Zhu Qingya eyed the small pieces of meat. I haven't had green pepper stir-fried with meat in ages, and there's tofu. You can make the mapo tofu. He Dong swiftly got to work, only realizing after a moment that Zhu Qingya was still holding on to his hand since they had left her home. When she noticed, her face turned crimson, and she pulled away. You cook, and I'll boil the water. That will be quicker. Zhu Qingya sat on a small stool, preparing to light a fire to boil water. He Dong quickly washed and chopped the meat. In no time, they had prepared 2 delicious dishes. The rice in the pot has been cooked to perfection, and Zhu Qingya is relishing it with great delight. You should eat more, she encourages. As always, during their meals, He Dong makes a point to ensure she enjoys her food, often neglecting his own portion. He nods and takes a bite of the meat she offers. Yet the larger piece before him poses a challenge he is uncertain how to tackle. After the meal, He Dong and Zhu Qingya busily transport various items from one room to another, clearing space for her books and study materials. Once the task is completed, they realize it is quite late. However, as they gaze upon the room that was once merely a blank canvas, now adorned with shelves brimming with books, a sense of accomplishment washes over them. The desk positioned by the window imbues the space with the essence of an intellectual household. He Dong has never been fond of reading. In his previous life, he endured a period of study solely for business purposes, a rather unfulfilling experience. Zhu Qingya, however, willingly excels beyond him. Thirsty, are you? She inquires, fetching 2 enamel mugs filled to the brim with water. He Dong accepts one and drinks deeply, while Zhu Changrong also partakes. Given the numerous members of the Zhu family and the small, divided spaces of their home, the abundance of books in He Dong's larger room feels less cramped, resembling a quaint library with meticulously arranged shelves. Zhu Qingya approaches, selecting a book to peruse. A stray lock of hair cascades down her delicate ear, accentuating her fair, refined profile. The stark contrast of her features enhances her beauty, and He Dong instinctively swallows hard, resulting in a coughing fit. Zhu Changrong, who had been drinking, is momentarily bewildered by the commotion. Zhu Qingya sets down her book to assist him, gently patting his back. Are you all right? How could you choke on a sip of water? Isn't that something only a child would do? Are you feeling better? He Dong is reluctant to be viewed as a child by her, and after a couple of coughs, he assures her he is fine and steps outside. Women are trouble, he muses. Writing romantic scenes is indeed a challenge. He hopes his brothers will provide some inspiration in the chapters ahead. In Chapter 75, it is truly the first time, an experience fraught with complications, yet he is blamed for it. He heads to the water well to tend to it, applying a thick layer of cement to the surface, mindful that a lack of water could lead to cracks. Zhu Changrong converses with Zhu Qingya before departing, placing the enamel mug on the table. The red double happiness characters emblazoned on it stand out vividly under the light. Just a few steps away, Zhu Changrong suddenly halts. Qingya, I believe you can certainly pass the university entrance exam. Having received little formal education himself, he previously thought his sister should simply fulfill her duties. Yet, after hearing He Dong speak of its significance, he has come to believe in her potential. After all, Wang Yu, who has learned to keep accounts, now surpasses him. Thank you, brother, Zhu Qingya replies, her resolve solidified. No matter what, she is determined to achieve commendable results in this year's college entrance examination. Turning, she makes her way to the desk, preparing to write a letter to Su Wenyu. Although she is married, she is a person of great character, one who does not confine her to the traditional roles of housewives, but but instead encourages her to pursue higher education. His name is Hedong. Once, in a village, there existed a scoundrel whom the younger generation sought to evade and the elders reprimanded. He has since transformed. The letter he penned was quite lengthy. Zhu Qingya composed 2 full pages, yet felt it insufficient. As Hedong attended to his personal hygiene and bathed, he entered the room to find Zhu Qingya still diligently writing at her desk. The atmosphere was serene and silent, with the soft scratch of her fountain pen against the paper. Under the warm, yellow glow of the lamp, Zhu Qingya, clad in a white shirt, sat gracefully in an antique mahogany chair. Her dark tresses were braided into 2 plaits, neatly secured at the nape of her neck. Her neck was slender and fair, and her posture was upright, resembling a silent masterpiece. Hedong quietly approached and caught a glimpse of Sister Su Wenyu's name as Zhu Qingya raised her head. Su Wenyu? Was Zhu Qingya penning a letter to Su Wenyu? Hedong held a vague recollection of Su Wenyu, who had come to Shanghe Village as a young, educated youth 5 years prior. The girl was remarkably beautiful and exuded a unique charm. Initially, no one could capture her attention, but her struggle to adapt to village life had left her with a furrowed brow. Eventually, she acclimatized and settled in. She and Zhu Qingya shared meals and living quarters, and Zhu Qingya, influenced by her, began her studies. On the day Su Wenyu departed, Zhu Qingya wept for 2 days and nights, her eyes swollen beyond recognition, a fact well known throughout the village. Yet, Hedong always felt an inexplicable familiarity with her, as if he had heard of her in a past life, though he could not recall the specifics. As night fell, slumber became the priority. He coughed deliberately a few times to attract her attention, but Zhu Qingya remained engrossed in her writing. She had an abundance of thoughts she wished to share with Su Wenyu, overflowing with experiences to recount. Hedong climbed into the small bed from the previous night. Zhu Qingya's kind words about him were not unwelcome. In fact, they were to be encouraged. Hedong turned over and fell asleep, unaware of the passage of time. In the dead of night, he was roused by movement on the bed. "Could you sleep a little closer?" came Zhu Qingya's gentle inquiry from the darkness. She had just finished her letter, expressing a hope that Su Wenyu could assist her with her college entrance examination. As a former educated youth now back in the city, Su Wenyu undoubtedly possessed greater insight into academic matters. Before leaving, she had urged Zhu Qingya not to abandon her studies. Zhu Qingya had faith that Su Wenyu would help her. Hedong, now fully awake, focused on the delicate silhouette in the darkness. Was Zhu Qingya just now preparing to sleep? He promptly shifted over. Although perhaps due to a deep slumber, his mind was blank. After making room for her, he soon drifted off again. Zhu Qingya stifled a yawn, turning to face Hedong. "Hedong," she called out boldly, the first time she had addressed him directly. Yet, the only response was the encompassing silence of the room. Hedong had fallen asleep again. He awoke to the crowing of roosters, and before him lay a face, delicate and pristine, adorned with youthful vitality and an abundance of collagen. Hedong felt a surge of nervousness with the dawn's first light. Especially, Zhu Qingya was right beside him, leaning against his arm. With each breath she took, her warm exhalation passed through the thin fabric of her clothing, reaching his skin. His body temperature inexplicably rose a few degrees. How had he fallen asleep last night? Why hadn't he waited for Zhu Qingya? What a splendid opportunity it was. He had penned such a lengthy letter. He raised his hand to tuck a strand of hair behind Zhu Qingya's ear. As he was about to kiss her, shouts rang from outside. "Dongzi, Dongzi," it sounded like Fong Lan's voice. Fong Lan. What mischief was she up to at this hour? He thought to himself, and then noticed Zhu Qingya's eyelashes fluttering, as if she were awakening. He quickly stepped back to conceal his unease. After getting out of bed, Zhu Qingya was now fully awake. Although Fong Lan's voice was faint, she heard it clearly. When she heard footsteps, she turned, but Hedong had already exited. "Sister-in-law?" Fong Lan looked anxious. "I didn't want to disturb you, but your brother went out yesterday and hasn't returned yet." "Dongzi, I'm frightened. Mom and Dad are worried too. This morning, Mom helped me take the kids to school, and Dad went out searching for him. I'm at my wit's end." "He went out yesterday?" Hedong was taken aback. Fong Lan nodded. Recently, mushrooms had been scarce, and few people had come by. He thought about venturing to a farther village to gather some. It was common for him to return late. But it was the first time he hadn't come back all night. Why else would she be so worried and come looking for him before dawn? He looked at Fong Lan, who was on the verge of tears, and reassured her not to worry excessively. "Elder brother is a sensible person. If he hasn't returned, It must be due to some unforeseen circumstances, or perhaps he decided to stay overnight in the village because it was too late. He might very well return at dawn. He was already contemplating where to search for him. Do you know which village he went to? He must have reached Dazhuang Village. They say there are still mushrooms there these days. It's quite a distance. Sister-in-law, you should head back. I'll go look for him shortly. Fang Lan nodded. And upon seeing Zhu Qingya emerge at the door, she felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, for disturbing your rest. Zhu Qingya quickly shook her head. What are you saying? That is my brother. She understood that Fang Lan was merely concerned. As Fang Lan turned to leave, she thought about how someone needed to be home. What if He returned unexpectedly? He Dong watched her depart and turned back towards the courtyard. Qingya, please prepare some breakfast or go to amass. I'll go look for him. He Dong entered the room on the west side. Dazhuang Village was quite far from Shanghe Village. He planned to take the bike to search for him. Chapter 76. The family of Zhu Qingya went to help. Her dowry was all here, piled quite high. Be careful on the road and stay safe, she reminded him as dawn had yet to break. He Dong nodded. Don't linger here in the cold, go inside. He mounted his bike and set off. It had been a long time since he had ridden this thing, and he felt quite clumsy. During one turn, he nearly crashed into the wall. As Qingya's heart tightened, she thought, if you can't ride, I will call my elder brother to drive the ox cart. He Dong shook his head, proclaiming it unnecessary. Once mounted, He Dong felt a newfound stability. The speed of the bicycle was indeed incomparable to that of an ox cart. However, the poor condition of the roads made for a bumpy ride, and He Dong longed for the smooth concrete and asphalt roads of the future. Riding the bicycle, He Dong departed from Shanghe Village, heading north. As he neared Dazhuang Village, dawn broke. Brother, what is that person riding? How fast? A few children on their way to school watched in awe as He Dong and his bicycle whizzed past, their eyes wide with surprise, for they had never seen anything like it. We're going to be late, stop chatting and hurry, urged one elder sibling. As the children carried not backpacks, but handmade cloth bags crafted by their families. As He Dong pedaled onward, he observed the roads flanking him. He was driving the ox cart, which made identification easier. However, at this hour, most villagers were preparing to head out to work the fields. Excuse me, have you seen a tall, slender man with slightly dark skin, in his 20s, driving an ox cart? After dismounting, He Dong pushed his bicycle along, inquiring of passers-by. He was foraging for mushrooms and should have been calling out. This endeavor could assist He Dong and allow He to earn some money. He had been doing quite well. No longer shy, he was bold enough to call out. Those who knew that mushroom picking could yield money were unlikely to decline assistance. Yet, the responses were all negative. He Dong pondered that he was still somewhat close to Shanghe Village, due to the extensive foraging earlier and the impending change of season. The nearby villages experienced conditions similar to Shanghe Village. He remounted his bicycle and continued northward. After passing Dazhuang Village, the number of people dwindled, and most appeared gaunt and hungry. He Dong pedaled along, continuing to inquire, yet received no news of He, which left him troubled. Elder brother, He Dong called out as he rode. Upon reaching Shanghe Village, he finally gleaned some information about He. He had indeed gone to Shanghe Village. He Dong hurriedly made his way there, pedaling rapidly on his bicycle. Brother, have you seen a tall, slender man with dark skin, driving an ox cart and foraging for mushrooms? You must be referring to He, was the reply. As he entered Shanghe Village, more individuals recognized He. Following the directions provided, He Dong soon spotted He surrounded by villagers holding nylon bags, standing in the middle of the road with his ox cart. Brother, a familiar voice reached He ears, causing him to pause and turn around. Dongzi, what brings you here? Upon realizing something, he quickly stifled his smile. Having not returned home for a day and night, he had been eager to go back that morning. However, the arrival of people seeking him for mushroom picking delighted him. He surmised that the delay must have caused Fang Lan and the others to worry, prompting them to send He Dong to find him. His face flushed slightly. A rare sight for He. Who is this? What is he riding? With such large wheels, how does he not fall? The villagers gazed curiously at the novel sight of He Dong and his bicycle. He has never ridden a bicycle, so he is unaware whether he would fall or not. He Dong chuckles. You won't fall. This is a 28-inch bike, which you must have heard of. The farther one is from the county town, the less news seems to reach them. However, these 4 words are indeed well known. At this moment, he is riding the bicycle, proving that he does not fall. The villagers express their astonishment. Isn't it quite expensive? He Dong does not deny it, dismounting to weigh mushrooms alongside Higua. His family is eagerly awaiting his return. In Shanghe Village, dawn breaks without a sign of Higua's return. Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping anxiously pace around the house. He Deshang has also returned, encountering He Dong on the way. He Dong mentions he is searching for his elder brother and suggests He Deshang return first. As he walks towards Dazhuang Village, the afternoon drags on without much progress. He puffs on a cigarette, head bowed as he enters the courtyard. When He Datian sees him, he approaches like a cat catching a scent. Deshang, what troubles you? Why the frown? Has something happened? Has Higua's mushroom business declined? In recent days, He Deshang has noticed how the once thriving business of He Dong has shifted to Zhu Qingya and Higua. It would be a lie to say he feels no jealousy. It is rare to see He Deshang with a troubled expression. He secretly relishes the situation. What is the big deal? Why are you so worried? If there is no business, one can always pursue something else. Farmers don't solely rely on that for sustenance. Higua has not returned all night. He Deshang is not particularly concerned about the business aspect. Farmers have always relied on the land for their livelihood. If a person is in trouble, that is when it becomes serious. He Datian begins to ponder why Higua has not returned. Where could he be? Didn't he inform you? He went out to collect mushrooms early yesterday and still hasn't come back. He Deshang sighs and heads home. He Datian refrains from entering, glancing around before returning to his own home. He Datian muses that He Deshang has been quite pleased for so many days, but now it seems trouble has finally arrived. He instructs Shun Dakui to apprehend him, recalling that Shun Dakui had recently celebrated a wedding. Two matters weigh heavily on his mind. Before long, He Datian leads Shun Dakui into Higua's yard. Deshang, mother has come. Upon seeing Shun Dakui's arrival, Zhang Guiping and He Deshang are taken aback. As is Fong Lan. Mother, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit, she urges. Why shouldn't I come? Shun Dakui retorts, casting a glance at Fong Lan. The latter dares not speak further. This grandmother is not someone she encounters often, and each meeting proves to be quite challenging. Zhang Guiping steps forward to offer assistance, but Shun Dakui declines. He Datian brings out a stool for her to sit upon. Shun Dakui catches her breath. Do you know why Higua might be in trouble? Her lifeless gaze sweeps across Zhang Guiping and the others in the courtyard. Their hearts leap into their throats. He Deshang also turns his attention to his mother, waiting for her to reveal the details. It is all caused by that Zhu Qingya, the harbinger of misfortune. Zhang Guiping, Fong Lan, He Deshang. How could Higua's troubles be related to Zhu Qingya? Mother, she has just entered the family. Zhang Guiping feels that such words should not be spoken lightly. He Dong and Zhu Qingya maintained a decent relationship. Shun Dakui glared at her. And therein lay the crux of the matter. Deshang, did you not convey to your wife the words I spoke to you and He Dong that day? He Deshang remained silent. Shun Dakui sneered. What did I say? I warned that Zhu Qingya is tainted, and trouble would ensue once she entered the household. And now, has she not begun to afflict the family? Chapter 77. Hoping for his well-being, you did not believe me back then, but what of now? It has only been a few days since she entered, and Higua has yet to return home. Could it be anything other than her influence? How could Higua, who previously left without issue, now be ensnared in this predicament? Shun Dakui's words bore an unsettling logic. Yet, Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping did not perceive a connection with Zhu Qingya. In this era, superstitions were frowned upon. The sayings declare such beliefs to be mere fabrications. Higua is not in trouble. He simply hasn't returned home. I believe all is well, one might argue. Is this not a cause for concern? Shun Dakui's cane struck the ground with force, her expression resembling a thundercloud. A day and a night without returning home. Do you truly believe that signifies nothing? Deshang, Guiping, do you also consider it trivial? If all were well, would he not have returned by now? The three of them found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, as they too had contemplated the possibility of unforeseen delays. Yet, they fervently hoped that it was not due to some calamity befalling Higua. You are all so young. You presume I harbor ill will towards you. I have always maintained that Dongzi should not marry that girl. If Dongzi had not wed Zhu Qingya, would Higua be in this predicament? Deshang, you ought to have heeded my counsel. What if she is beautiful and educated? Such attributes may carry misfortune. A farmer ought to seek a capable partner, like Wei Xiao from the Wei family. She is industrious, just like her mother, diligent and honest, no matter how scorching the sun. She never shirks her duties. And what of Zhu Qingya? Does she even help with the dishes at home? Zhu Jianjun, being foolish, has pampered his daughter like a son. leading to the scandalous affair between Zhu Qingya and Dongzi. Behind closed doors, they have been quite reckless. Mother, mother, seeing both her daughter-in-law and granddaughter calling out to her. Shindakui was displeased. Her expression softened only when she noticed Zhu Qingya standing at the gate. However, she felt no remorse. The matter concerning He Gui was pressing and had arisen since Zhu Qingya's arrival. She heard the whispers, yet her demeanor remained unfazed. What brings you here? Zhang Guiping inquired as she approached. Zhu Qingya, holding a tin basin, replied, I thought you might be worried about my brother, so I prepared some food to bring over. I wouldn't want you to go hungry. Hidong has already gone out to search for him and will return shortly. Zhang Guiping felt a twinge of gratitude. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. It was kind of you, dear. Indeed. Qingya, come inside and sit. It's too hot outside, Fanglan added. Zhu Qingya complied and stepped inside. Shindakui maintained a stern countenance. The sun has barely risen, and you already cannot endure it. How will you manage to work in the fields later? Without work, where will your sustenance come from? Deshang, your daughter-in-law, is too delicate. Shindakui's tone dripped with sarcasm. Zhu Qingya paused to regard her, yet was drawn inside by Fanglan. The entire village is well aware of Shindakui's formidable tongue. As juniors, they can only harbor their dissatisfaction in silence. For provoking her would lead to her throwing a tantrum and accusing them of mistreating her, which would be quite embarrassing. Deshang, did you heed your mother's words? He Daitian, crouched on the ground, cast a glance at He Deshang. Shindakui had been speaking for quite a while, and He Deshang's silence was rather conspicuous. He was genuinely concerned about his son. The ramblings of Shindakui held little interest for him. Mother is unwell. Brother, why must you take her on such a long journey? Let us return. What do you mean by that? Mother is doing this for your own good. Can't you see it? I simply wish for my son to return home quickly. Rising, He Deshang prepared to step out and take a look. He Daitian followed closely behind. You cannot disregard Mother's words entirely. If it weren't for your daughter-in-law, He Daitian found it difficult to voice his thoughts in front of others. Can Mother behave this way? Deshang, you must believe in what Mother says. This incident with He Gui cannot be unrelated to her. He Deshang shot him a glance. Remaining silent as he exited, He Daitian felt a lump in his throat, unable to express himself. Turning back to look at his mother, he saw Shindakui's face darken with displeasure. This second son is truly becoming more and more unreasonable. With wealth, he seems to have lost respect for others. Guiping, why do you not hasten to send that jinx away? Keeping her at home is asking for trouble. Shindakui struck the ground with her cane, the sound echoing sharply. Zhang Guiping felt utterly helpless. Mother, how can a mother-in-law act this way? I am doing this for your sake. Do not wait until a major disaster strikes to regret it. Shindakui pounded the ground with her cane even harder. He Daitian struggled to comprehend his family. Guiping, Mother truly has your family's best interests at heart. The entire household relies on He Gui. If something were to happen to him, what would you all do? You cannot expect Fanglan to support everyone. She is but a woman. Uncle, who are you wishing ill upon? Why are you cursing my brother? A man's voice accompanied the crisp ringing of a bicycle bell as he entered the courtyard. Everyone looked up to see Hidong riding in on his bicycle. His face bore a cheerful smile, and his demeanor was relaxed. Shindakui scoffed, you must know your brother is in trouble. Otherwise, you would not be smiling. Hidong continued to grin. Who says my brother is in trouble? He is right behind, driving a bullock cart loaded with mushrooms. He leaned his bicycle against the wall and regarded Zhang Guiping and Fanglan, surprised to see Zhu Qingya present. Everything is fine. My brother stayed overnight at Shanghe Village because it got too late. He intended to return early, but then someone came to sell mushrooms, which delayed him. Zhang Guiping and Fanglan felt a significant weight lift from their hearts. But your father, I encountered him and he mentioned going to greet your brother. He Deshang desired to see for himself. Moreover, he perhaps did not wish to return. In this room, Shindakui exuded the strongest presence, the most formidable. Fortunately, he returned first. Grandmother, uncle, who told you that my elder brother was in trouble? He is perfectly fine. To say he is in distress is nothing short of a curse upon him. He is my only brother. What kind of words are you speaking? He Tian is displeased. While he harbors such thoughts, it is truly unpleasant for Hidong to voice them openly. Shinda Chui's expression darkened further. She had initially planned to vent her frustrations, yet unexpectedly, He Gui returned unscathed. Is he truly without any issues? Grandmother, my brother is also your beloved grandson. You cannot possibly wish for him to encounter misfortune, can you? Hidong's words cut like a knife, rendering Shun Dechui speechless. Of course, she would never hope for Higuei to face any troubles. However, at this moment, any concern for him is preferable to none at all. At least it allows her to sit here with dignity. Without that, her earlier comments would have come back to haunt her. De Tian, you should take a look as well. De Tian was just about to do so when he turned and spotted the bullet card and Higuei entering through the door. Brothers, please show some mercy and give high ratings. I woke up this morning to see only an 84, and my heart feels so heavy. Additionally, I extend my gratitude to user 31134347 for the motivation to update, as well as to Indong Niao for the bubble tea, and to those who appreciate the golden glow of the red high grains, and to my oblivious self for the likes, and a heartfelt letter from the most beautiful moments, along with the encouragement from my brothers for love and power. Please, more encouragement for love, it costs nothing, and let me buy a few more buns to eat. Chapter 78, we will take our leave first. Mother, Fenglan, I'm back. Higuei called as he drove the bullet cart into the yard. Eager to reassure Fenglan and Zhang Guiping, they hurried over to inspect him from all angles, ensuring he was unharmed before finally relaxing. He explained once more that he had merely stayed overnight in Shanghe Village and that everything was fine. Fenglan and Zhang Guiping felt relief, although tears still lingered in their eyes. Higuei turned to Xin Dechui and De Tian. Grandmother, uncle, you are here as well. Why not join us for breakfast at home? I am quite hungry. Xin Dechui and De Tian had not come for a meal. After all that had been said, it felt like a slap in the face. Rising, Xin Dechui requested De Tian to assist her in leaving. Fenglan and Zhang Guiping sighed in relief, finally able to breathe freely. What brings you here? Hidong asked as he entered the room, noticing Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya replied, I was worried about you and my elder brother, and I thought coming here would allow me to hear news sooner. What did my grandmother say just now? Hidong inquired again. Zhu Qingya hesitated to respond. Earlier, during her visit with Fenglan and Zhang Guiping, she had not anticipated hearing so many disparaging remarks from Xin Dechui. It became evident how much dissatisfaction she held towards her, while she wished to disregard it. Some comments were indeed harsh. What era are we living in, where one can suggest that my elder brother's troubles stem from my entrance into the family, labeling me as a harbinger of misfortune? Her lips pouted in displeasure. Hidong chuckled, having been outside for a while before entering. He had caught wind of some of the words exchanged. This was indeed the case. You have read books and understand that this is unscientific. Do not quarrel with an elderly woman, nor take it to heart. Hidong's words are genuinely pleasing to Zhu Qingya, for they convey a sense of indifference towards trivial matters. Are you hungry? Hidong left without breakfast this morning. However, now, as he gazes at Zhu Qingya's inviting lips, his hunger intensifies. Come, let me take you for a ride on the bicycle. Let's show everyone that we are doing well. Having gathered a few companions, Hidong prepared to depart. Fenglan initially intended for them to dine together, but upon seeing the two holding hands, she refrained from saying more. On the contrary, Zhu Qingya felt a bit shy being held by Hidong. Yet, he did not release her hand, leaving her with little choice. Zhang Guiping observed this with delight. After pushing the bicycle outside, Hidong called for Zhu Qingya to hop on. At first, she was hesitant, having never ridden such a bike before. Following Hidong's instructions, she managed to mount it. Hidong, inexperienced in riding with a passenger, took some time to feel confident before setting off. Along the way, they encountered Shen Dakui and He Datian returning. Uncle, we shall take our leave first, Hidong announced, his voice resonant. He Datian and Shen Dakui looked up to see Hidong and Zhu Qingya speeding away on the bicycle, their faces turning pale with dismay. Is this a spectacle to behold? Datian, when He Jin and He Yu get into university, you must also buy them one. I, Shen Dakui, will ensure that everyone sees we have what Hidong has. Gripping He Datian's hand tightly, Shen Dakui's teeth clenched in frustration. She had never imagined that the once maligned scoundrel could now ride a bicycle that seemed to mock her. He Datian, too, contemplated this. Yet such an item was not easily acquired, especially at such exorbitant prices. Many had gazed at the price tags in department stores and turned away in despair. Purchasing it? Easier said than done. Hidong had genuinely earned a fortune, allowing him to acquire the 4 major items. What is the matter? Is it impossible? Shen Dakui's dissatisfaction was evident. He Datian quickly nodded. Buy it, buy it. In springtime, the surroundings were lush and verdant, a delightful sight indeed. Zhu Qingya, seated behind Hidong on the bicycle, initially found the ride quite jarring. However, As she beheld the vibrant spring scenery and the yellow and white flowers swaying amidst the grass, she began to appreciate the beauty of it all. It was a different experience from walking, akin to peering through a kaleidoscope. "Hold on to my waist. We're going downhill," came Hidong's voice, alerting her. Zhu Qingya blushed and hesitated. At first, she had embraced his waist, but the onlooker's stares made her shrink back. Hidong, not waiting for her, began the descent. The slope was steep, and their speed increased rapidly. Zhu Qingya, feeling frightened, lifted her hands to wrap tightly around Hidong's waist, her face pressed against his back. "Why can't you just listen?" Zhu Qingya chided him. "I'm afraid of being seen. In public, displays of affection, even in the guise of marriage, are rather uncommon." Hidong chuckled. "Then are you afraid of people knowing about your university entrance?" Zhu Qingya shook her head naturally. "What a wonderful thing. Why should one fear it being known? Fear not. This is precisely as it should be. We are wed, lawful partners, and who dares to dispute my resolve?" The memory of Hidong rendering Shun Dakui speechless lingers in her mind. Zhu Qingya believes he is truly capable of such feats. So what is there to fear? From this point forward, she and Hidong must navigate life together. A gust of wind touzles Zhu Qingya's hair, dishevels her clothing, and stirs her heart. "Slow down, please. This is quite frightening." Closing her eyes, she feels her heart rise and fall in tumult. Hidong laughs heartily. "You'll get used to it after a few more rides." The scenery of Shanghe Village is indeed exquisite. When it comes to the beauty of the landscape, Zhu Qingya wholeheartedly agrees. She attempts to open her eyes, taking in the verdant mountains and clear waters, the lush rice paddies. The breeze carries a hint of floral fragrance. Viewing it from the carriage is both exhilarating and enchanting. "Oh, Dongzi, you finally decided to take your family's bicycle out for a spin." Two young men from the village chuckle upon seeing them from afar. Hidong joins in the laughter. "Is this how you practice? You're still unaccustomed." "Unaccustomed. Yet you bring your sister-in-law along, unafraid of a fall." "I wouldn't he dare." After some light-hearted banter, Hidong departs. The two youths gaze at his retreating figure, genuinely envious. They aspire to earn well and buy the essentials to marry a beautiful wife, just like Hidong. After a leisurely ride, Hidong finds himself quite hungry. Upon returning home, he heads straight to the kitchen. Zhu Qingya follows closely behind. "I've left some food for you in the pot. Just heat it up." She has prepared fried rice, emulating Hidong's cooking style. Hidong beams at the sight. "Not bad. It looks quite presentable. You should consider learning to cook with me. You could become quite skilled." Zhu Qingya feels he lacks seriousness. "I am destined for university." "What? Does attending university exempt one from meals?" She realizes she cannot contend with him. "I heard from my brother that you wish to open a restaurant. Perhaps I should indeed learn to cook, so I can assist you in the future." "You're joking, and yet you take it to heart?" The kitchen is no easy place to enter. Zhu Qingya thinks to herself, recognizing his reluctance. She is earnest in her desire for him to consider it. Hidong devours his meal. "Shall I take you to the county town this afternoon?" "That sounds wonderful. I need to mail a letter." Hidong knows precisely to whom it is addressed. After changing clothes and finishing their meal, they prepare to leave. Hidong observes her attire, reminiscent of a middle-aged woman. While she is still young and could wear anything beautifully, this outfit is simply not fashionable. It lacks the vibrancy of youth. Zhu Qingya glances at her clothing, feeling similarly out of sorts. Moreover, she has yet to try on the dress Hidong purchased for her, while she has already donned the outfit meant for Tian Mimi. "All right," she replies, stepping into the room to change. Hidong imagines what she might choose, but ultimately finds himself unable to envision it, so he decides to wait. After a swift meal and washing the dishes, he steps outside to admire his bicycle. With this bike, the journey to Shanghe Village is truly effortless, albeit a bit dirty. Hidong fetches a cloth to wipe it down. As he is cleaning, he hears the sound of the back door opening. Turning back, he noticed Zhu Qingya standing at the doorway, her expression shrouded in uncertainty as she gazed at him. The pale yellow knee-length skirt accentuated her skin, making it appear even more fair and radiant. Her figure was exquisite, yet at this moment, her beautiful countenance was caught in a silent plea. "Could you possibly come in and assist me?" In Chapter 79, the phrase "no" was not an option. Zhu Qingya had donned her skirt, but the zipper had become stuck, refusing to budge. While she could have called for Tang Mei or Tian Mimi, they were of little help in her immediate predicament. She could only hope for Hidong's assistance. Upon hearing of her plight, Hidong felt compelled to help. However, as he stood behind her while she closed the door, he couldn't help but admire the expanse of her fair skin, so tender it seemed to glisten. Could you help me with the zipper? I can't reach it, she confessed, her voice tinged with frustration. The angle is quite difficult. I can't take it off. Nor can I put it on properly. Otherwise, I would have managed it myself. Hidong, noticing the flush on her cheeks, redirected his focus to the zipper. The hem of the skirt had caught in the mechanism, causing it to jam. Carefully, Hidong extricated the fabric, allowing the zipper to function once more. Will you manage it? If not, I'll just throw on a coat and head home. It's not far, after all. These matters are typically best handled by women. With a swift motion, Hidong pulled the zipper up. In the presence of your man, you must never utter the word impossible. Zhu Qingya paused, then realized the zipper had indeed been fixed, smiling in response. All right. Hidong sensed that perhaps she had not fully grasped his intent, but she did not appear flustered. Upon entering Tongan County, Hidong took Zhu Qingya to the post office. Nowadays, correspondence consisted primarily of registered letters. Telegrams were also an option. Yet those were charged by the word, and Zhu Qingya's lengthy letter would not be cost-effective. Registered letters were simply slower. Throughout the journey, Zhu Qingya maintained a cheerful demeanor, especially at the thought of Su Wenyu receiving her letter. She was certain that Su would offer her support and share in her joy. I haven't seen Sister Wenyu in ages. Do you wish to see her? Hidong inquired. Since the educated youth had returned home, their communication had been sporadic at best. To claim she did not long for her would be disingenuous. Zhu Qingya affirmed with a soft If Hidong recalled correctly, Su Wenyu resided in the city of Shanghe. There was a chance he could take Zhu Qingya to meet her. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered their thoughts. Zhu Qingya gasped in surprise, and Hidong halted as well. Before them, not far away, a popcorn machine was popping corn, surrounded by a small group of onlookers. The earlier sound was now explained. In later years, few would encounter such a contraption. It had become a relic of the past. Qingya, would you like some popcorn? We haven't brought anything with us. Today, to enjoy popcorn, one would need to provide grain to the machine's owner, who would then prepare the treat in exchange. We can still buy some, even if we haven't brought anything. Zhu Qingya had never purchased popcorn. She always accompanied Tang Mei with grains to fry. They would prepare a large batch, returning home to enjoy it with her little nephews and nieces. However, it had been quite some time since she last indulged in this delight. Boss, I would like to buy some popcorn, she requested. The man operating the popcorn machine was an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s, dressed in simple attire and bare-chested. Upon hearing her voice, he did not respond. What can I fry for you if you haven't brought anything? Zhu Qingya anticipated this response and motioned for Hidong to leave, promising to return with corn next time. Hidong chuckled. In these times, is there anything I cannot accomplish? Boss, I'll give you 80 cents. You have corn in plastic bags here. Please fry me a bag, he continued. How much? The old man looked at him in surprise. Hidong replied, 80 cents. Upon hearing that it could buy a pound of meat, the old man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly grabbed some kernels and placed them into the popcorn machine, while Hidong reminded him to add extra sugar. My wife loves sweets, he added. Zhu Qingya felt her cheeks flush. This was the first time she heard him refer to her as his wife. Did he know she had developed a fondness for sweet and sour pork recently? Moreover, it seemed one could still enjoy popcorn without bringing corn. Yet, 80 cents felt rather steep, and she would have to be frugal with it, especially since she had already spent quite a bit on sending a letter. The popcorn machine, blackened like a cannon, was set above the flames. Before long, with a resounding pop, Zhu Qingya covered her ears. The warm, fragrant popcorn filled the bag, releasing an irresistible aroma that made her mouth water. 80 cents. The old man handed the plastic bag to Hidong. Hidong exchanged the money and took the bag, presenting it to Zhu Qingya with encouragement to try it. She grasped a handful, tasting one piece. It was so sweet, even better than she remembered. Hidong laughed, explaining that the old man conducted his business with a sugar box hidden away in a corner. Unless asked, he would not add any, as it would incur costs. Sweet popcorn was undoubtedly superior to the plain variety. Is it delicious? Hidong inquired as Zhu Qingya nodded while munching. Suddenly, with a mischievous glance, he requested, Give me one. Zhu Qingya held out a piece of freshly popped popcorn to him. The warmth and aroma were intoxicating. However, the hand holding the popcorn was delicate and fair, with long fingers. When Hidong leaned down to take a bite, he inadvertently nibbled her hand as well. Zhu Qingya felt a flutter in her heart, hastily retracting her hand. Why did you bite my hand? Accidentally, he replied, chewing on the popcorn, showing no sign of guilt. Zhu Qingya suspected it was intentional and chose to ignore him. My hands are dirty. You might end up with a stomach ache. Fine, Hidong persisted, fixated on her restless hand. Zhu Qingya found herself growing increasingly uncomfortable. Were all men this mischievous, or was it just Hidong? By the time they returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. It's still early. Do you want to watch a movie? He suggested. Popcorn and films are a perfect match. However, Zhu Qingya appeared taken aback. A movie? In a video hall? She hastily shook her head. That is certainly not an ideal place. Have you been there? Zhu Qingya, unafraid of him discovering this, nodded. She had visited once with Su Wenyu, but the experience had been far from pleasant, thus she never returned. Then accompany me for a visit. Zhu Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Would it truly be different if she went with him? The video hall is quite expensive. I have the means. Hidong requested a soft rope from the elderly gentleman and proceeded to tie a nylon bag to the bicycle before setting off, not granting Zhu Qingya the chance to decline. Brother He, Wu San'er observed from a distance, his eyes lighting up, particularly upon seeing that Hidong was riding a bicycle with a young lady perched atop. Could this indeed be his wife? Being a businessman, his instincts were remarkably sharp. Hidong nodded. Zhu Qingya felt a touch of embarrassment. Hello. Good day, she replied pleasantly, exhibiting a surprising politeness. Wu San'er was taken aback. He glanced at Hidong, recognizing him as a city dweller. Having encountered many from the countryside, he had never seen one so fair-skinned. In this regard, Hidong felt a sense of pride. Not quite. Zhu Qingya's embarrassment deepened. Those who toil less in the fields tend to be a bit fairer in the village. I hail from the same village. My in-laws have cared for me well. If one were to speak of city dwellers, indeed, they are all fair. Yet, encountering a fair-skinned individual from the countryside truly signifies they have been well nurtured. Brother He, are you here to buy cigarettes or something? I wish to catch a film. Let us take 2 boxes. Wu San'er, familiar with his preferences, fetched 2 packs of Bai Mei. Hidong handed over the money. Zhu Qingya was puzzled about his intention to buy cigarettes, considering he did not smoke. Chapter 80. If you do not mind, please help me keep an eye on the bicycle. Hidong offered a cigarette to Wu San'er. Today, he had ventured out on a whim, carrying nothing with him. Wu San'er was delighted, glancing at the bicycle. Brother He, do not worry. I will ensure the bicycle is well guarded while you and your wife enjoy yourselves. Hidong trusted him. They approached the entrance of the video hall. At this moment, there were not too many patrons, as it was nearing lunchtime. Which film would you like to watch? Zhu Qingya examined the titles displayed. How about The Wrangler? Is it that Wrangler? Hidong seemed to recall something. During that time, the old Su had a segment titled Do You Want a Wife? That had gained immense popularity online. Having seen the film, he was further captivated by the emotions and environment of that era, making it suitable for him and Zhu Qingya to watch together now. Let us go with this one. Zhu Qingya was merely curious about the title, having never seen it before. However, the entry fee was 50 cents, which she hesitated to part with. Hidong grasped her hand and led her inside. It's just 1 yuan. Since we're here, let us not leave with regrets. Upon entering, the dim lighting was quite daunting. Hidong and Zhu Qingya took a moment to acclimate to their surroundings. The modest video hall was occupied by quite a few people, and the atmosphere was rather noisy. In a later era, no one would likely wish to linger here. Yet, given the current circumstances, this was their only option. And circumstance often dictates our choices. Suddenly, Zhu Qingya's eyes were covered, leaving her bewildered. Hidong gazed at the shadowy corner, observing a young couple nestled together. I truly wish to remind one that engaging in a romantic relationship should not be approached so recklessly. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Let us proceed onward. Hidong spotted an available seat, which, although a hard wooden bench, was certainly better than none. The film The Wrangler commenced, with the traditional subtitles from the Shanghai Film Manufacturing Factory appearing on the screen. Upon seeing the herd of horses grazing on the lush grasslands, Hidong felt an undeniable connection, especially upon recognizing the esteemed Zhu Shirmao, who appeared remarkably youthful, akin to a fresh-faced young man. Zhu Qingya, having never seen this film before, was immediately captivated, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. In contrast, Hidong noticed the audience dwindling in number as the film progressed. The proprietor of the screening room, a cigarette dangling from his lips, was smoking the Red Plum brand Hidong had purchased earlier. A few ruffians lingered at the back, brandishing iron rods. This screening room may be disordered, yet its chaos is dependent upon how one chooses to navigate it. Zhu Qingya remained engrossed in the film, and amidst the cacophony, she was oblivious to the changes around her. It was not until a poignant scene of potential separation between the lead characters unfolded that tears began to stream down her face as she turned to Hidong. Would they truly part ways? Would Su Lingjun leave Xiaozhi for America? Observing Zhu Qingya's tear-streaked visage, Hidong felt a pang in his heart. Is this what you desire? Zhu Qingya shook her head vigorously, much like a rattle drum. Hidong retrieved a handkerchief from her satchel, affirming, "That's right. You must believe in what you wish to believe." What if it were to happen? When Hidong first viewed the film, he was indeed moved, experiencing a profound sense of heartache. However, after multiple viewings, the intensity of his emotions had waned. Zhu Qingya continued to watch, suddenly aware of an eerie silence enveloping them. She turned her head, only to discover that they were utterly alone. In the vast screening room, it was just the two of them. Why was there no one else? It must be lunchtime. Everyone has gone to eat, Hidong fabricated with wide-open eyes. Since he was determined to ensure Zhu Qingya enjoyed the film thoroughly, he was wholly committed to the experience. Zhu Qingya glanced at her watch. It was past noon. Once the film concluded, they would return home for lunch. Hidong nodded in agreement. Zhu Qingya's focus shifted back to the film. Contemplating the possibility of Su Lingjun and Xiaozhi parting ways still pained her, and she longed for a resolution. Hidong instinctively drew her into his embrace. Zhu Qingya, oblivious, simply felt a tightening in her chest. Hidong savored the warmth and softness of her presence, truly appreciating the natural scent that emanated from her, distinct from any perfume or fragrance. "Hidong?" she inquired. Noticing his face was close to hers, Zhu Qingya turned, her cheeks flushed. "You." Hidong turned his head, feigning seriousness as he watched the film. Zhu Qingya, however, quickly immersed herself back into the narrative. Upon realizing Su Lingjun would not leave but instead chose to stay, she joyfully grasped Hidong's arm, tears of excitement streaming down her face. "He is staying. How wonderful. He made the right choice. Aren't you going to give me a hug?" Hidong opened his arms wide. Grabbing hands seemed far too inadequate. Zhu Qingya's exuberant emotions were suddenly intercepted by him. Joy should indeed be celebrated with a hug. Hidong gently encouraged. Zhu Qingya immersed herself in the moment, observing the genuine joy radiating from Su Lingjun and Xiaozhi. It was truly wonderful that they need not part ways. Hidong, cradling her in his arms, felt a sense of contentment as well. The day saw them returning home only by dusk. Along the way, the sight of the vibrant bicycles dazzled the eyes, their bells ringing melodiously at intervals. The young men and women perched upon them glided by like the wind, their attire, white and yellow, exuding an enchanting charm that captivated onlookers. "Oh, it must be Hidong and Zhu Qingya who have just entered the village, right?" "Indeed, who else could it be?" "In Shanghe Village. The only household with such bicycles belongs to Hidong's family. Undoubtedly, the beautifully adorned girl must be from the Zhu family," they said, filled with admiration before dispersing shortly thereafter. Upon arriving home, Hidong gently lifted Zhu Qingya from the bicycle. She held a bag brimming with popcorn and other items. A truly amusing sight. "Are you tired?" he inquired, to which Zhu Qingya nodded. "I shall heat some water so you can take a nice bath and then rest." Zhu Qingya did not refuse. After watching a movie with Hidong, she had not returned home but rather dined at a restaurant and strolled about, feeling quite fatigued. Hidong carried the popcorn into the room and headed into the kitchen. Zhu Qingya turned on the lights in the courtyard, and the cow in the pen mooed softly, suggesting it was hungry. She contemplated feeding them the grass she had cut that morning, only to discover there was still some tender grass on the ground. Had someone fed them already? "Qingya, you're back. Have you eaten dinner?" Tang Mei called from across the courtyard. She had been keeping an eye on them all day. Noticing their absence at lunchtime, she was surprised they returned only after dark. Zhu Qingya ran over. "I've already eaten, Mom. Where is Hidong?" She glanced into the kitchen. "Where has he gone to return so late? Have you fed the pigs, rats, and cows at home? I knew it was you." Tang Mei chuckled. The two families lived close, so helping each other with chores was quite natural. After exchanging a few words, Zhu Qingya went to water the well, only to find it was already wet. Feeling both helpless and touched, she entered the room and took her clothes to the shower. The shower room, a converted space provided by Hidong for bathing, was a necessity, as it would be inappropriate for him to bathe openly in the dimly lit courtyard. For Zhu Qingya, however, it was a special arrangement. The room had a floor drain to prevent water from spreading carelessly. With the light turned on, she need not worry about being seen from outside. "One bucket of water is sufficient," Zhu Qingya mused, glancing at the 2 buckets on the floor, feeling it was excessive. Dong smiled and said, "One bucket for you, one for me. If you don't mind, shall we bathe together?" In the comments section, I noticed someone mentioned that the female protagonist would end up betraying the male lead once she entered university. I found myself pondering the origins of such a notion. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude to those who appreciate the radiant brilliance of the crimson high-kernel corn and the enchanting charms of the characters, such as the not particularly handsome yet endearing Bo milk tea, the culinary enthusiast Bei Tua, Xiaoru Mo, Bo Gu, Xiao Jinju, and the discerning who bestowed likes upon him. There's also the valiant Jian Dang Qianqiu, the lover of golden pancakes, Zhu Qingya, the heartfelt love letters from the 21 Yang, as well as the free videos and encouragement from siblings. Today, I managed to gather an additional pound of wild vegetables to accompany my steamed buns. In Chapter 81, caught in the middle, she felt utterly embarrassed. Zhu Qingya's face flushed with a deep crimson, making it impossible for her to lift her gaze. Jokingly, she scolded herself, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks. She grabbed her water, closed the door, but dared not open it again. Dong was outside washing in the courtyard. With the lights off, no one could discern the scene clearly, and, indeed, there was little to see. The crux of the matter was that tonight, it could not be said that he had fallen asleep first. Rather, Zhu Qingya had stayed up late. Synchronization was key. He had inquired with his elder brother that morning, not about himself, but concerning his friends. His brother had affirmed that it was permissible, adding that their father and the others had navigated similar circumstances. Tonight, would they dare to experiment? Zhu Qingya had finished her bath and donned her attire before returning to her room, only to discover that Dong was already ready ahead of her. He was fiddling with the radio on the desk. He extended the antenna, and the radio emitted a cacophony of disjointed sounds, initially indecipherable, but soon enough, the melody became clear. "Sweetly, sweetly, your smile is so sweet. Like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Where have I seen you before? Your smile is so familiar. Can you use it?" Zhu Qingya truly hadn't anticipated this. When the radio had been delivered to their home, she had attempted to operate it, but to no avail. Fearing damage, she had left it untouched since. However, during her visit to the county today, she had heard this very song playing on the radio. How delightful it was. Dong turned back with a smile, pointing to himself. "Who am I? Your man." His smug demeanor was quite off-putting to Zhu Qingya. Grabbing a towel to dry her hair, she offered, "I'll do it myself." Dong approached to assist, and Zhu Qingya contemplated refusing. She could manage such tasks on her own, yet Dong seized the towel, gently guiding her to sit down and helped her dry her hair. He even smoothed it out afterward. Although she could not see, Zhu Qingya sensed his attentiveness and care. Her already tumultuous heart grew even more unsettled. "Why have you changed so much from your former self?" In the past, Dong had been lazy and unruly. He wouldn't even bother to sweep the floor, let alone pick mushrooms. Yet now, he engaged in everything and showed genuine concern for others. Reminiscent of a character from a movie. Reflecting on the transformation, it felt as though she were dealing with two entirely different individuals. Dong, for once, paused, his mind occupied with memories from his past life, filled with regret and longing. Perhaps it indeed resonates with the ancient adage, one only learns to cherish what they have after experiencing loss. The youth remains oblivious to the burdens of age. "Qingya, would you be willing to spend a lifetime with someone like me?" Zhu Qingya unexpectedly discerned a weight in Dong's tone. She turned to face him. Beneath the warm yellow glow of the lamp, Dong's expression mirrored that heaviness. His deep-set eyes glimmered with profound expectation and hope. Zhu Qingya couldn't help but think of the union of Xiu Ji and Su Lingjun. Compared to them, her living conditions with Dong were undoubtedly superior. Moreover, the current Dong was 100-fold better than before. Yet, a lifetime is an exceedingly long span. She hesitated to contemplate it. However, if life could continue like this, harmonious and fulfilling, perhaps it wouldn't be so daunting. Will you remain this way forever? Will you never change? Dong couldn't assure himself that he would remain unchanged in all aspects in the future. But he was resolute in his intention to care for Zhu Qingya and their child. This commitment, he vowed, would remain steadfast. Though it was but a single word, it resonated with strength. Zhu Qingya could feel the sincerity in his voice. A smile blossomed on her rosy lips, her fair face becoming even more enchanting. "I can't quite remember. I saw you in a dream. You looked at me like this, and I might be tempted to do something mischievous." Dong cradled her delicate chin, his thin lips brushing against her soft skin, his eyes sparkling. The next morning, Dong awoke early. He was unaware of the current situation with Yuan Yongming, but yesterday's incident involving his elder brother, Gui, served as a reminder. Some matters are best addressed promptly. It was time to act. Furthermore, one must always be prepared. Observing Zhu Qingya still lost in slumber, Dong quietly slipped out of bed. The sight of clothes strewn across the floor filled him with contentment. He tidied them up and placed them on a chair, planning to wash them later. He headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Zhu Qingya was now a mother-to-be. While it was still a secret, Dong remained attentive to her nutrition. 2 boiled eggs were essential each day. He could also prepare lean meat porridge, 8 treasure congee, steamed buns, or dumplings. Today he decided on buns. He stuffed them generously with meat and a sprinkle of scallions. Once steamed, they would be both fragrant and tender. He took 3 for himself and left 3 for Zhu Qingya. After enjoying a bowl of lean meat porridge, he set out to find Zhu Changrong. Zhu Changrong was just about to leave when he was startled to see Dong waiting at the door. What? Off to the city? Dong sensed something amiss in his expression. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to take me? I think you'd be more comfortable riding the 280 bar, he replied candidly. But if you need to carry a lot of things, it wouldn't be suitable, would it? What about your wife? Isn't she coming with you? She finds it too early and can't get up. Besides, we might have visitors selling game at any moment. Ever since taking over this business, the number of people coming in and out of the Zhu household had significantly increased. Dong was well aware of this. Then let's go together. Zhu Changrong sensed that Dong was not being entirely truthful. What do you need to buy in the city? Qingya, I left a note. Everyone is well read. And Dong believes she can comprehend. After the tumult of the previous night, he reluctantly rouses her early. The pair had not ventured far when they noticed Gui had also set off. The 3 of them entered the county town, engaging in conversation that alleviated the loneliness, making time pass more swiftly. However, en route, Zhu Changrong unexpectedly halted to gather wild vegetables, an occurrence he had not anticipated. Although merely 10 days had elapsed, wild vegetables were still available, albeit in dwindling supply. Gui accompanied them. What are you sitting there for? Come lend a hand. Gui ventured into the fields and climbed onto the ridge. Upon seeing Dong seated in the vehicle, he expressed discontent. Dong jumped down. Brother Changrong, you have certainly adeptly leveraged my modest business. What shall I do in the future without your knowledge? Dong rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Zhu Changrong chuckled. Isn't it wise to earn a little while there's still time? Having relished the joy of earning, and with little work in the fields, he found it hard to stop. Gui also considered it still early for the county town. Every bit collected was worthwhile. Jiaobao and Jiadong were enjoying their daily meat, reveling in happiness. What could Dong say? Both of you are brothers. Whose harvest am I to claim? With one being a biological brother and the other a brother-in-law, it seemed he could not offend either. Zhu Changrong glanced at Gui, and Gui returned the look. In silent understanding, they bore expressions that said, you manage it. Dong truly felt the weight of being caught in the middle, feeling insignificant. Chapter 82. Must use quality items. What's mine is mine. I'll exchange some for a nice pen for Qingya to write with. Those preparing for university must use quality items, Dong muttered to himself. Zhu Changrong and Gui were pleased. The former perceived Dong's affection for his sister, while the latter believed such sentiments would enable Dong and Zhu Qingya to build a life together. Marriage entails living well, after all. Previously, he had worried that Zhu Qingya's high aspirations might lead her to look down upon Dong, causing troubles. Yet, it appeared they were quite harmonious. In a year or so, he might even see his little nephew. The 3 arrived at the county town, each with their thoughts. They first focused on selling wild vegetables, which were difficult to preserve. Their appearance varied with time. Of course, Dong assisted Gui in selling his share, as mushrooms followed a similar principle. Once Zhu Changrong finished selling the wild vegetables, he moved on to sell game. At that moment, Gui returned after completing his sales. Dong went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase goods. Gui, having promised to help someone carry vegetables back, accompanied him. He was somewhat surprised to see Dong purchasing considerable amounts of sugar, flour, and rice. Isn't it just you and Qingya at home? Can you consume so much? It's not for us. I have other uses for it, Dong replied, leaving no further explanation. Gui did not press for details. His younger brother was now filled with many thoughts. As long as it led to a positive outcome, he preferred not to inquire further. With age comes wisdom. He understood enough. Gui purchased the necessities for himself and the villagers. subsequently heading to the supply and marketing cooperative while assisting Hidong in loading the acquired items onto the cart. Hidong was more than eager, continuing his procurement within the cooperative. When Zhu Qingya arrived, he found that Hidong had successfully gathered all the items he had requested. They were all on Higuai's cart. But where was Hidong? Higuai glanced at the cooperative. He had yet to emerge. Zhu Qingya felt a tinge of surprise. Was he still inside? What could he possibly be buying? Nevertheless, he chose not to enter and waited. Brother Qingya, come help. The voice of Hidong called out, prompting both Higuai and Zhu Qingya to turn. At the entrance of the cooperative, Hidong was supporting 2 large bags. They appeared to contain sweet potatoes. Upon closer inspection, Higuai confirmed this. Why are you buying sweet potatoes? We have plenty at home. If you need more, just ask your sister-in-law. Indeed, I have a surplus as well. The residents of Shanghe Village could seldom afford rice or flour for every meal, but sweet potatoes were never in short supply. Aside from the indolent Hidong, who relied on others for his share, every household had a reserve. It was merely a matter of quantity, after all, as they depended on it for sustenance. Hidong certainly understood this principle. Yet, like before, these were not for his own consumption. Higuai pondered whom he had purchased them for. However, who in Shanghe Village would buy them? Bartering was common in the village. Potatoes could be exchanged, as could eggs, chickens, or pork. Yet, one seldom came to the cooperative for such purchases. For now, they decided to load the paid-for sweet potatoes onto the cart, as others were waiting to settle their accounts. Given that Higuai's cart was already laden, the 2 large bags of sweet potatoes were placed on Zhu Qingya's cart. The 3 men began their journey back. Upon reaching the village entrance, one headed east while the other went west. Hidong hastily called out to them, Brother Qingya, we should head to Shanghe Village later. Bring the scales. We're going to collect mushrooms and wild game. And don't forget to inform the family that we'll be back later. They agreed to gather at the village entrance, bringing along their belongings. Zhu Qingya and Higuai, upon hearing about the mushroom and wild game collection, showed no signs of refusal. However, wouldn't this take up space? They too would need to store the mushrooms and wild game. Hidong noticed their concerns and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, it won't take up much space. Once we arrive, you'll understand. Clearly, he had no intention of explaining further. The 2 honest men remained silent, choosing to trust him. After Zhu Qingya returned home, Hidong also made a brief visit. Zhu Qingya had already risen and eaten, now hanging clothes in the courtyard. The morning sunlight bathed the ground and cascaded over Zhu Qingya's head, shoulders, and body, enhancing her ethereal beauty. She appeared as pristine as freshly fallen snow, exquisitely lovely, especially her graceful figure, which was enticingly delicate. Hidong recalled how he had touched her the previous night. A shiver coursed through him, reminding him that such thoughts were inappropriate in broad daylight. Qingya, he called out as she carried her vegetables into the courtyard. As Zhu Qingya raised her gaze to behold the figure clad in white, her cheeks flushed crimson. You have returned, she murmured softly, setting aside the garments in her hands and approaching him. Today, she adorned herself with a white dress, a recent acquisition from the county town. Why didn't you wake me this morning? I wished for you to enjoy a little more slumber. Let me see if you rested well, Hidong replied, circling behind her with an air of seriousness. Zhu Qingya remained still as Hidong came to an abrupt halt behind her, gently securing 2 butterfly hairpins at the points where her braided hair intertwined. Realizing something had been placed atop her head, Zhu Qingya instinctively reached up to touch it. Turning to face him, the exquisite butterfly hairpins twinkled with a delicate shimmer, enhancing her youthful visage with added charm. Butterfly hairpins? She pondered, momentarily taken aback. Having visited the supply and marketing cooperative, she was familiar with such items, though they were not particularly inexpensive. Moreover, they seemed better suited for children. She considered herself past that age. Do you not like them? Hidong inquired, noting her hesitation. With a resigned glance upward, Zhu Qingya replied, I do like them, but they may not quite suit me. They are lovely. Hidong, earnestly observing the remaining hairpin atop her head, responded, You should wear it, let me see. Leaning closer to her ear, he lowered his voice, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe like a feather, igniting a deep blush across her cheeks. Zhu Qingya bowed her head in silent acquiescence. Good, Hidong exclaimed, delighted. In these times, the adornments available to young women were few, often childish and trivial, lacking the exquisite jewelry and limited editions of a later era. Otherwise, Zhu Qingya would undoubtedly deserve the finest this world has to offer. Furthermore, he aspired to accumulate wealth diligently, so that in due time, he could indulge without hesitation. Oh dear, in broad daylight, what are you two doing so close? Wang Yu interjected as she entered the courtyard, shielding her eyes with her hand. Zhu Qingya's face instantly turned crimson as she turned away to avoid confrontation. Hidong glanced towards Wang Yu at the entrance. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Please, come in. As Wang Yu stepped into the yard, she felt a sudden flash of light compel her to look. There, she saw a butterfly hairpin nestled in Zhu Qingya's hair, glistening in the sunlight, exuding a whimsical charm. This hairpin is not inexpensive, she thought, and Zhu Qingya is already married. There is no need for such ostentation. Chapter 83. Is this the logic? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Hidong detected a hint of bitterness in her tone. This is not Zhu Qingya dressing up. I gifted it to her. And she was initially reluctant. Since it was purchased, it would be a pity not to wear it. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law? Wang Yu felt a sudden constriction in her chest, as if something was pressing against her. She did not wish to dwell on the hairpin. Her visit was not about it, nor was it to hear Hidong assert that it was a gift for Zhu Qingya. None of this concerned her. Yet, an unsettling discomfort lingered within her. Why did Hidong treat Zhu Qingya with such kindness? Why insist on purchasing for someone who no longer belonged to him? What was the purpose of such actions? Regardless of her thoughts, she would never voice them. She had come here for her brother's matter. And that was the crux of it. Did you hear that? Hidong leaned closer to Zhu Qingya's ear. Zhu Qingya playfully shot him a glance. You are quite mischievous. Trying to find ways to make me wear it. Hidong chuckled, feeling relaxed and content. Even when his woman was angry, she remained charming. Ahem. Wang Yu could no longer tolerate their flirtation. However, she genuinely did not wish to leave without addressing the matter. Upon hearing the commotion, Hidong turned to look. Did my sister-in-law truly have something important to discuss? Please, have a seat. I will fetch you a glass of water. Zhu Qingya felt that she had been neglectful and hurried to the kitchen. As for the butterfly hairpin in her hand, she handed it to Hidong for him to wear. Hidong gladly accepted it and adjusted it to the angle from earlier. Instantly, the two butterfly heads seemed ready to take flight. Beautiful. Zhu Qingya went to pour the water. Wang Yu insisted it was unnecessary. I will only speak a few words and then leave, but basic courtesy must be observed. Zhu Qingya entered the kitchen. Wang Yu turned to Hidong. Did your elder brother inquire about anything this morning? What? Hidong asked, intrigued. Wang Yu appeared somewhat conflicted before decisively gazing at Hidong. It concerns your 28-bar bicycle. Hidong glanced towards the room where the bicycle was located. What about the 28-bar bicycle? During his round trip to the county town this morning, Zhu Changrong had not mentioned anything regarding the bicycle. Wang Yu knew it would be like that. Zhu Changrong was just like the rest of the Zhu family, hoping for his brother's misfortune. Not even a simple inquiry. She had to come on her own. It is true. My brother has been wanting to buy a 28-bar bicycle to bring home recently. I heard the price is quite steep, but more importantly, it involves those bicycle tickets and industrial vouchers. He has asked many people, but has no idea where to obtain them. Hidong discerned the underlying issue. Wang Yu was not focused on the bicycle itself, but rather on the tickets and vouchers. How much money does my sister-in-law have at the moment? Wang Yu paused, reflecting before responding. Not much. Oh, no. I should ask how much your brother has. Wang Yu's expression darkened slightly. Yet, she believed Hidong likely did not know anything. Not enough by far. I am merely inquiring about the tickets and industrial vouchers. The tickets cost 20 yuan each, and the industrial vouchers cost 10 yuan each. But one must find someone to assist. It's quite troublesome. That is incredibly expensive. Wang Yu was taken aback. Hidong also felt that he had quoted a high price. However, if Wang Yu could find someone else, she wouldn't have come to him. If your brother has the money, he can give it to me, and I will handle it. Wang Yu's expression soured momentarily before she broke into a smile. That is acceptable, but he must have enough funds, right? Just a moment. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave. Watching Wang Yu depart, Hidong turned around. Zhu Qingya emerged from the kitchen, noticing that Wang Yu had left. What did my sister-in-law say? She didn't even drink any water before leaving? She inquired about her brother wanting to buy a 28-bar bicycle and asked some questions. Zhu Qingya remained silent, staring at the enamel mug in her hand. Do you wish to have some water? She recalled that when she entered the house earlier, Hidong had not taken a sip of water. Hidong gazed at her delicate, fair hands. Feed me, he requested. By now it was morning. The villagers of Shanghe were bustling about, passing by the entrance. Zhu Qingya felt a tinge of embarrassment as she glanced around, and when she saw no one, she dared to hand him the enamel cup. Hidong did not reach out to assist her. As he drank, Zhu Qingya, concerned he might choke, gently placed both hands around the cup. The two of them leaned against each other. The sound of Hidong swallowing echoed in his throat, creating a rather dissonant scene. Zhu Changrong, who had come to call someone, decided against it upon witnessing the situation. He thought it best to wait a little longer. He Gui had relayed Hidong's instructions to Feng Lan before heading to the village entrance. He was apprehensive about another incident like the previous days and wanted to be prepared. Time passed, yet Zhu Changrong and Hidong had not arrived, which was somewhat unexpected. The cart still held a variety of items Hidong had purchased. As the sun began to heat up, he feared the items might spoil. He took his straw hat and placed it over them to shield them from the sunlight. Farmers were never afraid of the sun. Just then, he spotted Zhu Changrong approaching with the ox cart, with Hidong seated atop, wearing a straw hat. His wife was so fair, he could not allow himself to get sunburned. Let us set off. The three of them and their two carts headed towards Shanghe Village. The villagers had learned of Higui's mushroom gathering yesterday, and some had already gathered at the village entrance. Eager to sell the mushrooms they had picked that morning before returning for a second harvest, Hidong and Zhu Changrong assisted, and they promptly concluded the transactions. Others were still holding on to wild game. Zhu Changrong had also prepared to join today, as Higui mentioned that they could gather quite a bit here. With each person responsible for a specific task, they efficiently divided the work. Higui did not collect wild game, while Zhu Changrong refrained from gathering mushrooms, ensuring clarity in their roles. Thus, although Higui had mentioned that wild game could also be profitable, he had not collected any. Today he invited Zhu Changrong to assist. What was initially a solitary endeavor had become a collective effort, naturally speeding up the process. Many individuals observed their goods exchanged for cash, tangible notes in hand, their eyes gleaming with joy and moisture. It was the gratifying result of their hard work being rewarded with value. Hidong surveyed the village surroundings. The environment was not as favorable as Shanghe Village, but those willing to engage in such endeavors would undoubtedly thrive. Higui, will you return in the afternoon? I wish to venture up the mountain again, he expressed, having grown familiar with the area after his visit yesterday. The villagers were eager to sell another batch. Higui nodded in agreement. We need to go to a nearby village first. We should pass through here on our way back. That is splendid. We shall head up the mountain now and await your return in the afternoon. A group of young individuals decided to hunt in the mountains, while the women and the older folk took nylon bags to gather mushrooms. Before long, everyone had departed. Hidong, Zhu Changrong, and Higui continued on. Higui, are you selling the items on your cart? Someone suddenly called out, prompting Higui to turn and look at Hidong, who was smiling at the large pieces of meat resting on the cart. He recognized the place as the one that had recently sold game meat. Game was far more valuable than mushrooms. With newfound wealth, the desire for finer delicacies arose. We do not sell. Chapter 84. A family produces one individual uncle. If you wish to purchase, you may say so now, and we will deliver it to you tomorrow. Upon hearing such good news, the man hurried over, eager to buy 2 pounds of meat. Hidong took out a notebook to jot it down. It is no small feat for us to deliver, so we must charge 20 cents. If you find it too expensive, you need not buy. The elderly gentleman gritted his teeth, but ultimately acquiesced. His grandson had not tasted anything good in quite some time. The three of them continued onward, arriving at Shanghe Village. It was evident that the vitality of the place had diminished. The few souls present were gaunt and dispirited. Some lay on the ground, weak and near death from hunger. Hidong observed the scene and approached a man with a steamed sweet potato. The man caught a whiff of the aroma and immediately lunged for it, devouring it voraciously. Others followed suit, particularly the children, who, like cats drawn to fish, gazed longingly at Hidong, hesitant yet eager to speak. Hidong's heart felt heavy as he regarded the emaciated figures before him. He recalled a previous visit with Yuan Yongming, yet the sight remained profoundly shocking. Here is a sweet potato. Once you are full, will you assist in labor? Will you work? Yes, 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 came the eager replies. The man who had been lying in hunger had finished the sweet potato in a frenzy, his eyes fixated on Hidong's remaining food, clearly still yearning for more. His dark skin contrasted sharply with the intense gaze of his eyes, locked onto the sweet potato. Hidong felt a twinge of pity but remained a businessman first. He pointed to the wooden sign on Higui and Zhu Changrong's cart, announcing the prices of mushrooms and game meat to the crowd. Mushrooms were priced at 50 cents, while the game meat had been reduced by 20 cents from the previous price. You may choose one. I recall we have mushrooms in our mountains. If you consume this, you may go and pick some. Can I truly exchange mushrooms for money? The man seemed skeptical, as Hidong had mentioned that money could procure food. Hidong smiled. You will find out by trying. Young men should work first and consider other matters later. I will remain here. I will not leave. The man accepted the items and nylon bag and slowly made his way up the mountain, his steps deliberate due to prolonged hunger. The villagers, who had previously lacked the energy to move, gathered around, drawn not by the prospect of earning money but by the sweet fragrance of the sweet potato, igniting their appetites. We can go too. However, we are hungry. The sweet potatoes in Hidong's possession were limited, as they had been sent by his mother-in-law for their household, intended for their own consumption. Yet, he had brought them forth. Thus, one person from each household may emerge. Soon, they can eat something and exchange mushrooms or game meat for food. Such free offerings required an initial approach, for the impoverished also harbored their own disadvantages. If they could gain without labor, they would be disinclined to work. The crowd quickly formed a line. He Gui and Zhu Qingya remained puzzled by the unfolding situation. Unsure of what to say, Hidong surveyed the orderly queue and began distributing the sweet potatoes. Then there was a nylon bag. If I do not return before nightfall, I shall depart. Kindness begets kindness, indeed. Hidong somewhat believed this, for after all, he had been reborn. Go on, he urged. The children gazed at Hidong, who found himself at a loss, compelled to watch with a heavy heart. Zhu Qingya and He Gui, both fathers, were particularly pained by the sight. Yet, with so few sweet potatoes in sight, and knowing Hidong still had his uses, there was little choice but to watch. Fortunately, as evening descended, someone descended from the mountains, carrying a nylon bag filled with a substantial quantity of mushrooms. Some bore them on their backs, others cradled them in their arms, while still more clutched them in their hands. A smile played at the corners of Hidong's mouth, suggesting a satisfactory outcome. He and He Gui proceeded to weigh the mushrooms, while Zhu Qingya busied himself with the game meat. Assisting in the lifting were the vendors of the game. Accounts were settled, every penny accounted for. The villagers of Day were witnessing such an abundance of cash for the first time. You say this can buy sweet potatoes? How? The famished men, previously desperate, now held money yet felt little excitement. Their hunger drove them to crave sustenance. Hidong approached He Gui's cart, took a bag of sweet potatoes, opened it, and poured its contents onto the cart. They were sweet potatoes, the fragrant and sweet kind they had consumed that morning. 20 cents a pound. Do you want some? If you do, you can buy them now and cook them. The man nodded vigorously, his frail body trembling. Would he finally be able to enjoy a hearty meal? How many pounds? For pounds. The man handed over $1. Make it 5. This was all from the money earned selling mushrooms. Hidong readily weighed the potatoes and instructed someone to fetch an enamel plate for packing. Seeing that they could purchase sweet potatoes and finally eat, others rushed forth. In no time, the sweet potatoes were sold out. The money that had gone out earlier had returned in abundance. It was not that Hidong was profiting. The village was simply impoverished, and everyone yearned to eat their fill. If they had earned money, it was solely for the purpose of satisfying their hunger. Otherwise, they would not have bothered to pick mushrooms, especially those with children, who waited until nightfall to emerge with large bags of mushrooms. They settled their accounts, purchased sweet potatoes, and returned home to prepare meals for their families. People can starve, but it does not happen overnight. Zhu Qingya and He Gui finally understood why Hidong had purchased so many sweet potatoes and why he withheld the vegetables and meat from sale. He was waiting for this moment. He had gathered mushrooms and game, earned money, and provided food for the villagers. Content and grateful. This was Hidong? Truly. It seemed unlikely. The night deepened. He Gui had mentioned he might return late or not at all. However, Fong Lan remained anxious. As darkness fell, she frequently gazed out the door. When she spotted a dark figure approaching from afar, she felt a flicker of hope, only to be met with disappointment. She sighed repeatedly. Since He Gui embarked on the mushroom business, their living conditions had improved and every aspect of life had become better. Yet, he was often out early and home late, spending the majority of the day away. During the day, she busied herself with the task of gathering mushrooms, which was not particularly concerning. However, once night fell and she noticed the absence of familiar faces returning, her heart inevitably grew heavy with worry. No point in lingering here. It's been said that they will return late, so an early arrival is unlikely, she thought. I'll keep watch for a moment. You should attend to the children. He Dacheng emerged with a tobacco pipe, exhaling a cloud of greenish smoke. Fong Lan nodded and retreated into the house, her mind wandering to the well-being of Qingya. She recalled that Hidong had gone along with her. Nevertheless, she had 2 children and her parents here with her. Your mother has gone to check on things. There's no need to fret, he Dacheng reassured as he walked into the courtyard, settling himself on the bluestone slab at the entrance. It was then that Fong Lan realized Zhang Guiping was not at home. Perhaps due to her earlier anxiety over He Gui's situation, she had failed to notice. That evening, Zhu Qingya planned to prepare dinner, yet Tang Mei was aware that He Dong had ventured out with Zhu Changrong, leaving her uncertain of their return. She had been invited to dine at their home, but upon returning, a sense of solitude enveloped her. Alone in the house, it felt desolate and cold, provoking thoughts of He Dong. She wondered how he was faring outside, when he would return, and where he might be at that very moment. After collecting the laundry from the yard, Zhu Qingya intended to return inside to read. The water well should be operational now, right? Hearing voices, she turned to see Zhang Guiping entering. Have you eaten, mother? She inquired, surprised to see Zhang Guiping, who was of an age that made such ventures unexpected. She hurriedly switched on the courtyard light. Zhang Guiping smiled at her, raising the kerosene lamp she carried. Your father sent me to check on you. The wind extinguished the lamp on my way here. Zhu Qingya nodded. My mother invited me to eat at home. However, I prepared a meal for He Dong, hoping it would be warm when he returns. She moved a stool for Zhang Guiping to sit. The water well will be ready for use tomorrow. It should be quite good. Zhang Guiping surveyed the tidy courtyard and the garments in Zhu Qingya's hands, genuinely pleased. The villagers often remarked that Zhu Qingya was the jewel of the Zhu family, rarely venturing beyond their threshold. Yet today, with her son absent, she had maintained such cleanliness. Who else could it be but Zhu Qingya? Her previous concerns about their living conditions seemed somewhat excessive. Are you worried that Dongzi isn't back yet? The 2 women sat in the courtyard, engaging in light conversation. No, I believe everything is fine. Your 2 elder brothers are here, so there should be no trouble. Zhang Guiping offered her some comfort. Zhu Qingya was aware that her mother-in-law had come specifically to keep her company, knowing He Dong was not home. Your elder brother hasn't he returned either? Zhang Guiping confirmed. No, your sister-in-law is also worried. At this moment, Zhu Qingya felt somewhat more at ease. Their absence indicated they were likely together. 3 grown men could manage whatever situation arose. What concerned her was who would return and who would not. In the late hours of the night, He Dong and the others finally arrived at Shanghe Village. Not due to any particular delay, but rather because the distance from Dea Village was quite considerable. If not for the pursuit of this modest income, few would be inclined to engage in such endeavors. However, the company of 3 is far preferable to solitude. He Dong sat in the cart of Zhu Changrong as they journeyed home. At that moment, the entire village was enveloped in profound silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant barking of dogs, while the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filled the air. As he contemplated the stillness of the night, Zhu Changrong quietly entered his home. Wang Yu had already fallen asleep with the child. Zhu Changrong nudged her gently, but she did not awaken. Wang Yu, boil some water for me to bathe, he urged. Yet, Wang Yu remained blissfully unaware, tightly holding her child as she slept soundly. With no other option, Zhu Changrong made his way to the kitchen. He Dong sensed something amiss as he entered the courtyard. The kitchen light was still aglow at this hour. Was Zhu Qingya still awake? He thought it might be for the best, and proceeded toward the kitchen, only to discover an unusual sight. Not only was Zhu Qingya there, but his own mother, Zhang Guiping, was also present. Mother, why are you still up at this hour? He inquired. Zhang Guiping, busy rolling out dough, looked up with delight upon seeing her son return. You're back? Zhu Qingya was equally surprised, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. You're well? He Dong smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Zhu Qingya shot him a disapproving glance, thinking him to be rather frivolous. She had not considered what he might be lacking. Little did she know, her playful demeanor was irresistibly charming. I'm making dumplings. Mother said it's fine to prepare them for breakfast. The weather is cool, and they won't spoil. In truth, it was merely a way to pass the time, as she had no idea when He Dong would return. If she were to sleep, rest would elude her. Zhu Qingya could keep herself occupied with books, but she could not allow Zhang Guiping to toil alone. He Dong understood this well. Their home was certainly different from that of his elder brother. Though it was close to the Zhu family, they were still separated by courtyards. His wife was fair and beautiful, and it wouldn't do to leave her unguarded at night. Mother, you needn't busy yourself any longer. I will accompany Qingya to see you home. There's no need for that. I can manage on my own, Zhang Guiping replied, removing her apron. I have a light. He Dong, however, was reluctant to let her walk alone. The night wind was strong, and having a lamp made little difference in the dark. I bought a flashlight yesterday. It will serve perfectly for your journey home. Mother, mother. A voice echoed from the courtyard, sounding like Higui's. Zhang Guiping stepped out of the kitchen and indeed found Higui there. What brings you here? She asked. Fang Lan said you were here, so I came to take you back. Zhang Guiping mused. When did my two sons become so united? Brother, I was just saying we should escort mother, Higui added. You shouldn't leave Qingya alone at home. Higui approached with the lamp, walking alongside Zhang Guiping. Hidong, seeing this, offered his flashlight to Higui and even instructed him on its use. Hey, it seems to be much better than a kerosene lamp. This novel device was indeed superior to the old one. Of course, Hidong replied proudly. Higui was aware that Hidong possessed knowledge far beyond his own. As family, there was no need for formality. Mother and I will take our leave now. Hidong and Zhu Qingya escorted the guests to the door. As the figures disappeared from view, Hidong grasped Zhu Qingya's hand, leading them back to the courtyard. Have you washed yet? He inquired suddenly, catching Zhu Qingya off guard. By the time she comprehended the question, her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Though her response was a mere whisper, Hidong understood that she had indeed grasped his meaning. He ventured into the kitchen, discovering a pot of water heating. On such a night, drawing water from the well for a bath was quite a chore. Just like the previous day, they had 2 buckets. Zhu Qingya, however, was reluctant to bathe together, and Hidong did not press the matter. He could wash outside. The crucial aspect was being able to retire to bed. After experiencing it once, he had come to appreciate the advantages of having a woman around. The young assistant he had hired was simply too youthful, and her words were not to be wholly trusted. She was naive and inexperienced. Having children was not a burden, was it? In the following 2 days, Hidong set off each morning with Higui and Zhu Changrong to sell mushrooms and wild game. Naturally, there was also the small profit from wild vegetables that Zhu Changrong and Higui sought. He continued to gather his own mushrooms for personal sales, while Zhu Changrong and Higui sold the mushrooms and wild game. He would wait at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative for the doors to open for their grand procurement. Since they had ventured farther afield, they had accumulated a considerable amount of business, particularly from areas more distant from the county seat. Few wished to spend an entire morning traversing 40 to 50 miles to purchase vegetables in the county town. For a mere 20 cents, someone else could do the labor, which was quite appealing. They could also gather mushrooms and earn money from wild game. Thus, for the past few days, Hidong, Higui, and Zhu Changrong had been perpetually busy with the ox cart. The items on the cart were collected by villagers who awaited their arrival at each stop. Sometimes, it was one person from each household. Other times, several elders from the village would assist, allowing the younger ones to fetch goods for their own families. It was convenient and efficient. However, upon reaching Shanghe Village, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. That morning, no one rushed forward to sell mushrooms or wild game. Instead, villagers stood in front of their homes, staring blankly at Hidong, Higui, and Zhu Changrong atop the ox cart. Some even clutched sticks in their hands, their anger palpable. Chapter 86. Is there nothing else? The atmosphere was decidedly off. Hidong sensed it, observing that Higui and Zhu Changrong wore equally troubled expressions. They all seemed to share the same unease. They halted the ox cart, hesitant to proceed further, fearing an ambush. They gazed at the peculiar gathering of villagers. At that moment, Higui and Zhu Changrong dared not even breathe. Just days prior, they had been the most popular figures in the village. Yet today, everything had changed abruptly. Both men pondered what they might have done wrong in recent days. Hidong, however, was acutely aware that they had merely continued their routine of collecting mushrooms and wild game, assisting others in purchasing and selling vegetables. There was nothing illicit about their actions. Remaining in this standoff was not a viable solution. Summoning his courage, Hidong smiled and directed his gaze towards a familiar face amidst the crowd. Madam Yao, the old tofu you asked me to buy yesterday has been procured today. Would you like it now? Upon hearing this, Madam Yao stepped forward, only to be halted by a young man beside her. Madam Yao, do you still dare to trust them? His words made her retreat. Hidong's gaze towards him was filled with animosity. Hidong truly felt exasperated, compelled to ponder what misdeeds he might have committed in recent days. It seemed there were indeed some, particularly if one considered the act of peeking at his wife while she bathed. Why can't you trust us? What have we done? Speak clearly, brother. Hidong alighted from the vehicle, fixing his eyes on the young man. The lad was robust and tall, bare-chested, wielding a fork, and his gaze was venomous. As Hidong approached, that venom intensified, as if the young man were ready to consume him. Are you not aware of your own actions? He asserted, gripping the fork tightly. What difference does it make to say nothing? Hidong turned to the assembled villagers. Fellow villagers, let us address our issues. If you have something to say, speak openly. Do not bottle it up, it could lead to complications. A snicker escaped from the crowd, swiftly met with disapproving glares. Hidong chuckled, observing the scene. Look, isn't that a perfect example of complications? The crowd murmured, why is this man so glib? He is about to break our composure. Seeing the moment ripe, Hidong continued, these past few days, we have all toiled up and down the mountains. Yet we have earned money to improve our lives. I need not proclaim myself a good person, but I should not be seen as an enemy. The transformations in the village were evident. Everyone had earned money, purchased sweet potatoes, and filled their bellies. They had strength for labor and hope for the future. Yet, Hidong was perceived as sinister. Your words are smooth, but if we all venture to the mountains, why is it that the other villages sell mushrooms for 60 cents a pound, while ours are merely 50? Even the game is priced a couple of dimes lower. Hidong, we do not regard you as an enemy, but are you not taking advantage of us? Indeed, the cooperative sells sweet potatoes for 10 cents a pound. Yet you charge us 20. As one voice opened, many followed suit, resembling a gaping maw intent on devouring Hidong. Zhu Qingya and Higui, witnessing the spectacle, disembarked and stood by Hidong, contemplating how they might assist. Hidong smiled at them, signaling that their help was unnecessary. He could manage this matter himself. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. He was merely grateful that he had defined himself from the beginning as a merchant rather than a savior. Are these the only grievances? Silence fell over the crowd. Was this not sufficient, nor severe enough? Their initial gratitude towards Hidong had transformed entirely into ire. Yes, it was indeed anger, stemming from Hidong's unfair treatment and his cunning ways. Why is it that others can sell mushrooms for 6 mao per jean, yet they must settle for a mere 5? Is it a matter of reduced quantity or simply a lack of effort? Have any of you ventured to Shanghe Village to sell mushrooms at 6 mao a jean? Hidong suddenly inquired. Naturally, Day Village has seen this, otherwise there would not be such collective indignation. I have sold there, at Higui's wife's stall in Shanghe Village, where they sell for 6 mao a jean, a full mao more than we do. I have also sold wild game at Zhu Qingya's wife's place, which fetched a price 1 or 2 mao higher than here. 2 young villagers stepped forward, vocally denouncing Hidong's cunning. Hidong smiled, revealing a hint of craftiness. How much time did it take? The 2 young men replied. About 12 to 20 li, over an hour. Hidong continued. Then do you know how long it takes to travel from Day Village to Tongan County and back? The 2 young men had never been, and neither had others present. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. An elderly voice then resonated, carrying the weight of age. If you go quickly, it takes 4 to 5 hours. If slow, then 6 to 7. The 2 were taken aback, while others exchanged puzzled glances. Does it really take that long? Old sir, we travel by ox cart, and even at our fastest, it takes over 4 hours. Adding the time spent selling mushrooms and buying vegetables at the supply and marketing cooperative, it nearly totals 5 to 6 hours. From Shanghe Village to Day Village alone takes 1 to 2 hours. After we gather the mushrooms, we must transport them to Shanghe Village. And 3 of us need to eat. Of course, if you genuinely wish to sell mushrooms at 6 mao a jean, you can go to Shanghe Village. However, you might find you can gather even more mushrooms and earn more money in those 2 hours. We can help you transport them, and in the morning, we can bring back vegetables for you. 2 mao hardly counts as profit. As for the sweet potatoes at 2 mao a jean, my 2 oxen must eat something too. I cannot let them travel on empty stomachs. If you choose not to enjoy this convenience, we are not bothered. After all, once you pass your village, my prices might drop even lower, and I wouldn't fear a poor collection. The deeper into the mountains one goes, the more impoverished the regions become. When people are hungry, they lack the will to work. Without action, they only face starvation. Hidong has the potential to revive Day Village, but other villages cannot simply wait for demise. Earning money and securing food is of the utmost importance, and this belief resonates with the people of Day Village. Even if prices are low, one has no choice when faced with hunger, just as they once did. Let us go, Qingya. Today we shall not collect from Day Village. Let's proceed to the next village. Turning to leave, Hidong showed no signs of regret. However, the people of Day Village were unwilling to let him go. Wait. Hidong, we will sell at 5 mao a jean. And about those vegetables you promised to bring us, we want those too. Indeed, you are such a good person. coming all this way to ensure we have food and earn a good living. You cannot leave us. Zhu Qingya, quickly weigh this rabbit for me. I was fortunate yesterday and caught 3 or 5. I also picked a nylon bag full of mushrooms this morning. Higuei, hurry up. Seeing Dong's resolute departure, everyone grew anxious. If he truly refused to collect, what would they do? As days began to improve, must we revert to our former ways? Chapter 87. There is but one chance. Upon hearing Dong's explanation, they came to realize that it was not Dong who was being oppressive. Rather, he had invested too much. A few cents here and there were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. If no one were to gather mushrooms and wild game, they would earn not even a cent. Yet, without Dong's consent, Zhu Qingya and Higuei dared not take any action. After standing there for a while, they understood this. Sometimes, it is easy to pity someone. Offering them a meal is a simple act that does not evoke feelings of discomfort or loss. However, when after providing sustenance, they turn and bite you back, the experience is undeniably painful. Thus, they supported Dong's current approach. As they turned to board their vehicle, the elderly village chief, his hair completely white, approached Dong's retreating figure to admit fault. His voice was weary and frail. Yet, they held no other thoughts. They simply felt aggrieved and discontented. Now that they understood the hardships he faced and the conveniences he provided, the discomfort began to dissipate. One must possess a forgiving heart. The old man personally bent to apologize. The others wore expressions of anxiety and tension. Dong, we truly comprehend our mistakes. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold our ignorance against us. Yes, yes, the villagers nearly wept. Initially, they felt wronged, unaware of the complexities involved. However, if Dong were not to forgive them, it appeared they had no alternative but to plead for his clemency. After all, the village chief had intervened. Just pardon us this once. The villagers have been relying on the mushrooms and wild game to earn a living these past few days. Kindly show a bit of compassion. The crowd engaged in a chorus of voices, striving to sway Dong's resolve. Naturally, he heard them all. Yet, he still hoped to hear a different perspective. In this day and age, people's hearts are simple and unadorned, devoid of ulterior motives. However, every cause has its effect. Dong, it was my fault. I went to Shanghe Village yesterday. I informed the villagers about the meager payment you offered us. It was I who incited everyone to cease selling mushrooms and wild game to you. A young man stepped forward to stand behind Dong. I was unaware of the extent of the situation. If you are displeased, I shall not request your assistance in the future. The villagers are innocent, merely influenced by my words. What is your name? Dong finally turned, his gaze fixed on the young man. The young man was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, uncertain of Dong's next move. The young man instinctively replied, Lei Chong. Lei Chong. Dong noted the name. You are commendable. However, I am not so petty. The mushrooms and wild game from Dahu village will continue to be collected as usual, including yours. This revelation astonished Lei Chong and the villagers alike. But remember, there is but one chance. With an outstretched finger, Dong's expression was grave and fearsome. Everyone knows that this is a promise that will be fulfilled. They nodded in agreement, affirming there would be no next time. Zhu Qingya and Higuei continued their routine of foraging for mushrooms and wild delicacies. Dong meticulously distributed the vegetables purchased from each household according to his ledger. Sweet potatoes remained at 20 cents a pound, available for those in need. Uncle Dong, do you have what I want? A little boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old, approached with wide, sparkling eyes. Dong, recognizing the child, retrieved some candy. It's 50 cents, he said. The boy accepted it, tucked it into his pocket, and joyfully waved goodbye as he scampered off. This was their little secret. Dong watched the child disappear before resuming his task of handing out the vegetables to the villagers. By evening, he and Zhu Qingya began their journey home. Now, even villages farther from Shanghe, like Dahu village, were aware that mushrooms and wild game could be exchanged for money. However, the distance posed a challenge. Compounded by their limited transportation, with only 2 ox carts, they were already insufficient. Dong contemplated harnessing his own ox to assist with the deliveries. Not venturing as far as Dahu village, the wild game and mushrooms collected from Fanglan and Wangyu still needed to be transported to the county town. It was all necessary. Upon entering the village, he disembarked and made his way to the residence of Tan the carpenter, just as the cart was ready. He dragged it back home. Zhu Qingya had prepared dinner. Seeing Dong return with the cart, she hurried to help. Why didn't you call me for assistance? She asked. It's just a small task. I can manage. Dong unfastened the cart's reins and went to fetch water to wash his face. Zhu Qingya handed him a towel. The water pump was truly convenient now. Several women had come during the day to use it, praising its efficiency. Hidong found it equally effective. The enamel basin and water bucket filled instantly at the spout. No longer did he need to haul the bucket up repeatedly, as he had done before. The money spent was indeed worthwhile. Zhu Qingya shared his sentiments, and upon seeing his freshly washed face, she noted his features appeared clean and bright, his eyes clear. "Why are you staring at your man?" Hidong wiped his face and noticed Zhu Qingya's intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly darted away, dismissing the moment. She went to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. In recent days, Hidong had been busy, but he had managed to buy groceries. She was content as long as he provided the ingredients. Tonight's meal featured stir-fried bean sprouts and meat. The aroma was enticing. Reminiscent of his cooking, sweet and sour pork. Zhu Qingya loved it so much that she craved it every few days. Unfortunately, Hidong had been too occupied to prepare it himself lately. "Really?" Zhu Qingya asked, her face lighting up with delight upon hearing his confirmation. She had been worried it might not taste good. As she cooked, she was careful to remember his proportions of ingredients. Thankfully, her efforts did not disappoint. However, after tasting her creation, she realized it fell short of Hidong's standard. "This man isn't being honest," she exclaimed, her large, dark eyes narrowing in feigned accusation. Hidong chuckled, "It's just a bit too sweet. Next time, use less sugar." Human beings are perpetually engaged in the pursuit of resolving challenges, striving to improve continuously. This was equally true in his previous life. Zhu Qingya understood this principle and accepted it without protest, bowing her head to partake in her meal. The night breeze gently caressed the surroundings, occasionally bringing with it a refreshing chill. Zhu Qingya sneezed, prompting Hidong to fear for her comfort. He hurried inside to fetch a garment for her to wear. As she felt the weight of the fabric settle upon her shoulders and gazed at Hidong, her admiration for him deepened. Typically, such tender gestures were the domain of Tang Mei within the household. She never anticipated experiencing them after marriage. "Hidong, you will always treat me well, won't you?" she asked, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Hidong smiled, his fingers brushing lightly against her nose, the delicate sensation delightful. "If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat kindly?" Zhu Qingya, her face flushed, returned her focus to her meal. After dining, Hidong harnessed the newly crafted cart to the ox, eager to test it out. The recently acquired ox was markedly different from the ones raised by Zhu Qingya and Higuei over the years. It was quite unruly. It resisted pulling the cart, bellowing incessantly, as if to assert its defiance. Regardless of the urgency in Hidong's demeanor, the creature remained obstinately still, desiring beef. Hidong lamented the challenges of coaxing the animal into motion. Meanwhile, the narrative took a whimsical turn, as the atmosphere brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming video updates. Grateful acknowledgments were extended to the esteemed contributors who inspired the creative endeavors. Hidong sought out Zhu Qingya at the Zhu household, lacking the experience necessary for managing cattle. Upon learning of the situation, Zhu Qingya promptly assessed the ox and cart in the yard, preparing to assist. Despite his experience, he faced challenges with the new ox, which remained unyielding before him. Zhu Qingya observed the scene, suppressing laughter as she retreated to her room to read, feeling somewhat helpless in the matter. Hidong and Zhu Qingya toiled in the yard, while Wang Yu watched from beyond the wall, particularly intrigued by the 2/8 bicycle parked in the corner. Just days prior, Hidong had mentioned purchasing tickets and industrial coupons for it, though the authenticity of his claims remained uncertain. 40 yuan is quite a sum. A vehicle typically costs just over 100, she mused, calculating the total. Considering Hidong's lack of use for the bicycle, he primarily relied on Zhu Qingya's ox cart or Higuei's for travel. Now that he had acquired an ox cart as well, it seemed the bicycle might soon become redundant. A thought sparked in Wang Yu's mind, prompting her to gather a few items before making her way to Hidong's yard. "Dongzi, do not say that my sister-in-law does not care for you and Qingya. Come, enjoy some loquats. I just picked these fresh from my family's home today," she called out, holding a porcelain basin filled with a dozen golden loquats. Her voice ringing out. "Qingya, where are you?" Zhu Qingya, who had been absorbed in her book, emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Sister-in-law, why are you hiding in the room while everyone is in the yard? Come and enjoy the loquats. They are exceptionally sweet." Wang Yu, embodying the role of an affectionate older sister, placed an enamel basin on the table in the courtyard and beckoned Zhu Qingya to come and partake. Zhu Qingya gazed at the golden loquats, recalling the unexpected delight of years past. Wang Yu's family had planted a few loquat trees, and this time of year, they would typically bear fruit. However, Wang Yu had never made such a grand gesture of sharing them, especially with her. She remembered her childhood when her elder brother, Zhu Qingya, would slyly snatch a few loquats and, taking advantage of Wang Yu's inattention, would dare to share them with her. Today felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Why not eat? Go ahead, they're truly sweet, Wang Yu encouraged, handing a loquat to Zhu Qingya with a warm smile. She was conscious of her past actions, but sought to bury those memories now. Zhu Qingya accepted the fruit, peeled it, and inhaled its fragrant aroma. She loved loquats, yet due to her relationship with Wang Yu, she had never asked for them. Today, being presented with them felt extraordinary. Delicious. Thank you, sister-in-law. Delicious. Eat more. There's no need for thanks. We are family. Under the warm, orange glow of the lamp, the black bicycle in the corner appeared even more alluring. Dongzi, come and taste the fresh fruit, Wang Yu called out. Hidong, hearing her voice, approached. Zhu Qingya cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yu. As her partner, he could not decipher her current thoughts. She had mentioned returning to her family home to fetch a couple of enamel basins of loquats, yet each person received only a few. The rest, it seemed, were all for her. Now, she willingly offered more than 10 loquats to Zhu Qingya and Hidong. It seemed as if the sun had truly risen in the west. However, he chose not to dwell on it, and simply observed the large black cow, which remained unruly due to a lack of training. Dongzi, you must try them. Are they sweet? Wang Yu urged, handing a loquat to him as he finished washing his hands. Hidong accepted it, peeled it, and sampled the flesh. Not bad, right? I think it's delightful. If you enjoy them, I'll bring you more next time. My family has plenty, Wang Yu replied, offering another loquat. This time, Hidong hesitated, looking at her. I think that's enough. These loquats are cold in nature. Qingya, you should eat sparingly. Zhu Qingya shared the same sentiment. Wang Yu's sudden display of affection made her uneasy. She feared it might lead to trouble. It's just one or two. It's not excessive. Cold in nature or not, I grew up eating them without issue. Dongzi, you don't wish to eat our loquats, do you? Hidong silently admitted that he indeed had reservations. Upon entering, your eyes were drawn to the bicycle. He wondered why she had come, feeling perplexed. Nonetheless, as Zhu Qingya's wife, he felt compelled to maintain decorum. Indeed, they are cold in nature. Qingya has been feeling unwell lately, and so have I. Perhaps there is something wrong with the food you've consumed these past few days? Let me take a look at what you've been eating. Her rare act of generosity was met with disappointment. Hidong genuinely felt that this individual was truly insincere. Alas, I find myself feeling unwell again. I must excuse myself. Hidong clutched his stomach and made his way to the restroom. The facilities of this era were far from the comforts of the future, yet they sufficed for necessity. Especially after Hidong had made some modifications, it was not entirely unpleasant. However, prolonged stays could still be quite unbearable. Wang Yu, feeling exasperated, turned back to look at Zhu Qingya. I recall you enjoy eating, so I finished everything. Zhu Qingya was at a loss for what to do when a voice came from beyond the courtyard wall. Sister-in-law, why are you over there? Zhu Mian is crying and needs soothing. Tian Mimi shouted from the other side. It truly seemed that some mothers were oblivious. How could one not hear their own child's cries? Sister-in-law? Wang Yu was irked. At the most critical times, no one was reliable, especially Zhu Mian. By the time he grew up, she would be quite old herself. Could she depend on him? It seemed she would still have to rely on her younger brother. With an impatient response, Wang Yu turned back to smile at Zhu Qingya. I'll leave this here. Remember to eat. Zhu Qingya remained silent, watching her depart. Don't worry, Qingya. Your sister-in-law insists you eat. If it's gone, I'll get more for you, Zhu Qingya said fondly from near the ox cart. Zhu Qingya felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. After all these years, they were well aware of Wang Yu's temperament. Yet, as a family, they must learn to integrate with one another. It was best if they could coexist peacefully. Upon returning home, Wang Yu was met with the sound of a wailing child, which only heightened her irritation. She had originally intended to seek an opportunity to inquire about Hidong and Zhu Qingya's situation regarding the 2/8. But this child had disrupted her thoughts. Now, there was pressure from the family to procure the 2/8 quickly to propose to a good girl. But how could she possibly conjure such a sum of money? Zhu Qingya's mushroom business had barely begun, and her time managing the accounts was even shorter. Moreover, Zhu Qingya had a habit of counting money daily, almost as if guarding it from her. Hidong's 2/8 were said to be old, Yet if they were truly required, they would cost nothing. This would save considerable effort. You should refrain from visiting Qingya and Hedong too often, she advised. Chapter 89. The address came from Shang City. Tang Mei passed by the doorway and heard the child crying intensely, her brow furrowing. As night fell, the child sought their mother. A toddler of 2 or 3 years is naturally the most attached to their mother. Wang Yu quickly nodded, focusing her attention on the child in her arms. Understood, she responded dismissively, patting the child's back to lull them to sleep, thinking how no one in this family seemed to empathize with her. With so many people in the household, why was there not a single one capable of calming the child? It felt as though no one wished to lend a hand. Seeing her in such a state, Tang Mei eventually left the house. After all, it was her own grandchild, crying so pitifully, and her heart ached. Meanwhile, Hedong, hearing Wang Yu's departure, emerged from the restroom. Zhu Qingya looked at him with exasperation. It was clear he had been avoiding Wang Yu moments earlier, and she shot him an accusatory glance before retreating indoors. She gazed at the loquats in the enamel plate, realizing that she had not taken any. Brother, please take some back for Zhu Mian and Shaon Wan later. I have grown up and no longer indulge in such things. She contemplated that it would be prudent not to owe Wang Yu any favors. Hedong had certainly taken notice of the situation, while Zhu Changrong appeared helpless. After Wang Yu's antics today, he sensed something amiss and resolved to inquire about her intentions once they returned home. In the past, Wang Yu had voiced numerous criticisms of Zhu Qingya, but now that Zhu Qingya was married, was it not time for her to refrain from overreaching? Shouldn't Zhu Qingya and Hedong be allowed to live their lives in peace? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the ox hitched to the cart suddenly bolted. Zhu Changrong, leaning against the cart, stumbled as the ox and cart surged forward. Chase after it, hurry, he shouted. If the ox escaped, it would mean a significant loss. Hedong, equally taken aback by the suddenness of the event, had not even had the chance to lash or kick the beast. Was it possessed? Acting as if it had gone mad. Zhu Qingya, too, was taken by surprise at how rapidly the ox had taken off. She could not enter the room and stood outside, watching as Hedong and Zhu Changrong dashed after it. Dehei, dehei. It was undeniable that the large black ox ran remarkably fast, being in the prime of its life, especially with an empty cart. The commotion drew the curiosity of several households along the roadside, who emerged to witness the spectacle of a runaway ox cart under the night sky, with 2 figures in pursuit. What was happening? Was there a thief at play? The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Dongzi, is that Hedong? Someone finally recognized him. They hurried home to fetch a rope and a pitchfork, heading out to lend assistance. Who dared to meddle with Hedong's ox? Did they not fear the consequences? The village roads were rough, and Dehei was swift. The cart bounced and clattered behind, making quite a noise. Yet no one understood the reason for the ox's frantic escape. After a while, they realized that Hedong and Zhu Changrong were trailing behind. Then the carpenter recognized that the cart strapped to the ox was the very one Hedong had brought back earlier that day. The ox must be bewitched. We need to stop it before it leaves the village. Everyone was hesitant to confront it directly, arming themselves with hose and implements to block its path. When Dehei caught sight of them, it executed an emergency stop. The cart, propelled by inertia, jolted as the ox wobbled before finally coming to a halt. Hedong and Zhu Changrong, upon witnessing Dehei's cessation, breathed a sigh of relief and quickened their pace, seeing the villagers who had come to help truly moved them. This night, they had come perilously close to losing the ox. Thank you, everyone, Hedong said, wiping his brow as he led the ox back home. The villagers, relieved, returned to their homes. Zhu Qingya felt reassured only when she saw Hedong leading the ox, with Zhu Changrong following closely behind. She opened the cattle pen, allowing Hedong to guide the ox inside. After securing the animal, Hedong stepped out and closed the gate. I shall return now. Zhu Changrong conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that the cattle would not escape. Hedong accompanied Zhu Changrong to the entrance, glancing back to see Zhu Qingya standing beneath the light. A gentle smile gracing her features, though a hint of confusion lingered. What are you smiling about? In the moonlight, Hedong's teeth gleamed brilliantly white. Zhu Qingya remained silent as she stepped inside. The wind picked up outside. You should wash up quickly, Hedong thought to himself. After a long day of busyness outdoors, he had just run a short distance and was now quite damp. It was indeed time for a good wash. Once Hedong finished his shower and entered the room, he found Zhu Qingya seated at her desk, engrossed in a book. Aren't you going to sleep? Zhu Qingya closed her book and turned around, a delicate blush adorning her cheeks. I want to sleep, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Hidong initially intended to tease her, but thought better of it, recognizing her shyness. He made the bed and lay down, waiting for Zhu Qingya. You haven't told me what was so funny just now. Zhu Qingya turned off the light. It was nothing, she replied. Nothing is still something to laugh about. Hidong was determined to get to the bottom of it. Laughter echoed in the darkness as Zhu Qingya chuckled softly. Hidong teased her. If you don't speak up, I shall have to punish you. No, please, it tickles really. The next day, Shanghe Village basked in sunlight. The mountains appeared more verdant, and the grass was a deeper shade of green. A young man clad in a green outfit, wearing a matching hat, sat atop a designated motorcycle. He sped through the entrance of Shanghe Village, navigating swiftly. When encountering people or dogs in his path, he slowed down and maneuvered around them. In no time, he arrived at Hidong's doorstep. Is anyone home? Zhu Qingya, hearing the voice, stepped outside. The spring wind was brisk, and a sunshade hung at the door. As she lifted it, she emerged from the side. Hello. Hello. The young man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhu Qingya. He had not expected to encounter someone with such fair skin in the village. Is this Hidong's residence? Zhu Qingya nodded, saying, He is my husband. Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed crimson, as it was the first time she publicly acknowledged their relationship. The young man smiled. I have a telegram for him. Is he home? Zhu Qingya shook her head. He left early this morning. Then, may I leave it with you? Zhu Qingya nodded and accepted the telegram he handed her. She noticed the address was from Shanghe City. Is it from Sister Wenyu? But something felt amiss. If it were from Su Wenyu, the recipient's name should not have been Hidong's. Ultimately, she did not open the telegram. Watching the messenger depart, she returned indoors. Qingya, someone called from the entrance. Zhu Qingya turned to see Aunt Zhang from the Wei family, who was Wei Xia's mother. Did you call me, Auntie? Aunt Zhang glanced toward the courtyard's water well. Zhu Qingya noticed the water bucket she was carrying. The well has been functional these past few days. The nearby households, initially curious, have since found it quite useful and enjoy fetching water from it regularly. It has become a neighborly affair. Hence, Hidong's courtyard door remained open, something Zhu Qingya had grown accustomed to. However, it was indeed Aunt Zhang's first visit. Chapter 90. In a few days, I will be less busy, my apologies. Aunt Zhang was considering utilizing the water well. She had heard from neighbors about the efficacy of the water well and decided to give it a try. However, she had previously experienced some unpleasantness with Tang Mei and the Zhu family, which had deterred her from approaching them. Now that Tang Mei and Hidong were not home, she thought she might take a chance. Perhaps she would discover its advantages and not appear uninformed when discussing it with others. Moreover, the matters from before her marriage had long passed. She was now legitimately wed to Hidong. Seeing Zhu Qingya's politeness, Aunt Zhang did not hesitate and made her way over with a water bucket. Observing the cement-covered water well under the sun, she felt a bit uncertain about how to proceed. Zhu Qingya demonstrated for her, advising that it did not require much force, just a gentle press would suffice. Aunt Zhang carefully noted the instructions, and once Zhu Qingya stepped away, she took it upon herself to operate the pump. Indeed, with just a slight effort, water flowed forth from the well into her bucket, pristine and crystal clear, and it was remarkably swift. Aunt Zhang was elated, genuinely impressed by its utility. Zhu Qingya nodded in agreement, affirming its effectiveness. After filling 2 buckets, Aunt Zhang carried them outside, sharing with anyone she encountered how convenient and effortless Hidong's water well was. Now, she could no longer allow others to flaunt their advantages over her. She had tried it herself, although Wei Xia was not particularly pleased. Mom, it's not a big deal. Must you speak so loudly? We do have a well at home. That's not the same. I've heard so much about Hidong's water well these past few days. If I don't try it myself, people will think I lack experience. Rural folks often take pride in appearances. Besides, it truly is effective. It's a pity you didn't marry Hidong. Otherwise, you could strut about like Tang Mei. How fortunate Zhu Qingya is, witnessing a layabout who, despite lacking any skills, suddenly prospers and knows how to stir things up. Zhu Qingya is genuinely enjoying her good fortune now. Wei Xia took the buckets to the kitchen, listening to her mother's complaints, her expression growing increasingly sour. That's ancient history. Let us not bring it up again, or others will laugh at us. Isn't that what I'm saying? I should have been more resolute back then. What resoluteness, Mom? Please, refrain from spreading such talk. Hidong and Zhu Qingya are already married. You should visit the He family less. It's difficult to converse with that Grandma He. I'm not spreading rumors. Zhu Qingya simply does not measure up to you. If she were as diligent and capable as you, would she even need a water well to fetch water? She is indeed incapable. Hidong bought it for her. She has truly benefited from it. Realizing she could not convince her mother, Wei Xia chose silence and returned to sweeping the floor. And Zhang, merely thinking of the efficient water well that saved her time and effort, increasingly regarded Zhu Qingya as lazy, unworthy of Hidong. Yet, it was too late to express such sentiments. The opportunity had long passed due to the distance that now lay between them. Hidong now leaves home in the morning and typically does not return until late at night. Zhu Changrong and He Gui are certainly not in a much better situation. Observing that Zhu Changrong has yet again failed to return early, Wang Yu visited Hidong's residence. Upon seeing Zhu Qingya, she took her hand and insisted on having a meal at home. You're all alone. What will you cook? Come dine with us. Zhu Qingya wanted to protest that she wasn't hungry and that Hidong would also need to eat, thus necessitating the preparation of a meal. However, Wang Yu tightened her grip and refused to let go, resolutely dragging her to the Zhu household. What is this about? Tang Mei, witnessing Wang Yu's somewhat aggressive behavior as she pulled Zhu Qingya inside, felt displeased. Wang Yu quickly loosened her grip. Hidong isn't home, so I invited Qingya over for dinner. Mom, please don't express discontent. She knew very well that even if she didn't go, Tang Mei would eventually have to. This charade was merely for show. Tang Mei had to go. Yet, she was not surprised that anyone from the Zhu family would come to fetch Zhu Qingya for a meal. It was simply something the eldest daughter-in-law would do, which struck her as quite unusual. If it was merely about dining, there was no need for such antics. Having brought her daughter over, Tang Mei and she entered the house. Wang Yu knew it would unfold this way. Although it was said that Zhu Qingya was now married, Tang Mei still hoped her daughter would dine at home every meal. She had her own motives. Qingya, we've prepared a delightful feast today with meat and eggs. And I even made dumplings for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Where is it that your sister-in-law made them? Mei Mei rolled out the dough. Tang Mei frowned. Wang Yu, displeased, retorted, Mom, now is not the time to expose my secrets. Mei Mei rolled the dough, but I was the one who chopped the filling and made the dumplings. I specifically had Changrong buy fresh meat this morning. Wang Yu was being attentive, and it was evident that not only Tang Mei but the rest of the Zhu family also sensed something amiss, though none dared to voice it. They lowered their heads to eat. During the meal, Wang Yu inquired if the food was to her liking, to which Zhu Qingya responded affirmatively. After the meal, Wang Yu took the initiative to escort Zhu Qingya back home. Qingya, I see that Dongzi has been exceedingly busy lately, especially now that you have the ox cart. Won't the 2/8 barrow be rendered unnecessary? Upon hearing Wang Yu finally speak, Zhu Qingya smiled. How could that be? When Hidong has some free time. He mentioned wanting to take me to the county on the 2/8 barrow. Besides, he said he would not be busy in a couple of days. Wang Yu found herself speechless. Could it truly be such a coincidence? Just as she mentioned the 2/8 barrow, it would suddenly be needed? And what about the radio at home? I honestly see that it hardly gets used. Qingya, why not lend it to me? It's just sitting there. Should it end up in her hands, giving it to her younger brother would also reflect well on her. Wang Yu felt it was all quite reasonable. After all, Hidong managed to buy 4 items, and having 2 for her brother would be quite respectable. Zhu Qingya maintained her smile. That thing. Hidong is very fond of it. He listens to it every night. Sister-in-law, I remember you probably wouldn't know how to operate it. On the day Hidong proposed, Wang Yu did indeed have an encounter with it in the evening. However, she truly did not know how to use it, and her expression grew somewhat awkward. Whether I can use it or not is irrelevant. After all, you said Hidong loves it. You're being rather stingy. Can't I borrow it just for a bit of fun? Turning away, Wang Yu returned to the courtyard with a frown. Zhu Qingya let out a sigh of relief. Now, perhaps she could cease her concerns. As she turned to head home, she noticed Tang Mei peering over the wall. What did your sister-in-law say to you? Do you know what she intends? Tang Mei had witnessed Wang Yu conversing with Zhu Qingya at the entrance, but, due to the distance, had not heard the exchange clearly. Now, she spoke in a hushed tone. Zhu Qingya smiled, somewhat helplessly. I am aware, but I have already declined. Mother, please do not worry. Stop insisting I shouldn't fret. If there truly is an issue, you must speak up. I know your sister-in-law's temperament well. If she needs to be scolded, she must be. Otherwise, she won't come to her senses. Before marriage, she didn't consider treating Zhu Qingya kindly, but after, she seems intent on taking advantage. I, Tang Mei, will not indulge her faults. Chapter 91. Eyes brightened by delicious food. I understand. Mother, rest assured. Seeing her daughter smile, Tang Mei turned to return to the house. Zhu Qingya entered her room, preparing to study for a while. In recent days, Hidong had been leaving early and returning late, and she had grown accustomed to it. If he came home early, she was awake. If late, she might already be asleep. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred. She settled at her desk, picking up her literature book to prepare for the college entrance examination, which was fast approaching. However, she noticed a telegram from Shanghe City resting on the edge of her desk and reminded herself not to forget to mention it to Hidong. That day, Hidong hurried back home with the ox cart, discovering that the lights in the room were still on. Thinking his wife was waiting for him filled his heart with joy, and he intended to peek inside. To his surprise, he found her asleep with her head resting on the desk. One side of her face illuminated by the light. It appeared rosy and delicate. She held a pen in her hand, her brow furrowed, as if some problem had been troubling her before sleep. Hidong glanced at the English book laid out before her. This subject, although commonplace in later generations, was quite novel at present. Its significance for the college entrance exam was minimal, yet achieving a score of 30 or 40 points would astonish many. He assessed the material and deemed it not difficult. But he certainly could not wake Zhu Qingya at this hour to discuss it. It was already late at night, and she needed her rest. Reaching out, he intended to lift Zhu Qingya to the bed, but then remembered he was still dirty from the day's work and needed to wash up before entering. Cradling her soft form, a captivating scent wafted into his nostrils, seemingly dissolving the day's fatigue, leaving only her gentle warmth. Zhu Qingya stirred awake, inhaling the familiar scent of Hidong. "You're back?" she murmured, her eyes too heavy to open, relying on his presence to recognize him. She felt assured when he responded with a soft allowing him to carry her to bed. She soon realized that this man had ulterior motives. "Don't take off my clothes. I'm too sleepy to." When the rooster crowed a second time, Hidong instinctively awoke. Beside him, Zhu Qingya slumbered soundly. Rising, he placed a kiss on her tender cheek before preparing to leave. Just then, he felt her arms wrap around his neck. "Are you leaving already? Upon returning, I shall prepare a delightful meal for you. What delectable dish awaits?" Zhu Qingya, rarely opening her eyes, gazes at him with a cheerful smile. The little glutton, upon hearing of a treat, lights up with excitement. Hidong playfully taps her nose with his finger, his tone imbued with affection. Zhu Qingya chuckles, urging him to reveal the dish. After days of shared companionship, she has noticeably relaxed, embracing him without letting go. Hidong reciprocates her affection, drawing her closer, savoring the moment. Yet, he ultimately refrains from disclosing the specifics of the meal. Zhu Qingya feels as though she might be devoured herself, loosening her grip. Last night was quite exhausting, though she wonders how Hidong, after a full day's toil, remains so vibrant. She recognizes the need for rest. Observing her fatigue, Hidong decides against further engagement, descending to the kitchen instead. He prepares breakfast for Zhu Qingya before setting off. The previous night's exertions have evidently improved by morning, albeit his pace remains sluggish. Zhu Qingrong, He Gui, and Lei Chong have ventured ahead to forage for wild vegetables, while he lingers behind, hastening his pace. "Hey, have you ever heard of steak?" He elaborates. "The delectable dish is crafted from the very flesh upon your frame. First, one must clean the hide, then cut it into pieces, tenderize it with the back of a knife, marinate for 15 minutes, and slowly pan-fry it to perfection. The aroma alone could entice me to consume 10 pieces in one sitting." He abruptly halts, casting a quizzical glance in his direction. Hidong, brimming with confidence, continues. I fear you may not comprehend a word." He turns and quickly darts away, his speed a tad excessive. Hidong, gripping the reins tightly, exclaims, "Brother, do refrain from such haste, you might collide with someone." Ahead, He Gui and Zhu Qingrong find the scene quite amusing. With fewer pedestrians on the road, the risk of collision diminishes, although they worry about Hidong's safety. "You've spent years avoiding farm work, and now you're being outpaced by a cow?" Lei Chong expresses concern, yet he is present to assist He Gui today. Is it truly of no concern? He Gui shakes his head, reassuringly. He will adapt. Everyone has their first time. As Hidong and He forge ahead, He Gui and Zhu Qingrong have nearly foraged enough wild vegetables. They set off, pondering the potential troubles Hidong might encounter in the front. Hidong, unexpectedly, finds that he and He have indeed endured a period of adjustment. They arrive steadily in the county town ahead of others. Rather than proceeding to the restaurant, he waits at the intersection for He Gui and Zhu Qingrong. Calling upon Lei Chong, he hopes to nurture their partnership. After all, commerce in Shanghe Village has stabilized. In other villages, He intends to select responsible young individuals to lead their communities forward. Currently, the seedlings in the fields are in their growth phase. Villages like Shanghe, with sufficient grain stores, fare relatively well, while those like Da, he must rely on foraged mushrooms and wild delicacies to survive. As summer arrives and the rice is harvested, the vegetables will also be ready, ushering in a more pleasant season. From today onward, their mushrooms and wild game will no longer be exclusively supplied to restaurants. The telegram delivered by the postman yesterday caught his eye. A simple confirmation agreed. It remains uncertain whether Yuan Yongming is in need of funds or simply values his words. This is precisely why He Dong remembers every word he spoke. Thus, preparations are underway for a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative. The last shipment to the restaurant was transported by a large truck, but the demand has dwindled. However, the influx of mushrooms and wild game from the surrounding villages is sure to increase. Yuan Yongming has established exclusive purchasing points in the county to stimulate the economy. Their role is solely to deliver, with sales being taken care of elsewhere. Indeed, a remarkably convenient arrangement. Naturally, just like the restaurants, they only recognize his face. Yuan Yongming is wary of any interference from others. That day, He Dong accompanied Yuan Yongming for a tour around Shanghe Village, which proved to be a wise decision. His brother's character is beyond question. Who else could be trusted if not him? In these times, connections and utility hold greater weight than mere possessions. After coordinating with the personnel at the purchasing point, He Dong produced the handwritten letter left by Yuan Yongming. They are literate, but the contents are of little concern. After all, without Yuan Yongming's introduction, they wouldn't know He Dong. The script, however, is fixed. Is this genuine Dongzi? Can we send the mushrooms and wild game we collect here? And the purchase price has increased by 13 cents? Chapter 92. He Gua, having heard the news, pulled He Dong aside in disbelief and whispered his inquiry. He had not anticipated that the purchasing price here could exceed that of the restaurants. He Dong, naturally, did not conceal the truth and nodded in affirmation. He believes that people concerned with the daily needs of the populace are inherently good, as are the officials. He Gua felt that this business opportunity was indeed promising. Although it is a seasonal product, any surplus collected constitutes profit. He set off to sell mushrooms, eager to return early and continue gathering. Zhu Qingya, the honest fellow, shared the same sentiment as He Gua and hurriedly weighed his mushrooms. Afterward, several individuals made their way to the cooperative, claiming to be there to sell mushrooms while also purchasing goods, thus ensuring their trips were not in vain. He Dong understood this principle well. Now, He Gua and Zhu Qingya grasped it particularly well. Only Lei Chong, the newcomer, seemed perplexed, unsure of what to do or what could be done, anxiously scratching his head. He Dong observed him, realizing that there would be much for this lad to learn in the future. He instructed Lei Chong to keep an eye on the 3 ox carts at the cooperative entrance while he headed to the video hall. He Gu, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, Zhu Godin exclaimed from a distance, smiling broadly. How have you been? Have you forgotten about me in your joyous moments? He Dong chuckled and offered him a cigarette. If I had truly forgotten you, I wouldn't have come to find you. Zhu Godin accepted the cigarette with a grin, sensing that He Dong indeed had matters to discuss. You are well acquainted with many individuals and possess an extensive network. Would you be able to procure an English dictionary for me? Money is not a concern, provided that it is available. Ideally, it should be sourced from the Beijing or Shanghai region. My dear brother, I am not engaged in such activities. You are aware that I am merely glancing at the sewing ticket that protrudes from my suit pocket. Zhu Godin believes this should be clear to him. He Dong is certainly aware of this. However, cultivating connections is no simple endeavor. Those who possess various tickets and industrial coupons for sale undoubtedly come from affluent backgrounds. In these times, urban dwellers are clustered together in their pursuit of education and success. For individuals from smaller locales, achieving even a modicum of progress is a remarkable feat. You cannot fault me, as tickets and coupons are akin to one another. Books are priced at 10 yuan each, and if one could acquire examination papers, they would cost merely 2 jiao each. Yet, I am illiterate, am I not? My desire to earn money is genuine. Do you not yet recognize these ticket vendors? Nevertheless, it has been managed. Godin, I have faith in you. I also believe that aside from you, no one else could accomplish this task. Zhu Godin comprehended this sentiment. He Dong is indeed in need, and he is in a hurry. What is it, He Go? Are you contemplating abandoning commerce for academia? Are you preparing for examinations? Is that not so? You are fearful of being caught, and I share your concern. He Dong lowered his voice while saying this. Yet, Zhu Godin understood. Indeed, engaging in business is not regarded as a respectable endeavor nowadays. However, pursuing education is undoubtedly a matter of familial pride. He recalls a friend from his hometown who was once destitute and overlooked. Yet, upon gaining admission to a university, he became a household name, and anyone who encountered him would regard him with admiration. He now walks with an air of confidence, as people make way for him wherever he goes. It is no wonder that I commend my brother he for his enlightenment. However, we have agreed that you must not forget about your brother when good fortune arises. Remember, after this arrangement was made, Hidong remained unchanged. He provided a deposit with a large unification. In comparison to many others, he currently possesses more money. The priority is to ensure that his wife excels in her studies. In his eyes, whether it is Zhu Qingya taking the exam or himself, it is of no consequence. Just think, having someone in the family employed by the government would bring him a share of the glory, would it not? Hidong arrived at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative. He Gue and Zhu Changrong had already purchased their respective items for procurement and were prepared to depart. Wait for me, Hidong said, as he re-entered the cooperative to buy some sugar and a sugar jar before joining them. However, he did not intend to go to Shanghe Village today. He parted ways with He Gue and Zhu Changrong at the village entrance. Passing by his elder brother's home, he delivered the groceries He Gue had purchased. The rabbits belonging to He Jiandong and He Jiabao had grown larger. Yet, the two little ones were complaining about the smell. Nevertheless, Hidong thought that as long as they could be sold for profit, it was worth tolerating. Fanglan shared this sentiment. Although she claimed that the family does not accept wild game, raising them for sale does not cross the line. Zhang Guiping had also found work. Geography was not busy, so she was out cutting grass. He Shang was assisting Fanglan in gathering mushrooms in the yard. The days at home have visibly improved. Hidong, filled with joy, drove the ox cart back, laden with vegetables purchased for his family by Zhu Changrong, which he intended to deliver shortly. Although it was said that one was to leave early and return late, he was well aware that both Zhu Changrong and He Gue had a bit of spare change in their hands. What kind of people are these? Just a few days ago, they had reduced the price by a dime, and now they were lowering it by 7 cents again. Did they truly believe that outside this place, no one would be willing to buy? Damn it, is selling game meat really worth this daily depreciation? I traveled all this way early in the morning, only to incur losses day after day. As Hidong approached the Zhu family's gate, he noticed a young man emerging who spat on the ground in front of the door. The nylon bag he carried was heavy, indicating that he had not made a sale, and his expression was as furious as if he had just lost his parents. What is going on here? Hidong, feeling curious, inquired, but the young man shot him a glare and walked away without uttering a word. Hidong recognized him as a newcomer from another village. As he watched the young man depart, another man with a sullen expression appeared, also without a sale in hand, ready to leave as well. Hidong glanced towards the Zhu family courtyard, where there were not many people queuing outside. However, it seemed that the Zhu family was not present. Only Wang Yu was busy. 2 hired workers were weighing the game meat, while Wang Yu kept a close eye on the scales, noting the figures in her ledger and settling payments. Come again next time, Wang Yu greeted warmly. Yet, the man receiving the money looked displeased. Why is it so little? This is the price today, Wang Yu replied, her smile even more radiant. The man, realizing his dire need for money and glancing at the game meat he had brought, had no choice but to turn and leave. Next, Wang Yu called out, prompting the next seller of game meat to step forward. Hidong intercepted a shirtless man emerging from the courtyard. Who are you? The man asked, clearly from another village, only aware that the Zhu family purchased game meat. Hidong, who had initially ventured into this business, smiled. I plan to come here to sell game meat in a couple of days, but I'm unsure of the pricing. My home is far, and I see you all are quite busy, so I thought I'd ask you, good sir. The man furrowed his brows, finally speaking up. I don't know if you've heard, but the price for rabbits here is $1 per pound. Hidong nodded, recalling the price he had set. It was now only 93 cents. The man looked helpless. Hidong feigned confusion. How can that be? Does the price fluctuate? Not just fluctuates. Just yesterday, it was $1. Today, it's dropped by 7 cents. Just now, 2 people left in anger without selling, saying they seek other buyers. The man sighed. My mother is ill at home, and I need to take care of her. I truly have no time to look for other buyers. Hidong nodded in understanding. If it continues like this, I won't be able to come here either. Yesterday, someone from our village also sought other buyers. If the price is right, I might follow them to sell. If you're not in urgent need of money, I advise you to look for other buyers as well. After saying this, the man prepared to leave. Hidong called out to a passerby, inquiring if they would be selling here again tomorrow, and assured them that their family would undoubtedly offer a price of 1 yuan per jean. The man paused momentarily, then smiled, dismissing the statement as mere jest. After all, he himself was here to sell mushrooms. What certainty did he have that the price for the rabbits would remain unchanged tomorrow? A mere yuan was already satisfactory for him. Hidong watched the man's retreating figure before retrieving the vegetables that Zhu Qingya had requested from his vehicle and delivering them to the Zhu residence. Wang Yu was busy with the accounts and quickly closed a ledger upon his arrival. Hidong truly believed that Wang Yu had become quite astute, having learned the art of maintaining dual ledgers. Elder sister, brother Changrong has gone to gather game, and I've brought the vegetables. Should I take them to the kitchen? He asked. Wang Yu nodded, her awkward expression betraying her discomfort. After exchanging a brief greeting, she watched Hidong leave before resuming her calculations and payments. The vendors of wild game appeared unremarkable, as many had traveled from afar and were unwilling to expend further effort searching for alternative buyers. Moreover, they had no knowledge of where other buyers could be found. They merely hoped for a decrease in prices, or at least a slight increase. Hidong led the ox into the barn, securing it to a post, and left the cart in the courtyard. Zhu Qingya, alerted by the sound of the mooing ox, emerged from her room, surprised to see Hidong returning so early. Why are you back so soon? She inquired. Hidong smiled, his teeth gleaming white. Didn't we agree that I would prepare something delicious for you? Zhu Qingya recalled his words from the morning, but had assumed the meal would be ready by evening. Even if you're making something for me, it shouldn't delay your own affairs. I can wait. No, I must fulfill my promise promptly. Do you see what I gathered from the mountains yesterday? Hidong produced a cloth bag from another room. Zhu Qingya curiously approached to see the bag open, revealing a bounty of vibrant loquats. Loquats? How delightful! Zhu Qingya's eyes sparkled with joy. From which mountain did you find these? She remembered that there were no loquats on Banxian Mountain. Hidong thought of the village he had visited yesterday. I simply took a chance. Who would have known that Shanghe Village would have them? The locals hardly eat them, so I picked a few, intending to make some loquat preserves for you. Loquats, while somewhat tart, had recently come to his attention as Zhu Qingya favored sweeter flavors. Transforming them into preserves would be ideal. Though she had never heard much about loquat preserves, having only tasted fish preserves in the past. Are they salty or sweet? Hidong, aware of her curiosity, chose to remain coy, heading to the well to wash the loquats. Zhu Qingya recognized his intent to tease her and refrained from asking further questions, opting instead to observe him at work. He meticulously prepared the fruit, removing stems, blanching, cooling, pitting, and peeling, tasks requiring delicate attention. Zhu Qingya assisted where she could, but felt that her efforts paled in comparison to Hidong's expertise. Hidong chuckled. In the end, it's for our own enjoyment. So the appearance matters little. Initially, Zhu Qingya felt a twinge of guilt, but soon she reconciled herself, realizing that as long as it was for her own consumption, the aesthetics were irrelevant. The key was to savor the flavor as soon as possible. To preserve the color of the loquats, they are placed into salt water. Hidong kindled a fire and prepared syrup, a task requiring meticulous attention, as it directly influences the flavor. The timing and proportions must be precisely managed. Zhu Qingya, having washed the loquats, packed them into several jars of sugar she had purchased. She brought them to Hidong, who filled the jars with hot syrup, leaving them 7/10 full. Once completed, he wiped away the moisture and set them in a cool place, instructing that they should wait 3 to 5 days before indulging. 3 to 5 days? Zhu Qingya exclaimed in astonishment, having anticipated a prompt treat. Hidong chuckled, explaining that consuming them too early would prevent them from achieving their full flavor. Good things require patience, much like sweet and sour pork or sweet and sour ribs, both of which demand considerable time and effort. Although the loquat preserves might take longer, she was willing to wait, even as the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma that stirred her anticipation. Shall I prepare pine nut fish for you at noon? Hidong suggested, intending to delight her with something sweet. Zhu Qingya did not refuse and turned to tend to the fire. Hidong smiled, stating that it was not that simple. He would first attend to the fish. The two collaborated, enjoying their lunch before noon. In the afternoon, Hidong remained indoors, spending time in the courtyard. Occasionally, sounds from the Zhu household drifted over, prompting him to glance up. Zhu Qingya was inside, engrossed in her reading. While retrieving a book, she spotted the telegram from the previous day and hurriedly brought it to Hidong. Your telegram. I forgot to mention it yesterday, she said. Dong smiled. Having already seen it that morning, Zhu Qingya felt a twinge of guilt, believing she was failing in her responsibilities. I'm sorry, she apologized. Dong shook his head, reassuring her that it was not an issue, as the telegram had been prominently displayed. Zhu Qingya resolved to pay more attention to Dong's matters moving forward. She returned to her reading, while Dong remained intent on discerning the situation next door, knowing he would need to discuss it with Zhu Changrong in the evening and would require solid evidence to avoid being accused of sowing discord between couples. In the Zhu courtyard, the number of vendors selling wild game had noticeably increased by afternoon, unlike the earlier hours when most were from distant places. Eager to sell their goods as quickly as possible, those closer had brought fresh game to sell, ensuring the quality and weight remained reliable. However, the absence of sales was weighing heavily on Wang Yu's expression. For those coming from afar, they could afford to sell at a lower price due to the uncertainty of whom to address any grievances. Conversely, those nearer could not afford such leniency if disputes arose. Zhu Changrong would be well aware, and it could lead to unfavorable consequences for the Zhu family. Thus, her lengthy wait yielded no advantages. She wished every day that vendors came from far-off villages instead of nearby. Some from Shanghe Village were surprised to find that the price of the wild game they sold remained unchanged. I heard that some vendors from outside are being offered a lower price by a couple of cents per pound, one remarked. Is that not true? Chapter 94. Indeed. It is not true, replied the Tan family brother. We have consistently maintained our pricing for wild game. Upon hearing the words, Tan Jiej felt a sense of relief. He had returned home after selling mushrooms yesterday and overheard a few murmurs from the crowd, fearing that the prices might fluctuate today. Wang Yu wore a cheerful smile, genuinely wishing that fewer people would come to sell their wares. Money flowed out, yet none returned to her pocket. When Zhu Changrong and Gui returned that night, the moon was already high in the sky. To their surprise, they found Dong waiting at the village entrance. What was he doing out on such a late hour instead of snuggling with his wife? Even Zhu Changrong sensed something amiss. Was it that he was uneasy since they hadn't gone together today? My brother and I know our limits, he reassured. Dong merely smiled and remained silent as he climbed onto Zhu Changrong's ox cart. Brother, you go ahead, he said. Upon hearing this, Gui urged the ox cart into the village, closely followed by Lei Chong, who had borrowed an ox cart to return home after gathering a substantial amount of mushrooms, intending to sell them in the county early the next morning. Do you have something to discuss with me? Zhu Changrong sensed an unusual tension in Dong as they rode together. They had all set out in high spirits. Yet Dong had insisted that Gui and the others go ahead. Dong glanced up at Zhu Changrong, and indeed, something was off. They have returned. They have returned, exclaimed Fong Lan, Zhang Guiping, and He Shang as they spotted Gui arriving, their joy evident as they rushed into the yard. With their circumstances improving, they had even installed light bulbs in their home. When the lights illuminated the courtyard, it brightened the space, allowing them to see each other clearly, easing their hearts. He Jiabong and He Jiabao had fallen asleep long ago. Zhu Qingya felt reassured upon seeing Gui, although she had not anticipated that Dong would not return with him. After dinner, Dong had mentioned visiting Gui to check on their parents, and she accompanied him. However, just moments ago, Dong had expressed a desire to step outside to greet Gui, excluding her from joining. Thus, she remained behind, conversing with Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping. Thinking she would catch up with them soon, she decided to step outside for a look. To her surprise, she felt a pair of eyes upon her and turned to find a stranger staring back. The man, startled by being noticed, hastily averted his gaze. It was none other than Lei Chong, who had never encountered a girl with such fair, radiant skin. His face flushed as he scratched his head and quickly walked away. Zhu Qingya ventured out to find where Dong was. He is with your brother. There's no need to worry, Gui reassured her when he noticed her concern. The darkness outside made the path difficult to navigate, prompting Fong Lan and Zhang Guiping to caution her against venturing out. It's dark. Don't go outside lest you fall. Zhu Qingya nodded and refrained from stepping out, reassured by the knowledge that Dong was with her elder brother. Yet, just as she turned back, she heard a commotion on the road and saw Zhu Changrong approaching with the ox cart. Get on, Qingya, he called out. Mother, father, brother, sister-in-law, we are preparing to head back. After exchanging greetings with Dong, they all climbed onto the ox cart to depart. Today, Zhu Changrong had gathered quite a bit of wild game, but with Lei Chong sharing the load, there was a bit more space to sit, or else they would have truly been cramped. Zhang Guiping and He Shang were aware that Dong was returning home, and there was no need for further discussion. Only after he had walked away did they enter the house. Having toiled outside all day, a hearty dinner was in order. However, for Zhu Qingya, the situation was less favorable. Wang Yu was not waiting for him in the courtyard. Only Tang Mei was there, sewing under the dim light. Upon his return, the kitchen was filled with warm dishes and hot water, prompting him to eat quickly, wash up, and retire for the night. Tang Mei had initially thought that with Zhu Qingya married, his wife would take over such chores. Yet, she had not seen any signs of this happening, leaving the responsibilities on her shoulders. Daytime foraging for wild game was exhausting, and thus, she continued to manage what she could. As she set aside her sewing to head to the kitchen, Zhu Qingya stopped her, insisting, "I can manage, mother. You should rest." Though Tang Mei longed for rest, she needed to see her son return home to feel at ease, so she nodded and retreated into the house. After finishing his meal and bathing, Zhu Qingya returned to his room, contemplating He Dong's earlier remarks. He wanted to awaken Wang Yu to converse, but she was in a deep slumber and showed no signs of stirring. He resolved to speak with her the following day, yet even lying down, sleep eluded him, and he remained awake until dawn. When morning arrived, Wang Yu was surprised to find Zhu Qingya still in bed, seemingly asleep. "What is going on? Aren't you going to the county today? What about the wild game we collected?" For days, Zhu Qingya had been leaving before dawn for the county, and she had grown accustomed to it. The sudden absence felt unsettling. Zhu Qingya turned away from her, exhausted from the previous days and seeking rest. "But there is so much wild game in the courtyard. If you don't go today, there will be even more tomorrow. How will we exchange it for money?" Zhu Qingya opened his eyes and stared at the walls of their home. "He Dong is taking care of it for me." "He Dong? What does this have to do with him?" Wang Yu felt uneasy about entrusting financial matters to an outsider. He Dong hadn't even collected mushrooms or wild game yesterday, choosing instead to stay home with Qingya. "I told you, I'm tired and need a couple of days to rest." Grabbing his clothes, Zhu Qingya left the room. Wang Yu understood his temperament well. A man like him, no matter how weary, never complained. Now he claimed to be tired? Was he lamenting the prospect of earning too much? After dressing, she decided to confront him. Upon reaching the courtyard, she noticed several people already lining up at the gate to sell wild game. Realizing these individuals had traveled a long distance and she could still earn some money, her mood improved. Yet, with Zhu Qingya at home, she felt a lingering apprehension. Turning on the lights, Wang Yu suggested that Zhu Qingya tend to other matters, ideally away from the vicinity. However, Zhu Qingya insisted on cleaning the yard, taking a broom to sweep the ground. He resolutely refused to leave. Two young men who had come to help also arrived, noting that earning $1 a day added up significantly over a month, especially since they were close to home, making meals and lodging convenient. They felt content. Thus, Wang Yu opened the door, and the two young men entered first. Today, she intended for them to pay attention to Zhu Qingya, ensuring he remained unaware of the activities from the past few days. "Today, it suffices for you to come here. I shall handle the tasks at home." Zhu Qingya mentioned sweeping the floor, having kept a watchful eye on the commotion here. Setting aside the broom, he approached. He had originally intended for the brothers at home to undertake this task. After all, we are family, and earning a little money is not a bad endeavor. However, Wang Yu insisted, and thus he acquiesced to her wishes. Upon reflection, it seemed she had already calculated her small scheme at that time. "Don't, Qingya, everything is going well. If you interfere, it will disrupt the flow," Zhu Qingya stated bluntly. There was nothing more to be said by the other party, nor by Wang Yu. Yet, an overwhelming sense of guilt consumed her. She glanced at the queue of people at the door. Today's prices remained consistent with those of the past. Rabbits priced at 1 yuan and 10 jiao per jean, bamboo rats at 1 yuan per jean. For the other varieties, Wang Yu adhered to the initial pricing set by He Dong. Chapter 95. There will be no further fluctuations. Many were incredulous upon hearing this. After all, they had been harvested before. Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. The prospect of prices returning to normal brought immense joy. They had indeed remarked that such prices could not persist indefinitely. The enthusiasm for selling wild game surged. Wang Yu's heart found solace. Although it was said that small profits could no longer be made, it would not arouse Zhu Qingya's suspicions. That was acceptable. Had it not been for Zhu Qingya's remark about the prices of wild game remaining stable, one might wonder why the young man selling wild game was so jubilant. This is not the case. Just yesterday, it was merely 9 Mao 3, and today, it has risen by a full 1 Mao 7. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Today's prices are quite favorable, reminiscent of the past. The few individuals behind him chimed in. Wang Yu's face turned ashen in an instant. The hand that had been writing became paralyzed. What do you mean? The prices will remain unchanged from now on. What had Zhu Qingya discovered? Moreover, was he not at home today for a specific reason? She yearned to discern his intentions, yet the truth was, she could not muster the courage to lift her gaze. Once the morning crowd dispersed, daylight broke completely. The vendors of wild game had vanished. Zhu Qingya regarded Wang Yu, who sat upon the stool, too fearful to exhale. Qingya, speak. Where has the money from these past few days gone? What money? There is no money. Wang Yu feigned ignorance, causing Zhu Qingya's expression to darken. You do well to present it yourself rather than forcing me to seek it out. What is happening? Tang Mei emerged, cradling her child, noticing the tension between the two. Zhu Qingya seldom raised his voice. He did not allow Tang Mei to intervene, instead pulling Wang Yu into the room. Wang Yu attempted to break free, but to no avail. Qingya, it is one thing that you are not selling wild game today. But don't let it hinder my collection of wild game. I am quite busy. Bang. The door slammed shut. Zhu Qingya showed no intention of allowing her to leave. I will reiterate once more, where is that money? A woman with long hair and short sight, he thought, for he had truly seen through her now. Why are you engaging in such activities behind my back, considering that the number of people willing to sell mushrooms will only dwindle, leading to diminishing profits? Do you truly believe that your side can gather resources while others cannot? During this non-harvest season, farmers are eager to earn some income to support their families. What can the villagers of Hehe do that others cannot? Especially recently, many have turned to collecting wild game for their own sales. He is convinced that this trend will only increase. Yet, there is Wang Yu, naive enough to attempt price reductions. Do you really take those who traveled from afar for granted, thinking you can simply lower the price? Zhu Qingya's eyes widened in rare anger. Wang Yu, frightened, cowered in the corner, too afraid to utter a word. From today onwards, I will have my younger siblings learn bookkeeping from you. Those two workers can stop at the end of the month. Let Chongmin take over. What right do you have? Qingya, this is our livelihood. If we let them intervene, how can we still earn money? We pay them to get what we ought to earn ourselves. With that, Zhu Qingya stepped outside, sunlight pouring down upon him, dispelling the previous chill of the room. Zhu Qingya sought out Zhu Jianjun, sharing his thoughts. Zhu Jianjun had no objections. Initially, it was Hedong who asked Zhu Qingya for assistance in this business. The couple was doing quite well and had no intention of meddling. Now that Zhu Qingya expressed the need for help, as family, they naturally would not refuse. After all, money given to others is also money given to kin. Zhu Chongmin and Tian Mimi had no objections either. Even Tang Mei found it agreeable, asserting that one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. Zhu Qingya was merely considering his own brothers. The only one who was unwilling was Wang Yu. Yet at that moment, she dared not voice her dissent. Cursed be it. How did Qingya come to know of this matter? Had he not found out, today's events would surely not have transpired. Yet, things had been fine for several days. Who thought to report to Zhu Qingya? What troubled her further was the absence of a price difference. Would Wang Hao still be able to buy a bicycle to propose? She had already given her word. Qingya, brother. Suddenly, a voice called from the entrance. Wang Yu looked up to see Hedong approaching with an ox cart. I brought back some wild game for you. Hedong entered, guiding the ox cart. Zhu Qingya, hearing the voice, came out. Hedong handed Zhu Qingya the money. When it comes to money, one fears losing it when it accumulates, especially when it isn't even one's own. Wang Yu kept her gaze fixed, not daring to blink. It was all her money. Make sure to count it well. Zhu Qingya verified the amount, confirming it was correct. Wang Yu stepped forward, thinking that this money ought to be in her possession. This had become the norm. Zhu Qingya noticed her gaze shift towards Tang Mei. Mother, please hold on to it for me. I will come to retrieve it later. Tang Mei was taken aback, but ultimately accepted it. After sharing a pot for so long, it was implausible that nothing had transpired. Zhu Qingya's actions were certainly not without reason, and Wang Yu's issues were more evident to her than anyone else. It seems that the matter revolves around money. Indeed, witnessing a substantial stack of cash slip into Tang Mei's pocket has left Wang Yu feeling as though she could bleed from her mouth. How could Zhu Qingya so effortlessly place such a significant sum into Tang Mei's hands? Now that Zhu Qingya has married, there remain two unmarried younger brothers at home. Proposals and weddings, each demands expenditure. Yet, she finds herself utterly unable to voice her thoughts. Dongzi, are you not going to gather mushrooms and wild game today? Will you accompany Qingya instead? How does the elder sister-in-law know? This remark left Wang Yu momentarily speechless, observing those who came to sell wild game. She saw them take a seat. Zhu Changrong also went about his tasks. Tian Mimi, due to her association with Zhu Qingya, had learned some characters. Although her writing was poor, she followed Wang Yu in learning. Wang Yu sensed this, but was filled with uncontainable anger. This was not mere learning. It was clearly an act of surveillance against her. She wondered whose idea it was. Wang Yu regarded Zhu Changrong and the Zhu family as if they were adversaries. Hidong, perceptive yet silent, had merely mentioned to Wang Yu 2 pricing options for purchasing wild game the previous night. Beyond that, he was unaware of the developments. However, it appeared that Zhu Changrong was managing things quite adeptly. A promising student indeed. Returning to his own courtyard, Hidong had bought Zhu Qingya her favorite tofu to prepare mapo tofu. Upon arriving home, he found no one in the yard. Entering the room, he still saw no one. Chapter 96. So sweet, so fragrant. He intended to place the tofu in the kitchen before searching further. When he caught sight of a soft yellow figure standing in the corner of the kitchen, the knee-length skirt accentuated her slim figure beautifully. 2 braided pigtails were tied at the back of her head, fluttering like butterflies. Her neck was snow white, gracefully arched, resembling a flawless sculpture. On the wooden rack before her sat 7 or 8 sealed jars of sugar, one of which had been opened. Zhu Qingya, with her fair hand holding a porcelain spoon, was scooping out golden loquats to eat. So sweet and fragrant. She simply could not stop. Despite claims of waiting a few days, it was evident she could indulge today. Before long, Zhu Qingya realized she had consumed all the loquats in the jar. Would she be discovered? Suddenly, regret washed over her. She had eaten too quickly. Hidong, standing behind for quite some time, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing her lament. You have already been discovered. Startled, Zhu Qingya jumped. You're back? Hidong purposely maintained a serious expression, weighing the tofu in his hand. Not only had he returned, but he also brought tofu to prepare mapo tofu for her. Zhu Qingya felt an immense pressure. Hidong had thought of her, and yet she had just committed the embarrassing act of sneaking a taste. I'm sorry. I was just so eager to savor the flavor that I ended up eating an entire jar. Hidong completed her sentence. Zhu Qingya lowered her head, her hands unsure of where to rest. It seemed Hidong understood everything she wished to express. The atmosphere felt as though it had come to a standstill. Hidong's expression remained grim. Zhu Qingya reached out to grasp Hidong's sleeve, shaking it pitifully. Hidong found himself quite helpless against her plea. He retrieved 2 jars from the shelf and handed them to Zhu Qingya, declaring, You shall deliver these 2 jars to my brother, so that our parents and sister-in-law may also savor them. Zhu Qingya, as if granted a reprieve, set down her spoon with gleaming eyes and exited with the loquat preserves. Hidong took the spoon and tasted the syrup from the jar. It was indeed delightful. Thus, he understood Zhu Qingya's inability to resist. Should he perhaps open another jar? Or even take 2 to share with his mother-in-law and father-in-law? Upon Zhu Qingya's return, she discovered that 2 more jars of loquat preserves had mysteriously vanished. She followed Hidong back and forth, her curiosity piqued. Where did those jars go? They were simply exquisite, she exclaimed, having taken 2 jars. There should have been 5 remaining, yet now there were only 3. Hidong remained silent, intentionally ignoring her, relishing the opportunity to tease her until she inquired. Hidong, where are the 2 jars of loquat preserves? She asked. Have you wandered around your house? Hidong chuckled in response. Zhu Qingya indeed went to investigate. It was essential to know where the delectable treats had ended up. Upon entering the house, she found Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei, with Zhu Mian enjoying the loquat preserves in the courtyard. Wang Yu was also bewitched by their allure. Though loquats usually carried a hint of tartness, after Hidong's preparation, they were perfectly sweet. Zhu Qingya, you arrived just in time. I was about to inquire about how you and Hidong managed to create such delicious loquat preserves. Wang Yu remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Zhu Qingya, fully aware that Wang Yu had indeed tasted perfection, shook her head in feigned ignorance. Is there any left? Our little Mian also enjoys them. If you have extras, do bring another jar. After all, he is your dear nephew. She thought of her parents and siblings, who surely had never experienced such a delightful treat. Returning home with such treasures would surely elevate her status. Zhu Qingya smiled. Alas, they are all gone, and hurriedly departed. Wang Yu, puzzled, wondered why Zhu Qingya was leaving so swiftly if indeed there was nothing left. Upon returning home, Zhu Qingya found a piece of black cloth to cover a jar of loquat preserves and took it away. "What are you doing?" Hidong asked, bewildered. Zhu Qingya, clutching the jar, retreated to her room. She was well aware of her sister-in-law's nature, living so close. She would never believe that there were none left without having seen them herself. It was imperative to hide them quickly. Hidong found her protective demeanor utterly charming. "I thought you might want to take a few more jars home," he teased. Zhu Qingya laughed softly. "I considered it. But do you have the time to prepare them? It's quite labor-intensive." She had witnessed the effort he put into making them and knew the intricacies involved. Others only appreciated the taste without understanding the process. Hidong playfully tapped her forehead and asked, "What is this? Have you developed a sense of empathy for your man?" Zhu Qingya's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "Is that not permissible?" Hidong chuckled heartily. "Quite the contrary, it is most commendable." He had previously worried that he might not be particularly likable. Zhu Qingya shot him a glance, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and ultimately stepped outside. However, Hidong's mind was already brimming with an idea. He ventured into the room, retrieved the bicycle, and set off once more into the county town. Heading back to the supply and marketing cooperative, he was contemplating the prospect of engaging in the canned loquat business, and thus deemed it essential to conduct a market survey. Once he had gathered sufficient information, Hidong proceeded to the daily necessities section to select an assortment of lidded jars and bottles, if he intended to sell his product. Ensuring a shelf life was imperative. Thus, his methods would need to differ from those previously employed. He purchased 30 glass bottles, each approximately 250 milliliters in capacity. Riding carefully on his bicycle, he often dismounted to push the bike along. By the time he arrived home, it was well past lunchtime. Fortunately, only one of the glass bottles had a crack, thanks to the separation provided by straw paper. "How did you manage to bring back so many glass bottles?" Zhu Qingya inquired, noticing the nylon bag hanging from the bicycle was open, initially wondering what it contained. Upon discovering the glass bottles, Hidong chuckled. "Curious about the reason?" "There's no need to ask." He continued to smile, assuring her that she would soon find out after their meal. Although he had hurried back, he was now in no rush, having returned home. He first prepared mapo tofu for Zhu Qingya, allowing her to eat before he retrieved a wooden board and inscribed 2 lines with white chalk, purchasing loquats at 10 cents per pound. Zhu Qingya regarded Hidong with a look of contemplation. "Do you think I can sell the loquat preserves?" Hidong inquired. Suddenly, her previously muddled thoughts cleared, and her eyes sparkled as she nodded. Such delicious loquat preserves must surely be marketable. Shortly thereafter, Jiabao and Jiadong arrived, expressing their desire for more loquat preserves. But they had left upon finding him absent. Hidong could easily imagine how much the 2 little ones yearned for them, though he knew that excessive sweetness was not suitable for children. "You didn't give them any, did you?" he asked, and Zhu Qingya blushed, nodding in affirmation. She was quite protective of her food. Hidong laughed and called her to the table, as she had been waiting for him to eat. The wooden board stood prominently at the doorway, easily visible to many passers-by. Previously, with the 6 cents per pound mushrooms and the more than $1 wild game, there had been some interest. However, there were individuals who looked down upon loquats priced at 10 cents per pound, especially given their scarcity on half Immortal Mountain. As 1 or 2 hours passed without a single inquiry, Wang Yu happened to glance at the sign. Earlier, while purchasing wild game, someone had mentioned Hidong's sign advertising loquats at 10 cents per pound. "Loquats, huh? I wonder how many we still have at home," she mused. Yet her parents were rather stern, and she would have to return with her 2 sisters, offering 5 cents per pound for them. Now that she had a bit of money on hand, she had purchased quite a few, earning her family plenty of praise for her thriving life. It was indeed a point of pride for her, although she knew that consuming too many loquats could be quite unpalatable. A child, once fond of food, has now lost her appetite. The family, who previously enjoyed her company at mealtime, now finds her indifferent. However, fortune smiled upon them, and she could not ignore the bounty before her. Loquats priced at 5 cents a pound and 10 cents a pound. She was astute enough to calculate the worth of such a deal. As evening descended, Wang Yu ventured outside with a porcelain basin filled with golden loquats. Inside the kitchen, Hidong was busy preparing loquat preserves, having received 2 to 3 pounds earlier in the day from the Tang family. They had recently visited the mountains to pay respects to the deceased and stumbled upon a vast expanse of golden loquats, which they harvested in hopes of providing a treat for the children. Unfortunately, the children had little interest, leaving the fruit languishing at home. Upon hearing that Hidong was purchasing loquats at 10 cents a pound, they decided to sell their surplus. Dong immediately set to work, washing and cooking the fruit. When he noticed Wang Yu entering with her basin of loquats, he assessed their quality. They were indeed appealing, though a tad small for his liking, as he preferred to make his preserves with uniformly sized fruit, each jar containing 3 to 4 loquat halves. "Are you here to sell loquats?" Wang Yu inquired. Glancing at the wooden sign nearby, Dong nodded, affirming the price of 10 cents a pound. "I have plenty to spare, and if you require more, I can persuade my family to bring theirs as well." Wang Yu recognized the significant difference between 5 cents and 10 cents per pound. "I must be selective. Those are too small," she remarked. Dong fetched his own porcelain plate to select the larger specimens, prompting Wang Yu to express her discontent. "It seems unnecessary to be so particular amongst ourselves. If you wish to sell the smaller ones, I'll give you 3 cents for them. It would be wiser to choose the larger ones." In truth, she felt she was already paying a premium. Ultimately, Dong selected 4 pounds of the larger loquats, leaving a small basin of the smaller ones. Wang Yu resolved to sell the smaller ones at 3 cents, acknowledging that she could not consume them all herself. Dong, with his own plans in mind, handed Wang Yu 52 cents. Although it was less than what he had earned selling wild game, it was still a welcomed income, and Wang Yu felt satisfied. Zhu Qingya, having heard the commotion, emerged, surprised to find Wang Yu selling loquats. "With so many, where will you store them?" she asked Dong. He smiled as he entered the house. "Fruit is notoriously difficult to preserve, but there is a storage room beneath the floor in one of the rooms. It remains cool and should suffice for a few days, although the specifics will depend on tomorrow's sales." Preoccupied with thoughts of the loquat preserves, Dong worked late into the night. The following morning, as he prepared to depart for the county, Zhu Qingya was also heading out. Upon glancing at him and his ox cart, he waved dismissively. "If you're going to the county, just ride with me. It isn't cost-effective to drive an empty cart. Take your ox cart back." Dong chuckled and glanced back. "Is it truly empty? I have goods stowed away." Zhu Qingya scrutinized the cart and noticed that it was indeed loaded, albeit covered with a black cloth. "What is under there?" He reached out to lift the cover, but Dong stopped him. It was not the right time to look. Doing so would spoil the surprise. Zhu Qingya grew increasingly curious about the contents. Dong hurriedly drove the ox cart forward. "What is it? Do tell me." Upon reaching the eastern side, Gui and Lei Chong also set off. The 4 of them headed toward the county town, only to part ways at the fork in the road. Dong made his way to the train station, a bustling place filled with people at all times. Given that the management had yet to arrive for work, the atmosphere was somewhat hurried. Dong waited patiently until the sun rose higher in the sky. Gradually, the crowd at the station grew, and the urgency in people's demeanor lessened. He packed several jars of loquat preserves into a net bag, along with a piece of black cloth, while holding one jar in his hand. In this day and age, those who could afford fruit preserves were generally the affluent. Most villagers in the county town were reluctant to indulge, primarily due to cost. Many would only purchase such treats as gifts during festivals. However, Dong had a different vision. He aimed to produce affordable fruit preserves that everyone could enjoy. With the general living standards being relatively low, he planned to adopt a low-profit, high-volume sales strategy, targeting areas with higher foot traffic. "What is that delightful aroma?" As conversations flowed, a group of girls waiting for someone turned their gazes toward Dong. He opened the jar of loquat preserves in his hand, and the sweet scent of syrup mingled with the fresh fragrance of loquats wafted through the air, enveloping those nearby. Even Dong found himself salivating at the enticing aroma. What kind of fruit preserves are so fragrant? A girl with braided hair was drawn in by the scent. Dong smiled and said, "Loquats, picked from my family's trees and made by me. They are delicious. Would you like to try some?" The glass jar was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, and he offered it directly to the girl. She hesitated, feeling shy. "Is that appropriate?" Dong, with a warm smile, reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. I have plenty more." The young girl ultimately could not resist the temptation and reached out to accept it. The fragrant taste of loquats became even more pronounced, beckoning her to indulge. Unable to wait, the girl took a bite, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "This is so good. It surpasses any fruit preserves I've bought before," she exclaimed, quickly finishing what was in her hand. Others around her watched, swallowing hard. Ever since the jar was opened, the sweet aroma lingered, irresistible. Particularly, the girls accompanying her were eyeing the jar in Dong's hand. "I want to try it too." "How much is it?" "6 dimes a jar," he replied. The girl, now a schoolteacher, could manage to splurge on a skirt costing several dozen dimes. but 6 dimes for loquat preserves seemed inconsequential. Compared to the 1 or 2 dimes charged at the market, it was indeed quite a bargain. She promptly retrieved her money. Hidong was fond of such young and lovely girls, capable of both earning and spending money. After a brief exchange, she happily purchased a jar of fruit preserves. The girl took it and immediately encountered a problem. The lid was too tight. Do you need assistance? Hidong realized he might have underestimated the lid's tightness. As a man, he could easily open it, but for the girl, it posed a challenge. Eager to taste the contents, she asked Hidong for help. With a deft twist, Hidong managed to open it in an instant. The girl expressed her gratitude and took a sip. The sweet and refreshing sensation filled her mouth and throat, offering an exquisite delight that enveloped her entire being. Delicious. You mentioned it was 60 cents a bottle, right? I would like 2, please. The girl, who had just enjoyed a complimentary bottle, produced $1.20. Initially, she thought it would be expensive, only to discover it was merely 60 cents each. 2 bottles would cost just $1.20. Moreover, it was delectable. She intended to enjoy one herself and bring another home for her family. After all, 1 bottle was insufficient to truly savor the flavor. The service was commendable as well. If she wanted to drink it now, Hidong would open the lid for her, but it was best to seal it tightly for the journey home. Opening a bottle. The girl planned to sip it slowly, but the enticing aroma wafted forth, irresistible, compelling her to indulge in a few more gulps. Several nearby girls caught a whiff and gathered around. Some had purchased their own, while others were accompanied by their partners, who had paid for their drinks. 60 cents a bottle. Who could resist a taste of something new? Before long, the 20 bottles Hidong had brought out were sold out. After deducting the cost of less than 2 kilograms of loquats and the 2 cents for each glass bottle, excluding labor, he netted an impressive profit of $11.40, all within a single morning. If he managed another round in the afternoon, the sales could be even more substantial. Hidong believed this venture was promising. After leaving the train station, he proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he purchased a bulk of 120 glass bottles with lids. After all, there were plenty of loquats at home, and he wanted to utilize them before they spoiled and affected their taste. This time, he had a bullock cart, allowing for much greater capacity than his bicycle. Traveling slowly, he was not concerned about bumps along the way. Upon returning home and having lunch, Hidong began to prepare the loquat preserves. Zhu Qingya, eager to assist, was handed 2 review materials that Hidong had obtained from Zhu Guden. Zhu Guden claimed they were sourced from a big city. He wouldn't have bothered to acquire them if it weren't for the substantial amount he had to give. Having reviewed the materials, Hidong found them quite satisfactory and dismissed any superficial aspects, encouraging Zhu Qingya to study them. Zhu Qingya was genuinely surprised that Hidong could procure such helpful books for her. She reached out to embrace him in gratitude, but Hidong spread his dirty hands in protest. Perhaps later. Zhu Qingya's face flushed a deep red. If you find yourself overwhelmed, just call for me. Hidong nodded. He often preferred to handle tasks on his own and was reluctant to let others intervene unless he truly needed help. Thus, Hidong spent the entire afternoon and evening in the kitchen, unable to leave. During this time, Wang Yu brought loquats to sell, and Hidong continued to buy them at the previous day's price, only accepting the good ones and turning away the inferior quality. Dongzi, what on earth are you doing with so many loquats? Wang Yu remarked that she was busy, but since the 2 households are nearby, she would glance over when she had a moment. Throughout the afternoon, Hidong was occupied in the kitchen, sometimes washing items, whether they were glass jars or loquats. Yet nothing seemed to emerge. When Hidong glanced at her, she smiled innocently. I'm just curious, Wang Yu said. Hidong believed that she was indeed idle, but he did not entirely agree with her mere curiosity. He had been busy all afternoon, and no one else from the Zhu family had inquired. She was the only one who asked. The loquats are for eating, albeit a bit tart. I was hoping to create something delicious. Surely, it's not loquat jam, is it? Like the kind you brought to the house last time? The thought of the sweet and fragrant loquat jam made Wang Yu's mouth water. Hidong nodded. Then, having purchased quite a few loquats, you must have made a considerable amount, Wang Yu remarked, heading towards the kitchen. If there are indeed too many, it wouldn't be an issue for me to take a couple of jars, would it? However, upon entering, she saw that the finished products were far smaller than the previous jars of jam. They were quite petite, merely the size of a fist, yet there were indeed many. Dongzi, I will take these 3 jars. We are all family, and Wang Yu didn't wish to be courteous. Hidong chuckled, saying, sister-in-law, just give me $1.80. Why just $1.80? Wang Yu protested. Hidong smiled gently. These are for sale, 6 dimes a jar. If sister-in-law takes 3 jars, that amounts to $1.80, doesn't he? You must be joking. I am your brother-in-law's wife. Your wife's elder sister, merely taking a few jars of loquat jam. Wang Yu deliberately raised her voice, fearing she wouldn't be heard. She was unaware of Hidong's frugality. Hidong replied, even close brothers keep accounts clearly. The loquats you brought earlier were for sale as well. Why should the jars of jam made with effort be given away for free? Suddenly, Wang Yu's expression soured. Realizing something, she fixed her gaze on Hidong. How much did you pay for my loquats? And how much are these jars of jam worth? I see now. Hidong, you're trying to deceive me. 6 dimes a jar. Do you think they would sell? Wang Yu was unwilling to believe it. Hidong merely sought to trick her into parting with her money. If they didn't sell, sister-in-law needn't worry. Hidong lightly took the jar of loquat jam from her hand and placed it back. Turning around, he said, Here's your 67 cents. Take it. Wang Yu, blushing, looked at him, ultimately clutching the money as she departed. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Zhu Qingya initially thought her relationship with Wang Yu was confined to the Zhu family. However, she did not anticipate that Hidong would also be drawn into the situation. They were all family, after all, and one could neither speak ill nor argue. Preserving each other's dignity was preferable. Yet, Wang Yu was not one to be sensible. Zhu Qingya felt a sense of injustice for Hidong. Hidong approached with a light laugh, gently smoothing her furrowed brow with his fingers. In this world, one must possess a modicum of social acumen. What is the matter that warrants such a frown? He seemed unbothered, as if the earlier incident were but a trivial matter. Zhu Qingya's mood lifted considerably as well. Regarding Wang Yu's temperament, it is likely that any man would have something to say about her. As evening has fallen, I shall assist you. Hidong did not refuse this time. Last night, he was preoccupied with thoughts of the loquat preserves. By the time he finished, it was far too late. Tonight, he had no intention of allowing Zhu Qingya to retire early. However, there was little left to do. After checking Zhu Qingya's steel watch, he knew the loquats had already been steamed for the appropriate duration. He took them out to cool, ready to set off to sell them early the next morning. The only concern was that he was running low on sugar and would need to purchase more the following day. I will boil some water and soon retire for the night. Hidong cleaned the pot and fetched water to heat. Zhu Qingya wished to tend the fire. Hidong suggested she find some clothing. He would bring the hot water over once it was ready. Unfortunately, the heavens did not favor them. The power went out. Chapter 99. The power outage. This seems to be quite an unfortunate occurrence, both now and in future times. The room was enveloped in darkness, rendering everything invisible. Zhu Qingya stood at the door, uncertain of what to do. Hidong recalled that they had a flashlight, but he had lent it to his elder brother and had forgotten to retrieve it. Attempting to light the kerosene lamp proved fruitless, as there was no oil left. Truly, when it rains, it pours. No matter, I will go look for my mother, Zhu Qingya thought, confident that there would be supplies at home. Her mother was adept at managing such situations. This sentiment aligned with Hidong's thoughts. As for his biological brother, he was simply too far away, unlike the Zhu family, who lived nearby. The two of them went to call at the door. Tang Mei, already in slumber, vaguely heard Zhu Qingya's voice and stirred from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes to the pitch-black room, she contemplated turning on the lights, but found it still shrouded in darkness. Was there a power outage? Such incidents occurred occasionally, and Tang Mei had grown accustomed to them. Nevertheless, she always kept candles and matches at her bedside. Now she lit one. Regardless of whether it was Zhu Qingya calling her, she felt compelled to investigate. Zhu Jianjun also awakened. Did I just hear Qingya's voice? You rest, I will check, Tang Mei said, wrapping herself in a coat and stepping outside with the candle. The night breeze was brisk, causing the flame to flicker perilously close to extinguishing. She shielded it with one hand, managing to keep it alight. Upon reaching the door, she confirmed it was indeed Zhu Qingya and Hidong. The power is out, isn't it? Zhu Qingya nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Hidong, feeling equally awkward, raised the kerosene lamp in his hand. Mother, do we have any kerosene? Tang Mei smiled as she took the lamp inside. Yes, I knew you would come looking for me. You are both young and lack my experience. Today, one must think of tomorrow. Tomorrow, one must think of the day after. Hidong concurred. Living life resembles conducting business. One must think long-term. It is wise to be prepared. I shall stock up on more candles and kerosene for tomorrow. Zhu Qingya responded affirmatively. Tang Mei returned with the kerosene lamp filled, having also ignited it. With a protective covering, it was more effective than a candle. Do you need matches? Tang Mei worried that they might be entirely unprepared. Raising a child for 100 years brings 99 worries. He Dong and Zhu Qingya simultaneously shook their heads. I have matches, he said, but we are out of kerosene. Tang Mei watched as the two individuals made their way back to the courtyard before she turned to return herself. Having just embarked on the journey of married life, there was much to learn ahead. Just as she turned, she noticed a shadowy figure clad in black. Who goes there? She called out. Raising the candle in her hand for a better view, she discerned it was Wang Yu. What are you doing standing here in the late hours? She queried as she headed indoors. The night had grown deep and cool. Wang Yu was discontented. Mother, a married daughter is like spilled water. Qingya is already out in the world. Why do you still offer everything to others? He Dong is your son-in-law, not your son. Why should they demand anything from us? Just the sight of those two filled her with indignation, keeping her from sleep. They come asking for a few jars of canned goods and expect money for kerosene. Do they not think to offer some payment? Is kerosene worthless? Should it be given away for free? Is that truly what your conscience tells you? Tang Mei glared, her eyes wide, the candlelight flickering in her grasp. If it were not for that, you ought not to speak. How can it not be? When they are close by, they take what they want without so much as a thought for compensation. They expect everything to be free, yet they charge for whatever they offer. The mere thought of the canned goods being treated as a transaction ignited Wang Yu's fury. You think we are family, but they do not regard you as one. Wang Yu. Tang Mei stepped forward, ready to scold. Do not speak of family ties. Even if neighbors come, I would still offer help. A married daughter is like spilled water. You cannot return to your maternal home. From now on, you must not go back at all. Mother, Wang Yu was taken aback, never anticipating the fire would turn upon her. How can this be the same? How is it not? Qingya is not my own flesh and blood. It often seemed that the eldest daughter-in-law failed to comprehend her own situation, never considering the implications of her words. Tang Mei's expression darkened considerably. Wang Yu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, she stammered. I was merely speaking. Mother, please disregard my words. I shall retire for the night. Tang Mei watched Wang Yu return to her room. This eldest daughter-in-law, I always said should not have been married off, yet you insisted, claiming sympathy for her. But look at the years gone by. Has she ever settled? Qingya has been accommodating all these years, yet she shows no signs of learning. Hearing Tang Mei's words, Zhu Jianjun felt a sense of helplessness. The marriage was already made. There was no turning back now. They could not simply abandon their commitments. Tang Mei sighed, pondering whether Zhu Changrong's family would manage well in the future. The following day, He Dong rose early. He met up with his brother He Gui and a few others at the village entrance. Today, they had produced a substantial quantity of loquat preserves, and it would certainly take longer if he were to sell them alone. Many in the village, compared to Shanghe Village, were in less favorable conditions. In plain terms, those in need worked harder than those who were not. Therefore, he offered each person a wage of 1 yuan for the day, inviting them to join him in selling the loquat preserves. The individuals who came were those from various villages known for their idleness, reluctant to toil in the fields, preferring the easier work, and appearing tall and fair. Nevertheless, He Dong was quite content. He had been apprehensive yesterday, fearing that no one would show up. With the arrival of 2 individuals, work could commence. Although there were only 2, He Gu, I am Zheng Yang. I am Chao Sanchi. The 2 young men, aware that He Dong was their employer, took the initiative to introduce themselves in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. He Dong nodded in satisfaction and instructed them to board the ox cart, heading towards the county town. Zhu Changrong, He Gui, and Lei Chong were still preoccupied with matters pertaining to mushrooms and wild game. Upon arrival at the train station, He Dong demonstrated the process to Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi, following the same method as the previous day. He emphasized the importance of maintaining a positive service attitude and being enthusiastic towards customers. Should any issues arise, they were to provide timely responses. Simple tasks, such as opening bottle caps, should be attended to without hesitation. The paramount objective was to sell the canned loquats they held. He Dong inquired if they had any questions, to which both Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi replied in the negative. He Dong divided the remaining stock into 3 portions, placing them in mesh bags and black cloths. The mesh bags were convenient for carrying, while the black cloth served to conceal the contents, ensuring that the loquats were not easily seized. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi watched as He Dong departed, filled with eagerness. They entered the crowd, clutching the mesh bags, emulating He Dong's approach of gravitating towards bustling areas. Upon opening the bottles, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, serving as a silent allure, particularly for young girls who were easily captivated. Chao Sanchi was the first to sell a bottle. A child, drawn by the scent, rushed over to snatch it and drink. When the child's parent hesitated at the price of 60 cents, seeing the child's delight led them to acquiesce, thinking it was just 6 dimes. Chao Sanchi felt this method was worth continuing, targeting travelers accompanied by children. Zheng Yang, with his striking appearance, tall, clean-cut, and well-groomed, naturally drew attention. Standing there was an attraction in itself, especially with the fragrant and sweet loquat cans in hand. Several girls gathered around, albeit maintaining a respectful distance. Their eyes fixed on the loquat cans, swallowing in anticipation. Before long, they managed to sell 2 or 3 bottles. Observing this, Hidong felt reassured enough to leave, having conveyed all the essential points. While some may have been perceived as idle in the village, their adaptability and capacity for learning were commendable. In fact, should he seek out overly honest individuals who lacked assertiveness, it was likely that not a single bottle would be sold throughout the day. Hidong proceeded to the video hall, where many young people frequented to socialize, watching films and enjoying snacks, a perfectly normal pastime. Coupled with the modest price of the loquat cans, it was an appealing venture. Upon arrival, Hidong first offered a bottle to Zhu Guden and Wu Sanner. Initially, Zhu Guden was unaware of the contents, as there were no labels, and hesitated to drink. Encouraged by Hidong, he opened the cap for a taste, and his eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor, reminiscent of loquats, was undeniably enticing. Hidong nodded in affirmation. Where did this come from? He inquired. Currently, the market was flooded with mixed canned goods. The concept involves a delightful amalgamation of various fruits, artfully arranged within a sizable glass jar. Each jar is priced at a mere 1 or 2 coins, rendering it a luxury item. Observing his expression, Hidong discerned the exquisite flavor of the concoction. He had crafted it himself, costing only 6 dimes per jar. Is it truly that inexpensive? One might ponder. While affordability is indeed a factor, it is imperative that you assist me in attracting clientele. Today, I shall be vending right here. Hidong produced several jars, placing them in his hands. Zhu Guden recognized this as an implicit request for assistance in promotion. Wu Sanner, too, harbored no objections. Hidong's loquat preserves, though modest in quantity, were remarkably affordable compared to market prices. Coupled with their delightful taste, he was confident they would sell well, particularly to the female patrons who frequent such establishments. Despite the presence of numerous men, there were also ample groups of women. Should they take a liking to his preserves, sales would be assured. Brother I would like a few jars as well. If they sell well, I shall recommend them to others. We are all acquaintances here. Hidong obliged, handing him 2 jars. However, he remained particularly keen on the proprietor of the video hall, where an array of beverages was displayed. Hidong, alongside Wu Sanner, purchased a pack of cigarettes before approaching. The owner had encountered him once before, but the gesture of offering cigarettes was a first, leaving a strong impression. Observing the beverages priced at 1 or 2 coins, Hidong felt an overwhelming confidence that his 6-dime loquat preserves would be exceedingly well received. While the patrons of this venue might come from affluent backgrounds, not all were inclined to spend lavishly. Everyone possesses an inherent desire to seek out bargains. Moreover, the taste of his loquat preserves would not disappoint. In contrast to the sugar-laden beverages that would flood the market in later years, this era was still in its infancy. Bolstering his confidence, the video hall's proprietor was a man in his 30s or 40s, bearing a deep scar the length of a little finger on his left cheek, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Yet, upon seeing Hidong, he offered a warm smile. Young brother, I presume you seek my assistance once more? He had previously cleared the hall for Hidong, aware it was for the sake of a young lady accompanying him. This man had a tender regard for women. Hidong reciprocated the smile. Brother, you possess a discerning eye. You see right through me. He then offered him a cigarette. The man, named Caillou, accepted it, gesturing for Hidong to speak. This was not their first encounter. Understanding Caillou's straightforward nature, Hidong expressed his desire to consign his loquat preserves at his establishment. Naturally, it would not be without compensation. For each jar sold, he would provide a 5-cent share, acknowledging the use of another's space. While it may seem modest, it was not a venture of high profit. Caillou tasted a jar and found the flavor delightful, nodding in agreement. Hidong then placed all 18 jars from his net bag in an orderly fashion, 3 neat rows of loquat preserves, prominently displayed for all ticket buyers to behold. Caillou accepted a pack of cigarettes, naturally honoring their camaraderie, and allocated the best spot for Hidong's wares. Hidong, with his net bag in hand, prepared to check on the situation with Chao Sanchi and Zheng Yang when he overheard a conversation behind him. "Boss, what is this? Canned goods? What's inside? Is it expensive?" The man frequently visiting the video hall was intrigued upon encountering this new offering for the first time. Caillou, with a cigarette in hand, was selling loquat canned fruit at merely 60 cents per bottle. 60 cents indeed? Hidong turned to see a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit. "I'll have a bottle of loquat canned fruit. What does it taste like? I want to try one too." The flavor was delightful, prompting him to request another. As Hidong glanced back, he noticed a throng of young men and women gathering at the window. With a smile, he decided to head to the train station. Brother He. A hand grasped his arm, and he turned to find Wu San'er. "Brother He, this sells remarkably well. Can you bring me a few more bottles tomorrow? Give me a wholesale price." Witnessing the bustling scene at the video hall's window, Wu San'er felt a surge of ambition. The 2 bottles Hidong had given him had already been sold, not merely sold, but snatched up. Upon hearing that the loquat canned fruit was delicious, many were eager to buy, but found it difficult to push through the crowd. They approached him as he held the cans. The same was true for Zhu Qingya, although his business was larger and he dismissed such modest profits. Wu San'er, however, was different. Any chance to earn a little extra money was worthwhile. Hidong nodded. "I'll bring it tomorrow." Wu San'er acknowledged this and hurried off to sell cigarettes upon hearing calls for them. Hidong turned once more to glance at the video hall window, now graced by the beaming face of Caillou. He sensed that this venture could indeed be expanded further. Upon arriving at the train station, he spotted Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi waiting for him at their agreed-upon spot. Both had net bags that were not empty, yet contained only empty bottles, evidently consumed as per Hidong's earlier request. Glass bottles could be returned for a penny each, which explained why others had discarded them for Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi to collect. Otherwise, they would have been reluctant to do so. In this season, many fruits were yet to be harvested, while loquats, being seasonal, were not abundant in their natural state. Transforming them into canned fruit altered the experience. The enhanced flavor attracted more consumers. "Brother He, your canned fruit sells exceptionally well. Just now, a wealthy gentleman, the type carrying a briefcase, enjoyed it so much he bought out the whole stock." Zheng Yang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement. He handed Hidong the earnings alongside the collected glass bottles, mentioning he would give them as gifts, certain they would be well received. "How extravagant," he said. "I've sold out here as well. Do you have more?" Chapter 101. That was quite sufficient. Chao Sanchi also offered his goods to Hidong. With a smile, Hidong replied, "It will have to wait until tomorrow." Chao Sanchi appeared somewhat disappointed, having just begun to feel the thrill of sales, particularly after receiving the 2 yuan and 20 cents in wages from Hidong, which elevated his sense of achievement. "Well then, we shall come find you in the morning." With their earnings in hand, the two contemplated where to spend their newfound wealth. Hidong, being an outsider, had no reservations. Everyone had the right to spend their money as they pleased. However, there remained a pressing matter at hand. The supply and marketing cooperative had set quantities for their goods. With the loquat canned fruit selling so well, it was inevitable that others would seek to replicate this success. He planned to purchase a larger quantity. The cooperative received shipments every 3 days, so he intended to buy enough to last until then. The early bird catches the worm. Compared to yesterday's expense of hiring someone to procure items, Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi are readily available. Tomorrow morning, he will bring Zhu Qingya and He Guile into the fold as well. That should suffice. Upon hearing that they were to purchase bottles from the supply and marketing cooperative, Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi were quite pleased, knowing that they could return to sell loquat preserves for profit the following day. Hidong returned home late in the afternoon, with the number of glass bottles in the vehicle having increased significantly. He was cautious, not daring to drive too quickly. Upon arriving home, he found Zhu Qingya gathering some loquats, which brought him joy. It was the season for loquats, yet, in comparison, the earnings were indeed meager. The mere fact that someone was willing to buy was a blessing, albeit the quantity was lacking, only about 5 or 6 pounds. Zhu Qingya, having spent most of the day waiting, felt somewhat guilty. She noted that there was a considerable amount of wild game being sold nearby, while loquats were scarce. Hidong smiled, deeming it sufficient. The quantity was limited, yet the production was substantial. The jars contained not only loquats, but also syrup, which constituted the majority. In essence, the loquats served merely as a title. The primary ingredients were water and sugar. Today, having purchased so many bottles, he wondered if the loquat preserves from the morning had sold out. When Hidong left that morning, Zhu Qingya had expressed some concern. Although the previous batch had sold out, it was still a small amount. Today, however, there were over 100 jars. Hidong was alone. The young girl, lacking experience in business, was naturally unaware of the intricacies involved. When Hidong explained the situation to her, she was both astonished and delighted. Who knew business could be conducted in such a manner? Loquat preserves could be sold this way. How impressive Hidong was. In the face of Zhu Qingya's admiring gaze, Hidong felt a swell of happiness. In his previous life, many had praised his abilities, yet none had been so sincere. He seemed to understand what he cherished about this era. He carefully removed the cart and secured the ox in the barn. Zhu Qingya invited Hidong to dinner. With little to do that morning, she had time to prepare a meal. Though it was said to be cooked by Hidong, it truly was a labor of love. Cooking for two was quite efficient. Hidong felt gratified, realizing that Zhu Qingya was not as incompetent as rumored. He had not anticipated her to be so thoughtful. Have you finished the loquat preserves from a few days ago? Zhu Qingya nodded, her face flushed. I'll make more for you tonight. She was eager for that. She offered Hidong some meat. After their meal, they returned to their busy tasks. Today, they had brought back as many as 200 jars. Even with both Zhu Qingya and Hidong working together, it was impossible to manage everything alone. Cleaning, sorting, peeling, and cooking required meticulous attention. No step could be omitted. Nor could any error occur. Hidong took a wooden board and prepared to recruit 2 young female workers, agile and diligent. Upon seeing this, Mao's mother and Aunt Qin were eager to join in. Despite their advancing years, they remain sprightly and are well known in the village. On this particular day, Dongzi inquired if he could indeed receive $1. Mao's mother and Aunt Qin arrived together. At that moment, Hidong was already occupied with washing loquats in a porcelain basin. The golden-hued loquats glimmered in the clear water, reflecting the sun's warm rays. They were a sight to behold. Hidong nodded. Would you like to give it a try? Mao's mother and Aunt Qin nodded vigorously in agreement. Hidong then proceeded to instruct them on the task. Initially, their inexperience led to some mistakes, but with guidance, they corrected their errors. As they continued, the process became smoother, and they meticulously cleaned nearly 10 pounds of loquats. By the time dusk descended, Hidong was busy stoking the fire. Although he had hired help, the heat was inadequate, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, he had to take matters into his own hands. After completing their work, Mao's mother and Aunt Qin left, satisfied with their earnings, as Hidong had also rewarded them $1 for their efforts. Are you hungry? You should eat a sweet potato to tide you over, said Zhu Qingya, bringing a sweet potato to Hidong, concerned that he had been so busy he might have missed a meal. Hidong took a bite, assuring her, I'm fine, a sweet potato will suffice for now. I will prepare something delicious for you shortly. Zhu Qingya wished not to impede his important work. With only 2 cooking stoves in the house, both occupied by Hidong, she had no means to prepare other dishes. Otherwise, she would have lent a hand in the kitchen. As time passed, Hidong lifted the pot lid, setting aside the freshly canned loquats to cool. His efforts were all aimed at providing a better life, and it was unreasonable for him to allow Zhu Qingya and the children to subsist on sweet potatoes alone. He prepared noodles with eggs and shredded meat, ensuring an abundance of protein and flavor, albeit with fewer noodles, prioritizing nutrition. Get some rest. You've worked hard all afternoon. I have just 2 more pots to finish, he reassured her after the meal. Once they had dined, Hidong washed the dishes. The water in the pot had heated up nicely. He encouraged Zhu Qingya to take a bath and rest while he continued to steam the remaining loquats. He needed to keep track of time, but Zhu Qingya had given her watch to Hidong. He contemplated purchasing a new one from the department store the next day. Timing was as crucial as the heat when making loquat preserves, and he feared miscalculating. The evening slipped into the late hours. As he prepared for bed, he glanced at Zhu Qingya, who lay peacefully asleep, her breathing steady and serene, her delicate features radiating beauty. A sense of fulfillment washed over him. The cart, made of wood, lacked any spring, and the road to the county was rather rough. At dawn, Hidong rose early, gathering a pile of dry straw to lay down in layers to cushion the ride. Zhu Changrong was also preparing to set off. Noticing Hidong was busy, he joined him in the yard, helping to place the jars of loquats atop the straw. It's still early, you can sleep a bit longer. I've saved some breakfast for you in the pot, Hidong reminded Zhu Qingya as he was about to leave. She nodded in acknowledgement. watching as the two bullock carts disappeared into the morning mist. Uncertain if today Hidong will manage to sell over 200 jars of loquat preserves. She hopes to gather more loquats. Thus, she resolves not to sleep, erecting a wooden sign at her entrance. After a meal, she prepares to read, ready to assist anyone who comes by to collect loquats. A familiar voice calls from behind. Turning, Zhu Qingya sees Fong Lan approaching, cradling a porcelain basin filled with loquats. "Did your brother collect these yesterday from another village?" Zhu Qingya exclaims with delight. "Despite the modest quantity from our village, some other villages yield quite a bounty. Your brother was aware of your needs and helped gather them. This weighs around 6 or 7 jing. He intended to bring them yesterday, but it grew late. This morning, he was preoccupied with mushroom gathering and couldn't make it over until now." Zhu Qingya observes the loquats are quite substantial. Those that Hidong collects at the price of a dime per jing, and her delight intensifies. She fetches her own basin to hold them and hands Fong Lan some money. "Thank your brother and sister-in-law for me." "No need," replies Fong Lan. "Your brother mentioned there would likely be plenty more in the coming days. If you can't find any here, there's no cause for concern. He'll return early today to deliver more." After seeing Fong Lan off, Zhu Qingya returns to store the loquats in the cellar beneath her room. Hidong had advised that the heat outside during the day would spoil them, thus keeping them inside would help preserve their freshness. Although she hadn't been able to collect much yesterday, with her brother Zhu Changrong's contributions, she now has a considerable amount. Zhu Qingya feels a surge of joy. Both her brother and his brother are quite reliable. "Is anyone there?" She hears a voice from outside, prompting her to hurry out. It is a neighbor from next door who trades in wild game. Turning back to inquire, "Are you gathering loquats?" The farmer, carrying a nylon bag, bears the weariness of a long journey. Zhu Qingya nods affirmatively. "Yes, I am selling them." She takes the nylon bag, opens it, and inspects its contents, selecting carefully. "I'll buy the larger ones for a dime and the smaller ones for 3 fun. If you wish to sell, I will gladly take them." "I sell them. I want to eat them. I only picked them after seeing you gather some yesterday," he responds, indicating the wild game he has hunted. "If it weren't for the prospect of earning some money, I wouldn't have bothered to look at them." After meticulously sorting, Zhu Qingya fills 2 bags, weighs them, and settles the payment. The man departs swiftly, without a moment's delay. Zhu Qingya carries her fresh loquats to storage, while Wang Yu observes from the sidelines, astonished that Zhu Qingya is so adept at these tasks. Even without engaging in the wild game and mushroom trade, Hidong still manages to make a living. Zhu Qingya can live well alongside him. How unfair life can be, Wang Yu muses, her envy palpable. "I heard you're now selling rabbits for a yuan per jing? Is that true?" "Yes, the prices have returned to normal just a couple of days ago," comes the reply. "Just a couple of days?" "Isn't that the day that person mentioned to me?" It's uncanny how accurate his words were, she says, pondering. "Who is he?" Wang Yu inquires, regarding the older farmer with newfound curiosity. She had just caught a snippet of conversation, but upon reflection, something felt amiss. The resurgence of wild game prices had indeed occurred only within the past few days, seemingly linked to Zhu Changrong. Yet, how could anyone have foreseen this shift in prices before it even transpired? Who possessed such remarkable foresight? It was a young man, fair-skinned and in his 20s. As she pondered more deeply, Wang Yu began to formulate suspicions. Among those who toiled in the fields, there were scarcely any men who matched that description. Aside from her brother and Hidong, the man appeared perplexed, unaware of the implications behind her inquiry. Wang Yu smiled, casually remarking that if he recalled, he might also mention what Hidong had worn that day. The man contemplated for a moment and recounted his encounter with Hidong. Wang Yu clenched her silver teeth, realizing the truth. "So, it was you who had caused me trouble." Upon witnessing the staggering 200 jars of loquat preserves in Hidong's vehicle, Chao Sanchi and Zheng Yang were elated. They remarked that selling for half a day could yield $1, while recycling a glass jar could earn a penny. The more they sold, the more they could profit. Hidong assigned them a task of selling 100 jars in the morning. If they completed it, they would earn an additional 2 cents per jar sold, which meant they could make an extra $1. Their enthusiasm soared. Equipped with nets and black cloth, they filled them with an ample supply of loquat preserves and plunged into the crowd. Hidong went to the video hall to stock supplies. Given the previous day's success, Caillou was eager to acquire everything from his vehicle, but Hidong ensured there were enough for Chao Sanchi and Zheng Yang. He took 20 jars from Wu San'er, leaving 100 jars remaining. Caillou found a shelf and procured a plastic basket for Hidong to transport the goods. Once they finished, The sun had fully risen, marking the beginning of a new day. Hidong drove his ox cart to the supply and marketing cooperative to meet Zhu Qingya, Higuele, and Shang, as they intended to purchase vegetables while he sought glass bottles. Their paths conveniently aligned, since the other party would not scrutinize the glass bottles. They ultimately arrived at Hidong's place. If there were any excess, Hidong suggested that Higuele and Zhu Qingya assist in delivering them directly to his home. He intended to wait until Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi finished selling before returning. There was no need to worry about the video haul. It would not run away. Hidong made a stop at the department store to buy a watch. Alas, the earnings from the past few days were insufficient. However, he had faith in the future. What he bought for his wife was for her alone. With the watch, keeping track of time would be much more convenient. Hidong regretted purchasing it a bit late. He hurriedly drove his ox cart towards the train station, where Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi awaited him. The station was becoming busier, warmed by the sun, encouraging people to linger a while longer. They had just sold about 20 jars and had empty bottles in their nets. Upon his arrival, there was no need for introductions. The two promptly grabbed other nets to continue selling. Each additional jar sold meant an extra 2 cents. Hidong took a moment to glance over at the video hall, where Wu Sanner was enthusiastically promoting the loquat preserves, weaving an impressive tale. At Caillou's place, there was no need for promotion. Many people were already purchasing and enjoying the beverages. Hidong was in high spirits as he made his way back, taking a moment to rest under a tree while tending to the ox cart. The heat of the day was intensifying, and the sky grew increasingly azure. The wind rustled through the leaves, refreshing the air. Hidong, with a blade of grass between his lips, reclined on the cart, savoring a moment of leisure. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a commotion broke the tranquility. "Higo, let's go, hurry." Zheng Yang's anxious voice created an atmosphere of urgency. Hidong opened his eyes to find Zheng's face pale, a net bag swaying in his hand. Ahead, Chao Sanchi was sprinting towards them without a care. "What is happening? Have they caught someone?" Zheng Yang nodded, hastily climbing onto the cart, followed by Chao Sanchi, who leapt up as well. "Quickly move," Hidong urged, flicking the branch to spur the oxen onward. Glancing back, he realized the individuals were actually pursuing someone else. What a false alarm. Fortunately, the contents of their net bags had dwindled to mere empty bottles. At the crossroads, Hidong settled accounts. Zheng Yang had sold 50 jars of loquat preserves, returning with 20 empty bottles, while Chao Sanchi had collected 15. The recoverable bottles were those consumed by buyers on the spot. The others were taken away. Chapter 103. Our world extends far beyond this place. Zheng Yang earned $2.22, and Chao Sanchi made $2.15. Hidong's total earnings amounted to $55.63. After deducting costs for glass bottles, sugar, and labor, which were around $10, his profit stood at $45.63, and this was just from 100 bottles. He planned to visit the video hall and settle accounts with Wu Sanner the next day. Before departing, he made sure to check the sales situation. The entrance to the video hall was bustling with a steady stream of people, including those who had already enjoyed the loquat preserves the day before. Wu Sanner had only a few bottles left. Hidong was beginning to gauge the demand accurately. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi had opted not to spend their earnings, but returned to the village instead, disembarking at Shanghe Village. Hidong drove the ox cart home, where Zhu Qingya was eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing him, she felt he had returned earlier than the previous day. However, today, there were more customers. How could he be back so soon? Money certainly has a way of making things happen. Hidong entered the courtyard with a smile, perhaps having offered commissions again. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi must have worked harder, leading to quicker sales. Zhu Qingya only realized this upon hearing the news. Otherwise, how could Hidong be so astute? A different person might not have thought of it. Hidong recognized that he was benefiting from the advantages of his past life. Nevertheless, it pleased him that his wife admired and respected him. I was also preparing on my end. Aunt Qin and Aunt Sanmao had arrived early to work at this moment. The loquats were sorted, washed clean, and soaking in lightly salted water. Hidong glanced at the 2 large enamel basins placed at the kitchen door, noticing the loquats soaking within. Thanks to his meticulous supervision yesterday, Aunt Qin and Aunt Sanmao had done an excellent job, saving half a day's effort. "Where have you placed the glass bottles?" he inquired. "They are inside," came the reply. Lei Chong delivered the items and assisted in bringing them inside. With only a few jars damaged, Hidong descended from the ox cart to inspect the scene, where he found 300 glass jars neatly arranged on the floor. He then checked the loquats on Zhu Qingya's ledger, noting the substantial quantity available for use. After having their meal, he summoned Aunt Qin and Aunt Ermao, to which Zhu Qingya nodded in agreement. The two women enjoyed a simple lunch, well-balanced with both meat and vegetables. What Zhu Qingya did not anticipate was that she had not invited Aunt Ermao and Aunt Qin to assist with the bottling and cooking processes yesterday. Hidong had taken it upon himself to manage those stages. As it was their first time, Aunt Ermao and Aunt Qin proceeded cautiously, taking their time to ensure they did not err. However, the outcome was satisfactory, much to Hidong's delight, who periodically checked the fire in the stove and offered reminders. Yet, mastering the skill would require time and practice. Hidong remained unconcerned, knowing that every endeavor begins with its challenges. Once the initial phase is navigated successfully, subsequent steps would follow more smoothly. He anticipated that once Aunt Qin and Aunt Ermao became proficient, many others would also learn. In a month or so, when the fruits came into season, a genuine market would emerge. Hidong envisioned initiating the process in their village before expanding to others. By then, he would present a commendable report to Yuan Yongming, paving the way for his venture into the thriving city of Shang. Indeed, he had set his sights on developing in Shang City. Enabling the villagers to improve their lives would serve as his finest stepping stone. Hidong turned at the sound of someone approaching and saw Zhu Qingya standing behind him. He walked over to her. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I don't quite understand something. You didn't let Aunt Ermao and the others into the kitchen yesterday. So why is it that the loquat canning business is now under your purview? If others find out, they could do it too." She expressed her concern quietly, not wishing to be overheard. Hidong chuckled, his bright eyes sparkling beneath his thick brows. "That is precisely what I want them to know." Zhu Qingya blinked in surprise, her long, curled lashes fluttering as she gazed at him. She recalled that during his mushroom business, Zhu Changrong had advised against letting others know, which resulted in no one being aware of the intricacies involved, only that Hidong had profited. Later, Hidong collected mushrooms in the village, which was understandable considering one person could not manage everything alone. Now, however, he was being so open from the outset, which seemed out of character for him. "Our horizons extend far beyond this place," Hidong asserted. Zhu Qingya paused, contemplating. There was nothing wrong with Shanghe Village. Their families and friends, both good and bad, were all here. Yet, the outside world was vast. You're just a little glutton focused on food. Just concentrate on your studies, and in the future, you will discover just how expansive the world truly is. Despite her fondness for everything around her, a part of her heart yearned to venture out and explore. This era was indeed a golden age for entrepreneurship. Opportunities were abundant. Hidong playfully brushed his fingers against Zhu Qingya's nose, the delicate touch delightful. Zhu Qingya had rarely left Shanghe Village, her farthest journey being to the county town. The vastness of the outside world, as described by Hidong, eludes her understanding. She finds it difficult to comprehend. Yet, what perplexes her even more is that Hidong, who grew up in the same village and rarely ventured far, speaks of the world beyond as if he possesses memories of it, as though he has seen it firsthand. Perhaps he has. When she notices someone approaching, Zhu Qingya hastily withdraws her hand and turns her body to the side, feeling a flush rise to her ears, akin to having been dusted with rouge. Hidong glances back and sees a girl adorned in a floral-patterned cloth shirt. Her complexion is not fair, but rather a healthy shade of yellow. She wears her hair in 2 twisted braids and stands at the doorway. It is Wei Xia, who has come to inquire whether Hidong is in need of workers. With little to occupy her at home, she thinks earning some money here could be beneficial. Idleness, after all, is uncomfortable. Yesterday, she overheard Ermao's aunt mention that Hidong pays cash. "I would like to ask if you are still in need of female workers." She recalls that day when Hidong's notice indicated he was seeking young female laborers, which she had seen. However, her mother had not allowed her to go, claiming that since Hidong is now married, her presence would be of no use. Yet, her visit is not driven by Hidong, but by the desire to work and earn money. Her mother tends to talk too much. Upon seeing Hidong once, she would return home to ramble about how Wei Xia has missed out on good matches and opportunities. What does Zhu Qingya have to do with it? Rather than endure such conversations, Wei Xia prefers to seek employment. She is uncertain if Hidong is still hiring. The pay is $1 a day, and if she can accept that, she is willing to come. Young people are certainly more adept at physical tasks. Hidong would not refuse her. Wei Xia nods vigorously, eager to work. Upon entering the courtyard, she is instructed to follow Ermao's aunt and Qin's aunt to learn the ropes. Given that Qin's aunt and Mao's aunt have been working for a day and a half, they are naturally familiar with many procedures. Moreover, as a young woman, Wei Xiao's proximity to a grown man might invite gossip. Shazi, come quickly. Mao's aunt calls out happily upon learning that Wei Xia has come to work. Last night, on her way home, she was startled when Wei Xia stopped her. It was only later that she discovered Wei Xiao wished to work at Yidong's. Chapter 104. Some people understand deep down. Thus, she has come to inquire herself. It is fortunate that Yidong agrees. Upon meeting a familiar face, Wei Xia feels a sense of warmth and quickly approaches. The three of them busily prepare in the kitchen. By nightfall, they have nearly completed 300 jars of loquat preserves. Wei Xiao's family calls her to dinner, and she departs first. Just like yesterday, Yidong gives Wei Xiao $1. This is her first earned money, and indeed, the most she has ever received. She is overwhelmed with excitement, recognizing that although it is merely $1, it is the fruit of her labor. Thank you, she says, turning to return home with her mother. Seeing their daughter with the dollar, Wei Xiao's family is equally pleased. Fortunately, Yidong harbors no grudges. Qin's aunt and Mao's mother also leave happily with their earnings. Yidong and Zhu Qingya set aside the last pot of loquat jam to cool, contemplating dinner preparations. Yidong had purchased meat today, intending to prepare a dish of stuffed tofu for Zhu Qingya. The lean meat was minced finely, while ginger, garlic, and scallions were chopped into small pieces. The mushrooms were diced as well. He combined the diced mushrooms, scallion bits, and half of the minced ginger with the meat, seasoning it with wine, starch, and salt to marinate. The tofu was cut into thick slices, and small cavities were carefully scooped out with a spoon, ensuring not to break them. A sprinkle of starch was added before filling the cavities with the marinated meat mixture. The stuffed tofu was then pan-fried until slightly golden, topped with a scattering of chopped scallions. Zhu Qingya felt her stomach grumbling insistently, and Yidong was not faring much better. He brought the dish to the table, while Zhu Qingya dished out 2 bowls of rice, eager to sit down and savor the flavors. This was, after all, the first time Yidong had prepared this dish. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a bucket of water was suddenly splashed over them, drenching the table and extinguishing the steam rising from the freshly cooked stuffed tofu. Zhu Qingya turned to confront the person responsible for the water splashing. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, both furious and bewildered. Wang Yu, too, was incensed, one hand on her hip and the other clutching an enamel basin. "What do you think you're doing?" Some people were well aware of the situation. Wang Yu shot a glance at Yidong, her demeanor dripping with sarcasm as she walked away with the basin. Zhu Qingya was left utterly perplexed. She turned back to Yidong, who furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. However, a perfectly laid meal was now ruined before their eyes. He focused intently on the retreating figure in the courtyard. Did she think she could just leave like that? "What do you want?" Wang Yu was taken aback, surprised that Yidong dared to speak up. "Aren't you afraid I'll reveal everything you've done?" "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Wang Yu scoffed. "That night, Yidong, you entered the Zhu family's door and brought Zhu Qingya home. And Zhu Qingya, do you truly believe Yidong is a good person now? Have you forgotten that if it weren't for him ruining you over half a month ago, you would never have married this good-for-nothing from Shanghe Village?" Her words struck a painful chord, laying bare the truths that had long been avoided, a shocking revelation. Even Yidong was taken aback by the sharpness and cruelty of Wang Yu's words. Yet, given his current circumstances, he found that he no longer cared much for the past. After all, he had already lost face, so what was there to worry about? Wang Yu, with a cold smile, observed the scene for a moment before preparing to leave. She had dared to cause such a ruckus today, knowing that the Zhu family members were out digesting their meal. Encountering someone was bound to lead to a few words being exchanged. It would take them some time to return. Yidong had caused her to lose her authority over the accounts and the opportunity to earn money for her brother's scooter. She intended to make Yidong aware of her influence. While pretending to offer some kindness to Zhu Qingya, she aimed to expose Yidong's vulnerabilities. Knowing he felt guilty for his past actions. How disgraceful. Zhu Qingya collapsed onto her stool, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Yidong had not anticipated that this matter would be brought up in such a context, catching them both off guard. Qingya expressed her desire to retreat to her room for some rest. She was at a loss on how to confront Yidong, contemplating her departure. Yidong remained silent, observing as she entered the unlit room, indicating her intent to be alone. Certain matters required investigation, regardless of the current state of their relationship or feelings. The individual who had compelled their union needed to be identified. It was unacceptable for Qingya to endure such humiliation. That night, Hidong refrained from returning to his room. Recognizing that Qingya required time, he chose to sleep in the adjacent room, his thoughts lingering on the events leading up to that fateful night of intoxication. Earlier, he had dined at a friend's house in the northern village, where their shared interests had led them to engage in various mischievous escapades together. However, when his friend suddenly expressed aspirations to seek opportunities in the city and wished to bring Hidong along, Hidong declined, which led to a convivial evening filled with drinks. Ultimately, they became thoroughly inebriated and returned home, where Hidong fell asleep almost immediately. Upon waking, he was confronted by the heart-wrenching sight of Qingya weeping in a corner, surrounded by a throng of onlookers at the door, whispering and pointing. In a previous life, Hidong had not wished to bear the weight of responsibility and marry Qingya, resulting in her tragic decision to end her life by jumping into a river. Was it a voluntary act or driven by other forces? Zhu Jianjun, having fathered 4 sons before finally having a daughter, had always cherished her dearly. It was entirely natural for him to hold high expectations. Qingya, possessing both beauty and education, would hardly look favorably upon a man like Hidong. The notion that she would willingly share his bed seemed implausible. Yet, who harbored such profound animosity towards Qingya as to thrust her into this situation and tarnish her reputation? Hidong dismissed one particular individual from his mind and, pulling back the covers, prepared to inquire about Qingya's well-being. However, upon reaching her door, he found silence within and ultimately chose not to enter. The night had grown late, and any pressing matters could wait until the morrow. The following morning, Qingya awoke with thoughts of preparing a meal, her stomach truly growling from the previous night's deprivation. Lifting the lid of the pot, she discovered a warm bowl of lean meat porridge, accompanied by 2 boiled eggs. Her eyes brimmed with tears. After contemplating the events of the previous day, she resolved that regardless of how things had unfolded, she would accept the situation. As long as Hidong treated her well, they could lead a fulfilling life together, which was more valuable than any ephemeral, insubstantial notions. Unbeknownst to her, Hidong harbored the same sentiment. The words of Wang Yu from the night before had not altered his feelings. He had not forgotten her and had remembered to prepare breakfast. He took the bowl adorned with peach blossoms from the side, and Qingya ladled porridge into it, stirring gently. The delicate petals nestled among the white porridge and lean meat lent a refreshing touch, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms. She scooped a spoonful and tasted it, recalling Hidong's words that the washed peach petals were indeed edible. "Ah, Qingya, your meal is quite delightful. It's one thing to have plain rice porridge, but there's meat in it too. And what is this? Petals? Are they really edible?" Early in the morning, Ermao's mother arrived, ready to commence her tasks. Upon noticing Zhu Qingya in the kitchen, she approached, only to find her in the midst of a meal. Surprised, she inquired, "Is it delicious?" Ermao's mother was genuinely intrigued. No one in Shanghe Village had ever tasted flower petals before. "I have realized that when I do not ask, you truly offer nothing in return. Come now, let's generate some goodwill and encourage more videos. They say reading is free, but at least spare me a dime for a bun." Chapter 105. Would you care for a bowl? Zhu Qingya looked up with a smile. "It's quite all right. Have you tasted it, Ermao's mother? Would you like a bowl?" Ermao's mother hesitated for a moment, then quickly waved her hand, declining the offer. She found it peculiar. If it was indeed tasty, why were there tears in her eyes? But as Zhu Qingya was eating, she refrained from asking. Instead, she inquired about the loquats and prepared to begin her work. As promised, she had come early. At the door, Aunt Qin and Wei Xia also arrived. Zhu Qingya suddenly recalled that she had indeed woken up late today. Setting down her bowl of porridge, she led them to the storage room to retrieve the remaining loquats, weighing approximately 30 pounds. Most of these had been delivered the previous evening by Higui and Zhu Changro. The quantity being sold to her in Shanghe Village was still limited. Ermao's mother, Aunt Qin, and Wei Xia busied themselves, laughing and chatting. After finishing her meal, Zhu Qingya contemplated assisting them, but Ermao's mother insisted she refrain from helping. "Go study, Qingya," she said. "Hidong has mentioned that you are preparing for your exams, so do not waste time here. Otherwise, Hidong will scold us upon his return." Zhu Qingya felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling Hidong's words. Though they claimed to have hired workers at home, she wished to share some of the burden with Hidong. However, Hidong had expressed his disapproval, reminding her of her studies. It was also a way for Ermao's mother and Aunt Qin to gently remind her not to lend a hand. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao watched with a tinge of envy. Studying was undoubtedly her greatest aspiration, yet her family often dismissed its value, especially for girls. They believed that being industrious and capable in household chores was sufficient. Yet, Hidong seemed different. "Go on, Qingya, we are perfectly fine here," they encouraged. Listening to their supportive words, Zhu Qingya retreated to her room to read. She would only emerge to assist if someone arrived to sell mushrooms. In her spare moments, Wang Yu observed Zhu Qingya next door, seemingly unfazed. She diligently split her time between work and study, which surprised Wang Yu. Did her words from the previous day have no impact? Was Zhu Qingya, with her high aspirations, not overwhelmed with despair? And what about Hidong? Surely he was not unaffected either. Thinking of Hidong's absence, Wang Yu glanced over frequently, waiting. He had disrupted so many of her plans. She could not allow both of them to thrive. This time, Hidong had brought 300 jars of loquat preserves into the county. Chao Sanqi and Zheng Yang, now seasoned with experience, worked efficiently and accurately. However, unlike the previous days, they were more cautious, attentive to their surroundings, and eager to sell a few extra jars. From 50 bottles to 70. Hidong, just like yesterday, ensured they had enough before heading to the cinema. Yesterday, they had a total of 100 bottles here. At 6 dimes per bottle, that amounts to 60 yuan. After paying Caillou a profit of 5 dimes, he retains 55 yuan. Subtracting the cost of less than a dime per bottle, he ends up with 45 yuan. Wu Sanner has 20 bottles, totaling 12 yuan, with a profit of 3 dimes, resulting in 6 dimes. Hidong receives 11 yuan and 4 dimes. And after deducting 2 yuan in costs, he is left with 9 yuan and 4 dimes. Adding yesterday's earnings from Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi, the total profit reached 52 yuan and 58 dimes. The profit from 220 bottles exceeds the monthly wages of many factory workers. A smile graced Hidong's face, especially upon hearing that Caillou planned to release more this time. Conveniently, he had over 200 bottles on his vehicle. Wu Sanner still requested 20 bottles, perfectly rounding out Caillou's order. They loaded 200 bottles onto the vehicle to deliver to Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi at the train station. However, during this period of strict inspections, Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi hesitated to continue. Hidong decisively resolved to change locations, heading to the family quarters. The residents there are primarily factory workers' families, who earn modest monthly incomes. While they might be reluctant to spend on themselves, they are inclined to spend a little on their children. With younger individuals present, there would be no shortage of customers. Naturally, Hidong also contemplated finding locations for distribution, such as small shops and convenience stores, where the turnover would be substantial. He was eager to share this idea with Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi. Business, after all, is rarely a solitary endeavor. He advocated for thin margins and high sales, confident that sellers would not be in short supply. Who doesn't he have a few distributors? Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi realized this as well. Working all day for a mere 1 yuan, selling 50 bottles would yield the same. Why not target those with high demand for distribution? This could also mitigate the risk of getting caught. They aspired to have the local restaurants and small shops display loquats, which would certainly be an impressive sight. Hidong appreciated their ambition and encouraged them to pursue their endeavors. In recent days, He Gui and Zhu Changrong had received an increasing quantity of loquats. Sales could indeed be further enhanced, but that depended on his progress here. It required time and effort to cultivate reliable candidates and strictly control every step of the canned loquat production process to ensure no issues arise. Haste makes waste. At the entrance of the cinema, due to the loquat cans, customers flocked in as soon as the door opened. The delicious loquat cans, priced at 6 dimes each, were highly sought after by many young people. Yet, they were unavailable at the supply and marketing cooperative or the mall. The cinema was the only place in the vicinity with an ample supply. In the past, when young people met, they would discuss where to hang out. Now, they inquire if each other has tried the loquat cans. Caillou learned that people were coming solely to purchase the loquat cans. They showed little interest in the movies, finding joy even in just opening a bottle. After all, it was all profitable. One can still observe those youthful maidens, resembling delicate flowers, their skirts billowing under the sun. Filled with laughter and joy, it is as if one too feels rejuvenated in their presence. "Father, I purchased my loquat preserves right here." The young girl, Gumanmad, adorned in a chiffon blouse and a pleated skirt, alighted from a Polonaise sedan, clutching a bottle of loquat preserves in her hand. The design of the preserves is compact, easily grasped with a single hand, rendering it effortless to hold while drinking. Most importantly, the taste is delightful. Gu Man had savored it once and found it unforgettable. The bottle in her hand was discovered only yesterday after inquiring with a classmate about its availability here. Observing the bustling scene at the entrance of the video hall, she approached, eager to purchase a few more bottles. She had heard that if stored in a cool place, the shelf life could extend up to 10 days or even 2 weeks. At her current pace, she estimated consuming 1 bottle a day. Thus a week's supply would hardly suffice. Accompanying her, a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding belly exited the vehicle. He watched Gu Man, with her large butterfly hairpin fluttering above her head, as she dashed toward the video hall to buy the preserves. A slight furrow formed on his brow. This man was Gu Binghua, the deputy director of the fruit canning factory. He was acutely aware of the state of canned fruit in recent years, understanding it was not a particularly sought-after product, especially with many still struggling to secure their daily meals. Canned fruit, not classified as a staple food, failed to garner enthusiasm among the masses, often only purchased as gifts during festive occasions, particularly by those with stable incomes. Those like him had long grown weary of it. Yet, now, loquat preserves had inexplicably surged in popularity, with children clamoring for their own bottles, exclaiming they could not stop eating them. Year after year, he had watched the mundane sales figures and revenue of canned fruit, and now, a ripple of curiosity stirred within him, compelling him to seek clarity on this phenomenon. Hello. Gu Binghua initiated the conversation with Kai Yu, who had been so engrossed in business that he had not noticed the prominent figure before him. Gu Binghua's age and commanding presence were evident, distinguishing him from the children merely seeking snacks. Hello, is there something you need? Kai Yu inquired. I wish to ask if you produce these loquat preserves. Gu Binghua gestured toward the jars displayed at the window. Kai Yu recalled Hidong's advice. Never disclose anything to inquirers. A friend of mine sells them here. Is there something you need? Gu Binghua's expression turned serious. Kai Yu, having spent several years in the area, recognized that he had not encountered Gu Binghua before, and his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. He feared that Gu Binghua might be seeking to trouble Hidong. He shook his head. People come here every few days. I cannot predict when they will return. You see, I am quite busy. Allow me to conduct my business first. Each dawn, students lined up to purchase loquat preserves in numbers not to be underestimated. Kai Yu personally sold the items, indicating no intention to involve others. Father? Gu Man, standing in line, noticed this scene and approached, visibly displeased. She was waiting to purchase something herself. Yet, Gu Binghua was causing a disturbance ahead. If the items were not sold, how long would she have to wait? She had school to attend later. Whatever business he had with the owner could wait. She just wanted to buy her loquat preserves. Gu Man's face puffed up with frustration. Clearly unhappy, Gu Binghua affectionately patted her cheeks and moved aside. Go ahead, he said, and Gu Man instantly brightened, returning to her place in line to buy the loquat preserves. It was said that there were 200 jars available. However, it was impossible for one person to buy multiple jars. Thus, before noon, the loquat preserves were sold out. Kai Yu mused that Hidong should bring more tomorrow. Wu Sanner, however, saw an opportunity. He discreetly pulled aside a young man who had not managed to buy any loquat preserves. Didn't he get any, brother? The boy nodded eagerly. Not for yourself, I presume? The boy nodded again, explaining that he was buying for someone else and was anxious about not getting any. I have some, Wu Sanner revealed, pulling out 2 jars of loquat preserves from his pocket. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Are you selling them? $6.50 a jar. You can take them once you pay. The price has gone up? Well, if you queue now, you won't get any. Those who want to buy must be unhappy, right? Remembering how his girlfriend had been longing for the preserves since last night, he wanted to make her happy. He nodded in agreement, only adding 5 cents to the price. Wu Sanner was thrilled, recognizing the potential for profit. He decided to continue selling this way. Zhu Qingya was waiting for Hidong a bit longer today. Chinani, Air Mao's mother, and Wei Xia had all returned home for lunch. Yet, no one had come back. Instead, another arrived, He Daitian's third son, He Jin. He Jin stood at the gate, his round eyes fixed on Zhu Qingya for a while. To her, his gaze seemed unfriendly. Nevertheless, she maintained her manners. Cousin, she called out. He Jin acknowledged her with a nod and entered the courtyard. Zhu Qingya brought out a stool for him to sit on. He Jin, however, did not sit down, he merely observed. Next door, Tang Mei was playing with Zhu Mian, and upon seeing this, she remained still. He Daitian's third son had claimed last year that he wanted to pursue studies, hardly stepping out of the house. His sudden appearance at Hidong's home made her uneasy. She feared her daughter might be bullied, especially since Hidong had yet to return. I heard you also intend to pursue studies? Hidong has provided you with quite a bit of material, hasn't he? All good stuff? Hijin's face remained cold, his eyes indifferent. Zhu Qingya nodded. Show me. She turned to fetch 2 books of materials Hidong had brought back. Hijin examined them and found them indeed to be as good as Huang Ying had described. However, how could such things be in a woman's hands? It would be better for her to focus on managing the household and raising children. Pursuing studies? What a joke. He took the materials and left. Tang Zhuing wished to call out to someone. Hijin turned to look at her, asking, What? Can't you lend it to me for a couple of days? Zhuing replied, Even Huang Ying's brother can lend it to an outsider. Why can't I? Her tone was tinged with skepticism, almost implying that her cousin could not compare to a mere stranger. Alas, it seems that anyone who arrives always has their reasons. Yet, it left an unpleasant feeling within her. Is it not customary to borrow with a semblance of decorum? When did the act of borrowing become so brazen? In a fit of anger, Tang Mei strode forward and snatched the 2 reference books from Hijin's hands. If you truly wish to borrow, wait until Dongzi returns. It is not for a woman like Qingya to decide. Zhu Ying, though inexperienced in the ways of the world, was not as easily deceived as Tang Mei, who was aware of Hijin's character. If Hidong were present today, he would certainly not come to borrow like this. He was merely taking advantage of a newlywed like Zhu Ying. Hijin was about to question the origins of this unruly individual when he realized it was Zhu Ying's mother. An elder. Had it been anyone else, he might have unleashed a torrent of reproach. Aunt Zhu, Hijin managed to force a smile. Having finally secured the books, he could not allow them to be reclaimed so easily. He had perceived that Zhu Ying was relatively accommodating, and given her reticence, a little intimidation would suffice. Moreover, who knew when Hidong would return? His father and grandmother were currently entangled in matters concerning Hidong, and it was uncertain whether Hidong would lend him such valuable study materials. This book has already been lent to me, he insisted. I have stated that my daughter cannot make decisions. You must wait for Hidong's return. Though Zhu Ying was inexperienced, it did not imply that Tang Mei could be easily trifled with. Come, Qingya, take this back and keep it safe. In the future, do not lend it out without consulting Hidong first. The initial softness in Tang Mei's voice was clearly directed at someone, her words resonating loudly. Zhu Ying understood this perfectly and turned to head inside. Previously, she had lent books to Huang Dahu, Huang Ying's brother, but that was a mutual arrangement, stemming from their shared ambition of attending university and their friendship with Huang Ying. No one had ever approached her for a loan like Hijin did. Hijin watched as Zhu Ying entered the house, nearly cursing under his breath. The books he had just acquired were slipping away from him. Chapter 107. Mother was absolutely right, Aunt Zhu. It is precisely because Hidong has not returned that I sought out Qingya to borrow it. She had just agreed. Surely, she should bring the books over. I only need them for 2 days, and I will return them promptly. Even if I don't, what could possibly happen? After all, I have He Datian and Shun Dakui backing me. Tang Mei chuckled lightly and simply responded, Wait for your cousin to return. It should be soon. Qingya is a woman, but she is also Hidong's wife. How can she not make decisions? Aunt Zhu, I am in a hurry to return for dinner, so please have Qingya bring it out quickly. What should she bring out? At that moment, Hidong was hastily returning home with a bullock cart. Overhearing the conversation with great surprise. What does he want his wife to bring out? And this person, is it Hijin? What brings him to our home? Perhaps it concerns his marriage with Zhu Qingya. Now, whether it is He Datian or Shun Dakui, they both greet him with disdain. He remains indifferent, unconcerned about their attitudes. He would never lower himself to seek their approval. Yet, the unexpected visit from Hijin truly took him aback. If his memory serves him right, Hijin had not even attended the wedding. It turns out he is a cousin. How long it has been since they last met. Hijin seems rather unwilling to engage with him. A businessman is no match for a scholar. Once he gains admission to university, the disparity will only widen. He must have come because he heard from Huang Dahu that Zhu Qingya possesses some excellent reference books that are unavailable elsewhere. Hidong chuckles lightly. What is the matter, cousin? Do you look down upon me, yet still enter my home? Perhaps intoxicated and muddled? Hijin has never been confronted so directly before, and his anger simmers within. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your cousin. A person devoid of education simply cannot comprehend. Tang Mei chuckles at his demeanor. Indeed, Hidong is his cousin, but he has not erred in his path. He was just borrowing study materials from Qingya. How could he be mistaken? The mother-in-law's sharp tongue is quite commendable, Hidong thinks to himself. Ah, so he came to borrow books from Qingya. He Jean's face could be likened to the bottom of a pot. Although they are son-in-law and mother-in-law, why does he feel such a harmonious camaraderie? After many years living with his wife, he has never shared such a rapport with his mother-in-law. Most of the time, they merely exchange glances, and it is already commendable to refrain from uttering harsh words. Now that He Dong has returned, Aunt Zhu, what do you think? He Jean gestures towards the door, eager to leave. After all, this is my cousin's home. He is desperate for the vexatious Tang Mei to depart. Without her presence, he might still assert some authority as a cousin. He Dong would certainly think twice before being so audacious. He Dong smiles. How does my cousin speak? My mother-in-law is in my home, and I wouldn't dare to send her away. Do you have the audacity to do so? If my mother-in-law is displeased, you can soothe her, can't you? His words bring comfort to Tang Mei. Initially, He Jean's remarks made it inappropriate for her to linger, but now, she feels entirely justified in doing so, knowing her son-in-law has her back. He Jean's expression has transformed beyond mere annoyance. What does it mean for a mother-in-law to linger in her son-in-law's home? Dongzi, I just informed him that in the future, any borrowed books should be sought from you. As Qingya cannot make decisions on her own, right? He Dong nods in affirmation. He Jean, if approached directly, would likely refuse outright. Yet he is cunning, seeking out Zhu Qingya instead. Although he has entered their home, the visit is brief. They are all mindful of appearances and tend to be amiable. However, he has significantly underestimated the prowess of his mother-in-law. With this conversation initiated, future interactions with Zhu Qingya will be much smoother. Mother is absolutely right. Tang Mei feels a sense of pride, believing her son-in-law has matured. With a smile, she carries Zhu Mian back home. He Jean gazed at He Dong, hesitating to speak due to his pride, and ultimately turned away. He Dong approached Zhu Qingya by the door. Next time, just let him know as mother suggested. Zhu Qingya nodded in acknowledgement. To her dismay, she discovered that the entire batch of loquat preserves was gone, with only empty jars left on the cart. She moved to assist in retrieving them, but He Dong stopped her. Let us eat first. In the kitchen, Zhu Qingya had already prepared the meal. Lifting the pot lid, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. What thrilled He Dong even more was the sight of another pot filled with perfectly steamed loquat preserves. Yesterday, he had shared the entire process with Aunt Qin and the others, initially fearing complications. However, the color and flavor turned out splendidly, remarkably authentic. He had kept a close watch, adhering strictly to the timing, as he had emphasized the importance of precision. Zhu Qingya had remained in the kitchen throughout the steaming process. Aunt Qin and Ermao's mother were still grappling with reading the clock, while Wei Xia was learning. Have you tasted it? He Dong inquired, offering a spoonful of loquat preserves to Zhu Qingya. She shook her head, but took a bite. Today, they had only dared to make 2 pots, wary of the flavor, and had refrained from tasting until He Dong's return. Seeing his pleased expression eased her worries. As the taste lingered in her mouth, she felt a delightful surprise. It tasted exactly as he had described. It's made just like yours, of course it's the same. He Dong set down the jar of loquat preserves and inspected his carefully prepared containers for adding the right amount of sugar and cooled boiled water. As a seasoned expert, he was quite familiar with the process, unlike Aunt Qin and the others, who were still learning from scratch and required assistance. Nonetheless, the results today reflected the proportionality of his efforts and their hard work. It seemed that only the steaming remained for the afternoon. Zhu Qingya glanced back at the enamel basin filled with the prepared loquats soaking in lightly salted water. Aunt Qin, Ermao's mother, and Wei Xia were all diligently at work. They had completed their tasks for the morning. Their progress had been halted only by uncertainty, compounded by the lunch break. You've worked hard this morning. He noted that Aunt Qin and the others were still inexperienced and, given the time constraints, needed someone knowledgeable to guide them. Yet, he had not anticipated that, despite her troubled state last night, she would still emerge. He had heard that she had been withdrawn for several days after their previous encounter. Feeling unwell, it was evident that her family had sheltered her well, and at such a young age, enduring such significant events was a heavy burden for anyone to bear. He had intended to return early today, but had hesitated with the fragile glass jars in the vehicle. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to be delayed. Zhu Qingya shook her head. You left early this morning and still remembered to cook for me. She felt genuinely touched. The past was behind her. Since she had decided to marry, she had resolved to let go of everything else. However, she had struggled to accept it swiftly when Wang Yu unexpectedly brought it up last night. However, in the future, she firmly believes she can do better. He Dong felt a deep pang of sympathy. He took her hand and led her to the table for dinner. The past is behind us, but have you ever truly contemplated it? Zhu Qingya raised her gaze to him, evidently having thought about it. Hidong sighed, admitting, that night, I was indeed intoxicated and can recall nothing. He pondered, searching for clues from her. Chapter 108. This is severed. To reflect on that time. There was indeed nothing of value about me. Pale-faced and idle. In this era, one would starve. Engaging in petty theft is notoriously disreputable. Likely, no one would regard me with esteem. Yet, Zhu Qingya is different. She is a star in the sky, unattainable for many. Countless suitors have nearly worn down the threshold of the Zhu family seeking her hand. Amidst this, could there be love or enmity? Zhu Qingya yearned to unravel the mystery of that night more than anyone else, to understand how it transpired. However, some matters, no matter how much one contemplates, yield no fruit. That night, I was struck unconscious. Gripping her chopsticks tightly, Zhu Qingya trembled. I did not see that person. If I had, I would. Hidong grasped her arm, silently offering comfort through his gaze. Zhu Qingya's tears streamed down her face. Hidong was now certain. Both he and Zhu Qingya were victims. There was indeed someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, tarnishing Zhu Qingya's reputation. The one who benefited from the trap was undoubtedly him. The Zhu family could never believe that Zhu Qingya had climbed into his bed. It could only be that he had engaged in some clandestine maneuvering. And in his drunken stupor, he could not articulate the truth. Thus, no matter how one attempts to explain it, it remains inexplicable. The only undeniable fact is that they had shared such an experience, lying closely together on a bed under the watchful eyes of many. This was a trap from which neither he nor Zhu Qingya could escape. But what was the ultimate objective? Surely, it could not be to unite him with Zhu Qingya. That would be utterly absurd. What could possibly be gained by bringing them together? He pondered the emotional implications. Yet, in this day and age, he, as a man, dared not draw too close to a woman. Zhu Qingya, being a girl, had even less freedom to approach a man. In truth, there was no such closeness. Wang Yu harbored many grievances against Zhu Qingya, constantly dissatisfied. But did anyone truly have the audacity to carry out such an act? Do not cry, let us eat. Regardless of that person's motives, we must continue to live well, and not allow him to witness our downfall. Hidong spoke with unwavering resolve as he wiped away Zhu Qingya's tears. Zhu Qingya contemplated this as well. No matter the circumstances at the outset, life now is truly pleasant. Hidong is far better than she had imagined. Why still cry? Hidong noticed her tears seemed unending. Zhu Qingya shook her head. Her eyes reddened. She did not know why. She simply felt the urge to weep, to cry at the sight of him. Hidong extended his hand, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and embracing her. Do not cry. It is all in the past. It is all right. He thought to soothe her, wiping her tears away and kissing her brow. Tears streamed down Zhu Qingya's face, seemingly more abundant than before. What was going on? Qingya? Oh dear. It seems our arrival is ill-timed. The sun blazed outside, and the dining table had been relocated to the kitchen. Mao's mother and Wei Xia had come after their meal, eager to ascertain whether the canned goods they had steamed in the morning met the required standards. Upon entering the kitchen, they were greeted by the sight of two individuals locked in an embrace. Instinctively, they raised their hands to shield their eyes, particularly Wei Xia, who turned her body away, being the modest young lady that she was. Mao's mother urged her to step outside. Hidong and Zhu Qingya were equally taken aback by the unexpected visit from Mao's mother. Zhu Qingya extricated herself from Hidong's embrace, hastily wiping her tears and avoiding eye contact. Mao's mother was puzzled. She had witnessed Zhu Qingya in tears that morning, and now she was crying again. What has happened, Hidong? Have you mistreated her? Mao's mother inquired with genuine concern, her voice laced with caution. Hidong chuckled. Nothing of the sort. Don't overthink it. It's merely that some sand got into her eyes. Zhu Qingya rose to face the others, making an effort to smile. The canned goods we prepared this morning have been tasted by Hidong, and they are identical to the previous batch. Is that so? Mao's mother's eyes brightened with relief. Her early visit alongside Wei Xia stemmed from anxiety over this very matter. Now reassured, she rushed to inform Wei Xia, who was equally elated. Yesterday, we familiarized ourselves with the process, but the finished product is today's achievement. They were hesitant to sample it, preferring to await Hidong's verdict. Fortunately, it was a success. Their joy was palpable. Aunt Qin, the last to arrive, was also overjoyed, eager to prepare another batch. Hidong and Zhu Qingya retreated outside to dine, allowing the kitchen to be occupied by the others. They had gained experience and felt confident. Yet, Hidong's heart ached at the sight of Zhu Qingya's still red eyes. "It's all right, I understand," he reassured her. Zhu Qingya felt a wave of embarrassment. Regarding the events of that fateful night, she had not confided in anyone, yet here she was, revealing her feelings to Hidong. A flicker of light danced in her eyes, and her heart stirred with indescribable emotions. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from the neighboring doorway, "Changrong family." Both Hidong and Zhu Qingya turned to look. Even Aunt Qin, who had stepped out to fetch water, instinctively raised her head upon hearing the urgent tone, which suggested something troubling had occurred. Wang Yu, busy gathering game, was startled as well. "What is it, Uncle Qiao?" The voice belonged to the old man Qiao from Shanghe Village, his face etched with anxiety. After catching his breath, he exclaimed, "Changrong has fallen into a ditch along with the vehicle. You all must hurry to see if he is all right." Upon hearing that something had happened to his elder brother, Zhu Changmei immediately dropped what he was doing and dashed outside. However, after only a few steps, he paused, recalling something, and hurried back to ask, "Which ditch?" There were numerous ditches in Shanghe Village, most of which still contained water. Old man Qiao gasped for air. "It's the one at the entrance of the village. I ran all the way here." Age had taken its toll on him, leaving him breathless. On the road, there were hardly any people in sight, leaving him to make the journey alone. Zhu Changmei was likely familiar with the location and promptly set off. Hidong, without hesitation, pushed his bicycle out, intending to check on his brother-in-law's situation. Zhu Qingya also wished to accompany him. Nodding in agreement, she quickly mounted the vehicle and clutched Hidong's waist tightly. In his urgency, Hidong rode with considerable speed. By the time they reached the edge of the ditch, Zhu Changmei was still running behind them. Brother, there's no water in the ditch, but it's quite deep. Zhu Changrong and the ox cart have toppled in." At that moment, he was crumpled at the bottom, clutching his legs, his complexion pale. Upon hearing the voice, he lifted his head and, spotting his younger sister, forced a smile, not wanting to cause her worry. Though that smile appeared more ghastly than tears. Hidong set his bicycle down and descended to rescue him, while Zhu Changmei joined him. They both stood momentarily, taken aback by the sight of the scattered wild game, the ox, the cart, and even a person. This area was not difficult to traverse, and logically, such a calamity should not have occurred. However, the priority was to save the injured. "Brother," Zhu Changmei called down into the ditch. "Brother." Hidong glanced at Zhu Changrong, who was still clutching his leg. The protruding bone was particularly distressing. "Is it broken?" Chapter 109. Brother's leg will be fine. "It's all right, Hidong. Just help me up. We can find someone from the village to assist. It's nothing serious." "No, brother. You must go to the hospital," Hidong insisted, calling for Zhu Changmei to summon 2 individuals over. Given Zhu Changrong's condition, he could only be lifted up. That broken leg could not endure any further jolting. Zhu Changmei, realizing the gravity of Zhu Changrong's situation, hurriedly called for help. However, it turned out there was no need to summon anyone. After Zhu Changmei left, neighbors and locals, upon hearing of Zhu Changrong's misfortune, flocked to the scene. Some, having heard the severity of the situation from old Qiao, even brought tools. A few individuals fashioned a makeshift stretcher from bamboo poles. Hidong then instructed Zhu Changmei to fetch their ox cart. Given Zhu Changrong's condition, a swift trip to the hospital was imperative. "Qingya, you should return home first." In this situation, Hidong had to go, otherwise, as Zhu Changrong warned, the leg might remain irreparable. With the leg broken, their only recourse was to trust in the hospital's expertise. The ox cart had limited space, and having too many people aboard would not be beneficial. Zhu Qingya, glancing at Zhu Changrong in the cart, felt anxious and worried. Yet, she could go to the hospital at any time. Zhu Changrong needed to be transported immediately. Nodding in agreement, she urged, "Take good care of my brother, Hidong." This was a promise Hidong fully understood. He nodded reassuringly and urged the ox cart onward. Changrong, what has happened to you? How did it come to this?" Wang Yu wept in the cart, bewildered as to how a perfectly healthy person could return in such a state after just a morning out. Zhu Changrong, the injured, bore the pain in silence, not uttering a word. Zhu Changmei's heart ached for him. Hidong drove the ox cart at breakneck speed, arriving at the county hospital in just over 40 minutes. After paying the fee and getting an X-ray, it was clear that immediate surgery was necessary given his current condition. "Please settle the fees, and we will arrange everything immediately." The doctor, after examining the X-ray, turned to Wang Yu. "How much do we need to pay?" Wang Yu, having rushed out earlier without her money, felt a wave of anxiety. 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Wang Yu was taken aback. Given their recent earnings, which barely amounted to a few hundred, how could the cost of treating Zhu Qingy's broken leg be so exorbitant? Doctor, is there no alternative treatment for my husband's leg? We cannot afford such an amount. Wang Yu was reluctant to spend that much. Indeed, doctor, is there any other option? Zhu Qingya felt the cost was excessive as well. Although he had recently earned some money, he understood the difficulty of acquiring it. Spending 1,000 yuan felt overwhelming. The doctor furrowed his brow. Perhaps you should consult another hospital? However, I suspect their situation will be similar to ours, and it may delay the timely treatment. I have 1,000 yuan here. Please arrange for my brother-in-law's surgery immediately, Hidong interjected, unable to bear their hesitation. It is a leg, after all. We cannot afford to waste time. Wang Yu and Zhu Qingyang stared at Hidong in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of so easily spending 1,000 yuan. Zhu Qingmei looked at Hidong with gratitude. Thank you. His earlier thought was clear. No matter the cost, he had to ensure his elder brother's leg was treated. After all, his brother was the pillar of the family. Nothing could happen to him. Yet, he had no money in his pockets. Hidong acted on what he felt was necessary. Nodding, he encouraged Zhu Qingmei not to be polite and to proceed with the payment. 1,000 yuan is a considerable sum for anyone, but if spending it could restore Zhu Qingyang's leg, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Zhu Qingyang was being overly concerned. Hidong, you voluntarily offered that money. No one forced you, so I will not repay you. At the surgery room entrance, you watched Zhu Qingmei head towards the restroom and turned to Hidong. Hidong ignored her. In this situation, the concern was not about the money. It was whether the expenditure would lead to Zhu Qingyang's recovery. As Wang Yu noticed his silence, she felt he was deliberately ignoring her and approached him. Previously, Qingyang accompanied you in trading mushrooms and wild game, and you never paid him a single cent. Now that you are spending money, it is only right. Hidong felt increasingly irritated by her. His gaze shifted from the surgery room to her, his expression impassive. Your husband is lying in there. And you are not worried about the possibility of his leg not healing properly and him being unable to work? Hidong understood that for someone who had spent 30 years in the fields, a broken leg would be a fate worse than death. Wang Yu began to grasp the severity of the situation. She glanced anxiously at the surgery room door. The family relied heavily on Zhu Qingyang. What would they do if he were to be permanently disabled? Surely that could not happen, especially after spending 1,000 yuan. This leg was more precious than anything else. Fortunately, the outcome is favorable. When Zhu Qingyang was brought out, the doctor confirmed that the surgery was a success. He would remain hospitalized to monitor his recovery before discussing the possibility of discharge. Upon hearing that he would need to stay a few more days, Wang Yu's expression darkened. It was disheartening to realize that despite the expenses incurred, recovery would not be immediate. The family business would inevitably come to a halt. Hidong, where is Qingyang? Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun arrived hastily on a bullock cart. Upon seeing Hidong, they recognized they had found someone reliable, especially since they had heard that Hidong had come alongside Wang Yu and Zhu Qingmei. Hidong's gaze fell upon Zhu Qingyang, who lay unconscious on the stretcher. Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun were filled with deep concern. Tang Mei approached her son, tears welling in her eyes, while Zhu Jianjun regarded Hidong with a grave expression. Hidong understood the unspoken question and reassured them, stating, "The doctor has confirmed that the surgery was successful. Your brother's leg will be fine." Zhu Jianjun, having carried the weight of worry throughout their journey, finally felt a sense of relief. They had rushed over as soon as they heard the news while working in the fields. Everything will be all right, Hidong reassured them. And they followed the medical personnel into the room assigned to Zhu Qingyang. A leg fracture is indeed a serious matter, yet in this instance, it was a simple fracture of the fibula without any shattering, which was fortunate. Otherwise, a trip to the provincial city would have been necessary. Meanwhile, darkness enveloped the outside world. Zhu Qingyang regained consciousness briefly, but the excruciating pain heightened everyone's anxiety. He remained still, unable to move. However, as time passed, he settled into a semblance of calm. Yet, it was evident that this night would not be peaceful. Zhu Jianjun was reluctant to leave, but the group's presence was not conducive to the situation. Tang Mei suggested that Wang Yu, Zhu Jianjun, and Zhu Qingmei should stay, considering Zhu Qingya was alone at home and they were uneasy about it. Furthermore, Tang Mei intended to return home to assist Wang Yu with the children. As Zhu Mian was still quite young, Zhu Jianjun had no objections to the arrangement and instructed Hidong to take Tang Mei back. Wang Yu also harbored a desire to return. In the hospital, Expenses were a constant concern, and Zhu Qinya's condition was far from reassuring, as he had yet to fully regain consciousness. His limbs moved erratically, and he feared the repercussions of being chastised, unaware that he was still under the effects of anesthesia. The pain he felt was merely an indication that he was on the brink of awakening. However, due to his leg injury, any significant movement could exacerbate the harm, necessitating someone to watch over him and provide support. On the way home, Tang Mei's heart was heavy with worry. The road leading into the village was one her elder son traversed twice daily. She could hardly fathom that such an incident would occur today, especially one so severe that both he and the cart had overturned. Sitting on the bullock cart, she sighed repeatedly. Hidong, driving the cart, sensed Tang Mei's distress. As a mother, her instinctive worry for her son was palpable, unlike Wang Yu, who seemed preoccupied with financial matters. "Don't worry too much, mother," he reassured her. "The doctor said that with good recovery, my brother will be completely fine in 3 months, but he certainly cannot walk during this period. The weather is of little concern. What truly matters is how many younger brothers remain. My only worry is whether he will recover. He will. Once he is discharged from the hospital, he will have ample time to recuperate." Tang Mei felt her heavy heart lighten considerably upon hearing Hidong's words. She gazed at his silhouette as he drove ahead, offering a comforting smile. The current Hidong is undoubtedly far more reliable than before. Just then, at the intersection ahead, she spotted a familiar figure. "Is that Qingya?" Hidong had noticed her as well, nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident that Zhu Qingya was worried, hence her presence at the village entrance with a flashlight. Hidong's reassurance brought Tang Mei solace. The union of her daughter and Hidong was not exactly a prestigious affair. She had previously fretted that Zhu Qingya might despair and struggle in her life with Hidong. However, now it was clear that they were intertwined, each dependent on the other. Her daughter had indeed grown up, now capable of worrying for others. "Mom, how is Hidong's elder brother?" Zhu Qingya inquired as she joined them in the ox cart. Hidong relayed the doctor's words from the hospital, which alleviated her concerns. She planned to visit her elder brother at the hospital first thing in the morning. Consequently, she had gone to bed early after dinner. The following day, she rose with the second crow of the rooster. Zhu Qingya prepared breakfast while Hidong loaded the loquats he had canned the previous day onto the cart, padding it with a thick layer of dry straw. Once they finished their meal, the two set off for the county town. Next door, Tang Mei also wished to go, but Zhu Mian had been crying and restless that morning, preventing her from leaving. Instead, she prepared some food for Hidong to take along. Zhu Qingya smiled. "I have made some food to send as well, for my father, my brothers, and Wang Yu." Tang Mei felt increasingly gratified, realizing her daughter had matured. As she watched the two depart, she entertained Zhu Mian. Meanwhile, Tian Mei was busy collecting wild game, cradling her sleepy daughter, Zhu Xiaoro. Zhu Chongmin and Zhu Qingya were responsible for weighing the goods today, planning to visit their elder brother later. After a night had passed, Zhu Qingrong fully regained consciousness. Looking around at Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Chongmei in the room, he felt a surge of emotion. However, the sight of Wang Yu caused him to furrow his brow. Yesterday, lying on the operating table, he had quickly lost all sense of awareness. Now awake, he was uncertain about the condition of his legs. "Don't move," murmured Zhu Jianjun, who was awake and had not dared to close his eyes all night, knowing the pain his son was enduring, especially when Wang Yu and Zhu Chongmei could no longer hold on. Zhu Qingrong realized his father had been awake as well. "Father, I am sorry for worrying you," he said. "Nonsense," replied Zhu Jianjun. "I am your father. It is only right for me to be concerned about my son." He regretted not having brought his old pipe. Otherwise, he could have dozed off without a care. Zhu Qingrong felt a sense of calm. It was at this moment that Zhu Chongmei stirred awake. "Elder brother, do you feel any better? Are you hungry? You didn't wake up at all last night." Zhu Qingrong shook his head. "I'm not hungry. Rather, you should rest well when you return home." Zhu Chongmei patted his chest confidently. "What are you saying, elder brother? I'm perfectly fine. I merely stayed up all night. Bring 2 or 3 more. I fear not." Zhu Jianjun shares this sentiment. "Throughout my many years, all I have yearned for is a harmonious family." Zhu Qingrong feels a sense of solace. "Well, your health is paramount. How do you feel?" Wang Yu has also awakened, gazing at his leg, which cost 1,000 yuan. "Is it all right?" Zhu Qingrong's expression remains impassive. "It's fine. There's nothing to worry about. It certainly must be well. Otherwise, all that money would be wasted." A slight heaviness settles in Zhu Qingrong's chest. He is reluctant to converse. Nor does he wish to meet Wang Yu's gaze. What my sister-in-law says is true. Your recovery is worth more than anything. Zhu Changmei cannot fathom why such a simple truth eludes Wang Yu. Zhu Jianjun feels similarly. At this juncture, why discuss money? Money can be earned. If a leg is ruined, what good will that do? Like Wang Kezi from their village, if only he had been properly treated. He need not have ended up crippled and unable to work. Wang Yu realizes he has misspoken and lowers his head. Father is unaware. Yesterday, Changrong's surgery cost 1,000 yuan. This is certainly no trifling amount. Zhu Jianjun is aware as well. Yet, he reiterates, money spent can be earned back. The essential matter now is that his son must find peace and recover. It's merely a sum of money. It is of little consequence. Indeed, sister-in-law. Wang Yu truly believes the Zhu family has become affluent. 1,000 yuan is treated with such disregard. Unbelievably, she remains oblivious. Isn't it strange? At that moment, silence envelopes them. Zhu Changrong's mood grows heavy. 1,000 yuan is indeed significant, especially since their family has never possessed such wealth. Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei detect this shift in sentiment, and their spirits dampen as well. Why bring up money now? The doctor has stated that maintaining a positive mindset is beneficial for recovery. Is this truly incomprehensible? Older brother, father. Fourth brother, Zhu Qingya enters, carrying a large cloth bag filled with provisions. Hidong follows closely behind. Zhu Qingya, in her haste, did not wait for him to secure the ox cart. She quickly hands it over. Father, older brother, fourth brother, Qingya has prepared breakfast for you. Surely you have yet to eat. At such an early hour, the county's fare is exorbitantly priced. It would be surprising if they had dined. Wang Yu has been hungry for some time. As she opens the bag to inspect its contents, she discovers meat, fish, and chicken soup. It seems Hidong has indeed earned some money, as the fare appears splendid. Sister-in-law, those are all for the elder brother. The doctor has advised that he requires nutrition to aid his recovery. Hidong is determined not to give him any face this time. Wang Yu feels a deep sense of disappointment. If such a delightful meal were available, she would gladly remain in the hospital. Yet, it is all intended for Zhu Changrong. Elder brother, you must eat well today. It is all prepared by my own hands. Zhu Qingya sits by the bedside, ladling chicken soup for Zhu Changrong to drink. Beside him is a bowl of white rice and meat. Hidong presents a pack of meat buns to Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei, warm and fragrant, prepared by Zhu Qingya the previous night. Zhu Qingya truly learns quickly. Having wrapped them twice, she now does so with skill. Father, fourth brother, please eat. Zhu Qingya called out, though she did not extend the same courtesy to Wang Yu. Observing their camaraderie, Wang Yu took it upon herself to serve herself a meal. Zhi Changrong savored the food prepared by his younger sister, his satisfaction palpable. Zhi Jianjun and Zhi Changmei, however, were taken aback. Is this truly made by Qingya? They inquired. Hidong nodded, while Zhi Qingya smiled shyly. Is it delicious? Zhi Changmei affirmed with a nod, and Zhi Jianjun felt a sense of comfort. Previously at home, Tang Mei never allowed Zhi Qingya to cook, yet she possessed a multitude of skills. His daughter was indeed remarkable. Observing the harmonious atmosphere of the family, Wang Yu found the buns in her mouth suddenly unappetizing. She swallowed hard, only to feel it lodged in her throat. Chapter 111. Now no one can stop you. Her face turned pale as she sought water. Yet no one spared her a glance. Though physically present, she felt like an outsider. It was infuriating. Was being able to make buns such an accomplishment? Was she not, in her own way, a burden as well? What was there for this family to be so joyous about? Hidong did not arrive in the county empty-handed. While Zhi Qingya conversed with Zhi Changrong in the hospital, he excused himself. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi, youthful and spirited, had already begun selling loquat preserves at the hospital entrance. Due to the presence of their cart, they dared not venture far. However, as they observed the dwindling stock of loquat preserves in their net, they could not help but marvel at their prowess in business. He counted. They had started with 300 jars, but now only 20 or so remained. Bravo, now no one can hinder your sales of loquat preserves. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi exchanged smiles. Moments earlier, while waiting for Hidong, they had noticed numerous passers-by drawn by the attractive jars on their cart. They eagerly explained what they were selling, and curious children and young ladies, upon learning the price of 60 cents, eagerly bought some to taste. The exquisite flavor of the loquat preserves quickly captivated their palates. Most of their customers were visitors to the hospital. The relatives emerging from the hospital, however, bore somber expressions. Their demeanor stingy. If they could sell at the train station and find distributors, Why not at the hospital? Hidong genuinely admired these two. He climbed aboard the cart and accompanied them to the small shop they had agreed upon the day before to stock their goods. Due to prior arrangements, the quantity requested by the small shops was modest, 20 or 30 jars each. Nevertheless, this was a swifter method than selling personally. The two then requested to take some loquat preserves to the train station. With time still on their side, every little bit earned counted. This ambition was something Hidong particularly appreciated. Days filled with hope are what inspire one to strive for a better life. Zhongyang aspired to marry, while Chao Sanchi dreamed of purchasing a bicycle. Hidong expressed that as long as he diligently worked and saved enough money, he would inform him about the industrial coupons and the confidence tickets. The two men, invigorated in spirit, set to work. Caillou was immensely pleased to see Hidong arrive. You are finally here. Without allowing Hidong to utter a word, he had already settled the accounts from yesterday. 100 bottles were worth 60 yuan, and 200 bottles amounted to 120 yuan. The remaining 110 yuan belonged entirely to Hidong. Everything on your vehicle is for me. It doesn't seem like much. Caillou was prepared to take action. However, this time, Wu Sanner was even quicker. Brother I must take a few more bottles today. 50 bottles, I want 50 bottles. Having tasted the sweetness of yesterday's price increase, he felt compelled to acquire more. Caillou was displeased. You, a cigarette seller, should stick to selling cigarettes. Why stir up trouble? I've made prior arrangements with Hidong. Everything is for me. Wu Sanner was not deterred. What I obtain is rightfully mine. You, running a video hall, can sell loquat goods. Why can't I sell cigarettes? With sleeves rolled up, Caillou cracked his neck, his expression menacing as he prepared for a confrontation. Two men wielding steel rods approached the entrance of the video hall. Wu Sanner immediately flashed a grin. Brother Kai, all for the sake of earning a living. Let us not get worked up. How about I take a bit less? Wu Sanner placed 3 bottles inside. Caillou remained unfazed, adding 2 more bottles himself. He had specifically prepared a net bag to carry loquat goods. It filled up quickly, and he was reluctant to part with it. Yet, given the circumstances, he knew he could not overpower them. Fearful of pain more than the loss of money, he conceded, just 20 bottles. I can't take any less. Caillou said nothing, signaling his 2 underlings to come over and move the cans. He could not allow Wu Sanner to take more. Hidong truly had not anticipated that merely a low profit. High-volume loquat good could nearly incite a brawl. Fortunately, Wu Sanner was reasonable. He felt he had not lost out. Yesterday he earned 8 cents per bottle. If he sold 20 bottles the same way as before, he could earn over a yuan, a half-pack of cigarettes worth. Satisfied, he settled yesterday's accounts with Hidong. Tomorrow, brother you must ensure I receive a few more bottles. These loquat goods are genuinely selling well. Shielding his face to avoid being overheard, Wu Sanner whispered to Hidong. Hidong had observed the bustling scene of customers queuing up to buy loquat goods at the video hall entrance yesterday. He too thought they would sell well. However, he knew tomorrow would not compare to today. Zhu Qingya had been injured, and Zhu Qingya was currently in the hospital. With only one person collecting at Zhu Gui's, the supply would surely be limited. If there are more, I will give you a bit extra. For now, we must focus on the video hall. Wu Sanner accepted this. As the loquat goods continued to sell increasingly well, he felt he could raise his prices even further. Boss, do you have any loquat goods today? Yes. How many do you want? 3 bottles. The early risers began to arrive once more. Caillou sensed that his moment of joy had returned. Hidong hurriedly drove the ox cart away from the recording studio, preparing to fetch his wife from the hospital. It was nearing noon, and having not seen Zhu Qingya felt a lingering unease. However, after spending the entire morning learning the specific circumstances, her mind was finally at ease. When Zhu Qingya departed, she had earnestly urged Zhu Qingrong to heed the doctor's advice and rest well. Zhu Qingrong, aware of his sister's concern, felt a warm sweetness in his heart. Even Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Being hospitalized, with a sister to feed him and tenderly speak kind words, was indeed a pleasant experience. Father, Changrong wishes to return and see Xiao Mian. I want to go back with them. Wang Yu expressed her dissatisfaction with remaining in the hospital. Although returning with Hidong and Zhu Qingya might not be entirely comfortable, it was certainly preferable to being ignored here. Neither Zhu Qingya nor Hidong anticipated her request. Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changrong thought of Xiao Mian, recalling how children often clung to their mothers, especially at night. Last night, Wang Yu had not returned home, and they could only imagine how distraught Xiao Mian must have been. Zhu Jianjun did not refuse, and Zhu Changrong offered no opposition. Take good care of Xiao Mian, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Now that Zhu Changrong had a broken leg and required hospitalization, at least the Zhu family was numerous, with Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei keeping watch to ensure nothing would go awry. However, concerning matters at home, returning would surely be advantageous for her. Why are there so many glass bottles on the cart? How are we supposed to sit? Upon exiting the hospital, Wang Yu observed the sparkling, transparent glass bottles on Hidong's cart and expressed her discontent, as they took up all the available space. Hidong scoffed, suggesting that if she found it cramped, she could simply walk back, as it was not far. Walking would only take 1 or 2 hours. Yet, if Wang Yu truly wished to walk, she would not have made her intentions known in front of Zhu Jianjun, expressing her desire to return with Hidong and the others. Choosing silence, she simply found a place to sit. Chapter 112. The sensation of holding something in hand. Zhu Qingya and Hidong sat at the front of the cart while Hidong drove. He was indifferent to Wang Yu's comfort in the back, as she was acutely aware that the two harbored grievances against her. After all, it was Hidong who had first offended her, wasn't it? Time would tell. Throughout the journey, Hidong and Zhu Qingya remained silent, and Wang Yu followed suit. Occasionally, a jolt would incur a frown upon Wang Yu's face. Upon arriving at the Zhu home, she was eager to disembark and head inside. Meanwhile, Hidong and Zhu Qingya entered their courtyard atop the ox cart. Welcome back. Is your elder brother Changrong all right? Aunt Qin and Wei Xia were bustling in the kitchen, having heard the commotion and coming over. At that moment, they were busy sorting out the loquats from the cellar, as the previous day's stir had drawn many to their attention. Zhu Qingya nodded. Elder brother has already undergone surgery, and the doctor said with proper rest, he will recover swiftly. Now you can rest easy, as you were quite concerned yesterday afternoon. Aunt Qin chuckled. Zhu Qingya silently acquiesced. Having witnessed her elder brother's grave situation firsthand, how could she not be worried? Seeing him in good spirits today brought her a sense of relief. Let us take a look at the loquat preserves we three have prepared today. Daimao's mother beckoned. Hidong and Zhu Qingya approached. Compared to the previous days, the involvement of Hidong and Zhu Qingya today truly represented the fruits of their labor. The trio felt a surge of excitement, especially since Hidong and Zhu Qingya had not participated from the beginning. Observing the situation, Hidong felt assured that disappointment was not on the horizon. Earlier in the morning, when Zhu Qingya had removed the steel watch, he had been oblivious to the circumstances. In retrospect, it seemed that the arrangement had been made the day before. His wife was indeed a treasure well worth having. Upon opening the lid, Hidong sampled a jar. When Daimao's mother inquired about the taste, Hidong remained silent, merely offering her a jar to try for herself. His expression was solemn, prompting a sense of foreboding in Daimao's mother. Eagerly, she unscrewed the cap to taste. Hey, isn't this the flavor that Hidong created? She exclaimed. It worked, it worked. Overjoyed, Daimao's mother urged Wei Xia and Aunt Qin to join in and taste as well. Both women were astonished and moved, realizing they had managed to replicate Hidong's exact flavor. Come, you should try as well, Hidong said, personally scooping a spoonful to feed Zhu Qingya. In her eagerness, she neglected to consider the setting and opened her mouth to eat. Daimao's mother and the others covered their eyes, unable to watch. Zhu Qingya's face turned a deep crimson as she fled with the loquat preserves in her mouth. Hidong chuckled, finding his wife's blush quite charming. Continue, continue. He encouraged them to keep working. Daimao's mother and the others found themselves at a loss for words, though they had recently celebrated a marriage. Nearly half a month had passed, and their affection remained unabated. Aunt Qin glanced at Wei Xia, advising Daimao's mother not to speak such things in front of the young lady, for she was still an innocent maiden. Daimao's mother, realizing her oversight, promptly ceased her remarks, and the three resumed their work on the loquat preserves. When Hidong entered, he found Zhu Qingya had retreated indoors. He followed her inside. The sunlight in April was just right, and the room felt pleasantly warm. Zhu Qingya was engrossed in a book. Ever since the news regarding Zhu Changrong had surfaced, her focus had waned. Today, she needed to dedicate herself to her studies. Hidong approached the desk and set down the jar of loquat preserves he was holding. There was no rush. He intended to finish eating before resuming his reading. Zhu Qingya reached for the jar on the table and took a sip. It seems today's batch is selling even faster, she remarked. Hidong nodded in agreement. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi are becoming increasingly adept at this, and the product is genuinely in demand. What comes next? Zhu Qingya asked. Didn't you mention wanting to open a restaurant? Yet lately, You've been preoccupied with the loquats. She felt somewhat perplexed by his intentions. Hidong brushed his fingers across her nose, his dark eyes sparkling. Once things stabilize here, we can seriously contemplate the restaurant venture. Is there anything I can assist you with? Zhu Qingya inquired. Hidong shook his head. Operating a restaurant was a task he had mastered in his past life, and there was little for her to contribute. However, upon further reflection, he realized there was something. Help me prepare to be the restaurant's hostess. Zhu Qingya playfully pushed him, half serious. You're becoming quite frivolous, aren't you? She replied, though she was earnest in her intentions. Please do not disturb me any further. Attend to your own matters, she urged. As Hidong bent down, seizing the moment, he pecked a light kiss on her cheek before dashing away. Zhu Qingya swung a book at him, missing her target, yet feeling a sense of relief that she hadn't actually struck him. She then bent to pick up the book and resumed her reading. Upon exiting the room, Hidong unexpectedly encountered a stranger, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of authority that was hard to overlook. This individual was none other than Gu Binghua. Hidong had never crossed paths with this man, but recalled the car that had followed him and Zhu Qingya back to Shanghe Village earlier that day, which now sat parked at his doorstep. In this day and age, the presence of a car was a rarity, save for those employed by state-owned enterprises. Greetings. I am Hidong. He introduced himself, extending his hand amicably. Gu Binghua, taken aback by his decorum, shook his hand while glancing toward the parked Polonaise behind him. Shall we have a discussion? Hidong did not decline. It piqued his curiosity to understand the purpose of such a visit from a high-ranking official. Although he was accustomed to riding in various luxury vehicles from his past life, the opportunity to travel in the seldom-seen Polonaise of this era felt refreshingly novel. Nevertheless, in terms of both configuration and design, it paled in comparison to the opulent automobiles of the future. I am Gu Binghua, the deputy director of the Shanghe City canned fruit factory. I have come to seek your insights on a few matters. Despite his status, Gu Binghua displayed no airs of superiority, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Please proceed, Hidong replied. Why is it that your canned goods are so well received, where ours seem to languish unsold? He pointed to a bottle of their factory's 500 milliliters mixed fruit canned goods alongside a bottle of Hidong's loquat preserves. Gu Binghua seemed eager for knowledge, awaiting Hidong's response. With a smile, Hidong inquired, what sensations do you experience holding both cans? Gu Binghua grasped one of each. Their differing weights imparted distinct impressions. Ours feels heavier, he noted. Then why not open it and take a sip? Hidong suggested. Although Gu Binghua was perplexed by the query, he complied. Yet, during the tasting, he began to discern a crucial distinction. The loquat preserves were smaller and easily consumed, while their larger cans posed a risk of choking. The loquats had been cut into bite-sized pieces for convenience, whereas their product was cumbersome unless emptied for consumption. Moreover, there was the matter of flavor. The mixed fruit can lack a definitive taste, while Hidong's loquat preserves unmistakably bore the essence of loquat. In Chapter 113, it became evident that the texture of the loquat preserves was notably more indulgent. Gu Binghua appeared to grasp the underlying truth, and Hidong's smile widened, reflecting his satisfaction. This realization elucidated why the loquat preserves could be afforded to each individual. The pace of life in this era was indeed markedly different from that of the future. However, those that have truly withstood the test of time and practice are certainly not mere happenstance, but rather the inevitable outcome. People tend to prefer items that are lightweight and portable, as well as those that offer a delightful taste. While mixed fruit canned goods may boast an abundance of fruit and nutrition, the flavor ultimately pales in comparison to that of pure loquat. To put it plainly, the amalgamation of certain flavors does not necessarily yield a superior product. A single fruit canned good can still be quite delectable, beyond the filling nature of rice and steamed buns. Everything else is merely embellishment. No one is inherently more precious than another. The crux lies in consumer preference and market choices. Gu Binghua suddenly realized how his canned fruit factory should operate to appear financially robust. You have divulged your secret to me, and henceforth, your days may not be as pleasant. In comparison to a canning factory, Hidong's operation is but a small workshop. The competitive landscape is clear. One can easily discern who holds the advantage. Gu Binghua regarded Hidong with a relaxed demeanor, wishing to glimpse any trace of tension or unease on his face. Yet, there was none. Hidong remained composed and unruffled, as if unfazed. If Deputy Factory Director Gu truly intended to act, he would not be here meeting with me now. In this day and age, market regulation is not particularly stringent. What you can produce, I can produce as well. It ultimately hinges on who emerges victorious. As the deputy director of the fruit canning factory, defeating him with a mere price war would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, he chose not to engage in such tactics and instead approached me with humility. This reveals him to be a gentleman. Gu Binghua smiled, acknowledging. I see that you are indeed remarkable. Deputy Director Gu's flattery was not lost on Hidong, who thought to himself that Gu was simply unaware of the two lives he had lived. Otherwise, his insights would not seem so extraordinary. There is one point I still struggle to comprehend. Gu Binghua glanced out the window at Hidong's courtyard, prompting Hidong to await his inquiry. Can a bottle of loquat canned fruit priced at 6 mao truly be profitable? Or did you, from the outset, never intend to engage in a price war? As a businessman, Deputy Director Gu surely did not grasp the daily struggles of ordinary citizens. In their eyes, a single yuan, or even 10, holds little significance. However, every penny is immensely valuable to the residents of Shanghe Village. Earning even a little is still earning. I did not misjudge you. You indeed possess foresight, presenting your base price with such grandeur. Gu Binghua's admiration for this rural lad grew. They have experienced an abundance of wealth, having traversed countless journeys. Yet, life in the countryside remains distinct. What they seek is sustenance, not riches. Therefore, do you have any suggestions for me? Gu Binghua sincerely wished to hear Hidong's perspective. The loquat canned fruit is currently quite marketable, and I have no objections to your factory's production. However, there is one point. Hidong intentionally paused, causing Gu Binghua to hold his breath, uncertain of what this particular point might entail. But one thing is certain, we cater to different demographics. Presently, my loquat canned fruit is priced affordably for the masses. For those affluent individuals in the city, their wealth may not necessarily command respect. However, it is often said that the money of the wealthy is the easiest to earn. Does the deputy factory manager understand this? Currently, product sales primarily depend on what I have displayed here. Whether you choose to purchase is entirely up to you, as options are limited. The sales figures are not disheartening. Yet, in the future, the crux of the market will hinge on what can actually be sold. The same canned goods can come in numerous series and choices, compounded by the segmentation of customers into various price tiers. The breadth of options may be overwhelming. Yet, in this era, such diversity remains scarce. If fruit preserves can truly reach the forefront, it may not be a bad thing. Moreover, the fact that loquat preserves are unexpectedly popular is a revelation to Hidong. Given this, why not expand further and ensure greater security? He does not mind if Gu Binghua's canning factory engages in production, provided that their target markets do not overlap. Two paths can develop, complementing one another rather than fostering rivalry. Gu Binghua fell into contemplation. This was the first time he had encountered such thoughts from Hidong, and he found it necessary to reflect deeply on them. On the day Gu Binghua departed from Shanghe Village, many witnessed his departure. Numerous children chased after his vehicle. Intrigued by this novel sight, many were engaged in discussion about it. As Hidong turned to return home, he saw Zhu Qingya standing at the doorway, gazing at him with a hint of worry etched across her face. Earlier, she had noticed the vehicle parked at their entrance, with Hidong seated inside. From a distance, she could not hear their conversation, but that car was a first for the village. What was it called? A Bolognese? She recalled Hidong mentioning it during their trip to the county. The memory was fresh in her mind. It's nothing. The deputy factory manager from the Shanghe fruit canning factory came to ask me something. It's nothing? Yet it was the very deputy factory manager from Shanghe? Zhu Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief. From Shanghe? Is it him? No, it's not Zhuang Bihao. It's Yuan Yongming, a name that resonates more familiar within Shanghe Village. Hidong replied with a smile. Our loquat preserves are selling well, and he came to seek advice. Ultimately, the decision rests with him, whether to innovate upon the existing mixed preserves or to collaborate with us in promoting the loquat preserves. It all depends on Gu Binghua's vision. The former choice represents a stagnant approach, while the latter has undergone market validation. Collaboration promises mutual benefit. In subsequent times, everyone will recognize the merit of the latter option, as pioneers face existential trials that the latter do not. The wisdom of planting trees for future generations to enjoy holds true. Zhu Qingya was sincerely taken aback that Hidong's loquat preserves could garner the attention of the deputy factory manager from Shanghe. Her large eyes brimmed with admiration and respect. She felt certain that Hidong would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. But would she still be worthy of him by then? In the following 2 days, due to the production of loquat canned goods being handled by Aunt Qin and her team, Dong set out in the morning with Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi to distribute goods. In the afternoon, they ventured to a more distant village to gather loquats. The sales of loquat canned goods were increasingly thriving, especially given the season. He aimed to collect as much as possible, even if some of the fruits were not fully ripe, as they could be matured later. The key was to secure sufficient raw materials. Additionally, in Shanghe Village, Aunt Qin, Wei Xia, and Ermao's mother were about to embark on their endeavors. It was time for him to explore other villages, particularly those abundant in loquats. However, there was a pressing matter that needed resolution. Chapter 114. And what you earned this pertained to the glass jars with lids, as the supply from the cooperative was insufficient. He needed to acquire more at a better price, which required him to seek out manufacturers. Early that day, Dong drove a bullock cart into the county town, entrusting it to Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi. He was headed to Shanghe City, the hub for canned fruit production, where the cooperative sourced its glass jars. After a couple of days without hearing from Gu Binghua, he felt somewhat disheartened. Thus, he resolved to visit Shanghe City to find Yuan Yongming before heading to the glass factory. In this era, many factories were state-owned, and even those that were not often operated under the auspices of state entities. Without connections, one could hardly gain entry. The only advantage was that he believed Yuan Yongming would be helpful. Suddenly, the sharp honk of a car horn pierced the air behind him. Dong turned to see a familiar face in a Polonaise. As the rear window rolled down, Gu Binghua leaned out. "Get in." Dong thought fortune was smiling upon him. Gu Binghua's presence would undoubtedly prove beneficial at the glass factory. As the Polonaise came to a halt and navigated around to pick him up, Gu Binghua had intended to visit Shanghe Village to discuss his decision with Dong. However, upon spotting a familiar face en route, he instructed the driver to turn around. "Vice Factory Director Gu, you've decided to collaborate with me, correct?" Gu Binghua did not conceal his thoughts. "After 2 days of contemplation, I believe your proposal is feasible." He refrained from mentioning the internal dissent he had encountered at the factory, but he resolved to pursue this venture despite the pressure. "You want to let me down, will you?" The words from Vice Factory Director Gu implied not that Dong would disappoint him, but rather that the market itself would not fail to deliver. Gu Binghua indeed held confidence in the market for loquat canned goods. Despite being merely a fruit can product from Tongan County, it had inadvertently gained notoriety even in Shanghe City, becoming a topic of interest. Otherwise, why would he have traveled such a distance? He still vividly recalled how his daughter, Gu Man, insisted on drinking a bottle of loquat canned goods daily, as if she were addicted. Children her age were utterly irresistible to it. To ensure she had an ample supply of loquat canned goods, the driver had made several trips between Shanghe City and Tongan County. "I noticed you were headed to the train station, planning to travel far?" Dong nodded. "To Shanghe City." "Shanghe City? Looking for me?" Dong smiled. "Close enough." Gu Binghua truly perceives the notion of destiny. Today, he intends to seek out Dong, only to discover that Dong is equally inclined to find him. His spirits soar with joy. Is it related to the matter of canned fruit? Dong does not deny it. In fact, upon seeing Gu Binghua, he feels that matters are progressing more smoothly. Gu Binghua smiles and inquires whether there is still a need to go. Dong shakes his head. There is indeed a need to proceed. Since they have decided to collaborate, Dong believes that initiating certain actions would not be amiss. Gu Binghua is taken aback. He has arrived and agreed to collaborate, yet Dong still intends to visit the glass factory in Shanghe City? For what reason? Dong offers no explanation, merely instructing the driver to head to the glass factory in Shanghe City. Given their collaboration and the distinct target demographics, both the packaging and capacity must be altered. Dong retrieves paper and pen from the cloth bag slung over his shoulder. He has contemplated doubling the capacity of the loquat canned fruit. However, the packaging must also change. It cannot resemble the old, bulky glass jars with lids. Instead, it should evoke a refreshing sensation. He has considered plastic bottles, as many beverages in later times are packaged in such containers. Yet, this era presents its constraints. Plastic production has not yet reached food-grade standards, and the seams remain unsightly, affecting the tactile experience. Thus, glass bottles are relatively preferable. Gu Binghua observes him intently sketching a bottle design, refraining from interrupting. After 2 hours, the vehicle arrives at the glass factory's entrance in Shanghe City. Dong and Gu Binghua alight from the car. The guard, noticing the unfamiliar young man, pays him no mind. However, upon seeing Gu Binghua approach, he immediately becomes attentive. "Director Gu, what brings you here?" "This way, please." The fruit canning operation is inextricably linked to the supply from the glass factory, and conversely, the glass factory relies on the procurement from the fruit canning side. Thus, familiarity has naturally developed over time. The staff responsible for their reception usher them into an office, serving tea and water before departing. Soon, the individual who typically liaises with Deputy Director Gu from the glass factory arrives. His name is Lin Huixing, responsible for sales at the glass factory and an old acquaintance of Gu Binghua. After exchanging pleasantries, they swiftly arrive at the crux of the matter. As I understand, Director Gu has just purchased a batch of goods from me. What brings you back so soon? Gu Binghua, the deputy director of the canning factory and in charge of sales and procurement, replies, "Today, it is not I who seeks you, but rather this young brother here." Gu Binghua gestures towards Hidong, his tone imbued with courtesy. Lin Huixing then takes notice of the young man. He is pale, clean, and well-dressed. However, the fact that Gu Binghua refers to him as young brother rather than something else indicates a cordial relationship. Hidong, not one to be impolite, responds, "Uncle Lin, I am the one seeking you." Lin Huixing finds him quite polite. Hidong produces the glass jar he has brought along, specifically the one intended for the loquatkin fruit. "I would like to inquire about the retail and wholesale prices for this glass jar from your factory." 2 fun, or 1 fin 7, Lin Huixing replies candidly, without deceit. Hidong states, "I would like to order a batch of such glass jars, 10,000 of them." 10,000. Lin Huixing harbored no doubts regarding his need for glass bottles. However, the quantity was indeed limited. "Old Gu, have you discussed the rules with him?" Their wholesale orders commenced at a minimum of 20,000. Gu Binghua chuckled, assuring him, "Do not worry, there is still profit for you." Lin Huixing found it difficult to perceive Hidong as a long-term client, yet he placed his trust in Gu Binghua. "All right, if old Gu says it's fine, then it is." He called someone over to process the order, while the payment was handled on Hidong's side. Gu Binghua observed the transaction before turning to Hidong. Hidong produced a paper from his pocket. "Uncle Lin, can you produce this type of glass bottle?" Lin Huixing examined it closely. Hidong had sketched a plastic beverage bottle, merely transitioning its material to glass. This design resembled the soy sauce and white vinegar bottles of the future. Yet such items were rarely seen in this era. Nevertheless, Hidong believed it should not pose much difficulty. "Uncle Lin, you must devise a method. We urgently require these bottles." In the vehicle, Hidong had shared his thoughts. Although they were producing loquatkin fruit, certain aspects needed alteration. It was loquat, yet it was also something novel. From the factory to market, it had to be refreshing and memorable, an unexpected triumph. Gu Binghua supported this idea, affirming the value of youthful innovation. Lin Huixing meticulously reviewed the blueprint multiple times. Hidong had illustrated it with great detail, including numerous numerical annotations. The glass factory had produced various bottle types over the years, and with slight adjustments, Hidong's design could be realized. While it was not overly challenging, it might require some time. Uncle Lin can manage this, right? Chapter 115, Everyone, please leave. Hidong recalled an entrepreneur abroad, renowned for solving problems with the 3 words, "You can. I believe in you." With these 2 phrases, Lin Huixing felt an invigorating surge of strength and nodded. Hidong believed that the entrepreneur was indeed correct. After conversing briefly with Lin Huixing, he departed the glass factory alongside Gu Binghua. Gu Binghua intended to invite Hidong to tour the canned fruit factory. As noon approached, it was time for a meal. The cafeteria at the canned fruit factory offered decent fare, which Hidong did not decline. In his previous life, he had engaged in business, yet had little exposure to canned goods manufacturing. The dining establishments predominantly featured juice beverages, but upon entering the factory, he observed the workers on the assembly line. The environment appeared clean and satisfactory, complemented by their expansive, cool fruit storage room, which was highly desirable. However, Shanghe Village clearly could not afford such significant investments. Have you heard about the individual who insisted on developing loquatkin fruit, disregarding the factory manager's objections? This young fellow seems too inexperienced to truly excel in business. I hope Deputy Factory Manager Gu isn't being deceived. Isn't that so? He is quite young and has barely spent a few years in society. Yet he believes loquatkin fruit will sell well. Deputy Factory Manager Gu has taken his word for it. Enough chatter. Here they come. As the factory leadership approached, the managers overseeing the workshops fell silent. Gu Binghua guided Hidong to the cafeteria. Today's cafeteria offerings were indeed delightful, and Gu Binghua ordered several dishes. He also invited a few subordinates from the sales department to join him. Hidong, observing the scene, recognized the considerable pressure Gu Binghua faced within the factory. Otherwise, The factory director would not have remained absent during such a significant collaboration. Nevertheless, Hidong held a firm trust in Gu Binghua's capabilities. After the meal, Hidong departed from the fruit canning factory. Although Gu Binghua offered to send him with a driver, Hidong declined. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit Shang City, he wished to explore the area thoroughly and take note of the restaurant openings. With Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi overseeing the fruit canning operations, he felt little concern. However, he needed to return before nightfall to avoid worrying Zhu Qingya. After 2 hours of wandering, he boarded a train back to Tong'an County. Currently, Shang City was far from the bustling vibrancy of the future. Most of the buildings were quite old. The selection of restaurants still required careful consideration. Tightening his cloth pouch, he purchased a small gift for Zhu Qingya. Uncertain of her preferences. Ding ding ding. In Shanghe Village, as Zhu Qingya prepared dinner, she heard the familiar sound of a bicycle bell at the door. Given that Hidong was the only one in Shanghe Village with a bicycle, she assumed he had returned. Rushing outside, she caught a glimpse of a figure on a bicycle, only to remember that Hidong had not ridden his bicycle today, but had taken an ox cart to the county town, mentioning he would visit Shang City and might return late. Gazing at the main road leading into Shanghe Village, she noted the darkness settling in and wondered when Hidong would arrive home. Turning to head back into the yard, she heard another ring. Looking up, she saw a well-groomed man riding a bicycle, with Wang Yu on the back. Wang Yu was currently in high spirits, as her brother had finally purchased a bicycle. The family was elated, especially since Wang Hao had excitedly ridden over to take her for a spin. Indeed, riding a bicycle was far more comfortable than the ox cart, and the refreshing breeze lifted her spirits even higher. Having a brother was certainly a blessing. As she glanced towards Zhu Qingya, her mood brightened further. Soon, Shanghe Village would not be home to just one bicycle. The Wang family had joined in as well. Earlier that morning, her parents had taken Wang Hao to propose to a girl, and her family had agreed, marking a joyous occasion. She felt invigorated by the happiness surrounding her, even if Zhu Qingya seemed indifferent to her. With Hidong now possessing a bicycle, she no longer needed to envy others. Were she not her sister-in-law, she might not even have spared a glance. Turning to re-enter the courtyard and continue cooking, Wang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Why, as your dear sister-in-law, did Zhu Qingya not exchange a single word? At the very least, she could have inquired about the bicycle, where it came from, who bought it, and how much it cost. It would have satisfied her pride. Countless others had asked her those very questions, and yet the one response she longed to hear was from Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya, feeling utterly disinclined to engage, turned away to leave. Wang Hao, incensed by her demeanor, pedaled into the courtyard, positioning himself directly in her path. Did my sister speak to you, and you failed to hear? Are your ears impaired? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with indignation. What kind of educated person lacks such basic courtesy? His irritation towards Zhu Qingya intensified. How could she dare to dampen his sister's spirits when she was so elated? It was truly intolerable. Wang Yu concurred with her brother's sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, her status demanded respect, and there was no room for Zhu Qingya's insubordination. Yet, Zhu Qingya was resolute in her defiance. During her time at the Zhu household, the elder sister had harbored a multitude of grievances against her, constantly undermining her. Out of respect for her elder brother, she had been accommodating, but now, she simply refused to be subservient any longer. Grabbing a nearby broom, she swept it towards the two of them. She had committed no transgression against Wang Yu, but their audacity was another matter entirely. Hey, are you out of your mind? Zhu Qingya? Wang Hao was taken aback by her brazen rudeness. She swung the broom towards his face. He clung to his bicycle, reluctant to let go, but Wang Yu, distracted, was knocked over by the toppled bike. It's just a bicycle. I have one at home too. What is there to flaunt? Get out of my yard. Who invited you in? Zhu Qingya trembled with rage, wielding the broom with force. As Wang Hao helped Wang Yu to her feet, he saw the broom approaching his pristine bicycle. Outrageous. He quickly steadied the bike with one hand while supporting his sister with the other, eager to leave the scene. What cultured person? You are nothing but a barbarian. Zhu Qingya, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen, set the broom down, having expended nearly all her energy. She fetched a stool to sit upon, finding solace in the moment. Returning to the kitchen to continue her cooking, she reflected that the act of sweeping had liberated her spirit, alleviating her frustrations. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu and Wang Hao, what began as a delightful occasion had been utterly disrupted by Zhu Qingya. That wretched girl had truly swung the broom as if it were a weapon. leaving several scratches upon Wang Yu's visage. Wang Hao was not spared either. His bare arms, neck, and face bore the marks of their encounter. With such injuries, how would he explain himself upon returning home? In contrast to Zhu Qingya, Wang Hao had been coddled throughout his upbringing, having 3 daughters before finally having a son. Any minor injury was a grave matter, and he feared he might also face reprimand. Chapter 116. I struck Wang Hao. It's nothing, sister, Wang Hao seethed, glaring at the He family's courtyard, his eyes aflame with resentment. He would not let this incident pass without recompense. I will not allow myself to suffer in vain. Not to mention my bicycle. The siblings returned home to the Wang residence, where darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Wang Fu and Yao Lu had prepared an exquisite feast, eagerly awaiting their son's return, celebrating both his acquisition of a bicycle and a successful marriage proposal. Today could only be deemed a double blessing. It was a day of great significance for their son. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were taken aback at the sight of Wang Hao, whose face bore wounds. What has happened? Wang Yu, how could you allow your brother to be hurt? Yao Lu's expression was fraught with anxiety as she surveyed the numerous injuries on Wang Hao's face. Her gaze towards Wang Yu was laden with reproach and dissatisfaction. You were entrusted with Hao Hao's care. How could you let it come to this? He is your only brother. Wang Fu's countenance was stern as he admonished. How could you look after your brother so poorly, having given birth to 3 daughters before finally welcoming a son? Wang Fu always believed it was a blessing from their ancestors that the Wang family line would continue. He had always been vigilant in caring for him, nurturing him through the years. The sight of his injuries caused him deep anguish. Yet now, the visible marks of harm were unmistakable. Wang Yu had always dreaded such scenes. Throughout her life, regardless of her brother's right or wrong, whenever he was injured or mismanaged while being taken out, the one responsible would invariably face scorn or punishment. In the Wang household, only by treating her brother well could she earn the affection of Wang Fu and Yao Lu. Thus, from a young age, she made it a point to always be kind to Wang Hao, ensuring that she remained in their good graces. This very behavior had elevated her status within the family compared to her 2 sisters. However, she had never anticipated that Zhu Qingya would lose control this time. Not only had her brother been hurt, but she was now implicated as well. Sister, do you still intend to protect that woman from the Zhu family? Father, mother. It was Zhu Qingya, the precious daughter of the Zhu family, who did this. What? Yao Lu exclaimed in shock. That worthless Zhu dared to harm you? Wang Hao nodded vigorously. It was indeed the truth, and there was nothing to conceal. He was certain that Yao Lu would ensure Zhu Qingya faced the consequences. Without hesitation, Yao Lu seized a broom from by the door and stepped outside. How dare they hurt my son? This will not end well for them. Wang Fu, with a stern expression, followed suit. The Wang family had only one precious son, and the Zhu family's actions demonstrated a blatant disregard for their kinship. They demanded an explanation. Sister, did you see that? I told you I would not suffer in vain. Wang Hao grinned with a fierce smile, eager for the unfolding drama. Wang Yu felt similarly. She had long held a disdain for Zhu Qingya, and allowing Yao Lu to teach her a lesson seemed quite agreeable. Sister, let us get in the car. We must follow father and mother, Wang Hao called to Wang Yu as they drove towards the Zhu family under the moonlight. Upon reaching the Zhu household, they recalled that Zhu Qingya was already married, residing next door at Hidong's home. Noticing the absence of anyone in the yard, they proceeded inside. The Zhu family had long neglected their own son while cherishing a worthless daughter. They had grown increasingly intolerant of this behavior and were now determined to ensure Zhu Qingya would face some repercussions. Zhu Qingya, where are you? Zhu Qingya? The yard was illuminated, as were the rooms, yet no one was in sight. Yao Lu began to call out. At that moment, Zhu Qingya and Hidong were dining in the kitchen and, upon hearing the commotion, emerged. 20 minutes prior, Zhu Qingya had completed the meal and was about to sit down to eat when she heard the voices at the door. I'm back. Hidong stood at the doorway, gazing at the slender figure bustling about in the kitchen, a smile gracing his face. Zhu Qingya also wore a smile. Recently, she felt an unsettling weight in her heart whenever Hidong was away. Only upon his return could she find solace. Come and eat, she called out. Hidong nodded and stepped into the kitchen. Don't rush, I'll handle it. He served the rice without asking Zhu Qingya to assist, prompting her to take a seat. How did it go? Was everything smooth with the glass jars? Hidong nodded. Do you remember that Polonez? That person was a tremendous help. Is he going to collaborate with you? Zhu Qingya exclaimed in surprise. Your man is quite impressive, isn't he? Hidong did not respond, but instead posed a question. Zhu Qingya was well aware of He Dong's capabilities, her almond-shaped eyes filled with admiration. Are you going to be very busy now? She inquired. That was certainly the case. The glass factory indicated that deliveries would arrive in 2 days, and he needed to determine where to place everything and how to arrange it. Then, the items would be transported to different villages. A significant account regarding losses and shipping costs had to be calculated. Yet, he believed that manageable issues were not truly burdensome. I bought you a gift. After we finish eating, let us see if you like it. Zhu Qingya felt a pleasant surprise. As it seemed, He Dong always returned with gifts. Initially, she thought of it as an expenditure, but reflecting on it, she recognized it was his thoughtfulness. So she refrained from voicing any concerns. At that moment, she felt a sense of anticipation, especially since the gift was procured from Shanghe City, where Sister Wen Yu lived. What could it be? Take a guess, He Dong teased, and Zhu Qingya genuinely pondered. Zhu Qingya, where are you? A voice suddenly called from outside, and He Dong furrowed his brow. Zhu Qingya's heart sank, her brows knitting together. It was Wang Yu's mother. She stood up to go outside, but He Dong objected. I'll go check. His tone was filled with anger, suggesting that something unpleasant was afoot. Today, I had a confrontation with Wang Hao. Zhu Qingya feared he might be unaware of the situation. Going outside without knowing how to deal with it would be unwise. So she recounted the incident involving Wang Hao on his bicycle. At that moment, Wang Yu had been aggressive, and she could not help but retaliate. In hindsight, she wondered if it had been the right choice. I've caused you trouble. He Dong, unaware of the details, might perceive it as a nuisance, yet upon learning, he would not consider it a fault. Wang Yu was truly someone who lacked restraint. You were right. If it happens again, do the same. Zhu Qingya was momentarily taken aback as He Dong stepped outside. You're here, aren't you? In the courtyard, Yao Lu approached as soon as she spotted someone. Not paying attention to He Dong, and dashed towards the kitchen, believing Zhu Qingya was inside. However, after just a few steps, she was pulled back by He Dong's firm grip. What are you doing? His voice resonated powerfully, deep and commanding, his cold gaze fixed upon her like a hawk, instilling a sense of trepidation. He had discerned that some individuals relished taking advantage of his absence to bully others. Now that he was present, did they still consider him invisible? Yao Lu also began to notice the pervasive chill emanating from He Dong. Throughout her life, she had been told too many times that she would never bear a son. After finally having a son and raising him to adulthood, who would dare to bully her? She would risk everything to protect him. What are you doing? Have you even inquired about what your wife has done? My son is perfectly fine. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Hao immediately approached. Yao Lu gazed at his face. Look at the injury your wife has inflicted on him. At the request of their friends, the price of loquat preserves, initially 3 coins a jar, had been raised to 6. Everyone, please stay calm. Additionally, let us generate more love and encouragement. And we shall provide you with additional updates this weekend. Chapter 117. Are you planning to keep us for dinner? With marks all over his face. How could he even step outside? Indeed, He Dong, you must bring your wife out. We demand an explanation. An apology or compensation. Apology? Compensation? He Dong scoffed. What are you all thinking? What do you mean by that? Your wife has hurt someone, and you still believe you have the right to complain? Yao Lu glared fiercely. Wang Hao gritted his teeth in anger. She has hurt him and expects everything to remain unchanged? Dream on. What is happening here? Why is there such a quarrel? Tang Mei, having heard the noise, approached. Why would her in-laws come to her son-in-law's place instead of discussing matters within their own family? What is the matter? Isn't it your daughter who has caused this trouble? Wang Fu, seeing the injury on Wang Hao's face, was filled with rage. It was only because the Zhu family excessively doted on their daughter that she dared to harm his son. Tang Mei felt this was utterly unreasonable. Regardless of their familial ties, neighbors should communicate respectfully. What trouble has my daughter caused? You ought to clarify. Wang Yu had mentioned returning to her family for dinner, but the Zhu family had their own meal to attend to. Therefore, when Wang Yu and Wang Hao rode back on their bicycles, she and Tian Mimi were in the kitchen. Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei were at the hospital accompanying Zhu Changrong. Zhu Changmin and Zhu Changyao had not yet returned from hunting in another village, and with 2 children causing a ruckus at home, there was hardly any time to pay attention to this matter. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that Zhu Qingya would never act recklessly. Wang Fu glanced at Yao Lu, urging her to speak. Yao Lu's fiery temperament was indeed useful at this moment. She pulled Wang Hao in front of Tang Mei, pointing at his face. This is the result of your daughter's actions. My son is on the verge of marriage. Zhu Qingya's behavior is clearly intended to sabotage his happiness, isn't it? You claim my daughter is responsible. Is that truly the case? Tang Mei, unwilling to reason further, felt it unnecessary to escalate matters that could be resolved amicably. Wang Yu, quickly come over and tell your mother-in-law if it was Zhu Qingya who did this. Yao Lu called out loudly. Wang Yu approached and looked at Tang Mei. It dawned on Tang Mei that this issue was once again entangled with this troublesome daughter-in-law. It was merely a family dinner. Yet you sneak back with Wang Hao without even going home, neglecting the children to confront Zhu Qingya. Did you witness it? Wang Yu nodded. My brother recently purchased a bicycle and kindly offered to take me for a ride. However, Qingya, in a fit of displeasure, struck my brother with a broom. Did you hear that, dear-in-laws? This is the good deed your daughter has done. She did not speak the truth. He Dong observed the expressions of the Wang family and approached Tang Mei, casting a glance at Wang Yu. Wang Yu scoffed coldly. How can you claim I am untruthful when you were not present at home? Indeed, Wang Hao chimed in. At that time, only Zhu Qingya was in the yard. Whatever they say must be true. He Dong sneered. I trust my wife. She asserts that you provoked her first. When it comes to provocation, it indeed appears to be the case. Yet, Wang Yu and Wang Hao would never concede to this. You are her man. Naturally, you believe her every word. It is true that Wang Hao is injured, but let Zhu Qingya come out and see if she is unscathed. He Dong's eyes widened with newfound understanding. Is it possible for a person to be unharmed, yet still be at fault? Qingya, he called, summoning Zhu Qingya, though it was unnecessary to call her. The commotion had grown so loud that she emerged on her own. As you can all see, Zhu Qingya bears no injuries, while Wang Hao and I do. Wang Yu pulled Wang Hao closer, revealing her own face and neck. In comparison, the onlookers drew nearer, indeed noticing that Zhu Qingya appeared unscathed. However, this could hardly be taken as conclusive evidence that she had not harmed anyone. As darkness fell, Wang Yu sat atop Wang Hao's bicycle, radiating pride, and many witnessed this. He Dong and Zhu Qingya, as a couple, had recently garnered much admiration from the community. It was unreasonable to bully one's own kin. Yet, Wang Yu felt justified. Zhu Qingya appeared perfectly fine. They were the true victims. Yao Lu and Wang Fu exchanged encouraging glances with their daughter. Well done. Wang Yu's heart swelled with delight, knowing her parents recognized her merits. He Dong, Zhu Qingya is your wife, but you cannot show her favoritism. She must apologize to both Wang Hao and me. On her knees, Wang Hao added emphatically. He Dong chuckled lightly, gazing at Wang Hao. An apology is indeed warranted. Wang Hao's excitement surged. I knew it. With Yao Lu involved, no one can escape unscathed. Zhu Qingya and Tang Mei were taken aback, exchanging incredulous looks at He Dong. Could he truly be demanding an apology? Or had they misheard? He Dong merely blinked, saying nothing, but continued to regard Wang Hao. But I would like to know, where did this incident occur? Right here. Wang Hao pointed to the ground. I remember it clearly. He Dong continued. Was it Qingya who wielded the broom to chase you away? Wang Hao sensed something amiss. Yet Zhu Qingya indeed had chased them. He nodded. He Dong smiled, his dark eyes sparkling like the night sky. Qingya, please bring us our broom. Zhu Qingya, standing nearby, retrieved the broom from the wall's base. Everyone watched as He Dong took the broom, utterly unaware of his intentions. He Dong continued to gaze at Wang Hao, asking, Is this what you used? Wang Hao gazed at the solitary broom in the yard, nodding naturally. So, you and your sister came to my home, claiming that my wife has been bullying you? He said, a tinge of guilt creeping into his voice. If it weren't true, how could I have been hurt? Do you expect me to believe you? He Dong retorted, seizing the broom and swinging it towards Wang Hao. Caught off guard, Wang Hao instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Yao Lu and Wang Fu, taken aback by the unfolding chaos, rushed to intervene. Yao Lu, protect our son. Yao Lu, filled with maternal instinct, pulled Wang Hao back, shielding him. What is the meaning of this, He Dong? She demanded. He Dong remained silent, relentlessly attacking. Unable to withstand any longer, Yao Lu began to retreat with her family. He Dong, are you not going to be reasonable? Weren't you supposed to apologize? What is happening now? If this continues, we will report you to the authorities. He Dong forcefully expelled them from the yard, and as they continued to seek justification, he slammed the door shut. You came to my home to bully my wife. If she is upset enough to drive you away, why on earth would I keep you for dinner? Should you dare to step foot in my house again, I shall break someone's legs. Go to the authorities? Fine, I'll accompany you, He Dong declared, opening the door and stepping outside, seeking a place to reason. He realized that when dealing with shameless individuals, one must be willing to sacrifice their dignity, Otherwise, others will always perceive you as easy to intimidate, forcing civilized people into barbarism. Wang Hao and Wang Yu's faces turned pale with trepidation. Let us go, who is afraid? Wang Hao muttered defiantly. It's unacceptable for Zhu Qingya to harm my son. Yao Lu, fuming, was resolute in seeking justice for her child, taking her son and daughter by the hand to leave. However, both Wang Yu and Wang Hao hesitated, unwilling to proceed. Suddenly, Yao Lu sensed something amiss, a realization echoed by Tang Mei. This family genuinely believed that He Dong and Zhu Qingya were young and easily bullied, prompting them to come and harass. I think it's best we go. He Dong, you and Qingya should accompany them while I keep an eye on things here. It's no trouble if we haven't eaten. I will prepare a warm meal and wait for your return. All right, He Dong responded loudly. Zhu Qingya also approached He Dong. Had it not been for Wang Yu and Wang Hao's insistence on making her life difficult, she would never have lost control and resorted to violence. Even if it came to lodging a complaint, she would prefer to reason it out clearly. However, Yao Lu found herself in a quandary. Wang Hao absolutely refused to go to the authorities. In his youth, he had been a bully, tormenting his peers in the village, often resulting in complaints that Yao Lu and Wang Fu had to shield him from. The severe reprimands he received had left him with lasting shadows of fear. It was simply not an option for him to go. Yao Lu understood this well. While Wang Hao had been somewhat pampered in his childhood, it was hardly a grave matter worth mentioning. Yet, she needed to consider his feelings. She cast a glare at Wang Yu, blaming her for the predicament. Wang Hao was kind enough to take you for a ride, and instead of being careful, you stirred up such a huge mess. Wang Yu felt wronged. Had it not been for Wang Hao's entry into the He family, it is unlikely that Zhu Qingya would have resorted to violence with a broom. In a rather loud manner, she had just declared her intention to go to the team, yet now she hesitated to leave. Tang Mei had decided not to indulge this family any longer. Typically, at home, Zhu Qingya would yield to her elder sister-in-law, but now that she was married, she chose not to provoke her sister-in-law. Ironically, it was now the sister-in-law who was seeking to instigate conflict, accompanied by her entire family. Did they truly believe that the Zhu family was devoid of male guardians? Changyao, Changmen, you have returned just in time. Someone is bullying your sister. Will you not intervene? Freshly returned from tending to the ox cart, Zhu Changyao and Zhu Changmen were unaware of the unfolding drama until they overheard the commotion. Upon hearing the accusation, they dismounted and seized the hoe resting at the entrance, advancing towards the Wang family with fierce determination. Who dares to bully Qingya? With their formidable stature and intimidating presence, they fixed their gazes upon the Wang family. Wang Yu trembled with fear. She had always disdained the Wang family's affection for Zhu Qingya, but was acutely aware of her own precarious position. The only reason she dared not voice her contempt was Zhu Qingya's restraint. Otherwise, she would not have held her tongue. At this moment, she lacked the courage to speak, bowing her head in silence. Yao Lu and Wang Fu also sensed their precarious situation, but they did not blame their son. They directed their ire solely at Wang Yu, the source of their troubles. This was not Zhu Qingya's fault, yet it had brought them here. Family. Yao Lu approached Tang Mei with a forced smile, her tone overly cordial. We are all family here. Let us converse amicably without resorting to violence. Who considers you family? Tang Mei retorted sharply. Just moments ago, you accused my daughter of bullying your son, claiming her to be formidable. Now that we are at the juncture of reason, you suddenly lack the courage to speak? This seems rather incongruous, does it not? Tang Mei's words pierced through the tension, leaving Yao Lu visibly displeased. Were you not intent on accusing my daughter? I too believe she may have erred. Only by going to the team can her innocence be established. Please, Yao Lu interjected, desperate to defuse the situation. Tang Mei took a few steps forward, unwilling to squander her breath. Listen closely, my sons. Wang Hao and your sister-in-law claim that Qingya has harmed them and wish to go to the team to seek justice. You must accompany them and report back to me. With their mother's directive, Zhu Changyao and Zhu Changmen understood the gravity of the situation. They cast a stern glance at the Wang family and declared, "Let us go." Each wielding a hoe, they were an intimidating sight that none would dare provoke. Yao Lu shot a furious look at Wang Yu, but she could only move forward, resigned to the unfolding events. Even Wang Fu felt powerless. The Zhu family now appeared far more formidable than they had anticipated. Family. Whether you believe it or not, we have been deceived by Wang Yu. Dad. Wang Yu stared in disbelief at her father, grappling with the realization that she had been betrayed. Yet, no one seemed to sympathize with her plight. Even Yao Lu expressed, Our Hao Hao is still young and naive. It is entirely the fault of the elder sister for leading him astray. Wang Hao echoed his mother. Mother speaks the truth. It is all the third sister's doing. However, regardless of their discussions, since they had resolved to approach the team, they would indeed proceed. Once all matters were clarified, the truth would inevitably come to light. The village chief and the village secretary were present, observing the two families. Wang Yu, Qingya is your sister-in-law and also your neighboring resident. It would have sufficed if you had merely chosen not to assist her further, but how could you seize the opportunity to confront them in the absence of their man? Accompanied by your brother? Blood ties run deep, and while Qingya did not fault you for your actions, you, Wang Yu, as both sister-in-law and elder sister, share in the blame alongside Wang Hao. Such a trivial matter, yet it has escalated into this turmoil among relatives. You ought to have mediated instead. The village chief took a drag from his old pipe, the blue smoke swirling around, momentarily shrouding his aged visage. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Wang Yu felt particularly aggrieved. It was Wang Hao who intruded upon the He family, and it was also Wang Hao who provoked Qingya. Yet now, she bore the brunt of the blame. Why was she the one at fault? Though they were in-laws, they were still family. Long men, Long Yao, set down your hose. Cease this pretense. One cannot strike their own kin. Wang Yu and Wang Hao had instigated Qingya, yet she did not allow herself to be trifled with. Wang Hao could not persist in a quarrel with a woman, could he? While he sought to confront Qingya, the men of the Zhu family were not to be trifled with. He could only nod in resignation. The village chief declared, let this matter rest. He turned to Hidong. What say you? Hidong clasped Qingya's shoulder, his expression impassive. I have but one thing to say. Should these individuals ever cross my threshold again, I shall break their legs. In this moment, displays of bravado were unwelcome. The village chief frowned, displeased. Breaking legs is no trivial matter. Yet Hidong remained unfazed. The chief pondered, if he were to be absent tonight, what might transpire with Qingya? She was but a woman. Could she withstand the wrath of that family of four? Especially since she was with child. Their threatening demeanor was alarming. If he were to delay his return, he shuddered to think of the possible outcomes. He dared not imagine. But he must ensure it never recurred. The village chief, taken aback by his fierce demeanor, fell silent. Regardless of the circumstances, the Wang family was indeed guilty of leveraging their numbers against the few. Yao Lu, having overheard the exchange, understood all too well that Qingya had once been shielded by the men of the Zhu family, and now she had an additional protector. What a fortunate fate. They had wronged her son without gaining any advantage, and now they were the ones being threatened? All thanks to that troublemaker Wang Yu. Wang Yu, cowered in the corner, dared not lift her head. Hidong embraced Qingya as they left, with Zhu Chongmin and Zhu Qingyao trailing behind. Yao Lu and Wang Fu tended to their son, tenderly stroking his injured face. They departed without acknowledging Wang Yu. Chapter 119. Brothers have their own lives. Wang Yu stood in the corner, on the brink of tears. Hidong, I shall ensure my own protection from now on. On their way back, Qingya could not help but steal glances at Hidong. The fierce words he had spoken at the village chief's residence echoed incessantly in her ears. Though they might have sounded harsh, they were undeniably heartwarming. Had Hidong not returned early tonight, she could only imagine the trials she would have faced. Because of this incident, she realized that Hidong was indeed concerned for her. He grasped her hand tightly. It is my fault. I should not have left you at home. I ought to have taken you to the city. Such things must not occur again. He acknowledged their busy lives, which left little time for vigilance at home. Zhu Qingyao and Zhu Chongmin also reflected upon their shortcomings, feeling they had failed to care for their sister. Zhu Qingyao laughed lightly. It's not that dramatic. I am no longer a child. My brothers have their own lives to lead. She resolved to take better care of herself. Encountering individuals like the Wang family, reason would not prevail. It was her past reluctance to lower her pride that led to complications. In the village, some believed that if others were accommodating, they could push their luck further, like her sister-in-law. If one took a step back, she would indeed advance by a foot. Zhu Qingyao and Zhu Chongmin felt an inexplicable sorrow. Zhu Qingya had never spoken this way before. Had she matured, or was she simply disappointed in them? Qingya, second brother. Third brother, I am truly not a child anymore. I will become stronger. Zhu Qingya's beautiful eyes sparkled with determination, wishing to spare them any worry. Confidently, she encouraged them to listen and assured them they would be more vigilant in the future, ensuring that the Wang family would no longer bully her. Wang Yu followed behind them, listening to their conversation, navigating the uneven ground with care, occasionally stumbling. The moon was not particularly bright tonight, making visibility poor. Yet she dared not utter a sound. They've returned. At the Zhu family's entrance, Tang Mei was exceedingly joyful. After such a lengthy absence, they had finally come back. Especially relieved to see Zhu Qingya and He Dong in good spirits. You must be hungry. Let us hurry home for dinner. Mimi and I are waiting for you. She took Zhu Qingya's hand and led her inside, mentioning that dinner had been prepared but had cooled down. Zhu Qingya and He Dong accepted without resistance. As Zhu Changyao and Zhu Changmin were also famished after a long day, the family entered the main room to dine, while Wang Yu lingered outside, torn between entering and leaving. Returning to the Wang family would surely not bode well for her. At the Zhu family home, her thicker skin allowed her to feel somewhat secure, yet seeing the family gathered inside made her hesitant to enter. Then she spotted her son, Zhu Mian, emerging with his little legs, waving as if he were a lifeline. Zhu Mian had come out looking for her, and upon seeing her, he opened his small arms and ran towards her. Wang Yu joyfully scooped him up. Are you hungry? Shall we go in for dinner? This provided her with a reason to enter. Regardless of the night's events, Zhu Mian was the Zhu family's beloved grandson, and everything would eventually settle down. However, this time, Tang Mei was not inclined to grant her any leniency. Zhu Mian is hungry and needs to eat. But I believe you should return to your family and reflect for a few days. Once you've gained clarity, you may come back. She swiftly took Zhu Mian from Tang Mei's arms, who intended to keep him close. Embracing him, she brought him into the main room. Zhu Mian was deeply upset, unwilling to part from his mother, and began to cry. Tang Mei paid him no mind. Regarding Wang Yu, the troublemaker, if she remains oblivious, Zhu Mian will inevitably face hardships in the future. Little Mian, be good, don't cry. Grandma will prepare steamed eggs for you. They are so fragrant and soft. Mama. Mama, Zhu Mian reached out towards the large door behind Tang Mei, tears streaming down his face. He is still so naive. Tang Mei noticed and turned to close the door to the main room. Wang Yu had something to say, but ultimately refrained, turning away from the Zhu household. Now, apart from the Wang family, she has nowhere else to go. However, the thought of the expressions on Yao Lu and Wang Fu's faces when they see her at the collective makes her feel a wave of anxiety. But what choice does she have if she doesn't return? She certainly cannot spend the night on the street. The moon is not particularly bright tonight, making it difficult to see the path ahead. The Wang family described Wang Hao's injuries as minor, yet Yao Lu and Wang Fu still took him to the clinic. Yao Lu supported Wang Hao while Wang Fu pushed the bicycle. Riding at night is unsafe. The clinic's doctor assured them there was nothing serious. And only then did they head home with Wang Hao. You should keep your distance from your third sister. Look what trouble she's caused you in such a short time. She clearly cannot stand to see you well. Yao Lu felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the marks on Wang Hao's face. Do you think just because you bought a bicycle, you can let him get hurt? Absolutely not. You should avoid the Zhu household from now on. Wang Fu shuddered at the thought of the Zhu family's Zhang Yao and Zhang Min. If I had 2 or 3 sons, I would certainly make the Zhu family pay. Yao Lu agreed, lamenting that she had given birth to 3 daughters before finally having this son. Stay away from the Zhu family, she reiterated firmly. Wang Hao felt helpless. Even with Yao Lu stepping in, she could hardly contend with the Zhu family. Would he dare provoke them? Zhu Zhangmin and Zhu Zhangyao are indeed formidable. Unafraid to wield a hoe, sooner or later, he would unleash his pent-up anger. And then there's He Dong. Why does the Zhu family cherish Zhu Qingya so? This man is clearly misguided. Is it necessary to protect a woman to such an extent? Breaking legs? He believes someone will eventually break his. Dad, Mom, how? Wang Yu watched as Yao Lu, Wang Fu, and Wang Hao returned in the night, forcing a smile. What are you doing here? Yao Lu asked, clearly displeased. Casting a sharp glance, Wang Fu parked the bicycle and retrieved the keys to open the door, ignoring Wang Yu's presence. Wang Hao was equally indifferent, having thought his third sister had become formidable, only to find she was no match for the Zhu family or Zhu Qingya. Once inside, none of them invited Wang Yu to join them. After hesitating, she finally walked in and closed the door behind her. Wang Fu turned to see her, but was not pleased. Why are you closing the door? What's this? Are you not leaving tonight? Dad, I want to stay at home for a couple of days. Oh, staying for a couple of days, is that so? Wang Fu settled into the main seat with his old pipe. Yao Lu frowned slightly. You know the rules. Wang Yu was well aware of the rules. She glanced at the cold dishes on the table and took them to the kitchen to reheat. The meal was prepared, and Wang Fu, Yao Lu, and Wang Hao were called to dine. In truth, there was no need for a formal invitation, as they were all eagerly awaiting their meal. Yet, no one beckoned her to sit and share the feast. Wang Yu's stomach rumbled with hunger, but she was acutely aware of the family's customs. Daughters were not permitted at the dining table. They would have to wait until Wang Hao had finished his meal. However, given the late-night activities, all were quite famished. By the time they had dined, little remained. Chapter 120. Hidong. Awakened Wang Yu managed to fill her stomach with great effort. You plan to stay at home tonight, right? Yao Lu inquired, extending her hand. It's 1 yuan a day, you know the rules. It's not that mother demands your money. Your brother is soon to wed, and expenses abound. As for me, I have little to offer at my age, relying solely on the support of you 3 sisters. Your elder and second sisters have likewise contributed when they returned. However, they lead less affluent lives than you do. Changrong is now engaged in the game business. And 1 yuan a day isn't excessive. If you contribute, you may stay. Wang Yu reflected that this was hardly a significant sum in the past. However, since Zhu Changrong had involved his family in the game business, her profits had diminished considerably. The meager savings she had painstakingly accrued had been spent on buying a bicycle for Wang Hao, leaving her with absolutely nothing to spare. Yao Lu, unaccustomed to waiting so long, scrutinized her. Surely, you can't claim you lack funds? Wang Yu replied, could I possibly pay you in a couple of days? Yao Lu was unconcerned about her ability to pay. Among the 3 daughters, Wang Yu was the most sensible, and she knew better than to act foolishly. Nodding in agreement, she turned to prepare Wang Hao's bed. How, it's time for bed. Hurry up. Coming, mother, he responded. In contrast to Wang Hao's tidy and organized room, Wang Yu's quarters were far less comfortable, cluttered with various items intended to ensure her brother's comfort. Yet even this arrangement might not suffice for her other 2 sisters when they returned. But what could be done? The finest of Wang family's provisions were reserved for the sons, leaving the daughters with nothing. Anyone dissatisfied could choose not to return to their maternal home. Yet, this was still the place of her upbringing, a place she could not easily forget, despite the indifference of Yao Lu and Wang Fu. Moreover, should she truly find herself unable to return to her in-laws, she had a place to land. After all, she had borne a son, Zhu Mian, who surely would not deny her a return. With such a restless heart, she fell into a troubled sleep, plagued by nightmares throughout the night. The following morning, before she had even awakened, Yao Lu roused her to prepare breakfast. Yao Lu then returned to her own room to sleep. The surroundings felt desolate. Wang Yu suddenly found herself yearning for her days in the Zhu household. Though she often had to cook there as well, Tian Mimi would lend a hand, and Tang Mei would help care for her son, Zhu Mian. The Zhu family members were not like those in the Wang family, who would summon her to cook and then retreat to sleep. The Zhu household was bustling, with everyone engaged in their own activities and rising early, creating an atmosphere that felt warm, fulfilling, and vibrant. Hidong also endured a night filled with nightmares. He dreamt of the Wang family's arrival. Yet he did not return home. Zhu Qingya was alone in the house. Upon his return, he was met with a scene of carnage. Blood was strewn across the floor. Chaos resembling the aftermath of a typhoon. In the corner of the kitchen, he finally spotted Zhu Qingya, her body drenched in blood, lying in a pool that could only be described as a massacre. Qingya, he rasped, rushing towards her, desperate to hear her voice, to sense her breath. But there was nothing, utter silence. Qingya, no, please don't die. Zhu Qingya was awakened by Hidong's frantic murmurs. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Hidong's tense expression and the urgency in his voice as he clutched her arm, shaking her in an attempt to rouse him. Yet, Hidong remained entrapped in his nightmare, persistently calling out her name, his body rigid. Hidong, wake up. Please don't scare me. Zhu Qingya turned on the light and gazed at his face, noticing the sweat glistening on his forehead, yet unable to fathom the horrifying dream he had endured. Hidong? Qingya? Hidong struggled to awaken, the darkness of his dreams clashing with the brightness of reality. He felt disoriented until he recognized Zhu Qingya's familiar visage. Grasping her arm tightly, Qingya? I am here, Hidong. It's me, Qingya. I'm fine, she reassured him, acutely aware that his dream was intimately connected to her. Leaning closer, she urged him to see her clearly. At that moment, Hidong's heart raced violently, and he pulled her into an embrace. You're alive, Qingya? Yes, I'm alive. I'm perfectly fine, she asserted, not daring to move. I'm perfectly fine. Hidong savored the softness of her in his arms, pressing his face against hers, finally grasping the reality of the moment. Qingya withdrew her hand, and Hidong gazed at the fair-skinned, delicate woman before him. Zhu Qingya, uncertain of his intentions, looked at him with anticipation. In the next instant, his lips descended upon hers, igniting a flame of desire in his eyes. The world around them faded as Zhu Qingya found herself pinned to the bed. Yet, she struggled to let go, her cheeks flushed. Accustomed to the intimacy of the night, he dong, with a smile, pulled the string to extinguish the light, eager for a profound union of souls and bodies. The air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of Zhu Qingya, and fragmented memories surged in his mind. That drunken night, he had staggered home, using the dim light of the night to slip under the covers, only to discover someone already in bed, someone enveloped in the very scent he adored. It was he who had shared that night with Zhu Qingya. The sudden halt in his thoughts startled Zhu Qingya. He dong snapped back to reality, abandoning any further contemplation. After their encounter, sleep eluded him. That night, he had indeed engaged in such acts with Zhu Qingya. However, who was it that placed Zhu Qingya in her own room? Who had the ability to render Zhu Qingya unconscious within the Zhu household? He dong's mind replayed the faces of each member of the Zhu family, contemplating every conceivable possibility. The dawn broke without him realizing it. He go. Voices called from outside. He dong listened intently. It was the voices of Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi, gazing at the now brightening sky. He suddenly remembered something and rose from his bed. Zhu Qingya stirred and opened her eyes. He dong, she murmured. I'll go check outside. You can sleep a bit longer. A gentle kiss from his cool lips fell upon Zhu Qingya's smooth forehead. She, feeling quite fatigued, closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep. He dong descended the stairs and opened the door to the courtyard, allowing Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi to enter. The previous night had been tumultuous due to the Wang family's disturbance, and they had lost track of time that morning. Aunt Qin and the others had prepared loquat preserves that still awaited packaging. Higo, you really slept in today. Must be because of your wife? Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi had returned the cart and glass bottles yesterday and had caught a glimpse of Zhu Qingya. She was indeed a rare beauty, a gem among several villages. With such a lovely wife, wouldn't he one wish for endless nights of joy? He dong cast a serious glance at them, unwilling to entertain their jesting. Let us focus on the work. If you're going to chatter, then you need not work with me. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi had recently tasted the fruits of labor and were naturally reluctant to remain silent. They promptly hushed and got to work. After they finished, he dong entrusted the ox cart and loquat preserves to Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi, as he had no plans to venture into town today. Chapter 121. I can now fight. The nightmare from that morning had served as a reminder. He had returned to life not merely to seek wealth, but for Zhu Qingya, their child, and his parents and brother, those he wished to cherish. He realized he had approached business matters with undue haste. Had he been home yesterday, neither Yao Lu nor Wang Fu, let alone Wang Hao, would have dared to confront Zhu Qingya. In these times, a man was still needed to keep the household secure. He either needed to take Zhu Qingya with him when he went out or remain at home to safeguard her. Otherwise, there was no alternative. He desired this family. Zhu Qingya awoke, driven by hunger. These past few days, her stomach had been easily unsettled, occasionally causing a dull ache, the cause of which was unclear. The pain was bearable, but the hunger was undeniable and intensified the longer she endured it. After dressing, she prepared to find something to eat. Upon entering the kitchen, she found He dong tending to the stove. You didn't go out today? She asked. He dong turned with a smile. I wanted to stay and keep you company. A warmth enveloped her heart. With He dong at home, she felt more secure. His choice to remain was likely influenced by the events of the previous night, and perhaps by the morning's dream as well. She smiled, striving to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. It's nothing much. I can now fight back. And with your words from last night, few would dare to bully me. It's about them and the Wang family, but many came to witness the commotion. I suspect the entire village will know by today. My husband is formidable. Who would dare provoke me? He dong understood that she merely wished for his peace of mind. To return to this era was a blessing he felt profoundly grateful for, a chance to amend past regrets. He found solace in this. Yet the presence of Zhu Qingya stirred something deeper within him. He cared for her. He could not bear to see her being mistreated, nor could he entertain the thought of another life. Do not rush. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, He dong urged, not wanting her to gaze at the pot. The breakfast consisted of rice balls, scrambled eggs, and a bowl of fresh meat soup, simmering in the pot and exuding a delightful aroma. Zhu Qingya could hardly contain her appetite, nearly drooling at the enticing scent, and hurried off to freshen up. After their meal, Qin auntie, Mao's mother, and Wei Xia arrived. Zhu Qingya began to tidy up the dishes. "Let us convene," Dong proposed, observing the three women. They appeared taken aback, as meetings had been held previously in the brigade, but never in such a manner, just the four of them. Dong had contemplated this. The establishment of the restaurant was still a distant goal, with the demands of traveling between Shanghe Village and Shang City. He found himself unable to attend to Zhu Qingya's needs. It seemed more prudent to first resolve matters in Shanghe Village. He believed it would be better to allow Qin auntie, Mao's mother, and Wei Xia to experiment with the initiatives he envisioned. After all, these responsibilities would eventually need capable hands to manage. He could recruit a new batch of individuals to train and learn. Furthermore, he aspired to establish a canning factory right in Shanghe Village, an area blessed with both mountains and water. Next year, he hoped to plant a grove of fruit trees, benefiting from the advantageous conditions. Moreover, he felt a sense of obligation to Yuan Yongming's expectations regarding the canning factory and was confident it could be successful. However, the business could not afford to cease operations. It needed to continue. Qin auntie, Mao's mother, and Wei Xia were initially reluctant to leave Shanghe Village for work, as their current roles with Dong were conveniently located at their doorstep. They could earn money with just a short walk, and being women, the thought of departing from Shanghe Village was daunting. Even Wei Xia felt compelled to consult her family. Of course, Dong would not send them off without compensation. For every jar of loquat jam they produced and sold, they would earn a share of the profit, in addition to a daily wage. Dong considered that once the canning factory was operational, it would alleviate many burdens, allowing them to work more independently rather than requiring his constant guidance. Hearing this, Qin auntie, Mao's mother, and Wei Xia began to calculate potential earnings. With their current output of 300 to 400 jars a day, they could collectively earn an additional 3 to 4 yuan daily. When combined with their wages and bonuses, their earnings could amount to 6 or 7 yuan a day, which would accumulate to a significant sum by month's end. In their village of Shanghe, they were indeed considered affluent. Aunt Qin was the first to feel inspired. Casting a glance at Mao's mother, "Why not? There are 3 of us. As long as we stand together, who could possibly intimidate us?" Mao's mother concurred, believing that as long as they remained united, even venturing to another village would pose no threat. After all, could a young woman like Wei Xia truly manage on her own? It would necessitate consulting her family first. Yet, if she refrained from participating, they would miss the opportunity to witness her prowess with the watch. At that moment, all eyes were upon Wei Xia. She understood that her involvement could yield greater earnings, but her mother might not necessarily approve. Presently, she was earning money with Dong, and her mother had ceased to speak ill of Dong and Zhu Qingya. Instead, she was contemplating marrying her off, incessantly seeking suitors. The prospect of leaving the village for work thrilled her, although persuading her mother remained a challenge. Aunt Qin and Mao's mother shared similar thoughts, but if they could not convince Wei Xia, they would simply approach Wei Zhao's family for assistance. They were certain a solution would present itself. At this juncture, Wei Xia's skills were indispensable, and without her, their plans would falter. Thus, after a collective assessment, the 3 resumed their tasks. Dong retrieved the wooden board from earlier and inscribed the word hiring in white chalk. When he sought out Zhu Qingya, he discovered the young girl had fallen asleep on a low stool in the kitchen, leaning against the bench. Aunt Qin, Mao's mother, and Wei Xia witnessed her deep slumber, proceeding with their tasks quietly, fearful of disturbing her. It was evident that Zhu Qingya was genuinely in a sound sleep. They called her name several times, but she remained undisturbed. Early in the morning, it was clear she had not rested well the previous night. Aunt Qin and Mao's mother surmised the situation, while Wei Xia remained oblivious yet reluctant to wake Zhu Qingya. Upon seeing Dong approach, Aunt Qin and Mao's mother quickly gestured for him to take charge. She must have just woken up, right? Dong pondered briefly, but ultimately felt responsible for disrupting her sleep that morning. He gently lifted her and carried her to a room to rest. Zhu Qingya remained blissfully unaware throughout the process. When she finally opened her eyes, the sweet aroma of sweet and sour pork wafted through the air, causing her mouth to water and her stomach to rumble. She wondered what had come over her, wishing she could indulge in 5 meals a day. Had she fallen ill? She had never heard of such an ailment. Entering the kitchen, Zhu Qingya spotted Dong presenting the freshly cooked sweet and sour pork. She inhaled deeply, enchanted by the delightful fragrance, and yearned to taste it. As she reached for it, Dong playfully swatted her hand. "Little glutton, Can't you wash your hands first? Chapter 122. Spoiling her with indulgence. Zhu Qingya genuinely forgot, feeling a pang of embarrassment as she stepped outside to fetch water and wash her hands. Hidong then set the dishes on the table, preparing a serving of mapo tofu and a bowl of wild vegetable soup for Zhu Qingya. The tofu and meat had been delivered that morning by Zheng Yang, who had sent Lei Chong to procure them. After all, Lei Chong was still responsible for delivering glass bottles each morning. Presently, he had to ensure the supply of glass bottles from the supply and marketing cooperative was fully stocked. Once the next batch of glass bottles arrived, everything would be in order. However, upon glancing at the dining table, Hidong was taken aback. In no time, the sweet and sour pork was nearly devoured by Zhu Qingya. Aware that she had been discovered, she smiled sheepishly. She was genuinely hungry, and moreover, the dish was a delightful creation of his. With her chopsticks reaching out once more, she found it impossible to stop. Hidong rarely witnessed her appetite to such an extent. It must be that his rendition of sweet and sour pork was simply too delectable. No, it was more so that he hadn't prepared it for Zhu Qingya in quite some time. After all, Zhu Qingya was still a novice. Her culinary skills were no match for his seasoned expertise, resulting in a distinct difference in taste. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom. Watching her devour the food with such fervor prompted him to remind her, "Eat slowly, it's all yours." Zhu Qingya obediently slowed her pace, realizing that eating too quickly was unwise. Observing her hearty appetite, Hidong had a light meal himself, intentionally leaving her a larger portion. He resolved to prepare more delicious dishes for her in the future. In this era, it was said that fine grains were indulgently nurtured, yet there remained a relative scarcity of quality ingredients and dishes. His mind was brimming with delectable recipes. If he prepared more, Zhu Qingya would surely be less tempted to indulge. In the afternoon, Hidong stepped out, not venturing far, merely to visit the village head's home. The glass jars had yet to be delivered, but he had already devised a plan for the venue. He intended to utilize the grain storage facility left and used from the village's previous feasting. Naturally, some repairs were necessary to ensure the safe placement of the glass jars, but such matters required the approval of the village head and the village secretary. The village head, as an esteemed elder of Shanghe Village, listened to Hidong's proposal and turned to Secretary Zhang De. The grain storage facilities had been constructed long ago, and many areas were beginning to leak. While they had been left idle, the prospect of renting them out to generate income was appealing. It would be a case of waste utilization. Secretary Zhang De recognized this potential as well. Renting to Hidong would provide the village with a source of income, and they would not be at a loss. After some discussion among the three, they agreed on a price. Hidong then sought out Old Man Xiao, determined to act swiftly in light of last night's events. Financial matters were no longer a concern. The key was to utilize quality materials and ensure the space was well prepared for the glass jars. Upon leaving Old Man Xiao's home, he proceeded to visit Carpenter Tan. Given that glass jars are fragile and cannot be stacked, it was essential to construct shelves to accommodate more jars. Having visited the canning factory, Hidong was well equipped to assist. He had observed the storage methods for glass jars and could recall the dimensions. He sketched a draft and presented it to Carpenter Tan, who scrutinized it from various angles. Believing it feasible to produce, "I will come by tonight, and we can assess whether it meets our needs," he suggested. Hidong had no objections. Living in Shanghe Village made such visits commonplace. As Carpenter Tan watched Hidong depart, he glanced back at the drawing in his hands. There is an unmistakable sense that the current Hidong is no longer the same as the Hidong of yore. He possesses his own distinctive thoughts and even delves into realms previously unknown to him, all while managing to augment his earnings. After living for half a lifetime, he finds himself overshadowed by a mere dilettante. Scratching his head, he cannot fathom it. Zhu Qingya, having awakened from her afternoon nap, contemplated indulging in a book. Yet, her eyelids seemed obstinately uncooperative, closing as they pleased. Resolving to take a stroll to invigorate her senses, she noticed Tang Mei engaged in conversation nearby. As she approached, Tang Mei ceased her chatter and turned to her daughter. "What troubles you, Qingya?" "Mother, I have been feeling unusually drowsy lately. It's quite strange. Isn't it spring?" "It's perfectly normal to feel lethargic," Tang Mei replied with a beaming smile. "However, I must say, your face has certainly rounded out. You were never able to gain weight at home, and I thought you would remain that way forever. Who would have guessed that marriage would make you flourish?" Zhu Qingya had always been a light eater, and Tang Mei assumed her digestive system was frail. For years, She had only dared to feed her daughter refined grains, which, despite being limited in quantity, had not contributed to any noticeable weight gain. Nonetheless, Qingya had grown up safely and had now wed. At the mere thought of Hidong, Zhu Qingya felt her cheeks flush. Their evenings together often resembled the early hours of that day, a delightful novelty that made her blush even more. The notion of being well-fed seemed to hold truth. Since marrying Hidong, she had indulged in an array of delectable dishes previously unknown to her. Hidong, with his skilled hands, transformed the same ingredients into extraordinary culinary creations that lingered in her memory. Now, being labeled as plump surely implied she had overindulged. Yet, moderation was imperative. After all, the family pig, which indulged excessively, had become quite rotund. Was she truly blushing in front of her mother? Enough of this, she mused. As Zhu Mian had awoken from his nap, Tang Mei heard the cries and went to tend to the child, leaving Zhu Qingya to retreat to her room. With a mirror in hand, she scrutinized her reflection, confirming that her face indeed appeared fuller. It was only in close examination that the change became evident. How had this occurred? It was perplexing. Yet, reflecting on her recent appetite, she realized she ought to exercise restraint. No matter how delightful Hidong's cooking was, she could not afford to indulge recklessly. After all, knowing her husband finds her beautiful does not excuse her from self-discipline, especially when she could spend ages admiring her reflection. Hidong entered the room, noticing that Zhu Qingya was oblivious to his presence. Unable to resist the urge to tease her, he exclaimed, "Come, let me behold my wife." The embodiment of beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, the very essence of grace. He leaned towards the mirror. Zhu Qingya, well-versed in literature, understood the implications of such poetic phrases. Even if she considered herself fair, she could not compare with the renowned beauties of history. Since when did your tongue become so irreverent? She lowered the mirror, too shy to glance at her reflection. Hidong chuckled. Perhaps the question should be when it has ever been serious? Zhu Qingya recalled the times Hidong had been less than decorous, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation. "I shan't converse with you. I am going to read." Hidong chose to respect her wishes and refrained from further interruption. Visit Aunt Qin and her family. Aunt Qin and Ermao's mother returned home at noon and informed their family, who did not object. They can go. However, Wei Xia was denied permission. The reason is straightforward. She is unmarried, and her absence raises concerns. In this era, a girl's reputation is still of utmost importance. Yet, one cannot expect someone to marry solely for the sake of pursuing endeavors, can they? Hidong finds this quite troublesome. Consequently, it is not as convenient as in later times. In the future, girls can go wherever they please. Families may worry, but they would never insist that a marriage precede a journey. The only option is for Aunt Qin and Ermao's mother to lead the way. Chapter 123, There is still time. Teaching them to read the clock is quite serious business. Thus, after preparing several pots of loquat preserves, Hidong remained present. Aunt Qin and Ermao's mother came to check the time, but their lack of education made them less receptive. Nevertheless, Hidong exhibited remarkable patience, teaching them repeatedly. Wei Xia, watching from the side, felt a pang of envy. Why couldn't Tishi join in? She had acquired skills with no opportunity to apply them. As dusk fell, Carpenter Tan arrived with a cart drawn by oxen, delivering the completed wooden rack to Hidong's home. Hidong inspected it and found no issues. Glass jars are particularly vulnerable to breakage. With the rack, they are neatly separated, preventing compression and facilitating access. Hidong also tested its sturdiness. It was quite reliable, not easily skewed. "Your craftsmanship is commendable," Hidong remarked. At that moment, a man entered through the door, seemingly surprised to find others present. He withdrew slightly, and Hidong sensed he had business to discuss. However, matters with Carpenter Tan could not be rushed. Now that the rack was completed, the pricing needed careful consideration. Hidong lacked experience in this area, and thus asked Carpenter Tan for a quotation, intending to assess it against his budget. Therefore, he did not respond immediately, saying, "Let me think it over." Carpenter Tan's pricing was undoubtedly fair, reflecting the neighborly spirit without taking advantage. After seeing Tan off, Hidong turned to the middle-aged man lingering in the yard. Earlier, he hadn't looked closely, but now he recognized him as Ermao's father, Xu Yong. Xu Yong looked at Hidong with a somewhat embarrassed smile. Hidong returned the smile, addressing him. "Uncle Su, you seek me for something?" Indeed, Xu Yong had come with a purpose. However, Hidong's respectful address caught him off guard. He remembered when Hidong was still considered a ne'er-do-well. and he had been among those who disdained him in the village, particularly because Mao often spent time with him. Despite his efforts to steer Mao away, it had been in vain. Consequently, during the mushroom-picking days, it was Mao's mother who exchanged their harvest for money, as Xu Yong had never dared to approach Hidong's home. As time passed and circumstances improved, influenced by Hidong, Xu Yong's perspective gradually shifted. He began to believe that Hidong had genuinely reformed and no longer engaged in any foolish pursuits. Yet he found it difficult to lower his pride and take the initiative to seek him out. At noon, Mao's mother returned and mentioned the job opportunities in the area. He felt inclined to give it a try, especially since Mao's mother was earning cash here. Moreover, he could earn even more by going to other villages. The primary motivation, of course, was what he heard from Hidong. This recruitment was not limited to women. Men were also needed, and he was quite eager to participate. Currently, the fields were not busy, and idleness was not appealing. Raising bamboo rats was challenging, and rabbits had a rather strong odor. He mused that it would be better to raise pigs instead. Mao's mother sent me to inquire. If I can come, why can't you offer me something to do here? Xu Yong rubbed his hands together, anxious that Hidong might not hire him. In the past, he had spoken rather unkindly. Hidong understood that had it not been for this matter, Xu Yong would not have visited. Turning to enter the house, Xu Yong was overcome by a sense of foreboding. Did Hidong not wish to recruit him? Did he intend to ignore him? If you don't want me, I shall take my leave, he finally admitted, feeling the weight of pride upon him. He had not anticipated that Hidong would consider him. Thus, he came under the cover of darkness. What are you leaving for? Hidong emerged from the house with a notebook in hand, a pen poised for use. Xu Yong turned back in surprise. What? I know when we go back, you can pretend I was never here. If you don't want to hire me, then so be it. Hidong closed the notebook and turned to walk away. Sensing the implication, Xu Yong desperately grasped his arm. Wait, I want to work. Hidong chuckled lightly. Everyone who works for me is recorded, including the number of days worked and the amount earned. If you truly wish to work, I shall write your name down. How foolish of him to think Hidong did not want him. The truth was he was in dire need of help. As for the past, it felt like a lifetime ago. He was determined to move forward with a renewed spirit. Xu Yong watched as Hidong inscribed his name, releasing a breath of relief. I have hired 2 female workers. Tomorrow, Qin Ani and your wife can head to Dahu village. There are plenty of loquats there. Although it is quite far, it requires manpower. Do you have an ox cart? Hidong suddenly shifted gears, and Xu Yong paused in surprise, nodding vigorously. You can take them in the morning and pick them up in the evening. It's a round trip, for trips are unnecessary. I'll go in the morning and return with them in the evening, he replied. But I also need to transport loquat canning jars over there. And once they are prepared, I will bring them back to sell here. The transportation of people is merely incidental. He thought for a moment about the need for a tractor. Although it was said to be not very advanced and not inexpensive, it was currently a favorable option. How does 6 dimes sound for the round trip? 6 dimes would add up over time. Xu Yong felt a thrill at the thought, nodding enthusiastically. Hidong noticed the spark of understanding in his eyes and realized this fellow was quite astute. All right then, it's settled. Make sure to bring the ox cart here early tomorrow. Xu Yong nodded vigorously once more. Hidong closed the ledger and observed Xu Yong standing still, puzzled. Aren't you going home? He still had to prepare a meal for his wife. Oh, we can leave now. Xu Yong, realizing belatedly, scratched his head. Hidong smiled, suggesting that they could stay for dinner. No, that's unnecessary. Xu Yong quickly waved his hands and hurried away. He had a meal waiting for him at home and did not wish to trouble Hidong further. As Hidong turned to put away the ledger and head to the kitchen, he encountered Zhu Qingya stepping out. Tomorrow, my elder brother will be discharged from the hospital. Are we going? Upon recalling Zhu Qingrong's leg, Hidong nodded in agreement. Of course, we should go. Zhu Qingya sighed in relief, as she too wished to attend. Worried that Hidong, being busy, might not go, Hidong playfully tapped her forehead with his finger, assuring her that they had enough time. Zhu Qingya smiled, gently touching her slightly aching forehead. All right, I understand. They prepared dinner and finished eating early to rest. The next morning, they first dealt with the matter of the loquat preserves. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi arrived to fetch the ox cart. Hidong rode his bicycle with Zhu Qingya towards the county town. The Zhu family had also set off early, with Zhu Changyao and Zhu Changmin occupied with matters concerning wild game. Consequently, the Zhu family borrowed an ox cart from their neighbor to go to the county town, intending to meet Zhu Changyao and Zhu Changmin at the hospital once they finished their errands. Zhu Qingya had been hospitalized for 4 days in the county town and was finally being discharged today. Tang Mei felt considerably relieved. Having delegated household affairs to her other sons, she thought about ensuring Zhu Qingya's proper recovery. However, upon arriving at the hospital entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Yu. Wang Yu was equally surprised to run into the Zhu family. Life at the Wang household was indeed less comfortable than that of the Zhu family. Now that Zhu Qingya's leg was broken and in need of care, she could leverage this situation to return to the Zhu family. Living at the Wangs cost a daily sum of 1 yuan, which was exorbitant. Yao Lu urged her daily, and she had yet to earn a single penny. Thus, she had no choice but to seek out Zhu Qingya. Changmei, did you tell your father about the incident from the night before? 2 nights prior, Zhu Changmei had suddenly returned to bring Zhu Qingya a change of clothes for the hospital. Tang Mei informed them about the affairs concerning the Wang family and Hidong and Zhu Qingya. It was also Tang Mei who had sent Wang Yu back to her parental home. Otherwise, she would have had a serious discussion with her. Upon reaching the hospital, they naturally relayed all the happenings to Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Qingya. He nodded at that moment, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Yu. Wang Yu felt a shiver run down her spine. The family's apprehension was palpable, their expressions as if they bore a grudge against her. Flustered, she hurried into the hospital. Hidong and Zhu Qingya followed suit into the hospital. The journey to the county town had been arduous, and he was cautious not to ride too fast. They maintained a similar pace as Zhu Changmei's ox cart, allowing them to converse along the way. Yet, seeing Wang Yu at that moment was somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, they would have to coexist as a family moving forward. And it remained to be seen if she would learn from this experience. In the shared hospital room, the sudden influx of visitors around Zhu Qingya's bed startled the other patients considerably. Why are there so many people? Is it just a discharge? Unbeknownst to me, I initially wondered what had transpired. However, this only serves to underscore the profound regard in which the family holds Zhu Qingya. How enviable. Zhu Qingya himself could never have anticipated this. Last night, he instructed Zhu Changmei to inform Tang Mei of his impending discharge from the hospital. Consequently, the entire family came to visit, particularly Zhu Mian, who, having not seen his father for several days, reached out for an embrace. Tang Mei, fearing for his leg, carefully guided him to the bedside, hesitant to allow Zhu Qingya to hold him genuinely. Observing his son, Zhu Qingya felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Why had he lost so much weight? Tang Mei could only sigh, as could the others. After all, the child was still quite young. By evening, he sought his mother. However, with Wang Yu's spirited nature, who would dare bring her back? She would return when she felt like it. Tang Mei was wholly devoted to caring for Zhu Mian, truly doing her utmost. Zhu Qingya understood as much. Children change rapidly. One moment they are thin, the next they are plump. Given Wang Yu's antics, it was no wonder. She herself did not seem to mind her own well-being. Wang Yu, meeting Zhu Qingya's gaze, hesitated to speak her thoughts, though she was undoubtedly concerned about Zhu Mian. Her own flesh and blood. Why had everyone come? Zhu Jianjun had come after completing the discharge procedures and was taken aback to find so many people gathered in one room. Father, this is our eldest brother. Zhu Qingya, despite not engaging in the trade of wild game, insisted on coming to bring him home. Neither Zhu Changmin nor Zhu Changmei found anything amiss. Observing his sons united in purpose, Zhu Jianjun couldn't help but smile, feeling that his efforts in raising them had not been in vain. His gaze then fell upon his second daughter-in-law, Tian Mimi, who was cradling their granddaughter, stirring a sense of envy within him. Until he spotted Wang Yu, the family troublemaker, who never failed to keep everyone on edge. Your mother has asked you to return home for reflection. Have you reflected adequately? If not, Zhu Jianjun, like Tang Mei, implied that she should not return. Their beloved daughter, typically so good-natured, had been driven to confrontational behavior. Even her affable husband had resorted to aggression that night. The Wang family truly possessed remarkable resilience. In the face of Zhu Jianjun's formidable presence, Wang Yu kept her head bowed, too timid to raise it. I have reflected, she murmured, her voice barely audible, yet everyone could hear her. With Zhu Jianjun's mention, all eyes were drawn to her, hoping she had genuinely reflected, for otherwise, life would become intolerable. Changyao, Changmin, support Changrong. We are discharging him and heading home. After a few days in the hospital, Zhu Jianjun felt confined and longed to return home to breathe freely. Naturally, the best news was the doctor's report that Zhu Changrong was recovering well and could go home. This uplifted his spirits immensely. Seeing Zhu Jianjun's joy brought happiness to everyone else as well. They carefully attended to Zhu Changrong's leg as they descended the stairs. Homeward bound. Qingya, have you inquired how the elder brother fell into the ditch? The bicycle was parked by the riverbank at the village entrance, and Dong recalled this incident. Zhu Qingya had witnessed Zhu Changrong in the ditch with her own eyes last time. Gazing at the riverbank now evokes a sense of dread. When inquired, my elder brother mentioned it was a case of encountering a ghostly wall. On the day I visited him at the hospital, she posed the question, how could a path so familiar lead one to fall in? The notion of a ghostly wall, though far-fetched, seemed plausible. Dong chuckled, asserting that in broad daylight, there could be no such thing as a ghostly wall. Zhu Qingya suddenly recalled that it indeed occurred during the day. Did my elder brother withhold the truth? Why? Such questions lingered in Dong's mind as well. Yet, he believed something significant must have transpired. It was merely the reason for his brother's silence that eluded him. He resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire further. At this moment, their return was more reassuring than anything. Why until they left, Dong and Zhu Qingya walked briskly upon their return. Zhu Changmei, driving an ox cart, caught up with them, feeling an inexplicable oddity. He noticed the riverbank, the very sight of his brother's misfortune, yet dared not pause, fearing it would evoke sorrow in Zhu Changrong. Dong smiled, stepping onto the pedal to turn the bicycle wheel. Didn't I say my bicycle is swift? I was merely waiting for you to catch up. Zhu Changmei had already realized the bicycle was indeed much faster than the ox cart, especially with Zhu Changrong absent from the vehicle. However, speed mattered little. What was paramount was that today, his brother returned home safely. Dong, why do you think my brother remained silent? Zhu Qingya pondered the incident of Zhu Changrong's fall in the ditch, feeling compelled to clarify her thoughts on the ghostly wall, believing it had its own rationale. For now, Dong could only concur. Zhu Qingya contemplated that she must seize the opportunity to have a genuine conversation with Zhu Changrong. Zhu Changrong had mentioned he had been away from home for only a few days, yet spent 4 or 5 days confined within the limited space of the hospital. Upon returning to the familiar courtyard and house, a wave of long-lost warmth washed over him, stirring emotions that brought tears to his eyes. There is truly no place like home. Every blade of grass and tree, every table and chair, offered a comforting familiarity. Zhu Changmin and Zhu Qingya arrived, carrying a stretcher to bring him inside. Zhu Changrong's leg was encased in plaster. Wang Yu was also there, attentively guarding him to prevent any accidental bumps. Zhu Mian clung to Wang Yu, eager to follow her. Tang Mei and Tian Mimi busied themselves in the kitchen, while the men tended to the children and attended to their tasks, leaving no one idle. On Dong's side, it was said that Aunt Qin and Ermao's mother had gone to Shanghe Village early that morning with Xu Yong. However, Wei Xia remained. 2 female workers who arrived yesterday, both from Shanghe Village, were learning to process loquats under Wei Xia's guidance. One, Wu, was the mother of Gosheng, and the other was named Qin Xiaoru. Dong observed, finding their work commendable. Such meticulous tasks were best suited for women. Men could not endure such labor for long. What are you looking at? Zhu Qingya alighted from the vehicle, noticing Dong's gaze fixed on Qin Xiaoru, feeling a peculiar sensation in her heart. Like Wei Xia, Qin Xiaoru was a young maiden, yet to be married. Her face is slightly fairer than Wei Xia's, and her appearance is quite pristine. When she arrived yesterday, several young men gathered around, eager to pursue her. Currently, Dong's gaze is fixed upon that young lady. She steps forward to obstruct his view, not permitting him to look. Dong turns around, noticing that Aunt Wu and the newly arrived female worker seem to be getting along well. He moves to the wall, properly leaning his bicycle against it, hardly giving it a second thought. In hindsight, having Wei Xia stay behind isn't such a bad thing after all. With her guidance, I shall find things easier. Zhu Qingya's petite face flushed crimson as she retreated into the room. It turns out that Dong's attention was not on the girl after all. Dong is taken aback. Did he say something earlier? Why did the young girl suddenly turn so red? He follows her into the room, confirming that it is indeed the blushing Zhu Qingya. What's wrong? Are you feeling warm? Zhu Qingya removes her jacket, shaking her head to avoid his gaze. Dong observes her fair and rosy complexion. Why is her face so flushed? Zhu Qingya's cheeks grow even warmer as she dares not meet his eyes. I don't know why I'm so red. It must be the heat. She touches her face and heads outside, intending to fetch some water to wash up. Dong thinks it is indeed warm. When he left in the morning, the temperature was low, prompting everyone to wear jackets. Now that the sun has emerged, the heat has increased. Removing his coat, He too prepares to wash up. Dongzi. Zhu Qingya enters the courtyard, addressing Hidong. Hidong calls out fourth brother and approaches him. What is up? Zhu Qingya points to the recruitment board at the entrance. Still looking for workers? Hidong glances him up and down, nodding vigorously. Zhu Qingya immediately feels reassured. I can work. Hidong notices that the brothers of the Zhu family are quite straightforward in their speech and somewhat reticent. Currently, Zhu Qingrong is recuperating, while the game business is being handled by Zhu Qingyao, Zhu Qingmin, and Tian Mimi. Zhu Qingmei could also partake, but there are simply too many people involved. Furthermore, he believes that working with Hidong will yield greater earnings. With money, he can face any family matters without being left empty-handed, even having no opportunity to speak. He aspires to follow Hidong. Whatever you need me to do, I will do it, Zhu Qingmei declares, his voice booming like thunder. However, this captures the attention of Zhu Qingya and Wei Xia, as his tone resembles that of a loyal servant to Hidong, resolutely following his lead. The two ladies share a chuckle. It's merely work. Must it feel akin to selling oneself into servitude? Hearing their laughter, Zhu Qingmei's dark complexion subtly reddens. He nervously scratches his head, realizing he had not noticed that there were other young ladies in the courtyard besides Zhu Qingya. What an embarrassment. Hidong also chuckles. Let us head back. I have plenty of tasks lined up for you. Hidong's current thought is that as long as there are people willing to come, he will accept anyone and assign them tasks. Moreover, this is his brother-in-law whom he has long wished to bring on board. Recently, due to Zhu Qingrong's situation, the Zhu family has been quite busy. He originally intended to discuss it when things settled down. It is indeed fortuitous that Zhu Qingmei has taken the initiative to seek us out. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingmei departed with a joyful demeanor. Beside her, Dogxing's mother was equally elated. Qingya, does your fourth brother have a romantic interest? Zhu Qingya recalled that her third brother was already engaged, while the fourth had yet to secure a match, and thus shook her head. Not yet. I do have a niece who is quite admirable, but I am uncertain of your thoughts on this matter. If you deem it suitable, I could arrange for them to meet. It has come to my attention that someone is attempting to introduce a partner to the fourth brother. Zhu Qingya felt a genuine sense of happiness. That sounds splendid. I will speak to my mother about it. With the eldest and second brothers already married and the third brother soon to follow suit. If the fourth brother were to also find a match, the family would truly be complete. Your family has many sons. If it were still the days of communal living, it would be quite advantageous. However, times have changed, and with the division of land and households, having many children no longer guarantees an advantage. Yet, my niece is rather unfortunate, having lost her parents at an early age, thus she is not particularly choosy, content with merely having food to eat. This line of thought reminded Zhu Qingya of Tang Mei's words. In the past, having many sons meant earning more work points, leading to greater financial stability and a more prosperous life. Consequently, many suitors would come to seek their hands in marriage. However, the situation has altered significantly. Having many sons is no longer the preferred choice. Nonetheless, she believed that her fourth brother would not remain single, especially now that he is working alongside Hidong. It appears that someone is indeed facilitating introductions for him. She must hasten to inform Tang Mei. Wei Xia, having overheard their conversation, recalled Zhu Qingmei's honest and straightforward nature, which still brought her amusement. Qingya, what type does your fourth brother fancy? As soon as the words left her lips, all eyes turned to Wei Xia, who suddenly realized she had misspoken, her face flushing with embarrassment. She hurriedly lowered her gaze, continuing to sort the loquats in the enamel basin. However, her blushing countenance was vividly reflected in the amber-hued loquat juice. How could she have uttered such a question? It was utterly mortifying. Observing this, Dogxing's mother called out to Zhu Qingya. Qingya, I believe there is no need for my introduction. You need not pursue the matter further. Zhu Qingya remained somewhat perplexed, as she herself was quite ignorant in matters of the heart. Only Dogxing's mother seemed to have discerned Wei Xia's sentiments. It seems that someone is experiencing the tender pangs of youthful affection. One should be bold in pursuing what they desire, lest they wait until it is snatched away. Wei Xia, taken aback, looked up at Dogxing's mother, who was smiling as she processed the loquats, seemingly unperturbed. Some realizations must be reached independently. Zhu Qingya turned towards Hidong, her expression one of confusion and ignorance. Hidong, however, wore a smile, seemingly understanding the situation. He beckoned her over, and as she approached, he stepped inside the room. Would you like a sister-in-law? Zhu Qingya instinctively nodded. What do you think of Wei Xia? Zhu Qingya was taken aback. Why is it Wei Xia who is being considered for my fourth brother? Hidong recognized her naivety regarding romantic relationships. She still did not grasp the implications. Under Hidong's bemused gaze, Zhu Qingya gradually began to understand. This, perhaps, could work. Hidong, if you feel it's not appropriate, you should hastily ask someone to introduce a match for your fourth brother. I, however, have no such intentions. Wei Xia is quite commendable, diligent in her work and quick to learn. Yet, I am uncertain about my fourth brother. Do not rush, take your time. Matters of the heart cannot be hurried. Much like his relationship with Zhu Qingya, had he married her at the outset, one wonders how she would have fared in such a predicament. You must be willing to let her and the Zhu family witness your transformation and your better qualities. It would make a significant difference. At the very least, he is now a man who can be considered for marriage, no longer as unreliable as before. Zhu Qingya is oblivious, yet he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. The substantial bride price and gifts he offers are meant to reassure her and the Zhu family, granting him a sense of peace as well. Suddenly, Hidong called out to Qingya, who looked puzzled. Will you regret marrying me? Upon comprehending his words, Zhu Qingya's face flushed, and she shook her head as she departed. Hidong felt a sense of comfort in that moment. Qingya, where's Dongzi? Came Tang Mei's voice from outside. Hidong hastily stepped out. Mom, it's time for dinner. Come join us. Today marks a joyous occasion, with Zhu Changrong returning home. Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei intended for the family to gather and celebrate together, with Tang Mei and Tian Mimi as swift hands and the assistance of family members. A sumptuous feast was prepared. As the family sat down, Zhu Changrong rested on the bed in the room, his leg encased in plaster, making movement difficult. However, Wang Yu was there to care for him as he ate. Observing the family together brought joy to Zhu Changrong's heart. At last, the family was whole again. If only Wang Yu could amend her temperament and stop fixating on trivial matters. Wang Yu watched the lively scene and felt a stir within her. In truth, the Zhu family felt far more comfortable than the Wang family. In the afternoon, Hidong planned to visit the grain storage in the village. Time was of the essence, and some matters could not be delayed any longer. While one side was being prepared, the carpenter Tan had to work overtime on the other. He had rented 2 grain storages in the village, with an agreed rent of 65 yuan per month. Naturally, he also needed to renovate and construct wooden shelves, estimating costs to reach 300 or 400 yuan. However, once the loquat jam was sold, he would not incur any losses. With this understanding, he set about tackling each task methodically. When a green motorcycle came to a halt at the entrance, Hidong lifted his head to see a young postal worker standing there. Is Hidong at home? That would be me. Hidong set down his bicycle and approached. Receiving a letter from the bustling city of Shanghe, he opened it to find a telegram from Gu Binghua. The bottles have been dispatched. Urgent response needed. Gu Binghua. Indeed, brevity was the soul of efficiency. With just a few words, the message was succinct. Hidong chuckled as he made his way back, realizing he might need to journey to Shanghe City the following day. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed Zhu Qingya standing there, looking somewhat forlorn. What's wrong? Zhu Qingya glanced at the letter in his hand. It has been about half a month since she sent the letter to Sister Wenyu, and there has been no response. Just now, upon hearing a noise, she thought it might be a reply from Sister Wenyu. In the 2 years since she left, she wonders how her life has unfolded. What would her reaction be upon seeing the letter? Hidong, observing her demeanor, noted her evident discontent and could not help but inquire, what's the matter? Why the silence? I have been waiting for Sister Wenyu's letter. Zhu Qingya was candid with him, her gaze fixed on what he held. Hidong suddenly remembered that many days had passed since Zhu Qingya sent the letter to Su Wenyu. If Su Wenyu truly cared about Zhu Qingya, she would have responded by now, even if only through a telegram. The young people from the city were living in conditions far superior to theirs. Yet it was also possible that the letter had not yet arrived. In this era, registered mail was notoriously slow. Does Sister Wenyu wish to see you? Hearing this, Zhu Qingya's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. But Sister Wenyu is in Shanghe City. Yes, I happen to be planning a trip to Shanghe City tomorrow. Really? Is that true? Zhu Qingya exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped his hand. You're going to Shanghe City? I'll go too. In fact, Hidong had intended to take Zhu Qingya to Shanghe City last time, but considering that he was going for business, it seemed inconvenient for them both. He had planned a quick trip, but now his perspective had shifted. He was no longer in a hurry. Naturally, bringing Zhu Qingya along posed no issue. So, are we going? Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Qingya repeated excitedly, fearing he might not have heard her clearly. observing the sparkle in her eyes. Hidong felt fortunate that her eagerness was directed towards another woman rather than a man, whom he would have despised. Then tomorrow, wear that new outfit. We're going to Shing City. The gift Hidong had previously bought for Zhu Qingya was a set of clothes, an array of chiffon blouses and flared trousers commonly seen on the streets of Shing City. However, Zhu Qingya felt they were too ostentatious and was hesitant to wear them outside. Hidong had tried several times to persuade her, but to no avail. This time, he could not indulge her reluctance. After all, the purpose of buying new clothes was to wear them. There was nothing to fear. Yet, Zhu Qingya had grown up in this era, and her mindset mirrored that of many women of her time. She feared standing out too much and attracting gossip. Little did she know how carefree women in future generations would be. If you wish to go, then go. If not. Hidong deliberately adopted a stern tone. I will wear it. For the chance to see Sister Wenyu. Zhu Qingya was willing to comply. Hidong felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking to himself that a husband was more important than a close female friend. Then it's settled. I must step out for a bit, and we shall depart early tomorrow morning. Zhu Qingya had no objections. It had been a long time since she last saw Su Wenyu, and she was curious about how their meeting would unfold. Just imagining the scene filled her with excitement. As Hidong left, he turned back and pressed a kiss on her delicate, blushing face, leaving her to ponder him. Zhu Qingya, taken by surprise, blushed deeply and glanced around, relieved to find no one watching. You are truly insufferable. What if someone sees us? Hidong chuckled. Kissing between couples is a perfectly normal affair. With a smile, he walked away, always managing to regain his composure. Having resolved to visit the market tomorrow, Hidong first stopped by the granary. The old man Xiao was already there, accompanied by workers repairing the leaky warehouse. 2 young men and 2 middle-aged men, all robust and diligent in their tasks. He carefully assessed the interior space before heading to Carpenter Tan's home. A glass shelf measuring 45 square feet had been hollowed out in the center, capable of holding over 400 loquat canning jars, approximately 10,000 in total, equating to around 25 units. The price offered by Carpenter Tan was 7 yuan. After all, creating an opening in the shelf would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Hidong calculated its feasibility. Brother Tan, do recruit a few more hands and get this done swiftly. Tan smiled and nodded. I have 2 sons at home. It won't be slow, you can rest assured. As for Qiao, he has nearly finished as well. Hidong had no concerns about their pace. His only worry was that the glass factory might outpace them. If they hadn't completed their work here and the glass arrived, it would indeed be a tight squeeze. However, he thought he might also need to make a trip to the glass factory during his visit to the market tomorrow. The project here seemed to require another couple of days. Having wrapped up these matters, Hidong began his journey homeward. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm orange glow, lingering as if reluctant to depart. Wei Xia, accompanied by Dog Sheng's mother, and Qin Xiaoru were still busy with the canning process. The cleaned loquats were undergoing their final steaming and cooling. Apollona's car came to a slow halt at the doorstep of the He family. Curiosity piqued among those who noticed, wondering who might be inside and what business they had at Hidong's home. Hidong had truly made a name for himself, as people from both inside and outside the village sought him out, even those arriving in cars. Chapter 127. My wife looking at the person who stepped out of the vehicle, dressed in a suit and tie, tall and handsome. He seemed to belong to another world. He was Lu Yu, the driver and secretary of Gu Binghua. May I ask if Hidong is home? Lu Yu inquired as Zhu Qingya emerged from the house. Realizing Hidong had yet to return, she shook her head. She recognized that car. It had come before. Lu Yu seemed taken aback. Would it be too much to ask where he might be? How can I locate him? Ding-ling, ding-ling. Hearing the familiar sound of the bicycle bell, Zhu Qingya moved toward the door and indeed saw Hidong returning. A smile blossomed on his fair face, radiant like spring's first snow. Hidong felt as if enveloped in a gentle breeze as he approached her. The bicycle came to a stop before her, and as he leaned in closer, Zhu Qingya blushed and took a couple of steps back. Someone is looking for you. Lu Yu adjusted his black-framed glasses, gazing at the returning Hidong. Hidong naturally remembered him. Could it be that Director Gu is so impatient? Lu Yu smiled. Indeed, Director Gu is rather eager. Having met previously, their conversation flowed without pretense. Hidong urged Zhu Qingya to change her clothes. Zhu Qingya was still puzzled about the situation. Hidong provided a brief explanation. We are heading to Shang City. He understood Gu Binghua's urgency. The sooner they settled the matter, the earlier they could start earning. In the commercial world, time often equates to money. He also needed to quickly arrange matters at home. Wei Xia could now read the steel watch, which could be kept. But there had not yet been time to cultivate her bookkeeping skills. However, he already had plans in mind, which led him to seek out Tian Mimi at the Zhu family. Tian Mimi was learning quite well, though her handwriting was somewhat unsightly. Nevertheless, she was capable enough for emergencies. Additionally, he had yet to finalize Zhu Changmei's tasks. Tomorrow, he would assist Tian Mimi in transporting loquat preserves. Currently, Zheng Yang and Xiao Sanqi were making 2 trips a day, diligently keeping track of the sales. He would reconcile the accounts the following day, requiring Tian Mimi to go out once more for him. There was no need to worry about Wei Xia. Everything was operating normally. By the time they concluded their discussions, night had fallen. Zhu Qingya emerged in her brand new outfit, illuminated by the lights, her fair skin and beautiful features accentuated. She possessed long legs and a slim waist, exuding a certain understated elegance. Lu Yu, adjusting his black-framed glasses, remarked that he had seen many fashionable women in Shanghe City, some even wearing similar attire. Yet, on Zhu Qingya, it radiated an indescribable innocence that captivated those around her. "This is my wife," He Dong declared, prompting Lu Yu to lower his gaze. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "Mr. He, when are we leaving?" He Dong gazed at his wife, finding her appealing, though her cloth shoes seemed mismatched. A pair of leather shoes would be more fitting, but that could wait until they reached Shanghe City. He had noticed Zhu Qingya's shoes. She owned a pair of red leather shoes worn on their wedding day. Personally, he believed black would suit her better. As they got into the car, Zhu Qingya hesitated at first, but eventually bent down to enter. It was her first time in such a vehicle. The space felt a bit cramped. Yet it was more comfortable than a bicycle. At least the seat was not a rigid metal frame. However, had He Dong not joined her, she would have felt quite uneasy. As soon as he settled in, she grasped his hand tightly. He Dong fastened her seatbelt, and they were off. Lu Yu reminded them as the engine roared to life. Faced with this novel experience, Zhu Qingya felt a mix of curiosity and anxiety. At the moment the car started moving, she clutched He Dong's hand with all her might. He Dong thought this was unreasonable, considering she was more concerned than a close friend would be. "It's all right, relax," he gently reassured her, stroking her delicate fingers. "It's very safe, nothing to worry about." Of course, this depended on the driver's skill, but being a driver for Gu Binghua showed he could be trusted. Hearing He Dong's calming words, Zhu Qingya attempted to relax. Yet as the journey progressed, she began to feel increasingly uneasy. A wave of nausea washed over her. However, it is someone else's vehicle. She cannot vomit inside it. Can she? She glanced towards He Dong. He Dong, noticing her pallor, felt uneasy as well. "What's wrong?" "I feel nauseous," Zhu Qingya expressed, clutching her chest in discomfort. He Dong immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. They journeyed towards Shanghe City, the night growing deeper. Lu Yu had secured a room at an inn near the canning factory. He had previously contacted Gu Binghua, but it was already too late. They would have to discuss matters in the morning. Nevertheless, he had arranged for dinner to be delivered from a nearby restaurant, 2 dishes and a soup. "You two should rest well," he instructed. After Lu Yu left the inn, He Dong closed the door behind him. Turning back, he found Zhu Qingya gazing around the room. The inn was far from the lavish hotels of the future. It was dilapidated and yet not inexpensive. Fortunately, as Gu Binghua's guests, they incurred no costs, and the accommodations were somewhat better. They decided to eat first and then retire for the night. In unfamiliar surroundings, one often feels unsettled. Yet, gazing out at the night sky, there was little they could accomplish. Zhu Qingya felt queasy from the bumpy ride. When Lu Yu inquired about dinner, He Dong specifically requested a bowl of soup, hoping it would warm her body. Unfortunately, even the aroma made Zhu Qingya feel like vomiting. She had no appetite for the meal. He Dong felt a pang of sympathy. "You must eat something, otherwise you'll be hungry later. Let me feed you." Zhu Qingya shook her head, even raising her hand to refuse. The next moment, she hurried to the restroom. He Dong, who initially had an appetite, found it diminished as well. He had envisioned a pleasant evening exploring the area with Zhu Qingya, but fate had other plans. The two of them washed up and promptly went to bed. The bed was small, yet sufficient for the two of them. However, the young girl clung to him tightly. Not letting go, He Dong dared not turn over, and throughout the night, sleep eluded him. They awakened to the sound of knocking in the morning. At that moment, Zhu Qingya also stirred. She looked around, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, and suddenly sat up in alarm, realizing they were not at home. After a moment of reflection, she remembered they were staying at the inn in Shanghe City to meet her sister, Wenyu. Her spirits lifted slightly at this thought. Hidong noticed that after a night's rest, Zhu Qingya appeared much improved, although his arm was sore from being held tightly. "You go wash up. I'll answer the door," he suggested. Zhu Qingya nodded and headed to the restroom. Hidong opened the door to find Lu Yu waiting outside. "Director Gu is downstairs," Lu Yu informed him. Hidong glanced at the restroom and nodded. "I'll be down after I wash up." Gu Binghua, sitting in the car, felt relieved when he saw Hidong and Zhu Qingya arrive. He had been eager to discuss the glass factory matters with Hidong the previous night, but had refrained upon learning that his wife was feeling unwell during the journey. He had decided to let them rest before coming to meet them. Now, seeing them, he noted that Zhu Qingya looked somewhat better. "How are you feeling? Are you adjusting?" Gu Binghua sat in the front passenger seat, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Hidong and Zhu Qingya occupied the back seat, in a location arranged by Director Gu that surpassed many others. "Shall we first visit the glass factory, then have breakfast?" Hidong expressed no objections, but turned to Zhu Qingya beside him. "Are you hungry?" Chapter 128, A Bowl of Porridge. Zhu Qingya, however, was still lacking an appetite and did not feel hungry, especially once they were in the car. Hidong felt a pang of concern, realizing that while a tour of the bustling city was appealing, the matters concerning the glass factory and Gu Binghua required immediate attention. After resolving these issues, he intended to return home with his little wife. The young lady, upon entering the vehicle, appeared somewhat unwell. Yet, leaving her at the guest house was not an option he felt comfortable with. At that moment, he held her close in his embrace. Gu Binghua had initially intended to turn around and converse with Hidong, but upon witnessing this scene, he decided against it. Hidong seemed to possess the qualities of a businessman, yet he also appeared to treat his wife with affection, a sight Gu Binghua had never witnessed in his lifetime. Lin Huixing from the glass factory had heard of Gu Binghua's visit and arrived early. Knowing that Hidong had arrived in Changsha the previous night and would be coming today only heightened his excitement. The products he had crafted were finally to be evaluated. How could he not feel exhilarated? In the production workshop, others awaited as well. When the group beheld the finished glass bottles, they found them to be exquisite and flawless, resembling the designs drawn on the blueprints before Hidong's departure. Otherwise, Gu Binghua would not have hurriedly dispatched a vehicle to bring Hidong over. Hidong examined a row of transparent glass bottles, taking one in his hand to scrutinize closely. Nodding in approval, he reassured everyone, allowing them to breathe a collective sigh of relief. They then proceeded to inspect the matching lids, which, like the bottles, were also designed by Hidong. Lin Huixing had worked diligently with the production team over the past few days to ensure their successful manufacturing, with various improvements and frequent revisions known only to them. Hearing Hidong's approval filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment and pride. "I knew Uncle Lin would not disappoint." With these words, Lin Huixing felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. The group moved to the office to discuss specific production matters. Hidong proposed launching an initial batch into the market to gauge the response. On Gu Binghua's end, a considerable stock of loquats had been amassed over the past few days, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the glass bottles. They planned to commence production as soon as the bottles were ready. Although the scale was modest, it was significantly larger than Hidong's small workshop. Thus, on their way out from the glass factory, Gu Binghua and Hidong engaged in discussions about various aspects of loquat preserves. Producing the preserves was not a daunting task. The real challenge lay in promotion and sales. Hidong had managed to elevate a humble loquat preserve in a small county to a level recognized throughout Changsha, showcasing extraordinary acumen. This was precisely what Gu Binghua valued. Otherwise, he would not have traveled all the way from Changsha to Tongan County to seek out Hidong. In the vehicle, a multitude of inquiries and exchanges ensued. Hidong spoke freely, yet not without purpose. He posed numerous questions regarding the establishment of a canned goods factory. While he managed a restaurant adequately, when it came to canning, he was but a novice in the presence of Director Gu. Moreover, familiarity breeds comfort. Conversing with acquaintances becomes more effortless. "So, you aspire to open a canning factory in your village?" Hidong nodded. Director Gu had visited their village and was aware that their living conditions were far inferior to those in Shanghe City. Thus he contemplated improving their circumstances. Gu Binghua understood that this was a common sentiment. However, should the factory indeed come to fruition, it would be a boon for their village. As the deputy director of the canning factory, he was acutely aware that a single factory could catalyze substantial economic growth in the surrounding area. It was a venture beneficial to both self and community. Would you like assistance? Hidong had been awaiting this very question. They spoke of collaboration, though the specifics remained unaddressed. Progress had indeed been made, not because Hidong refrained from speaking, but because, given the current circumstances, silence was preferable to discussion. Was this not a suitable opportunity to broach the subject? Did Director Gu not have intentions of investing? Invest? The notion was novel to Gu Binghua, causing him considerable surprise. Hidong considered the context. The concept of shareholding would not officially emerge until 1984, and such terminology was not yet in common use. Nevertheless, he genuinely required funding. Thus, he elucidated the concept of shareholding to Gu Binghua. However, due to its avant-garde nature, Gu Binghua hesitated to partake, though he was willing to lend a sum. Hidong thought that would suffice, though he hoped there would be no regrets in the future. The two continued their discussion on the canned loquat products. Zhu Qingya listened attentively. Although she did not fully comprehend, she observed Gu Binghua's enthusiastic demeanor and Hidong's eloquence, leading her to believe they were enjoying a pleasant conversation. With nothing pressing at the moment, she gazed out the window, taking in the scenery, though her stomach was less cooperative, growling audibly. Upon hearing this, Gu Binghua felt a twinge of embarrassment, mentioning that they had intended to eat after leaving the glass factory. Yet, their conversation had prolonged their stay in the vehicle. Now, the clock approached 11 o'clock, making it impossible to deny hunger. For Hidong, it was rare to hear the young lady express her appetite since arriving in Shanghe City. In contrast to Gu Binghua, who felt he had neglected them, Hidong perceived Zhu Qingya's acknowledgement of hunger as a sign of her well-being. They disembarked, with Liu going to park the car. Hidong and Zhu Qingya followed Gu Binghua into the state-run restaurant. This establishment was familiar territory for Gu Binghua, who inquired about their preferences for food. Realizing they were unaware of the local specialties, he ordered several signature dishes that represented Shanghe City. While awaiting their meal, Hidong ordered a bowl of congee, intending to warm Zhu Qingya's stomach and provide a preliminary fill, as cooking the dishes would take time. Zhu Qingya felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, while Gu Binghua, upon witnessing Hidong's thoughtfulness, felt somewhat inadequate. Even with his own daughter, Gu Manman, he had never exhibited such an attitude. Hidong's wife truly opened his eyes to new perspectives. In contrast, the delicate Zhu Qingya, who was quietly sipping her porridge, caught his gaze, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. A truly charming young wife indeed. You haven't been married for long, have you? Gu Binghua inquired of Hidong. Hidong nodded affirmatively. A little over half a month, Gu Binghua surmised. This was indeed the bliss of newlyweds. Furthermore, Zhu Qingya was genuinely enchanting, deserving of affection. Is this your first visit to Shanghe City? After we finish our meal, shall I take you around? He added. I will return to the canning factory shortly and will provide you with my driver and vehicle. Due to Hidong's unreserved demeanor, Gu Binghua now held a particularly favorable impression of him and was eager to extend his hospitality. Hidong was elated. Shanghe City was vast, and traversing it on foot was quite arduous, a lesson he had learned on his previous visit. However, upon recalling Zhu Qingya's tendency to get car sick, he hesitated momentarily. Noticing his contemplation, Zhu Qingya smiled. We still need to visit Sister Wenyu. Having a car would surely be faster than walking. Hidong recognized her willingness to endure discomfort, understanding that, ultimately, a husband could not compete with a best friend. Chapter 129. Let her shop till she drops. Thank you, Director Gu. Not at all. It's no trouble. Gu Binghua insisted, refusing to let him be overly polite. Hidong, however, graciously accepted the offer. The three of them dined at the state-run restaurant. Liu first dropped Gu Binghua off at the canning factory before returning to pick up Hidong and Zhu Qingya. Zhu Qingya was preoccupied with thoughts of meeting Su Wenyu, and once in the car, her mood noticeably brightened, especially after she shared Su Wenyu's address with Liu. She excitedly clutched Hidong's arm, and he could sense her joy and exhilaration. 20 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of a charming two-story villa at No. 5, with an enchanting European architectural style that seemed to belong to a fairy tale. Upon alighting, Zhu Qingya was utterly captivated. Su Wenyu had not deceived her. Her home was indeed beautiful. Even from the outside, it exuded charm, and the living environment was pristine, with clean streets and a picturesque setting, far surpassing the modest Shanghe Village. Hidong observed that no matter how many buildings they had seen along the way, none had left Zhu Qingya as profoundly awestruck as this place. Indeed, girls are inherently emotional beings. Should we knock? How will they know we've arrived? Hidong reminded her as he stepped out of the car. Lu Yu parked at the roadside, yielding to pedestrians. Zhu Qingya approached the door and knocked. Within the tranquil villa, someone soon heard the commotion. A maid, busy tidying up, was about to investigate. Descending the stairs was a slender young girl clad in a light-colored cloak draped with white mink fur, who, as if anticipating their arrival, declared, "I'm not home." She seemed to already know who was at the door. The maid, without further inquiry, nodded in acknowledgement. From the upper floor of the villa, one could see the entrance, suggesting that the young lady was aware of the identity of the visitors. "The young lady does not wish to meet," she stated. "Hello. I would like to see Sister Wenyu," Zhu Qingya replied. Zhu Qingya, upon seeing the maid emerge, was filled with delight and excitement. "I am Zhu Qingya, a friend of Sister Wenyu." The term friend was taught to her by Su Wenyu. Su Wenyu, well-read and gifted, possesses both talent and grace, with a wealth of knowledge. The maid, however, did not expect to truly be seeking Miss Su Wenyu. "I apologize, but Miss Wenyu is not at home." "Not at home?" Zhu Qingya felt a tinge of regret as she glanced at the two-story European-style villa behind her. "When would Sister Wenyu return?" The maid shook her head. As long as Su Wenyu wished to avoid someone, she could likely remain absent indefinitely. Zhu Qingya felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Where could Sister Wenyu have gone? "She has been away for 2 days." The maid replied dismissively before turning to re-enter the villa. Feeling that she could have asked more questions, Zhu Qingya was disheartened but could only lament her ill timing. She turned to Hidong, saying, "Let us go back." Observing the little girl's sulking expression, Hidong looked at her with affection. "It's all right. If she is not here this time, we can always return another day." Zhu Qingya instantly felt uplifted, nodding in agreement. Hidong took her hand and led her to the car. Just before getting in, Zhu Qingya couldn't resist glancing back at the villa. She would return, without a doubt. Su Wenyu, from behind the gauzy curtains, watched the car, Apollo, fade from sight. The few sheets of stationery she held slipped into the wastebasket. Is Hidong truly with Zhu Qingya? She pondered, recalling his words about returning another time. Zhu Qingya felt quite disappointed not to have met Su Wenyu. On the way back, a silence enveloped them, leaving little desire for conversation. Hidong, sensing her quietness, held her hand firmly, never loosening his grip. "It's unfortunate. But there is nothing we can do, is there?" Zhu Qingya glanced at him, signaling her understanding. "It's a rare opportunity to visit Shanghe City. And with driver Lu here, we must explore thoroughly." Hidong encouraged her to look outside. Although Shanghe City may not compare to the future's splendor, it was certainly far superior to Tongan County. "Now that we're out, let us broaden our horizons." Zhu Qingya experienced for the first time the bustling vibrance of a city far surpassing Tongan County, yet it felt distant and unattainable. Strangely, the thought of Su Wenyu did not repel her. When will the next time be? She wondered, her thoughts lingering on Su Wenyu. Hidong smiled. "Whenever you wish, as long as you're prepared for the discomfort." Compared to meeting Su Wenyu, Zhu Qingya felt she could indeed challenge the difficulty of motion sickness. She nodded, already formulating a plan in her mind. Hidong wished to buy Zhu Qingya a pair of shoes. Driver Lu took them to a commercial street where clothing, shoes, and bags were abundant. They could explore at their leisure. Lu Yu drove, ensuring he stayed close enough not to lose them, a task at which he excelled. It was often Gu Binghua who brought Gu Manman to shop, while the factory director's wife seldom accompanied them. After Hidong had Zhu Qingya change out of her cloth shoes, he made no move to suggest she switch back. Zhu Qingya felt that the attire was rather expensive and was reluctant to comply. However, she ultimately could not resist Hidong's persuasion. "Wear it the next time you see Sister Wenyu," he urged. Such a person must present themselves well. Zhu Qingya envisioned that quaint little villa, with its impeccably clean floors and lush greenery surrounding it. Even the servants appeared remarkably tidy, their garments crafted from fine fabrics that exuded elegance. Her outfit was satisfactory, though the shoes did not quite match. She acquiesced, knowing she was not overly stubborn. After purchasing the shoes, Hidong encouraged her to look at the clothing. The store was filled with an array of fashionable garments that would captivate any girl. Yet, Zhu Qingya was hesitant to spend excessively, understanding the difficulties of earning money. "If you look good, it reflects well on me, does it not?" Hidong dismissed such thoughts, asserting that he had brought ample funds. Upon arriving in Shanghe City, Zhu Qingya realized that the locals dressed similarly to her, and began to understand why Hidong had chosen these clothes for her. "Shall I buy a few pieces?" She pondered, recognizing that she did not frequent the city often. As she browsed the clothing, Hidong recalled a saying, To make a woman happy, one must indulge her in shopping, particularly for clothes. Zhu Qingya, with her striking beauty, made every outfit appear tailored just for her. Dong felt a swell of joy, reflecting on how he had overlooked such beauty in his previous life. Is she truly beautiful? Zhu Qingya's question seemed superfluous. Yet she dared not be overly selective and settled on 2 outfits. She thought that when she returned, if anyone in the village fancied them, she could repurpose the fabric and possibly earn some profit. Dong noticed the smile on her face, unaware of her inner thoughts. But he sensed that the earlier gloom from not seeing Su Wenyu had been cast aside. Dong, may I buy you some clothes? This shirt is lovely. And there are suits as well, Zhu Qingya exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the men's attire in the store. The men's clothing from Tongan County felt outdated, and bespoke options lacked novelty. Dong felt pleased that this young girl was finally getting the hang of things and thinking of him. In his rebirth, he had indeed purchased new clothes. For his wedding, he had worn garments meticulously sewn by Zhang Guiping. While he cherished the essence of his mother's handiwork, he rarely wore them. Salesperson, I would like to see this shirt, Zhu Qingya requested. The sales staff were rather indifferent, offering little attention unless spoken to. Chapter 130. This has nothing to do with me. The garments hung high on their racks, and she was handed a clothing rod. Zhu Qingya took it upon herself to retrieve the garments, carefully comparing them against Dong. She was meticulous in her task. Her delicate, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and under the lighting, her fair complexion appeared even more snow-white, tender as a flower. Especially her crimson lips, naturally tinted like budding blossoms. Dong sensed he was treading a fine line and averted his gaze. This size is just right, he noted. Salesperson, how much is this? Zhu Qingya eagerly inquired. The attendant replied, 17. If you want it, I can wrap it up. If not, please hang it back up properly. The waiter is exceptionally impressive. In a future era, one would be awaiting unemployment. Yet, in this age, no one seems to care. I desire the attendant's expression to brighten slightly. She retrieved a transparent bag to package the items. After settling the bill, Zhu Qingya proceeded to select a suit and trousers. As night fell, the two originally intended to return to Shanghe Village. However, upon arriving at the guest house, they encountered employees from the canning factory waiting there. They mentioned that the factory had produced a batch of loquat canned goods and invited them to take a look and sample some. Dong glanced at Zhu Qingya, seeking her opinion. Naturally, Zhu Qingya had no objections. After all, he had accompanied her for quite some time today, and she would not impede his serious matters. Once they gathered their belongings, they boarded the vehicle with Lu Yu. Gu Binghua had spent the entire day in the workshop. When the first bottle of loquat canned goods was produced, he was the first to savor the taste. Yet, he could not share this joy with the factory director. As the director held no optimism for loquat canned goods, he could only share it with Dong. Upon seeing him, he immediately called Dong over. Dong, come quickly. Dong not only noticed the bottle of loquat canned goods in his hand, but also saw the rows of loquat cans on the production line in the workshop. Zhu Qingya observed as well. However, compared to the handmade cans at home, these production line cans were undeniably quicker and more efficient than those made by Wei Xia, Aunt Qin, and Ma Er. How should one put it? The three of them combined would certainly not match the speed of this production line. You should give it a try. Dong poured a cup and handed it to Zhu Qingya. As she looked at it, the refreshing fragrance of the loquat wafted up to her nose. She took it and drank. It tastes just like ours. She exclaimed. What do you think, Director Gu? My wife's opinion is surely more persuasive than mine. I assenti it. I made this loquat canned good for her, and she was the first to taste it. Zhu Qingya had been captivated by the production line and was unaware that the loquat canned goods Gu Binghua had asked Dong to taste had actually been delivered to her. She felt a bit embarrassed, yet her response evidently pleased both Dong and Gu Binghua. It was then that Gu Binghua realized that Dong's loquat canned goods were indeed made for Zhu Qingya, which explained their good sales. It seems you truly married a wonderful wife, Gu Binghua remarked with a smile. Zhu Qingya blushed slightly. What is this? Am I being praised just for tasting a can? That day, when Dong left Shang City, night had fully descended. Lu Yu drove the two of them, and upon arriving at their destination, Dong did not ask them to leave. Instead, he suggested they stay for the night and return in the morning. Lu Yu did not refuse, as he had spent the entire day in the car and also needed some rest. Before dawn the next day, they rose to bid farewell. Dong was busy loading the loquat canned goods made by Wei Xia and the others onto the vehicle with Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi. Meanwhile, Zhu Changyao and Zhu Qingya were also preparing to head out. Upon seeing He Dong busy in the courtyard, they were taken aback. "When did you return?" "Last night. Due to the late hour, I refrained from informing you." "How did second brother and third brother sleep?" "I trust Zhu Qingya and Zhu Qingya had a restful night after their busy day." Naturally, they nodded in agreement. "And how is Qingya?" "Rest assured." Second brother and third brother. Zhu Qingya emerged from her room, her gaze gentle. When He Dong rose earlier, she too had awakened, initially intending to sleep a little longer. She found herself unable to do so and decided to get up instead, wondering if there was anything she could assist with. Hearing the inquiries from second brother and third brother, she answered on behalf of He Dong. Seeing that Zhu Qingya was well, Zhu Qingya and Zhu Qingya felt at ease. Today, Zhu Qingya looked particularly beautiful, adorned in attire that was quite uncommon. Indeed, it was new clothing. He Dong's brother-in-law is quite commendable. After chatting for a while and having their meal, they prepared to head to the county seat. Tang Mei emerged upon hearing Zhu Qingya's voice. Knowing she was well, the anxiety that had occupied her mind for the past few days dissipated. It was said that she had left with He Dong the night before last. Yet, a mother's worry persists, even when her child journeys far. "Mother, I bought something for you. Take a look," Zhu Qingya said as she returned to her room to fetch a cloth bag. The previous afternoon, while strolling in Shing City, she had spotted a garment suitable for Tang Mei and decided to purchase it. Additionally, gifts for Zhu Jianjun and several of her brothers and sisters-in-law, as well as her nieces and nephews. Initially, she had intended to buy for her parents, but He Dong suggested purchasing something for each person upon arrival. She bought what she felt was appropriate. Tang Mei felt a twinge at her daughter spending money, yet her heart brimmed with joy upon seeing the clothing. Her daughter had grown up and was now showing her filial piety. Zhu Jianjun was also pleased. It was commendable that Zhu Qingya had thought of her family while out with He Dong. Furthermore, He Dong was indeed generous, allowing Zhu Qingya to buy gifts for the family. Wang Yu also received a gift. Compared to before, she felt a newfound sense of gratitude. Previously, there had been tension, and when Zhu Qingya and He Dong encountered her, she had not even addressed her as sister-in-law. Now, the fact that they thought of her truly moved her. Tian Mimi was exceedingly delighted as well. Zhu Qingya had bought a new dress for her. As they often wore matching outfits, Tian Mimi cherished this little sister-in-law. She had only recently received a new dress when they had just married. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Zhu Qingya's attire was the most striking. Zhu Qingya smiled. "When I have the time, I will make you something. I still have plenty of fabric. You can choose the colors later." Due to her marriage, Zhu Qingya had received various fabrics purchased with cloth tickets from relatives, which were now simply lying around. If possible, Tian Mimi truly wished to express, "Only Zhu Qingya understands me." She nodded vigorously. Observing the bond between her daughter-in-law and daughter, Tang Mei felt immense joy. She glanced at Wang Yu. As the elder sister-in-law, she truly felt inferior to Tian Mimi. Wang Yu, startled, lowered her head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. Regardless, she felt discomfort whenever she looked at Zhu Qingya. The family was all in high spirits over the new clothing. When He Dong arrived, he too was elated. "Father, mother, does the clothing fit well?" "It fits perfectly," Zhu Jianjun replied with a beaming smile. Tang Mei felt a twinge of concern, admonishing that next time, Qingya should refrain from spending so extravagantly. He Dong chuckled. In comparison to the unconditional support and care his family bestowed upon him after his rebirth, such expenditures were trivial. It was merely Qingya's desire to show filial piety, and he had no part in it. Chapter 131. You are not a child anymore. Tang Mei remained unconvinced. Were it not for He Dong's willingness, Zhu Qingya would not dare to spend so freely. Yet, she understood the children's intentions. As long as He Dong treated them well, that was all that mattered. She had grown fond of this son-in-law. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, He Dong and Zhu Qingya departed. This time, they had not only purchased garments for the Zhu family, but also for the He family, reflecting the heartfelt sentiments of both He Dong and Zhu Qingya. It was a rare opportunity to stroll through the bustling city, and they seized the moment to buy suitable items. As for Higuei, He Dong realized he hadn't seen him in quite some time. Previously, he would visit the county daily to sell loquat preserves, encountering him regularly. With his absence, the chances of seeing him diminished. He also noted the reduced interactions with Zhang Guiping and He Deshang, who were preoccupied with household chores. Big sister, He Dong and Zhu Qingya entered the courtyard, where Feng Lan was busy tidying up. Upon hearing their voices, she looked up and spotted them. "He Dong, Qingya, you've come, she exclaimed, noticing the items they carried. You're here to visit your parents, aren't you? She turned to call for others to join. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping emerged from the kitchen. Dongzi, Qingya, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let us eat together. He Dong had no objections. And Zhu Qingya was equally agreeable. Father, mother, let me help you. No, it's almost ready, they insisted. It's fine, I can manage, she replied. Qingya, you should just leave it to me. Fang Lan was hesitant to allow her to assist. Guests should not be burdened, especially given that their lives had improved significantly thanks to the mushroom business He Dong initiated. She was filled with gratitude and could not bear to impose upon them. Yet, if Zhu Qingya insisted, she reluctantly allowed her to tend the fire. He Dong and the elders entered the house to converse. He presented the brand new garments. Zhang Guiping and He Deshang believed he was frivolously spending money. He Dong laughed. Now that you have a son earning money, isn't it only right for me to spend a little on you? Father, mother, wear them often if you like. If not, I can always buy something else. You rascal, now that you have money, your tone has become quite assertive. Buying things, indeed. He Deshang tapped his old smoking pipe on the table, playfully scolding him. With money, you must learn to be frugal. That is how you earn more. He Dong remembered the frugality that his father had instilled in him. Rest assured, father. Have Jia Dong and Jia Bao gone to school already? I bought 2 little backpacks for them. They can come to my place to collect them. Those things are quite expensive, Zhang Guiping interjected, clearly discontented. Your sister-in-law's cloth bag is quite delightful, and the children all enjoy carrying it, whether they like it or not. It reflects my sentiments, does it not? I do not yet have children. I cannot simply let it sit and gather dust, can I? Additionally, she has purchased some candies and school supplies for the children. It was only possible because she had a vehicle. Otherwise, she would not have dared to bring back so many items. Zhang Guiping, upon reflection, could not help but glance at him. You are no longer young. It is time to take matters regarding children more seriously. Your elder brother's 2 children are already in school. What about He Dong? Can he claim that his child is already in his wife's womb? I understand, mother, rest assured. Zhang Guiping now feels a sense of relief. After all, ever since the affair with Zhu Qingya came to light, He Dong seems to have transformed into a different person. It is true what they say, a wayward son returns to the right path. She knows that her son genuinely cares for Zhu Qingya. Thus, he has assumed a sense of responsibility, embodying the qualities of a man. Speaking of which, one cannot truly say that this daughter-in-law is a harbinger of misfortune. She is indeed a blessing for He Dong. After breakfast, He Dong and Zhu Qingya returned home. After a short walk, Zhu Qingya went to her room to rest. Wei Xia and Dogsheng's mother, along with Qin Xiaoru, had already begun their work. It was not particularly complex work, and both Dogsheng's mother and Qin Xiaoru adapted quickly. He Dong intentionally allowed Wei Xia some time to learn bookkeeping, starting with mastering the numbers 1 through 10. It would not do to be as careless as Tian Mimi. The mere thought of it exhausts him. They claim that the college entrance examination is resuming soon. Yet farmers generally believe that earning a living from the land suffices. They do not entertain such lofty thoughts. Wei Xia found it challenging to learn, but she was diligent in her efforts. Whenever Zhu Qingya had free time, she would come to teach Wei Xia, whose handwriting was beautiful and made Wei Xia envious. When Tian Mimi had free time, she would also come to practice. Given the proximity of their homes, any noise could be overheard by the neighbors. As it happened, Tian Mimi was also dissatisfied with her own handwriting. It might be due to the recent abundance of game. Fewer people were coming to sell it. She found herself with ample leisure time. The 3 women gathered together, one teaching while the other 2 practiced writing. Indeed, it was quite an engaging scene. Qin Xiaoru observed Zhu Qingya, who wore new clothes, fashionable and beautiful, unlike anything seen in Shanghe Village or even Tong'an County. She had heard that the garments were purchased during a recent trip. After all, she had never seen them worn before. Sister Qingya, your outfit is lovely. Where did you buy it? Zhu Qingya, while teaching, turned upon hearing the compliment. At the market. What is the market like? How do such beautiful clothes come about? Sister Qingya looks even more stunning in them. This flattery caused Zhu Qingya to blush. Turning back, Wei Xia and Tian Mimi agreed with the sentiment. Zhu Qingya chose not to acknowledge them and retreated to her room. The 2, not progressing quickly in their studies, would often tease her. Such excessiveness. However, upon entering her room, she was taken aback to find He Dong inside. He Dong sat at the desk, diligently engrossed in writing something. Zhu Qingya entered without his notice. The the sound of her pen softly scratching against the paper. Zhu Qingya took light steps to observe, discovering a flurry of written data. It was an array of information she could not comprehend, yet it did not deter her playful spirit. With both hands, she covered her eyes, plunging into a sudden darkness accompanied by a familiar, delicate touch. Dong, without needing to think, recognized her instantly. He swept her up, seating her upon his lap. "What? Do you wish to provoke me?" he teased, aware of her mischief while he was preoccupied. Zhu Qingya pouted, denying it, fearful of his reaction. Yet, Dong held her in place, unwilling to let her escape, his focus unwaveringly on the papers sprawled across the table, his expression serious. Zhu Qingya resolved to refrain from disturbing him. In truth, she should not have interrupted him earlier. Now, she quietly observed the man whose face bore a look of earnest concentration as he busily scribbled on the paper, his elegant profile captivating her heart. She tilted her head, yearning to kiss him, but instead, her lips met his cheek. How did it transform into a kiss on the mouth? Chapter 132. One must first know how to drive. Dong claimed to be engrossed in the data inscribed on the table, lost in thought. Yet he was not entirely oblivious to the presence in his embrace. As Zhu Qingya rose unexpectedly, he turned to see what mischief she intended. To his surprise, she offered her lips to him. How could one refuse such a gesture? Unless one were a fool. Zhu Qingya froze momentarily, caught off guard by his sudden movement. Her cheeks flushed. However, the man's lips descended, leaving her no room for retreat. 2 days later, old Xiao had refurbished the rented warehouse and summoned Dong for a visit. In the afternoon, good news arrived from carpenter Tanmu. The wooden frames were completed. He even crafted an extra frame, as Dong had ordered in larger quantities, allowing Tanmu to profit handsomely. Dong appreciated his thoughtfulness and arranged for the frames to be transported and installed. Observing the neatly arranged wooden structures in both warehouses, Dong felt that all was in readiness, waiting only for the right moment. Recently, Aunt Qin and Air Mao's mother had been progressing smoothly in Shanghe Village, with the demand for covered glass bottles increasing daily as more individuals joined the endeavor. Of course, Aunt Qin and Air Mao's mother were strict in their teaching, leaving no room for carelessness. Xu Yong was tirelessly making 5 to 6 trips a day, a grueling effort. In the afternoon, he planned to purchase a tractor. Who should accompany him? In his previous life, Dong had never operated such machinery. If he were to drive, he would certainly need to learn from someone. But he had no intention of taking the wheel himself. After much contemplation, Zhu Changmei emerged as the ideal choice. After lunch, Dong and Zhu Changmei first approached the village secretary to obtain a letter of introduction, then headed to the Agricultural Machinery Association in the county to purchase the tractor. This machine was quite large, and its operation was notably noisy. In his past life running a restaurant, Dong had observed others using it. Initially, he refrained from buying one, deeming the noise excessive and the cost prohibitive, roughly 2,000 yuan for a single unit, which was untenable for a small business. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. To establish a factory, one must consider purchasing not just one, but perhaps even 2 tractors. However, the prerequisite is that someone must first possess the knowledge to operate them. "Hello, how do you drive this? Do you provide training?" they inquired, revealing their genuine lack of experience. Dong proactively approached a sales clerk for assistance, who then summoned a seasoned expert. The tractors, due to their high cost, are notoriously difficult to sell. Typically, they are acquired by village officials for communal use. Yet, even they often lack the necessary skills to operate the machinery. Thus, a skilled instructor from the supply and marketing cooperative was designated to impart this knowledge. Large machinery cannot simply be transported without expertise. Upon the arrival of the instructor, Dong graciously offered him a cigarette, expressing his gratitude with, "Uncle, thank you for your hard work." The instructor, pleased by this gesture, acknowledged that Dong was the first to extend such courtesy among the many who had come to purchase tractors. It is often said that the ability to navigate social interactions is invaluable. Dong discreetly slipped an additional pack of cigarettes into the instructor's palm, eliciting a joyful tremor in the elder's gray beard. "My brother is a bit slow. Please take your time with him," Dong said, to which the instructor laughed heartily, reassuring him not to worry. With the instructor in good spirits and having received something in return, he was naturally inclined to teach diligently. After all, the tractors sold must ultimately be driven away by the buyers, rather than being delivered by foot. Dong then handed the remaining cigarettes to Zhu Changmei. signaling him to offer one to the instructor when the opportunity arose, emphasizing the importance of maintaining good relations, even when profit is not involved. Learning to operate the machinery is far more valuable than mere monetary gain. Zhu Qingya began to realize that Hidong was indeed serious about having him learn to drive the tractor while he himself observed from a distance. However, he was equally determined not to concede easily. Is it really just about driving a tractor? I've seen some in the villages. Yet, he pondered, what are all these controls for? Master Wang elaborated extensively, while Zhu Qingya listened intently, following the instructor's gestures and committing the names and essential functions to memory. Hidong watched, recognizing the familiar process akin to learning to drive a car, where one must first become acquainted with the vehicle. Now, to operate the tractor, one must ensure sufficient fuel supply. He needed to procure a substantial container of diesel to have on hand. Once the tractor was operational, its utility would expand significantly. It would be impractical to dash to the county town for fuel at the last minute. Hidong ventured to the agricultural machinery station to purchase diesel. Unlike future times, the current vehicle fuels are less varied, primarily consisting of diesel and kerosene. The tractor runs on diesel, and a large canister weighing 20 kilograms is quite considerable. Emerging from the station, he followed Master Wang towards the tractor, where Zhu Qingya awaited anxiously, reminiscent of his own experience during driving tests. The sunlight cast down upon them, and beads of sweat glistened on Zhu Qingya's forehead. Naturally, initial attempts at operation were fraught with tension. Master Wang, with a serious demeanor, pulled the handbrake and instructed Zhu Qingya to disembark so they could find a more spacious area, as the entrance of the agricultural machinery station was rather crowded. Hidong followed closely behind with the bullock cart as the sun began to set. At last, Zhu Qingya successfully operated the tractor on his own. Hidong presented a pack of cigarettes to Master Wang, who received it with evident delight. You didn't speak the truth earlier. Your brother is quite clever now, isn't he? He has certainly learned quickly. A lad from another village took 2 days to master the tractor and even returned halfway to seek my guidance. But your brother should manage just fine. Hidong grasped the situation. Zhu Qingya was indeed remarkable. Thank you, Master Wang. No trouble at all. Feel free to seek my help whenever you encounter any issues, Master Wang replied as he made his way back to the agricultural machinery station. The day was drawing to a close. Hidong watched his retreating figure before turning his gaze to Zhu Qingya, who was visibly elated. He had long envied others operating tractors. However, that was a luxury belonging to wealthier villages. In stark contrast, their village, Shanghe, was struggling financially. Were it not for Hidong's connections, who knew when he would have the chance to drive such a tractor? The elevated perspective was indeed exhilarating. Shall I take you for a spin? Hidong considered the tractor favorably. It was certainly superior to an ox cart, despite the cacophony it produced. Once it roared to life, conversation required raised voices. You go ahead. I will follow behind with the cart, Hidong instructed, pointing toward the ox cart. Once we return home, we can take a ride. He felt that using a loudspeaker would be easier, after all. Zhu Qingya understood and steered the tractor toward Shanghe Village. Hidong waited until Zhu was a distance away before he followed. The noise was overwhelming when close by. It was preferable to keep some distance for tranquility. Yet, the speed was remarkably greater. In no time, Hidong could only discern a small black dot fading into the sunset. As they ventured farther from the county, Zhu Qingya maneuvered the tractor along the bumpy rural roads. He glanced back at Hidong trailing behind. Why are you going so slowly? He chuckled, revealing his bright white teeth against his deeply tanned skin, a testament to his robust health. What are you driving, Qingya? Is that a tractor? We've never seen one in Shanghe Village before, but we know they exist, especially in wealthier areas. This is truly a first for us. The villagers were astonished. Did the Zhu family acquire enough wealth to buy a tractor? Haven't they only been in the wild game business for a short while? Truly, it seems beneficial to be associated with Hidong. In such a brief time, they've already purchased a tractor. Zhu Qingya nodded. Indeed, it is a tractor, uncle. Please step aside. I must return it promptly as it consumes fuel excessively. Stopping even for a moment would be wasteful. The man conversing with him quickly stepped back, clearing the path. Zhu Qingya drove the tractor homeward, the rumbling noise attracting the attention of every household along the way. The tractor, indeed, was a tractor. A child, seizing the moment when the adults were distracted, dashed into the middle of the road, excitedly pointing at the approaching tractor. Zhu Qingya, startled, slowed his speed. The child's mother hurried over to scoop him up and move him away. Zhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling quite shaken. Sister Huanghua, you must keep a closer watch on your child in the future, he admonished. The woman nodded in agreement, tightening her embrace around the child, her palm resting on his small bottom. If you do that again, she warned, but the child began to cry, feeling wronged. She couldn't help but feel pity for him, and soon busied herself in soothing his tears. Yet, the child, seeing others chase after the tractor, kicked his legs and wanted to join them, not shedding a single tear. Time passed swiftly as Sister Huanghua helplessly followed. The sky darkened. By the time Zhu Qingya drove the tractor into Hidong's yard, a throng of people, both big and small, trailed behind him. The moment he halted the tractor, the children quickly encircled it. Uncle Qingya, is this really a tractor? Can I drive it too? A little boy, a frequent visitor to Zhu's home, reached out to touch the tractor but hesitated. His eagerness was palpable. Zhu Qingya bent down, lifting him up to sit together on the tractor. See, you're already sitting on it. I want to try too. Me too. A chorus of children clamored. Even Zhu Mian and Zhu Duoduo joined, drawn by the commotion. Tian Mimi attempted to intervene, but was unsuccessful. Wang Yu stood at the entrance of the He family home, too apprehensive to enter, recalling Hidong's previous remarks. She understood the gravity of the situation, yet the allure of the brand new tractor was undeniable. With so many people around, she couldn't catch a glimpse of it. Hidong, driving his ox cart home, witnessed this lively scene. Now, Wang Yu possessed a sense of self-awareness. Her earlier words had not been in vain. They held some weight. He entered the yard with his cart, not exchanging words with her. Zhu Qingya was genuinely surrounded by a crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. He glanced over but allowed the excitement to unfold. In these times, whenever a family acquired something new, it always elicited such fervor. Fresh and novel, the excitement would soon settle. Did he really buy it? Zhu Qingya's bright almond-shaped eyes were fixed on Hidong. She had been observing the tractor for quite some time when it first entered. Hidong nodded. Your fourth brother is quite capable. He can drive it. Would you like him to take you for a spin later? Zhu Qingya did not decline, intrigued to experience the tractor herself. However, she couldn't simply join the throng of children clamoring for Zhu Qingya to lift them up for a ride. I made dinner. Just wait a moment. Let your fourth brother eat here too, she added, though he was currently preoccupied with the children. One by one, the village children yearned to sit on the tractor, to touch it and observe it closely. As the darkness descended, Hidong switched on the lights, illuminating the yard, allowing the children ample time to marvel at the tractor. As the night deepened, He Jiadong and He Jiabao also arrived, drawn by the commotion. Together, of course, there were He Guifeng, Zhang Guiping, and He Deshang. Hidong had previously mentioned his intention to purchase a tractor to them. Naturally, now that it has been acquired, they must come to take a look. He Jiadong and He Jiabao sought out Zhu Qingya, eager to ascend and take a seat. Meanwhile, Zhu Jianjun and Tang Mei observed everything from next door, feeling genuinely pleased. This son-in-law was becoming increasingly remarkable. Indeed, who could overlook whose son-in-law he was? Zhu Jianjun beamed with pride. Tang Mei shot him a glare, recalling how things used to be, and wondered how pleased he would be then. It must be so. My son-in-law must be the most formidable in Shanghe Village. However, Tang Mei felt that this man had perhaps become a bit too self-satisfied. Nevertheless, it was indeed good that Hidong had made something of himself. When everyone had departed, Hidong and Zhu Qingya set the table for dinner. Zhang Guiping and He Deshang's family had already eaten, so they declined the invitation, feeling quite full. Only the two little ones gazed hungrily at the meat and eggs on the table. Zhu Qingya served 2 bowls of rice for He Jiabao and He Jiadong. The family conversed and dined together. The moon overhead rose higher, appearing particularly round and luminous. The silver-white moonlight spilled across the ground, while the vibrant red tractor stood still in the courtyard. As a new day dawned, Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi arrived at He's home and immediately spotted the brand-new tractor in the yard, quickly gathering around it to marvel. At that moment, Zhu Qingya also rose. Hidong intended for Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi to assist in delivering loquat canned goods for distribution. It was reported that the canned goods factory in Shengshi had begun producing loquat preserves, although it was situated within the city limits. They maintained a non-interference approach, resulting in a continued rise in demand for loquat canned goods. With Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi's diligent efforts, they had successfully recruited several small shops to join their venture. However, the grander opportunity lay in supplying larger establishments like department stores and supply cooperatives, where the volume of distribution was substantial. Higu, when will your canned goods factory be up and running? I have a friend working at the department store who mentioned that as long as the paperwork is in order, we can get in, Zheng Yang inquired. Rest assured, it will be soon. Once the batch of glass bottles from the glass factory arrives, I will commence the factory operations. He Dong replied. Zheng Yang was elated, having already earned 200 to 300 yuan, a sum he had never dared to dream of in the past. He eagerly awaited the opening of Hidong's factory for larger-scale distribution. Chao Sanchi felt the same way. Listening to their conversation invigorated him as they worked. After all, he had already purchased a bicycle and was preparing to buy a sewing machine for his future bride. His parents had encouraged him, saying that with their current circumstances, they should seize the opportunity to buy. Having a wife would also bring him respect. In the past, he had, like Hidong, been a wayward youth, looked down upon by others. Now that life had improved, many had changed their perceptions and were even willing to introduce potential partners. This was Zhu Changmei's first time using a tractor to transport fruit preserves, which made Zheng Yang, Chao Sanchi, and Hidong somewhat apprehensive. Hence, they insisted that Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi follow closely behind with the ox cart. Hidong rode his bicycle to the village entrance to accompany them. According to the previously agreed date, the batch of glass bottles should have arrived today. He is indeed unable to leave. However, Zhu Changmei is acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. The crates he is handling contain loquat preserves, which represent monetary value. He proceeds with utmost caution. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi are equally apprehensive, their hearts suspended in uncertainty. Trailing behind, their 4 eyes remain fixated on the tractor, fearful of any potential mishaps or breakages. Fortunately, with the sturdy racks, Hidong had instructed Tan the carpenter to craft a few additional ones. They are now securely placed upon the tractor, tightly bound from all sides, with ample dry straw nestled in between. Nevertheless, being glass, it would be disingenuous to claim that they are entirely untroubled. Thankfully, the journey has been uneventful, and they arrive safely in the county town. As Zhu Changmei is unfamiliar with the route, Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi take the lead with the ox cart. The spring breeze today feels particularly warm, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. The sun ascends higher in the sky. Hidong sets his bicycle down beneath the great banyan tree at the village entrance, fanning himself with his clothing while seeking respite from the heat. Villagers returning from their morning errands glance at him curiously. Dongzi, you've been waiting here since early morning. Why are you still here? Inquires a middle-aged man, a hoe slung over his shoulder and a straw hat atop his head. His sun-kissed skin a testament to his labor in the fields. Hidong recognizes him as the grandfather of Ermao, Su Yang's father. Uncle, I'm waiting for someone. Hidong replies with a smile, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Waiting for whom? A friend, he responds, as Su Hong departs with his hoe. Hidong gazes towards the little path leading into the village, where he can faintly discern 2 vehicles, one large and one small. Are they arriving? Hidong rides his bicycle forward, confirming that the smaller vehicle ahead is Lu Yu's Polonaise. He swiftly turns back. Lu Yu has never visited the warehouse where the glass bottles are stored. It would be much easier for him to lead the way. Observing Hidong cycling ahead, Lu Yu slows his pace to follow. The imposing red Dongfeng behind also picks up speed. They enter the village, and much like the tractor, the Dongfeng's engine rumbles loudly. Echoing from afar, men, women, and children emerge from their homes, drawn by the commotion. They spot the Polonaise followed by the large red vehicle, a sight many have yet to witness. However, some of the younger villagers recognize it as a Dongfeng, brimming with excitement. This vehicle is primarily used for transporting goods and is quite costly, typically reserved for state-owned enterprises. They wonder who in their village possesses the means to bring a Dongfeng into their midst. Once this news spreads, it will surely be a topic of conversation for days on end. Soon, they realize something intriguing. Hidong rides his bicycle ahead, followed by the Polonaise, and trailing behind is the Dongfeng. Thus, it appears that the vehicle is headed to Hidong's home. Could it be that this young man has struck it rich? Is the Dongfeng truly destined for his residence? What is this Dongfeng? The older villagers, seldom venturing out, are hearing about it for the first time. Inquiring with the young man beside him, the youth animatedly extolled the remarkable utility of the great east wind. It was at that moment that the old man comprehended the significance of the matter at hand. Come, let us see what is inside that vehicle. Hidong did not escort Lu Yu and the great east wind back to his home, but rather to the warehouse where several individuals he had invited awaited. Shortly thereafter, they began unloading and loading goods. Lu Yu had diligently guided the great east wind throughout the journey, exerting considerable effort. Hidong encouraged him to return home for some tea and snacks, provisions he had prepared from his recent trip to the county town. This time, he had benefited significantly from Gu Binghua's influence and could no longer burden others for assistance. The driver of the Great East Wind was also amiable, opening the rear door of the vehicle and joining in for a break. Hidong supervised the unloading process, emphasizing the delicate handling of the glassware. It was preferable to make several trips rather than risk any mishaps. The previously empty warehouse soon brimmed with gleaming glass bottles, a sight that filled Hidong's heart with joy. "You, lad, have been busy without even calling me." Shanghe arrived upon hearing the commotion. His inquiry, though innocuous, revealed a connection to his son, leaving him somewhat displeased. "Am I no longer needed in your eyes?" Hidong quickly offered his apologies, aware that Shanghe would not remain idle upon his arrival and would insist on lending a hand. He preferred not to cause worry for them in his advancing years. Nonetheless, Shanghe remained displeased and rolled up his sleeves to pitch in. As long as his old bones could move, he would never shy away from work. Not only did he join, but Zhang Guiping and Fong Lan also arrived, saying nothing and simply getting to work. Hidong had initially planned to let the hired help manage the tasks, but it appeared that his parents would not allow him to stand idly by. Once the entire load of glass bottles had been unloaded and both warehouses were nearly filled, the group followed Hidong to the Zhu residence. A meal had been promised for midday, and the neighbors did not expect any wages for their assistance, merely hoping that Hidong would find profitable ventures in the future and remember them. Over at Zhu Qingya's place, along with Tang Mei and Tian Mimi, preparations for lunch had begun early. Due to the continuous work on Hidong's side, Wei Xia and the others could not pause. Thus the meal was being prepared at the Zhu home. Originally, they intended to invite Shanghe, Zhang Guiping, and Fong Lan for lunch, and now, with everyone present, 3 tables were set. Gui was away, and both Zhu Qingya and Zhu Changmin were similarly absent from home. However, Zhu Jianjun and Zhu Changmei had also ventured out to work, and upon returning, they aimed to assist further by entering the kitchen. As more people gathered, the courtyard buzzed with lively chatter. Lu Yu and the driver of the Great East Wind, resting and drinking water next door at the He residence, were taken aback by such a vibrant scene, having seldom witnessed gatherings in the countryside. The loud voices and boisterous demeanor were unexpected, yet each person worked diligently, perspiring profusely, which somehow rendered them quite endearing. Hidong called them over for the meal, and the two went, but since driving was involved, he did not prepare any alcoholic beverages for them. Instead, he took his own kin loquats. Liu cherished this. The canning factory was currently producing loquat preserves. The taste was delightful. Even the driver of the Dongfeng truck found it delectable, unable to stop after downing 3 bottles in succession. Liu could not help but chuckle. He had already consumed 2 bottles himself, and it was high time to cease. He did not wish to be the subject of Hidong's jest. However, the Dongfeng driver remained indifferent. Since Hidong had offered it, declining would seem disrespectful. Hidong smiled, assuring him there was more than enough. After their meal, Lu Yu and the Dongfeng driver contemplated their departure. They had come solely to deliver goods to Hidong. The canning factory was in need of personnel, and they could not afford to delay. After all, the journey had taken them 2 to 3 hours. By the time they returned, nightfall would be upon them. Chapter 135. This is what you called me. Hidong did not linger, seeing them off to their vehicle. He conveyed to Manager Gu that whenever he visited Shing City, he would ensure to share a few drinks with him. Rest assured, Mr. He, Lu Yu remarked. Hidong noted that this was the second time Lu Yu had referred to him as Mr. He. In his previous life, once he had acquired wealth and fame, everyone called him Mr. He. Yet, the solitude of his later years cast a melancholy shadow upon such titles. He chuckled softly, suggesting, from now on, just call me Hidong. It feels more familiar. Initially, Lu Yu was uncertain how to address Hidong. However, when Gu Binghua encouraged him to do so, he complied. Having spent years alongside Gu Binghua, he had encountered many esteemed individuals. Yet, a person like Hidong, hailing from a rural background without any connections or lineage, who became known to Gu Binghua simply due to a can of loquats, was truly unprecedented. Even now, he struggled to comprehend this. At that moment, Hidong stepped back, standing by the roadside as he watched Lu Yu and the Dongfeng truck depart. Others looked on, having gained invaluable insight today. A vehicle from Shang City. A visitor from Shang City. No one knew how they were acquainted with Hidong. This incident continued to be a topic of fascination for many days thereafter. There was someone remarkable in their village, named Hidong. What made him remarkable? Let me tell you. That evening, Hidong gazed at the glistening glass jars on the wooden shelves in the warehouse, lost in thought. Before his rebirth, he could never have imagined that one day he would engage in an endeavor he had never attempted before. It all stemmed from a simple compliment from Zhu Qingya, delicious. An inspiration struck, and he acted upon it without hesitation, navigating uncharted waters. To his surprise, he had managed to achieve a modest scale of production. However, the true triumph would be the successful operation of the canning factory. When Zhu Qingya sought him out, she sensed that Hidong was somewhat entranced. "Have you been staring at these glass jars all day?" she inquired. Hidong smiled, replying, "I can see the potential for profit." Zhu Qingya chuckled, finding nothing amiss. After all, the loquat preserves Hidong had sold were indeed housed in glass jars. He would routinely discuss the daily financial transactions with her. Echoing the words of his elder brother, Changrong, Hidong affirmed, "Anything capable of generating revenue undoubtedly will." Initially, she merely complimented the deliciousness of the loquat jam. Yet Hidong conceived the idea of selling it for profit. How could she have anticipated such a turn of events? "Starting tomorrow, we shall procure glass jars from the supply and marketing cooperative while simultaneously putting these to use. Come, I must return and meticulously calculate the accounts." During the day, he conducted a preliminary tally, but has yet to delve into the finer details. Upon returning, he intends to scrutinize the figures thoroughly. Zhu Qingya followed closely behind. Noticing that he had entered the room and settled at the desk, seemingly engrossed in his calculations without any intention of rising, he scribbled and computed incessantly. Unlike before, Zhu Qingya refrained from interrupting him, allowing him the peace to focus on his tasks. Feeling fatigued, she decided to wash up and retire for the night. Though she claimed to have accomplished little that day, weariness had overtaken her. Her eyelids felt weighted, nearly refusing to stay open. It was indeed peculiar. Ordinarily, at this hour, she could still manage to read for 2 more hours. "Qingya, would you assist me in recalculating this account? Something feels amiss," Hidong remarked. His brow furrowed as he turned to summon Zhu Qingya. To his surprise, she was not in the room, but rather asleep in bed. He could not ascertain when she had dozed off. Glancing at his watch, he recalled that he had lent his to Aunt Qin for her use. While Zhu Qingya's rested on the vanity, he rose to check, discovering it was already 11 at night. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Zhu Qingya's serene face lay peacefully on the pillow. He hesitated to awaken her. After all, such calculations could be repeated as necessary. The cost for this warehouse rental, the jars, transportation, and repairs totaled 445 yuan, encompassing the expense of a batch of glass jars and a month's rent. Currently, the sales of loquat jam were on the rise, with daily sales reaching 500 to 600 jars. Should expansion to other regions occur, the numbers would surely surpass these figures. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the establishment of the canning factory. Additionally, he considered staffing needs. A few days prior, he had discussed the current mushroom situation with Fong Lan, noting significant progress. He decided to delegate the sales responsibilities to others, with Lei Chang proving to be a competent choice. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanqi emerged as promising candidates for sales as well. He assigned He Gui and Zhu Changmei the task of delivering loquat jam to the county daily, as the former would save time and the latter provided him with greater assurance. Fong Lan would continue to maintain the accounts, ensuring meticulous records of the loquat jam's transactions. With so many thoughts swirling in his mind, Hidong felt no inclination for sleep. He diligently noted down all matters for record-keeping before turning to the ledger to assess his available funds. By dawn, he remained invigorated, for his finances were indeed substantial. Nevertheless, he recognized that he still needed to bridge the gap to establish the factory, which might necessitate borrowing additional funds. However, those with money were few, and securing loans would prove challenging without the endorsement of someone in a leadership position. Thus, obtaining a guarantee was no simple task. "Why did you stay awake all night?" As Zhu Qingya awakened, she noticed the lights in the room were still aglow. Hidongren remained seated at the desk, his posture upright. Hearing a sound, Hidong turned around. "You're awake? It's nearly dawn." Zhu Qingya glanced out the window, urging, "You should hurry and get some sleep. After all, it was you who called me." Hidong rose, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Initially, Zhu Qingya was taken aback, but upon realization, her cheeks flushed crimson. "Why are you being so improper so early in the morning?" With a smirk, Hidong turned off the light and climbed into bed. Enveloped in the warmth of the sheets which still retained the lingering scent of her delicate fragrance, it was undeniably pleasant. Yet even more delightful was Zhu Qingya herself. Before Hidong could settle in, his hands began to wander restlessly. Zhu Qingya's face turned as red as a ripe apple. However, the next moment, she frowned, covering her mouth and nose as she hurriedly left the bed and exited the room. Hidong, concerned that something might be amiss, followed her, only to hear a retching sound. Zhu Qingya felt nauseous but was unable to relieve herself. The discomfort in her stomach was palpable, and her complexion had lost its earlier glow. "Are you all right?" Hidong asked, pouring her a glass of water. "You didn't even travel. So why are you feeling dizzy?" Zhu Qingya frowned, pressing her hand to her chest. "I don't know. I've been feeling unwell these past few days, with an urge to vomit." "Hidong, do you think I'm ill? Should I see a doctor? Feeling nauseous? For 2 days?" Hidong suddenly realized something and asked urgently. Zhu Qingya, bewildered, nodded. Given his reaction, one might assume he knew something significant, yet she was oblivious to the truth, and thus Hidong could not possibly know either. However, he recalled the situation with his former assistant's wife during her pregnancy. "Mr. He, you may not know, but my wife suffered from morning sickness for 3 months after she conceived. While most women gain weight during pregnancy, she lost weight instead." Chapter 136. Yearning for fatherhood. Every time I witnessed her discomfort, I regretted allowing her to bear my child. "Mr. He, morning sickness is truly unbearable. Please let me return home, and I will come back promptly. My dear is suffering." "Thus, you're beginning to show symptoms?" Zhu Qingya was puzzled by his thoughts and words, feeling that something was amiss. "What symptoms?" Hidong took Zhu Qingya's hand and led her to the adjacent Zhu residence. "Let us consult Tang Mei. As someone with experience, she should know better than I." A month had passed, and Zhu Qingya had been well. He had assumed the earlier rumors of her situation were mere fabrications. After all, Zhu Qingya had not exhibited any of the symptoms mentioned by the assistant. Yet today, he sensed that she might indeed be pregnant. Excitedly, he pulled her along. Mom. Early in the morning, Tang Mei was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Soon, Zhu Qingya and Zhu Changmin would be heading to the county to sell wild game. Hearing the commotion, she recognized it was not her child, but rather Hidong. Noticing the urgency in his tone, she hastily set down her tasks, wiping her hands on her apron as she stepped outside. "Dongzi, Qingya, why are you up so early? What is the matter?" Zhu Qingya also wondered what was troubling Hidong. Suddenly, she was pulled to find Tang Mei, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes. She gazed at Hidong in confusion. Hidong, wearing a smile, looked at Tang Mei and said, "Mom, I wish to know if my wife is expecting my child." The question caught Tang Mei off guard, as her gaze shifted between Hidong and Zhu Qingya several times before finally resting on Zhu Qingya. The young woman's face turned crimson. A child? Did Hidong believe she was carrying his child? When did this happen? Observing her reaction, Tang Mei realized that Zhu Qingya was utterly oblivious. She ushered her into the room to talk, while Hidong remained outside, feeling that with his mother-in-law present, the matter could be clarified. Meanwhile, Zhu Qingya, still in disbelief, looked at Zhu Qingya and Tang Mei's retreating figures. His younger sister was pregnant? When did this occur? He turned to Hidong, who replied, "It's not confirmed yet." Zhu Qingya pondered the situation, recalling that it took him and Tian Mimi over 6 months after marriage to conceive. Hidong and Zhu Qingya had only been married for just over half a month. "Are you eager to become a father?" Zhu Qingya inquired, asserting that every man likely harbored such thoughts at the onset of marriage. Hidong replied, "Don't worry. My sister will surely bless you with 10 or 8 children." He patted Hidong's shoulder, then went to the kitchen for a meal. Hidong mused, "Are you referring to pigs, my second brother? That's quite unseemly." Nevertheless, the prospect of having a child was indeed heartening. In his previous life, he was not a good person and had harmed both Zhu Qingya and the child. In this life, he sought no more than this. Tang Mei and Zhu Qingya conversed in the room for quite some time before finally emerging. Hidong was anxious. If possible, he wished that in his past life, Zhu Qingya had not been pregnant, as that would lessen his burdensome guilt. Yet, witnessing Tang Mei's radiant expression and Zhu Qingya's flushed face, he felt certain he was to become a father. Tang Mei had not anticipated that her daughter would bring such joyous news. Typically, it took a few months for a woman to conceive. The last time Zhu Qingya mentioned feeling fatigued and gaining weight, Tang Mei had not realized it might be related to pregnancy. Hidong's reminder brought her a sudden clarity. Young women do not gain weight so easily unless they are expecting. Though she had dismissed the fatigue as merely spring lethargy, it was unlikely to cause intermittent drowsiness. especially coupled with increased appetite. She took Hidong's hand and placed it over Zhu Qingya's. Go tell your parents. It must be true. Hidong was overjoyed, while Zhu Qingya's embarrassment deepened. She had not fathomed that such signs indicated impending motherhood. Soon, she would join her sisters-in-law in welcoming a child. A thought that overwhelmed her with disbelief, making it feel like a dream. Hidong clasped Zhu Qingya's hand, feeling that heaven was granting him another chance to atone for his past misdeeds towards both mother and child. Zhang Guiping and He Deshang were taken aback to learn that Zhu Qingya was expecting so soon, as was Fong Lan, who was astonished for quite some time. They have only just married, and already she is with child. The sisters-in-law exchanged numerous heartfelt words, and as someone with experience, Fong Lan shared some intimate secrets among women. He Deshang and Zhang Guiping gazed at their daughters-in-law, growing fonder with each glance. Their eldest son had 2 sons, and now the younger one was about to become a father as well. It was indeed a joyous occasion. However, it was no longer appropriate for Hidong and Zhu Qingya to live alone. He Deshang suggested that Zhang Guiping go over first to provide care, and he would join her once he was free. Fong Lan needed assistance, and Zhang Guiping had no objections. With the arrival of children, Hidong had found fulfillment. He had promised to move in once he had children. After much discussion, they reached a consensus. The last to learn of the news was He Gui, who returned home late that night. Nevertheless, upon hearing the news, he was genuinely happy for Hidong. My brother has finally made something of himself, he thought. Hidong mentioned that the mushroom business was not thriving, so he decided to cease operations, asking for assistance instead. Of course, he had to go. He was soon to be a father and needed to prioritize Qingya. With so much on his plate, how could he care for anyone? Currently, Hidong had no shortage of money. Taking good care of his wife and child was of utmost importance, a sentiment Fong Lan shared. She reflected that if only her second brother had not boasted about making a fortune and returning, he might have already been married with children. Why even bring it up? He had been away for so long, with no word from him. Do not mention it in front of our parents. It will only sadden them, she cautioned. As if I would bring it up to upset them. Do you think our parents are unaware? They simply choose not to speak of it in front of you. Fong Lan served some food into He Gui's bowl and inquired, what truly drove your second brother to venture out back then? Was it not those young intellectuals who had been sent to the countryside? He Gui frowned. He could have returned to the city without issue. Yet he wrote a letter instead. Pingzi, for reasons unknown, insisted on leaving, and no one could stop him. But I heard you all tried to restrain him? Mother's heart softened. She thought to let him have a meal at night, not realizing he would push her aside and escape under the cover of darkness. By the time we went to look for him, he had vanished. He Gui sighed deeply at this recollection, ultimately losing his appetite. Their parents had 3 sons, and in the past, they relied solely on him. Now, with Hidong, they had gained another. Yet, who would not wish for a harmonious family? Living together in peace and unity? Why have you stopped eating? Fong Lan asked. I have no appetite, He Gui replied as he retreated into the house. Fong Lan went to the kitchen to fetch hot water, contemplating the customary ritual of soaking his feet after a long day. Yet, tonight, He Gui lacked the leisure for such comforts. He hastily washed up and went to bed. When He Ping left home, he was 23. Now, 3 years had passed. Chapter 137, died outside 3 long years. Many speculated that such a lengthy absence without news likely meant he had perished away from home. The notion of dying outside was something he found hard to bear. Perhaps he was still alive? After all, he was a son of the He family. No matter how arduous the circumstances he had endured, it is unreasonable that one's own brother could lack such fortitude. It would be preferable if he could return at any moment. With a sigh, He Gui wiped away his tears. Fong Lan, observing his state, understood that it was unwise to mention anything about He Ping, as it would only cause him distress. Alas, Zhang Guiping is coming to stay. Hidong and Zhu Qingya have tidied up the adjacent room. Tang Mei, living nearby, felt that anything would suffice, yet still reminded Zhu Qingya and Hidong several times that they could call her for assistance at any time. The young couple, being inexperienced and childless, were naturally apprehensive about any unforeseen complications. Hidong deemed the situation not so dire. He would simply heed He Gui's advice. The further along the pregnancy progressed, the more he would endure, avoiding any disturbance to Qingya. Once the child was born, everything would be well. Above all, Zhu Qingya's health was paramount. Zhang Guiping would not allow her to engage in strenuous tasks. She was both a mother-in-law and a mother. Fong Lan had experienced a miscarriage a couple of years ago while striving to alleviate familial burdens through labor, a consequence of their impoverished circumstances. Zhu Qingya, being a first-time mother, required even greater care. Anxing, after this pregnancy, would certainly grasp this reality. It was her mother-in-law, Shen Dakui, who treated Tang Guizhi this way. Although she was He Deshang's wife, she did not enjoy such privileges. Yet, should not a daughter-in-law be regarded as a person too? He did not share Shen Dakui's biased sentiments. Both the eldest and youngest sons deserved equal affection. It was unreasonable to show blatant favoritism. Initially, Zhu Qingya struggled to adjust. She had the desire to be active, yet now she was suddenly advised against any movement. It was a disconcerting feeling. However, when she thought of the life she carried within her, she found herself powerless. There was also a more pressing concern. With a child on the way, could she still pursue her university studies? She had witnessed Wang Yu and Tian Mimi with their prominent bellies. If it came to that, how could she possibly attend the examination? The mere thought was mortifying. Glancing at the study materials on her desk, which Dong had painstakingly acquired for her, she felt immense regret at the prospect of abandoning her aspirations midway. She was consumed with worry, losing her appetite. Upon noticing this, Zhang Guiping mentioned it to Dong. Dong had been preoccupied these past few days with borrowing money, seeking introductions from the village secretary, and sending telegrams to Yuan Yongming. He was currently awaiting a response. Upon entering the room and seeing Zhu Qingya in distress, he smiled gently. "Why aren't you eating properly?" "I can't," she replied. Her appetite had diminished significantly over the past few days. Even the most delectable meals held no flavor for her. Moreover, the examination was drawing near, and Huanging had mentioned that it was challenging to attend with a growing belly. While there were those who had given birth and taken the college entrance examination, she had never heard of anyone doing so while pregnant. "Is it that my cooking is unappetizing? I can prepare something else," he offered. Zhu Qingya grasped his hand. "No, that's not it." Dong turned back to see her pouting lips. Ultimately, Zhu Qingya hesitated. "I will eat." Zhu Qingya rose and stepped outside, where Dong seized the opportunity to engage her, asking, "Qingya?" Zhu Qingya turned back, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. "What is it?" Dong continued, "We are married. You must share anything that concerns you." He recalled that just days prior, Zhu Qingya had an excellent appetite. Her sudden aversion to food suggested there might be something troubling her. Zhu Qingya understood that her matters were not beyond Dong's perception. Yet, she remained torn between choosing her child and her studies, uncertain of her own decision, let alone how Dong might choose. These past days, she had diligently focused on her academic pursuits. Should she sacrifice for the child? She remained uncertain. "I will inform you when I can, but right now, I am genuinely hungry and need to eat." Withdrawing her delicate fingers, Zhu Qingya went out to eat. Dong felt she was withholding the truth. As he contemplated asking her again, Zhu Qingya had already left for her meal. Zhang Guiping, observing her daughter-in-law step out for food, finally felt at ease. Zhu Qingya recognized that she had caused concern and resolved not to repeat it. In recent days, Zhang Guiping had been meticulously caring for her. "If you crave something in the evening, just let me know. I am free, and if I cannot cook, I will ask Dong to teach me." Compared to her time at Gui's, tending to 2 children and taking care of livestock, life with Dong felt considerably more relaxed. As a farmer accustomed to constant toil, she found idleness rather disconcerting. She had initially intended to visit Gui to see if there was anything to do, but He Deshang did not call for her. Each of them was watching over a son, which was quite satisfactory. When free, he would come to visit her. Zhu Qingya, newly pregnant, needed careful attention. She certainly did not wish to be like Rong, who had been frail since birth and difficult to nurture. Zhu Qingya genuinely enjoyed the meals prepared by Dong, though she was aware of his busy schedule. Zhang Guiping's home-cooked meals were also quite pleasing. In fact, she found herself preferring lighter fare lately, feeling less inclined toward meat and rich dishes. It was indeed peculiar. Sometimes, even the distant aroma of food was overwhelming. Was it because of her condition? "Mother, your cooking is excellent. I truly enjoy it." Zhu Qingya was not being insincere. Zhang Guiping beamed with joy, and Dong felt that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was developing quite well. "Dear in-laws, Dongzi is here. I have washed some jujubes for Qingya. You should all try them. They were just bought this morning by Zhang Yao to nourish his sister," Tang Mei said, approaching with a basket of red jujubes and a bowl of freshly washed ones. Zhang Guiping tasted one, declaring it delicious and suggesting they give them all to Qingya. Tang Mei placed the jujubes on the table, beaming with delight. Hidong took the basket from her. "Mother, let me handle it," he said. Tang Mei smiled, handing the jujubes to Hidong. She realized that her mother-in-law, Zhang Guiping, was far more agreeable than Wang Yu's family. When she mentioned giving them to Qingya, she truly meant it, not keeping any for herself. Despite the fact that women in her condition often indulged in good food, they were ultimately traversing a precarious path. A mother's heart aches for her own daughter. Yet, Zhang Guiping did not share that sentiment. In recent days, she has been well taken care of. As seen in her eyes, "Dear in-laws, please have a few more. They are quite sweet," Zhang Guiping insisted, waving her hand in refusal, stating she needed to busy herself in the kitchen. During this time of leisure, she had taken to learning how to make loquat preserves alongside Wei Xia, and her efforts had proven commendable. Observing Zhang Guiping's industriousness, Tang Mei chose not to intrude, feeling reassured that her in-laws treated their daughter kindly. However, her heart ached as she gazed at Zhu Qingya. "Whatever you desire, just tell your mother, don't feel shy. Even after marriage, you remain my daughter, not someone else's." "I understand, Mom," Zhu Qingya replied, clasping her hand. Hidong smiled, adding, "I have never held back with you, Mother. I only fear you might find us too forward in the future." "What nonsense are you speaking? I would prefer it if you were more unreserved," she retorted. "Since we live nearby, if we were far apart, I would have to bring Qingya back home to care for her." "You speak the truth. The Zhu family is merely separated by a wall. What difference does it make between the in-laws and the family of origin?" Chapter 138. Two families become one at the well. Dogsheng's mother, busy fetching water, interjected, "Why not simply tear down the wall and unite the two families?" Tang Mei laughed. "Don't think I'm unaware of the Wu family's affairs. Are you at odds with my kitchen? If the wall comes down, my kitchen will be drafty." Dogsheng's mother burst into laughter. "Then you can just relocate, can't you? It's not that simple. It would cost a fortune. Besides, that wall is already quite close. Though it is merely a wall, its absence would feel rather peculiar." Currently, Hidong was quite occupied, with two little troublemakers at home. They were hardly manageable. With Zhu Qingya now having a child, she needed to keep her distance from the toddlers. Dogsheng's mother continued her tasks, while Tang Mei conversed at length with Zhu Qingya. The children were asleep at that moment, allowing her a brief respite. Once they awakened, there would be no time for such leisure. Hidong prepared to head to the county town, rolling out his bicycle, feeling that it had been long enough since he sent the telegram without receiving a response. Was Yuan Yongming out of commission? He informed Zhu Qingya and Tang Mei before stepping outside, only to suddenly halt in surprise. To his astonishment, 2 or 3 Bolognese cars were parked outside. What was going on? He was startled, as were the people exiting the vehicles. Just as one person swung open the door, he narrowly avoided a collision with Hidong's bicycle. Looking up, he saw a man with a pale complexion atop a bicycle, dressed in a loose long-sleeved shirt, distinctly different from the residents of Shanghe Village. Moreover, he seemed familiar. Secretary Lung? Hidong was equally taken aback to encounter Secretary Lung in such circumstances. Due to the bank's requirements for additional paperwork, he had approached Secretary Lung several times, yet to no avail. Was it possible that the Hidong mentioned by Yuan Yongming was indeed this very Hidong? A chill ran down his spine. Hidong cautiously rolled his bicycle backward. "What brings you to Shanghe Village?" Secretary Lung queried. "Is this your home?" Hidong nodded in affirmation. "I was just about to head out." Lung Yuhai realized that his thoughts were indeed correct. "Please, do not leave just yet." He turned to search for Yuan Yongming in the car behind. Hidong was momentarily taken aback, pondering that no matter how much clout he had, it was improbable for Secretary Lung to seek him out. Surely, there must be a reason for this. After a while, he began to understand. Perhaps the individual truly sought him out. Yuan Yongming emerged from the back seat, clad in a crisp shirt and tailored trousers. His neatly cropped black hair gleamed, and his shoes shone brilliantly. This attire was far more fitting than the garb of a mere farmer from earlier days. "Comrade Yuan," Hidong exclaimed joyfully, leaning his bicycle against the wall. Yuan Yongming regarded Hidong with a sense of nostalgia, as it had been over half a month since they parted ways at Shanghe Village. Hidong appeared somewhat darker than before, yet in a handsome manner. A man should not be too pale. "You still remember me?" Hidong nodded. This question would have been redundant had they been alone, but in the presence of others, it bore significance. "I could never forget. Come, let me introduce you to Hidong, the pioneer of our Tongan County. Thanks to him, the quality of life for the people of Shanghe Village has significantly improved. You must conduct a thorough interview with him." As Yuan Yongming concluded his words, Hidong was still trying to grasp the situation. He noticed 2 or 3 individuals approaching him, glancing at Yuan Yongming, feeling somewhat intimidated. Yuan Yongming caught his eye, signaling him to perform well, emphasizing that he was there to support him. The single word support instilled a sense of urgency in Hidong. After all, the last time Yuan Yongming saw him, he had not been reported or arrested. Subsequently, he had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. This time, however, he had brought many individuals along, not to assist him, but perhaps to mitigate a crisis. Who posed a threat to him? Yet, amidst the crowd, it was not the time for discourse. Yuan Yongming subtly gestured for him to do well. Beyond that, he offered no further words. Hidong understood that his only course of action was to perform admirably. Fortunately, he had ample experience with interviews in his previous life, and even when faced with these formalities, he felt no fear. After all, what were questions but inquiries? He was determined not to allow Yuan Yongming's entourage to undermine him. Would they ensnare him? He would not leap into their trap. The group followed Hidong into the courtyard of his home. The occupants of the yard were taken aback by the sudden influx of people, pausing their tasks to observe. Hidong reassured them, "It's all right, continue with your work." Yet, he soon noticed that the person with the microphone was approaching Wei Xia and the others. Hidong had confidence in himself, but the unexpected nature of the situation began to instill a hint of worry. However, as long as Yuan Yongming was present, he felt reassured. Why be anxious when there was support? Hidong claimed there was nothing to fret over, yet Zhu Qingya and Tang Mei, along with Zhang Guiping, had never encountered such a scene before. To say they were untroubled would be disingenuous, especially with so many unfamiliar faces around. Aren't you that Zhuan Baihu? Tang Mei recognized Yuan Yongming. Zhu Qingya also caught sight of him, and it was evident that Yuan Yongming had noticed them as well. Do you still remember me? Indeed. Tang Mei initially intended to say something more, but upon observing his attire, she discerned the truth. Such a person clearly belonged to a different echelon of society. He must be an official from the city, adorned in a manner that exuded grandeur. Even Zhu Qingya felt the palpable sense of distance between them, so vast. Nevertheless, Yuan Yongming remained as approachable as ever, alleviating her concerns somewhat. Ling Yuhai found the situation increasingly perplexing. It was said that a high-ranking leader had abruptly decided to visit Shanghe Village, yet he appeared to be acquainted with Hidong's family. And what about this Zhuang Baihu? It was evident that there was a deeper narrative at play. Little did he realize that Hidong's claim of knowing individuals of significant stature was indeed accurate. It was none other than Yuan Yongming. He had misjudged the situation. On the other hand, Dogsheng's mother felt a surge of anxiety as a stranger approached her, initiating conversation. She hesitated to respond, her nervousness palpable. Qin Xiaoru and Wei Xia, hiding behind her, were even less inclined to speak. The villagers had rarely ventured beyond their confines and had little exposure to the wider world. It was only due to the presence of the 2 individuals behind her that Dogsheng's mother managed to maintain her composure. Otherwise, she might have faltered. "Madam, what do you hold in your hand?" inquired the young man, pen poised to jot down notes in a casual manner. Dogsheng's mother glanced at the loquats in her hands and replied, "Yes, they are loquats." "For what purpose?" He continued, "We make loquat preserves. Look, there are some in the kitchen." The kitchen indeed housed a batch of neatly prepared loquat preserves. The reporter gestured for his colleague to capture photographs. Since Hidong began selling loquat preserves, he had been particularly vigilant about cleanliness, a standard that was evidently instilled in his employees. The kitchen, though unassuming, was remarkably tidy. They snapped several pictures before resuming their inquiries with Dogsheng's mother, who felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Chapter 139. Hidong is to be arrested suddenly. A group of individuals appeared, taking photographs and asking questions, prompting her to fear that something was amiss. Would she be apprehended? She had heard tales of vendors in the county being frequently arrested. Zheng Yang and Chao Sanchi were particularly cautious. Were they now in a predicament? She dropped the loquat preserves and ran, disregarding everything else. If trouble were to arise, it was not her concern. She merely assisted others for a meager income. Seeing her panic, Qin Xiaoru hastily abandoned her glass bottle and fled as well. She had never encountered such individuals or witnessed such a scene. And now she felt utterly speechless. The questioning reporter asked, "Am I a harbinger of doom?" Fortunately, only one remained, Wei Xia. "Hello," Wei Xia began, but then took off running. However, after a couple of steps, she turned back. "Please, don't arrest Hidong. He is a good person. Thanks to him, the people of Shanghe Village are living well." The reporter smiled and replied, "May I inquire about the loquat preserves? We are not here to arrest anyone." Wei Xia was skeptical, her gaze darting towards Hidong. He nodded in reassurance, providing her with a measure of comfort. The questions posed by the journalists primarily concerned the well-being of the populace. Hidong stood for a considerable time, absorbing the discourse. In contrast to Gosheng's mother and Qin Xiaoru, Wei Xia exhibited a sense of composure. Zhang Guiping and Tang Mei, listening intently to their conversation, were genuinely perplexed, as they were capable of answering the queries posed. Hidong, however, was genuinely committed to ensuring everyone's prosperity. He certainly was not there to apprehend anyone. Tang Mei discreetly returned home, preparing to summon assistance, in case there was a need for it later. Zhang Guiping also felt compelled to inform her elderly husband, fearing that significant trouble was brewing for her youngest son. Zhu Qingya, particularly anxious, watched Hidong intently, her palms slick with perspiration. At this moment, Hidong had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, based on Yuan Yongming's character, he felt a sense of trust. He reached out, clasping Zhu Qingya's hand. Noticing the dampness in her palm, he turned to her and reassured, "It's all right, trust me." Initially overwhelmed with anxiety, Zhu Qingya felt a strange alleviation upon hearing those 3 words. Over the days they had spent together, she had come to recognize Hidong as a trustworthy individual. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his hand. It was best if nothing transpired. However, should adversity arise, they would face it together. Upon returning home, Zhang Guiping promptly informed He Deshang about Hidong's predicament. He Deshang, filled with trepidation, abandoned his hoe and rushed towards Hidong's location. In recent days, Hidong had indeed been thriving in the village, living comfortably. He had contemplated the possibility of trouble arising one day, but this seemed rather abrupt. At the very least, he should have been present. Second brother. Suddenly, he heard He Datian's voice and turned to see He Datian standing at his doorstep, observing him. However, he seemed disinclined to speak. With so many individuals from above arriving, it was uncertain what fate awaited Hidong. He needed to hurry. Noticing that He Deshang had ignored him, He Datian took the initiative to approach. "What's the matter, second brother? I heard that Hidong is in trouble. You're heading that way, aren't you? I advise against it. Hidong has enjoyed a fair amount of success in the village, now that those from above are aware. It is only natural for them to apprehend him. Your presence would be of no consequence." He Deshang felt a pang of discomfort at this remark and halted. "Brother, you are my own flesh and blood. How can you say such things without humanity?" He Datian seldom witnessed his brother's anger, but remained stoic. "What humanity are you speaking of? If the authorities disallow such actions, they must not be undertaken. Your son, Hidong, has been acting in secrecy, and now that he has been discovered, isn't it only fitting that he faces the consequences? This is merely a matter of timing. If he wished to avoid capture, he should not have engaged in such activities in the first place." He Datian pointed emphatically at the ground, his words resounding with conviction. He Deshang gazed at him coldly, recognizing the validity in his brother's words, yet also feeling the weight of familial loyalty. Ultimately, encountering his son took precedence. "Why won't you listen?" He Datian was taken aback by his brother's reaction. However, the spectacle at Hidong's residence was too enticing to ignore. It brought him great pride as he ventured into the business of wild game and mushrooms, and even embarked on the venture of canned loquats. Day by day, a multitude of visitors frequented his home. The lives of Higui and Zhu Changrong flourished, yet none thought to consider Hidong's family, not even his own uncle. Such familial bonds seemed to be overlooked. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, He Datian hastened his steps to witness the commotion. Upon encountering acquaintances, he exclaimed, "Have you heard? Hidong, my second uncle, is about to be arrested." The news sent shivers through the crowd. What happened? Why is he to be arrested? It was merely a consequence of his business dealings. As his son He-jin had pointed out, in these times, engaging in such activities could lead to dire consequences. I suspect Hidong's future may be confined to prison. Is it truly that serious? Someone questioned. Why else would high-ranking officials be present? If you don't believe me, come see for yourselves. Although the townsfolk were skeptical, they knew He Datian, being Hidong's uncle, would not deceive them. Thus, curiosity led them to follow. Before long, He Datian had gathered a considerable number of people to accompany him to Hidong's home, where a crowd had already begun to gather. Most were summoned by Tang Mei, whose sons had all gone out to work. Zhu Changrong was bedridden and could only enlist the help of those in the village. If they truly intended to arrest someone, it could not be allowed. The community was well aware of how their lives had improved since He Dong's ventures began. They could not forget the benefits he had brought them. Now that he faced adversity, they could not stand idly by. Some remarked that He Dong was her son-in-law, which certainly influenced her perspective. But what if they too were apprehended? Tang Mei felt there was little to say to such individuals. Those willing would go, while those unwilling could not be coerced. Households began to mobilize. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Guiping joined in the efforts. The two women scoured their neighborhoods for help. As noon approached, many people were indeed at home. In a short while, those who could went to He Dong's side. Even Gosheng's mother, who initially intended to remain uninvolved, reflected on the money she had earned from He Dong and the fine treats she had purchased for her children. With meat still simmering in her pot, her conscience urged her to go. When He Daitian arrived at He Dong's doorstep, he was elated. He need not utter a word. Many had come to witness the unfolding drama. He Dong had once basked in the village's admiration, but today, his fortunes had turned. The loquat business now seemed an unattainable dream. He took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, exhaling a dense, greenish fog. Chapter 140. What are you shouting about? He found today's smoke particularly enjoyable. He and Shun Dakwi had failed to benefit from their last encounter at Higues, but this time, surely they would not miss their chance. A lively crowd had gathered, creating a cacophony of noise. However, the gates of He Dong's courtyard remained closed, and they dared not intrude. Amidst the chatter, uncertainty loomed regarding the circumstances inside. All they could hear were pleas, do not arrest He Dong. He is not a bad person. Indeed, He Dong is a good man. Were it not for him, we would not be enjoying our current favorable circumstances. Those present, you must not indiscriminately apprehend anyone. Yuan Yongming and Leng Yuhai turned upon hearing the commotion, only to realize that a considerable number of individuals had gathered at the entrance. He Dong felt a swell of emotion, as did Zhu Qingya. These individuals were not merely there to spectate. They had come to advocate on He Dong's behalf. What are you shouting about? What good man? What good days? The speaker interjected. Are you aware that what He Dong is doing is now illegal? Illegal. He Daotian listened to their outcry, feeling a sense of disapproval. He contemplated enlightening them about the nature of the law. Although he knew this was not a matter he could fully comprehend, it was his son, who studied at home, that had informed him. They could decipher the big character posters, understanding what actions were permissible and which were not. What He Dong was currently engaged in was unequivocally forbidden. How could one partake in illegal activities? Now that the authorities were coming to apprehend individuals, must you all be so reckless in your shouts? This sentiment nearly implied that He Dong deserved to be captured. He Dong is your nephew. Dear uncle, must you speak in such a manner? Why can't I say it? If this nephew has erred, he must be corrected, so he learns not to repeat his mistakes. The words that emerged from He Daotian's mouth felt profoundly misplaced. The others, disinterested, paid him no mind. To assert that what He Dong was doing was wrong, illegal, was one thing, but what of their previous involvement? They had all profited and spent the money. How could they reconcile this? If He Dong were to be apprehended, would they not share the same fate? He Dong is truly not a malevolent individual. Please be quiet. We merely wish to conduct an interview with He Dong, and we are certainly not here to make arrests. Due to the clamor, the reporters were struggling to discern what He Dong was saying. Without clarity, how could they write? If they wrote nothing, their visit would be in vain. Upon hearing that they were not there to arrest anyone, the crowd momentarily paused in disbelief. Really? The reporters nodded affirmatively. He Daotian was astonished. How could that be? My son has stated that what He Dong is doing is indeed illegal and that he will be apprehended. If you do not arrest him, is that not sheer nonsense? Besides, if you are not here to make arrests, what purpose do you serve at He Dong's home? He Daotian was unwilling to accept a single word of this. He Deshang's expression darkened with severity. How could a family member wish for such misfortune to befall his own kin? Had the reporters explained themselves, yet he remained unconvinced? He approached, saying, He Daotian, are you truly hoping for my son to be captured? He Daotian was taken aback by such a confrontation. His earlier assertions stemmed solely from his belief in his son. Naturally, he hoped for the truth to align with his convictions. Yet, in front of others, how could he express this? Second brother, you are mistaken. I am merely discussing the matter at hand, without any ill intentions. Without any ill intentions? Then keep your mouth shut. The loudest voice in the crowd belonged to him, despite calling him dear uncle. The conversation consistently revolved around the concept of illegality. The reporters, along with Yuan Yongming and Leng Yuhai, had already asserted they were not there to apprehend anyone. He turned to walk away. for Hidong was currently engaged in some interview that he needed to observe. He Didion, under duress, uttered words that did not come from his heart. A most unpleasant experience indeed. Nevertheless, he harbored faith in his son. Hidong's apprehension was inevitable. Next door, Zhu Qingya, who was still unable to walk unassisted, nevertheless hobbled out of his room with the aid of a cane. Wang Yu supported him closely, fearful of what might happen should he falter. "You're not fit to be up and about. Why won't you listen?" she admonished. The distance rendered them unable to hear much of anything. Zhu Qingya glanced at her, but chose to ignore her words. His legs may have failed him, but had they not, he would have been by Hidong's side, confronting anyone who dared to apprehend him or speak ill of him. Ultimately, it all circled back to his legs. He gazed at Wang Yu before asking, "I can't hear. Won't you go and listen?" Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. "You know as well as I do that if I go over there, I might end up with a broken leg." The harshness of Hidong's words lingered in her memory. Zhu Qingya, leaning on his cane, made his way toward Hidong's house. Wang Yu, anxious about the crowd gathered there, implored, "You really shouldn't go, Qingya." The Zhu family had entrusted her with the care of Zhu Qingya, and she could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. "Qingya, can't you heed my advice? What are you doing on your feet?" Tang Mei, hearing the commotion, glanced over, startled. Quickly back inside. "It's nothing. It's all fine now." Supporting Zhu Qingya, she led him inside. They said they're not here to arrest anyone. Only then did Zhu Qingya relent and head back. Tang Mei felt helpless. "Your leg has just improved. You mustn't risk it. I'll go over there and keep an eye on things. I'll let you know if anything arises." "Hurry, mother," he urged. "They claim they won't arrest anyone. But who knows if there are other intentions?" Tang Mei, understanding his urgency, yet feeling uneasy, went along. Zhu Qingya had Wang Yu bring a stool so he could sit in the yard, hoping to catch snippets of what was transpiring with Hidong. He couldn't quite grasp what was being said over there, but he was willing to listen to others' conversations. Wang Yu, powerless to change his mind, complied, bringing the stool and allowing Zhu Qingya to rest. He carefully placed his leg, encased in a plaster cast, on a small stool. Meanwhile, Hidong listened intently to the questions posed by the reporters, sensing a deeper significance behind them. He considered that he might not be arrested but rather showcased as an example. The questions were pointed in that direction. How he came to engage in trade to enhance the villagers' lives. How the production of loquat preserves had inspired others in the village to follow suit, and what the current living conditions of the villagers were. The reporters had even singled out a couple of individuals as representatives. Initially drawn by Hidong's comments, the onlookers now sensed a shift in tone, their apprehensions alleviated. Some even raised their hands, eager to volunteer as representatives. Hidong could only scoff in disdain. Do they really believe everything they're told? How foolish. Yet, regardless of his disdain, the improvement in the villagers' lives in Shanghe Village was irrefutable. Yuan Yongming had even specially requested that Hidong summon the former Huang Dashun to join them. This marked Huang Dashun's first appearance in such a context. Nervous hands fidgeted aimlessly. Yet, Yuan Yongming remembered, his dog could have been shot if it had bitten someone from the village. However, due to the presence of this outsider, it was spared. Initially, he even accompanied Hidong to get vaccinated. Chapter 141. He still recognized himself, the memory etched deeply. Hearing Yuan Yongming commend him for acknowledging his mistakes took him by surprise. Hidong understood that in this era, educational opportunities were exceedingly scarce. The villagers varied greatly in their levels of education. Individuals like Yuan Yongming, who had received higher education, stood apart, having encountered many uncivilized individuals. The sudden appearance of someone sensible was naturally memorable. This was precisely why he insisted on bringing Huang Dashun to meet Yuan Yongming and accompany him to the health clinic for vaccinations. These civilized individuals, he was well aware of from his past life, now adeptly applied that knowledge. Huang Dashun blushed profusely. Had it not been for Hidong's insistence, he truly would not have bothered with this person. Who would have known he had such significant connections? Clad in a crisp shirt, he clearly belonged to the ranks of the bureaucrats. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, indicating that should a similar situation arise again, he would act in the same manner. The journalists and writers who accompanied Yuan Yongming and Lung Yuhai meticulously recorded these words and scenes. However, the name that would emerge later would be Zhuang Baihu, not Yuan Yongming. Hidong had genuinely high hopes for Yuan Yongming. After the interview, his face was filled with satisfaction. Do well. The simplicity of those 3 words constituted immense recognition for Hidong. Watching several individuals depart, Dong felt a sense of relief. Yet, Daitian was somewhat dissatisfied. Why had Dong not been taken away? Those nearby cast scornful glances. What nonsense was that from your uncle? Wasn't it better that Dong wasn't taken away? His voice was not quiet, and Dong overheard. Turning back to gaze at his uncle, Daitian, he thought to himself that there would come a day when his wishes would be fulfilled. Dong murmured as he entered the courtyard. The car sped away quickly, leaving no trace behind. Hearing these words, Daitian felt a sting of sarcasm. He needed to return home and inquire thoroughly with his son about the situation. With such a commotion, why had Dong not been apprehended? Was this not utter nonsense? They had come and gone. Daitian quickened his pace homeward. Shanghe observed the retreating figure, his eyes dark and profound. Today, Dong had not been captured. Otherwise, he would have confronted him. Why did the family hope for Dong's misfortune? Last time, they had wished for Gue to meet a dire fate. Truly, if they no longer wished to be family, so be it. Dongzi, you must elucidate the situation for me. What exactly is happening? Today, he observed and listened intently, yet remained perplexed. The individuals who arrived bore an air of distinction. Their inquiries were far from trivial. They possessed both intention and strategy, yet ultimately, no resolution was reached. The sole silver lining was that Dong was not apprehended. He could perceive the gravity on his face. It was not only Shanghe who noticed. Zhang Guiping, Tang Mei, Zhu Jianjun, and Zhu Qingya were all watching as well. They were all in search of an answer. Dong entered the room and emerged with a large poster, which he presented to Shanghe. It appeared that Shanghe Village might soon report to the authorities. Much like Shanghe Village, Shanghe, somewhat illiterate, grasped only a fraction of the information. However, Zhu Qingya comprehended the significance. This poster was something Dong had retrieved from the village committee while visiting Secretary Zhang a few days prior. She read it thoroughly and understood that Shanghe Village had experienced significant economic growth due to land contracts. The county had issued a notice regarding this development. Who could have anticipated that Shanghe Village might also be presented with such a remarkable opportunity? Did this not suggest that our village would experience substantial progress as well? Dong gazed at her, the only one who truly grasped the situation, and could not conceal his excitement, nodding in affirmation. Zhu Qingya felt a surge of enthusiasm. Currently, the residents of Shanghe Village enjoyed white rice and resided in red brick homes. What a splendid situation. She envisioned the potential future of Shanghe Village, and a wave of fervor surged within her. Father, mother, this is a tremendous blessing, an extraordinary opportunity. Discussions of development and economy were beyond their comprehension. But the notion of good fortune resonated differently. If it was indeed good news, there was nothing to worry about. Observing their continued confusion, Zhu Qingya proposed. Shall I read it aloud for you? The group had no objections. Although they may not fully comprehend the content, surely someone would understand, right? Weixia also approached to listen. She had been learning a few characters alongside Zhu Qingya and could recognize some from the newspaper. Those gathered outside the courtyard, initially preparing to leave, were drawn back in by the mention of great news. After all, when Yuan Yongming's group departed, they had not apprehended Dong, leaving them uncertain of their intentions. The Zhu family, including Zhu Changrong, arrived with support from a cane. Wang Yu assisted him, wanting to enter but ultimately hesitating. Calling upon Tang Mei to help, Tang Mei guided a seat for him and settled beside him to listen. With Zhu Qingya's ethereal voice, each word from the newspaper gradually became clearer. Although Dong claimed to have read it once, he still felt a thrill of anticipation. Who could have imagined that Shanghe Village had such an opportunity? He had previously underestimated Yuan Yongming's ambitions. Yet, thinking of Yuan Yongming reminded him of the note he had tucked away when he boarded the vehicle. Such a prominent figure engaging in such matters was truly astonishing. At this moment, he retrieved the note and discovered it was a letter of complaint. Goodness, he recognized the handwriting. Dong wished to inquire about a character that was unclear to Zhu Qingya. However, it seemed that the individual did not hear him, so he had to approach to take a closer look. To his dismay, he discovered something amiss. The prominently displayed words report letter were far too conspicuous. Glancing at the person involved, he was aghast. How could his cousin act in such a manner? Upon hearing this, everyone else felt something was amiss as well and turned their attention towards him. Dong hastily gathered the paper and looked at Zhu Qingya, insisting that there was no cousin to speak of, and she must have misread it. Since this letter was given by Yuan Yongming, he could never allow anyone else to be aware of it. Zhu Qingya understood his gaze. I must have misread it, but what is that character? I truly cannot decipher it. He Dong took the newspaper to examine it and found the obscure character. Oh. Zhu Qingya noted it down and continued reading aloud. He Chung couldn't help but cast a glance at He Dong, instructing someone to enter the room. It wasn't that he was unwilling to listen, rather, he felt compelled to clarify certain matters. He Dong followed him into the room, deliberately closing the door behind them. I heard everything Zhu Qingya just said. Is it true that this matter relates to your uncle's family? He had pondered this earlier. When he encountered He Tian, the latter spoke with such conviction. Having grown up together, He Tian would not articulate such reasoned remarks without foundation. The phrase to speak is to commit a crime. To remain silent is also a crime. How well he understood. It could only mean he had learned from someone knowledgeable. Chapter 142. Acting like an uncle currently. There were two individuals in He Tian's household preparing for university entrance exams. Naturally, this was plausible, though it remained uncertain whether it was He Jin or He Yu. Observing the seriousness on his face, He Dong chose not to conceal the truth from him. This situation was utterly unscrupulous on He Tian's part. One could glean the insidious undertones from He Tian's earlier remarks. He was merely there to watch the spectacle unfold, to relish He Dong's misfortunes. The notion of breaking bones and connecting tendons was met with a scoff from He Dong. The arrival of those individuals was likely connected to this letter. Some intended to harm him, while others aimed to protect him. He Jin? He Tian, despite his limited literacy, would certainly recognize the names of his children. Otherwise, he would risk becoming the subject of ridicule should someone inquire. I always believed they were family, yet He Jin has proven to be a misjudgment. He Chung handed the letter to He Dong, bowing his head as he exited the room. Sometimes, human hearts cannot withstand the test of change. Some individuals may improve, while others may deteriorate. Do not speak of this to anyone. I will address your grandparents myself. He Dong understood that He Chung was genuinely concerned. Naturally, he would not say much more. He was not surprised that He Jin could commit such acts. In his previous life, He Jin encountered financial troubles and sought his assistance, appealing to familial ties for aid. Yet, that scoundrel turned around and betrayed him. What was clearly a loan became a false accusation of bribery. It was during that time he was compelled to write an IOU and consult a lawyer for handwriting verification. Otherwise, he would have indeed been branded with the label of bribery. This time around, he would not provoke He Jin, but should He Jin attempt to bully him, he would not allow himself to be belittled. He Jin, come out here. Upon returning home, He Tian shouted. Even Tang Guizhi, who was busy mending clothes inside, heard him. At that moment, she was conversing with her mother-in-law, Shen Dakui. Hearing the commotion, they both glanced towards the entrance of the courtyard, where He Tian had just entered. What is all this shouting about? Such a loud voice. Does he not fear disturbing the children's studies? Studies? He Tian retorted angrily. But upon realizing the speaker was Shen Dakui, he was momentarily taken aback. He quickly softened his tone. Mother, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't concern yourself with this matter. As he spoke, He Tian continued to call out for someone. He Jin, hearing the noise from inside, rushed out, unsure of what had transpired. Father, how can you still call me that? He Tian brandished a broom that was lying in the courtyard, swinging the handle menacingly towards He Jin. Did you not say that He Dong would be apprehended? Is He Dong engaged in criminal activities? Will he meet a bad end? Do you have any idea how much face I lost today? Do you know how many people witnessed my humiliation? The more He Tian spoke, the more forceful his actions became. Unable to bear the pain, He Jin grasped the broom, preventing He Tian from continuing. Father, I am no longer a child. It's embarrassing for others to see. Yet, having suffered a significant blow at He Dong's house, He Tian was determined that his son should experience the same. If not for He Jin's unwavering confidence at home, would he have gone to witness the spectacle? In the end, He Dong was not captured. Instead, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. They spoke of He Dong's impending arrest, yet where was it? His own uncle was hoping for his nephew's well-being. He could not suppress his anger. He shouted, "Let go! I am your father. I will strike you if I wish." Father. He Jin was truly concerned about his dignity. Father. Tang Guizhi, having set down her work, approached. Tian, what on earth are you making a fuss about? You went out for a short while, and now you return to beat the child. Not caring how others might laugh at you. Laughing matter? I, He Tian, have long been a laughingstock. Today, I must teach this rascal a lesson. He Jin was bewildered. Father, could you at least clarify? Help me understand why I am being punished. Clarify? Why am I being punished? If He Jin remained silent, He Tian's anger only intensified. His eyes widened, as if he wished to devour He-jin. Let go of me. I will explain everything to you. Father, He-jin was not foolish. Throughout his life, whenever He-Datian spoke in that tone, it usually meant the punishment would be harsher. Datian, Shun Dakwi said, leaning on her cane as she trembled over the threshold. What has He-jin done to offend you? Just say it. It would resolve everything. He is no longer a child. How can you strike him at will? Isn't that so? He-Datian replied. Mother, sister-in-law, it is entirely normal for my father to discipline He-jin. Why are you intervening? He-Datian, having eavesdropped at the door, had initially intended to see what was happening. He thought he might witness He-jin receiving a beating, but instead, it was all so tedious. It was truly infuriating. He stepped inside, assisting He-Datian in prying He-jin's hand away. Beat him or not, he is still your grandson. He-Datian was momentarily taken aback upon seeing He-Dacheng approach. However, upon hearing his words, he certainly would not show deference. Brandishing a broom, he aimed it at He-jin. Yet, He-jin was not foolish enough to stand still and invite a beating. He fled. He-Datian, incensed, gripped the broom with fierce determination. Brother, chase him. This child has not been properly disciplined. My He-Gui and Dongzi would never dare to run when I strike them. Would He-Datian allow himself to be outdone by He-Dacheng? He-jin, stop this instant. He bellowed, pointing a finger in anger. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not let He-Dacheng belittle him today. But He-jin was no fool. He had no intention of stopping to be punished. He-Datian's disappointment was palpable. Brother, it seems this child has wasted his education. He refuses to acknowledge his wrongdoings. And soon enough, you will find yourself at his mercy. He dares. He-Datian growled, pursuing him with the broom. He-jin dashed around the courtyard, youthful agility giving him an advantage. He-Datian was not guaranteed to catch up. Meanwhile, Tang Guizhi and Shun Dechui observed the unusual sight of He-Dacheng entering unannounced, sensing something amiss. Brother, do you need assistance? I can help you subdue He-jin. How would you like to proceed? Children require discipline, but they are often indulged. This time, it will serve as a lesson for the next. He-jin had erred yet refused to admit it, further fueling He-Datian's ire. With He-Dacheng's instigation, He-Datian felt his pride was at stake. He was determined to administer a thorough beating to He-jin. He-Dacheng, wielding a stick, anticipated He-jin's path and tossed it to the ground. He-jin, unaware of the danger beneath him, stumbled and fell. Tang Guizhi and Shun Dechui winced at the sight, feeling sympathy for the child. Yet, He-Dacheng was unperturbed, intent on restraining him as promised. As He-jin attempted to rise, He-Dacheng placed his foot on his back and seized his arm, rendering He-jin immobile. He could not comprehend why his uncle would treat him in such a manner. Chapter 143. You are my blood uncle. He-Dacheng might have once thought this way. Yet upon learning of He-jin's misdeeds, he dismissed the notion of familial bonds. Brother, hurry and strike. If he resists, I cannot withstand it. Would He-Datian not strike? Initially, had He-jin complied and halted, He-Datian would not have pursued him relentlessly, striking lightly to avoid giving He-Dacheng any amusement. But He-Dacheng had already enjoyed quite the spectacle. This incorrigible child has become foolish from his studies, unable to grasp such simple matters. With great force, He-Datian swung the broom at He-jin, who remained immobilized, left to endure. Ultimately, it was Tang Guizhi who stepped in to obstruct He-Datian. Shun Dechui interjected, Enough? If anyone sees this, they will think something terrible has occurred. Dacheng, release He-jin at once. His hand is meant for holding a brush. If you injure it, I will have to summon Dongzi and He-Gui for compensation. This was a serious warning, one that He-Dacheng understood well. It is precisely these individuals who reveal the distinction between human and ghost. Fear not, mother, I am aware of the gravity of the situation. I merely assisted because I witnessed my elder brother struggle. I would never dare to truly harm He-jin's hand. After all, he is my uncle. How could I not care for my nephew? Releasing the individual, He-Dacheng rose to his feet. Shin Dakwi raised an eyebrow, sensing a change in her son. Was he just mocking her? Is my elder brother all right? If he is, I shall take my leave. He-Dacheng gazed at He-Datian, who was panting heavily, still catching his breath. Nonetheless, it mattered not. They had already dealt with the matter at hand, and his spirits were quite elevated. I am leaving. He-Datian and Tang Guizhi exchanged bewildered glances. Was it appropriate for the elder brother to leave without a word? He-Dacheng cared little for what was deemed appropriate. His mood was exceedingly buoyant. On the way back, he not only walked with a light step, but also hummed a tune. Grandfather, grandfather. He Jiabao and He Jiandong rushed over, each grasping one of his hands. This brought even more joy to He Deshang. Jiabao Jiandong, why are you not playing with the rabbits? Come, grandfather will take you home to play. The three of them made their way back. Meanwhile, Tang Guizhi, observing this scene at the door, was utterly perplexed. She had been busy all morning and had not noticed what had transpired in the He family. It was also He Daiyan's intention to keep the family in the dark, as he ventured alone to witness the commotion. Now, seeing He Datian, she remained confused. What was the meaning of his sudden arrival and equally abrupt departure? Tang Guizhi did not comprehend, nor did Shen Dakui. He Jin was even more bewildered. Father, if you are to strike, at least close the door so others do not witness this. Datian, clarify your words. Shen Dakui's face was stern, her cane planted firmly on the ground, signaling her displeasure. He Datian proceeded to recount the events that had unfolded earlier. Only then did the three of them comprehend the situation. However, He Jin found it hard to believe. You truly did not capture anyone. He Jin turned to head towards the door, eager to see if He Dong was indeed safe at home. Remembering something, he turned back. Father, why did you not inform me of such a significant matter? Based on the information he had gathered, it was inconceivable that He Dong was unharmed. Why did He Datian withhold this information? Naturally, he wished to witness He Dong's misfortune and then return to share the news with them. But who could have anticipated that fate would not align with his desires, leaving him to witness a scene of desolation instead? He Dong was unharmed, but he had made sure everyone knew, anticipating his nephew's downfall. At that moment, He Jin narrowed his eyes at He Datian. What can you possibly change by remaining silent? You are utterly useless, failing to grasp even the simplest matters, yet you dare to shout? You have brought shame upon your father today. Return to your room and do not emerge. Focus on your studies. You are of no use, unlike He Dong, who has received a personal visit from the county's high-ranking officials. Not only did they converse, but they even took photographs together. Instead of capturing anyone, he has received commendations. Should it be as those others claimed, he would be reported. Even if He Jin or He Yu were to gain admission to university, it would pale in comparison. He lowered his head and headed towards the backyard, while He Jin felt a profound sense of grievance. After he penned that letter, he anticipated a swift response. However, he did not foresee that the stir would come, and he would miss it. Meanwhile, He Dong remained unscathed, as if nothing had transpired. How absurd. Why was he so incredulous? Ignoring my words, was he? Just wait until I confront you. He Daitian, noticing his son's reluctance to study in his room, approached wielding a hoe. He Jin, terrified, dared not step outside and retreated to his chamber. His father was indeed formidable. The ache in his backside lingered. Nevertheless, how was it that He Dong seemed utterly unfazed? Clutching a newspaper, he perused it repeatedly. How could he possibly be fine? In this day and age, those who engage in speculation rarely meet with favorable outcomes. He Dong observed as the onlookers dispersed, preparing for a trip to the county. Just moments ago, Lung Yuhai had mentioned he would arrange a meeting with someone from the bank that evening for a meal. The implication was clear to anyone. It was evident that Lung Yuhai, were it not for his connection to Yuan Yongming, would not have acted so swiftly. He mounted his bicycle, ready to depart, when Zhu Qingya halted him, suggesting they dine together. She offered a flashlight, remarking that if he returned late, he might struggle to see the path. Alternatively, she could summon her fourth brother to fetch him, as Zhu Changmei had recently learned to drive a tractor, making travel expedient. He Dong chuckled, assuring her not to worry, for her man could drink endlessly without inebriation. Handing him the flashlight sufficed. His silver-white teeth gleamed brightly in the sunlight. Zhu Qingya could only nod in agreement, her eyes brimming with tenderness. He Dong, gazing at her gentle demeanor, felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. As he leaned closer, Zhu Qingya instinctively recoiled. But he seized her, planting a kiss on her cheek. Realizing what had transpired, her face flushed crimson. Just then, Zhang Guiping emerged to fetch water and inadvertently witnessed the scene, feeling it was inappropriate to intrude. Zhu Qingya's cheeks reddened further as she retreated into her room. He Dong understood her shyness and thin skin. He informed Zhang Guiping of his trip to the county and pushed his bicycle toward the exit. He often traveled between Shanghe Village and the county, and Zhang Guiping had no cause for concern. Grasping the flashlight, he pedaled away. Along the way, he encountered He Daitian, who carried 2 heavy nylon bags, the contents unknown but evidently alive. The familiar scent struck him, and he suddenly comprehended the nature of the cargo. Where was his uncle headed? Hearing the noise, He Daitian instinctively concealed the bags behind him. Just out for a stroll. Are you heading out? He Dong remained unperturbed, genuinely surprised. He nodded, replying that he was off to the county, as a leader had invited him to dinner and he could not tarry. He Daitian's expression shifted slightly, and he merely remarked, "Oh, I see." He Dong nodded and continued on his way. He Daitian watched the bicycle vanish from sight, then spat disdainfully at the ground. Chapter 144, Waiting for My Uncle. Just saying you're dining with a bigwig and you're off? Who knows if it's true? He Dong rode off swiftly. In a short while, they arrived beneath the great banyan tree at the village entrance. Yufeng sat atop the ox cart, one hand wielding a straw hat to fan himself, while the other grasped a branch to guide the cart. Upon noticing He Dong approaching, he contemplated hastily departing. However, He Dong, riding swiftly, intercepted him. "What is the matter? Do you leave upon seeing me?" Yufeng appeared quite flustered. No, not at all," he stammered. He Dong cast a glance at the scale and the nylon bag resting upon the ox cart. The bag was bulging ominously, evidently containing live creatures. Recalling the nylon bag He Daitian had been holding earlier, the pieces began to fall into place. "Are you waiting for my uncle?" Indeed. Yufeng was awaiting He Daitian's arrival. As for He Daitian's identity, it could easily be discerned from inquiries made in Shanghe Village. Hence, upon seeing He Dong approach, he felt compelled to flee. After all, He Daitian and He Dong were relatives, and the business dealings in Shanghe Village were firmly in the hands of Zhu Qingya and He Gui. It was hardly his place to intrude. Nevertheless, as a longtime patron, he still made the trip for the sake of the modest savings, 2 dimes, after all. He Daitian had not informed the He family of his dealings, and naturally, they would not disclose it either. Who could have foreseen such ill fortune today? "Yufeng, let us exchange a few words," He Dong said, eyeing the approaching figure of He Daitian at the village entrance, ready to keep it brief. Upon hearing this, Yufeng hesitated momentarily, then broke into a broad smile. All right. He Dong mounted his bicycle and rode away, while Yufeng remained in the shade, patiently awaiting He Daitian's arrival. He Daitian had intended to hurry with the ox cart, but since He Jiangwo had not yet returned from grazing cattle, he was obliged to walk instead, carrying several dozen pounds of wild game, which felt quite heavy. Seeing Yufeng and the cart in the distance, he gathered his strength and hastened his pace significantly. Upon Yufeng's descent from the cart, he prepared to weigh the goods. He Daitian, accustomed to selling, did not contemplate anything unusual. "Today is quite good. It weighs 23 pounds. Indeed, my eldest son spent 2 days in the mountains before returning." He Daitian beamed with pride at this mention, rubbing his hands together as he awaited Yufeng to settle the account. Yufeng produced the money, at 90 cents per pound for the rabbits. 23 pounds amounted to 20 yuan and 70 cents. However, He Daitian found the sum to be incorrect. After counting the money, he felt even more convinced something was amiss. He seized Yufeng, who was about to depart. "This is not right. At 1 yuan per pound, it should be 23 yuan. You owe me 2 yuan and 30 cents. Uncle He, with the heat of the day, wild game has lost its value. Fewer people are buying. Thus the prices have dropped. You can ask the Zhu family if they have also reduced their prices," Yufeng replied, his expression resigned, leaving He Daitian in a state of half-belief. He had always been aware of the prices at which He Dong and Zhu Qingya were purchasing, 1 yuan and 20 cents. He had been reluctant to sell to them, preferring to seek out Yufeng, the middleman. The Zhu family seemed even more distant, and given his familial ties to He Dong, he was disinclined to approach them. It would be embarrassing for him, as an elder, to sell wild game to his family. But now, with prices having dropped unexpectedly in just a few days, he resolved to inquire further. 2 days hence, you shall return, and I shall have clarified matters on my end. Should there be no resolution, you must reimburse me the sum of $2.30 for today." "Very well." Yufeng hastily departed with his ox cart, pondering the peculiarities of He Daitian, who insisted on provoking He Dong, as he observed the figure recede into the distance. Yufeng guided the cart back into Shanghe Village. Earlier, He Dong had mentioned the necessity of informing the Zhu family. Henceforth, the wild game procured by the Zhu family would be priced 2 dimes lower for external transactions. He Dong ventured into the county seat, seeking out Lung Yuhai. Having concluded his morning duties regarding Yuan Yongming, Lung had just returned. Upon seeing him, he instructed Yufeng to wait in the office. He had already made a call, and news would soon arrive. He Dong was unperturbed, settling in to await developments. Frankly, I find it quite perplexing that someone of your standing is acquainted with the leaders residing in Shanghe City. While glancing at the documents on his desk, Lung Yuhai voiced the thoughts that had weighed on him all morning. He Dong chuckled, remarking that it was fortunate for him to have such favorable fortune since his rebirth. Those he could not meet in his previous life, he encountered years in advance in this one, even during Yuan Yongming's most trying times. It seems that misfortune has indeed borne unexpected blessings. Yet, Lung's words carried a hint of irony. For how could a simple villager like himself ever be familiar with the lofty city officials? It was entirely reasonable for Lung Yuhai to harbor disbelief, but sometimes, reality defies expectation and serendipity plays its hand. At that time, I truly believed he hailed from Shanghe Village, a mere rustic. Only to learn today that he was indeed Yuan Yongming. I could hardly have anticipated that he would come to express his gratitude to me. Although this visit was ostensibly to thank He Dong, Lung Yuhai was well aware of the far-reaching contributions made by Yuan Yongming. However, the past is irretrievable. What matters is the present. Who could have known that the leader sent for an undercover visit would be Yuan Yongming? He Dong had indeed stumbled upon good fortune, akin to a blind cat encountering a dead rat. Secretary Long, do not underestimate those who seek you out. They may carry with them significant opportunities. He Dong remarked with a smile. Compared to previous occasions where he had been sidelined, this time afforded him the opportunity to share the same space as Lung Yuhai, engaging in direct conversation. In times past, Lung would hardly have considered such discourse worthy of his attention, yet now, he believed. After all, the city leaders had personally visited Shanghe Village to meet with He Dong. Shanghe City is vast, with countless villages scattered across Tongan County. Yet Yuan Yongming had chosen to visit Shanghe Village and meet He Dong, which spoke volumes. Rest assured, I am quite aware of what needs to be done moving forward. He Dong replied, feeling that this was the most favorable course of action. He was eager to resolve the loan issue promptly and subsequently begin construction of the factory. As the sun dipped low in the sky, He Datian approached a middle-aged man emerging from the Zhu family, having sold wild game. Throughout the day, he had been unable to muster the courage to inquire, but now, observing that the households were busy preparing meals with few people outdoors, he seized the opportunity to approach. What sort of wild game are you selling at their place? He Datian inquired. Noticing the nylon bag in the man's hand, his curiosity piqued. The man glanced at the bag and chuckled. Rabbits, there are plenty of them this season. He Datian found this quite agreeable. So how much per pound? $1. What? Are you planning to sell them to? Their prices are still reasonable. But I heard they used to buy them at $1.20 a pound? He Datian thought to himself. Is that what you call reasonable? This must be a recent change in their selling price, right? An increase of 20 cents per pound is no trivial matter. The man laughed. Well, I can't say for sure. All I know is that it's currently $1 a pound. If others can sell, so can I. He Datian felt a lump in his throat, instantly losing the desire to converse. What a foolish person. Continuing the discussion seemed utterly pointless. Chapter 145. A matter of 20 or 30 cents indeed. The Zhu family's business practices were quite unscrupulous. Not long ago, the price was still $1.20, even if they had it at their place. They could sell it for $1 or a bit more. Now, it has dropped by a full 20 cents. That's per pound. Could it be that they are up to some tricks? Only thinking about their own profits, disregarding others? Just like that, the price drops? He Datian prepared to inquire with the He family. Did He Dong know about this price drop? On the road, Zhu Qingya and Zhu Chongmin were returning with their ox cart and happened to see him. Uncle He, what brings you to our home? Looking to sell wild game? I heard that He Dage has been in the mountains these past few days, but I haven't seen him bring anything for sale here. Who said I was selling wild game? That's not true. Their family had no intention of associating with anyone related to He Dong. It was just a trivial matter of 20 or 30 cents. They did not care. Little did they know that Zhu Qingya and Zhu Chongmin were unaware of He Dong's directive regarding the price adjustment. If He Datian were to ask, he would reveal too much. You didn't mention anything to Uncle He from the He family, did you? Tian Mimi had seen He Datian approaching earlier, but noticed that Zhu Qingya and Zhu Chongmin had not come over afterward. She figured he must have come to inquire about prices, as per Yufeng's suggestion. Zhu Qingya recounted his earlier conversation with He Datian. Tian Mimi sighed with relief. Thank goodness. Remember, if anyone from the He family asks, avoid mentioning prices of 20 or 30 cents. Why not? Zhu Qingya questioned, disliking deceit. Tian Mimi leaned in and whispered a detailed explanation to him. Zhu Qingya furrowed his brow. Hidong, does he have his reasons? Qingya, Changmen are back. Wang Yu observed the two whispering for some time, unable to hear them, but now they were drawing closer. Zhu Qingya and Zhu Changmen greeted her warmly. Regardless of past circumstances, their parents had brought them back together, so they remained family. The formalities were unavoidable. Wang Yu responded cheerfully. What were you discussing, Mimi? So close to Qingyao? Nothing much. Tian Mimi pulled Zhu Qingyao inside. Wang Yu felt that the Zhu family was now wary of her. Yet, under the same roof, she sensed that with a little attentiveness, she would know everything. The Zhu family was currently adhering to the original price for those selling wild game. What is the matter with the 2 cents mentioned externally? It remains unclear whose idea this was. Initially, Zhu Changrong had declared that there would be no further changes. Yet, at this moment, it appears to be disregarded. It is indeed perplexing. One cannot truly regard her as an outsider, can they? As dusk fell, Hidong did not return home. Zhang Guiping suggested that Zhu Qingya should have something to eat first, since Hidong had stated he would return late. They certainly could not wait for him. Moreover, Zhu Changmei had gone to the county town in search of Hidong in the afternoon. When he comes back, he should return together with her. There was nothing to worry about. Heeding Zhang Guiping's advice, Zhu Qingya dined and then retreated to her room to read while awaiting his arrival. Even as she dozed off, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. Upon opening her eyes, she found Zhang Guiping draping a coat over her. Awake now? Go back to sleep, she said. Zhu Qingya, feeling the warmth of the coat, removed it. I shall read a bit more, she replied. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Guiping chose not to respond. As time passed, the hour grew late. Gazing at the pitch-black road outside the door, she saw no one. She had just inquired at the neighboring Zhu household and learned that Zhu Changmei had not yet returned either. It seemed they were indeed waiting for someone. The night outside was profoundly dark. Inside the state-run restaurant, however, it was as bright as day. Hidong was amidst a drinking gathering, surrounded by wealthy individuals with jolly faces, all of whom he had to please. Zhu Changmei, seated nearby, kept tugging at Hidong's sleeve, discreetly, as his hand rested beneath the table, invisible to others. Only Hidong could sense his subtle movements. That fellow, Leng Yuhai, did not appear to be a trustworthy character, continuously urging others to drink without addressing serious matters. Hidong, on his part, consumed alcohol as if it were mere water. Zhu Changmei worried that Hidong might overindulge, for even at the last wedding, he had not drunk so much. Hidong glanced at him, yet maintained a lively demeanor, his eyes reassuring. Zhu Changmei felt fortunate that he had no pressing matters that afternoon and had come along. Otherwise, if Hidong were to drink himself into a stupor, it seemed no one would intervene. Eat some dishes, don't just drink, Leng Yuhai suggested, yet little eating occurred at the table. Zhu Changmei felt a strong urge to confront him. They were ostensibly there to discuss borrowing money, yet after only a few words, the conversation had devolved into drinking. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a covert contest between Leng Yuhai and Hidong. Leng claimed to know significant leaders in the city, but he was still more familiar with the affairs of Tongan County. Though Hidong had connections, it was unlikely he would be entirely compliant. Naturally, Hidong had no intention of engaging in a struggle with him. Thus, he drank as needed, for competing with Leng Yuhai was not his objective. Accomplishing his goals was paramount. There is a saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. One must be robust to forge iron. However, Hidong's understanding nature was something Leng Yuhai could accept. At least, he was not entirely unmanageable. Properly utilizing Hidong would enhance his own standing in Yuan Yongming's eyes, benefiting his future endeavors. Hence, he would not push matters too far. The necessary actions must be taken. As the moon shifted westward, the dark blue sky seemed to lose its stars. It was Hidong's first night home, and he had yet to return at such a late hour. Zhang Guiping found it impossible to sleep. Zhu Qingya had awakened several times, also unable to find rest. Upon hearing a commotion at the door, both women hastened to open it. The familiar roar of a tractor filled the air. Indeed, it was the sound of the tractor. Had someone returned? Joy lit up the faces of Zhu Qingya and Zhang Guiping. As they stepped outside, they spotted Zhu Jianjun at the entrance, holding a cigarette pipe, as if he had just risen from a prolonged sit. His face bore the marks of weariness. Father, why haven't you gone inside to rest? Zhang Guiping inquired, noticing the deeper shadows under his eyes. Aren't you two also awake? He replied, fully aware of the concern that lingered in their hearts. Zhu Qingya felt helpless. She had anticipated Hidong's tardiness, but had not expected it to be this late. As the tractor drew nearer, they stepped aside to make way for it, revealing Zhu Qingya at the wheel, with Hidong holding a flashlight aloft. They're back, truly back. The two families felt a wave of relief wash over them. The tractor came to a halt in Hidong's yard, and Zhu Qingya turned off the engine before disembarking to assist Hidong down. Zhu Qingya intended to lend a hand, but Zhang Guiping restrained her. Hidong's face was flushed, indicating he had indulged in drink. At such a moment, approaching him was not advisable. One could easily get hurt. I'll prepare a cup of tea. Zhu Jianjun observed the situation, noting that his son Zhu Qingya appeared unscathed, while Hidong's complexion was decidedly red. Chapter 146. Or else I would be restless. Zhu Qingya went to the kitchen to fetch the thermos. The tea leaves were remnants from their wedding. She brewed a cup, and, once it had cooled, brought it to Hidong, who lay motionless on the bed. Zhu Qingya contemplated helping him sit up to drink, but as she bent down to reach him, Hidong suddenly opened his bright eyes and swiftly wrapped a pair of large hands around her waist, catching her off guard. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her chest. I did it, Qingya, I did it. We have the funds to start the factory. He acknowledged that the journey had not been pleasant, but the outcome was indeed favorable. Hidong inhaled the familiar scent of Zhu Qingya, a fragrance that brought him solace, filling him with a profound sense of contentment. Zhu Qingya smiled. Isn't that a good thing? She attempted to pull away to fetch the tea, hoping Hidong might drink to shake off the effects of the alcohol. But he would not allow it. He tightened his embrace once more, reveling in the softness of her form, like a child seeking comfort without restraint. Zhu Qingya felt helpless. Hidong was indeed intoxicated tonight, or else she would have been startled. Yet, she understood that the evening's events had likely not unfolded smoothly. Her fourth brother had supported Hidong inside, his expression remaining tense throughout. He instructed her to take care of Hidong, leaving her in the dark about what had transpired during the night. However, this was not the time for inquiries. She would wait until Hidong awoke to discuss it. Gently, she caressed the top of Hidong's head with tender hands. Come, give him a wipe and let him rest early. At the entrance, Zhang Guiping entered with a steaming enamel basin, intending to invite Zhu Qingya to assist in washing Hidong. However, an awkward moment ensued as Zhu Qingya instinctively pushed Hidong away, standing at the bedside. Hidong, now awake, gazed at Zhang Guiping at the door and then at Zhu Qingya. Should he simply lie back down and sleep again? That night, Hidong slept deeply, only awakening at dawn. By then, Zhu Qingya had already risen, leaving him alone in the bed. After a brief pause, he sat up and swung his legs over the side. Although he had consumed tea the previous night, a slight headache lingered, causing him to move slowly. As he opened the door, the vibrant sunlight flooded in, nearly blinding him. The courtyard was brightly lit, devoid of any shadows. Upon stepping outside, he could feel the warmth of the sun even through his clothing. The tractor was absent, as were the cattle. This was the first time Zhengyang, Chao Sanchi, and Zhu Qingya had taken the loquat preserves into town. He felt a sense of disbelief at the empty courtyard, as if in a dream. Yet today, he could not afford to be lost in thought. Numerous tasks awaited him. The site for the factory had long been chosen, and he needed to inform the village. This had been discussed previously. Next, he would seek out Old Man Xiao, who was more knowledgeable about construction matters. Arranging for workers could be done efficiently. All he needed to do was provide the payment. Additionally, he needed to contemplate the factory name. Cold Yuhai suggested that since it was a private venture, it might not fully comply with regulations. Thus, he would still need to navigate the village's connections, akin to aligning with a state-owned entity. Nevertheless, he still held considerable influence within the village. With the factory's establishment, both he and the villagers would reap benefits. Secretary Zhang naturally understood the implications, so he felt no anxiety. Awake, Dongzi, Zhang Guiping called from the kitchen, where she and Wei Xia were busily preparing loquats. Upon seeing him, she smiled. You must be hungry. I've left breakfast for you in the pot. However, at the Zhu household, they were still focused on the production of loquat preserves, utilizing both pots. In the morning, they had moderated their pace to avoid waking Hidong during their busyness. Zhu Qingya had also gone early to the Zhu family, engaging in reading and avoiding unnecessary comings and goings from the room. At this hour, the sun was already high in the sky, and a call from that direction could easily be heard. When Zhu Qingya heard her sister-in-law calling her, she realized that Hidong might have woken. She set down her book and went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. She returned with a bowl of lean meat porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and a flatbread. The flatbread was a recipe Hidong had previously taught her. She had risen early and made quite a few. Tang Mei and Zhu Jianjun had also tasted it and found it delightful. He Dong watched her return, observing the hustle and bustle in the kitchen. Once the factory was established, Wei Xia and the others would head directly there, and many tedious processes would be expedited with the help of machinery, allowing for greater efficiency. Soon, our kitchen will be solely ours. He eagerly took the food from Zhu Qingya's hands, looking forward to that day. Zhu Qingya shared his anticipation, yet she did not perceive anything wrong with the present situation. After all, the Zhu family and the He family lived in close proximity. Sharing a kitchen was hardly an inconvenience. You can focus on your matters. I need not worry about this. This sentiment received unanimous agreement earlier at the Zhu residence. As Zhu Changmai had recounted the events of the previous night, the entire family understood the superficial glamour of He Dong's life, recognizing the challenges that lay beneath. This made her more empathetic, and she held similar thoughts. He Dong observed her, deep in contemplation. Zhu Changmai's words should not be taken at face value. Your husband is indeed doing well. He returned for her and their child. If he were truly unconcerned, how could he linger in his thoughts about the past? In this life, he toils tirelessly to earn money, day and night. If I must worry, then I shall, for otherwise, I would be idle. Zhu Qingya refrained from banter and entered the room. Outside, the sun was quite harsh. The Zhu family was digging holes in the yard to set up posts for a sunshade, covered with straw or a transparent film, creating a shaded area. This way, while collecting wild game, they need not suffer from the sun's scorching rays. He Dong washed his face and looked up to see his own yard. Shouldn't he plant a grapevine? In summer, they could enjoy grapes and find solace in the shade. He contemplated this idea, deeming it entirely feasible. Zhu Qingya was wary of the sun, especially with her pregnancy. She could not be left out of the plans. Ideally, a stone table and benches would be added, where they could sit and enjoy fruits or read during the summer. He Dong visualized this scene, preparing to commit it to memory. After having a meal, he stepped outside, first to the village to discuss land matters. Business in these times was not feasible. It was only possible to lease. Nevertheless, the prices were certainly more reasonable than in later years, which He Dong found acceptable. After both parties signed the agreement, he could begin arranging for the work to commence. Old man Qiao mentioned resuming his old trade, but given his age, few sought him out. Earning a bit was no easy feat, however. He had managed to send money to his wife in the city last month, thinking of her and their child. Originally worried about where the funds would come from next month, it turned out that He Dong had approached him, providing a timely solution. In his youth, he had been reckless and naive, causing his wife and child to suffer. Now, he wished to do more for them. He readily agreed. Just as He Dong was about to leave, he was called back by old man Qiao. I have a question for you. Chapter 147, The Pitiful Wu Xiezi. Noting the seriousness of his expression, He Dong smiled. Uncle Qiao, feel free to ask. Sensing a misunderstanding, old man Qiao clarified that his inquiry was not about factory matters. As a senior, he hesitated to speak on certain topics. Yet, in all of Shanghe Village, there was likely none more suitable than He Dong to pose this question. I wish to know, after your transformation, have your family and those around you truly accepted you? Uncle Qiao's implication was clear. He Dong, perplexed, awaited further clarification. With a sigh, the elder decided to be forthright. After all, they belonged to the same village, and he assumed He Dong was aware of his past. He Dong did not refute this notion. His previous life had not been exemplary, and neither was the old man's. As Uncle Qiao took a drag from his cigarette, he continued, You are aware of why my wife and child have distanced themselves from me. Now, I aspire to turn my life around, much like you have. Yet, my spouse remains steadfast in her disbelief. The children refuse to let me see them, and my grandchildren do not call for my embrace. It was evident that Uncle Qiao had reached a point of desperation. Otherwise, he would not confide his grievances to someone of a younger generation. To be honest, even when I offer them financial assistance, they simply return it to me. I've taken to leaving it at the bottom of their flower pots at their doorstep. Whether they choose to accept it now remains uncertain. Uncle Qiao felt a sense of insecurity, fully aware that his past mistakes had led to this estrangement. Yet he pondered, was reconciliation truly possible? Could a family reunite and live harmoniously together? At that moment, He Dong comprehended the essence of Uncle Qiao's words. In comparison to the two lives he had lived, he had only recently come to terms with the folly of his past existence. Uncle Qiao's realization seemed to arrive rather promptly, although he had not returned to Shanghe Village since leaving. His knowledge of the Qiao family was limited. Nevertheless, one's desire to change is undoubtedly a prolonged journey, as the human mind requires time to recalibrate its perceptions. Uncle Xiao, have you ever heard the adage dripping water penetrates stone? It suggests that no matter how hard and resilient the stone may be over the years, seemingly ineffective drops of water can indeed wear through it. Uncle Xiao nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. Yet, he quickly questioned the relevance of this to his own transformation. He Dong smiled. If you wish to change, you must become like water. As for whether the stone can be penetrated, that is a matter to be entrusted to time. Uncle Xiao, though only partially comprehending, understood the sentiment. After all, is it not true that change is not instantaneous? Who would believe in a transformation that occurs overnight? Even He Dong had taken over a month for others to recognize his metamorphosis. Recognizing change? I understand now, Uncle Xiao replied, turning to enter his home. He Dong felt the sun shining particularly brightly that day. The human heart, after all, is far more pliable than stone, for it is made of flesh. Just then, He Dong was called back by Uncle Xiao, who turned to him once more. He Dong, is there anything you can say all at once? Every time I attempt to leave, it seems I am summoned back as if I were afflicted with heart disease. Uncle Xiao chuckled, realizing he had not been thorough in his previous inquiries. I simply wanted to ask if you've consulted Wu the Blind about an auspicious date for your endeavors. Establishing a factory is a significant undertaking akin to constructing a home, and one must select an appropriate date. Wu the Blind? He Dong was taken aback. A vision of a young man clad in a black robe, wearing a felt hat, and wielding a cane, despite his blindness, surfaced in his mind. After the unfortunate incidents involving Zhu Qingya and the child in his previous life, he had suffered a leg injury at the hands of Zhu Changrong and his brothers. Each night, wherever he ventured, he would see Zhu Qingya. One fateful night, he encountered Wu the Blind, who had suggested his departure from Shanghe Village. The words he spoke still resonate within him. You have incurred a debt. You can no longer remain in Shanghe Village. At that time, he lacked understanding. With a mindset of mere experimentation, he departed from Shanghe Village and ventured into the county town. It was during this period that he realized the truth in Wu the Blind's words. Since leaving Shanghe Village, he had not encountered Zhu Qingya again. Later psychologists would assert that it was merely a psychological phenomenon. How could one possibly meet the deceased? He was acutely aware of his shortcomings towards Zhu Qingya, compounded by the surrounding environment that condemned him. The immense mental pressure he endured manifested in such hallucinations. Reflecting upon it now, Wu the Blind's words did hold some merit. He felt compelled to pay a visit to this old acquaintance. With a soft affirmative sound, he mounted his bicycle and departed. His mind flooded with memories of his previous life, specifically, the scene by the river in Shanghe Village where he witnessed Wu the Blind scattering paper offerings. Perhaps in his former life, he was overly anxious, rendering the scene devoid of strangeness. In retrospect, it was peculiar that Wu the Blind was not at home that night, scattering paper at the very spot where Zhu Qingya had jumped. It was indeed an odd encounter. Brother He, an urgent voice called from behind. He Dong paused. Recognizing the familiar tone, he stopped his bicycle and turned around. Yu Fong, upon seeing him, was both surprised and delighted. It's truly you. Why didn't you respond when I called just now? He Dong understood that he had been lost in thought. Observing Yu Fong now, he surmised he was there to collect money. He leaned his bicycle against the wall and retrieved a stack of bills from his pocket. He recalled the task he had assigned to Yu Fong the previous day. How much is it? $4.62. He Dong counted the money and handed it to Yu Fong. Yu Fong took it and double-checked the amount, confirming its accuracy before placing it into his own pocket. Are you continuing with that today? He Dong stuffed the bills into his own pocket. If I lose 2 cents tomorrow, I'll just make a trip to the Zhu family. Yu Fong was impressed. 2 cents? That is quite something. What will He Daitian think? But you're not at a loss, are you? Well, I'll be on my way then. He Dong made no objections. Watching Yu Fong walk away, he pedaled back home. He was not in a rush concerning He Daiqian's matters. His thoughts lingered on Wu the Blind. Since old Xiao had spoken up, and with the memories of his past life guiding him, he returned home to fetch a pound of sugar, intending to bring something for Wu the Blind. Although he intended to bring offerings, Zhang Guiping had dissuaded him. Wu the Blind was a pitiable soul, having lost his parents at such a young age, with no one to cultivate the land. Offering him sugar seemed less beneficial than providing rice to sustain him for a few more days. He Dong thought the same, and thus took 2 pounds of rice along with a pound of sweet potatoes. He hung them on his bicycle and continued on his way. Zhang Guiping watched as he swiftly disappeared from sight, realizing that the bicycle was indeed worth the purchase, moving at remarkable speed. Hidong arrived at Wu the Blind's residence, dismounted, and raised his hand to knock on the door. The wooden door, long neglected, appeared on the verge of collapse, prompting Hidong to refrain from knocking too forcefully. In the courtyard, Wu the Blind sat sipping tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he approached the door. Business had been slow for a while. Hidong removed a small bag of rice and sweet potatoes hanging from his bicycle. With his fair fingers, he opened the door, and Wu the Blind spoke directly.